Despite possessing unparalleled power, you still live in constant fear, disguising yourself as a useless person with a negative awakened talent. The reason is simple: while your hidden talent grants you invincible strength, none of your other attributes have improved. You can one-shot enemies, but they can just as easily one-shot you. To avoid losing your life, you have no choice but to conceal your true abilities. As your awakening concludes, a voice echoes from the awakening platform. Awakened talent, travel light. For every piece of equipment worn, strength is reduced by 10%. Standing on the altar, you stare at the talent displayed above your head, feeling as if the sky has collapsed. Not only does your talent offer no bonuses, but it also comes with a penalty? The surrounding classmates burst into laughter at the sight of your ability. Am I seeing this right? A 10% reduction? If you wear a full set of armor, wouldn't your strength be halved? This is hilarious. I've never seen such a ridiculous talent before. Total disaster. Looks like Tangfeng is completely doomed. Even the teachers nearby look disappointed when they see your talent. Refusing to believe it, you check your stats, but the result is something you can't accept. This was your only hope for a turnaround. You recall the past 2 years of relentless training, day and night, all for the sake of changing your fate today. But it seems the heavens have played a cruel joke on you. At this moment, an unpleasant voice suddenly reached everyone's ears from the crowd. TCH, a lowborn will always be a lowborn. No matter how hard they try, they can't change their fate as cannon fodder. Hearing this, the teacher immediately frowned in displeasure, and Tian Haifeng promptly rebuked the speaker, signaling them to watch their words. However, Tian Haifeng merely smirked dismissively, completely unfazed. Unlike you, Tian Haifeng had already completed his awakening, and his awakened talent was exceptionally powerful: accelerated metabolism, which speeds up bodily functions and rapidly heals injuries. Thus, even though Tian Haifeng spoke insolently, the instructor didn't say much beyond a reprimand. After all, there was no need to blame a promising student for the sake of someone already deemed worthless. These students were about to head to various academies, and their future prospects were still uncertain. If Tian Haifeng were to rise to prominence later, the instructor would at least have left a good impression. Tian Haifeng is right. He's just a lowborn, a farmer's son who dares to dream of defying fate. What a joke! Someone close to Tian Haifeng seized the moment to flatter him. Seeing so many people speaking up for him, Tian Haifeng couldn't help but let a smug smile curl at his lips. Well, I wouldn't say that. Even if someone fails their awakening, there's still a chance to enter a higher academy. With our genius Tang's pride, he definitely wouldn't give up on that opportunity, Tian Haifeng said nonchalantly. Everyone immediately understood what he meant by opportunity and looked at him in shock. This was outright ruthless. What kind of grudge could drive Tian Haifeng to such extremes? The instructor frowned at Tian Haifeng, fully aware of what he was implying. Tian Haifeng, Tangfeng has already successfully awakened. There's no need for him to join the loser group. Besides, with his talent, participating would mean certain death. The mentor couldn't bear to see his student meet a tragic end. Even living as an ordinary laborer would be better than throwing his life away. Mentor, whether or not to join the loser group is Tangfeng's own choice, isn't it? It's not your place to decide. Tian Haifeng sneered, showing no respect for the mentor. Tangfeng, if you're a real man, speak up. Don't make me look down on you. Where's your pride from before? Has it been crushed so easily? At this moment, you were staring at your attributes in a daze, feeling something was off. Over the years, you had trained day and night, pushing your basic attributes to their maximum. Each stat had reached 10 points. But now, your attributes had changed completely from before. This sudden shift made you immediately scrutinize your newly awakened talent. Upon closer inspection, you couldn't help but laugh. This talent actually had a hidden effect. Hey, Tangfeng, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. What are you grinning about? Tian Haifeng shouted angrily when he saw you standing on the stage, completely ignoring him while lost in a silly smile. Only then did you shift your attention from your attributes, glancing down at Tian Haifeng with a faint smile. Why do you care so much about me? I'm not your father. The remark instantly turned Tian Haifeng's face livid with rage. Just as he was about to retort, the mentor, seeing the argument escalating, quickly intervened to stop the dispute. Enough! This is a school, and you two haven't even graduated yet. The mentor, unable to tolerate their disregard any longer, scolded them furiously. Tian Haifeng immediately shut his mouth. As the mentor had said, no matter how little respect he had for the mentor, he was still within the school grounds and hadn't officially graduated yet. Tangfeng, what are you planning to do? Now that you've successfully awakened, you have the right to refuse joining the failure group. But with your talent, you won't be noticed by any elite academies either. The choice is yours. Staying alive is more important than anything else. The mentor turned to ask you, perhaps out of pity for your family background, unable to bear the thought of you throwing your life away, he even added a final piece of advice. Yet, as you looked down at Tian Haifeng's livid face, you simply smiled and said, I'll join the failure group. Your choice took everyone by surprise. The failure group wasn't mandatory for all those who failed their awakening, they could choose not to participate. It was simply another path prepared for those unwilling to accept their fate. A successful awakening would earn an invitation to elite academies, granting access to systematic training, but those who failed would be relegated to ordinary lives, forced into hard labor or even cannon fodder. Naturally, among them were those too proud to submit to such a fate. The failure group existed for these individuals. Those who failed their awakening could still prove their worth by demonstrating sufficient strength. However, the challenge was immense. They had to independently slay a magical beast to prove they possessed combat prowess no weaker than innate talent. Only then could they earn an invitation to an elite academy. Although you've awakened your talent, it's worse than not having awakened at all. Not only does it fail to enhance you, but it has also become a burden. In this situation, joining the failure group is even more difficult than for those who fail to awaken. Since you've chosen the failure group, you'll follow them to the demon-infested forest outside the city. Seeing that you've chosen this path of certain death, the mentor, though displeased, says nothing more. Thus, the group immediately heads outside the city. Although there were only 3 people in the failure group, quite a few came to watch the show. Apart from you, the other 2 had prepared thoroughly for this monster hunt. Clad in full armor and wielding sharp blades, they had invested all their savings into equipment, betting everything on this desperate gamble. Success would rewrite their fate. Failure? That meant starting over from scratch. The mentor then pinned a badge-like object on each of their chests. This device will monitor all your actions and record everything you encounter in the forest. As long as you kill any single monster, you'll be considered successful. The mentor explained calmly to the trio. You examined the badge on your chest with curiosity. How could such an unremarkable little thing have monitoring capabilities? The mentor then activated 3 display screens, each showing the scene from the perspective of one of the 3. You may enter now, the mentor said, pointing toward the dark woods. With that, the 3 separated and entered the jungle. At this moment, you slowly step into the dim and shadowy demon realm forest. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound reaches your ears. Your gaze sharpens immediately as you raise your bow and arrow, cautiously moving toward the source of the noise. Pushing aside the grass, a snow-white figure comes into view. Long ears, pristine fur. It's a rabbit, a moonfrost hare. Outside, the crowd watching the surveillance feed gasps in unison at the sight of the creature. A moonfrost hare, they exclaim, the lowest tier magical beast in the demon realm forest. But lowest tier doesn't mean it's harmless. In fact, there isn't a single non-dangerous beast in the entire forest. Even the seemingly weakest moonfrost hare is no match for an ordinary person, especially since it's renowned for its speed. An average person wouldn't even stand a chance to escape. So it's a moonfrost hare. Looks like Tang Feng is done for, murmurs the instructor, shaking his head in pity as he watches the scene unfold. Tian Haifeng, however, curls his lips into a smug grin at the sight of the hare. Tang Feng, he sneers, serves you right for always opposing me. He lets out a cold chuckle, his eyes fixed on the surveillance screen. Just as the crowd gasped in shock, Tang Feng naturally didn't freeze. Seeing that he had been spotted, the first time he aimed at the night snow hare, he loosened his already drawn bow. Whoosh! The sharp arrow instantly shot towards the night snow rabbit. Although Tang Feng had practiced for 2 years, his accuracy was extremely good, hitting the night snow rabbit with precision. 1. A white number floated up from the top of the night snow bunny's head. This scene was transmitted to the surveillance through the badge on Tang Feng's chest. Ha 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 ha, 1 point? That damage, it's killing me with laughter. White damage numbers, this is the lowest mandatory damage, right? That means Tang Feng couldn't even break the night snow rabbit's defense? Don't you guys laugh until I do. People's talent to reduce damage can't be helped. A piece of equipment to reduce 10%, although he just brought a weapon, but coupled with the night snow rabbit's own defense, a little damage is quite a lot. The crowd didn't mince words when they saw this and laughed at Tang Feng's ultra-low damage. And after being attacked, the night snow bunny instantly transformed into a white shadow, easily dodging the incoming arrows before coming at Tang Feng. Tang Feng's face instantly changed, and he hurriedly crossed his bow in front of him to fend it off. Bang! The night snow rabbit instantly arrived in front of Tang Feng, and with a wave of its sharp claws, the bow in front of Tang Feng instantly snapped in half. Tang Feng himself was knocked out. The badge he wore on his chest was also traumatized by this, causing the surveillance view to be skewed so that he couldn't see the night snow bunny's shadow. The image was obscured by a burst of dark shadows. The crowd outside watching the show was dumbfounded at the sight. What happened? Is he dead? The crowd immediately murmured, all thinking that Tang Feng had been killed by the night snow bunny. After all, that was what happened to the last Zhao Qin who went in, just a single glance, and his head fell to the ground. They felt that Tang Feng was no exception and must have died in a single shot as well. Hey! It's true that no one can change their fate against the will of heaven, so why bother? Someone sighed helplessly at that moment. Nope. The screen is still moving, he's still alive. However, someone soon realized that something was wrong. Although Tang Feng and Night Snow Bunny could not be seen in the picture, the pitch-black picture was still shaking, and there were still sounds coming from it. It means Tang Feng is not dead now. He's unarmed, what can he do? If he's not dead now, he'll be dead sooner or later. When Tian Haifeng saw that Tang Feng was still alive, he immediately said in a conspiratorial manner. It's not a nice thing to say, but it's really the truth. Even if Tang Feng didn't die, with a weapon he was still no match for Night Snow Rabbit. Without a weapon he was even more defenseless, so what else could he do but wait for death? At this moment, Tang Feng in the magic forest climbed up from the ground. He certainly didn't die that easily. Being without a weapon wasn't a bad thing for him, it was a good thing. The surveillance footage went black, also because he intentionally covered it up with his clothes. Everything was done to cover his next move. After Tang Feng was knocked away by the Night Snow Bunny, the weapon in his hand also came out of his hand. At this time, he didn't have a single piece of equipment on his entire body. And his attributes changed qualitatively at this moment. Eyeing the Night Snow Rabbit that was attacking again, Tang Feng directly struck forward with a fist. Bang! 99,999. The Night Snow Bunny instantly slammed hard into Tang Feng's fist, and a huge red number appeared in the air. The Night Snow Rabbit instantly turned into a mist of blood, leaving only a head falling to the ground. Tang Feng looked at his fist and was somewhat shocked. Although he knew that his punch was extremely terrifying, he didn't expect to blow up the Night Snow Rabbit with a single punch. And it all came down to his talent. Looks like a waste of talent. Lightly armored for each piece of equipment equipped, the strength is reduced by 10%. This talent that almost reduced him to a wreck actually had a hidden effect. Outsiders couldn't see it at all, and Tang Feng had only discovered it when checking his attributes. Tang Feng then tapped on his attributes. It clearly showed that his attributes had changed at this time. Tang Feng, Level 1. Physical Fitness, 10. Speed, 10. Mental, 10. Strength, Max. Talent, lightly armored, 10% reduction in strength for each piece of equipment equipped. Hidden effect, max strength without using or equipping any weapon or armor. Skills, none. Equipment, none. That's right, this is lightly armored and has a hidden effect that will maximize his strength without any weaponry or equipment. In other words, no one could block this punch of his. But his other attributes remained unchanged. He could punch his enemies in seconds, and they had just as much chance to punch him in seconds. It was this reason that made Tang Feng decide not to publicize the hidden effects and instead take a chance on the failure group. And let's not talk about others, let's talk about Tian Haifeng. If he knew that Tang Feng's talent was so impressive, he would definitely be jealous. Tang Haifeng, who already had murderous intentions towards him, would never wait until Tang Feng grew up. Tang Feng could kill others in seconds, but others could likewise kill him in seconds. He may not be able to defend himself against a sneak attack. That's why it's best to hide your strength for the time being. Looking at the Night Snow Rabbit with only a head left, Tang Feng then got rid of the covering on the insignia, presenting the image to the people outside. He then picked up the Night Snow Rabbit on the ground and calmly left the magic forest. And the people outside were stupid by now. They only saw the screen go black, and then when it resumed again, they saw the bloody head of the Night Snow Bunny. What happened in between is anyone's guess. Tian Haifeng was even more shocked. How? He cheated. Tian Haifeng didn't believe that Tang Feng had the strength to kill the Night Snow Rabbit and immediately reported it to his mentor. Cheating? Oh. Tang Feng's figure then walked out from the demon domain forest. When he heard Tian Haifeng's words, he suddenly sneered. If you don't like it, come and fight. Chapter 4, Showing Strength. Tang Feng looked at Tian Haifeng with a sneer. Tian Haifeng stared angrily at Tang Feng, but he wasn't impulsive enough to lose his mind. Tang Feng worked out all year round, and all the initial attributes were worked out to full capacity. And his initial attributes were much worse. Really, if he fought Tang Feng with his bare hands, it wouldn't have the slightest advantage for him. Unless allowed to carry equipment. With the use of equipment, he will have a definite advantage. Humph. You must have cheated, otherwise how could you have killed the Night Snow Rabbit? Tian Haifeng said with a cold snort. So this is what your dad killed, huh? Tang Feng then threw the head of the Night Snow Rabbit in his hand to Tian Haifeng and said in a conspiratorial manner. You. Tian Haifeng was accidentally scolded by Tang Feng again, so angry that he gritted his teeth and looked at Tang Feng. Tutor, he definitely cheated. I propose that his grade not be counted. With that, Tian Haifeng turned his head to his mentor. No matter what, he never wanted to see Tang Feng enter the higher academy. The mentor then frowned. He also felt that Tang Feng killing the night snow bunny was a bit of a mirage, especially since the surveillance hadn't fully recorded Tang Feng's kill, so he didn't know how Tang Feng had done it. Tang Feng, how did you kill the night snow rabbit? The mentor immediately asked Tang Feng. It's just killing with your fists, don't you see? Tang Feng pretended to be puzzled. Fist? The mentor was even more puzzled. Killing with your fists can leave the night snow bunny with just a head? Yeah, I punched down and night snow bunny's whole body exploded, then he died. Tang Feng nodded his head and said with a serious face. Ah. The mentor was speechless. He felt that Tang Feng was playing a trick on him. Knock out the night snow bunny with one punch? How much power would it take to do that? Unusual is simply not possible. Since the badge doesn't record your kills, your score is debatable. The mentor was now unable to confirm whether Tang Feng had actually killed him independently on his own, and was in some difficulty. Isn't the badge determined by the system, don't you know it by looking it up? Tang Feng was prepared. The badge is not just monitoring, he himself has an autonomous AI capable of determining whether the beast was killed by the bearer or not, based on the surrounding magical calculations. The mentor nodded slightly when he heard Tang Feng say this. Check the system as you go. According to the badge system gives the conclusion that kills are true. The mentor froze when he saw this conclusion. The kill is true? Did Tang Feng really kill the night snow bunny? Mentor, is he cheating? Quickly disqualify him. Get lost and go back to farming. Tian Haifeng said gloatingly when he saw his mentor hesitate. His hit worked. The mentor said with a helpless look on his face. I told you, you trash how. What? Tian Haifeng subconsciously felt that Tang Feng had cheated, but before he could finish his sentence, he realized what his mentor had said. How can it be? I don't believe it. Tian Haifeng was adamant that he didn't believe the result. He didn't want to believe that Tang Feng was that powerful. I don't believe you're my biological child either. Request a urine test. Tang Feng looked at Tian Haifeng with a speechless expression. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me. The facts are here. The others were also murmuring, obviously not believing that Tang Feng could kill the night snow rabbit by himself. The mentor stared slightly at the sight. Quiet. The results are out, but because there is no kill process, it may affect your recruitment criteria to the Higher Learning Institute. According to the rules, Tang Feng did pass. But since there's no video evidence, it could make a difference to Tang Feng when it comes to real enrollment. What then? Tang Feng instantly frowned. He didn't want to pass all the previous ones and end up being left out of the higher learning institutions. If you're going to not mind, you can show off your strength and we'll record it for easy viewing during enrollment. The mentor immediately proposed to Tang Feng. Show? How? We don't have an opponent. Tang Feng said doubtfully. He also gave Tian Haifeng a deliberately provocative look. Tian Haifeng was already skeptical of Tang Feng's strength and harbored ill will towards him. At this moment, he frowned and immediately stood out from the crowd. I'll do it. If he can beat me, I'll believe he killed the night snow bunny. Tian Haifeng then said. But only if the use of equipment is allowed. But immediately afterward Tian Haifeng added. Otherwise he really didn't dare to fight Tang Feng with his bare hands. Tang Feng smiled slightly at the sight. May I? Tang Feng then asked his mentor. The mentor frowned. It's not good to have students fighting each other. The swords are not as light as in the hands of the students, in case they knock one side out of the game. But Tang Feng had a point, how could he show his strength without an opponent? Swords have no eyes, you must be gentle with your hands, and no matter what the outcome of this fight, you will not hold each other responsible. The mentor hesitated, then explained to the two. Obviously acquiescing to the bout between the two. Don't worry, I have black hands, no, I'll be merciful. Tang Feng immediately said with a smile. Humph. Tang Feng, how dare you fight me when you have the equipment? Seek death. Tian Haifeng was also very happy, in his perception, Tang Feng's talent made equipment a burden. Once he could use his equipment, he was definitely no match for him. So, this was his one chance to take out Tang Feng. Anyway, it has been agreed that swords are blind, and injuries and deaths are normal, and they do not take responsibility for each other. It's not certain who's looking for death. Tang Feng smiled and didn't say anything more. In order to end it as quickly as possible, the two began to fight on the spot, and the crowd made way for an open space for the two to act as a fighting ground. The mentor, on the other hand, is recording it on a device. Tang Feng smiled. Looking across at Tian Haifeng, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Of course, it wasn't that he was worried that he would lose, but he was worried that the performance would be too appalling. It was nothing to accidentally beat Tian Haifeng to death, but it would be too scary if he exploded him with one punch. Wouldn't everything he'd done before be for nothing? So Tang Feng needed to be careful and try to use less force. Over here, Tian Haifeng was fully armed with all kinds of armor and equipment. A full set of armor, plus a rapier. Arm yourself to the teeth, so to speak. It was the heaviest equipment he could carry right now, and even if he stood still, the average person wouldn't be able to leave a dent in this armor of his. And it was still attribute equipment with attribute bonuses that his family had spent a lot of money, heavily. After equipping this set of equipment, all of his attributes reached 10 points, and his strength even reached 12 points. In not counting armor's defense and weapon damage, he was already higher than Tang Feng's attributes. He didn't believe that he couldn't beat Tang Feng with this? Hey! What are you thinking? Are you still fighting? When Tian Haifeng saw Tang Feng bowing his head in contemplation, he immediately let out a disgruntled light gulp. Tang Feng raised his head to look at Tian Haifeng. I'm trying to figure out how to not kill you. Chapter 5, One Finger, 1 Second. Tang Feng's words caused Tian Haifeng to instantly rage. You seek death. Then he angrily rushed towards Tang Feng, raising his sword and slashing at him. But Tang Feng had been working out day and night for the past 2 years, and his reaction speed and everything was fast. What's more, Tian Haifeng was also carrying a heavy equipment. Although the opponent's strength was great, his speed and whatnot would be affected quite a bit. Therefore, Tang Feng slightly stepped back and dodged Tian Haifeng's attack with a sidestep. With that, he subconsciously raised his fist to counterattack, but just as he raised it, he hesitated. If this punch goes down, it'll turn Tian Haifeng into mush. With just such a hesitation, Tian Haifeng's next sword followed and attacked. Tang Feng could only continue to dodge. Hiding from what? Are you scared? Fight me head on, trash. Tang Feng kept dodging but made Tian Haifeng unusually excited. He kept pursuing Tang Feng based on the fact that he had the upper hand. And taunted Tang Feng with trash talk. Even the surrounding spectators felt that Tang Feng was caught in a disadvantage and was no match for Tian Haifeng. Tang Feng is really still too weak, although his attributes are very high, but without the advantage of equipment, he doesn't even dare to take a move from Tian Haifeng. He can only passively dodge. There's no margin for error at all, as long as he gets hit once he's done for. True, but Tang Feng's talent also prevents him from using his equipment, otherwise he could really compete with Tian Haifeng. Someone realized that even if Tang Feng didn't use his equipment, he could dodge Tian Haifeng's attacks. This showed that if Tang Feng could use his equipment, his strength was definitely not below Tian Haifeng. AI, it's a pity, the talent is too poor, this life is finished. Some people felt sorry for Tang Feng. Yet no one had ever felt that Tang Feng would be a match for Tian Haifeng. Tang Feng dodged Tian Haifeng's attacks and kept looking for an opportunity to strike. But he had to be as careful as possible and use the least amount of force possible, or else there was a real possibility that he would blow Tian Haifeng away. Then you risk exposing yourself. Just as Tian Haifeng slashed his sword down once more, Tang Feng sidestepped and dodged just in time to find a chance to counterattack. Tang Feng's gaze condensed, then he stretched out his finger and gently made a point in front of Tian Haifeng's chest. Bang! The hard armor was instantly pointed out a crater by one of Tang Feng's fingers. Tian Haifeng's body instantly flew out like a cannonball. Bang! It then crashed hard into a large tree before coming to a stop. The crowd was all stunned at this. With a dumbfounded face, he looked at Tian Haifeng. Then stiffly turned his head to look at Tang Feng. Is he okay? Tang Feng sighed, not realizing that he had used the smallest amount of power, but he had still caused such a great power. Power max is still really hard to control. Someone immediately went up to check on Tian Haifeng. Tian Haifeng he. After checking out Tian Haifeng's condition, the man was so shocked that he stuttered in his speech. What happened to Tian Haifeng? Is he dead? The mentor was startled and hurriedly pursued the question. No, he's dying, his breathing is weak. The man shook his head and continued. Get to the hospital. The mentor hurriedly greeted the crowd and sent Tian Haifeng to the hospital for treatment. After sending Tian Haifeng away, the tutor looked at Tang Feng with a shocked expression. Was that move of yours just now a skill? The mentor looked at Tang Feng in surprise and asked. Tang Feng smiled without saying anything. Didn't admit it, but didn't deny it either. Let the other side guess what they think. Seeing that Tang Feng didn't reply, the tutor nodded, thinking that Tang Feng was acquiescing. But the skills were very precious, and thought that Tang Feng was probably unwilling to say so explicitly because he was afraid of attracting trouble. Alright, I've recorded the battle just now. I believe that with your performance, there will definitely be an academy that will take a look at you. The mentor said to Tang Feng. Thank you, mentor. Tang Feng nodded and thanked his mentor. Enrollment in the higher college would still take a few days, so Tang Feng went straight home to wait. Back to the dilapidated cabin. Tang Feng's home was not big, only 2 bedrooms. The living room and dining room and kitchen were all connected together, very small. Tang Feng walked to the living room's spirit seat and lit 3 joss sticks, inserting them into the incense burner. 2 picture frames were placed on the hearth, a man and a woman who were both middle-aged. These are Tang Feng's parents. 2 years ago, the city expanded, and Tang Feng's parents, as construction workers, were assigned to the front lines to build the city wall. It was only during the construction process that it was attacked by a magical beast and the 2 old men were both killed. Tang Feng has been an orphan ever since, living on government handouts until now. But the government does have rules, and when Tang Feng graduates and is unable to go on to higher education, he will have to inherit his parents' job as a construction worker, or some other hard labor job. And these jobs are not only hard work, but very dangerous. There are not a few workers who have suffered like Tang Feng's parents. Every time the city was in danger, the first to die were people like them. Tang Feng just didn't want to follow in his parents' footsteps, which is why he worked so hard to get into a higher education institution. He didn't want his fate to be set, didn't want to just waste his life. Obviously, the awakened are the way the world gets the most exciting. Tang Feng must plan his future well. Weapons, he was definitely carrying one. This world is like a game with all kinds of amazing skills, not just combat skills. There were also other auxiliary skills, such as probing type skills that probed other people's information, and Tang Feng was afraid of these. His attributes had to be hidden. If it was known that he was pulling full-strength attributes, something would definitely go wrong. Seeking stable development is the most important thing. Carry a weapon that hides your power attributes and is easy to drop during combat, restoring your power max whenever you need it to ensure your combat effectiveness. As for what weapon to use, it didn't matter. The one Tang Feng was more familiar with was the bow and arrow. He'd practiced with other weapons, just not as familiar with bows and arrows. The last bow and arrow had broken, so I had to find another one. But he didn't have any money. He was so poor that he definitely couldn't afford to buy a weapon. Tang Feng came to the kitchen and picked up the chopping knife on the cutting board. Opening the attribute panel, the strength attribute had indeed become 9 points. Well, in this world, anything that can hurt someone can be called a weapon. Choppers count. Time passes. The various higher learning institutions sent people to various cities and towns to recruit students. Although Potter's Bowl City was a small city, there were also enrollment representatives from 3 academies that came here to enroll students. 3 enrollment representatives arrived at the only school in Potter's Bowl. What the other 2 enrollment representatives didn't expect was that they had run into the enrollment representative of the Heavenly Flame Academy. Skyfire Academy. You also come to this small place to enroll students? This made the other 2 enrollment representatives feel a look of surprise. At the same time, there was a pang of bitterness in his heart. How could a small academy like theirs compare to Skyfire Academy? How can I compete with others? Du Qian, the representative of the Heavenly Flame Academy, lightly glanced at the duo and did not show any movement. A quick glance showed what was going on in the minds of the 2. I'm just here to return a favor, to pick up someone. You don't have to care, I just need one person. Du Qian said faintly. I wonder who among us here is so lucky to have the Skyfire Academy take a fancy to us. The tutor in charge of receiving them immediately brightened up and asked cautiously. Tian Haifeng. Chapter 6, Traveling to the Academy. Upon hearing the name, the tutor was stunned. Du Qian also caught a glimpse of the abnormality on his mentor's face and then frowned. What's wrong? What's wrong? Du Qian asked the other party suspiciously. He came to recruit Tian Haifeng, but only because of Tian Haifeng's family connections. Someone asked him for a favor and came to return the favor. Tian Haifeng is still in the hospital. He's not awake. The mentor said with some embarrassment. What's going on? Du Qian frowned. Didn't you say Tian Haifeng had awakened his talent? Why is he hospitalized? It made him a little puzzled. The mentor didn't know what to make of it and instantly pulled out the video that had been taken. Because this student's talent is not very good, he chose the task of hunting and killing magical beasts to prove his strength, only that an accident happened in the middle of the process, and didn't record the process of his kill, so he let the two of them have a match to show his strength, and I didn't expect that. In the process of the match, he accidentally injured Tian Haifeng. The mentor explained as he played the video for them to see. The enrollment representatives all looked at the video. After they saw that Tang Feng had used only one finger to send Tian Haifeng flying tens of meters away, their faces immediately changed. Are you sure he's a student? All three of them looked at their mentor for confirmation with some incredulity. A student who just awakened his talent and beat his classmates with one finger? That's too hard to believe. They all believed it when they said he was a 2 or 3 level awakened person. That's right, he's a student. Defeating Tian Haifeng should have been using his skill. The mentor nodded and then explained to the three what he thought was going on as the truth. This once again caused the three to blush. Skills that were rare, even in their academy it wasn't that bad. Where did a newly awakened level 1 awakened person get the skills? This kid is good. I like it. Soon one of the enrollment representatives looked at Tang Feng in the video with a satisfied face. They couldn't rob Skyfire Academy, and Tian Haifeng was naturally out of luck. But this Tang Feng who had defeated Tian Haifeng was very interesting to them. Du Qian looked at Tang Feng with flickering eyes, not knowing what was in his mind. What's his condition? Du Qian then asked his mentor for news of Tang Feng. His name is Tang Feng, is also my student, but the family conditions are not good. Parents are construction workers, died in an accident 2 years ago, relying on the government relief to hold out until now, but also more bitter child. The mentor then introduced Tang Feng's family history. What an inspirational kid, I love this kid, I'll take it. One of the enrollment representatives looked at Tang Feng very appreciatively, and then said that their academy wanted to enroll Tang Feng. You want it? I want it. What a good boy. Let's play fair and see which one he chooses. The representative of another academy also said that he was very optimistic about Tang Feng and similarly wanted to recruit him. The mentor didn't expect Tang Feng to be so popular, and couldn't stop the look of joy on his face. Only the representative of the Heavenly Flame Academy, Du Qian, had a slightly sunken gaze, not knowing what he was thinking. An orphan who just awakened and has skills? Du Qian muttered, and the more he thought about it, the more unreal he felt. This Tang Feng, we'll take him at Skyfire Academy. Then, not knowing what came to mind, he then spoke faintly. This statement basically blocked the other two colleges. After all, how could they possibly rob the Skyfire Academy, one of the 5 great academies? Seeing that Du Qian had opened his mouth, the two of them immediately lowered their heads with a disappointed expression. Obviously giving up on fighting for Tang Feng. After all, they knew they couldn't rob it, so there was no point in asking for it. The mentor even didn't expect Tang Feng to be looked at by the Skyfire Academy. There was a look of ecstasy. Great! I'll go inform him right now. The mentor immediately sent someone to Tang Feng's house to tell him the news. Enrollment was on fire, but other than Tian Haifeng and Tang Feng, no one was ever looked at by Skyfire Academy again. Tang Feng, who was looked down upon by them, had leapt to become the object of their envy. After Tang Feng received the news, he didn't expect to be looked at by Skyfire Academy. While his performance was quite a surprise, the fact that his natural ability is average, if not a bit of a waste, definitely takes points off of him. I didn't realize the other side didn't care about that. This Heavenly Fire Academy is pretty good. Tang Feng then arrived at the academy and met the enrollment representative of Skyfire Academy, Du Qian. A dry, thin, middle-aged man who was not very tall and had a mustache on his mouth. Du Qian looked at Tang Feng, looking him up and down. Looking at Tang Feng in his clothes with patches, he nodded slightly. The skill you used to defeat Tian Haifeng? When Du Qian saw Tang Feng, the first thing he said was to ask if that was the skill he used when he fought Tian Haifeng at that time. This caused Tang Feng to hesitate. He definitely couldn't tell the truth, but if he didn't admit it, how should he explain how he defeated Tian Haifeng? After hesitating for a moment, Tang Feng nodded. Since everyone thought he had used his skill, it would be better to just admit it and hide his bottom card better. When Du Qian saw Tang Feng's hesitation, his heart reaffirmed his guess. Very well, you fit our Heavenly Flame Academy's enrollment standards. Would you like to come to our Heavenly Flame Academy to further your studies? Du Qian smiled faintly, then asked Tang Feng. Of course I do. Tang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. The Heavenly Flame Academy was one of the 5 great academies, and each of the 5 academies had their own strengths that were indistinguishable from each other, and there was no better academy than the Heavenly Flame Academy. Well then, since you're willing, come with me today. Du Qian nodded, then smiled and said to Tang Feng. In such a hurry? That Tian Haifeng. The mentor did not expect Du Qian to be in such a hurry to take people away, but now Tian Haifeng is still lying in the hospital, so naturally he can't go back with Du Qian. Tian Haifeng will wait until he recovers from his injuries before going to the academy. Tang Feng will be taken by me first. Du Qian then said to his mentor. What? You don't want to? Du Qian immediately looked at Tang Feng with a strange look and asked. Of course I would, it's just that I want to get back to packing. Tang Feng has nothing to be unwilling to think about, and he has nothing to hold on to, so he can leave whenever he wants. Just want to go back and clean up the house. It was his roots, after all, and sooner or later he'd be back. Sure. I'll wait here while you go. Du Qian thought of something and said with a nod. Tang Feng then went back and packed up, and then with simple luggage accompanied Du Qian, heading to Skyfire Academy. They left Potter's Bowl that day. Du Qian didn't have a car or a mount, so he just walked on 2 legs and was in a hurry. It was soon far away from Potter's Bowl City and into the magic forest. When he arrived here, there was no one else around. Du Qian immediately revealed an impish smile. Tang Feng, what kind of treasure did you go back for? Du Qian suddenly turned around and asked Tang Feng with a smile on his face. Chapter 7 One Punch, 1 second. Tang Feng was instantly stunned, looking at Du Qian's smile. He always felt that he had some ill intentions. I didn't take anything, did I? Just a few everyday things. Tang Feng said truthfully. Tang Feng, you don't have to hide anything from me, just based on your talent, I recruited you into the Heavenly Flame Academy, shouldn't you thank me? Du Qian said with a smile. Tang Feng looked at the other party with some confusion. Naturally, I want to thank the teacher, and I will definitely repay his kindness in the future, but right now I'm penniless and can't repay his kindness. Tang Feng didn't know what the other party wanted, but the other party had recruited him to Heavenly Flame Academy. This really needed to be appreciated. He wasn't an ungrateful person. There just wasn't really anything to hold on to. No, you did. Du Qian, however, shook his head disapprovingly. The skill you used to defeat Tian Haifeng, right? Du Qian asked softly. There's no need to deny it. With your wasteful talent and without wearing any equipment, it's practically impossible to defeat a fully armed awakened person of the same level. There's only one scenario, and that's if you possess skills. Du Qian didn't wait for Tang Feng to deny it before continuing. You're an orphan with no one to turn to. Where did you get your skills? Du Qian's words turned cold. The only explanation is that you have inadvertently obtained some chance, say, the relics of some expert? As far as I know, although Potter's Bowl City is small, there was once an expert of a not-so-low rank, then he returned to Potter's Bowl City and disappeared. It was rumored that he died in his old home, but no one has ever seen his corpse. Was it found by you? Du Qian asked as he looked at Tang Feng with a greedy face. Tang Feng then understood the other party's purpose. Du Qian hadn't recruited him because he'd seen his strength? Rather, it was thought that he had the relics of a master on him. I can't look at low-level skills, but I think you should still have high-level skills on you, right? Don't you want to repay me? Give me the treasures on your body, and in the future, I'll cover you in Skyfire Academy. Du Qian faintly said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng shook his head with a helpless expression. I thought I'd met an honorable man, but it turned out to be a dead man. Tang Feng was helpless. It seemed like he was still too naive. Hearing Tang Feng's words, Du Qian frowned. What do you mean? Are you not going to hand it over? Then don't blame me for being rude. Hearing Tang Feng's words, Du Qian's face instantly changed as he warned Tang Feng with an icy face. Honestly, it's not that I won't give it to you, I really don't have it. Tang Feng was helpless. Honestly, the other party did not believe. What else could he do? toast to the world. Seeing that Tang Feng didn't know what to do, Du Qian was instantly infuriated. His figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Tang Feng, a hand stuck on Tang Feng's neck. Tang Feng didn't even have time to react, and was directly tackled by his opponent. The difference in strength was too great. Tang Feng was no match for his opponent even if he had full strength. However, Tang Feng's face wasn't alarmed. The other party, he thought that he had treasures on him and would not kill him until he got them. That's why he's so calm. Be a good boy and hand over your stuff, and I'll spare your life. Du Qian choked Tang Feng's neck and said with a cold snort. Tang Feng looked at the other party with a bashful face. Even though his neck was choked red by the other party, he didn't have any fear. His right hand clenched slightly into a fist and raised it gently. Du Qian watched Tang Feng's movements with a disdainful expression. Trying to activate a skill? With this low-level skill of yours, it's not bad against the newly awakened Tian Haifeng, but against me? You are too naive, aren't you? Du Qian had a disdainful look on his face, not taking Tang Feng's attack to heart at all. Unmoved, Tang Feng raised his hand and placed it in front of his chest to slam a fist at Du Qian's body. Du Qian didn't believe that Tang Feng could move his defenses at all, and didn't give it a second thought. Watching Tang Feng's plain and simple punch slowly approach his chest. There was only a playful smile on his face, not thinking for a second that the punch would hurt him. Until Tang Feng's fist touched his body. Du Qian immediately changed his face? A force he couldn't resist instantly spread all over his body from his chest, and his body instantly collapsed as if it were an avalanche. Bang! Du Qian's body instantly exploded, and his body below the neck and above the waist instantly disappeared. Only a head and lower body remain. Du Qian looked at Tang Feng with an incredulous expression. How could he not have imagined that Tang Feng could kill him in a second with a single punch, and he didn't even know how he died until he died. Tang Feng looked at the dead Du Qian on the ground and sighed. Why do you want to get killed? I don't understand. Saying that, he squatted down and fumbled around in the pockets of Du Qian's lower half of his coat, finding an acceptance letter in one of the pockets. On it was none other than Tang Feng's name. That was what he was more concerned about, and Tang Feng knew that the guy carried it with him. Otherwise, I'll use my full strength, just in case I spoil the acceptance letter as well. But even so, Du Qian was knocked out of half of his body. It has to be several hundred kilometers from here to Skyfire Academy, right? Tang Feng looked at the map on the admission notice and muttered. However, it was good that the route was marked in it. It was a safer route, and the magical beasts on the way were relatively rare. But scarce didn't mean there wasn't any. Tang Feng would definitely encounter quite a few magical beasts along the way if he had to rush over. But there's nothing to be done. We can't go back the same way now, can we? If the school asks, he can't explain. It could only be a one-way trip to the Heavenly Flame Academy. Tang Feng rummaged through Du Qian's body again, and apart from a small knife, there was nothing else on his body. I don't know if it was shattered by Tang Feng's punch, or if this guy didn't have anything valuable with him at all. It's rare that there are people poorer than me. Tang Feng shook his head and placed the dagger behind him, then followed the video on the map and headed towards Skyfire Academy. This route was on the edge of the magic forest and did not go deeper into the magic forest. Following the edge of the Devil's Domain forest, he arrived at the Heavenly Fire Mountain range. Coo coo coo. After Tang Feng had walked for some time, his stomach suddenly growled indisputably. Tang Feng touched his stomach. Not only did he have to rush, he also had to solve the problem of food and clothing. When he came out, he didn't bring any dry food because he only had someone with him, but now it was good, so he could only hunt and eat some wild game. Coo coo. Tang Feng had just thought of this when a sudden avian cry entered his ears. Tang Feng immediately looked puzzled, took out the small knife behind his back and headed towards the place where the sound came from. Peeling back the grass, a large rooster whose feathers were silver appeared in Tang Feng's field of vision. Silver feathers, blood-red beak. The information that Tang Feng had studied over the years immediately appeared in his mind. Silver-feathered red-beaked chicken, class 1 magical beast, omnivorous, low danger, tasty meat. Tang Feng couldn't help but drool. Growing up, he had never eaten the meat of a magical beast before. I'm going to have to try it today. Tang Feng lowered the knife in his hand. The silver-feathered red-beaked chicken immediately stopped its movements when it heard the commotion and turned its head toward Tang Feng's position. A pair of gleaming eyes, glaring round, instantly turned blood red at the sight of Tang Feng. Spreading its wings, it chased after Tang Feng with its sharp beak. Tang Feng had already prepared himself, and when he saw the silver-feathered red-beaked chicken attacking, he slammed his fist at the silver-feathered red-beaked chicken. Tang Feng knew that he had a lot of power, and this time he was trying to collect as much power as possible, as if Strong was stroking the other person. But with his power, it was not something that a level 1 silver-feather red-beaked chicken could resist. Tang Feng lands a barrage of punches to the beak of silver-feathered red-beaked chicken. The silver-feathered, red-beaked chicken's head snapped backward as it did, and with a click, its neck snapped in response. It then landed on the ground, fluttered twice, and went completely silent. Looking at the large rooster on the ground that was just like a piglet, Tang Feng picked up the knife and started plucking the feathers to deal with it. 2 years of independent living had long ago taught him to do chores, and he quickly took care of the chicken and found some firewood. Light it and set it over the fire. Although there was no seasoning, the unique flavor belonging to the silver-feather red-beaked chicken itself soon spread out. Smells good. Who the hell is eating in my place? Pay up. Not far from Tang Feng, the bald man holding a large sword looked up at the billowing smoke, then walked discontentedly toward Tang Feng's location. Chapter 8, An Unexpected Harvest. Tang Feng sat on the ground and tore off a chicken leg, gnawing on it, instantly filling his mouth with oil. Fragrant. That's what it's called. He'd never had anything that smelled so good. No wonder people say that magical beasts are the demons of ordinary people, but they are the delicacies on the tables of the rich. This nymphette does enjoy it. Tang Feng sighed as he nibbled on a chicken leg. Only he hadn't finished his chicken leg yet when an unexpected guest suddenly came in front of him. A bald man suddenly appeared, holding a large sword with a displeasing face. Seeing the roasted chicken in front of Tang Feng, he immediately wiped his saliva. Nice smelling chicken, kid. Do you know this is my turf? Dare to eat chicken in my place? The bald man raised the large knife in his hand and pointed it at Tang Feng, nonchalantly questioning him. Tang Feng looked around at this deserted place. Who's a good person living in the Devil's Domain forest? No, this your place? Is your name on it? Tang Feng said breathlessly. This is Bald Ridge. It's my Bald Strong's territory. Anyone who passes by here has to pay me money for the road. Take the money obediently and I won't make things difficult for you. The bald man said to himself. Baldy? I'm still a bear. Do I look like I have money? Tang Feng understood this. The other party was hijacking the road. Does he look like a rich man with his torn clothes? I don't know how the other guy thought of robbing him. Bald Chang looked Tang Feng up and down. Seeing that Tang Feng was plainly dressed, he immediately hesitated a bit. What do I care? If you don't pay, then leave your life behind. The bald guy doesn't care about that. He just wants money, and he'll kill if he doesn't pay. Tang Feng stood up with a helpless face and looked at the other party with a sigh. You say you, rob who is not good, have to rob me. This is not looking for death. Tang Feng said, dropping the dagger in his hand on the ground. Seeing this, Bald Head Strong thought Tang Feng was going to surrender. I can't you know what you're doing. Since you've surrendered, I won't make things difficult for you. You don't look like a rich man. Go away and leave the chicken behind. Baldy Chang then put away his big sword and said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng? Tang Feng instantly had a question mark on his face. He was ready to do it. Why did this guy suddenly change his mind? For a moment to give him the whole won't. What are you waiting for? Why don't you go? Do you need a ride? By the way, the road ahead is blocked, the river has collapsed, you go around to the right. The Bald Strong saw that Tang Feng was still frozen, then said to Tang Feng. Also kindly reminded Tang Feng not to make a detour. Tang Feng, who had wanted to make a move, was speechless. What should we do? To kill or not to kill? For a while it made him a little difficult. Forget it, for the sake of him reminding me, I'll spare him this time. Tang Feng thought about it and decided that it would be better to do more than less. He didn't have anything to lose anyway. Seeing that the other party even reminded him of the detour, it showed that the other party was not a person who had committed a great crime, and that the hijacking was probably just being forced to do so. Tang Feng didn't say anything more and then left the place. Anyway, he ate a chicken leg, and for a rooster that size, a chicken leg pretty much filled him up. On the ensuing journey, Tang Feng rushed, and after a lot of hard work, he finally arrived near the Heavenly Flame Mountain Range. According to the map's indication, it was not far from Skyfire Academy. Tang Feng immediately took a few quick steps, preparing to arrive at Skyfire Academy quickly. He had suffered too much on this journey, killing magical beasts to eat when he was hungry, drinking water from the stream when he was thirsty, and resting on the tree when he was tired. If it wasn't for the Power Max attribute, he would have died in the Magic Domain forest. Ahem. Tang Feng was walking when a coughing sound suddenly came from the left front. Tang Feng was stunned. He had never met anyone along the way, except for that robber, Baldy. Then a happy face. Thought it would be nice to have some company for the rest of the trip. Anyone? Brothers? Sister? Tang Feng immediately opened his mouth in the direction of the coughing sound and asked. When Tang Feng opened his mouth, the coughing suddenly stopped. Tang Feng was instantly baffled and puzzled. Thinking it's not a bad guy, is it? Spooked the snakes? Tang Feng took out the small knife behind his back and carefully walked in the woods in front of his left. Tang Feng had just revealed his head from behind a tree when a round, spiky figure rolled towards him at once. Tang Feng's face instantly changed, and he hurriedly hid back behind the tree. The round figure instantly crashed into the tree. Bang! The spikes on his body directly pierced into the tree species. The sharp spikes almost pierced through the trunk of a man's thick tree. Tang Feng was behind the tree, all saw the spikes emitting a cold light. Tang Feng instantly changed his face and tilted his head, only then did he see clearly what was across the tree. It was a huge hedgehog with spikes all over its body. The hedgehog, which was fully half a man's height, was now head down, the spikes on its back pinned to the trees, and didn't come down for a moment. It was the hedgehog that made that coughing sound earlier. The hedgehog's cry would have sounded like a human cough, which was what made Tang Feng misunderstand it. Tang Feng's face changed when he saw this guy. Whirlwind Hedgehog. Level 2 Magical Beast. The first time he met the second level of strangeness, could Tang Feng not change his face? If it wasn't for his quick reflexes just now, he might have been zapped into a shower this time. But this one-person thick tree obviously couldn't restrict the opponent for long either, and under the struggles of the whirlwind hedgehog, the tree faltered, constantly emitting unbearable cackling and creaking noises. It's going to break soon. Tang Feng only hesitated for a moment, then quickly reacted, making a split-second decision, dropping the knife in his hand, and while the other party didn't break free from the tree, he slammed his fist into the tree in front of him. This time, Tang Feng didn't withdraw his strength in the slightest. He was afraid that the second-level magical beasts were too powerful and couldn't be beaten if he withdrew his strength. Boom! Tang Feng hit the large tree in front of him with a punch. The huge force emitted from his fist instantly shattered the tree, the power of the force unabated, bursting forward. Terrifying power emanated in a fan shape to the front. Within 10 meters of where Tang Feng struck, it was empty, forming a conical vacuum. Cyclone Hedgehog has also disappeared without a trace. Miso. Then a white light flashed on Tang Feng's body, and a warm current quickly rushed through his body. Tang Feng instantly felt his various attributes skyrocketing. It was an even more soothing feeling than when one awakens a talent. Tang Feng's expression was stunned. He upgraded. Tang Feng then opened the attribute panel and was pleasantly surprised when he saw the attributes. And a windfall. Chapter 9 Skyfire Academy. Tang Feng, Level 2. Physical Fitness, 20. Speed, 20. Mental, 20. Strength, Max. Talent, Lightly Armored, 10% reduction in strength for each piece of equipment equipped. Hidden effect, max strength without using or equipping any weapon or armor. Skills, none. Equipment, none. All of Tang Feng's attributes had reached 20 points. It was something he hadn't expected at all. This was because he knew that an awakened person upgrading would not directly raise their attributes, but rather raise the attribute ceiling. For example, at level 1, all attributes are capped at 10 points, and it takes constant exercise to raise them to reach the limit attribute, which is 10 points. Normally, an unexercised level 1 attribute is between 5-10 points. Only the gifted are born with 10 points. When you rise to the second level, the cap will be raised to 20 points, but it won't directly increase the attributes. You still need to continue to exercise and slowly practice the attributes up to the top. By analogy, each future upgrade will only increase the cap, not the attributes. However, Tang Feng was directly pulling the attributes full, pulling them up to the cap points. What's this about? Tang Feng looked at his doubled attributes with a shocked expression. With that, he turned his attention to his gift. Could it be because the strength attribute is full, and when the upper limit of the other attributes is raised, the other attributes are automatically pulled up to the upper value because of the strength attribute? After thinking for half a day, Tang Feng could only think of this one reason. And Tang Feng felt that this guess was very likely. This is because there can't be too big a gap between people's attributes or it will result in incongruity. But because Tang Feng's power attribute was rather special, this was the result. But this was a good thing, that is to say, in the future, Tang Feng wouldn't need to work out day and night, he just needed to upgrade. Tang Feng then looked joyful. That's a real surprise. After studying and understanding, Tang Feng put away the smile on his face and continued to rush towards Skyfire Academy. It took a few more hours, but finally, they were able to see the gates of the Heavenly Flame Academy. Dozens of meters wide gate, for fiery red pillars made of unknown material, carved with radial flame patterns. There were no written signs around, but one could recognize that this was the Skyfire Academy at a glance. Because has high temperatures. The Heavenly Flame mountain range, the temperature gets higher the further in you go, and the Heavenly Flame Academy was built on the outskirts of the Heavenly Flame mountain range. Even in the outskirts, the temperature is maintained between 25 and 40 degrees all year round. The students coming in and out of the surrounding area are also wearing very cool, none of them carry equipment, especially the young lady, that is one more than one revealing, very eye-catching. Someone like Tang Feng, who only held a small knife on his entire body, was not abrupt here. Tang Feng was also feeling a bit hot and loosened his collar, then walked towards the gate. Although Tang Feng was dressed in rags and hadn't changed his clothes during this period of time when he was rushing, it could be said that he was like a beggar. But the gatekeeper did not look at him differently. After checking Tang Feng's acceptance letter, he let him in. Entering the academy, Tang Feng instantly felt that a school was almost as big as a city, and it felt even bigger than Potter's Bowl City. Tang Feng was finally able to find the reporting office after making many inquiries. "Teacher, I've come to report for duty." Tang Feng then took out his acceptance letter and handed it to the teacher at the check-in center. The teacher at the check-in desk glanced at Tang Feng and the photo on the acceptance letter. After determining that there was no problem, then a light flashed in his eyes, and he actually used his probing skill to probe Tang Feng's information. Tang Feng's expression was stunned. It was fortunate that he had carried a small knife in advance, otherwise he would have been exposed. Seeing Tang Feng's attributes, the teacher was stunned. Level 2. All attributes except strength are at their limits. The teacher was stunned. After so many years of being a teacher at the Heavenly Flame Academy, it was still the first time I had seen a new student's attributes so perverted. It wasn't uncommon for new students to reach level 2, but it was uncommon for them to be able to just arrive at the school and already have their attributes practiced to the fullest. The teacher's mind was suddenly blown. "You go to this dormitory." The teacher then gave Tang Feng a key and a school badge. "Keep this school badge close to you. It contains state-of-the-art AI technology that automatically recognizes the magic around you and records credits as you kill magical beasts. Our Heavenly Flame Academy is a credit system, and credits need to be obtained by hunting magical beasts. Level 1 magical beasts 0.1 credits, level 2 magical beasts 0.2 credits, and so on. Credits can only be reached to graduate, or else you can't leave the academy for the rest of your life," the teacher explained to Tang Feng. Tang Feng looked at the badge in his hand. There was a circle of flame ornamentation on it, and in the center was the word heaven. "Thank you, teacher." Tang Feng thanked the teacher and then walked toward the dormitory. "Come to the boys' dormitory, room 302. The door to the room was open, and Tang Feng went straight in. A dormitory of 4 people. At this time, in addition to Tang Feng, the other 3 people have long arrived, each sitting on their own bed in silence. Tang Feng walked in dressed in rags. It made one of the handsome young boys frown slightly. "Where's the barker from? Get out." The other party very nonchalantly scolded Tang Feng. "I'm a student in this dorm." Tang Feng didn't care, and then indicated his identity to avoid any misunderstandings. After all, they are roommates who are going to live under the same roof in the future, and it's necessary to have a good relationship. "What the hell is this place? It's hot and I have to live with people like this. I've spent my money for nothing." That handsome kid immediately frowned in dissatisfaction and muttered. It wasn't that he was dissatisfied with Tang Feng, but with the person who had arranged the dormitory for him. "So you're a roommate." "Hi, I'm Chen Yu." The other little fatty immediately extended his hand to Tang Feng with a smile, not minding the dirty Tang Feng in the slightest. "My hands are a little dirty." "Sorry." Tang Feng somewhat hesitantly extended his hand and apologized to the other party. "Nothing." Xian Yu, however, didn't care in the slightest and held Tang Feng's hand. "Take care of me from now on," Xian Yu said with a smile. "Aha!" Tang Feng was kinda fond of this little fatty. The guy's smile was very pleasing. "This is Hua Huaizhen. He's a man of few words. Don't mind him." Xian Yu immediately acted as an intermediary to introduce the other 2 housemates to Tang Feng. Another man with a cold face who hadn't said anything nodded slightly at Tang Feng. He's sure. Qian Yu then tried to introduce another little handsome guy to Tang Feng. Before Qian Yu could speak, he was interrupted by the little handsome man. Schlosswater, you smell so bad, don't get so close to me, go wash up first. Schlemmerwater said with a frown. I don't know if he had a cleanliness fetish or what, looking at the dirty Tang Feng always frowned. Tang Feng also knew that his current appearance was a bit hard to accept. With that, he dropped his bags and went to the bathroom to take a shower and wash the dirt off his body. Only he hadn't even finished washing when a group of uninvited guests arrived in the dormitory. Who the hell is Xerox Water? A group of 3 men walked menacingly into dormitory 302. The leader of the group directly asked for Schlafly Water by name. Sitting on the bed, Schlemmerwater suddenly frowned. He didn't recognize this group of people, but it was a bit strange that the other party was looking for him by name. Did you eat this morning? Your mouth stinks? Shirley Shui was also not the least bit afraid, and unceremoniously cursed at the other party. What the hell are you looking for? I asked you a question, didn't you hear me? What stinks so bad? Are there maggots living in your dorm? The other party immediately pointed at Shirley Shui and cursed, followed by frowning and covering his nose as he smelled a sour odor. It was coming from the dirty clothes Tang Feng had changed out of. Yet this statement offended the entire 302 in an instant. Hua Huaizhen looked at the other party with an unkind gaze. Little fatty Qian Yu also put away the smile on his face with some displeasure. Chapter 10, Dormitory Appointment. Bunch of losers. Pigsty. The leader of the other side covered his nose in disgust. Who the hell are you? What's going on? Shirley Shui really couldn't endure the other party anymore, and immediately stood up and unkindly questioned him. We're from dormitory 403. Wang Zicheng sent us to say hello. The other party sneered, then looked at Shirley Shui and the others with a disdainful expression. But look at you, a bunch of losers, there's no point in taking it to heart. The other man sneered. This caused the 3 of them, Shirley Shui, to instantly change their faces. You're looking for death. Shirley Shui already had a bad temper, not to mention that these people had come to trouble him. When anger rose from his heart, he was going to make a move to teach them a lesson. But just then, a black shadow flew over from the back. Directly over the head of the leader of the other side. Blah blah blah. What the hell? The other man's hands hurriedly scrambled to get the thing off his head. Reaching out, a pair of stinky socks that could have stood up, a set of tattered and dirty clothes. A sour odor instantly rushed into his nostrils. Wretch! The other man took a deep breath and almost spat it out. After taking a shower, Tang Feng faintly walked over from the back. Where's the wild dog that's barking around here? Tang Feng said in a deep voice with an unfavorable gaze. Shirley Shui glanced at Tang Feng, then calmed down. It's not a good choice to start a fight at school, especially when the one who started it is bound to take the main responsibility. Tang Feng's movements interrupted him, calming him down. Who the are you? After the other party saw Tang Feng, he instantly pointed at Tang Feng's nose in dissatisfaction and asked. I'm your father. Tang Feng said indifferently. In this aspect of cursing, if Tang Feng said first, there was really no one who dared to say second. It's a special greeting for the upper 3 generations and the lower 3 directions of the other party, and it can definitely piss people off. The originally tense atmosphere was immediately lost by Tang Feng's maneuver. The corners of Shirley Shui and Qian Yu's mouths couldn't help but rise with a smirk. That's right, I'm your father, go back and tell Wang Zicheng to let him come himself if he's capable. What's the point of sending a bunch of dogs over to bark? As if enlightened, Schlemmerwater went on a rampage against his opponent. You! The scolding opponent immediately looked furious and wanted to make a move, but was afraid of the academy's rules. To tell you the truth, Wang Zicheng asked me to come to you to give you a letter of war, do you dare to take it? The other party immediately said in a deep voice. A letter of war? The smile on Shirley Shui's face instantly tightened. Wang Zicheng was a hometown boy from the same place as him, but the 2 of them had never been able to deal with each other and could be considered rivals. The 2 have always looked at each other with disdain. Wang Zicheng's strength, however, was a little stronger than him. Wang Zicheng suddenly gave him a letter of war, obviously to give him a kick in the pants and make him lose face in front of the freshman. Shirley Shui knew that he was no match for Wang Zicheng, so of course he didn't dare to answer the battle easily. Wang Zicheng, I don't care, I just want to teach you a lesson, dare to fight me? Tang Feng once again stood out, pointing at the other party and asking. The other party was too arrogant, and although he had come to find trouble with Shi Lishui, he had scolded their entire dormitory. This he would not have been able to say if he had put up with any more. What Wang Zicheng, he didn't care, he only wanted to teach this guy in front of him a lesson. That's right, Fat Master, I just want to teach you three a lesson, don't leave if you can. Xianyu smiled faintly and took a step forward, looking at the three people at the door with a sneer. Hua Huaizhen stood up in silence and approached the other party faintly. For against three, Tang Feng and the others' auras instantly overpowered their opponents. The opponent took an involuntary step backward. Looking at the four people with swords drawn, his heart could not help but beat some drums. But gasp, he didn't want to lose. Fine, fight, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, back of the hill, 4 against 4, dare you? Facing the four people with swords drawn, the other party was also a bit weak, and immediately said loudly. 3 against 4, they might not be able to beat them, but 4 against 4, with Wang Zicheng in the room, he was fully confident of defeating his opponent. Okay, then we'll wait. Tang Feng smiled and immediately nodded his head to agree to this invitation to battle. The other party has bullied their way to the door, if they don't have some fire, how can they still get along in the future? Wait. The other party pointed at the four of them, then put down harsh words and turned to leave. Thanks a lot. Shi Lishui changed his previous attitude and sincerely thanked Tang Feng. Just now, if Tang Feng hadn't interrupted him with a sudden move, I'm afraid he would have been in big trouble if he had really moved. All our own. Tang Feng smiled and didn't care. After the bath, Tang Feng instantly lost the beggar style just now, although the clothes worn on the body are still quite broken, but at least it doesn't stink. Hey, that's right, we're all on our own, we'll take care of each other from now on. Xianyu saw that the two of them had solved their misunderstanding, and immediately said with a smile. What about this afternoon? Hua Huaizhen, who rarely spoke, suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Tang Feng had agreed to a 4 p.m. appointment with his opponent, they had to need to get to know each other. What is that, Wang Zicheng? Tang Feng then turned his head toward Shi Lishui and asked. After all, the other party was here to see Schlemmer, and Schlemmer was the only one who knew them. Shi Lishui immediately had a heavy face. Wang Zicheng is my hometown, we have not been dealing with each other, he is afraid that he wants to take the opportunity to find me trouble, and his strength, stronger than me, sorry for dragging you guys down. Schlosser Water then explained to the trio. How strong? Tang Feng was instantly a bit curious. What is the level of strength of these freshmen? If I'm not wrong, he's at least at the top of level 2 now, and all of his attributes have basically been practiced to the limit. Shiloh Water said in a deep voice. Hiss. Hearing Shi Lishui's words, Xianyu and Hua Huaizhen immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It was simple for an awakened person to ascend to the second level, as long as their talent wasn't bad. Ascending to the second level was a matter of time, but being able to practice their attributes to the limit in a short period of time was not simple. That costs a lot of time. Second level limit, not weak indeed. Only Tang Feng was more calm. A slight nod. Because he had also reached the top of level 2, all his attributes were at their limits. That's not a good fight, what should we do? How about we admit defeat? Xianyu said immediately. Doesn't care in the slightest about winning or losing. No way. I won't admit defeat to him even if I die in battle. Schlosser, however, shook his head no to the proposal without thinking. There was no way he would admit defeat to Wang Zicheng, it was a matter of their family's face. What then? I may not be able to beat him. Xianyu shook her head and said. I'm not so sure. Hua Huaizhen also shook his head, similarly unsure that he could defeat the peak level 2 Wang Zicheng. Don't worry about it, I'll deal with him. Shiloh Water said in a deep voice. Even though he wasn't sure, he had to be on it because it was because of him. Don't worry about it. We're gonna win. Only Tang Feng smiled and spoke out. The three of them only thought that Tang Feng was comforting them and didn't take it to heart. Soon it was around 4 in the afternoon, and the four of them headed to the back mountain of Skyfire Academy. The back of the mountain was the outskirts of the Heavenly Flame mountain range, and even though it was close to the academy, there was a possibility that magical beasts might appear, and it wasn't considered 100% safe here. The four came here and quickly saw each other's figures. One of them Tang Feng had never seen before, it should be the Wang Zicheng they were talking about. Shi Lishui's face sank after seeing the other party. It's been a long time, Mizuko. Chapter 11 Surrender or Beg for Mercy. Wang Zicheng looked at Shi Shui with a smirk. For his part, Shiluo Shui had a serious look on his face. Obviously, he still had some fear of Wang Zicheng. After all, it was a rival all along, and it was also stronger than him, and in this situation, it was necessary to fight the other party with a hard head. Who knows if the other side will come down on him? Rubbish, let's see how Brother Chang will teach you a lesson today. The guy who had gone to Tang Feng in their dormitory to show off was behind Wang Zicheng, pointing at Tang Feng and the others in a fox-like manner. Son, he's your brother, in a flasher so big, really suffering you guys. Tang Feng then sighed and said in a conspiratorial manner. The crowd was stunned. With an odd face, he looked at Tang Feng. Although Tang Feng didn't say any dirty words, this tone, this technique. It's as if Wang Zicheng and the others are Tang Feng's children. Write it down, write it down. Little fatty Qian Yu even exclaimed, hurriedly taking out a pen and paper to record on it. It's too good to curse in this way. Wang Zicheng naturally also heard Tang Feng scolding them, and his face instantly grimaced. Brother Shui Zi, haven't seen you for a few days, why are you so pulled? Hanging out with this bunch of losers, I think that's all you've got. I sent someone to the door and you didn't even dare to fart, wimp. Wang Zicheng snorted coldly and once again aimed his spear at Shi Shui. Schlosser Water frowned. Brother Makoto, didn't you say he has a fiancé? Let him lend you his fiancé for a couple days, and let's forget about it and spare their lives. The dog leg behind Wang Zicheng, immediately accompanied with a smile to Wang Zicheng said. Of course, this naturally reached the ears of Shi Shui and the others. Shi Shui's gaze was instantly chilled. You're looking for death. He was furious and stepped forward to make a move. Little fatty Qianyu, however, hurriedly stopped him. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. This is not the time to do it. Qianyu said as she pulled Schlemmer water in a soothing manner. Excuse me, we're here to compete, not to curse, right? Be civilized. And please be on point when you compete later, we're all classmates, winning or losing doesn't matter, please. Qianyu immediately accompanied the smile and apologized to Wang Zicheng and the others. Wang Zicheng and the others couldn't help but snort at the sight. There was even less focus on Tang Feng and the others. A team with absolutely no firepower has lost before the fight has even started. Cut the crap, when do we start? Wang Zicheng didn't want to waste any more time and immediately asked Shi Shui. Now. Shi Shui grunted and instantly broke away from Qian Yu's embrace to rush towards Wang Zicheng. The battle was imminent. Although Shi Shui was slightly weaker than Wang Zicheng, he was able to get through a few moves. It won't fall for a while. Seeing this, Qian Yu smiled and looked at the other three people outside of Wang Zicheng. Since it's a team battle, let's get started too. Qian Yu said to the other party with a smile. Okay, I'll let you have a move since you're so sensible. The other party saw that Qian Yu was so good at bullying, and immediately said with a smile. Thank you. Thank you. Qian Yu nodded her head vigorously to thank the other party and slowly approached the other party. Cut and run, don't take it too seriously. Qian Yu walked up to the other party and extended his hand to the other party in a friendly manner. Row, row, row. The other party nodded impatiently and reached out to hold Qian Yu's hand. And just as the other party came into contact with Qian Yu's hand, Qian Yu instantly stared, and his hand instantly exerted force. Grabbing his opponent's wrist, he slapped his other hand toward the joints of his arm. Click. Ah. There was a soft thud, followed by a mournful scream. Qian Yu did not pause, as the other party screamed miserably. He once again shot out to grab the other party's other hand and twisted it with force. Click it. The other hand was also twisted off by Qian Yu. Ah. The other party immediately fell to the ground, constantly screaming and wailing. The situation here instantly drew the attention of the others, even interrupting Wang Zicheng and Shi Shui's exchange of blows. Several people looked at Qian Yu with shocked faces. Including Tang Feng and the others were also looking at him with some shock. They had all just gotten to know Qian Yu as well, and no one had expected that this harmless-looking, smiling little fatty all day long would be so ruthless. Now we'll have a better chance of winning, for against 3, Tang Feng and Shi Shui deal with him, and leave the rest to the two of us. Qian Yu smiled faintly at Tang Feng and the others and said faintly. It turned out that everything he had just done was just to confuse the other party, with the purpose of taking them by surprise and instantly nullifying one of them. This gives them the advantage. Wang Zicheng's expression changed slightly as he looked at his companion who had been wasted by Qianyu. "Brother Makoto, avenge me." The guy who had his 2 arms broken by Qianyu immediately said to Wang Zicheng with a pained face. "Don't worry, today, none of them will survive." Wang Zicheng's gaze stared and his tone was unkind. He had wanted to kill Shi Lishuwei, otherwise he wouldn't have made an appointment to fight here. Killing someone and throwing them directly to the Heavenly Flame mountain range would be so godless that no one would notice. "Do it!" Immediately after that, he let out a light cry, and the jacket on his body was directly propped open, revealing the exquisite armor inside, and then he killed towards Shi Lishuwei. Wang Zicheng surprisingly came fully armed and wearing armor on his body. Because it wasn't about fight between students, Shi Lishuwei and the others could have come empty-handed. Compared to the heavily armed Wang Zicheng, they naturally did not have an advantage. Shi Lishuwei also didn't expect Wang Zicheng to have a backhand. "I can't believe you're wearing gear." Shi Lishuwei exclaimed in shock, then quickly backed away. Didn't dare to get tough with Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng's strength was already stronger than him, and with the equipment's enhancement, it completely crushed his attributes. It was estimated that Wang Zicheng could seriously injure him with one punch right now. Shi Lishuwei kept retreating as Wang Zicheng kept approaching. The fist was about to land on Shi Lishuwei, when a figure suddenly flashed behind him. Tang Feng quickly caught up and directly clashed his fist with Wang Zicheng's. Bang! The two of them touched, and Tang Feng thumped back a few steps before stabilizing himself. Wang Zicheng, on the other hand, stood motionless. And the fact that Tang Feng was able to take a hard punch from Wang Zicheng was enough to show that his attributes weren't much weaker than Wang Zicheng's. Kind of interesting. Wang Zicheng also looked at Tang Feng with some surprise, not expecting Tang Feng to be able to catch one of his punches without any equipment. It was important to know that this set of equipment of his, but it added a full 8 points of strength attributes, making his attributes reach 28 points, and had even reached the attributes only available to 3rd level awakened people. "Tang Feng, are you alright?" Shi Lishuwei was also a bit shocked, then asked Tang Feng with concern. "Nothing." Tang Feng shook his head. "We can't beat him, you guys go first, I'll hold him off." Seeing that Tang Feng was fine, Shi Lishuwei then said to Tang Feng and the others in a deep voice. "This whole thing started because of him, and he can't drag anyone else into it. With your words, it means you treat me as a brother, don't worry, I'll take care of the rest." Tang Feng was very relieved, he didn't have many friends, it seemed that the roommate he met this time wasn't bad. After saying that, Tang Feng slowly walked across to Wang Zicheng and took out a small knife from behind his waist and threw it on the ground. Wang Zicheng looked at Tang Feng's movements strangely, confused. "Throwing weapons? What? Are you trying to surrender? Or are you begging for mercy?" Chapter 12. Skills. Surrender? If you surrender now, I can still spare you. Tang Feng couldn't help but let out a laugh when he heard Wang Zicheng's words. Wang Zicheng looked at Tang Feng, then smiled as well. "Pretending to be a god, I admit that you have some strength, but without a single piece of equipment on your body, you still want to fight me?" Wang Zicheng was not the least bit afraid of Tang Feng, he was fully armed, how could he be afraid of an unarmed guy? "Really, why don't you try?" Tang Feng stretched out his hand and provocatively hooked his finger at Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng immediately stared and snorted coldly. "Seek death." With that, he moved his feet to kill Tang Feng immediately. Although Wang Zicheng didn't have a weapon either, the power of his punch wasn't something that an ordinary level 2 awakened could resist. The figure arrived in an instant and slammed a fist towards Tang Feng's face. Tang Feng had a bashful face. His speed and reaction were not inferior to Wang Zicheng's, and he could clearly see Wang Zicheng's movements. And his power, it's full now. Tang Feng looked at Wang Zicheng's fist and suddenly moved his feet, sidestepping Wang Zicheng's attack. The right hand then stretched out a finger and gently pointed it at Wang Zicheng. Boom! Wang Zicheng's figure flew out instantly. If it wasn't for the thick armor on his body, this blow could have directly exploded Wang Zicheng. Even so, Wang Zicheng was still seriously injured by a single finger of Tang Feng, and a mouthful of old blood sprayed out with his open mouth. Wow! How is that possible? Wang Zicheng fell to the ground, looking at Tang Feng with a shocked expression, and after saying this, his head tilted and he directly fainted. No one else knew what was going on, the two just made contact and instantly split the difference. How is that possible? The two remaining people on the other side immediately looked at Tang Feng with shocked faces. They, who were already in a disadvantageous position, instantly had no desire to fight. "Get out!" Tang Feng then let out a cold snort, causing the other party to look stunned and flee the place in a panic, carrying Wang Zicheng. "Tang Feng, you're so powerful?" The three of them, Shi Lishui, walked over and looked at Tang Feng in surprise. "Generally average." Tang Feng smiled and didn't explain, just faintly picked up the knife on the ground. "I know, I'm usually third in the world." Xian Yu agreed with a laugh. "Don't be a fool. It's time for us to go." Tang Feng shook his head and then said. This was the Heavenly Flame Mountain range after all, and even though it was close to the academy, there were dangers, and one didn't know when a magical beast would pop up. Roar! But without waiting for them to leave, just as Tang Feng's words fell, a hissing roar suddenly came from the woods behind him. The four of them immediately changed their faces and turned around to see a 2-meter-tall porcupine covered in spines scurrying out of the woods. 3 bloodshot eyes stared at the 4 men, lowering their heads and arching their backs. The spines on their backs shot at the 4 as if they were a million arrows. "Get out of the way!" Tang Feng's face instantly changed, and he shouted, not caring about anything else, hurriedly dodging the incoming spines. Fortunately, Shi Lishui and the others were not weak, and they were able to avoid the sudden attack without any danger. They took a closer look and the magical beast that attacked them was a porcupine with 3 eyes on its head. Second-grade magical beast, 3-eyed porcupine. Xian Yu immediately sucked in a breath of cool air when she saw this. A grade 2 magical beast, that wasn't something they could deal with right now. Although they were also level 2, they didn't wear any equipment and were afraid that if they were not touched by a magical beast, they would have to die on the spot. "Can't fight. Run!" Xian Yu looked at the 2-meter-tall 3-eyed porcupine across from him and said in a deep voice. "I'm afraid I can't run away." Schlosser Water had a serious look on his face. The 3-eyed porcupine on the opposite side was staring at them closely, and trying to run away under the eyes of the other side was obviously impossible. Tang Feng looked at the 3-eyed porcupine and hesitated for a moment. "I'll draw him away. You guys go ahead." Saying that, he didn't allow them to refuse, and directly perched himself up and charged towards the 3-eyed porcupine. When the 3-eyed porcupine saw Tang Feng approaching, it opened its mouth and squealed angrily, then stepped away from its limbs and lowered its head to charge at Tang Feng. When Tang Feng saw the 3-eyed porcupine chasing after him, he immediately turned around and ran towards the forest. Drawing the 3-eyed porcupine away from them, providing Qian Yu and the others with an opportunity to escape. This Tang Feng is also too much of a buddy, Qian Yu said in surprise. "Don't just stand there, go back first and get a teacher to save him." Shi Lishui frowned slightly, not being able to think too much, and hurriedly returned to the academy. Tang Feng, on the other hand, was alone, luring the 3-eyed porcupine into the Skyfire mountain range. After entering the forest and making sure no one else was around, Tang Feng immediately stopped, dropping the knife behind him, and directly turned around with a horseback shot, slamming his fist at the 3-eyed porcupine behind him. The 3-eyed porcupine slammed into Tang Feng's fist without any surprise. Boom! The power in Tang Feng's fist instantly erupted with a loud bang, and the 3-eyed porcupine was blown to pieces on the spot. Tang Feng put away his fist, wiped the dust on it, and looked at the conical deep pit in front of him with great satisfaction. Ha! Just as Tang Feng was about to leave, he suddenly realized that there was something inside the pit. A book that emits a shimmering light. Tang Feng's heart stirred as he thought of something. He was so surprised that he hurried forward and picked up the books. Punching Fist enhances the power of punching, performs the skill to punch at the target, inflicting punching damage. Skill book. Tang Feng was pleasantly surprised for a moment. Skills are generally acquired in 2 ways. One is to be taught by a master and learn from others. But that takes a lot of time, learning the moves, power techniques, etc., and can only be learned once you've melted down and gotten the hang of the skill thoroughly. The other way is skill books, and there is a chance that killing a wraith will drop these skill books. These skill books were like a stream of information, and when you tore them open with force, the skill books would turn into information and drill into your mind. However, this information is only memorized and requires constant practice by the user to poorly master the use of the skill. Still, in general, skill books are much easier to use than someone else's hand-holding, because it saves time and memorization. Without any hesitation, Tang Feng immediately tore the skill book in his hand with force. As he exerted force in his hand, the skill book in his hand instantly transformed into a stream of information that drilled into Tang Feng's brow. Tang Feng's mind suddenly had an additional memory. That's how the punch is used. Tang Feng immediately stabilized his horse stance and made a punching stance, then struck forward with his fist. The body then took a half step forward. Because Tang Feng had just learned to punch, he hadn't completely mastered it yet, and needed to keep practicing before he could utilize its power. Practicing skills is not just about making moves, it also requires real-world experience. Tang Feng then prepared to stay in the Heavenly Flame Mountain range for a while, waiting to master the punch fist before returning. A few days passed. Shi Lishui and the others informed the Academy of Tang Feng's entry into the Heavenly Flame Mountain range, and the Academy sent people to search, but found nothing. Schlosser Water and others feel very guilty about this. All thought Tang Feng was shipwrecked. And Tian Haifeng, who had been recuperating in Potter's Bowl City, also recovered from his injuries and smoothly arrived at the Heavenly Flame Academy. The fact that Du Qian, who had gone to Potter's Bowl City to enroll in the school, had not returned had also aroused the suspicion of the relevant people at the academy. On the spot, he sought out Tian Haifeng, who had traveled from Potter's Bowl, for questioning. Why didn't Du Qian come back with you? Chapter 13. Equipment. Vice Principal Fong Daki asked Tian Haifeng in a deep voice. Didn't Mr. Du come back? Tian Haifeng immediately had a strange look on his face. I'm asking you, answer honestly. Fong Daki immediately chided in dissatisfaction. Tian Haifeng's expression moved, and then he thought of something. I was injured and unconscious before, Mr. Du took Tang Feng away first, I didn't know. Although Tian Haifeng didn't know what was happening, this was a good opportunity to deal with Tang Feng. If something untoward happened to Du Qian, then fellow traveler Tang Feng would be in trouble, humph. Tian Haifeng sneered in his heart. This Tang Feng had a bad style in school before, rampaging and bullying his classmates. If anything happens to Ms. Du, it's definitely related to this Tang Feng. Tian Haifeng immediately took the opportunity to cast some aspersions on Tang Feng. Fong Daki immediately frowned. Where's Tang Feng? Find him for me. Fong Daki instantly and angrily commanded the people below him. Headmaster, Tang Feng mistakenly entered the Heavenly Flame Mountain range a few days ago, and his whereabouts have yet to be found. His life and death are unknown. They had long since begun investigating the disappearance of Du Qian. If they could find Tang Feng, they would have done so long ago. How could they wait until Tian Haifeng arrived? Mainly because Tang Feng was now alive or dead, they couldn't find anyone at all. Ha! Sure enough, bad character, just arrived at the academy and running around causing trouble. Fong Daki was furious when he learned that Tang Feng had mistakenly entered the Skyfire mountain range and was unaccounted for. If he ever comes back, just confiscate his school badge and expel him as a student. In a fit of rage, Fong Daki directly fired Tang Feng. Although the people below felt that it was a bit inappropriate to expel a student because of this small matter, they couldn't refute the vice principal's words. All one can do is nod. Tian Haifeng couldn't help but feel ecstatic in his heart when he heard Fong Daki's words from the side. Tang Feng, let's see what you'll do now, get lost and go back to doing hard labor. Tang Feng naturally didn't know that he was about to face the risk of being expelled. At this moment, he was practicing his new skill on the outskirts of the Skyfire mountain range. After many days of practice, his punch could already instantly punch out 2 meters away. And it's not bad power. Skill books are really rare enough. After killing so many magical beasts, only the 3-eyed porcupine exploded one. Tang Feng shook his head. He had hunted magical beasts non-stop for the past few days, and although it was still early for him to upgrade, he had practiced his skills well. And he's wearing a school badge, with credits counting for every wraith he kills. If he remembered correctly, he had already killed 12 magical beasts in the past few days, 10 of which were second-level magical beasts and 2 first-level magical beasts. That works out to 2.2 credits. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. It's hard to get credits in the first place, so you have to build them up little by little. It's time to go back. Tang Feng sniffed the clothes on his body, and it was damn sour again. If it wasn't for practicing his skills, he wouldn't have been able to stay in the Skyfire mountain range for so long. Tang Feng picked up the knife on the ground and then prepared to leave. Whoosh! Tang Feng was just about to leave when a cracking sound came from the side. Tang Feng's ears twitched as he hurriedly dodged to the side. Bang! An invisible attack landed in front of Tang Feng, smashing a basketball-sized deep pit in the ground. Tang Feng all saw what it was that smashed out. Hurriedly, he looked in the direction from which the attack had come. But the tree was empty. Tang Feng was puzzled. He clearly felt the attack coming from that direction, so why was there nothing? Tang Feng was just thinking about it when the space in front of him suddenly fluctuated, and then an invisible force slammed into Tang Feng. Tang Feng only had time to cross his arms to protect his body. Then he felt something hit his arm, soft and not knowing what it was. Tang Feng was directly knocked out. Tang Feng landed on the ground with a wretched face. Looking at the arm, it was covered in some slime from something unknown. What the hell? Tang Feng was dumbfounded. He hadn't seen anything and didn't even know what he was being attacked by. Touching the mucus on his arm and looking at the empty scene in front of him, Tang Feng pondered. Just as he was thinking, a breaking sound came again. Tang Feng's eyes instantly stared. Straight away, he cocked a fist and slammed it forward with a punch. No matter what was attacking him, there was no threat in front of his absolute power. Tang Feng's figure instantly rushed forward 2 meters, his fist smashing into the air as if it had hit an invisible wall of flesh. Boom! Blood and flesh instantly splattered in front of Tang Feng's fist, and the air seemed to bleed as if he had smashed it. The air, which had been nothing, flew right out in a large spray of blood. Hiss! Immediately afterward, the air in front of them fluctuated, and a figure slowly appeared in the trees in front of them. It's a giant lizard. A chameleon, to be precise. The chameleon's tongue had completely disappeared, smashed to smithereens by Tang Feng's punch. The chameleon's eyes were dribbling as if they were cameras, and soon both eyes were aimed at Tang Feng. Already treating Tang Feng as prey. But I didn't expect this prey to smash his hunting tongue. The chameleon was very angry, and then stepped on its limbs and flew towards Tang Feng. Even though he doesn't have his tongue for attacking, he still has his tail. Rushing to Tang Feng's front, he turned around and swept his tail behind him towards Tang Feng. Tang Feng looked on without a change in color, without the slightest intention of dodging. When he couldn't see the other side, he would be worried a bit, but now that he could see it, there was nothing to be afraid of. But such a big chameleon, he remembered it seemed to be a third-level magical beast? Tang Feng thought darkly, then raised his fist and slammed it toward the sweeping lizard tail. Bang! Under Tang Storm's forceful punch, the chameleon's tail crumbled once again. Hiss! The chameleon let out another hiss. The front and back 2 attacks were all smashed by Tang Feng, and this chameleon was completely no longer a threat, becoming a lamb to be slaughtered. Tang Feng didn't hesitate, stepping forward and landing a punch on the chameleon's head. The chameleon's head instantly disappeared and was smashed into pieces. Tang Feng clapped his hands with a relaxed expression. Just as he was about to leave, he glanced at his afterglow and suddenly realized that there was something underneath the chameleon. Tang Feng's expression twitched as he hurriedly went forward to turn over the chameleon's corpse to check it out. In case if it's a skill book, it's a big loss to miss it. But to Tang Feng's disappointment, it wasn't a skill book. I told you that skill books don't explode that well. It's not a skill book though, and it's a very rare thing. Equipment. Attribute gear. There were 2 ways to obtain general attribute equipment. One was to find an awakened with a forging talent to build it, and the other was to kill magical beasts to obtain it. There was no good or bad between the 2, and a great forger could make a divine weapon. Similarly, powerful magical beasts have a chance of popping out artifacts. Only the odds are very small. I wonder what the attributes are. Tang Feng then checked the equipment in his hands. Seeing the equipment's attributes, Tang Feng was instantly startled. So awesome! Chapter 14 Dismissal. Tang Feng held a helmet covered in green scale armor in his hands, and then the information appeared before his eyes. Green Dragon Helmet, Level 3. Spirit +8. Physical Fitness +8. Breaking Confusion, easier to detect enemies in stealth. In particular, this equipment also had the special attribute of being able to see through other people's invisibility. This is very powerful, and against awakened people with stealth skills, it's a killer. Unfortunately, I can't use it, and the color. Forget it, I'll sell it. Tang Feng looked at the color of the green dragon helmet and decisively gave up on keeping it himself. Even better attributes he couldn't have worn. With that, he turned and walked towards the academy. And at this time inside the academy, Xian Yu inside the dormitory suddenly exclaimed. Tang Feng is still alive. Xian Yu's sudden voice startled Shi Lishui and Hua Huaijin. What? Shi Lishui asked Xian Yu with a frown. Tang Feng is still alive. Xian Yu said to the duo with a surprised face. He's alive? How do you know? When Shi Lishui heard this news, he also had a happy face, but immediately afterward, he had a puzzled look on his face. They were all inside the dormitory without going out. How did Xianyu know Tangfeng was still alive? Look at this, the freshman standings, the rankings just came out. Look who's number 1? Xianyu didn't say anything more and immediately took out the tablet in her hand and showed it to Shi Lishui. Above was the internal forum of the Skyfire Academy, which had just published a list of freshman credits. The 2 words above the top were more than familiar to them. No one, Tangfeng credit 2.5. What the credits represent they are well aware of. It can't be a rename, can it? Shi Lishui said as she looked at Tangfeng's name blankly. He was afraid it would be a wasted surprise. No way. It's only been a few days since school started? We haven't even met the teacher yet. There's no one with credits, except for Tangfeng who's in first place. The second place has only 0.3 points, and Tangfeng has already disappeared for a couple of days in the Skyfire mountain range, only he had enough time to kill the magical beasts. Xianyu then shook her head and solemnly explained to Shi Lishui. You mean, he's still alive? He's been killing magical beasts in the Skyfire mountain range these past few days? Schlemmer Waters said in surprise. Well, I don't know why Tangfeng didn't come out, but yes, it's definitely him. Xianyu nodded. This kid. I've been worrying about him for so long for nothing. When Shi Lishui heard that Tangfeng was fine, it was as if a heavy burden had been put down in his heart. And the day the freshman list was announced, it naturally caused quite a stir. Especially among freshmen. All of them were guessing who Tangfeng, who was number 1 on the list, was. The incident even caught the attention of the principal of the college. The principal looked at the unfamiliar name of Tangfeng on the list and was puzzled. He had all the new student profiles here, and he was impressed by the more talented ones. But only not this Tangfeng. Pull up this Tangfeng's information for me. In order to figure out who Tangfeng was, the principal immediately had someone bring Tangfeng's information. Then he checked up on Tangfeng's information. Level 2. Full attributes except strength. When he saw Tangfeng's attributes, his expression was stunned. It's already considered the genius of geniuses. But when he saw the talent, he was instantly puzzled. Wearing equipment reduces power attributes? What kind of crap talent is this? The principal couldn't help but frown when he saw Tangfeng's talent. You can't even call this thing a talent anymore, there's no positive gain at all, it's a total debuff. No, how can this kid get more than 2 credits so quickly with this kind of talent dragging him down? Then he realized something was wrong. Bring me the data on his change in credits. He then had someone bring Tangfeng's credit data to see what was going on. He then realized that Tangfeng's points had been 0.2 at a time, growing steadily, averaging 2 or 3 times a day. And the most recent one was a straight 0.3 increase. As the principal, he knew better than anyone what that meant. 0.3 that could mean that Tangfeng had killed a 3rd-level magical beast. This kid killed a level 3 magical beast over the level with a level 2 attribute, still weighed down by his talent? What a monster! The principal suddenly realized that this Tangfeng was extraordinary. Perhaps he had discovered a supreme genius. Someone, focus on this Tangfeng for me, inform me of any situation at the first opportunity. The principal immediately sent someone to keep an eye on Tangfeng to see if he was worth focusing on. Tangfeng didn't know about all the things that were happening within the academy, and soon he walked out of the Skyfire mountain range and rejoined the academy. Only he hadn't even returned to the dormitory when he ran into an acquaintance on the road. Tian Haifeng. Tian Haifeng froze for a moment when he saw Tangfeng. So it's you. If it weren't for my good eyesight, I wouldn't be able to tell. Where are you going to ask for a prisoner? Tian Haifeng looked at the dirty Tangfeng and couldn't help but mock. Healed? You want to be hospitalized for having such a mouth? Tangfeng looked at Tian Haifeng and asked with a bland face. Tian Haifeng's expression froze, and he took a step backward somewhat sheepishly. Humph. You'd better mind your own business, you'll be thrown out soon. Tian Haifeng said with an indignant face. Tangfeng frowned slightly. He didn't know what had happened in the past few days of his absence, and was somewhat puzzled as to what Tian Haifeng meant by this. What do you mean by that? Tangfeng asked in disbelief. Ha! Tian Haifeng sneered. You're gonna get fired. That's what happens when you go against me. Tian Haifeng immediately said to Tangfeng with a high and mighty look. Tangfeng is even more not understand, how could he be expelled in a good cause? And just then, someone from the academy happened to find Tangfeng here. Are you Tang Feng? We're from the school picket, please hand over your school badge. The two people on the other side, with picket badges, said to Tang Feng with cold faces. Tang Feng frowned. Why? Asked the other man, very puzzled. You have been expelled. Please turn in your school badge and cooperate with our investigation. The other party, however, didn't explain, but only said that Tang Feng had been expelled, without knowing why he had been expelled. Tang Feng was naturally unwilling to turn in the school badge. Turning in the school badge could mean that he wasn't a student of the Skyfire Academy anymore, and would have nothing to do with the academy. He had just arrived, so how could he possibly be willing to turn in his school badge? Can't we at least give him an explanation? Fire me? Gotta give me a reason, right? Why? Tang Feng reached out to protect the school emblem on his chest and asked the other party in a cold voice. Where's all the nonsense? Hand it over when I tell you to. Want us to do it? The picketers were instantly disgruntled. Tang Feng's face didn't change as he looked at the other party with a cold face. The picketers couldn't argue with him, so they shook their heads helplessly at once. That's what you told us to say, not us insulting you. The picketers grunted. Tang Feng, because of his poor character and bullying of his classmates, which is inconsistent with the rules of our institution, for the sake of the physical and mental health of the other students, we hereby withdraw Tang Feng's school badge and expel him from the school, in the handwriting of the vice principal, Mr. Feng Daki. The picketers then took out their punishment slips and read out the contents of them word for word. The surrounding people who were watching the show immediately pointed their fingers at Tang Feng. Bad character and bullying classmates? This kind of person should never be allowed to enter Skyfire Academy, or what if we get bullied? None of the surrounding students blamed Tang Feng, they all thought that Tang Feng was the kind of person with bad character as stated in the punishment sheet. It was the vice principal who issued the punishment slip, what could he do? Who else can save him? Chapter 15 The Cuckold. What are you looking at? If you're expelled, hurry up and leave, and you want to stay here and play a scoundrel? Tian Haifeng, who was on the side, gloated. Tang Feng's eyes instantly stared. Turning his head, he looked indifferently at Tian Haifeng. You're the one who screwed up. Tang Feng instantly reacted. He had no grievances or enemies in Skyfire Academy, and the only one who wanted to mess with him was Tian Haifeng. He was the only one who would leave no stone unturned in trying to get him killed. Hee, you're an inferior drudge and you still want to fight me? I'll kill you sooner or later. Tian Haifeng sneered and whispered in Tang Feng's ear. Tang Feng had an icy face. Sure enough, it was Tian Haifeng who messed up. But now he didn't have any power to resist either. Relying on force would only make it more certain that he was guilty of bullying his classmates. Let's go, there's a big thing for you to cooperate with the investigation. The picketers immediately said to Tang Feng. Just when Tang Feng didn't know what to do. Receiving the principal's order, the person who came to keep an eye on Tang Feng hurriedly informed the principal of the situation here. The principal was stunned when he learned that Tang Feng was going to be expelled. If such a good seedling was expelled, it would be a loss for Skyfire Academy. Bail him out, I said. The principal said at once to those who were present. Fondaki, what the are you up to? Hanging up the phone, the principal could not help but feel a little dissatisfied with the vice principal, Feng Daki. And the man on the spot, having received the principal's authorization, had no more scruples, and at once stepped forward to stop the picketers. What are you doing? The picket frowned and looked at the incoming hostage and asked. The other guy didn't say anything, just pulled out his teaching license. Teacher? The pickets, though very powerful, were all made up of students, not the college itself, but merely some rights given to the students for exercise. But although they are students, there are times when they don't even look at their teachers. The main reason is still that pickets have too much power. We represent the pickets on the case, and the teachers can't get in our way. The picketers were not at all abashed, and said at once in a deep voice. What about the principal? The teacher didn't say anything, just faintly whispered in the other's ear. The picketers were stunned. Headmaster? If you want to say who has the highest status in the academy, it would naturally be the principal. Not to mention the pickets could disappear immediately with a word from the principal. What do you mean? The principal is going to bail him out? Is there any proof? The pickets aren't cuties either. It was impossible for the other party to mention a word about the principal and let Tang Feng go. It's important to determine if this is what the principal meant or not. You can confirm it. The principal said, Tang Feng can't be expelled. The teacher said lightly. The picket heard the teacher say this. The fact that the teacher dared to say that means that the principal did authorize it, otherwise no one would dare to impersonate the principal unless they didn't want to do it. But the vice-chancellor. But the pickets were still a bit torn. After all, the punishment slip was written by the vice-chancellor. Is the principal bigger or the vice-principal bigger? The teacher didn't wait for the other party to finish before asking lightly. We get it, pull out. The other party froze, then understood, and with a wave of his hand, he immediately led the people away. Tang Feng looked at the teacher who suddenly appeared with some surprise. And Tian Haifeng on the side was already confused. How can you just leave like that? It's not right, is it? Tang Feng, however, turned his head towards Tian Haifeng with an icy face. Do you still have something to do? Want to cut a deal? Tang Feng faintly asked Tian Haifeng. No. Can't. Tian Haifeng was busy turning away. Only then did Tang Feng look back at the teacher. Thank you, teacher. With that, he thanked the other man. You're welcome. If you really want to thank me, just pick your class tomorrow and don't forget to pick me. The teacher turned back to Tang Feng and said with a smile. I will. This small matter, Tang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse and readily agreed. Why did you save me? Tang Feng hadn't heard the words that the teacher had just whispered to the picketers, and didn't know that behind this was an exchange between the principal and vice-principal. Don't want to see a genius fall because of this little thing, don't think too much, enjoy the academy life. The teacher didn't explain too much. By the way, my name is Song Xiaowei, don't forget to pick my class tomorrow. Song Xiaowei then smiled and said to Tang Feng before turning to leave. Tang Feng nodded, remembering this Song Xiaowei. Returned to the dormitory immediately. The three people in the dormitory were happy that Tang Feng was still alive. Hearing movement coming from outside the door, seeing Tang Feng who opened the door and walked in was an instant surprise. You are indeed alive. Shirley Shui was even more excited and rushed up to hug Tang Feng. Only then he frowned. The nose twitched. How long has it been since you've taken a ing shower? Then he turned away from Tang Feng in disgust. Does it stink? Tang Feng smelled his body suspiciously, there was indeed some smell, but it didn't have to be so exaggerated, right? But it was understandable that Schloss Water had a cleanliness fetish. Go take a ing shower. Schlemmer Water said breathlessly. Tang Feng shrugged, then put down the helmet in his hands and went to the bathroom to rinse off. Xian Yu and the others saw the helmet Tang Feng put down when they immediately came over with curious faces. When they saw the attributes of the green dragon helmet, they were astonished. Tang Feng, where did you get this helmet? Xian Yu then asked Tang Feng in the bathroom. Wraith out. Tang Feng had nothing to hide from these three people, so he said truthfully. What? Hearing Tang Feng say that it was exploded by a magical beast, the three of them were shocked. That's more shocking than seeing a green dragon helmet. Level 3 equipment, what does that mean? It means that only level 3 magical beasts have a chance of dropping it. In other words, during the few days Tang Feng was away, he had taken out at least one level 3 magical beast in the Skyfire mountain range? While they were still struggling for level 2 attributes, Tang Feng was already soloing level 3 magical beasts with a small knife alone? At this moment, when the three of them looked at Tang Feng again, their expressions had changed. That's the look of a monster. Tang Feng came out of the shower and was startled when he saw the eyes of the three. What are you guys doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Tang Feng asked strangely. Tell me the truth, are you the top bigot who took over Tang Feng's body? Schlemmer Water couldn't help but ask. Oh, you have a big brain. Tang Feng let out a dry laugh, his face speechless. Then why are you so powerful? Are you still human? They're both freshmen, why is there such a big difference? Xian Yu immediately looked at Tang Feng like a monster and said. Maybe I'm a genius. Tang Feng smiled faintly and said with a narcissistic expression. Genius? Who isn't a genius anymore, say, how the hell did you do that? Xian Yu's trio immediately cornered Tang Feng and pressed him. Tang Feng saw this situation, if he didn't give an explanation, it seemed like they weren't going to stop. Well, I have skills, and I kill with them. Tang Feng had no choice but to take the top off the skill thing. Skills ah, is there a skill gap that big? Then it looks like I have to hurry up and practice my skills as well, and try to integrate them as soon as possible. Tang Feng's explanation instantly made the three accept it. Skills they also have, they don't have no one to rely on behind them like Tang Feng, they all have a notable family history, even if they don't have skill books, then there are people to teach them skills. It just takes a lot of practice to learn. Tang Feng looked at the trio, envious but helpless. That's the difference between ordinary people and them, I guess. By the way, that cuckold, which one of you wants it, is cheap. Chapter 16 Orientation Meeting. The three of them looked back at the green dragon helmet on the table with a speechless face, and it was a real green hat. But cuckolds are cuckolds, and the attributes are really tempting. Don't speak so harshly, what green hat, that's the color of health, environmental protection understand. Xian Yu was looking at this green dragon helmet, although the color wasn't very pretty, but the attributes were good. When he reached the third level, he would directly change into this equipment. One piece of equipment was equivalent to 1.5 levels of individual attributes. Who wouldn't want that? Tang Feng, how do you want to sell it? Not only was Xian Yu moved, Shi Lishui and Hua Huaijin were likewise moved. Mainly the attributes of this equipment were too good for anyone to want. I don't get it. You guys give it to the highest bidder. When Tang Feng saw this, he laughed. They all want, that must not be fair competition, there is competition in order to let him earn more ah. Level 3 equipment, honestly, it's at least 100,000 or more. Schlosser Water then said truthfully. They're all on their own, there's no need to hide it. As much as it should be, you can't screw your own people. So expensive. Tang Feng guessed that the equipment must be worth a lot of money, but he didn't expect it to be so valuable. A level 3 equipment, it's even $100,000? The woodworker he had before was only a couple $100. Even though it's handmade and doesn't add any attributes, there's a huge difference between the two. This helmet attribute of yours can be said to be an excellent product, the price will have to be doubled again. Xian Yu and the others could be much more knowledgeable than Tang Feng, and immediately said in a deep voice. I can offer $200,000, that's the most I can come up with, it's my initial startup money, and my family won't give me any more money unless I can get up to the third level. Schlosser Water said somewhat helplessly. The family laid down the rules for him, only giving him the startup capital and leaving him to figure out the rest on his own. Unless he levels up and gives 300,000 when he gets to level 3, 400,000 when he gets to level 4, and so on. It was used to encourage him to improve his strength. I wanted to, but the color is just too much for me to take, so I'll pass. Hua Huaijin also wanted the green dragon helmet, but unfortunately, he couldn't accept the color. Hey, since you all can't come up with the money, I'll be polite. Tang Feng, $300,000, give it to me. Xian Yu saw this and immediately hemmed and hawed, stretching out 3 fingers to Tang Feng and said, You're so rich? Shi Lishui looked at Xian Yu in surprise. $300,000 out of the blue, without blinking. Is this kid so rich? Generally speaking, my father is just a small richest man, he said, as long as it's to enhance the strength of the expenses, all for me to reimburse. Xian Yu said with a smile. The three were immediately a bit surprised. I didn't realize Xian Yu was a rich kid. All right, then. Sold. Seeing that the others had no opinion, Tang Feng directly sold the green dragon helmet to Xian Yu at a price of $300,000. As for whether it was a loss or not, he didn't count on it, he couldn't use the equipment, so it would be better to sell it to someone else who was familiar with it. He couldn't use it anyway, and money was enough for him. Xian Yu transferred $300,000 to Tang Feng on the spot without batting an eye. This helmet is mine now, don't take it from me. Xian Yu said with a smile. Take it. Who cares about your cuckold? Schlosser Water said somewhat sourly. Xian Yu. The equipment was good, but he seemed to be somewhat helpless as he was found a point of ridicule. Turning to the second day, today was the orientation meeting. Welcome new students to the school and take the opportunity to tell them what they need to be aware of. All the new students were present, and on the stage were the senior management of the university, led by the principal and vice principal. Welcome to Tianhua Academy, I am Shi Mo Yan, the principal of Tianhua Academy. On behalf of the academy, I would like to express my gratitude for you being able to choose Tianhua Academy. Without any surprises, the orientation meeting, as usual, had the school's leaders on top of the crap. Listen to the drowsy students below. It wasn't until after the circle of leaders had all shown their faces that the business began. I'm going to cut the crap and give you the serious stuff. First of all, you should have noticed the badges on your chests, right? That's our school emblem. It also has the function of recording credits. As for credits, I don't know if you've understood it yet. If you want to graduate from Heavenly Flame Academy, you must fulfill the credit requirements, otherwise you won't be able to graduate no matter how many years you've been attending school here. And the only requirement for graduation is 100 credits. Sure, Mo Yen faintly said to the freshman. There is only one way to gain credits, and that is to hunt and kill magical beasts. 0.1 points for a level 1 magical beast, 0.2 points for a level 2 magical beast, and so on, and only after reaching 100 points can you graduate. Sure, Mo Yen faintly said to the freshman. The following students were all of a sudden mingling and discussing. 100 points? That doesn't seem too difficult. After leveling up, you can just go and kill the first level magical beasts, just 1,000 first level magical beasts. Someone said curiously. Not difficult? Do you know what the concept of 1,000 level 1 magical beasts is? How long would you have to look for them just to find them? But some people have a different view. However, it was also true that, like the man said, even if he didn't kill the first level magical beasts and went to kill the higher level magical beasts, he would just kill more, and it wouldn't be hard to gather 100 points. It was as if Sure Mo Yen could see what these freshmen were thinking. With new students arriving every year, they naturally have no loopholes in this area. Ahem. Sure Mo Yen immediately coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention once again. I know what you were thinking. Speculation is not desirable, the teaching effect of the academy, but also for the sake of the ecological environment of the surrounding Heavenly Flame mountain range, we have set a limit on the academic emblems. For each type of level of magical beasts, only the first 10 are counted for credits, and the extra ones do not increase the credits. We encourage you to kill magical beasts, but we don't encourage you to speculate. Strengthening your strength is the ultimate goal. Sure Mo Yen said faintly. The academy naturally wouldn't let such an obvious loophole exist, and had long thought of a plan to deal with it. Ah. That's indeed a bit difficult. Level 1 magical beasts can only add at most 1 credit, level 2 magical beasts add 2 credits, even if you go all the way up to level 10 and kill all magical beasts up to level 10, it's still only 45 credits, which means that at least you'll be able to kill all the level 14 magical beasts, plus 4 level 15 magical beasts? When they calculated this account, they sucked in a breath of cold air. It's nifty indeed. Equivalent, compared to also having at least level 15 strength to do so. It seems that you have already understood in your hearts, that I won't say more. The following is the class selection session. There are 10 classes, no order, no good or bad, all classes are the same, only the teachers are different, you choose by yourselves, no force. After Sure Mo Yen finished speaking, he let the 10 lead teachers go up to the stage to introduce themselves. Tang Feng and the others were watching from below, and Tang Feng's eyes had been searching for the figure on the stage. What class are you guys going to be in? Sure Le Shui immediately asked curiously to the 3 people beside him. Chapter 17, Class Selection. Qian Yu shook her head. How am I supposed to know that? It's not like I know anything about these teachers. Qian Yu and the others didn't have the slightest clue. You can't really do anything but just pick any tutor that looks good. Only Tang Feng was seriously sizing up the teacher on the stage. Soon he saw a familiar face. We choose him. Tang Feng then nudged his mouth toward the 3. The 3 of them followed Tang Feng's gaze. Song Xiaowei on the stage was looking their way, smiling and nodding at them. You recognize? Sure Le Shui immediately looked at Tang Feng with some surprise. He thought Tang Feng was a poor boy from a difficult family, but he didn't expect to have connections in Skyfire Academy. He saved me. Tang Feng didn't explain too much, and brought it up with a simple sentence. But there's a lot of gold in that statement. Then you must choose him. The grace of saving his life cannot be repaid, can only be an ox to worship him as a teacher. The scourge is not to repay him. Xian Yu said with a serious nod of her head. Then it's him, Tang Feng's certified character, trustworthy. Sure Le Shui nodded, likewise intending to choose Song Xiaowei as his mentor. Humph. Ignorant, these teachers are of varying strengths and have different educational resources. Choosing a good teacher will allow you to take a lot less detours. It's not all the same as what the principal says. Ignorant losers like you will only choose this kind of teacher who has little reputation. The 4 had just made their decision when a conspiratorial voice suddenly came from behind them. The 4 immediately frowned and turned their heads to look behind them. Who the hell are you? Who are you calling a punk? Sure Le Shui didn't spoil the other party and immediately cursed back. Tang Feng froze when he saw the other party. You're really a ghost, how come you're everywhere? The one behind him was no other than Tian Haifeng. Tian Haifeng also didn't expect that sitting in front of him was Tang Feng. Seeing Tang Feng, Tian Haifeng was immediately as hard as eating. Humph. Knowing that he couldn't beat Tang Feng, Tian Haifeng snorted coldly and didn't say anything. Your friend? Shirla Shui asked Tang Feng curiously, thinking that he was Tang Feng's friend. Cursing who? Your friend. Tang Feng instantly said with dissatisfaction. And this is? Shirla Shui immediately looked at Tian Haifeng suspiciously and asked Tang Feng. Same as you and Wang Zicheng, old rivals. Tang Feng said blandly. But it's not the same, he's not as good as me. Tang Feng smiled and said. Xerox water. Shirla Shui was speechless. What's with the pot calling the kettle black? Leave him alone, let's go up. Tang Feng didn't bother with Tian Haifeng, seeing that someone had already made a choice, he didn't hesitate any longer and got up to walk towards the stage. Coming in front of Song Xiaowei looked at Tang Feng with a smile on his face. You're here. Song Xiaowei nodded in satisfaction when he saw Tang Feng come over. I said I'd come to see you, so I'm sure I won't go back on my word. Tang Feng also smiled and said lightly. And these are? Song Xiaowei looked at the three people who had followed Tang Feng and asked suspiciously. They're my roommates and they want to come to your class. Tang Feng explained. Okay, you guys it is then. Song Xiaowei nodded and said so before directly leading the four of them away. Teacher, I want to be in your class too. At this time, another freshman came and timidly said to Song Xiaowei. I'm sorry, our class is full, you'd better look at other classes. Song Xiaowei said somewhat apologetically to the other party. Then without looking back, he took Tang Feng's four people away. The other party looked at the four people following behind Song Xiaowei in a daze. Full? He doesn't understand. Isn't it only 4 people? How come it's full? Not only did he not understand, Tang Feng was also a bit puzzled. Mr. Song, is it just the 4 of us? Tang Feng couldn't help but ask Song Xiaowei in confusion. Aha! Song Xiaowei nodded rightfully. We're the only 4 in our class? Tang Feng was stunned, thinking that he had misheard, and asked again with uncertainty. Just the 4 of you. Song Xiaowei nodded in affirmation. Ha! Now even Shirla Shui and the others were surprised. A dumbfounded face looked at Tang Feng. That look was like saying, are you a decent teacher? Who's got 4 people in their class? Song Xiaowei didn't explain and walked forward indifferently. Come to the classroom soon. The classrooms are small, just a couple dozen square feet, not even as big as a kindergarten classroom. Is this our classroom? Xianyu said with the corners of his mouth twitching. This place isn't even as big as his toilet. How can you call this a classroom? Just the 4 of you, how much more room do you want? Besides, you don't have any indoor classes, why do you need such a big room? Song Xiaowei said faintly. I'll be your teacher from now on, this will be our staging point from now on, I'll let you know if anything happens, I'm not like other teachers, I don't usually care about you, I'll just teach you the skills and you'll be on your own for the rest of the day. Song Xiaowei said as he looked at the 4 with a serious face. Skills? The 4 of them were astonished. It was the first time they had heard that in the higher institute, teachers would teach skills. Your information, I will take a closer look at it in the near future, and pick some skills that are suitable for you to impart to you. As for Tang Feng, I've read your information, I can't solve the problem of your talent for you, but I have a defense type skill here, I don't know if you want to learn it or not. Song Xiaowei then asked Tang Feng. He hadn't expected Tang Feng to bring his roommate over, and had only intended to take Tang Feng alone. Only read Tang Feng's profile. So only Tang Feng's skills were prepared as well. Thank you, teacher. Tang Feng wasn't polite and immediately thanked Song Xiaowei. You guys go back first, you're not the same as Tang Feng, I think your family should have prepared skills for you, practice the skills at hand first before coming to me. Song Xiaowei then directly dismissed the 3 Shirla Shui people, sidetracking them and leaving only Tang Feng alone. Watch and follow me. After only the 2 of them were left in the classroom, Song Xiaowei then set up his horse stance and began to teach Tang Feng the skills. This skill is called rooting, your feet are like tree roots adsorbed to the earth, and you can't move even if the enemy's attacks fall on you like a storm. Song Xiaowei taught Tang Feng the movements while introducing him to the skills. Tang Feng also followed Song Shelwei's example and followed his movements. Soon Tang Feng got the gist of it. It felt as if my feet were connected to the earth, and I stood on the ground as steady as a mountain. Although it hadn't melded and become his skill to use at will, this one horse stance could enhance the power of his punch by quite a bit. Not bad, I didn't think you'd learn so fast. Song Shelwei nodded with a satisfied face as he watched Tang Feng learn so quickly. Tang Feng smiled in embarrassment. It was mainly because he had practiced over the years, studying and exercising day and night. His body had developed to the extreme. It is easier to learn these physical arts. Go back to practicing and don't slack off. Song Shelwei faintly explained to Tang Feng. Tang Feng nodded, then turned around and left the classroom. Vice Principal Fong Daki was walking back and forth in his office at this time, agitated. Why does Shi Moyen want to protect this Tang Feng? What is their relationship? It was because the principal's behavior of bailing out Tang Feng made him very puzzled in his mind. Could Du Qian's death be related to Shi Moyen? Fondaka suddenly thought boldly. Chapter 18 Rooted Invincibility. It had to give him that suspicion. He wouldn't think so if Tang Feng didn't have a relationship with Shi Moyen, but Shi Moyen was protecting a loser in his name, which had to make him suspicious. Because everyone knew that Fong Daki was on his side, it wouldn't be impossible for Shi Moyen to use this opportunity to weaken his side. Insidious old fox, to use such despicable tactics. Don't you want to protect Tang Feng? Fine. I'll see how long you can protect him. After thinking about it, Fong Daki immediately snorted coldly and said in a deep voice. In the next few days, Tang Feng and Shi Shuwei they hadn't left the classroom, the dormitory classroom 2.1 line. I go to class every day to practice my skills and try to integrate them soon. And in the intervening days, the spots on the freshman list have been topped off. With 2.5 credits, Tang Feng had fallen to 10th place. The first place was taken by a guy named Dong Jianwei, and it's currently 3 credits. In other words, he had killed a full complement of level 1 and level 2 magical beasts. I finally learned. Tang Feng was watching the ranking changes on the forum. Shi Shuwei suddenly shouted out in excitement. Qian Yu and the others immediately looked at him with puzzled faces. What's all the barking about? Bitten by a dog? Qian Yu said breathlessly. He was practicing his skills, and when he was scared by Shi Shuwei this time, he almost didn't practice forking out. Skills I learned. Shi Shuwei then said to the 3 with an excited face. Qian Yu and Hua Huaizhen were instantly stunned. With that, his expression became serious and he didn't speak, just practiced his skill moves. There were just the 4 of them in this class, and now that Shi Shuwei had learned the skill and Tang Feng had a skill himself, that meant that there were just 2 people left, Qian Yu and Hua Huaizhen, who didn't have a skill. It would be a shame if anyone was late. Neither one wanted to be last and desperately started practicing. Seeing this, Tang Feng was infected and began practicing his rooting skills as well. Immediately, he took a good horse stance, and his feet were as steady as if they were welded to the ground. These few days of practicing had made Tang Feng more and more skillful at the rooting skill. Today, once again, he felt as if something was different, something special. It's as if you've become one with the earth. A steady stream of power traveled from the ground beneath his feet to his body. Skill rooting learned. A message then appeared before his eyes. Tang Feng was stunned. Melted. He didn't think it would be this fast. With that, check out the newly acquired skills. Roots, stand still and increase defense. The higher the strength, the higher the defense. Tang Feng was stunned when he saw the effect of the new skill. The next moment, he couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. No wonder he felt as if he had become one with the earth just now. Turns out it's because his defense is being pulled up to full capacity by the strength attribute. It suits him too well. Tang Feng didn't even know what words to use to describe his feelings. Anyway, it's cool. What's wrong with you again? Tang Feng's exclamation once again interrupted Qian Yu and Hua Huaizhen's practice, and immediately said breathlessly. So what, I learned a new skill too. Tang Feng scratched his head in embarrassment and said. Qian Yu. Flower Wyoming true. The 2 were silent, just practicing their skills. Under the pressure provided by Tang Feng's duo, Qian Yu and Hua Huaizhen also finally managed to learn the skills at the same time, one after the other, early in the morning of the next day. Which one of us comes first? The first time Qian Yu learned the skill, she confirmed it to Tang Feng. You pretty much, at the same time. Tang Feng didn't know who was first, anyway, they both collected their moves at the same time. Then it's good that it's not the last one. Xian Yu took a long breath and said slowly. Wouldn't it stand to reason that you both learned it at the same time, and shouldn't you be tied for the bottom of the list? Tang Feng said indifferently. Xian Yu. Flower Wyoming true. The two of them didn't say anything, they just took out their small books and jotted down Tang Feng's name. Hey, I mean, now that we have skills, shouldn't we go out and earn some credits? There's something missing when our names aren't on the list. Schlosser Water offered. Just a day later, the top 10 on the freshman list now didn't have Tang Feng's name anymore, and all of the top 10 had 3 credits. No exceptions. In other words, they had all killed a full level 1 and 2 magical beasts. Tang Feng's 2.5 credits had long ago gone nowhere. That's true, let's kill all the level 1 and 2 magical beasts first, then we'll talk about the rest. Xian Yu nodded. Yeah, I've been itching for a long time. Hua Huaizhen nodded, he also wanted to go out and hunt magical beasts, if it wasn't for the sake of learning skills, he would have been unable to sit still. Okay then, let's go back and change our gear first. Sure, Li Shuwei and Tang Feng were different, last time they didn't dare to fight the three-eyed porcupine just because they didn't have their equipment with them. This time, since he was going to kill a magical beast, he naturally had to be fully armed. Tang Feng, aren't you coming along? Xian Yu then looked strangely at the impassive Tang Feng. You guys go ahead, I'll be fine on my own. Tang Feng smiled and decisively refused their invitation. Aya, he's a pervert, don't mind him, I guess he's thinking of killing third-level magical beasts, do you still want to be with him? Sure, Li Shuwei then put his arm around Xian Yu's shoulders and said lightly. They already knew that Tang Feng had the strength to kill third-level magical beasts, so naturally, there was no need to go with them to kill first and second-level magical beasts. Although Tang Feng didn't think so, it was really inconvenient to join them. Mostly because I was afraid it would be too shocking and scare them. Killing a third-level magical beast with a single punch, this kind of thing, if they were to see it, they wouldn't know what to think. Seeing the three of them leave, Tang Feng really should go out and take a look as well. At the very least, he would kill all the first and second level magical beasts and save up 3 points before saying anything. With that, he immediately traveled to the Heavenly Flame Mountain Range. At this moment, the Skyfire Mountain Range was full of people, all new students, who had come to hunt magical beasts. Some of those who were not strong enough even teamed up to jointly kill second-level magical beasts just to increase their credits. Heavenly Flame Academy did not have any hindrance to this, injured or dead, that was the students' own business. Every year there were many freshmen who lost their lives in the Heavenly Flame Mountain Range because of their arrogance. So what, they chose their own path, the college can't watch them like a babysitter. Taking this path is the equivalent of dancing on the tip of a knife, with life and death just a hair's breadth away. Just as Tang Feng arrived at the back of the mountain, he saw quite a few people gathered here, looking for suitable teammates. Everyone was fully armed and hated to feel safe until their entire body was wrapped up tightly. Tang Feng, the naked man, appeared here, immediately attracting countless strange gazes. Who the hell comes to a dangerous place like this without a single piece of equipment? Dude, what are you doing? It's dangerous here, bring your gear and come back, it just so happens we're short a man, put on your gear and we'll count you in. Immediately, someone kindly reminded Tang Feng. Thank you. Tang Feng nodded his thanks to the other party, but didn't mean to stop, walking straight into the Skyfire Mountain Range. No. Is he going to die? Going into the Skyfire Mountain Range without equipment? Tang Feng's actions immediately stunned the people around him. But no one thinks that Tang Feng is very strong, all of them think that he is strong. Tang Feng, however, does not care about the views of others. If he cannot even carry this pressure, cannot live now, as early as 2 years ago, to end the life. Chapter 19, Kill It. After Tang Feng entered the Skyfire Mountain Range, he walked for quite a while without encountering a single magical beast. The arrival of new students still had a big impact on the wraiths on the periphery. At the very least, in the short term, these low-level magical beasts would definitely be devastated. Tang Feng had only encountered his first magical beast after going deeper into the mountain range. In front of Tang Feng, a frog with a turquoise body appeared. Green Wild Poison Frog. Level 2 Magical Beast. Tang Feng's information about the other party then appeared in his mind. Tang Feng had read the Magical Beast Encyclopedia, and he remembered most of the magical beast species. Although the green wild poisonous frog was only a second-grade magical beast, the tricky part was that it was covered in poison. It looked harmless, but it could kill a person if it touched it. Tang Feng was even less able to carry equipment on his body, and if he attacked with his bare hands, he was afraid of being poisoned. I wonder if wrapping your fist in your shirt counts as equipment. When Tang Feng thought of this, he immediately took off the clothes on his body and wrapped them around his fists before checking the attributes. The attributes haven't changed at all, the power is still max. Tang Feng instantly blushed. This way, you won't be afraid of the venom on the green wild poison frog. Tang Feng immediately walked towards the greenfield poisonous frog. Upon his approach, the greenfield poison frog spotted him without surprise. Croak! The green wild poisonous frog turned its head, its chin puffed up like a balloon, and let out a yelp. Then his limbs lashed out, directly leaping up towards Tang Feng's head. Tang Feng's gaze was fixed. Taking a good stance, he built up his strength and slammed his fist at the greenfield poison frog. Punch! Tang Feng's body instantly rushed forward 2 meters, crossing the distance between the two, and slammed his fist onto the greenfield poison frog. Boom! The greenfield poison frog was instantly smashed into a bloody mist by Tang Feng's punch. 0.2 credits to hand. Tang Feng then directly dropped the top of his fist. Although the green wild poison frog was seconded by his punch, the venom on the green wild poison frog was also stained on his clothes, and he couldn't touch it either, or he would be easily poisoned. The Skyfire mountain range was so hot anyway that it was fine to be naked. Wraiths were encountered though, but they were secondary. Now Tang Feng's second level magical beast should be almost full, either 9 or 10 killed, Tang Feng is not too sure. What he needed was a level 1 magical beast, and he basically hadn't killed many level 1 magical beasts. Tang Feng continued to move forward and could only find it slowly. The good thing was that the further in he went, the fewer people there were, and no one was stealing monsters from him. Soon enough, he found a level 1 magical beast and started saving up credits bit by bit. And in the middle of the Heavenly Flame mountain range, there was a group of people who had hit on this group of new students. Boss, during the current dispute over freshman entry, there will definitely be quite a few arrogant freshmen entering the Heavenly Flame mountain range, so as long as we exceed the Academy's protection range, we'll be able to make a move on them. Not only were there magical beasts in the Heavenly Flame mountain range, but there was also a group of outlaws hiding in it. They don't dare go out, and if they do, they will be arrested and put on trial. In order to escape the judgment, one has to hide here and live, usually hunting magical beasts for a living. But these criminals are no slouches, and it's only natural that they can't stand it after being cooped up inside for so long. And during freshman orientation, that's when they screw up. Another freshman here? Time flies. College students are good. College life is good. When their boss heard his little brother's words, he suddenly lamented. Those who dare to go deep into the Heavenly Flame mountain range must not be of low strength. Tell the brothers to be careful, 1 group of 3, just in case, no matter male or female, all of them will be captured for me. The boss ordered his little brother with an excited look on his face. They are all committed 10 evil death penalty, here is no different from jail, but it is better than going out, go out and get caught as a direct death sentence. After years of not seeing women here, they've long been horny and thirsty, so what do they care about men and women? These young lads, they're no different from women in their eyes. Okay. Brothers. Let's go. The little brother immediately nodded with an excited face and shouted. The minions below wailed in excitement. These 20 to 30 criminals immediately wailed in groups of 3 or 2, scattering in all directions in search of students who had penetrated deeper into the Heavenly Flame mountain range. Tiger brother, quickly look. The bare-chested kid in front, so. White. One of the team of 3 people soon came across a bare-chested young man, white and tender, so that these brown men who had never seen a woman for years suddenly drooled. What are you waiting for? Get on. Tiger looked at the white and tender kid across the street, wiped his saliva, and immediately rushed his men. Hey! Those 2 hemmed and hawed, then charged towards each other. Tang Feng had gone through a lot of trouble and had just fought all the level 1 magical beasts, and was considering whether to go back or continue looking for level 3 magical beasts to kill. Then he saw 3 lewd men running toward him. Weapons in his hands, leather armor, and bearded like a savage. Tang Feng immediately frowned when he saw the duo coming at him unkindly. What are you doing? Tang Feng asked the other party suspiciously. What for? Catching you. When the opponent heard Tang Feng's words, he let out a cold laugh and attacked Tang Feng without pause. Although he didn't use a sharp blade, the club in his hand didn't hesitate to smash towards Tang Feng's head. Tang Feng couldn't figure out what the other party was, so it wasn't good to kill them directly. Immediately, he stood his ground and stabilized his horse. Rooting. A surge of power instantly rose from his feet, and his defense was pulled right up to full strength. Immediately afterward, the club in the other party's hand landed on Tang Feng's head. The opponent also didn't expect Tang Feng to not dodge, but it was just what he wanted. Their purpose is to catch people, not kill them. The ones captured weren't ordinary people, they were all students of the Skyfire Academy, their strength wasn't low, and it was possible to be killed back by the other party under carelessness. Naturally, it's better to beat your opponent until he loses the fight. Bang! The opponent then slammed a stick on Tang Feng's head. The opponent had thought that this stick could directly knock Tang Feng unconscious, but he hadn't expected the stick in his hand to directly break into two. Tang Feng, on the other hand, was standing still, not doing anything at all. The one who made the move froze outright for a moment. Looking at Tang Feng, eyes filled with incomprehension. What are you waiting for? Take the man away. The other criminal, who had followed closely behind the other, urged at once. The hell with me. The other party do not know how to explain, looking at the hand-broken half of the stick. This is made of green steel wood. Hardness is comparable to steel, how someone's head is harder than steel. What the hell? Tiger walked over immediately afterward, and when he saw Tang Feng standing intact, he also froze momentarily. You're okay? Tiger looked at Tang Feng in surprise. Who are you? Tang Feng maintained his rooted posture and faintly asked the other party. You're a bit strong, but so what? When you get here, you're a dragon, you're a tiger, you'll have to lie down, be good and go back with us. I'll let you suffer a little less, if you can serve me well. Hey, maybe I can spare your life. Tiger looked at Tang Feng's white skin and said with a lecherous smile. Tang Feng frowned as he listened to the other party. Didn't figure out what the other side was, but it was clear that the other side was up to no good. Then there's nothing to talk about. Just kill it. Chapter 20. Captives. Tang Feng immediately clenched his fists. Tiger sneered at the sight. What? Still want to resist? Teach him a lesson. Seeing Tang Feng's insensitivity, Tiger immediately asked his men to teach Tang Feng a lesson. The guy with the broken wooden stick in his hand had a hard heart and gritted his teeth as he stepped forward and slammed his fist into Tang Feng's face. Tang Feng immediately countered, raising his fist and slamming it towards his opponent's fist. Their fists then collided. Bang! Wow! A spray of blood instantly splattered Tiger. Tiger's face was covered in a mixture of blood and broken flesh. A dumbfounded look ahead. Totally in disbelief. What did he just see? You smashed a man into a bloody mist with one punch? This is the power of a man? The other criminal saw the scene in the same way. A look of horror. With that, he turned and was about to run. But how could Tang Feng let them leave? No matter who these people were, they didn't have good intentions towards him anyway, so naturally they couldn't let them go. With a movement of his feet, he struck out with a fist and instantly charged forward. Punch! Boom! Tang Feng once again smashed his henchman into a bloody mist with a single punch in front of Tiger. Tiger had been completely stunned, as if his heart had stopped. After consecutively killing two people, Tang Feng then turned around and walked towards Tiger with a bland face. Don't kill me! When Tiger saw Tang Feng walking towards him, his legs went limp and he directly fell to his knees. With a terrified face, he begged for forgiveness from Tang Feng. He couldn't even muster the courage to run away. The main reason was that the strength Tang Feng had shown was too terrifying. They were all wearing defense gear, but Tang Feng directly punched them in seconds. How terrifying this must be, he couldn't even imagine it. How dare he run in front of Tang Feng? Tang Feng stood opposite this tiger, looking at him with a flat face. Who are you people? Tang Feng asked indifferently. Tiger didn't dare to hide anything this time. We are fugitives entrenched in this area. Tiger then said to Tang Feng. Fugitive? Why am I being arrested? Tang Feng frowned slightly, then proceeded to ask. We're not arresting you, this is a misunderstanding, we're arresting the freshmen of Skyfire Academy, arresting them to solve their physical needs, and extorting Skyfire Academy for a sum of money in the process. Without any hesitation, Tiger said at once. He didn't treat Tang Feng as a student, with such a terrifying strength. How could he be a new student? It was probably that eccentric big brother who was just young looking. Tiger thinks so. Solving physical problems? You guys are ing disgusting, even the guys? Tang Feng froze, and after learning the other party's purpose, he instantly felt a vicious chill. It's a nifty little bit of everything. These fugitives are pretty sick. How many of you are there? Tang Feng frowned with disgust as he. Tiger nodded, not daring to hide anything from Tang Feng's question. Afraid that Tang Feng would beat him into a bloody mist if he was in a bad mood. Where is your lair? Tang Feng hesitated for a moment, then asked the other party. What do you want? Tiger's heart snapped and asked Tang Feng with some hesitation. Seeing the other party's hesitation, Tang Feng immediately raised his fist and gestured in front of the other party. Do I have to tell you? Tang Feng said indifferently. Gulp. Tiger looked at Tang Feng's fist and gulped with palpitations. On a hill ahead. Tiger then sheepishly pointed in the direction they were. Take me there. Tang Feng didn't talk much nonsense and directly asked the other party to lead the way. Tiger didn't dare to make any complaints and honestly led Tang Feng towards the mountain. It didn't take long for Tang Feng to see three bearded fugitives carrying a woman similarly toward the hill in the other direction. The other party saw Tiger and his face was delighted. Tiger, good haul, caught a white boy, stripped him of his clothes, there you go. The other party thought that Tang Feng was the prey that Tiger had caught, and immediately said with a lewd smile. But it's nothing compared to us, we've captured a girl, we'll be rewarded for presenting her to the boss. The other party was still basking in the joy of being about to receive his reward. Didn't notice the difference in Tiger's face. Tang Feng immediately gave Tiger a warning look to keep his mouth shut. Tiger shook his head with a bitter smile on his face. Congratulations, then. He was afraid that Tang Feng would kill him, and even if he added the other three, he felt that he couldn't beat Tang Feng, so he could only honestly cover for Tang Feng. But I envy you even more, catching a girl has to be handed over to the boss first, unlike you, catching such a tender boy, can be very cool to you The trio's eyes colorfully traced over Tang Feng's smooth upper body, as if they wanted to devour him. Tang Feng frowned slightly. Are all these people suffocating? Carrying a woman on your shoulder and not touching her, but wanting him, a man? Tiger on the side opened his mouth, didn't know what to say, sneaked a look at Tang Feng, and his cautious look was instantly noticed by the other party. Tiger, what are you looking at him for? The other frowned and asked Tiger suspiciously. It was nothing to look at Tang Feng, but Tiger looked at Tang Feng differently, which instantly made the other party suspicious. Especially when they suddenly realized that Tang Feng's body was clean and tidy, with no injuries at all. It's not like being arrested, is it? Instead, it was Tiger, who was careful, but instead looked more like Tang Feng's captive. What's wrong with looking at him a little more? Don't worry, he's already conquered by me. He won't resist. Seeing the other party's skepticism, Tiger hastily feigned composure and explained. Yes? Still, the other was suspicious of the duo. Hey, kid, come over here and serve the master. If you serve him well, he'll let you suffer less. The other party was silent for a moment, then stood in place, crossed his legs, and said to Tang Feng. Whether it's a captive or not, they'll know when they try. Didn't Tiger say he'd already conquered the other side? Let's try it then. Tang Feng looked at the other three, his face expressionless. Tiger, on the other hand, covered his forehead with a helpless face. It's over, aren't these three guys looking for death? Ugh. Tiger sighed. He knew that the next moment Tang Feng was going to make his move. As expected, Tang Feng immediately put down the small knife behind him after seeing that the other party was suspicious. The knife fell to the ground, and the three people across the street were stunned. You sure aren't right to be carrying a weapon. The other party said in a cold voice when they saw the knife that had fallen from Tang Feng's hands. Even if you surrender now, I can't spare you. The opponent then let out a cold snort and immediately killed towards Tang Feng. Chapter 21 The Fugitive's Lair. Moments later, unsurprisingly, 3 more streaks of blood were left on the ground. Tiger on the side was trembling in fear, he had once again seen how powerful Tang Feng was. Tang Feng came to the unconscious girl. The other party looked to be a freshman like him, with his clothes still intact, so he shouldn't have been spoiled yet. Hey, wake up! Tang Feng stepped forward and slapped the girl twice on the face. The girl was slapped twice by Tang Feng and instantly woke up in a ghostly manner. Huh? Where is this? The girl's mind boggled a bit at the sight of the strange man in front of her. Then reacting, She remembers being attacked by a bunch of disgusting fugitives and trying to do that kind of thing to her. The girls then saw the bare-chested Tang Feng and immediately lost their colors in fear. Then subconsciously reached out and jerked his hand toward Tang Feng's face. How fast Tang Feng reacted, a backward step to avoid his opponent's slap. What are you doing? I saved your ass and you're hating me for it? Tang Feng instantly said breathlessly. Save me? The girl then calmed down and looked at her surroundings, as if the gang just now wasn't really Tang Feng. But immediately afterwards she saw Tiger behind Tang Feng. Ah! Fugitive! The girl exclaimed as she pointed at Tiger. It was people dressed like this who had attacked her just now, and she was naturally more stressed when she saw Tiger. You should hurry, head towards the school, tell the academy about the encounter, tell them that there are fugitives in the Skyfire mountain range attacking the students, and ask them to come to support them. Tang Feng then said to the girls. Then continued on to the hill. The girl stared blankly at Tang Feng's back. What is your name? The girl felt Tang Feng's back was filled with a sense of security, and hurriedly asked Tang Feng. Call me Thunderbolt. Tang Feng waved his hand and said without looking back. Girls, do you have a rope on you? After the girls left, Tang Feng suddenly asked Tiger. Yes, what do you want? Tiger asked cautiously. Tie me up. Tang Feng then stretched out his hands to Tiger. It suddenly struck him how he didn't look like prey to Tiger's captors when he went over there so squarely. It would be more like it if there was a leash on him. Tiger then understood what Tang Feng meant. And his ropes were really for tying up the captives. Then he took out a bundle of thin rope from his waist and tied Tang Feng's hands. Then Tiger walked in front, with Tang Feng following behind, toward the hill. This made Tang Feng look even more like a captive. The two continued on and soon came to the bottom of the hill, to where they also encountered more fugitives. Seeing back, one caught a white boy, one envied the other. Was walking toward the top of the hill, when a fugitive suddenly came alongside, leading a rope, to the other end of which was tied a woman. The styling was exactly the same as Tang Feng's and theirs. The woman's body was also the same as Tang Feng's, with no injuries at all. Instead, the fugitive's face was bruised and purple. Seeing this, Tang Feng looked at the other party with a surprised expression. This familiar look, what a run-in with a fellow traveler. Tang Feng instantly realized that this woman was also pretending, just like him, she had deliberately come in as a captive. The woman lightly glanced at Tang Feng and passed right by him. That fugitive didn't greet Tiger either. This made Tang Feng even more sure of his suspicions. I didn't realize he wasn't the only one interested in this group of fugitives, but that he had peers. The other party had no intention of recognizing him, and there was no need for him to take the initiative. Come down to the mountain under Tiger's guidance. There's a patch of cabins on the hill, and this is their lair. Tiger led Tang Feng directly into the middle of one of the wooden huts. The woman and the fugitive were reporting to the boss in the cabin just now. Boss, save me. This woman forced me to bring her here, she's undercover. The fugitive who escorted the woman just now sold her directly after arriving here, and didn't hesitate to tell the boss the truth. Seeing this, Tang Feng gave Tiger a meaningful look. Tiger's body shivered in fear. No. I won't betray you. I promise. Tiger hurriedly whispered to Tang Feng to assure him. Tang Feng didn't care about this, looking faintly at the woman in front of him. See how she handles it. The woman was a little surprised to see that she had been betrayed. Solely do not pretend, directly break the rope in the hand, reach behind the waist, a dagger appeared in the hand, and then kill towards the fugitive boss. The speed and swiftness of his movements were no less than Tang Feng's. This woman definitely has top level too. But the fugitive boss looked at the attacking woman with a bemused expression. After the woman approached, she slightly sidestepped and easily dodged the dagger in the woman's hand. A hand then grabbed the woman's wrist and then a knee. It was a moment that made the woman almost spit out her overnight meal. Her body went limp and she fell to the ground, the pain that tore through her heart preventing her from getting up for a moment. The fugitive boss blandly took out a chain and threw it in front of the woman. Tie me up and bring me to my room at night. The fugitive boss looked at the woman's well-proportioned body with a greedy look on his face and instructed his men. Boss is mighty. The fugitive who had escorted the woman over immediately slapped his ass and then proceeded to tie the woman up. The chains were so hard that the woman couldn't break them. This was a complete capture. Thanks for rescuing me, boss, I'll take my leave now. After sending the woman away, the fugitive instantly addressed the boss and prepared to leave. Wait, you betrayed me, didn't you? After the fugitive boss settled the women's issue, he then began to settle the score. A cold face looked at the fugitive and said. That fugitive's face instantly changed. Without waiting for him to react, the fugitive boss's figure instantly arrived and slapped his palm down. The fugitive's head instantly flew out. Tang Feng's brows furrowed as he watched. This fugitive boss's strength is not ordinary. Just now he didn't even see the other party's figure. Tiger, what have you brought? The fugitive boss didn't even look at the headless body in the room, and faintly asked Tiger behind him. Tiger gulped sheepishly. Looking at the headless corpse in front of him, he was even more afraid to backstab Tang Feng. Otherwise, not only will he be retaliated against by Tang Feng, but he will also be killed by the boss, so it's not a good deal either way. If you help Tang Feng hide it now, the big deal is that the boss is dead, and he still has a chance to live, right? Boss, I caught a kid, white and tender, do you want it? After Tiger figured it out, he immediately arched his hand to the fugitive boss. The fugitive boss looked at Tang Feng. If he didn't have the woman from before, he would definitely want Tang Feng. But what's the point of having a man when you have a woman now? Keep it for yourself, have fun, don't play dead, remember to keep a breath, we still have to blackmail Skyfire Academy with him. The fugitive boss said faintly to Tiger. Yes. Tiger immediately nodded, and then took Tang Feng away. Tang Feng looked at the fugitive bosses in the room and knew that now was not the time to make a move. Besides, the strength of the other party was still unclear, and it would be detrimental to him to make a rash move. What is the strength of your boss? After leaving the wooden house, Tang Feng faintly asked Tiger. Chapter 22, It's Too Late. His strength is not high, just level 10, and often in this wild mountains, also sparse exercise, attributes on the decline, absolutely no rise full. Tiger hurriedly said to Tang Feng. Just 10 levels? Tang Feng immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, level 10? Still just? Isn't that strong enough? Although Tang Feng was shocked in his heart, there was no expression on his face. Tiger also couldn't tell what was going on in Tang Feng's mind, and couldn't decide if he was the boss's opponent. Where is the woman being held? Take me there. Tang Feng continued. Yes. Tiger didn't dare to refuse, and then led Tang Feng towards a nearby wooden house. There was a cellar entrance in the cabin, and through the entrance, underground, were 4 cells that reeked with a foul odor. Tiger, you're here. The fugitive guarding the dungeon saw Tiger and immediately greeted him. Are you here to make a delivery? Wouldn't it be a waste to lock up such a fine boy here? The other party then saw Tang Feng and asked Tiger suspiciously. Where's the bull? Open the door. Tiger frowned in feigned displeasure as he chided. Oh, it's on. Being scolded by Tiger, the other party was instantly honest and honestly opened the door to the room. Get in there. Be honest. The other party then unceremoniously pushed Tang Feng, directly pushing him into the cell. Tiger, let's go for a drink. The other party then pulled Tiger aside to drink, leaving Tang Feng alone in the foul-smelling cell. Tang Feng surveyed the cell, not a big place, holding 4 or 5 people. One of them was the woman Tang Feng had seen before. The others burst back against the corner with forlorn faces, looking helpless, seeing Tang Feng arrive as if they were already used to it. You've been found out too? That woman suddenly opened her mouth and said to Tang Feng. She knew that Tang Feng had been caught here on purpose, just like her, and it was just her bad luck that she had been exposed. I didn't expect Tang Feng to be locked in around the same time as her. Is that all the people here? Tang Feng didn't answer, just scanned the circle and faintly asked. That's all for now, they've all just been captured, what's your plan? The woman then asked Tang Feng. I've sent someone to the academy to find backup, but I don't know when it will arrive. I don't want to sit around and wait for it to happen, these guys are perverts. If you don't want to lose your chastity, you'll have to follow me and kill your way out first. Tang Feng said indifferently. As soon as they heard that they were going to escape, the others immediately became interested. Who are you? How are we going to escape with all those people out there? But there are still people who feel uneasy. If they were to run away, there is no telling what awaits them if they are caught. He's Tang Feng. Without waiting for Tang Feng to speak, the woman directly said Tang Feng's name. Who's Tang Feng? Sounds a bit familiar. Still, some people expressed doubts. Oh. I remember, you're that Tang Feng who was the first to reach number 1 on the freshman list. But soon enough, someone reacted and thought about who Tang Feng was. Tang Feng was, after all, the first person to make it onto the freshman list since it was announced, and his fame was still very heavy in this term. So it's you. Upon learning Tang Feng's identity, the crowd's senses towards Tang Feng instantly changed. How are you going to get us out of here? You can't even save yourself right now. But some of them are still worried about it, fearing that they won't be able to escape. After all, Tang Feng was just a freshman like them, and was now similarly imprisoned in the dungeon, so why should he be able to save them from getting out? In the face of their skepticism, Tang Feng didn't need to explain to them. Wait quietly. It didn't take long for Tiger to trot to the front of the cell and look at Tang Feng fawningly. Boss, the guards have gotten me drunk, so I'll let you out? Tiger lowered his voice to Tang Feng. Who's your boss? Stop yelling and open the door. Tang Feng said with dissatisfaction. Then he asked the other man to open the door of the old room. Take them away quietly. You know this place well. Don't get caught. Tang Feng then arranged it to Tiger. No tricks. Tang Feng then proceeded to give Tiger a warning. Lest he go behind his back. Don't worry, I would never dare. Tiger hurriedly assured Tang Feng. Let's go. Tang Feng nodded, then said to the few freshmen behind him. They looked at each other in dismay, although they were shocked at Tang Feng's tactics, but the path of escape was right in front of them. How could they have time to think so much? They hurriedly followed Tiger and left the dungeon. Tang Feng also followed closely behind and left after them. Coming outside, and relying on Tiger's familiarity with the terrain, he circled around the back of the house and soon reached the front door. Once we leave this gate and get to the bottom of the mountain, it won't be so easy to find them. Come on, I'm afraid someone will come back on the road later, and if we bump into them, we'll be exposed. Tiger said to Tang Feng with a sweaty head. Tang Feng looked at Tiger and nodded. If this guy didn't cooperate, he would definitely kill him, but now that the other party was so cooperative, Tang Feng had no reason to kill him. Behave yourself, for being so cooperative, I'll spare your life today, but you won't be so lucky next time. Tang Feng warned Tiger in a deep voice. Yes, I'll be good in the future. Tiger didn't dare to make any complaints and nodded repeatedly. Only then did Tang Feng turn around and leave. And just as they were about to descend, a shrill honk suddenly sounded from the mountain. Tiger's face suddenly changed. Move. It's our alarm. You've been spotted. Tiger finished and ran back without looking back. He didn't want to offend on both ends, so he hurried back and hid himself before the boss realized his betrayal. Move. Tang Feng frowned and hurriedly urged the crowd. The crowd rushed down the hill. But the fugitives on the hill also reacted extremely quickly, and soon a group of men came down after them. Where to run? The other bellowed. The figure rushed towards them like electricity. The woman running side by side with Tang Feng frowned. Turning his head to see the enemy coming, he immediately stopped and with his feet pounding, he charged at the other side. Not the slightest hesitation. It was no longer equipped, but it wasn't the least bit intimidating. The two collided together in an instant, both fists clashing in the air. Bang! As soon as the two touched, the woman's body flew back like a kite with broken strings. Tang Feng hurriedly caught it. Is everything okay? Tang Feng looked at the woman in his arms and asked in a deep voice. Nothing. The woman stood up and rubbed her wrist, which the punch had nearly broken. The opponent's strength was completely above him. Hurry up! The opponent is too strong. The woman hurriedly urged Tang Feng. I'm afraid it's too late. Tang Feng sighed. It would have been headlong all the way forward, split up, and there would have been hope of escape. But after the woman turned around, it was too late. The other side had caught up. Chapter 23. Should we kill her? Son of a, how dare you run away? The fugitive boss, with a group of people, caught up with Tang Feng and the two of them. Looking at the woman snuggled in Tang Feng's arms, the fugitive boss was instantly enraged. Dare to touch my woman, looking for death. The fugitive boss immediately snorted coldly. Up! Get them for me! With a wave of his hand, he immediately had his men come forward to grab the two. Tang Feng's gaze stared, shielding the woman behind him. Looking at the gang of fugitives that surrounded him, Tang Feng was expressionless. The strength of these people was generally average, and they weren't much faster than Tang Feng in terms of speed, and at most they were at level 3. Tang Feng alone was enough to deal with it. Tang Feng stood in front of the woman, his feet stepping firmly on the ground as if they were rooted. A force traveled down the center of the foot to Tang Feng's entire body. Immediately afterward, the weapons in the hands of those fugitives around them landed on Tang Feng. The woman behind Tang Feng subconsciously covered her mouth when she saw this, unable to bear the scene she was about to see next. Bang! However, the expected head-butting scene did not occur. The weapon in the fugitive's hand felt as if it were striking hard stone. One of them, the wooden stick in his hand, directly crumbled. It made them pause. Even the woman behind Tang Feng looked at Tang Feng's back with a shocked expression. This scene was really out of their expectation. Who would have thought that a human head is harder than a stick made of green steel wood? Old boss, there's something wrong with him. The fugitives were instantly shocked and said to the boss. Something's not right. What, bunch of losers? The fugitive boss immediately came over in dissatisfaction and took a large knife from his junior, carrying it menacingly towards Tang Feng. Tang Feng stood in place blandly. But the woman behind him was panicking. Seeing the other party with a large knife was beyond shocking. Tang Feng! Run for it! That guy has a knife in his hand. Don't fight him! The woman said anxiously. Tang Feng blocked in front of her to protect her, and there was no way she could watch Tang Feng get killed. Gritting his teeth, he stood out from the back, ready to meet the opponent's attack with Tang Feng. Mind your own business and off. However, Tang Feng's cold voice suddenly came in her ears. It made the woman pause and look puzzled. Uncertainty looked at Tang Feng. She then saw that Tang Feng didn't have a trace of emotion in his eyes, and his eyes were filled with wariness as he looked at the fugitive boss. From the beginning to the end, Tang Feng hadn't even stood in front of her for the sake of protecting her, he was just looking for an opponent. You're a maniac, the woman muttered as she looked at Tang Feng. The other party was an expert with a strength of at least 10 levels, how did he dare? Seeing that Tang Feng was unmoved, the woman immediately ducked away to avoid being implicated. The fugitive boss raised the large sword in his hand and slashed at Tang Feng's head. And still, Tang Feng didn't dodge, he just stood in place. The woman couldn't help but cover her eyes at the sight. When a sound of gold and iron clashing came. How? The fugitive boss then let out a gasp. How can you be okay? When the woman opened her eyes, she saw the fugitive boss looking at Tang Feng with a shocked look on his face. The big knife in his hand was still on Tang Feng's head, but he wasn't hurt at all. Instead, the big knife in the fugitive boss's hand curled its edge. This scene shocked all the fugitives, and one subconsciously took a step back as if they had seen a monster. What kind of demonic magic is being used? I don't believe you can block it. The fugitive boss roared in disbelief. Then he raised his greatsword again and slashed at Tang Feng's head. Tang Feng was just testing how strong his defense was. As expected, blocking a strike from a 10th level expert was no big deal. It even traveled well and did not reach its limits. Immediately afterward, the large knife in the fugitive boss's hand once again landed on Tang Feng's head. When another crisp sound rang out. It didn't even look like it was cutting on a human body, instead it looked like it was cutting on steel. No way. You have a hard head, where's your body? Still unbelieving, the fugitive boss once again raised his large knife and backhanded it diagonally toward Tang Feng's neck. When another sound of gold and iron came out. Dangling. The fugitive boss's hand instantly went limp, and the large sword in his hand instantly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Tang Feng's eyes instantly condensed, secretly saying that it was a good opportunity. Take advantage of the lack of weapons in the hands of the opponent and then attack. Instantly, he took a step forward and struck out with a fist. Punch! Facing a level 10 expert, Tang Feng didn't dare to be careless, coming up directly with skill attacks. The fugitive boss was in a state of shock, and had just reacted when he saw that Tang Feng had already slammed his fist over. Immediately, his face changed and he hastily sidestepped to avoid it. The opponent was worthy of being a 10th level expert, and still made a dodging maneuver in such an urgent situation. However, it did not completely avoid it, and Tang Feng's little thumb would brush against the fugitive boss's body. The fugitive boss didn't care about this slight contact, but soon, his face changed, and his entire body instantly flew backwards as if he had been hit by a train. Bang! 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 The fugitive boss's body felt like it was floating on the ground, turning over several times in a row before coming to a stop. The old boss? The fugitive boy immediately went up to check on his boss. Carefully, he turned the boss back over and immediately revealed a look of shock. How? What happened? The other minions asked him suspiciously. The old boss is dead, the little brother exclaimed, then took a step back. Then the crowd got a glimpse of the fugitive boss. The entire chest sunken, inside the blood and flesh mixed in a piece of mud, internal organs are entangled together, do not distinguish between you and me. It's already dead as a doornail. What the hell are you? After realizing that their boss had been killed by Tangfeng with a single punch, these fugitive minions immediately lost their previous temper and asked Tangfeng in shock. Collect your people. Tangfeng let out a cold snort. The most troublesome enemy had already been dealt with. What was there to fear about the rest? Just get on with it and root them out. They're fugitives anyway, and catching them is a death sentence. These fugitives had already been scared out of their wits. How could they still have the courage to fight with Tangfeng, fleeing in panic? Tangfeng was in no man's land, able to catch one. Moments later, the fugitives fled and died. There was not another soul on the mountain. Tangfeng then turned around and saw that the girl was still standing at the mountainside. The others had already taken advantage of the opportunity to escape, and this woman was the only one who stayed behind. Looking at Tangfeng, there was only shock in her eyes. Tangfeng looked at the other party, his mind constantly deliberating. She's seen her strength, it's easy to leak out, should we kill her? Tangfeng then clenched his fists and slowly walked towards the other party. Tangfeng. Just then, a call came from the distance, interrupting Tangfeng's movements. Chapter 24, A 10,000-year-old dumbass. Song Shelby rushed over in a hurry, with a large group of the academy's security personnel behind him. The girl Tangfeng had saved earlier was also following Song Shelby. Are you guys okay? Song Shelby walked over and asked Tangfeng. Nothing. Tangfeng shook his head. I thought to myself, if you had come a little later, something might have happened. After Song Shelby made sure Tangfeng was fine, he immediately waved his hand at the security personnel behind him. Everyone, round up the hill and make sure you don't let a single fugitive go. A group of people then surrounded the hill, not sparing any exits. Tangfeng quietly came to the woman's side. Keep my secret. Whispered softly to the other. Since you can't kill and maim, you have to make the other person shut up as much as possible. The woman looked at Tangfeng, then met Tangfeng's eyes. Then he saw killing intent in Tangfeng's eyes. It was a shock to her. Did you just try to kill someone? The woman was still relatively smart, and in an instant she sensed Tangfeng's intentions. Tangfeng didn't say anything, but he didn't deny it either. Interesting. My name is Zhao Yishuan. I'll keep your secret. Zhao Yishuan instantly laughed, then extended her hand to Tangfeng without any stage fright. Zhao Yishuan? Tangfeng frowned. Thought there was something familiar about the name, like I'd seen it somewhere before. Zhao Yishuan, the sixth on the freshman list? Tangfeng then remembered that the only two girls on the freshman list he had looked at earlier, one of them was named Zhao Yishuan. It shouldn't be sixth anymore. Zhao Yishuan shook her head with a bitter smile. The freshman ranking list was updated very quickly, changing almost every day, and she was no longer sixth a long time ago. Remember to keep it a secret, you're the only one who's seen my strength so far. Tangfeng doesn't care how many she is, as long as she helps him keep it a secret. If his strength was really known by outsiders, he would know that it was Zhao Yishuan who revealed it, and he could just find her to settle the score at that time. Zhao Yishuan immediately brightened up. So can I call on you for help if I need something? Zhao Yishuan asked cautiously. Tell me more. Tangfeng waved his hand and said ambiguously. Didn't even say what favor he was doing, so how could he agree to it out of the blue? Don't help for nothing. Pay up. Zhao Yishuan thought for a moment then continued. Here's my contact info. Contact me if you need me. As soon as he heard about giving money, Tangfeng immediately brightened up, and then gave his contact information to the other party. Zhao Yishuan. Zhao Yishuan looked at Tangfeng with a speechless expression. He thought, this Tangfeng is so powerful, how come he still sees money? I'll be in touch in a while, then. Zhao Yishuan nodded and then got up to leave. The fugitives on the mountain had already been killed by Tang Feng to the point that not many were left. Song Xiaowei and the others went up and only caught a few fugitives that hadn't come out just now. They said they have another boss, not low in strength, at least level 10, didn't you guys see that? Song Xiaowei asked Tang Feng with a strange face. No. Tang Feng immediately shook his head, indicating that he had never seen it. Can we still run away if we run into it? Tang Feng asked Song Xiaowei rhetorically. Fair enough, go back first. Song Xiaowei nodded without question. Currently the only ones who had seen Tang Feng's strength besides Zhao Yishuan were the escaped fugitives. Those few fugitives were obviously unlikely to recognize Tang Feng, and were unlikely to be caught in a short period of time. Re-entering the academy, this time big or small, it did not cause much of a storm at the academy. Not much is known except by the people involved. It's just that the academy has once again strengthened its manpower to search the Skyfire mountain range. And the freshman list has changed again. No 1, Tang Style 3.3. No 2, Dong Jianwei 3.0. No 3, Feng Shiren 3.0. No 4, Tang Yinho 3.0. No 5, Young Kwok Wing 3.0. No 6, Lin Feiyu 3.0. No 7, Zhao Yishuan 3.0. No 8, He Jingchen 3.0. No 9, Huai Suzhen 3.0. No 10, Ing Kai Ming 3.0. Other than Tang Feng, everyone else's credits hadn't changed at all, and were still all 3 credits. Only Tang Feng broke through the boundary and reached 3.3. That was because he had killed a level 3 magical beast before, so he had 0.3 points more than others. But it was beyond shocking to the freshman. Because everyone had calculated that killing all the first and second level magical beasts would only achieve 3 credits, and if they wanted to break through the 3 points they could only go and kill third level magical beasts. In other words, Tang Feng had already killed a level 3 magical beast? In particular, Dong Jianwei, who was previously in first place, couldn't sit still after seeing Tang Feng steal his first place again. How is it possible? How could he possibly kill a third level magical beast? Dong Jianwei looked incredulous and exclaimed on the spot. Second level magical beasts he could manage to decimate at will, but he had also tried third level magical beasts and was completely unable to defeat them. What makes this Tang Feng able to kill a level 3 magical beast? Most of the new students are first or second level awakened. It's unlikely that anyone can kill a third level magical beast at this stage now, and he may not have killed it on his own personally. As soon as Dong Jianwei's words fell, a voice suddenly came from behind him. A long-haired man with a gloomy look walked up behind Dong Jianwei. Dong Jianwei recognized him, Feng Shiren, who was now ranked 3rd. What do you mean? Dong Jianwei frowned and asked suspiciously. The rules of the credits do not indicate that it must be killed independently. It is also possible to kill with the assistance of others. He may have killed a level 3 magical beast in a group. Feng Shiren said faintly. Dong Jianwei's expression moved, but immediately afterward, he felt that it was impossible. The academy would let this kind of bug appear? Then if I just get a group of high-level experts to lead me according to you, won't I be able to pull my credits up in no time? Looking at it this way, how is it possible that Skyfire Academy still has so many ungraduated? Dong Jianwei felt that it was impossible for this bug to exist, and it was impossible for the academy not to have discovered it. Since I came to you, I must have tested it. The academy does know about this bug. After my test, only same level group, the killed magical beasts will be counted as credits, and the number of group must not be more than 4. Since Feng Shiren came to find Dong Jianwei, that is, he already had a plan in mind, otherwise he would not have come over to him. Dong Jianwei immediately raised his eyebrows. So that's what you came for? Dong Jianwei looked at Feng Shiren and asked suspiciously. I've already contacted Tang Renhao and Yang Guorong. The 4 of us will team up and hunt third-level magical beasts to help you take first place. Feng Shiren said faintly. Why? Why are you helping me? Dong Jianwei, however, was not happy. He knew that there was no free lunch in the world. The other party could not help him for no reason. Someone wants Tang Feng's life, so we can't let him be too high profile. We need to make him disappear without realizing it. Feng Shiren didn't hide anything, and immediately made his purpose clear. Killing your classmates? Aren't you afraid that the academy will pursue you? Dong Jianwei did not expect Feng Shiren to be so bold as to kill his classmate. If this was discovered by the Heavenly Flame Academy, expulsion would be a trivial matter. Don't worry, the person who wants to kill him is the Academy's senior management. It's up to you to choose. Will you be the number 1 freshman, or will you be steadily pushed down by Tang Feng and be the number 2 for 10,000 years? Feng Shuren said faintly. Chapter 25, Substituting for Credits. Dong Jianhui immediately frowned. He naturally wanted to be number one, or else he wouldn't have started chasing credits in the first place after the freshman list was announced. Now that he was being suppressed by Tang Feng, his heart was naturally unconvinced. I won't do the killing, I'll just press his credits for you. But Dong Jianhui still had a bottom line and said to Feng Shuren with a serious face. Feng Xian smiled slightly. May. I didn't expect him to say yes straight away. Then let's start helping you with your credits now. Feng Shuren didn't even ask for Dong Jianhui's assurance before he directly contacted the other two and began to help him raise his credits. Tang Feng had just returned and realized that his ranking had gone to number 1 again. It just didn't stay up there for long before Dong Jianhui caught up with him again. Dong Jianhui also 3.3 points? Tang Feng was a bit surprised. He had relied on his powerful strength attribute to decapitate the third-level magical beast, so how did Dong Jianhui do it? Heavenly Flame Academy is really a crouching tiger hiding a dragon. Tang Feng didn't think much of it, just assuming that Dong Jianhui was truly a proud son of heaven. Spent 2 days safely at the college. Dong Jianhui's credits, on the other hand, had completely surpassed Tang Feng's. It reached a score of 3.6. And on this day, Zhao Yishuan also found him again. Is what you said last time still true? Zhao Yishuan stood in front of Tang Feng with a twisted, shy look and asked Tang Feng. Not really. Seeing the other party in this state, Tang Feng said decisively. Zhao Yishuan. I'll pay. Zhao Yishuan immediately put away her shy appearance and said with a helpless face. What is it? Tang Feng instantly revealed a smile and asked Zhao Yishuan. You. Forget it, Woody. Zhao Yishuan immediately looked speechless when she saw Tang Feng's expression change. You're really money-minded, not mentioning money. Zhao Yishuan looked at Tang Feng and rolled her eyes. I can't help it, I'm scared of being poor, I can barely afford my clothes, I'm short of money. Tang Feng spread his hands helplessly. Hell no. Zhao Yishuan bristled, not believing Tang Feng's bull at all. I've been looking for a third-level magical beast's habitat for the past 2 days, I can't fight it alone, I want you to help me take down this beast, but the right to kill it has to be given to me, I want credits. Zhao Yishuan then said to Tang Feng. This was the favor she wanted Tang Feng to do. Help her with her credits. What do you mean? I help you kill third-level magical beasts and you get points too? Tang Feng was stunned, then looked at Zhao Yishuan in surprise and asked. Well, it's been tested, as long as awakened people of the same level, numbering no more than 4, work together to kill a high-ranked magical beast, the credits will be counted on the slayer. Zhao Yishuan nodded and explained to Tang Feng. It still plays like that? Tang Feng's expression moved, and he couldn't help but touch his chin. If that's the case, then could he open a substitute credit business? No, that would be too flashy, it could only be done in a small circle, and the guys in his dorm were rich, so he could start with them. Tang Feng rubbed his chin and thought secretly. What are you thinking? Zhao Yishuan saw Tang Feng dazed, and immediately waved her hand in front of him. Nothing, so let's go. Tang Feng came back to his senses, smiled, and said to Zhao Yishuan. Aren't you going to change into your gear? Zhao Yishuan looked at Tang Feng in his regular clothes and asked suspiciously. Do I need to? Tang Feng spread his hands and asked Zhao Yishuan in return. Zhao Yishuan then remembered that Tang Feng was also wearing no equipment last time, and was even bare-chested. Okay, you're good. Zhao Yishuan had nothing to say, and then she brought Tang Feng to rush to the Skyfire mountain range. Because Zhao Yishuan had already found the location of the third-level magical beasts before, the two of them quickly arrived at their destination with ease. Nah, that's it. Third-level magical beast. Golden-eyed peacock. Zhao Yishuan said as she nudged her mouth toward the canopy of the trees in front of her. Tang Feng didn't need her to say anything, he had already seen the other party. A full-bodied crimson peacock stood on a sycamore tree, its eyes glowing golden in the sunlight. Okay, you wait here. Tang Feng nodded. Immediately, he walked towards the golden-eyed peacock. Zhao Yishuan opened her mouth, but when she thought of Tang Feng's heaven-defying strength, the words of concern that were on her lips were immediately swallowed back. This guy's so sick he doesn't need me to care? Zhao Yishuan shook her head helplessly. Tang Feng came near the sycamore tree, and the golden-eyed peacock on the tree immediately spotted him. Ow! The golden-eyed peacock let out a scream when it saw the human under the tree. With that, he unfolded his wings and his body instantly rushed towards Tang Feng, his speed soaring. Tang Feng's gaze froze, then he stood still. Rooting. Use the skill to pull your defense up instantly. Miso. Golden-eyed Peacock then rushed to the top of Tang Feng's head, sharp claws grasped on Tang Feng's body, the clothes on his body immediately shattered, but grasping on Tang Feng's skin sent out gusts of sparks, and did not injure him in the slightest. Tang Feng didn't dare to move, waiting for the golden-eyed peacock's sharp claws to leave his body before extending his fingers and quickly flicking them on the golden-eyed peacock's body. The golden-eyed peacock instantly flew out as if it had been hit by a heavy blow, crashing through several sycamore trees and collapsing on the ground. Tang Feng went up to check and found that the golden-eyed peacock was already dying and was down to its last breath. Or with great force. He was afraid of killing the golden-eyed peacock with one blow. He didn't even dare to exert any force, he just flicked his finger, who knew that the golden-eyed peacock still didn't hold up. Come on. It's too late if you don't come. Tang Feng hurriedly shouted to Zhao Yishuan in the distance. Zhao Yishuan, with her mouth wide open, watched the battle between Tang Feng and the golden-eyed peacock. Once again, her third opinion was refreshed. Can people really be this strong? Under Tang Feng's repeated urging, she hurriedly ran over. Looking at the dying golden-eyed peacock on the ground, Zhao Yishuan hurriedly added a knife. The accompanying 0.3 credits arrived. Sure enough, let's move on to the next one. Zhao Yishuan's face was instantly delighted when she saw that her credits had really increased. Next? There's more? Tang Feng looked at Zhao Yishuan with some surprise. Of course, my goal is to be number 1 on the freshman list. Right now number 1 is being dominated by that Dong Jianwei. I can't let him have his way. Zhao Yishuan said rightfully. Alright, then. Check out first. Tang Feng nodded. It didn't matter, instead it could help him improve his strength. What's the hurry? We'll settle it later. Zhao Yishuan said with an averted gaze. I can't trust you. Settle the bill, one bill at a time. Tang Feng looked at Zhao Yishuan's eyes and knew that she didn't have a good idea. If she didn't settle the bill now, she probably wouldn't get a single penny later. Okay. Zhao Yishuan said with a helpless face. With that, he took out his cell phone from his arms and transferred money to Tang Feng. $50,000 a pop, is that enough? The two hadn't negotiated a price beforehand, but Zhao Yishuan had said she wouldn't give Tang Feng less. It's 50,000 straight out of the gate. Not bad. Tang Feng's eyes lit up, but his mouth still looked grudging. Zhao Yishuan decisively transferred 200,000 to Tang Feng. How do you turn so many at once? Tang Feng looked at Zhao Yishuan with a puzzled expression. There's 3 more, doesn't that add up to $200,000? Pay them all together in case you don't take them. Zhao Yishuan smiled faintly. Tang Feng, this thigh she is sure to hold. Jesus came and could not stop. Chapter 26, Need a brush service? In just half a day, Tang Feng had helped Zhao Yishuan finish off 4 level 3 magical beasts, and if Zhao Yishuan didn't know where there were still level 3 magical beasts left, she would probably have been able to finish off even more. And Zhao Yishuan's credits, too, went from 3 points to 4.2 points. It took Dong Jianwei 2 days to reach 3.9 points with the help of Feng Shiren, Tang Renhao, and Yang Guorong, 3 masters not much worse than him. Dong Jianwei, who had just returned at this time, looked at Zhao Yishuan, who had suddenly rushed up on the freshman list, and his entire body froze. Who's this? Where did you come from? Dong Jianwei exclaimed with a shocked face. Zhao Yishuan? Wasn't she ranked 7th before? Why did she suddenly go to number 1? Feng Shiren also looked puzzled. He had studied everyone on the freshman list, and other than the top 5, he couldn't look at anyone else. Although this Zhao Yishuan's ranking was quite high, there was still a bit of a gap compared to the top 5. Dong Jianwei had a gloomy face. Didn't you guys say you could help me get first place? What's with this Zhao Yishuan? Dong Jianwei questioned Feng Shiren in a deep voice. It was just an accident, maybe she found out about the secret of grouping too. After all, it's considered a secret among the freshmen but not in the eyes of the older students. After thinking about it, Feng Shiren explained to Dong Jianwei. But it doesn't matter, 4.2 points, only 1 more 3rd level magic beast than us, we work hard, we still have a chance to catch up. Feng Shiren then continued. Humph. Dong Jianwei snorted in dissatisfaction. I just want to be number 1, and no one in the freshman class can top me. Dong Jianwei said with a haughty face. Seeing this, Feng Shiren implicitly revealed a smirk. Zhao Yishuan's appearance might speed up his plans. But we're tired, too, so we'd better talk about it in a few days. Feng Shiren had just finished his countermeasures when he suddenly added that he was tired and couldn't help Dong Jianwei kill the magical beasts. This caused Dong Jianwei, who was anxious to catch up to first place, to be stunned. What do you mean? Didn't we agree to work together? Dong Jianwei immediately frowned, an anxious look on his face. It's cooperation, but cooperation is also based on common interests. Our purpose is to kill Tangfeng, while you are only willing to help us suppress Tangfeng. This is not equal in value to us. Cooperation is afraid that it can't continue. Feng Shiren shook his head and explained to Dong Jianwei. Then how about I pay you guys to help me kill magical beasts? Dong Jianwei hadn't yet heard the meaning of Feng Shiren's words, intending to use money to buy them off. Ha! Feng Xian smiled slightly. Do you think we're short of money? Feng Shiren looked at Dong Jianwei with a smile on his face and asked. Dong Jianwei looked at Feng Shiren with a serious face. How could he not understand Feng Shiren's meaning? It was only the bottom line in his heart that prevented him from taking that step. Since you won't help, I'll go find someone else to team up with. Dong Jianwei wants to be number one, but he also wants to hold his own. The cooperation between the two parties ended immediately. Lin Feiyu is also one of ours, top 6 on the freshman list. You won't find anyone else besides Tangfeng, and also, how long do you think it will take for the 4 of us to catch up to you if we team up? Feng Shiren faintly said to Dong Jianwei. Dong Jianwei was stunned. They teamed up, and he had naturally seen their strength, and it was no better compared to his. If the 4 of them teamed up, I'm sure they'd be able to catch up with his credits in no time. By that time, he would not be able to keep his ranking, not to mention second, and he was afraid that he would not even be able to keep the top 5. Think about it, and by the way, if you're willing to cooperate, there's a spot for you on the picket line. Feng Shiren then threw out a huge bait to Dong Jianwei once again. The school picket, this was a privileged organization with great power in Skyfire Academy. No one who makes it to the picket line is a genius among geniuses, and that's a testament to strength. A person like Dong Jianwei, who pursued fame and fortune, absolutely could not resist this temptation. Dong Jianwei's eyes were really different when he heard this. The eyes kept flickering as if they were in a mental struggle. In just a moment, Dong Jianwei's eyes changed. I'll help you guys kill Tangfeng, and you'll make sure I'm the number 1 freshman. Dong Jianwei's eyes then turned cold as he said in a deep voice to Feng Shiren. Feng Shiren looked at Dong Jianwei and smiled slightly. I assure you, the first in this class, it's definitely yours. Feng Shiren said faintly. Tangfeng dismissed Zhao Yishuan and returned to the dormitory, realizing that Shi Lishui and the others had returned as well. Holy, it's finally over, but I'm so dirty. Shirasui grumbled as she undressed. Who says it is not? The inside of the heavenly fire mountain range is really hot. A few days without changing clothes, it feels like it is almost stained on the body. Little fatty Qian Yu nodded with deep understanding and took off his top, revealing his fat muscles. Hua Huaijin was silent and similarly took off the clothes on her body. It was obvious that they hadn't suffered much in the Skyfire mountain range in the past few days. The brothers are back? Tangfeng pushed open the door and saw the scene, instantly said with a teasing smile. No, what did you do? Getting mugged? Xian Yu looked at Tangfeng's look and couldn't help but say. At this time, Tangfeng's look wasn't much better than theirs. Although not as dirty as them, but more rotten than them, the blouses all torn, one by one hanging on the body, do not know also thought it was a beggar. So what, it's not like I'm helping someone out with their credits and getting caught by a wraith. Tangfeng said with a disinterested expression. What the hell? Tangfeng's words instantly made the 3 of them freeze, then even the matter of bathing was left behind, and each of them stared at Tangfeng with an inquisitive look. Substitute credits? How? Shi Lishui even forgot that she had a cleanliness fetish and stepped forward, asking Tangfeng after her. Just me helping her beat up the wraiths so they can't fight back, her going up there to fill in the gaps, and then the credits are on her. Tangfeng spread his hands and explained to the 3. Still got it? This gave the 3 of them a sudden shock, as if they had opened the door to a new world. Who did you brush for? We've only been killing all the level 1 and 2 magical beasts in the past few days, so don't tell me you brushed up 3 credits for him all by yourself? Xian Yu frowned and asked Tangfeng. It's not 3, it's just 1 and 2 credits. Tangfeng said indifferently. Oh, that's good. Hearing that Tangfeng had only helped others brush up a little bit of second credits, the 3 of them let out a sigh of relief. Her name is Zhao Yishuan. But immediately afterward, Tang Feng said something else that instantly caused the three to explode. Who? Although the three had just returned, they also confirmed the changes in the freshman ranking at the first opportunity, wanting to see if they were on the list. So they were very familiar with Zhao Yishuan, who was now ranked number 1. When Tang Feng uttered the name, the trio's jaws nearly dislocated in surprise. Are you sure you're not kidding? Zhao Yishuan? The number 1 Zhao Yishuan? Xian Yu unbelievably confirmed to Tang Feng. That's her, so, need a proxy service? Tang Feng smiled faintly and asked the trio. Chapter 27 Nobility? B. Of course I want it. You boys didn't say so earlier if you had it in you. Wait for me to take a shower. Schlosser Water immediately said without hesitation. Wash your ass. Go now. Swipe me a couple dozen points first. I'll scare them to death. Xian Yu couldn't even wait, she didn't even want to take a bath, directly pulling Tang Feng to head to the Heavenly Flame mountain range. Wait. Wait. Tang Feng looked at the excited trio and hurriedly called for a halt. The service requires you to find the 3rd level magical beasts by yourselves, and then I'll kill them for you, and there's still a charge for it. Pro brothers still have to settle accounts, Tang Feng said so much, is not it just want to do their business? It can't be for nothing. And charges? It's too much to talk about money, isn't it? Xian Yu couldn't help but give Tang Feng a blank look and said. As you know, I am short of money, I can't compare with your big family, I have to rely on myself besides, this is already because we are our own people, so I opened the back door for you, my business is not open to the public, don't talk nonsense outside. Tang Feng spread his hands, there was nothing he could do, if he didn't earn money, he wouldn't even be able to afford skill books in the future. You can't keep learning from Song shall we, can you? Though it's not impossible. But if he comes across something good in the future, he has to have money to buy it, doesn't he? Okay, what's the charge? Sure, Li Shuwei thought about it, it wasn't impossible, and he would definitely upgrade quickly by killing 3rd level magical beasts, and he would have money by the time he got to the 3rd level. Level 3 beasts, $50,000 each. Tang Feng said with a smile as he extended 5 fingers to the 3. 50,000. Schlemmer Water let out a gasp of surprise. He had a total of 200,000 in his hand, and Tang Feng had 50,000 for killing a level 3 magical beast, so he had enough money in his hand to kill 4. I'll book one first. Compared to Li Shuwei's surprise, Xian Yu basically had no concept of money, and immediately said to Tang Feng. Okay, you first find the 3rd level magical beasts, then feel free to contact me, we'll definitely make you satisfied. Tang Feng immediately thought to say to Xian Yu. Schlemmer thought about it or was a little distressed about the money. I have a use for my money. Forget it. Schlosser didn't end up spending his own money. Although Hua Huaizhen didn't say anything, it could be seen that he wasn't rich in his hands either. Do you want me to lend you some money? Seeing that the two of them were a bit short-handed, Xian Yu immediately smiled and said to the two of them. That's a good feeling, and it's my fat brother, that's enough. Li Shuwei immediately put his arm around Xian Yu's shoulders and said happily. Hey, you guys can even not pay it back and help me find 3rd level magical beasts for 10,000 apiece. Xian Yu hemmed and hawed, then revealed his true purpose. Wanted the duo to help him look for 3rd level magical beasts. The smile on Schlemmer's face froze. Waste of my feelings. Then he coldly pushed Xian Yu away. So what do you do or don't you do? Xian Yu asked breathlessly. Li Shuwei wanted to say no to the abominable capitalist, but there was no way, he was short of money. Tang Feng watched, his heart bursting with joy. No matter how they screw up, the money seems to end up in his pocket. In the following days, Tang Feng started the big business of surrogate brushing. The main client is Money Hyatt. Xian Yu even bought news directly in the back of the mountain, a clue of a 3rd level magic beast 10,000 yuan, confirming that the 3rd level magic beast is there immediately to the account. This resulted in fewer people killing 1st and 2nd level magical beasts in the back of the mountain, and they all went to venture out in search of 3rd level magical beasts. That's $10,000 if you find one. For the average family, that can be a semester's worth of living expenses. Dong Jianwei returned from hunting magic beasts in a group of 4 and was dumbfounded when he saw the freshman list. And who is this Qian Yu? Dong Jianwei roared angrily. They had painstakingly killed 2 level 3 magical beasts and finally managed to pile up Dong Jianwei's credits to 4.5 points, once again surpassing Zhao Yishuan. They thought they would be able to get back to the top, but when they came back, the first place was actually taken by someone named Qianyu, who became the second again. This Qianyu wasn't even in the top 10 slots before. Feng Shuren looked at this newly appeared name strangely. Never heard of this guy, huh? Who is this? Feng Shuren was all a bit surprised. He had thought that Tang Feng's credits would surpass them, that Zhao Yishuan's credits would surpass them. Even thought about others in the top 10 suddenly rising above them. But it didn't occur to them that an unknown person would suddenly appear and kill them by surprise. It was an accident. I'm going to find out who he is. Feng Shuren frowned and said to Dong Jianwei. Accident? Once is an accident, twice is still an accident? Do you guys have it or not? Dong Jianwei already somewhat distrusted them. If we can kill Tang Feng, the other party will give us skill books, and then we'll be able to boost our strength, and it'll be even easier to deal with level 3 magical beasts. Feng Shuren immediately took the opportunity to bring up the matter of killing Tang Feng. Don't even think about it. The premise of our cooperation is that you help me take the first place of the freshmen, and now that the first place has not yet been taken, you want me to help you kill people? Impossible. Dong Jianwei is not a cutie pie. Now his purpose has not yet been achieved, how could he be dismissed by Feng Shuren with a word and a pie? He wouldn't kill for them until he took first place on the leaderboard. Feng Shuren was silent for a while, waiting for me to investigate who the other party was. Feng Shuren then turned to leave. He was very curious to know who this halfway decent Qianyu really was. And after he made some inquiries, he soon got the exact information. Learning that this Qianyu often bought third-level magical beasts in the back of the mountain. After getting this news, he immediately contacted Dong Jianwei. Come to the back of the mountain, I'll take you to meet this Qianyu. Feng Shuren immediately called Dong Jianwei and came to the back of the mountain to look for Qianyu. The backcountry was as lively as ever, with people coming and going like a small market. And there was one patch that was particularly crowded and surrounded. Feng Shuren looked over there and nodded to Dong Jianwei. With that, he headed that way. Without waiting for them to get closer, they heard disorganized voices coming from inside. Easy one at a time. How many times have I said it? Confirm the news is correct and the money will be credited to your account immediately. Saying what about who? I, Qianyu, am the kind of person who doesn't keep his word? Everyone can testify for me, I'm an honest person. When Feng Shuren heard the voices coming from inside, he was certain that the person inside was the very person he was looking for, Qianyu. Go away! Feng Shuren let out a cold snort, then pushed through the crowd in front of him and squeezed in. What for? Who is it? The person who had been pushed away had been very disgruntled and was just about to lash out, but then he turned around and saw the long hair, and the somber expression. Immediately, his expression was stunned, then he resentfully lowered his head, not daring to say a word more. Obviously these people were afraid of Feng Shuren. And is no stranger to him. You're Qianyu? Feng Shuren saw a small fat man standing in the crowd and immediately frowned and asked. Qianyu looked at the visitor, with long hair, looking gloomy. This little brother-sister, expensive sex? Chapter 28 Exploration Skills. Qianyu really couldn't tell if the other party was a man or a woman, so she could only ask vaguely. Feng Shuren immediately sank his face. The top-ranked person is you, right? Feng Shuren faintly asked Qianyu. It's me, what? Qianyu sized up the other party and asked suspiciously. Feng Shuren didn't say anything and directly stretched out his pale hand and grabbed towards Qianyu's neck. Qianyu was startled and hastily dodged. However, he was still a fraction of a second too slow, and was grazed by the other party's fingers on his neck, instantly leaving a bloodstain on his neck. Are you here for trouble? Qianyu said in a deep voice as his eyes stared. Ha! Feng Shuren looked at the blood on his fingernails and let out a light laugh. He doesn't have the strength to kill a level 3 demonic beast on his own. With just a single test, Feng Shuren confirmed that Qianyu did not have the strength to kill a grade 3 magical beast. If there was no way to avoid his sneak attack. Who helped you kill the level 3 magical beast, and where are your teammates? Feng Shuren faintly asked Qianyu. What do you care? I'm so gifted that I killed myself. Qianyu knew that Tang Feng didn't want outsiders to know about his strength, so naturally he wouldn't reveal Tang Feng. Feng Shuren frowned slightly. Toast to the world. Feng Shuren immediately snorted coldly and stepped forward to make a move. Qianyu immediately turned pale and lay on the ground on the spot. Help! Murder! Help! Xianyu ripped out his voice and hissed like a pig being killed. This caused Feng Shuren, who was just about to make a move to teach him a lesson, to be at a loss for words. Don't look at me! I didn't touch him. Feng Shan had never seen such a rogue person before, and immediately raised his hand and said innocently. Are you blackmailing me? Feng Shuren looked at Xianyu on the ground speechlessly. Get out! Or you'll lose everything. Xianyu sneered and faintly said to Feng Shuren. Although Feng Shuren was not afraid of Xianyu blackmailing him, but with so many people here, it was really inconvenient to make a move. Humph. Wait and see. Feng Shuren let out a cold snort, then turned around and left unhappily. Dong Jianwei glanced at Xianyu. No matter how he looked at this little fatty, he didn't look like a guy who could defeat a level 3 magical beast. There's definitely someone behind this kid helping him. After leaving, Feng Shuren said in a deep voice. So what do you want to do? Dong Jianwei asked with a frown. Call Tang Renhao and the others, follow him. This kid has collected so much information about third-level magical beasts, he will definitely go out. As long as you follow him you can definitely find people to help him kill magical beasts. Feng Shuren said in a deep voice. Dong Jianwei did not have a problem with this. He didn't care that much anymore, as long as it made him the #1 freshman. Soon after Tang Renhao's duo arrived, Feng Shuren then quietly hid near the back of the mountain, staring at Xianyu and waiting for him to leave. Xianyu naturally didn't know that he was being targeted. Upon receiving the exact news of the third-level magical beasts, he instantly had a happy face and headed into the Heavenly Flame mountain range. Feng Shuren hurriedly followed after seeing Xianyu leave. Xianyu cheerfully arrived at the depths of the Heavenly Flame mountain range. Under a big tree. Tang Feng. I'm coming, let's continue. Xianyu had just received news of a third-level magical beast and couldn't wait to come to Tang Feng. Tang Feng fell asleep in this tree. He had just focused on helping Xianyu and Shi Lishui and the others to brush the third-level magical beasts in the past few days, and hadn't even gone back, as long as they found the location of the magical beasts and came to him. Lying on the tree, Tang Feng peeled back the leaves and glanced sleepily at Xianyu below. Got it, wait. You brought someone else? Tang Feng was just about to go down, when he suddenly glanced over and realized that behind the tree behind Xianyu, there were silhouettes swaying past. No? Xianyu instantly glanced behind her with a puzzled expression. He knew that Tang Feng didn't want people to know how he could bring someone else. You're being followed. Tang Feng said in a deep voice, then took off his top and pulled the whole thing over his head, covering his face. In any case, he didn't want the matter of taking someone to brush up on his credits to be known for a while. After masking his face, Tang Feng then jumped down from the tree. Come on out, my friend. Tell me what's going on. Tang Feng said as he looked at the shadows behind the large tree across the street. Seeing that they had been discovered, Feng Shuren immediately stepped out from the back. The moment the four appeared, Tang Feng immediately raised an eyebrow. He only saw silhouettes, but he didn't expect to see 4 people hiding. Feng Shuren was stunned to see Tang Feng bare his upper body and cover his face with his clothes. Naked man? Feng Shuren was completely confused. The one who helped Xianyu kill the third-level magical beasts was this person? How did you kill it without any equipment? Are you the one helping Xianyu? Feng Shuren frowned and questioned Tang Feng. You mean brush up on your credits? That's right. Tang Feng nodded. It was nothing to hide, and the other guy didn't know who he was anyway. Brush up your credits? How? Feng Shan was stunned. Could it be that this guy had discovered some system loophole? Well, it's simple. I'll cripple the third-level magical beasts and let my employer to make up for it, but this business is not open to the public for the time being. It's only acquaintance business, you guys forget it. Tang Feng said with a nod of certainty. Just you? Feng Shuren looked around suspiciously. Other than Tang Feng and Xianyu, there wasn't a third person left. But that was the point that puzzled him. How did you kill a level 3 magical beast with just these 2 people? Who are you? Tang Feng already didn't want to say that much, and then asked impatiently. It's you guys again. What the hell are you doing? However, Xianyu instantly recognized Feng Shuren and Dong Jianwei, and instantly pointed at the duo with a speechless face and questioned them. You know them? Tang Feng asked Xianyu suspiciously. Of course, at the back of the academy, this guy suddenly made a move on me. Nah, he's the one who inflicted the wound on my neck, and had to ask who helped me kill the third-grade magical beast. Xianyu nodded, then raised his neck, revealing the wound on his neck to Tang Feng. Tang Feng saw the injury on Qian Yu's neck and was once again sure that the other party was coming from a bad place. Who are you people? Are you here to see me? Tang Feng sensed that the other party was coming at him. Shouldn't know him though, just know that Qian Yu is help behind him. This brother, how much does this little fatty offer to please you? We'll double it, and we'll buy all the third-level magical beast locations you have together, how about it? Feng Shiren didn't explain and directly hit Tang Feng. Wanted to ask Tang Feng to help them brush up their credits. Since Qian Yu's credits were able to skyrocket with the other party's help, it must be the same to help them. Whatever money can solve is not a problem with him. Ha! Tang Feng just sneered. I'm sorry, but you're not worthy. Tang Feng decisively refused. Not to mention that he didn't know the other party's details yet. Even if he did, he had no intention of helping outsiders brush up their credits for the time being. What did you say? This caused Dong Jianwei, who was already high-minded and proud, to frown. Feng Shiren, however, hastily reached out to stop him. With that, his eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and an exploration skill was used directly on Tang Feng. Tang Feng then felt that he was being probed by something, and his entire body was scanned. There was a sudden blush. He can't be found out, can he? Chapter 29, Getting Comfortable. Level 2? The attributes are pretty high. Feng Shiren was stunned when he saw Tang Feng's attributes. A slight nod was given, but there was more than a hint of disdain in his eyes. Tang Feng was relieved to see this. It seemed that the other party's exploration skill could only view his level and attributes, but nothing else. A level 2 naked man with not a single piece of attribute added equipment on him can beat a level 3 magical beast? Lying to ghosts? Call out whoever is behind you, so you don't die a horrible death when it comes down to it. Feng Shiren sneered at the Tang Feng duo. He had originally wanted to draw Tang Feng in, only to give up that intention after seeing the other party's attributes. What was so good about a level 2 naked man to pull in? The four of them could pull out any one of them with higher attributes than him. Do it? You want to do it? Tang Feng smiled, then shook his head helplessly. If he really wanted to make a move, these four people were not enough for him to deal with one finger. Cut the crap. Hand over the location of the third-level magical beast you got. Feng Shiren no longer pretended, and immediately impatiently rebuked to Qian Yu. You're dreaming, I spent so much money to buy it, and I just say I'll give it to you? On what grounds? Just because you look like a woman? Qian Yu naturally couldn't give it to him and disliked the other party nonchalantly. Feng Shiren immediately stared. He hated it in his life when people said he looked like a woman. You seek death. There were no extra people here, and he didn't have to worry about being seen, so he immediately flashed his figure and reached out his hand to grab Qian Yu. The battle was imminent. The moment Feng Shiren made his move, Tang Renhao's duo also instantly followed behind and killed. Qian Yu quickly backed away. A heavy foot hit the ground. Earth burst fist. A punch was then thrown at the attacking Feng Shiren. A claw and a fist instantly clashed together. Bang! Feng Shiren took several steps back in a row. On the contrary, Qian Yu stood still and didn't move. Only his fist was covered with 5 bloody marks. That was caught out by Feng Shiren. And while Feng Shiren seemed to have fallen into a disadvantage, he was not injured at all. Qian Yu's gaze stared slightly, looking at the wounds on his hands with a grave expression. His family had money, so naturally there was no shortage of skills, and this earth-burst fist was a relatively top-tier existence among the primary skills. After leveling up and becoming more proficient, you can blow up a small half of a mountain with a single punch. Relying on such a terrifying skill, it was surprising that he was only barely able to fight the other party to a draw. The strength of the other party was really a bit terrifying. The other two, Tang Renhao and Yang Guoron, were also attacking Tang Feng. The two of them surrounded a naked man, completely ignoring Tang Feng. It really doesn't interest them. Just faintly rushed to Tang Feng, intending to dry him out with a punch. Dangling! Without waiting for them to make a move, the knife in Tang Feng's hand directly came out of his hand and fell to the ground. In the eyes of the Tang Renhao duo, it was as if Tang Feng was scared out of his wits. You can't even hold a weapon steady, and you still want to kill a level 3 magical beast? What a big talker. Tang Renhao snorted coldly. With that, he slammed his fist towards Tang Feng's nose. Tang Feng looked at the incoming fist, then tilted his head to dodge it, then pointed a finger at Tang Renhao's chest. Boom! Tang Renhao instantly flew backwards, bumping into Yang Guorong behind him, and the two of them directly crashed together hard into the big tree behind them, and then slid down from the tree, and fell to the ground unconscious. And Tang Feng had only used one finger. Feng Shuren, who heard the commotion, was stunned. Ah how? Ah wrong. Feng Shuren was instantly startled. How could he care about Qianyu, rushing to the duo to check the situation? It was discovered that the two had been severely injured, especially Tang Renhao, whose chest had collapsed. You! What insidious tactics did you use? How dare you beat them up like this? Feng Shuren immediately angrily questioned Tang Feng. Don't you hurry up and send it back for treatment, you might not be able to save it after a while. Tang Feng waved his hand impatiently. If he hadn't been merciful, this punch would have reduced the two of them to a bloody mist. Although Feng Shuren was furious, what Tang Feng said was also true. If they didn't go back, the two of them would probably be in danger. Let's go! Feng Shuren couldn't think too long and immediately picked up Tang Renhao and called Dong Jianwei to leave with him. Dong Jianwei froze for a moment, then picked up Yang Guorong and followed Feng Shuren away. It was just that he was incomparably shocked in his heart, because he was the only one who had seen Tang Feng's move clearly. One finger. One finger is all it took to beat Tang Renhao like this. Who the hell is this guy? Dong Jianwei thought in shock. Is everything okay? Tang Feng watched the four leave, then asked Qianyu. Qianyu looked at the bruises on the back of his hands. I don't know what was going on, but the wound on his hand was oozing black blood. It's okay. It's nothing serious. But Qianyu didn't think much about it, and just assumed that she was a little fired up these days. The duo then traveled to the location where the third-level magical beast was located and killed it with the help of Tang Feng. Qianyu again received 0.3 credits. At this time, Qianyu's credits had already come to 5.1 points, a full 0.6 more than the second Dong Jianwei, and he was already far ahead. Comfortable. Qianyu looked at the freshman list, the first notable name, and immediately felt a face of relief. Comfortable. Tang Feng similarly looked at his cell phone and sighed with a soothing expression. He had helped Qianyu kill a total of 7 level 3 magical beasts, 1 was 50,000, and 7 was 350,000. Together with the $300,000 from the previous cuckold, and Zhao Yishuan's $200,000, he now had more than $800,000. It's still a small amount, but it adds up, and the business is still going strong. Sure, Li Shuai and Hua Huaizhen probably don't want to be idle, and will definitely come to ask for his help when they gather enough money. Still fighting? Tang Feng then asked Qianyu. No more fighting. No more fighting. That's enough for now. Qianyu just wanted to hang a name on the list and let his name resonate throughout the entire academy. Now that the purpose is served, what's the point of spending this wasted money? Tang Feng was instantly a bit disappointed. This invisible big man he can have to provide up, there will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future. Well, that's it for today. Let's see what they're up to. Tang Feng nodded, then left the Skyfire mountain range and returned to the academy. On the other side, Feng Shuren and Dong Jianwei took the two to the hospital for treatment. Then Dong Jianwei was about to get up and leave without even saying hello. This caused Feng Shuren to be a bit puzzled at once. What are you doing? Feng Shuren asked Dong Jianwei suspiciously. Our cooperation is over, you can't beat the person behind Qianyu, and there's no way you can help me surpass him, so there's no need to cooperate with you. Dong Jianwei said casually. You're trying to cross a bridge. When Feng Shuren heard Dong Jianwei's words, he immediately looked furious. Tang Renhao and Yang Guorong's side is not sure if they will live or die, Dong Jianwei's side is going to run away, so what do they count for helping him before? Thank you for helping me, from 3.0 to 4.5 that's a total of 1.5 credits, I'll pay you back double. Dong Jianwei said faintly. Then he left without looking back. Feng Shuren looked at Dong Jianwei's departing back and angrily slammed his fist on the hospital wall. Asshole. Qianyu right, I'll see if you come to me or not. Chapter 30 The Medicinal Garden. What's wrong with you? Returning to the dormitory, Tang Feng looked at the listless and pale Qianyu and asked suspiciously. My body is so cold, my head is a little dizzy, and I have no strength in my arms and legs. Puff. Qianyu stood shakily in place and finished with a thud and fell to the ground. What the hell? Tang Feng was startled, and without time to think, he hurriedly carried Qianyu to the hospital. If he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to hold this little fatty. It's time for you kids to lose some weight. Tang Feng looked at the unconscious Qianyu, immediately accelerated his pace, quickly ran to the hospital and pushed into the emergency room. "How's it going, doc?" Soon the doctor came out of the emergency room, took off his mask, and looked at Tang Feng with a sad face. "Where has he been lately? Any trips into the wilderness?" The doctor asked Tang Feng. Just came back from the Skyfire mountain range." Tang Feng nodded. "He's poisoned. Has he been bitten by any poison?" "Only when we figure out what kind of poison it is can we inject him with the corresponding serum, otherwise, his life will be in danger," the doctor faintly said to Tang Feng. "What? He wasn't bitten?" Tang Feng had a strange look on his face. He was the one fighting all the battles. Qianyu was just going up to make up for it. How did he get bitten by a poisonous creature? "When did this happen?" "We found out that the poison in his body entered his body from a wound on the back of his hand. Do you have any idea how the wound on his hand got there?" The doctor then asked Tang Feng again. "A wound on the back of your hand?" Tang Feng was stunned. With that, he instantly recalled that the injury on the back of Qianyu's hand was left behind when he fought that long-haired boy. Did that guy poison it? "Doctor, can he be saved?" Tang Feng then asked the doctor. "We have to find out what kind of poison this is, or find the corresponding serum, or we'll only be able to delay it for a while." The doctor was also a bit helpless. "How long?" Tang Feng asked in a deep voice. 2 days at the most. "If we can't get rid of the poison by noon tomorrow, I'm afraid something's going to happen." The doctor then said to Tang Feng. "By the way, can you contact his family? It's better to let them know." The doctor then asked Tang Feng again. Tang Feng shook his head. "Where can he contact Qianyu's family?" "Well, I'll tell your teacher to get in touch." The doctor didn't say much more to Tang Feng when he saw this, and then turned to leave. Tang Feng's face sank as he looked at the emergency room door. "To play dirty," Tang Feng said in a deep voice. With that, he went back to his dormitory, changed his clothes, and prepared to go in disguise to find the guy with the long hair and ask for the antidote. Since the poison was given by the other party must have a corresponding antidote. There was no way he could watch Qianyu die in front of him, and he wouldn't be able to explain it to his family. Just as he was about to go out, there was a knock at the dormitory door. Tang Feng frowned, then opened the door and saw Dong Jianwei outside. Tang Feng instantly recognized that this guy was the one who was with the long-haired man earlier. Instantly, anger rose from his heart, reaching out and quickly grabbing Dong Jianwei's neck with one hand. Dong Jianwei didn't even react and was instantly tackled by Tang Feng. "What poison did you give Qianyu? Where is the antidote?" Tang Feng pressed Dong Jianwei against the wall and lifted him up high so that Dong Jianwei's feet were off the ground, questioning in a cold voice. What poison?" Dong Jianwei was shocked. He didn't know how Tang Feng was so strong. His hands were like big iron pincers, pressing him so that he couldn't move. Bang! Tang Feng directly smashed the wall next to Dong Jianwei's head with his left hand, directly smashing a deep pit out. It made Dong Jianwei's face change. "You're still pretending. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? If you don't tell me, I'll crush your neck right now. I'm a man of my word." Tang Feng looked at Dong Jianwei with an icy face and said. Dong Jianwei's mind spun quickly and he soon realized what was going on. "It's Feng Shuren. It must be Feng Shuren. He's the only one who has the habit of poisoning people." Dong Jianwei decisively sold Feng Shuren. "Take me to him." Tang Feng then let go of Dong Jianwei's neck and said in a cold voice. Dong Jianwei looked at the ferocious Tang Feng with a grave expression. You the naked guy?" Even if Dong Jianwei was stupid, he guessed at this point that Tang Feng was the naked man from the Skyfire mountain range before. Tang Feng didn't say anything, just looked at Dong Jianwei coldly. "Any more bull and I'll rip your mouth off, move." Tang Feng then urged Dong Jianwei. Dong Jianwei then stopped talking nonsense and led the way for Tang Feng in the front. Just what was going on in his mind, no one knew. Dong Jianwei brought Tang Feng to the hospital again. Tang Renhao and Yang Guoron lying in the hospital bed. The situation is also not optimistic, but compared to Qianyu, these two people are still only seriously injured, and not life-threatening. But there were only 2 wounded in the ward and no Feng Shuren. Where are the people? Tang Feng immediately pulled the nurse next to him and asked him. "What man?" The little nurse was startled by Tang Feng and asked in dissatisfaction. "The man with the 2 patients, the man with the long hair." Tang Feng then described Feng Shuren's features. Gone. The nurse rolled her eyes, casually. Gone? Gone where? Tang Feng immediately asked suspiciously. How should I know? The little nurse snorted coldly, then stopped ignoring Tang Feng. Tang Feng immediately turned his head to Dong Jianwei on the side. It's the only way to find clues to Feng Shuren from him now. I know where he is. Dong Jianwei didn't let Tang Feng down and immediately said that he knew where the person was. Then I still have to go? Tang Feng then urged. Seeing that Dong Jianwei cooperated, he didn't make things difficult for the other party. Dong Jianwei immediately took Tang Feng to where Feng Shuren usually went in and out. Feng Shuren usually appears in two places, one is the library and the other is the medicine garden. Let's go to the library first. Dong Jianwei had spent so much time with Feng Shuren and had learned some of his daily habits. Either reading books in the library or tinkering with those drugs in the herb garden. Dong Jianwei brought Tang Feng to the library, but unfortunately, from top to bottom, the 3 floors of the library were all over the place, and he didn't see Feng Shuren's figure. Then there's only the medicine garden, he must be in the medicine garden. Seeing that Tang Feng didn't look too good, Dong Jianwei immediately said with certainty. Then why don't you get going? Tang Feng didn't have much patience left, and the thought that Qian Yu was still alive or dead in her hospital bed made him very irritable. Dong Jianwei nodded, then took Tang Feng to the medicinal garden. The medicine garden, where the Heavenly Flame Academy cultivated medicinal herbs. It wasn't inside the academy, but rather a separate place that opened up, right next to the Heavenly Flame mountain range, where no one usually frequented, so it could be said to be in the middle of nowhere. The medicinal garden was like a large terraced field carved out of a large mountain, planted with a very large variety of medicinal plants. Coming here, Tang Feng frowned. There's always a strange feeling that haunts the mind. It was as if the other party had deliberately lured him here. There he is. After entering the medicinal garden, Dong Jianwei then pointed ahead, at a tent that had been temporarily set up and said, Aren't you guys freshmen too? How come you're so familiar with this place? Tang Feng suddenly asked Dong Jianwei. Chapter 31 I want to kill him now. Dong Jianwei looked puzzled. This was all brought to me by Feng Shuren, and I don't know how he knew. Dong Jianwei explained to Tang Feng. Yes? Tang Feng looked at Dong Jianwei with a skeptical expression. He didn't fully trust Dong Jianwei, and the fact that Dong Jianwei was so cooperative made it hard for him not to wonder if he had another agenda. Dong Jianwei nodded. Tang Feng didn't continue to pursue on this, and then walked towards that tent. When he came outside the tent, Tang Feng heard a movement inside and was sure that there was someone inside. Who? Without waiting for Tang Feng to speak, Feng Shuren inside immediately questioned outside. It's me. Qian Yu's roommate is here. Dong Jianwei then spoke. Inside, Feng Shuren didn't say anything and quickly walked out of the tent. When Feng Shuren saw Tang Feng, he was stunned. Tang Feng. Feng Shuren didn't expect it to be Tang Feng who came. He had been ordered to kill Tang Feng, so naturally he knew him and had seen his picture long ago. He's Tang Feng? Dong Jianwei was also stunned. He thought that Tang Feng was the naked man from the Skyfire mountain range, but he didn't think that it would be the Tang Feng they were trying to kill. You guys know me? This made Tang Feng feel surprised as well. He was a first-timer, although his name was on the freshman list, among the celebrities. But there were not many people who really knew him, and the fact that Feng Shuren had said his name in one breath showed that the other party was familiar with him. The first person to top the freshman ranking is naturally no stranger to me. Feng Shuren's eyes rolled, then he found an excuse and said, Give me the antidote. Tang Feng didn't suspect too much, he only wanted to get the antidote to save Qian Yu now. Feng Xian smiled slightly. He knew that someone would come to him for the antidote, he just didn't expect it to be Tang Feng. It was a bit of a surprise, but it was good news for him. What antidote? I don't know what you're talking about. Feng Shuren said with a smile. Don't play dumb. If anything happens to Qian Yu, I'll make you all die with her. Tang Feng didn't want to bull so much with the other party. Feng Shuren also knew that Tang Feng wouldn't let it go, so he simply stopped pretending. I'll leave the antidote in that prickly rose forest, so go get it yourself if you want it. Feng Shuren then reached out and pointed to a jungle of brightly colored roses nearly 1 person high and said. Tang Feng frowned and glanced at the rose forest over there. He wondered if Feng Shuren was playing him, or was he really there? Tang Feng was sure that it was definitely not a good place in there. Feng Shuren looked at Tang Feng's hesitation and smiled smugly. Don't dare to enter? Then let Qian Yu wait for death. Feng Shuren said with a cold smile. Tang Feng looked at Feng Shuren with a cold gaze. Looking at his smug smile, he smiled back. Don't dare to enter? I'm afraid you don't dare to enter. Tang Feng sneered, and then quickly made a move to grab Feng Shuren's wrist in front of him, followed by a grappling hand, pinning his wrist behind him and confining him. You! What are you doing? Let go of me. Feng Shuren didn't expect Tang Feng to suddenly turn on him and was somewhat caught off guard. But what surprised him was Tang Feng's strength. A pair of hands like two iron pincers tightly imprisoned his hands. No matter how much force he used, he couldn't break free. Be honest. Tang Feng let out a cold snort, and then slightly increased the strength of his hand by a tiny bit. Feng Shuren's wrist creaked at once. Ah! Feng Shuren immediately let out a cry of pain. Don't you just want me to go into that prickly rose forest? Then I'll trouble you to accompany me. Tang Feng didn't know what this guy's idea was, but the antidote he had to get, Qian Yu was still waiting for him to save her life. Saying so, then he escorted Feng Shuren towards the prickly rose forest. Feng Shuren immediately changed his face. Get off me! Feng Shuren struggled in a hurry, looking at the thorny rose forest that was getting closer and closer in front of him. A look of horror flashed across his face. Why are you so scared? Isn't this your place? Tang Feng sneered, as if he couldn't hear Feng Shuren, pushing him straight toward the prickly rose forest. That's poison rose. Not a prickly rose. It'll kill you. Feng Shuren looked at the poisonous rose forest that was getting closer and closer in front of him, suddenly said loudly to Tang Feng with a sense of horror on his face. Hearing these words, Tang Feng's face grew even colder. Knowing that people will be killed and still trying to trick him into going in, isn't it obvious that he wants him dead? How can he stand it? Tang Feng was silent, pressing Feng Shuren and pushing toward the poison rose forest. Feng Shuren's face was pale and his head was covered in cold sweat. I'll give you the antidote. Stop it now. Feng Shuren finally couldn't hold on any longer. He felt that Tang Feng really dared to push him into the poison rose forest. Only then did Tang Feng stop moving his hands. At this time, Feng Shuren's face was already close to the poisonous rose in front of him, and he could see the fine burrs on top of the poisonous rose. Gulp! Feng Shuren gulped in fear. Bring it! Tang Feng then stretched his hand out in front of Feng Shuren and said icily. The antidote is in the tent, I'll get it for you. Feng Shuren said to Tang Feng with a look of fear. Tang Feng wasn't afraid of Feng Shuren playing tricks, and instantly let go of him, watching with a cold face as he walked into the tent to get the antidote. Feng Shuren immediately went into the tent, took out a small porcelain bottle, and poured out a pink pill from it. This is the antidote, give it to him and he'll be fine in half a day at most. Feng Shuren said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng looked at the pills in his hand and then at Feng Shuren. How am I to believe that this is an antidote and not a poison? Tang Feng asked vigilantly. Feng Shuren was dumbfounded. There was no way he could convince Tang Feng. I give you my word of honor. In the end, there was no choice but to swear. Do you have a personality? Tang Feng didn't believe the words coming out of his enemy's mouth. While Feng Shuren was speaking, he directly pinched his chin and threw the pill in his hand into Feng Shuren's mouth. Simple, as long as it's not poisoned. If you eat it, I can get Qian Yu to eat it. Tang Feng looked at Feng Shuren and said indifferently. Ahem. Feng Shuren choked for a moment, but no panic appeared on his face. It doesn't appear to be poison. With that, Tang Feng directly snatched all the pills from Feng Shuren's hands. If I can't cure Qian Yu, I'll come back for you. After Tang Feng got the antidote, he immediately hoofed it to the hospital. Looking at Tang Feng's departing back, Feng Shuren had a face of indignation. Why are you with Tang Feng? Feng Shuren then saw Dong Jianwei on the side and opened his mouth to question. I didn't know he was Tang Feng. He found me, and through me he came to you. Dong Jianwei said faintly. He did not say that he had taken the initiative to go to Tang Feng in their dormitory. Does the cooperation continue? Dong Jianwei then continued to ask Feng Shuren. I thought you weren't going to cooperate? This caused Feng Shuren to frown slightly. He was the one who said he wouldn't cooperate, and now he was looking for cooperation, making him instantly a bit impervious to him. Dong Jianwei smiled slightly. I want to kill Tang Feng now. Chapter 32, Treating Money Like Dirt. Dong Jianwei didn't want to kill anyone before, but after seeing Tang Feng's strength, he realized the truth that if Tang Feng didn't die, he would always be second. Only by getting rid of Tang Feng completely would he be able to settle down as the #1 freshman. But he definitely couldn't do it on his own, and was definitely no match for Tang Feng. Then Feng Shuren, who had the academy's top brass behind him, became the best person for him to work with. Moreover, Feng Shuren had many dirty tricks, so he might not even need him to make a move to finish off Tang Feng. Feng Shuren looked at Dong Jianwei, who had suddenly changed his mind, and for a moment he was actually somewhat unable to see through him. But he also really needed the help of an expert like Dong Jianwei, otherwise it would be a bit difficult to deal with Tang Feng. Dealing with Tang Feng for the first time made him realize that Tang Feng wasn't that easy to deal with. The strength at least exceeded him, so if he wanted to kill Tang Feng, he still had to start from other aspects. It better be. For the first time, Feng Shuren was wary of Dong Jianwei. Previously, he felt that Dong Jianwei was a reckless man with empty power but no brain, but now, he felt that Dong Jianwei was not as easy to deal with as he appeared to be. Looks like we'll have to guard against him from now on, too. Dong Jianwei smiled meaningfully. He did not tell Feng Shuren that Tang Feng was the naked man they met. Returning to the hospital, Tang Feng hoofed the pills into Qian Yu's mouth. After taking the pills, the bloodless Qian Yu's fleshly face looked much better and her breathing was steady. The black wound on the back of his hand and the black blood receding. Seeing this, Tang Feng was relieved. Where is my son? Who wants to harm my son? Tang Feng had just fed the pills to Qian Yu when a rough voice came from outside the hospital room. Tang Feng frowned, and before he could go out to check, the door to the room was violently pushed open. When the other party saw Tang Feng, whose back was turned to him, he pounced on him and tightly embraced Tang Feng in his arms. Son, I haven't seen you for a few days and you're so thin, it's really hard on you, are you okay? The corners of Tang Feng's mouth twitched, hearing the other party's words it was as if he knew who the other party was. Uncle, look carefully, who is your son? Tang Feng said with a breathless face. Ha? Hearing that it wasn't his son's voice, Chen Russian was stunned. It was only then that I realized I had hugged the wrong person. I'm sorry, I mistook you for my son, I may have gotten off on the wrong foot, I'm sorry. Chen Russian said to Tang Feng with an apologetic face, then walked out of the room. Tang Feng looked at the other party with a black face. He confirmed once again that this guy was definitely Qian Yu's dad, and his tone-deaf appearance was simply carved out of the same mold as Qian Yu. Not long after, Chen Russian returned to the ward. It's the right place, isn't it? Muttered in disbelief as he came in. Uncle, Qian Yu is here. Tang Feng immediately helplessly opened his mouth and pointed at Qian Yu on the hospital bed and said. Chen Ruoshan then saw that there was another person in the hospital bed. Son, how are you, son? Are you all right? Don't scare me. Chen Russian immediately rushed to the hospital bed with an excited face, constantly shaking Qian Yu's shoulders. Uncle! You'll really have an accident if you keep shaking him. Tang Feng was startled and hurriedly went up to stop the other party. He had just gotten Qian Yu out of danger, and it would be a joke if he shook him out of it again as a living father. What happened to my son? Chen Russian then frowned and asked Tang Feng. He was poisoned, but he's been given an antidote and is now out of danger, he'll wake up in half a day at the most. Tang Feng explained to Chen Russian. And you are? Qian Russian only remembered to inquire about Tang Feng's identity at this time. I'm Qian Yu's roommate. I'm Tang Feng. Tang Feng faintly introduced himself. I'm Chen Yu's father, I heard the teacher say he was hospitalized and his life was in danger so I rushed over, what's going on? Chen Russian asked Tang Feng in a deep voice. He's been killed. Don't worry, uncle. He's in no danger. Tang Feng faintly said to Chen Russian. Who did this? I'll let him know what happens when he bullies my son. Chen Russian snorted coldly, then asked Tang Feng after him. I don't know, it's better if you ask Qian Yu when he wakes up. Tang Feng shook his head. This living father of Qian Yu looked so unreliable, it was better not to tell him the truth, in case Chen Russian really impulsively went to Feng Shuren to settle the score, then the matter would be a big mess. You've got parents behind you, but they don't? And the college shouldn't allow parents to meddle in feuds between students. This time, he was able to break the rules and call Chen Russian to come over, presumably also because Chen Yu's situation was too critical and the family had to be notified. Otherwise it's impossible to let Chen Ruoshan know. After all, the casualty indicators of the 4 major academies were high every year, and it was too normal for 1 or 2 students to die. This is not an ordinary academy, this is a higher academy for awakened people, which is supposed to be a profession that adds blood to the tip of the knife. Isn't it normal for people to die? Let me know who did it. I'll make him look good. Qian Russian didn't doubt it and said indignantly. Thanks for taking care of Qianyu, thanks ah. Qian Russian said to Tang Feng with a sincere face. Then he took out a checkbook from his pocket, directly tore off one and signed his name, handing it to Tang Feng. Fill in whatever you want, it's as a thank you for your hard work and taking care of Qianyu these days, please. Qian Russian smiled and said to Tang Feng. Although Qian Ruoshan's actions seemed to be kind, how did it feel like there was a meaning of insulting people with money? Maybe Qian Ruoshan himself didn't even notice. Tang Feng took the check in Qian Russian's hand and looked at it. Tens and tens of millions. Billion. It's amazing how checks can be written for 9 digits. Tang Feng then picked up a pen from the side and wrote a line of numbers on it. 999,999,999. Is this okay? Tang Feng then asked Qian Russian with an expectant face, holding the check with 9 written all over it. Money Russian. The corner of Qian Russian's mouth twitched. Oh, Xiaotang is joking. I can see at a glance that you are a magnate who regards money as dirt. Jen, you can have a friend like you, I am really pleased ah. Qian Russian said, not moving, took the check in Tang Feng's hand and tore it into pieces. Not me. Tang Feng looked at the check that had been torn apart by Qian Russian with a heartbroken expression. That's the closest he'll ever get to being a billionaire. No need to say more, I understand, Xiaotang, my company still has some things to do, since Qianyu has nothing to do, I'll leave first, please take care of him for a few more days, hard work, Howie. Qian Russian then interrupted Tang Feng and said with a face of admiration. With that, he turned around and left without looking back, not giving Tang Feng the slightest chance to speak. I'm yet. My $1 billion. Chapter 33 Red Flame Pig Cub. After a few days, Qianyu's injuries were finally healed. And over the course of the last few days, the freshman ranking has changed once again. Qianyu, with 5.1 credits, was once again surpassed by none other than Dong Jianwei. Dong Jianwei topped the list again with 5.4 credits. The second was Qianyu, the third was Zhao Yishuan, the fourth was Shi Lesui, and the fifth was Hua Huaizhen. They had also spent money in the past 2 days, looking for Tang Feng to brush up some credits and push their rankings to the top 10. But they weren't as rich as Qianyu and could only brush one, which was 3.3 credits, the same as Tang Feng, but because Tang Feng was on the list early, he was ahead of them. Zhao Yishuan dropped from first to third, leaving her a bit disgruntled. It soon found Tang Feng again once more. Tang Feng swiped the points. Zhao Yishuan lightly said to Tang Feng. That's a good sentiment, when do we leave? Tang Feng burst out laughing. Qianyu had just been discharged from the hospital now, and had little interest in the newborn list, and Shi Lesui and Hua Huaizhen were 2 poor people, so the only person who could patronize his business now was Zhao Yishuan. Now. Zhao Yishuan also didn't know what had irritated her and said in a cold voice. Okay, please. Tang Feng smiled faintly, he could leave any time, as long as he had money to earn. You found another level 3 magical beast so quickly? On the way Tang Feng asked Zhao Yishuan in surprise. Humph. Zhao Yishuan glanced at Tang Feng and snorted in dissatisfaction. What? What did I do to you? When Tang Feng saw Zhao Yishuan's attitude, he said with doubt. Did you bring up Qianyu on the freshman list? Zhao Yishuan then asked Tang Feng. Yeah, what's up? Tang Feng didn't hide it, anyway, Zhao Yishuan knew about his strength before Qianyu and the others, there was no need to hide it from her. Why don't you come to me when you have time? Help me brush up my credits to a couple dozen points first? It turned out that the point of Zhao Yishuan's dissatisfaction was that Tang Feng hadn't swiped her credits first. They're paying me. Of course I can't refuse. Tang Feng spread his hands and said helplessly. You can come to me even if you are short of money. I have money, so why go to someone else? Zhao Yishuan said with dissatisfaction. Do you have the whereabouts of a 3rd-level magical beast and I'm looking for you? Besides, I can't give up the whole forest for a crooked-necked tree like you. Tang Feng said breathlessly. Who are you calling a crooked-necked tree? Zhao Yishuan instantly pouted in dissatisfaction. Tang Feng's description displeased her. Okay, come on, is it far? Tang Feng didn't have the time to fool around with Zhao Yishuan and hurriedly changed the subject. It's early, all the third-level magic beasts outside are almost killed by you. This one is still the one I entrusted someone to search for a long time before I found it. Zhao Yishuan couldn't help but feel helpless just thinking about it. Originally, there weren't many third-level magical beasts in the periphery of the Heavenly Flame Mountain range, and recently Tangfeng had killed so many of them in a row, plus those killed by Dong Jianwei and the others, basically almost killing off the third-level magical beasts in the periphery. She hadn't worked hard to find this third-level magical beast. Hurry up, then. Tangfeng then urged Zhao Yishuan. The two of them continued to advance, passing through the outskirts of the Heavenly Flame Mountain range to the real Heavenly Flame Mountain range. The temperature here has risen above 38 degrees and is very hot. Beads of sweat covered the faces of the two, and Zhao Yishuan wiped the sweat from her forehead with some dryness. Sweat had dampened the bodice of her chest. Tangfeng wasn't much better, and was equally sweaty. But in comparison, he was much more thinly dressed than Zhao Yishuan, so he wasn't as wretched. Zhao Yishuan was still wearing her body armor, and even though it was only leather armor, it was airtight, making her feel like she was soaking in water. It's hot. Tangfeng really couldn't take it anymore, and immediately took off his top, directly naked, so that it was still cooler. Tangfeng took off his top in front of Zhao Yishuan, instantly making her blush. Although he had seen Tangfeng Guangming's bladder before, it was the first time that he had looked at it so closely and seriously. Don't tell me, it's quite something. How much farther? Tangfeng then turned back to Zhao Yishuan and asked. See, Zhao Yishuan red-faced Tangfeng only thought she was hot. After all, we're so thick, not hot is strange. This is the neighborhood. Look for it. Zhao Yishuan looked at her surroundings and said to Tangfeng. The two then looked around. What kind of beast is it? Are there any special features? Tangfeng didn't even know what the third-level magical beast Zhao Yishuan was looking for until now, so he asked. It's the Red Inferno Hog. Zhao Yishuan then told Tangfeng the information about the magical beasts. Red Flame Pig. Isn't that a rank 4 magical beast? Tangfeng was stunned, then said with a surprised expression. No, it's a cub, it's not even level 4 yet. Zhao Yishuan shook her head and explained to Tangfeng. I say, big sister, can you have some brains? Red Flame Pig cubs, do you think there will be no adult Red Flame Pigs near the cubs? Tangfeng instantly looked helpless and said to Zhao Yishuan with a bitter smile. Zhao Yishuan was stunned. She did neglect to mention this. The one who had mainly given her the message hadn't said anything, and she hadn't pursued the matter. You mean? There are still 4th-level magical beasts here. Zhao Yishuan immediately widened her eyes and looked at Tangfeng with a surprised expression. I don't know, but it surely can't be just a red flame piglet. Who gave you that information? Tangfeng frowned slightly and asked Zhao Yishuan suspiciously. Although not all magical beast cubs were surrounded by adult magical beasts like the Red Inferno Pig were surrounded by magical beasts that would never leave their mothers until the cubs grew up. Ordinary people might not know, but Tangfeng had read a lot of books, so he knew the habits of these magical beasts very well. Was the person who gave Zhao Yishuan this message really unaware of it, or did he deliberately conceal it? Tangfeng felt that there was a deception here. I don't know, I just bought the news in the back mountain of the academy. I forgot what that person looks like. He just found me directly and said that he has the news of the third-level magical beasts, and sold it to me for only $5,000. Zhao Yishuan then explained to Tangfeng. Unsolicited to find you? When Tangfeng heard these words, his frown deepened. Because of the news of Qian Yu's massive acquisition of third-level magical beasts during this period of time, causing the price of third-level magical beasts to soar, it was absolutely impossible for someone to sell at 5,000. And it's still taking the initiative to find Qian Yu. With this hand of information, no matter who you sell it to, it can't be only this amount of money, but also specifically looking for the door to sell it to Zhao Yishuan, which is even more suspicious. You mean, it's a trap? Zhao Yishuan reacted to Tangfeng's words and instantly reacted as well. Humph. Just then, a low grunt suddenly came from the front. Immediately afterward, a red-haired boar over a man's height burrowed out of the grass. It was the red-hot pig. Humph. When the red flame pig saw the two of them, it opened its mouth and let out a hiss. Chapter 34 Red Flame Pig. The red flame pig let out a low roar and immediately lowered its head to charge in the direction of the duo. A pair of sharp fangs flashed with an appalling cold light. Go away! Tangfeng immediately pushed Zhao Yishuan away, and then his hands moved forward, grabbing both of the red flame pig's tusks in one hand. Under the opponent's tremendous rushing force, Tangfeng's feet immediately sunk deep inside the ground beneath his feet. 2 deep grooves were cut into the ground. But Tang Feng's strength was equally amazing. The red flame pig's charge didn't affect him in any way. Although it made his body move, it didn't make his body move by half. "You're not even close to comparing your strength with me." Tang Feng let out a cold snort, then his hand slightly exerted force, and the red flame pig immediately detached its limbs from the ground and rose into the air. It was lifted up alive by Tang Feng grabbing the fangs. Humph. The red flame pig kept struggling and hissing in Tang Feng's hands, as if it was a bit uneasy. However, Tang Feng didn't give him a chance to regret, then he exerted force on his hand and slammed the red flame pig towards the ground at once. Bang! With just a light click, the red flame pig's limbs instantly shattered and lost its ability to move, directly paralyzing on the ground. Just one strike made the red flame pig fall to the ground dying and grunting straight. "Come on, mending," Tang Feng then said to Zhao Yishuan behind him. Zhao Yishuan looked stunned. It was only a split second before Tang Feng ended the fight, and she didn't even react. Oh. Zhao Yishuan reacted to Tang Feng's reminder, and immediately went up to patch up the red flame pig on the ground. Although he guessed that this place might be a trap, but the money that should be earned Tang Feng still had to earn it. "You've come all this way. You can't come all this way for nothing." Zhao Yishuan stepped forward and resolved the red inferno pig with a slash, taking 0.3 credits. "Get out of here, don't make a scene." After Tang Feng saw Zhao Yishuan kill the red flame pig cub, he hurriedly said to him. Although he didn't know what the purpose of the person who had given Zhao Yishuan the information was, it was better to leave in a hurry. Zhao Yishuan nodded and got up, just about ready to leave with Tang Feng. Suddenly a vibration was felt coming from under his feet. The two men immediately froze. The vibrations then grew more intense and the thud of something heavy hitting the ground was heard in the distance. It was as if something was rushing across the forest, forming a straight line straight toward Tang Feng's duo's location. Trees fell wherever they passed. Zhao Yishuan immediately changed her face. "What the hell?" Tang Feng had a grave expression on his face, then gently protected Zhao Yishuan behind him. Soon the figure in the woods came into their eyes. A huge 4-meter-tall boar lowered its head and rampaged, breaking all the trees in front of it, madly charging towards Tang Feng and the two of them. Humph. A grunt escaped his mouth. The duo could tell what the other was at a glance. Adult red inferno pig. 4th level magical beast. Tang Feng. Get out of the way. Zhao Yishuan saw Tang Feng standing on the path that the red flame pig must pass through, and hurriedly shouted worriedly to Tang Feng. Tang Feng, however, had a bland look on his face as he rubbed his fists together and looked at the incoming red flame pig. "You stay away." Tang Feng wasn't afraid of the red flame pig at all. He was a little worried that Zhao Yishuan would hurt her if she got too close. Tang Feng rubbed his fists together and looked at the huge fangs that were crashing right in front of him, then he stood in a good stance. "Make a punching gesture." Soon the red flame pig rushed to Tang Feng's front. Its huge tusks were bigger than Tang Feng's head, hitting Tang Feng's head, fearing that Tang Feng's head would be directly crushed. Zhao Yishuan couldn't even bear to close her eyes when she saw this. Although she admitted that Tang Feng was strong, but after all, there was no way for a human body to be compared to a magical beast, so how could it be possible to block the attacks of a magical beast by directly taking them hard? However, Tang Feng didn't have any worries, because right now he didn't have a single piece of equipment on him, and that meant that his power was unlimited. And he also has the rooting skill, which pulls the defense full. Roots. Tang Feng instantly released his skill, and a wave of power rose from his feet, covering his entire body. Immediately afterward, the red flame pig slammed into him, its huge tusks nailing Tang Feng in the head. However, Tang Feng didn't move at all, but instead, the red flame pig looked like it had tripped over a foot and directly flipped over, falling on all fours. Tang Feng then faintly struck out with a punch. Bang! In order to not scare Zhao Yishuan too much by being too shocking, Tang Feng didn't dare to exert himself. With just a light punch, the red flame pig immediately flew out like a leather ball, crashing through several large trees before stopping. But the red inferno pig surprisingly didn't die and staggered back to its feet. Tang Feng looked at his fist incredulously. Using less power? He was a bit surprised that the red inferno pig was able to hold up to his punch. It wasn't actually that Tang Feng was using less power, it was just that his control over power was stronger. It used to be hard to hold the force, and you could blow the enemy away with the smallest amount of force. It was now possible to do a punch without killing the target, such was the mastery of power. Tang Feng also quickly realized that it was he who had grown. The red flame pig stood up, Although it didn't die, it was also seriously injured, but as a magical beast, there was no fear in its heart. Looking at Tang Feng in front of it, it roared angrily, and then once again, it charged at Tang Feng. Tang Feng looked at the incoming red inferno pig, no longer polite, once again made a punch, increased a trace of force, and slammed his fist on the red inferno pig's head. Bang! This time, the red inferno pig was killed directly on the spot, and it also allowed the red inferno pig to preserve its entire body. Looking at the red flame pig that had fallen to the ground, Zhao Yishuan was horrified. You tell the truth, are you taken over by which big brother? Is it surnamed Yi or Lin? Zhao Yishuan looked at Tang Feng with a shocked expression and said. Come on, you promised to keep my secret, or I'll come after you. Tang Feng said indifferently. Don't worry, I have the tightest mouth. Zhao Yishuan looked at Tang Feng still being able to joke with her and also came back from her shock. Hey! There seems to be something underneath the red flame pig. Then Zhao Yishuan was checking out the red flame pig when she suddenly said in surprise. What? Where? As soon as Tang Feng heard that there was something, he let out a gasp of surprise and hurriedly came over to check it out. Having something that could mean a possible shipment, and if it's a skill book, it's a big moneymaker. Looks like a knife. Zhao Yishuan looked at the half-hilt of the knife exposed underneath the red flame pig, then reached out and grabbed it, pulling it out with a fierce force. Ouch! But the knife wasn't as long as she thought it would be, and it didn't take much force to pull it out, sitting straight up on the floor. What the hell? Zhao Yishuan raised the knife in her hand to check it out while rubbing her ass. It then became apparent that it wasn't any kind of knife, but a foot-long dagger. Tang Feng casually picked it up and looked at the dagger in his hand with some disappointment. Surprisingly not a skill book, but this dagger. Seeing the dagger's attributes, Tang Feng's heart stirred. This thing, he can use it. Chapter 35 Controlling Power. Looking at the dagger in his hand, a stream of information appeared before Tang Feng's eyes. Red Training, Level 4. Speed plus 15. Strength plus 15. Flaming Flying Blade, can send out flaming blade attacks. An attack weapon with good attributes and comes with a special attribute, or a skill like active attribute, it can be said to be the best of the best. What is it? I haven't seen it yet. Zhao Yishuan asked Tang Feng in dissatisfaction. The dagger was suddenly snatched away by Tang Feng, and she didn't even look at its attributes clearly. What are you looking at? You had nothing to do with it. I killed it myself. Tang Feng casually pinned the dagger to the back of his waist and said indifferently. You. When Zhao Yishuan heard Tang Feng say something so unkind, she was instantly offended. But what Tang Feng said was also true. This was originally burst by the magical beasts Tang Feng killed himself, and it really had nothing to do with her. She was also just curious about the equipment attributes, and didn't mean to grab it with Tang Feng. It was just that Tang Feng's words made her feel uncomfortable. It was as if Tang Feng had never treated her as one of his own. Any more third-level beasts to kill? If not, let's go. Tang Feng then said to Zhao Yishuan. By the way, don't forget to transfer the money to me. Tang Feng also didn't forget to instruct Zhao Yishuan to transfer the payment to him. Got it, Fortune. Zhao Yishuan glanced at Tang Feng breathlessly, then the two of them left the Skyfire mountain range and returned to the academy. At this moment in the academy, the students who were paying attention to the freshman list were all stunned at once. It wasn't who had gone cold again and topped the list, but rather, they were shocked to see the name of Tang Feng who had suddenly increased by 0.4 credits. There have been bursts of exclamations in the freshman dormitories, calling out. They all understand what 0.4 credits represents. It wasn't just a number, it represented a distance beyond their reach. 0.4 credits, representing a level 4 magical beast, represented that Tang Feng already had the strength to be able to kill level 4 magical beasts. Tang Feng, who was already notoriously famous, at this moment, his name was suddenly deeply imprinted in the hearts of all the new students. As of now, Tang Feng was the number 1 freshman, unrivaled for the time being. It was because no one had killed a rank 4 magical beast yet. Not even the number 1, Dong Jianwei, has ever had one. And Dong Jianwei froze at this moment as he looked at Tang Feng's name on the list. While the number 3.7 was still far from him, the number 3.7 felt so foreign to him. Shouldn't it be 3.6? How come it's 3.7? Dong Jianwei said incredulously. Is he so different from me? Dong Jianwei knew that Tang Feng's strength was strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong already. that he already had the strength to kill a class 4 magical beast. It made him feel fearful and feel an immense pressure. Could it be that he's already level 3? Dong Jianwei couldn't help but think. The only thing that could explain it now was that Tang Feng was already level 3, he could accept qua level 1 kills of magical beasts, but couldn't accept qua level 2 kills of magical beasts. That would be too sick. Looks like I'll have to work on that too, Dong Jianwei said in a deep voice. With that, he got up and headed non-stop to the Skyfire mountain range in search of magical beasts to hunt. He wanted to catch up with Tang Feng as soon as possible and not be pulled apart by him. After a period of hard work, Dong Jianwei finally broke through and managed to come to the 3rd level. He then headed to the training room without stopping, training desperately and spending a large sum of money on elixir aids to pull his attributes up as quickly as possible. It's done! I've finally made it! A few days later, Dong Jianwei yelled with an excited face. Although his attributes hadn't quite reached the limit of the 3rd level, they had come to over 35 points, which gave him the strength to fight a 3rd level magical beast. Even if he encountered a rank 4 magical beast, with his skills and talents, it wasn't like he didn't have a fighting chance. And his credits, in the last few days, have been pulled up to 6 points by him. That is to say, killing a full tertiary magical beast. Aside from him, the 2nd place finisher, Zhao Yixuan, only had 5.4 points. Next is Money Joy, still the same 5.1 as before without any changes. And then there's Feng Shiren 4.8. Tang Renhao 4.8. Young Kwok Wing 4.8. Lin Feiyu 4.5. Ho Qingchen 4.2. Wei Shizhen 3.9. Ying Kaiming 3.9. Tang Feng, on the other hand, had fallen out of the top 10 and wasn't on the list at all. But his name was nothing less than these 10 people on the list. That's the suspected first freshman to kill a level 4 magical beast, who doesn't know that? As for why Tang Feng's credits hadn't changed, it was because he'd been staying in the training room all this time. Of course it wasn't working on his attributes were already full and there was no need to improve them at all. Instead, they're practicing power mastery. His power was so great that if he couldn't control it well, he would probably miss and accidentally injure one of his own. That's why Tang Feng was practicing not wearing any equipment to make his strength look like that of an ordinary person. After a period of exercise, Tang Feng was finally able to send and receive freely, and his control of power was once again upgraded by a realm. Coming to the cafeteria to eat, Tang Feng picked up an egg and gently flicked the shell with his finger. The shell cracked in response, then Tang Feng gently plucked the shell and stuffed the egg into his mouth to chew. If this had been in the past, without wearing equipment, Tang Feng would have absolutely turned the egg into powder with a flick like this. Tang Feng! I was looking for you, why are you eating here? Tang Feng had just picked up 2 mouthfuls of rice when Xianyu suddenly walked over with an excited face. Let's go, we're happy today, I'll treat you to a good meal. Xianyu said with an excited arm around Tang Feng's shoulders. What's wrong with being so happy? Did your dad make you a survivor? Tang Feng looked at Xianyu strangely and asked, not knowing what he was excited about. Off! You can't get ivory out of a dog's mouth. Xianyu looked at Tang Feng speechlessly. He's able to wear a cuckold and came over here to show you off. Sun Shi Lishui and Hua Huaishan also appeared behind Xianyu with a jealous look on their faces. So happy to be cuckolded? Is it hitting so hard? Have people gone crazy? Tang Feng looked at Xianyu with a shocked expression. Off! You're the one who's a cuckold. Xianyu gritted her teeth and looked at these assholes, literally without a single auspicious word coming out of her mouth. It's the green dragon helmet. I can wear the green dragon helmet. Xianyu then stopped beating around the bush and said to Tang Feng. Oh, you made it to level 3? Tang Feng instantly understood what Xianyu meant. Well, congratulations. Tang Feng heartily congratulated Xianyu. This is also thanks to you. If you hadn't brought me to kill so many level 3 magical beasts, how could I have risen to level 3 so quickly? Xianyu hemmed and hawed. He was able to upgrade so quickly thanks to Tang Feng's help, and with Tang Feng's help, he was able to kill quite a few level 3 magical beasts. The experience provided to him by these 3rd level magical beasts was quite a lot. Shi Lishui looked at Xianyu with an envious face. Who let this kid be rich, able to spend money to ask Tang Feng to help him kill magical beasts? Otherwise he wouldn't have been caught up by Qianyua. I can't take it anymore, I want to upgrade too. Don't stop me. Shui really couldn't stand Qian Yu's dejected appearance, and immediately shook off his hand and headed to the Heavenly Flame Mountain range to look for magical beasts to take out his anger. Hua Huaijin also followed close behind. They were all in the same dormitory, and it would be a shame to be dumped by Qian Yu for too long. Tang Feng looked at the duo's backs and his heart stirred. Isn't it about time I found a way to upgrade? Tang Feng had been staying in the training room all this time, and now that he was free, it was time to raise and improve his strength. Chapter 36, Another Battle Appointment. Looking at the list, his name wasn't even on the rankings anymore. Did Zhao Yishuan get help from someone else? How come I haven't seen the credits go up in a few days? Tang Feng looked at Zhao Yishuan's name and said strangely. He remembered that he had only brought Zhao Yishuan's credits to 4.8 points. How did it become 5.4 points now? There was also Dong Jianwei. Surprisingly, he had already killed all the level 3 magical beasts. Even Qian Yu had upgraded. I'm afraid Dong Jianwei had also risen to level 3? Tang Feng's eyes stared. It seemed like it was indeed time to upgrade his to a higher level. Or else you'll be passed over by someone else. Forget dinner, some other time, I'll go practice leveling too. After speaking to Qian Yu, Tang Feng quickly finished the meal in front of him and got up to leave the cafeteria. No, aren't you happy that I've risen to the 3rd level? Let's celebrate before we leave. There's no rush to upgrade, it's not that bad. Qian Yu shouted loudly to Tang Feng from behind. But the smug look on his face proved that at that moment he was showing off. Understanding him, Tang Feng immediately gave an international friendly gesture without turning his head back. Leaving the cafeteria, Tang Feng unexpectedly met a familiar face at the door. Wang Zicheng, who had clashed with them before. When Wang Zicheng saw Tang Feng, his face suddenly chilled. The last battle had humiliated him. Tang Feng had killed him in seconds with a single punch, causing him to directly lose his prestige in the dormitory. None of the minions who were looking up to him are hanging on to him anymore. And he didn't even know how he lost it, he just lost consciousness for a split second. When he asked them later, they said that Tang Feng had defeated him with a single punch, but he didn't believe it. Why could Tang Feng, who had no equipment additions, defeat a fully armed man with a single punch? It's you? Humph. Insidious villain. Wang Zicheng said with a cold snort and a sneer when he saw Tang Feng. Tang Feng? Tang Feng had a head full of question marks. He and Wang Zicheng had come into contact just once, or the last time they had a conflict. In the last battle, Wang Zicheng wore his defense gear under his clothes. If you want to say sinister, the other side is the sinister one, right? How did you get the nerve to say that? This had to leave Tang Feng speechless. I've never seen such a person before. A thief calling out a thief? Don't pretend, did you use some sinister means to defeat me last time? Wang Zicheng questioned Tang Feng. What's wrong with you? Me? Tang Feng? Do I need to resort to sinister tactics to deal with you? Look at the freshman list before you say. Tang Feng had a helpless face, and just wanted to show the other party the freshman list, but suddenly remembered that he was no longer on the freshman list, and then swallowed back the latter words. Forget it, I don't care about you, you're holding me up. Tang Feng didn't bother pulling his punches with the other party, and then he was about to go around the other party to leave this place. But Wang Zicheng once again took a step to stop Tang Feng. I've read the freshman list, what does it have to do with you? You're not saying you're Dong Jianwei, are you? Laugh it up. Wang Zicheng looked at Tang Feng with a mocking expression. I was on the freshman list the other day, what did you say your name was, let me see. Actually, Wang Zicheng had never known Tang Feng's name, or else he wouldn't have noticed that Tang Feng had appeared on the freshman list. Or rather, he hadn't paid attention to the freshman list before and only started paying attention to it in the past few days. So perfect to miss Tang Feng's peak. My name is Tang Feng, if you don't recognize me, go ask around, if you do, hurry up and get out of my way, I don't have time for your bull. Tang Feng impatiently warned Wang Zicheng. You don't want to leave. The last fight wasn't over, this time we'll have a fair fight again. Wang Zicheng, however, wouldn't let Tang Feng leave, blocking his way and not letting go. You're really a dog skin, why are you so sticky? How come Schloss Water isn't annoyed by you? Tang Feng said breathlessly. Answer or not? Give a word. Wang Zicheng was like a self-centered person who didn't care what others thought and only acted according to his heart. These kind of people are so tiresome that it's impossible to communicate with them. No wonder you can do something like going door to door on the opening day of school, it's a living DSB. No promises. Get out of here, Tang Feng said impatiently. But Wang Zicheng once again stopped Tang Feng like a dog's skin. You're not leaving until you promise, Wang Zicheng said righteously. I'm yet. Tang Feng wanted to hit someone, but he would be punished for doing it privately in the academy, and he couldn't do that. Okay. Well, I never fight without a colorful fight. I have 900,000 here. If you can take out 900,000 bets, I'll fight with you. Tang Feng was forced to take out his entire fortune to make Wang Zicheng know what to do. Yet he underestimated Wang Zicheng's financial strength. $900,000, right? That's fine. Wang Zicheng unexpectedly agreed without hesitation, making Tang Feng very surprised. You have money to burn, Taking $900,000 straight for a fight? Tang Feng is a little not home from home. How these rich people think. Are they all bad in the head? Cut the crap. Dare or not? Wang Zicheng carelessly urged Tang Feng. Since you're going to send me money, there's nothing more I can say, but take your friend with you. I'm afraid there's no one to carry you back later, Tang Feng said helplessly. Since we can't hide, let's face it head on. Anyway, there's money to be had, it's not a waste of effort, and it's faster than earning money in the credit brush business. Wang Zicheng smiled faintly and immediately called his roommate to head to the back of the mountain with Tang Feng. As for why they came to the back of the mountain, it wasn't that the academy didn't allow private battles, but there was a policy at the top and a policy at the bottom, and since the academy didn't allow battles inside, then they had to go outside the academy. The backcountry is located just outside the college. As usual, Wang Zicheng wore his best gear. A full set of iron armor, a greatsword, and defense and attack pulled full. To say he's a heavily armored warrior is an understatement. Compared to Wang Zicheng, who was armed to the teeth, Tang Feng was much more casual, holding a small knife in his hand, or the kind without any attribute bonuses. Hey! You'd better put on your gear, I'll wait for you, don't accidentally kill you then I'll be in trouble. Wang Zicheng looked at the naked Tang Feng, immediately said disdainfully. Why do you need equipment to deal with you? Hurry up, don't delay me to upgrade. Tang Feng impatiently hooked his finger at Wang Zicheng. Wang Zicheng saw that Tang Feng was so arrogant when he immediately snorted coldly. Humph. Out of your depth. With that, he was no longer polite and directly charged at Tang Feng with his sword. The force is 1,000 pounds. Wang Zicheng didn't hesitate to use distance on Tang Feng, raising the large sword in his hand and beheading Tang Feng. The immense strength, coupled with the talents bonus, allowed Wang Zicheng's strength attribute to directly break through 40 points, that's 40 points equivalent to the attributes of a top-level 4 awakened person. With this knife, Wang Zicheng believed that no one could block it, at least no one among the freshmen. Go to hell! Wang Zicheng roared. Thinking of the last time he was knocked unconscious by Tang Feng using insidious means, anger rose from his heart, and this blade was bound to kill Tang Feng and avenge his death. Chapter 37 3 Levels. Tang Feng looked at the incoming greatsword above his head with a bemused expression. Although Wang Zicheng's power was great, his speed was average, and Tang Feng was fully capable of reacting to it. And power? Tang Feng sighed, and the small knife in his hand directly came out of his hand and fell to the ground. He then took a stance in place, and a wave of power instantly traveled through the center of his feet. Bang! Wang Zicheng then slashed at Tang Feng's head. Tang Feng, on the other hand, was unharmed, his body was like iron, he hadn't suffered the slightest damage, and not a single strand of his hair had been broken. What? Wang Zicheng was shocked, completely unable to believe the scene in front of him. How could anyone's body be able to block a sword? My turn! Tang Feng took advantage of Wang Zicheng's shock and instantly struck out, grabbing the blade of the large knife in Wang Zicheng's hand, followed by a forceful jerk. The greatsword in Wang Zicheng's hand suddenly came off and was snatched by Tang Feng. And Tang Feng directly threw it away casually, not intending to use it at all. Wang Zicheng, who had lost his weapon, looked shocked, but he still had his fists and immediately raised them to counterattack. Tang Feng instantly laughed, and with a quick eye, he grabbed Wang Zicheng's incoming fist and held on tightly, making Wang Zicheng unable to move. Using his other hand, he then slammed his fist into Wang Zicheng's face. Bang! A punch smashed Wang Zicheng's eyes directly, and his entire eye socket blackened up. Tang Feng's hands did not stop moving, and he beat up Wang Zicheng for a while, without the slightest intention to stop. And Wang Zicheng was like a child in Tang Feng's hands, powerless. Being continuously hit by Tang Feng, his face quickly swelled up like a pig's head. And this was also the time for Tang Feng to verify the results of his own training during this period of time. He appeared to have used all his strength, but in fact, he hadn't exerted any power at all. Otherwise, Wang Zicheng would have been punched to death by Tang Feng long ago. Beat until Wang Zicheng was about to lose consciousness. Tang Feng then stopped and patted Wang Zicheng's face with his hand. "Wake up and remember to put the money in my account and I'll be out of your hair." Tang Feng instructed Wang Zicheng, who was teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. "Hey, take him to the hospital, don't die." Then to Wang Zicheng's roommate. Wang Zicheng's roommate looked at Tang Feng with a horrified expression and nodded stiffly, afraid that Tang Feng would beat him up as well. Tang Feng then left the back of the mountain and entered the Skyfire mountain range in search of magical beasts to hunt. And at that moment, the four of them, Dong Jianwei and Feng Shuren, gathered together once again. "Now that you and I have both risen to level 3, our strength has increased greatly, while Tang Feng's credits haven't changed the slightest bit recently, indicating that he hasn't hunted any magical beasts lately, and his strength hasn't increased in any way. Today is our chance to kill him, and just now I heard that he has left the academy and entered the Heavenly Flame Mountain range. Today is our best chance, it's time to strike," Feng Shuren said to Dong Jianwei with a gloomy face. "You're right, it's time to do it." Dong Jianwei didn't have any hesitation this time and nodded his head. "Then let's go. Under the siege of our 4th level awakened, he will definitely die today." Feng Shuren nodded and said in a deep voice. The four of them then also entered the Heavenly Flame Mountain range. Just what they all had in mind was unknown. Tang Feng didn't stop at the outskirts of the Heavenly Flame Mountain range and walked straight into the depths. There were too few magical beasts on the outside, and only by going deeper into the mountain range would one be able to find more high-level magical beasts. Of course he couldn't go too deep, or he would still be in danger if he encountered a magical beast of too high a level. After all, just because the power was invincible didn't mean he was truly invincible, and being hit would still kill him. It's a hot day. Tang Feng could not help but wipe the sweat on his forehead. The heat could not stand it, could only take off his top, and it was still cooler. The Skyfire mountain range was getting hotter the deeper you went, and at this point, where Tang Feng was, the temperature had to reach 40 degrees. When you get here, Tang Feng will have to be careful. In the event that this place encountered a magical beast of level 4 or 5 or higher and was attacked by a sneak attack, Tang Feng's current attributes wouldn't be able to withstand it without wearing any protective gear. Tang Feng cautiously advanced slowly, and soon after, a colorful elk appeared in front of Tang Feng. The elk is covered in red and green patterns, and its head is covered with antlers as lush as tree branches, which are also covered with brightly colored flowers. Looking full of fantastical colors, it's as if the beasts came out of the fairy tale world. Tang Feng, however, looked stunned and grave. Flower Demon Deer, Grade 3 Magical Beast, Omnivorous Magical Beast. When encountering danger, it will release hallucinogenic gas around its body, causing people to hallucinate and fall into the illusion of death without realizing it. Tang Feng immediately covered his mouth and nose with his shirt, preparing himself in advance before the other party realized him. The danger of this stuff is in the hallucinogenic gas, which is not much of a threat as long as it is prevented in advance. But without advanced precaution, even a rank 4 magical beast could die in the illusion without realizing it. Tang Feng covered his mouth and nose, and immediately walked towards the Flower Demon Deer. The Flower Demon Deer that was eating grass with its head down sensed someone approaching, and then lifted its head to look at Tang Feng. Staring at Tang Feng, his pupils flickered with 3 colors, as if they were trying to hook one's soul away. Tang Feng put down the small knife in his hand and then charged towards the Flower Demon Deer. When the Flower Demon Deer saw Tang Feng attacking, as if frightened, the flowers on its antlers contracted for a while, suddenly erupting a burst of psychedelic color-filled breath that spread out to the surroundings. The psychedelic aura instantly surrounded Tang Feng, but fortunately he had covered his mouth and nose with his clothes in advance and didn't inhale it in the first place. But clothes aren't gas masks after all, they can only briefly prevent breath from entering the mouth and nose. He'll still get hit after a long time, and he has to be quick about it. Tang Feng didn't make any stops, charging towards the Flower Demon Deer, raising his fist and striking out with a single punch, instantly spanning the distance of a few meters. Punch! A jab lands there for Flower Demon Deer. Boom! The Flower Demon Deer instantly turned into blood mist. As long as one was hit by Tang Feng, there was simply no need for a second punch. Tang Feng continued to move forward, looking for new magical beasts to kill. And his credits are growing fast. It soon reappeared in the top 10 spots and climbed up the ladder at a rate visible to the naked eye. 4.0, 4.3, 4.6, 4.9. 5.2. 5.5. 5.8. It soon reached 5.8 credits and became second only to Dong Jianwei. Many people followed the changes in the freshman ranking with a surprised look on their faces. Here it comes, Tang Feng is at it again. Starting to compete for the list again. When Tang Feng's credits reached 5.8, everyone waited expectantly, waiting for Tang Feng to create another miracle, that of surpassing the 6-point mark. And Tang Feng didn't let everyone down, soon the credits changed again. Tang Feng 6.1 points. Ascended. Tang Feng, he's reached the top. Many freshmen let out a gasp of surprise at this moment. A score of 6.1 represented that Tang Feng's absolute strength could not be surpassed by anyone for the time being. And naturally, Tang Feng didn't know that his credits had already caused a stir in the academy once again. At this moment, he had just killed a level 3 magical beast, and then a warm current came from his body. He, finally, upgraded. Without waiting for him to check his new attributes, Tang Feng suddenly twitched his ears and detected a breaking sound coming from the side. Hurriedly dodging to the side. Bang! He had just dodged out of the way when a cloud of purple poisonous mist exploded from where he had just been. Chapter 38, I'll kill the principal too. Tang Feng instantly frowned. Who? With that, he questioned the direction from which the attack had come. The four of them, Feng Shiren and Dong Jianwei, walked out from over there. The gloomy Feng Shiren was a bit surprised to see Tang Feng dodge his sneak attack. It's you guys? Tang Feng frowned slightly when he saw the four of them. That cloud of poisonous mist just now, one didn't need to think to know that it was Feng Shiren's attack. Only this misogynistic guy pulls these underhanded tricks. Tang Feng, today is the day you die. Feng Shiren had been holding it in for a long time, and today was finally the day he was able to say this in front of Tang Feng. Just you guys? Aren't you taking yourselves too seriously? Tang Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard Feng Shiren's words. Although Tang Feng didn't think he was invincible anymore, these guys were definitely no match for him. I know that you've already reached level 3, or else you wouldn't have had the chance to kill a level 4 magical beast, but do you think you're the only one who's risen to level 3? The four of us have all reached level 3 now. Even if you can deal with a level 4 magical beast, you can't possibly be our match. Die. Feng Shiren, however, had absolute confidence. Although he had been suppressed by Tang Feng without any power last time, he thought that it was because he wasn't strong enough at that time, but it was different now. Now his strength, with the equipment attribute bonus, had at least doubled. Facing Tang Feng again, he was filled with confidence. Saying that, no longer talking nonsense with Tang Feng, the four of them directly killed towards Tang Feng. Tang Renhao and Yang Guorong were the first to rush to Tang Feng, one with a sword and the other with heavy gloves. Tang Renhao stabbed at Tang Feng's neck with the sword at a tricky angle. Tang Feng steps to the side to avoid it. But the next moment Tang Renhao changed his stab to a horizontal chop and continued to chop at Tang Feng's neck. Tang Feng hastily tilted his head to avoid it. The long sword in Tang Renhao's hand slid past Tang Feng's face. And immediately after that, Yang Guorong also rushed to Tang Feng's front, a pair of thick and heavy fists, immediately smashing towards Tang Feng's body. Tang Feng frowned slightly. The continuous attacks left him somewhat overwhelmed. After all, even though he had risen to level 3, his speed attribute had only reached 30 points. Much worse compared to their attributes that were pulled up by their equipment. Tang Feng immediately stopped hesitating and quickly took a step back to stand firm, instantly using the rooting skill. Roots. Under the effect of the raw root skill, Tang Feng's defense instantly reached a terrifying point. Immediately after that, Yang Guorong's fist landed on Tang Feng, the thick gloves that were about the same size as Tang Feng's head smashed directly onto Tang Feng's temple. Bang! A muffled sound came. A normal person taking this punch would definitely lose their fighting ability on the spot. Hit the nail on the head, after all. But at this time, Tang Feng's defense was pulled full. This punch was like scratching an itch for him, his head didn't even tilt. Yang only felt as if he had slammed his fist on hard steel. Looking at Tang Feng's eyes as he looked at him, he immediately looked horrified. How? Yang Guorong looked stunned and said with disbelief. But before he could react, Tang Feng had already grabbed his fist. The thick gloves were like papier-mâché in Tang Feng's hands, deforming in Tang Feng's hands. Ah! The gloves were crushed by Tang Feng, and even Yang Guorong's hand was crushed into pieces. Yang Guorong immediately let out a heartbreaking hiss. Tang Renhao, who had seen this scene from a close distance, was suddenly startled. But the movement in his hand didn't stop. The long sword in his hand didn't hesitate to stab at Tang Feng's vitals again. Tang Feng's face did not change, looking at the incoming sword blade without the slightest movement to dodge. Bashfully, he watched as the long sword in front of him pierced his brow. Ding! With a soft sound, the long sword in Tang Renhao's hand suddenly bent into a weird arc under his power. The tip of the sword rested against Tang Feng's brow, but surprisingly it didn't advance the slightest inch, not piercing into Tang Feng's body at all. What? Tang Renhao exclaimed. Tang Feng immediately reached out and flicked his hand over his sword. The long sword in Tang Renhao's hand instantly disintegrated into a piece of debris that enveloped Tang Renhao's body. Tang Renhao couldn't dodge in time and was instantly pierced through his body by the sword blade fragments, leaving countless bloody holes in his body. Feng Shuren stretched out his white, jade-like hands, and before he could attack, he froze on the spot. You? What kind of monster are you? Feng Shuren's voice trembled a little, looking unbelievably at Tang Renhao and Yang Guorong who had collapsed on the ground, asking Tang Feng in horror. Why are you trying to kill me? Tang Feng didn't answer, coldly looking at Feng Shuren, asking in a deep voice. Feng Shuren just wanted to say it and beg for forgiveness from Tang Feng. But the next moment, Feng Shuren's body shook, feeling a coldness in his heart, and when he looked down, a wide sword blade pierced through his chest. Dong Jianwei stood behind Feng Shuren, holding a large sword in his hand, and the blade that went through Feng Shuren's chest was his. You! Feng Shuren turned his head and looked at Dong Jianwei with a resigned expression. He knew that Dong Jianwei hadn't really cooperated with him, but he didn't expect to go after him at this time. Dong Jianwei looked at Feng Shuren with a cold face. Sorry, I want to live. Then he said softly. Hearing these words, Feng Shuren understood everything. Then he collapsed with a feeble face. I have no intention of making an enemy of you. They're the ones who want to kill you, not me. Dong Jianwei then hurriedly explained to Tang Feng, who was not far away. After he had seen Tang Feng's terrifying strength, the first thing that came to his mind was to clear his relationship with Feng Shuren. The best and easiest way was naturally to kill Feng Shuren and prove that he and Feng Shuren were not on the same page. Tang Feng looked at Dong Jianwei blandly. You think I'll believe that? Tang Feng naturally wouldn't believe Dong Jianwei's bull. Looking at Feng Shuren's corpse, he instead felt that Dong Jianwei was being a bit nosy. You killed him before I could even ask why he was trying to kill me. It can't be that you're trying to kill me, can it? Tang Feng looked at Dong Jianwei and asked indifferently. Dong Jianwei immediately changed his face. Of course not. They were the ones who took the initiative to approach me to kill you in the first place. I was completely unaware of it and had nothing to do with it, but I know who was behind it to kill you. Dong Jianwei hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Who is it? Tang Feng raised an eyebrow and asked Dong Jianwei after him. It's the senior management of Skyfire Academy. Dong Jianwei immediately told what he knew. The top brass? Who? Tang Feng frowned, then continued to ask. I don't know, I just know it's high level, I don't know who it is. Dong Jianwei's expression immediately froze. He really hadn't asked Feng Shuren after who the top brass behind him was. So what's the point of this message? Tang Feng's eyes stared, and after talking for half a day, there wasn't much useful information. What's the point of keeping the other guy? Thinking of this, Tang Feng immediately walked towards Dong Jianwei with a murderous aura. Dong Jianwei looked at the murderous Tang Feng and instantly panicked. Don't kill me. I'm on the school picket line now. You can't kill me. Dong Jianwei said in a panic, even taking out the school pickets to threaten Tang Feng. But there was no way Tang Feng wouldn't kill him. When Tang Feng showed his true strength in front of them, he didn't intend to leave him alive. I'll kill the principal, not to mention the school picketers. Chapter 39, Fire Seedling Ranking, Heavenly Flame Ranking. Seeing Tang Feng continuously approaching, Dong Jianwei gritted his teeth, and with a ruthless heart, he immediately raised the large sword in his hand and chopped at Tang Feng. Shun chop. Tang Feng's gaze condensed as he slammed his fist towards Dong Jianwei, his figure instantly spanning a distance of several meters and hitting Dong Jianwei with a punch. Boom! Dong Jianwei's body, along with the equipment he was wearing, instantly turned into pieces. Tang Renhao and Yang Guorong, who had already lost their fighting strength, Tang Feng did not let go and killed them in passing. These people want to kill him, can he let it go? As for the equipment on these people, he beautifully dared to take any of it back. There was someone behind these people, and if their equipment went back, it would definitely be suspected by someone who had the intention to even look into his head. So not taking it back is the best option. After dealing with the crime scene, Tang Feng left. It was only shortly after he left that a tall, thin figure stepped out from behind one of the trees. The whole body was wrapped under a black robe, and it was impossible to see the face, only a sun symbol could be seen on the back of the black robe. The silhouette looked at Tang Feng's back as he left, and the corner of his mouth raised in a creepy smile. What a heavy killing intent, this kid, suitable for our organization. The silhouette said meaningfully, then moved his feet and instantly disappeared in the same place. Returning to the academy, Tang Feng realized that many people were talking about his name on the way. From time to time, one could hear the word Tang Feng mentioned. Tang Feng was a bit puzzled. Was he so famous now? Haven't been back in a few days, am I that famous? Tang Feng had a curious look on his face. Dude, the Tang Feng you guys were talking about just now, who is it? Tang Feng was instantly a little curious as he came over and asked the two people talking about him next to him. No way, buddy? Tang Feng, don't you pay attention to the freshman list? The two of them immediately looked at Tang Feng like they were seeing aliens. Tang Feng was stunned. Freshman list? Yeah, the freshman list, Tang Feng, the only freshman to break through 6 credits now. What does that represent, you know? It represents that he killed a level 4 magical beast. You don't even know this? The other party immediately nodded, then took out his cell phone and opened the freshman list for Tang Feng to check. Only then did Tang Feng realize that he had unconsciously run up to the number 1 position on the freshman list. Isn't that too much? Tang Feng was instantly a bit worried. Wasn't he being a bit ostentatious like this? Of course it's exaggerated. How long has it been? Already able to kill a level 4 magical beast, at this rate, won't it be possible to graduate in a year? Hearing Tang Feng's self-talk, the classmate on the side immediately empathized. It's alright, Tang Feng is indeed a bit outrageous for our class, but compared to the entire school, he's just an ordinary member. I heard that the fastest person to graduate from Skyfire Academy accumulated 100 credits in less than a year. Another student didn't think it was that much of a stretch. It can't be, can it? 100 credits a year? How is that possible? That would require at least a dozen levels of strength. It's impossible for someone to do that, right? Why would I lie to you? My brother was the last student of Skyfire Academy, he told me himself. Otherwise look at the ranking of credits. How long did it take those who were about to graduate? When the other party saw that they didn't believe him, he immediately opened another leaderboard on his cell phone. That was another list from Skyfire Academy. The list of heavenly flames in folklore. It is a list of past graduates, sorted according to the length of time it took to graduate. The solid time of the person located in first place instantly caught Tang Feng's eye. No one, Zhao Qianhe, time, 288 days. You graduated with 100 credits before you even had a year to go? Tang Feng was instantly shocked when he saw this. It wasn't like he couldn't do it, he could quickly rack up the credits if he went out of his way to kill magical beasts. But that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And it was also dangerous. He could only be safe if he built up his strength gradually, bit by bit. And make sure you don't reveal your strength. See, this is the real genius of Skyfire Academy. Only those who can make it to the Skyfire list are powerful characters. This Tang Feng is still far from it. That student immediately said with a showy face. Talk like you're on the list. It's not all about graduates. What's the comparison with current students? Another student immediately said indignantly. There's also a list for school students, the fire seedling list. All of them are school students, but there's no Tang Feng on it. When the other party saw that he was not dead, he immediately opened another list for the other party to check. Tang Feng followed along on the sidelines. It was a little confusing to see that there were no credits on this list, only names. What does this list rank on? How come I don't see credits? Tang Feng asked the other party suspiciously. The other party then realized that Tang Feng was actually still there. The firebrand list isn't ranked by credits, he's ranked by strength, a manual predictive ranking based on everyone's performance during school, a ranking made by the school picketers, many of whom are on the school picketers. When the other party saw Tang Feng's rhetorical question, he immediately kindly explained the confusion to Tang Feng. Tang Feng do still got it. I see. That's not much authority. Tang Feng also thought that this what fire seedlings list is very powerful. The original is not the list published by the college, a school picket private list, and there is no authority. Tang Feng then left. What's wrong with it? School pickets aren't authoritative enough? The man looked at Tang Feng's departing back and muttered in dissatisfaction. The school pickets, at this time, were also paying attention to each and every freshman of the current year to see if there were any seedlings that could enter the Fire's seedling list. Those located at the top of the freshman list were of course the first to come into their eyes. Captain, as of now, this Tang Feng is the most suitable candidate to enter the Fire seedling ranking, followed by Dong Jianwei. As for the others, that Qian Yu's credits seem to have been swiped up. As for who helped him, it's still unknown. The members of the school pickets at once handed to their captains the reports of their observations during this time. Yu Yanming looked at the information in his hand and was silent for a long time. Let's put it aside for now. Tang Feng is not suitable. Yu Yanming had only taken one look and decisively rejected the proposal to include Tang Feng in the Flame seedling ranking. Why? The following members were instantly a bit puzzled and looked at their captain in disbelief. Not so much why. If I say it doesn't fit, it doesn't fit. Yu Yanming, however, didn't explain too much and let out a cold snort, causing the following members to instantly not dare to say much. Have you gotten the information on Dong Jianwei and his entrance? Yu Yanming then asked his men. It's done. The members of the picket immediately nodded and said to Yu Yanming. Then contact them and tell them to come and do something as soon as possible. Yu Yanming nodded, then arranged it. They seem to have disappeared lately. This caused the picket members to look at once, and said with a face of difficulty. Yu Yanming frowned at once. What do you mean it's gone? That's right, Dong Jianwei and Feng Shuren, they've disappeared in the past few days. I can't contact them and I don't know where they've gone. The henchman immediately explained to Yu Yanming. Yu Yanming frowned. Where's Tang Feng? Then something occurred to him and he went on to ask. Tang Feng is back instead, just returned from the Skyfire mountain range. Hearing the words of his men, Yu Yanming's expression moved. There was a sense of foreboding. I know, go down. Yu Yanming then sent his men away. After a long period of contemplation, he then dialed a phone number. Headmaster, Feng Shuren and the others are probably dead. Chapter 40, The Demon Squad. What? Feng Daki on the other end of the phone was stunned. What's going on? Feng Shuren was the trainee he had specifically found to deal with Tang Feng. The purpose was to get rid of Tang Feng without moving and strike at Shi Moyan's power. But I didn't expect an accident. Probably killed by Tang Feng. They failed. Yu Yanming then told Feng Daki his guess. He was aware of Feng Shuren's move to kill Tang Feng, and at this time Tang Feng had returned, but Feng Shuren was nowhere to be seen with them. It didn't take much thought to realize that it was Feng Shuren and the others who had been countered. This Tang Feng is so strong? Feng Daki was a bit surprised. He had seen Tang Feng's talent. It could be said that it was nothing, and it was an accident that he was even able to enter their Skyfire Academy. Now that he learned that Tang Feng was able to kill Feng Shuren, who was favored by him, how could he not feel that something was fishy? It's strong, he's riding high on the freshman gang right now, no one should be able to catch him anytime soon. Yu Yanming said in a deep voice. It seems that this Tang Feng is really Shi Moyan's person. I guess Du Qiyan was also killed by Shi Moyan's people, and on the way, he switched the enrollment quota to Tang Feng, and his talent should be fake as well. Feng Daki pondered for a moment, then brainstormed a huge conspiracy in his mind. Thinking that all of this was Shi Moyan's means of targeting him. So what do we do now? Yu Yanming then asked Feng Daki. Shi Moyan thinks so highly of Tang Feng, that's all the more reason for me to get rid of him. In the end, this Tang Feng is just a newborn, you don't need to worry about the next, I have my own way. Feng Daki had already thought of other ways to get rid of Tang Feng, and for the time being, he couldn't use the pickets to intervene. That? You promised. When Yu Yanming heard this, he then hesitantly asked Feng Daki. Don't worry, it's just some pills, I'll make arrangements on the side of the medicinal garden, your supply of pills will be doubled, it won't take half a year for you to graduate successfully. Feng Daki then assured Yu Yanming. A smile suddenly appeared on Yu Yanming's face. Thank you, then, headmaster. Yu Yanming said to Feng Daki with a light smile. Do a good job, although you're only a picket captain now, when you graduate, I'll let you stay on at the academy to serve, and when I become principal, my current position will be yours sooner or later. Feng Daki faintly said to Yu Yanming. I'll do a good job. Feng Daki, this big cake, immediately let Yu Yanming energetic, on the spot to Feng Daki assured. Principal Shi Moyan was also paying attention to Tang Feng at this moment. Is staying with Song shall we? Looking at Tang Feng's name on the freshman list, Shi Moyan nodded in satisfaction. This kid's got something, and he didn't let me down. Compared to Fong Daki, Sure Moyen was very optimistic about Tang Fong. He didn't have a preconceived notion that Tang Fong couldn't do it because of his talent, and after observing him, he realized that Tang Feng's strength wasn't at all as simple as it appeared to be. Especially after Song Xiaowei had contacted Tang Fong. According to Song Xiaowei, Tang Feng's learning ability could be described as ceiling level. Skills that take others a great deal of time to meld together, he picks up quickly and becomes proficient in their use. This kid has a lot of secrets, but that's young people, who doesn't have some secrets anymore, no? Song Xiaowei smiled and nodded, very much agreeing with Sure Moyen's words. Well, give him something to do? Sure Moyen then turned his head to Song Xiaowei and proposed. Principal, you're in charge. What else can Song Xiaowei say? Naturally, Sure Moyen said forget it, after all, Sure Moyen is the principal. How about a school picket? Exercise him, and if he graduates in the future and has a chance to stay at the college, he'll be able to take over the job quickly and logically. What Sure Moyen wanted was also for Tang Fong to enter the school picket line. After all, school pickets are powerful and a place where people can be exercised. I don't think so. But Song holds a different view. There's too much utilitarianism in a picket kind of place, and I don't think it's right for him. Song Xiaowei was, after all, Tang Feng's current teacher, and having come into contact with him, he had to understand Tang Feng better than Sure Moyen. How? Sure Moyen looked at Song Xiaowei suspiciously and asked. With Tang Feng's family background, and the way he conducts himself, he's not suitable to enter this kind of dike. If he has to be let in, I reckon he'll either refuse or be unable to integrate into the entry. Song Xiaowei explained to Sure Moyen. Shimaran nodded. So where do you think he fits in? Then asked Song Xiaowei. The demon removal team would suit him just fine. Song Xiaowei smiled slightly and proposed to Sure Moyen. Sure Moyen instantly raised an eyebrow. But he's only a freshman, putting him on the Deccan team? Is that appropriate? Sure Moyen said with some concern. There's nothing inappropriate, as long as you're strong enough. What difference does it make if you're a freshman or not? Song Xiaowei shook his head and said faintly. You've got a point, so it's settled then, go ahead and make the arrangements. Seeing that Song Xiaowei was so insistent, Sure Moyen did not say anything more and nodded, agreeing to Song Xiaowei's proposal. Tang Feng was soon summoned by Song Xiaowei. Come to the classroom. You wanted to see me, teacher? Tang Feng asked Song Xiaowei with some surprise. Tang Feng was alone in the entire classroom. Song Xiaowei was asking him out alone. There must be something for him. Tang Feng, are you still accustomed to life at the academy during this time? Song Xiaowei then asked Tang Feng. It's okay, nothing I'm not used to, it's better than what I had before. Tang Feng nodded. Compared to his previous life, his current life could be said to have turned upside down. Naturally, there's nothing to get used to. That's good. Song Xiaowei nodded. Are you bored at the academy? Ever thought about finding something to do? He then didn't beat around the bush and asked Tang Feng straightforwardly. Do what? Tang Feng looked at Song Xiaowei with a puzzled expression. The education method of Skyfire Academy is rather special, open education, not mandatory classes, but this also makes a lot of people very bored, having nothing to do, and need to find something else to pass the time, such as finding some jobs in the academy, or joining the school picket, or pulling a group of people to set up some kind of club. In short, they can't be idle. So do you have any ideas in this regard? What are you going to do? Although Song Xiaowei had arranged a place for Tang Feng to go, he also wanted to hear Tang Feng's own thoughts first. School pickets. I don't want to go. Hearing this, Tang Feng basically sensed Song Xiaowei's purpose in finding him. Decidedly expressed his desire not to go on the school picket line. And would you like to go anywhere else? Song Xiaowei smiled, then asked Tang Feng. Where? Tang Feng asked suspiciously. Is there any place at Skyfire Academy that beats the school pickets? Extermination team. Song Xiaowei immediately stated the ultimate goal. Chapter 41 Harsh Conditions. Demon Removal Team? Tang Feng was dumbfounded, obviously not having heard of this organization. That's right. Song Xiaowei nodded. Skyfire Academy's free education model has given rise to many large and small clubs, including the School Picket and the Demon Removal Team, which are officially recognized by the Academy, and the two clubs that have been incorporated are established by the students independently, and also by the students themselves who are in charge, and the school authorities do not intervene. The difference is that one is internal and the other is external. Song Xiaowei then explained to Tang Feng. School pickets, I know, the equivalent of the school's law enforcement organization. This is supposed to be internal. What does that mean externally? Tang Feng frowned and asked Song Xiaowei suspiciously. The demon removal team, their jurisdiction is to deal with all threats outside the academy, be it human or magical beast. The demon removal team will step in and take care of it. That's external. Song Xiaowei briefly explained the terms of reference of the demon removal team to Tang Feng. It doesn't sound like it has as much power as a picket line, but when you think about it, it's like the difference between the military and the police. Within the academy, the power of the picket seemed great, but the enemies that the demon removal team had to face were not comparable to the pickets. In comparison, the demon removal team is the stronger team, because without great strength, how do you deal with off-campus threats? Tang Feng instantly became slightly interested in this demon removal team. So what's the job description of this demon removal team? What do I have to do if I join? Tang Feng asked with some curiosity. I don't know, it could be cleaning up the surrounding magical beasts that would threaten the academy, or investigating the cause of the magical beasts' riots, or dealing with the surrounding outlaws that are hostile to the academy, and so on. As a teacher, I'm not in a position to intervene in the internal affairs of the demon removal squad, and I don't really know much about their patterns. Song Xiaowei faintly said to Tang Feng. Although Song Xiaowei had said very little, Tang Feng still lit up before his eyes. What Song Xiaowei said seemed to be quite appropriate for him. The biggest difficulty for him in killing the magical beasts was finding their location. And the demon removal team must know a lot about this, so wouldn't that make it easier for him to upgrade? Seeing the light blossoming in Tang Feng's eyes, Song Xiaowei instantly felt that there was a chance. If you're interested, I can introduce you now. Song Xiaowei immediately struck the iron while it was hot and said to Tang Feng. It's quite interesting. Tang Feng didn't make any pretense and bluntly expressed his interest. Well then, you wait. I'll call their captain over here. Song Xiaowei immediately left the classroom with a smile. Tang Feng scratched his head as he looked at Song Xiaowei, who left in a hurry. Captain? Isn't it not possible to intervene? This goes straight to the captain? Tang Feng was a bit confused. Soon Song Xiaowei brought back someone. The other party didn't look much older than Tang Feng, but his face was resolute, and his young face seemed to have experienced countless winds and frosts. Tang Feng, this is the leader of the demon removal team, Su Lang. Song Xiaowei was the first to introduce himself to Tang Feng. Solange, he's the Tang Feng I told you about. Song Xiaowei then introduced Tang Feng to the other party. Su Lang looked Tang Feng up and down expressionlessly. Teacher, even though you taught me, you can't just shove everything at me, can you? Su Lang obviously didn't look at Tang Feng and said to Song Xiaowei in dissatisfaction. Listen to me, Tang Feng is definitely not as weak as he seems. Look at the freshman list, he's number 1 on the freshman list. Song Xiaowei was afraid that Su Lang wouldn't accept Tang Feng, and immediately introduced him to Su Lang. Freshman? Even the strongest freshman is still a freshman and can't adapt to the intensity of the demon removal team. If I take him in, you're pushing him into the fire. Su Lang still didn't accept Tang Feng's intentions, and immediately said seriously to Song Xiaowei. It was as if he had completely ignored Tang Feng at the scene. This caused Tang Feng to be somewhat dissatisfied. No dude, did you ask me, the person in question, for permission to take me or not? Did I say that I must join the demon elimination team? Tang Feng couldn't help but interrupt the two and interjected. Only then did Su Lang look at Tang Feng. That's the best thing to do, so you don't have to die out there and make us collect your body. Su Lang didn't get angry, instead he was relieved to hear Tang Feng's words. He was afraid that being in Song Xiaowei's way, he would have to accept Tang Feng, which would ultimately lead to Tang Feng dying in the wilderness, and they would have to go ahead and take the trouble to collect his body. As you can see, it's not that I won't take it, it's that he doesn't want it. Solange then indicated to Song Xiaowei. I'm still busy. Let's go. Su Lang then couldn't wait to leave without giving Tang Feng a second chance. Solange. Song Xiaowei was stunned when he saw Su Lang leaving, and he couldn't even call out to the other party. Alas! Tang Feng. Why are you so hot-tempered? Can't you restrain yourself? Song Xiaowei looked at Tang Feng somewhat helplessly. He had found Su Lang with great difficulty, and as long as Tang Feng didn't say anything, Su Lang would definitely accept Tang Feng for his sake. It's just going to be a bit of a rant. Now it was good, as soon as Tang Feng opened his mouth, it gave Su Lang an excuse to refuse. What's wrong with me? Make it look like I'm going in through the back door. How can the demon removal team get in? I'll just go in openly and honestly. Do I need to look at other people's faces? Tang Feng didn't want to look at other people's faces and go through the back door. If that was the case, he might as well not join this what's-it-all demon removal team. Song Xiaowei was stunned when he heard Tang Feng's words, then his eyes lit up. You're right, joining has to be honorable too, that's what will convince them. Song Xiaowei had thought that Tang Feng had given up, but he hadn't realized that he had wanted to go in openly. That's even better. But if you want to enter the demon removal team openly, with your current strength you are still far from it. Song Xiaowei said seriously to Tang Feng. How do I get in, you tell me? Tang Feng shook his head carelessly, then asked Song Xiaowei. First of all, if you want to join the demon removal team, you must be strong enough. Your level should be above level 5 and have the strength to be able to fight 2 against 2, have a record of killing 2 magical beasts of the same level at the same time, which is difficult, and most importantly, you have to fight with the members of the demon removal team and win in order to join them. Song Xiaowei then explained to Tang Feng the conditions for joining the demon removal team, which were indeed very harsh. If all the people in the demon removal team entered like this, then every single one of them was perverted, and it would be really hard to defeat these perverts. In that case, I'll level up as soon as possible then. But for Tang Feng, the hardest part of this was leveling up. As long as he leveled up, the rest wouldn't be hard for him. Okay, how many levels are you now? Song Xiaowei nodded, intending to help Tang Feng. Level 3. Tang Feng then said. Alright then, I'll help you hunt for the location of some tertiary magical beasts, so you can level up as soon as possible. Where Song Xiaowei could help Tang Feng was to help him look for magical beasts, the rest was up to Tang Feng himself. Chapter 42 Upgrade. Tang Feng instantly brightened up. The thing he struggled with the most was finding magical beasts. Every time he entered the Heavenly Flame Mountain range, it would take him a long time to find a suitable one. With Song Xiaowei's help, he'd be able to save a lot of time. After a few days, Song Xiaowei once again found Tang Feng and brought him a map. This is a map that I drew myself. On it are marked the locations of some level 3, 4, and 5 magical beasts, so you hunt them in this way and come back to me when you have leveled up. But remember, don't be overly ambitious, and don't plan on fighting beyond your level if you're not at the right level. Safety is the main concern. Song Xiaowei still instructed Tang Feng, fearing that it would be too dangerous for Tang Feng to challenge high-level magical beasts in order to upgrade. Tang Feng looked at the map Song Xiaowei had brought with him with a look of joy. The number of magical beasts labeled on it would definitely be able to raise him to level 5 or even more. Follow the route I drew for you and don't go anywhere else, understand? Song Xiaowei was still uneasy and instructed Tang Feng again. Understood, don't worry teacher, I'll pay attention. Tang Feng immediately nodded. That's fine, come back to me when you get to level 5. Song Xiaowei then nodded. He felt that when Tang Feng rose to level 5, that should be at least a month later. This was still his guess of overestimating Tang Feng's strength yet, otherwise it would take more time for others to rise to level 5. Tang Feng immediately hoofed it to the Skyfire mountain range for an upgrade, first clearing out all the level 3 magical beasts. All the points on the map for 3rd level magical beasts were walked by him. But unfortunately, killing so many level 3 magical beasts didn't allow him to upgrade again. But it did allow him to pop another piece of equipment. Too bad he couldn't use it. Ugh. This is too slow? Tang Feng said somewhat helplessly. Looking at the dots on the map, he had killed 17 or 18 level 3 magical beasts without 20, but there was no intention of upgrading in the slightest. It looks like we can only kill monsters over the level. Try to find a level 4 magical beast. Tang Feng could only ultimately choose to go and kill those rank 4 magical beasts. The nearest level 4 magical beast I can see. Tang Feng immediately opened the map and looked at the distribution points of the magical beasts on the map. That close? To Tang Feng's surprise, there was a level 4 magical beast activity point right near him. If it's so close, then what's the point of following a route? Just go straight through. Tang Feng said to himself. If he followed the route Song Xiaowei had drawn for him, he would have to go around in a big circle to get there, but if he went in a straight line, it was very close and it wouldn't take long to get there. Tang Feng certainly didn't want to delay. Immediately, he put away the map and rushed towards the location of the wraith. It was just that for this section of the road, the map didn't indicate what route it was, and Tang Feng didn't know what he would encounter. As he walked, Tang Feng unknowingly fell into a misty area. He didn't even know when he came in himself. The surrounding area was filled with thick fog, and with visibility of less than 10 meters, it was difficult to tell where to go. It's over, no wonder Mr. Song won't let me take another route, this nigga won't get lost, right? Tang Feng looked at the surroundings and couldn't help but say with some worry. He wasn't worried about his safety, he was worried that he wouldn't be able to find his way back. If we're stuck here, we'll become savages, won't we? Whatever. Follow the planned route. Tang Feng couldn't do anything about it, returning the same way was impossible, so he could only go forward. But the further they went, the higher the fog around them became, and gradually, the visibility was less than 5 meters. Tang Feng's speed also slowed down. With a distance of 5 meters, in case he encountered any magical beasts, under a sudden attack, Tang Feng was afraid that he wouldn't be able to react. Grandma, listen to people and eat your fill, you really can't just walk around. Tang Feng was finally realizing Song Shelwee's good intentions. This kind of place is really quite dangerous. Tang Feng slowly advanced, and suddenly, a slight sound came from the side. Tang Feng's heart fluttered. This kind of place really hides danger. Then he stopped and looked around with a grave expression. Whoosh! A black shadow suddenly flashed past from the front, but because the visibility was so low, Tang Feng didn't even see what the other party was. Tang Feng's expression was grave as he stood firmly and looked ahead vigilantly. Take a step and move forward little by little. Hiss! A hissing sound came from the tree to Tang Feng's left. Tang Feng was stunned and turned his head to look. A long black and white snake coiled on a tree, its body catapulting towards Tang Feng like a spring. With a distance of 5 meters, the other party's speed was very rapid, instantly arriving in front of Tang Feng. Opening the snake's mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, it bit towards Tang Feng's neck. It arrived almost instantly, directly biting into Tang Feng's neck. Tang Feng frowned as he grabbed the snake on his neck and threw it with force. The terrifying force acted on the snake, directly causing the snake bones in his hand to instantly shatter. The black and white colored snake in Tang Feng's hand directly turned soft and collapsed, not dead, but with its entire body's bones shattered and without the ability to move. And Tang Feng didn't have any injuries on his neck. In such a dangerous environment, he didn't move just now, that is, he was using raw roots, his defense was pulled to full strength, and naturally, the poisonous fangs of this snake couldn't break through his defense. A yin and yang snake? Tang Feng glanced at the snake in his hand and realized that it was a rank 4 magical beast, the yin-yang snake. A venomous snake that possesses 2 different toxins, which are still in conflict, and basically declares death after being bitten by it. If the poison cannot be detoxified in time, it will be poisoned and turned into blood in a short period of time. This thing can't even eat. It's crap. Tang Feng then moved his hand and threw it with force. The yin-yang snake in his hand immediately crashed into the tree next to him, and along with the large tree next to him, it instantly crumbled. After killing the yin-yang snake, Tang Feng continued to advance. I just don't know if he's going in the wrong direction or if he's lost in the fog. It was a long walk, but not out of this mist. And Tang Feng hadn't encountered a single magical beast during this period of time, and after such a long time had passed, he had long since gotten hungry. I can't starve to death here, can I? Tang Feng said in shock. I don't know what's going on, not even a single bird could be seen in the vicinity, and Tang Feng couldn't even hunt a magical beast to fill his stomach. What kind of hole is this? Tang Feng took out the map and looked at it for half a day, but he didn't know where he was now. There was nothing he could do but continue on his way with a hungry stomach, hoping to get out of this mist sooner. As he walked, Tang Feng suddenly found some huge footprints on the ground. The footprints were crescent-shaped, but they were so large that Tang Feng was able to stand in them with both feet. What is it? Tang Feng took a deep breath at once. With footprints this big, the owner of the footprints would have to be several meters tall, I'm afraid. Knock! Just as Tang Feng was surprised, a dull sound suddenly came from the front, like the sound of something heavy hitting the ground. Knock! Chapter 43 Class 5 Magical Beast. Tang Feng realized that the grass beneath his feet was shaking. It was as if some horrible giant was approaching this way ahead. Meow! What the hell? Tang Feng didn't dare to be careless, he was afraid that it was some kind of terrifying magical beast he couldn't deal with. Immediately his figure flashed and jumped onto a nearby tree and hid. As the sound got closer and closer, a huge figure was gradually reflected in front of Tang Feng's eyes. A huge red giant bull, 10 meters tall, lanky, with strong and powerful muscle lines, as if each muscle was condensed from a blazing fire, emitting a blazing crimson glow. The 2 eyes were like deep craters, with a dazzling red light coming out of the 5 blacks, as if magma was going to erupt at any moment. His breathing was heavy and searing, each exhalation carrying a rolling wave of heat. With a ball of flame on top of its head, the temperature of the air around it rose dramatically as the giant bull approached, and even the air around it became distorted, as if it carried an unstoppable and terrifying power. Tang Feng was instantly stunned when he saw this cow. Red-hot Tyrannosaurus Rex. 5th level magical beasts. Tang Feng recognized the other party at a glance. And the red flame tyrant bull also stopped at this moment, its lantern-like eyes staring tightly at where Tang Feng was. The red flame tyrant bull was 10 meters tall as the tree Tang Feng was hiding in, and he could see Tang Feng in the tree with his gaze parallel. With one glance, he spotted Tang Feng in the tree. Tang Feng froze. After half a day, he had hidden it for nothing. Moo! The red flame tyrant bull let out a long whistle from its mouth. Immediately afterward, without any nonsense, he opened his huge mouth and a scorching breath spewed toward Tang Feng. Wherever the chi death passed, the leaves instantly turned into ashes and melted by the heat. Tang Feng's face changed, and he hurriedly rolled over and jumped down from the tree to avoid this invisible aura. The tree he was in then instantly turned into charcoal. Tang Feng's face changed in shock as he looked at the red flame tyrant bull's terrifying tactics. Is this a rank 5 magical beast? Tang Feng was surprised in his heart. Although the magical beasts he encountered before were also terrifying, their strengths were all within his acceptable range. Any stronger than that is just physically strong, nothing beyond common sense. But this red flame tyrant bull was different. The breath it exhaled was simply more terrifying than flames. And being invisible and colorless, it's hard to detect. A little inattention can get you hit. When the red flame tyrant bull saw Tang Feng coming down from the tree, it immediately took a step forward. Knock! The enormous size shook the earth beneath Tang Feng's feet. Tang Feng's eyes stared. In the face of such a terrifying creature, running was definitely out of the question. His speed wasn't in his favor. One could only face it head-on and take it out by their own terrifying strength. Understanding this, Tang Feng immediately charged towards the former red flame tyrant bull without hesitation. The red flame tyrannical bull lowered its head and looked at Tang Feng at its feet, without the slightest emotion in its lantern-like eyes. Compared to the red flame tyrant bull's huge size, Tang Feng was like a harmless little rabbit in its eyes. Seeing Tang Feng reach his feet, he lifted his foot and stomped on Tang Feng. If the huge bull's hooves stepped on Tang Feng, they would have to trample him into a meat cake. Tang Feng's face changed as he looked up at the huge hooves coming down overhead. But at this point it was too late to hide. The red flame tyrant bull was also faster than him, and it was difficult for him to safely dodge this kick. Bang! With that, the red flame tyrant bull's hooves stepped on Tang Feng's head with a loud bang. A look of astonishment flashed across the red flame tyrant bull's eyes as it looked at its feet. Its hooves did not go all the way down. At the feet of the red flame tyrannical bull, Tang Feng raised his right hand and propped up the bull's hooves with one hand, surprisingly blocking the red flame tyrannical bull's attack just like that. Tang Feng's face was bland, his heart slightly relieved. It seemed that his power was still powerful enough, and the defense of the raw roots was strong enough to still be able to hold off the attack of a rank 5 magical beast. In the red flame tyrant bull's surprised eyes, Tang Feng raised his other hand and made a fist with one hand. Big guy, it's my turn. With that, he slammed his fist into the center of the red flame tyrant bull's foot. Bang! With a loud bang, one of the red flame tyrannical bull's legs instantly exploded and turned into blood mist. Moo! The red flame tyrannical bull immediately let out a painful hiss. Losing one of its legs, its body lost its balance and immediately collapsed on the ground. Tang Feng took advantage of the opportunity and stepped forward to throw another punch at the red flame tyrannical bull's head. Bang! The bull's head exploded on the spot and instantly disappeared without a trace. The red flame tyrant bull was also killed on the spot. A warm current instantly spread throughout Tang Feng's body. He's upgraded again. Tang Feng killed the red flame tyrannical bull and successfully rose to level 4. Tang Feng let out a long breath. After killing so many magical beasts, he was finally upgrading once again. It was true that it was still the high-level magical beasts that gave more experience and upgraded faster. Tang Feng glanced at the corpse of the red flame tyrant bull on the ground, picked up the knife on the ground, and began to split it. 5th grade magical beasts, this is good beef money cannot eat, just for him to fill his stomach. Meanwhile, Tang Feng's credits once again caused a stir. Tang Feng's points came to 7.3 at this point. There was a direct increase of 0.5 points from 6.8. We all know what this means. A 5th level magical beast? My Nima, is the gap between people so big? I'm still pecking at each other with second-level magical beasts, and people are already hunting fifth-level magical beasts? Oh, I'm used to it. Weird? How did I end up in a school with these perverts? Is this the right matching mechanism? Fondaki was also concerned about the change in Tangfeng's credits. A rank 5 magical beast, you're growing really fast. Fondaki watched Tangfeng's credits grow and felt threatened. Although the current Tangfeng didn't pose any threat to him, but with this kind of growth rate, he would definitely have a place in the academy in the future. Moreover, Tangfeng was still sure Moyan's man, which was even less good news for him. Tangfeng's presence would be a stumbling block on his way to success. As long as they were sure Moyan's people, he wouldn't allow them to grow up. Immediately, he picked up his cell phone and contacted an unfamiliar number. Hey, Tangfeng has already entered the Skyfire mountain range, why haven't you guys done anything yet? Fondaki immediately asked the hostage on the other side of the phone. My men have already gone after him, but that brat has entered the misty area, so he can't be found for the time being, but don't worry, as long as he comes out, I'll be the first to finish him off. We're doing our job, you're still not assured? The person on the other side of the phone immediately explained to Fondaki. Of course I'm assured of your Dark Knight Tower's work, I just want him to die as soon as possible. Fondaki said in a deep voice. Don't worry, as long as Principal Fong doesn't forget our agreement and arrange for my people, we've been longing for Skyfire Academy for a long time. The person on the other side of the phone smiled instantly. Don't worry, I'll arrange for your people to come in as soon as possible, it's just a cadet slot, it's simple. Fondaki then assured the other. That's good, don't worry, this one called Tangfeng can't go back. Chapter 44 The Waterhole. Tangfeng had been walking lost in the mist for 3 days. Damn it, what the hell is this place? He hadn't gotten out of this misty area in 3 days, and he didn't know where he was now. In the middle of the journey, he encountered quite a few magical beasts, none of which were lower than level 3. In the past few days, Tangfeng vaguely felt that he was showing signs of wanting to upgrade again. If I can find a few level 5 magical beasts, I guess I'll be able to upgrade. Tangfeng said to himself. With that, he continued to travel forward and suddenly felt the temperature around him drop a bit. Why does it feel wet in here? Tangfeng touched the clothes on his body in confusion. The clothes were a little damp, as if they had gone out in the morning and been dampened by the mist. Back in the southern sky? Tangfeng said doubtfully. With such high temperatures in the Heavenly Flame mountain range, it was reasonably impossible for fog to form, but the environment here was strange. Especially now at this location, not only was the fog thicker, even the temperature had dropped a bit, making Tangfeng feel alarmed. As Tangfeng continued to advance, the air around him became more and more moist, and Tangfeng felt as if he was in a bathhouse. Soon, a pool of water appeared in Tangfeng's field of vision. There's water. Tangfeng instantly brightened up. The edible water he had brought with him had long since run out in the last few days. Usually when I'm thirsty I look for wild fruits to hydrate. But wild fruit is so hard to find here. Tangfeng can be thirsty. Seeing water ahead, he rushed on. When he got closer, he realized that the pool of water in front of him was immense, and he couldn't see it at a glance anyway, obscured from view by the thick fog. But looking at the calm lake, it's probably not going to be small. However, when he got close, Tangfeng hesitated again. He didn't know what kind of place this was, and he didn't know if the water here was drinkable, in case he had problems drinking it. So Tangfeng didn't act rashly and surveyed the surroundings. Usually where there is a water source, there must be living things present. He could drink as long as any wraith dared. But he didn't see a single living creature as far as his eyes could see. There were quite a few dead ones, and not far from Tangfeng's side, on the edge of the water pool, there was a set of white bones of an unknown creature. This made Tangfeng even more afraid to act rashly. Subconsciously, he took a step back, away from the pool of water, and looked around warily. Woo! Just then, a muffled sound came from around them. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the surrounding mist. Surrounding Tangfeng in a group, he slowly surrounded him. Tangfeng's complexion was stunned as he vigilantly looked around at those eyes in the mist. Soon a wild wolf appeared before Tangfeng's eyes. The wolves blocked Tangfeng at the edge of the waterhole, behind him was the waterhole, and across from him were 7 or 8 one-person tall wild wolves. The ferocious gods surrounded Tangfeng, and each wolf had a handful of light golden hair above its head. Coyote! Tangfeng's expression was stunned, and he instantly recognized the surrounding wolves. Coyote, a level 5 magical beast with average single combat strength. However, these guys were the rare magical beasts that lived in packs, generally acting with a minimum of 5 or more. While Tang Feng had a full 8 of them in front of him at this moment. Facing 8 rank 5 magical beasts at the same time, even Tang Feng couldn't help but get serious. He finally realized where those white bones on the edge of the waterhole came from. These pale wolves were guarding this place, fearing that they were not using the water source here as bait to hunt the creatures that came here to replenish the water source. Roots. Without saying a word, Tang Feng immediately stood firm and used his skills. He didn't want to be torn to shreds by the other side, so let's prepare our defenses first. Ow. One of the pale wolves tilted its head and let out a long whistle. The other 7 pale wolves immediately pounced on Tang Feng as if they had received an order. Tang Feng's gaze condensed, clenching his fist as he looked at one of the pouncing pale wolves and slammed his fist out. Bang! That pale wolf instantly turned into blood mist. But the other Song wolves were unaffected and instantly pounced on Tang Feng. The 6 pale wolves all hung onto Tang Feng, tearing at him with their sharp claws and teeth. But Tang Feng's body was like steel, and the sharp teeth of these pale wolves didn't even leave a mark on Tang Feng's body. It couldn't hurt Tang Feng at all. Tang Feng, who had pale wolves hanging all over his body, reached out from the gap with one hand and grabbed the neck of one of the wolves. With a forceful tug, the pale wolf was yanked off his body, followed by a fierce force in his hand. This pale wolf was directly crushed by his cervical vertebrae, and its body went limp on the spot. He then grabbed the body of a pale wolf once again, and with a forceful tear with both hands, the pale wolf was directly torn into 2 halves by him, spilling blood all over the place. The blood of the blood fell to the ground and quickly flowed into the pool of water at his feet. After the strong smell of blood entered the water pool, the water surface fluctuated slightly, as if it had startled something. And the battle on the shore was quickly coming to an end. None of the pale wolves were Tang Feng's opponents. Under his absolute defense and absolute power, these pale wolves were like paper mache, shattering at the slightest touch. Soon all the pale wolves except the Wolf King were all killed by Tang Feng. Just as Tang Feng finished off the last pale wolf on his body, the Wolf King not far away suddenly rushed up. Faster! When Tang Feng realized it, he hastily reached out and slammed his fist into the attacking Wolf King. But after the Wolf King rushed to Tang Feng's front, his body was like a swimming snake, nimbly turning a corner, dodging Tang Feng's fists and slamming headfirst into Tang Feng. Tang Feng was hit, and although his super high defense didn't allow him to be injured, he was hit and took a step backward, stepping on an empty foot and losing his balance, falling directly into the pool of water behind him. Put! Tang Feng quickly struggled to his feet. Fortunately, the water was not deep at the edge of the pool, only up to Tang Feng's knees. You little wolf cub, let's see if I don't tear you apart. Tang Feng instantly looked at the Wolf King on the shore with dissatisfaction and said in a deep voice. The Wolf King also looked at Tang Feng and instantly revealed a look of horror, then turned his head and ran without stopping. Humph. You're scared now? You're a fast runner. Tang Feng didn't expect this Wolf King to be so sensible. He hadn't even made a move yet and the other party was scared away. But turning his head, Tang Feng suddenly felt wrong again. Not right, just now I killed so many pale wolves it is not afraid of. How to say a word and he ran away in fear. He can still understand human language? Tang Feng frowned in confusion. Just then, a shadow suddenly blocked the sunlight overhead. Tang Feng immediately looked stunned, looking at the huge reflection on the water, a stiff face slowly looking up. A huge black shadow instantly appeared in front of him. Tang Feng instantly showed a look of horror. I'm yet. Tang Feng hurriedly lifted his leg and ran toward the shore. Without stopping. Roar! The huge figure behind Tang Feng immediately let out a deafening hiss, followed by opening its bloody mouth and enveloping Tang Feng. Chapter 45 Empty Hand Technique Water Wave. Bang! A huge wave was stirred up in the water hole. The horrible guy behind him instantly bit Tang Feng's leg and dragged him towards the center of the water pool. Tang Feng was not good at water, and when he was dragged into the water by the other party, he choked on a few mouthfuls of water. Ahem! Cough! Tang Feng struggled to reveal the surface of the water and breathed in 2 mouthfuls of air, followed by diving into the water with his breath closed. Through the weak sunlight, he saw a huge water monster underwater biting his ankle and swimming downstream. That's right, the water monster. A monster that looks like a dinosaur but has fin-like limbs. Even Tang Feng didn't know what it was, having never seen it in written information at all. Moreover, he didn't know how deep this pool of water was, and he was afraid that it wasn't shallow if it could harbor such a large water monster. If he allowed the other party to drag him down, even if he possessed absolute strength and defense, he would still have to drown. So it has to be quick. Tang Feng immediately bent down and reached out to grab the water monster that was biting his foot. Seeing that Tang Feng still wanted to resist, the water monster immediately opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp, jagged teeth, ready to swallow Tang Feng in one gulp. The water monster let go of Tang Feng's ankle, which just allowed Tang Feng to get away. With that, he slammed his fist into the water monster. This time, he didn't hold back in the slightest, that was felt to use the maximum power he could. Who knew how many levels this water monster was? If Tang Feng had any more reservations, he was afraid that he would have to explain himself here. Boom! A huge shock erupted from the pool of water, as if a nuclear bomb had been dropped underwater. The entire surface of the water bulged into a large bag, which then instantly exploded. Tang Feng's figure was also sent flying out of the water pool by this impact, and then landed on the shore. The water that had been blown up poured down, falling around the area as if it had been raining heavily. Tang Feng stood up and didn't expect his punch to be so powerful. The entire pool of water was more than just waves, and the water was directly less than half. Is that guy dead? Tang Feng muttered as he looked at the pool of water. Just as he was puzzled, a wave of warmth came over him. Upgraded. This means that the water monster must be dead. What kind of monster and how many levels? Tang Feng said uncertainly. A creature that could upgrade him straight away would certainly be no lower than level 5 anyway. Moreover, the 5th level Wolf King was also directly scared away when he saw the water monster, so it could be imagined that 5th level magical beasts were all afraid of water monsters. It means that this water monster is of a higher class. And after the death of this water monster, the surrounding mist actually faded away. All this widespread mist is due to the formation of water monsters? Tang Feng looked at the changing environment around him and said with a look of astonishment. Whatever, won't the higher the level, the more credits I get? I just don't know if it will scare others? Tang Feng didn't bother to think about it, and instantly got up, now also at level 5. Goal accomplished, it's time to go back. Tang Feng got up, dripping wet and ready to return to the academy. Now that the fog around them was gone and Tang Feng could tell the direction, it was easy to find his way back. At this time, Tang Feng's attributes had also all reached 50 points except for strength, and now even with a weapon, ordinary people were no match for him. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw something floating in the pool of water. Tang Feng was stunned, then his face was delighted. It can't be exploding equipment. Tang Feng was pleasantly surprised. Hurriedly, he dove headfirst into the pool of water and swam towards something on the surface. Even if he was not a good waterman, he did not hesitate for a second. That was a level 5 or above magical beast. The things that were popped out were definitely not weak. Whether it's equipment or skills, that's a treasure worth a lot of money. Even if he can't use it, it's worth a lot to buy it. How could he give up? Quickly swimming to the middle of the pool, an ancient book floated on the surface, floating with the waves. Tang Feng was instantly ecstatic. Skills. He then hurriedly picked up the skill book and swam backwards to the shore. Check the skill book in your hand. The last time he obtained a skill book, it allowed him to learn punch and have his first attack skill. I wonder what it is this time. Tang Feng couldn't wait to open the books. Empty hand technique water wave. Empty hand releases a wave of water that attacks a distant target. Tang Feng looked at the skill book in his hand and was stunned. Although it wasn't clear which attribute the skill was related to, the word empty hand technique meant that it was useful to Tang Feng. Tang Feng didn't hesitate and immediately tore the skill book in his hand. The skill book then transformed into a piece of data that entered his brow. The method on how to use the empty hand technique water wave surfaced in Tang Feng's mind. Ranged attack, power damage. Tang Feng then looked ecstatic. This skill was actually boosting damage based on his strength attribute, so that meant he had another spike skill? And it's also a long range means, so you won't have to get close to the enemy to kill your target in seconds later. Still, you have to practice, or it's hard to use it. Tang Feng sighed. All skills need to be practiced constantly in order to be used proficiently, or else they just need a lot of preparation time to be able to utilize a portion of their power. Then practice before you go? Tang Feng looked at his surroundings. This pool of water was just right for him to practice his water wave skill. Tang Feng then stood in the middle of the water pool and closed his eyes. The method of using the empty hand technique water wave immediately surfaced in his mind. Tang Feng stretched out his right hand and gently stroked across the water. The waves around him moved with his hands as if they possessed life. Soon after his efforts, a cloud of water floated up from his side and surrounded him as if he were a living thing. Tang Feng then slammed his fist forward, and the water mass instantly flew towards his target along with his fist. Boom! The water mass landed on a boulder in front of them, and the boulder instantly shattered. Tang Feng looked a dozen meters ahead and looked at his fist with a surprised face. Power, needless to say, with the power pulled full, any skill in his hands is immensely powerful. What Tang Feng was optimistic about was this means of long-range attack. Unfortunately, he wasn't skilled at it yet. Even in the water, it took a long time to brew and required constant practice. It's not fully learned until you can finally make water waves even when you're not in the water. Tang Feng was obviously still far off and needed to keep practicing. But he didn't want to continue to stay here anymore now. It was better to go back and return to the academy to practice slowly. Tang Feng then got up and walked in the direction of the academy. Soon he found a familiar location and got his bearings. This should be where I entered the mists, and heading that way is the academy. After Tang Feng found his direction, he continued to advance without stopping for a moment. Only he had just taken a step when suddenly a dark shadow came from a nearby tree. Tang Feng was instantly shocked. Roots. Hurriedly used the rooting skill to defend. Bang! The opponent slashed at Tang Feng's neck, but it didn't cause any damage to Tang Feng. With that, the other party quickly retreated, pulling away from Tang Feng. A puzzled look at the knife in his hand. It seemed to be wondering how Tang Feng hadn't been hacked to death by him. Who are you? Chapter 46: The Difficult Killer. Tang Feng looked at the masked man across from him and immediately questioned in a deep voice. The other party tilted his head and looked at Tang Feng, not knowing what he was thinking. Kind of interesting. What skill did you just use? Surprisingly, you were able to block one of my slashes. The other party asked Tang Feng curiously. He was certain that Tang Feng had definitely used a skill just now, otherwise it would be impossible to block his sneak attack. Hide your head, what are you? Tang Feng looked at the other party wearing a mask and immediately frowned. If it was someone from the academy, he could still understand. After all, there were people at the top of the academy who wanted to kill him, which he knew. But the fact that this person was wearing a mask and was clearly not weak made him wonder. Why would someone off campus want to kill him? He didn't seem to have much contact with off-campus forces to be sure, much less offend them. Don't think twice, we don't know each other, it's just that someone wants you dead and I'm just getting paid to do it. The other party didn't say who he was, but it cleared up Tang Feng's confusion. Paid to do a job? You're an assassin? Did someone from Skyfire Academy find you? Tang Feng was then stunned. It quickly became clear who the other person was. The other party was obviously an assassin, so the person who wanted to kill him was self-evident. It must be a senior member of that academy. I just don't know who it is. Looks like you're not stupid. Killer smiled. He wasn't angry at being recognized by Tang Feng. Who's trying to kill me? Tang Feng then asked the other party. It would naturally be best if he could get out of the killer who was trying to kill him. No comment then, I'm professionally bound not to disclose information about my employer. The killer shook his head. He could say a lot to Tang Feng, but the only thing he couldn't say was his employer's information, otherwise they wouldn't have to do their job. Well, enough talking to you, now you can go to hell. The killer then wasn't in the mood to chat with Tang Feng, and then his figure flashed, instantly arriving in front of Tang Feng, and once again slashed at Tang Feng's neck. The knife in his hand was incredibly sharp, and at level 10, he had absolute confidence that he could kill Tang Feng. Although it said that Tang Feng's strength was questionable and had the strength to kill a level 4 magical beast. But it was still too far from the 10th level. The killer didn't think for a second that Tang Feng could escape. The opponent's speed was extremely fast, and Tang Feng really couldn't react. All he felt was a flash before his eyes, and the killer's knife was in front of him. However, Tang Feng's defense was so strong that a level 10 attack couldn't hurt him, so he didn't have the slightest worry. Bang! The knife in the killer's hand slashed at Tang Feng's neck once more, but just like earlier, it was still useless and didn't have the slightest effect. It made the slayer blush. Feeling a twinge of surprise. What a strong defense! Killer said in surprise. Immediately afterward, the movement in his hands didn't stop, and he changed his stance, stabbing at Tang Feng's eyes. Tang Feng hurriedly subconsciously sidestepped to avoid it. The killer's knife grazed against his face. A smirk flashed across the slayer's face at the sight. Found your weakness. Although he didn't know why Tang Feng's defense was so strong, when he saw Tang Feng dodge, he knew that Tang Feng's vitals were in his eyes. As long as he stabbed the eye, he could finish off Tang Feng. Then the assassin's attack knives did not leave Tang Feng's head and kept attacking Tang Feng's eyes. Tang Feng was also dodging, and although he couldn't dodge most of them, his eyes were never hit by his opponent. Tang Feng also took the opportunity to try to grab the other party's knife for a counterattack, but the other party's speed and reaction were too fast. He couldn't touch the other party's weapon or his body at all. There was never any way to take the other side. Soon Tang Feng also sensed the other party's purpose. This assassin seemed to be using his eyes as a weakness, and kept attacking his eyes. Tang Feng's heart stirred as he thought of this. If that's the case, then why not use that to lure the other side? Tang Feng then fixed his gaze, and after dodging a few times, suddenly as if he had made a mistake, he exposed a pair of eyes to the killer's heels, creating an opportunity for the other party. And the assassin didn't miss the opportunity, seeing Tang Feng's center door wide open. Stepping forward, he stabbed his sword at Tang Feng's eyes. And Tang Feng didn't dodge this time, closing his eyes and extending his hand. The killer stabbed Tang Feng on his eyelids, having thought that this stab would kill him. But what the killer didn't expect was that the sharp blade in his hand, stabbing at Tang Feng's eyelids, as if hitting a hard rock, didn't inch in by half, didn't even leave a trace on his eyelids. Tang Feng, however, took this opportunity to grab the large knife in the killer's hand, followed by a violent force and a pull forward. The killer immediately felt a huge force coming from the blade, his body uncontrollably lunging forward along with Tang Feng's strength. Tang Feng took advantage of the situation and threw a punch. Killer's face changed, but he didn't care too much. He didn't think a 5th-level student could hurt him. Oomph. Heavy punch. Killer snorted coldly and similarly raised his fist, slamming it toward Tang Feng. He simply used his skills and counterattacked Tang Feng. This punch, even a level 5 magical beast couldn't withstand it. He didn't believe Tang Feng could carry it. Tang Feng, however, didn't have the slightest movement on his face, and blandly struck out with his fist, steadily colliding with the killer's fist. Immediately after. Bang! The killer's arm instantly exploded and directly turned into blood mist. The killer even turned pale, stifled a grunt, and opened his mouth to spit out a large mouthful of blood. The arm shattered and the power reached his body, instantly leaving him severely injured. Killer took a step back, his legs gave out and he fell to his knees. A shocked face looked at Tang Feng. You? Wow! Killer was just about to say something when he opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of blood without holding back. The blood was interspersed with bits and pieces that were shattered internal organs. The killer's injuries were no longer reversible, and he was still alive at this point solely because Tang Feng hadn't used his full strength. Who is the employer? Tell me and I'll spare your life. Tang Feng didn't kill the other party just to ask about the employer behind it. But he'd obviously underestimated the assassin a bit. The killer felt that his life was running out, and immediately sneered. You're strong, but, as long as the mission remains, you'll be killed sooner or later, and I'll be waiting for you down there. After the killer finished speaking, he then let out a muffled grunt as a mouthful of black blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and then fell to the ground, losing his breath. Tang Feng was stunned and went forward to check, only to realize that the other party had actually died of poisoning. Hiss. Tang Feng looked at the killer's corpse and sucked in a breath of cold air. It's like he's being targeted by some unbeatable assassin organization. One word and you're taking poison. These killers are all deadbeats. With such a difficult organization of killers, it looks like he's in trouble. However, Tang Feng was alone and wasn't afraid of being targeted by the other side. Soldiers come and go, I'll kill one that comes, and I'll kill a pair that comes. You're messing with the wrong people. Chapter 47, The Test for Joining the Demon Squad. Finishing off the killers, Tang Feng safely returned to the academy. Back in the dormitory, the three of them, Shui, froze for a moment when they saw Tang Feng. A gasp of surprise then erupted. What have you dogs been up to lately? You're on fire, you know. Shui immediately grabbed Tang Feng's shoulder with an excited face and shook it. Huh? Tang Feng was dumbfounded. What's wrong? Did something happen? Tang Feng asked uncertainly. He didn't know what was going on at the academy lately, and how he was on fire. You're still asking? See for yourself. Shui was too lazy to explain, and immediately opened the freshman list for Tang Feng to view. It showed Tang Feng's name in first place. And the credits are even farther away from second place, the first to reach double digits. No one, Tang Feng 15. This one, what's wrong? Tang Feng instantly realized, so they were talking about his credits. He had killed so many magical beasts in the Heavenly Flame Mountain range, and there were more than 10 level 4 and 5 magical beasts. Naturally, it reached 15 points. It didn't make Tang Feng feel surprised. Ugh. That's not right, how come it's only 15 points? Tang Feng suddenly reacted, feeling that something was wrong. But he had also killed a water monster, although he didn't know the level of the water monster, it must be more than level 5, so why didn't it exceed 15 points? Tang Feng was puzzled. Just? How many more points do you want? However, these words made sure Le Shuai and the others instantly feel that Tang Feng was in Versailles. They hadn't even reached 6 points with all their efforts, and Tang Feng was still unsatisfied even after 15 points? Nothing, it just feels a little strange, it's fine, you guys go ahead and get busy, I'm going to ask Mr. Song about something. Tang Feng felt a bit strange, and immediately got up and went forward to find Song Xiaowei to solve his confusion. Looking for me for what? Coming to Song Xiaowei's office and seeing Tang Feng, Song Xiaowei asked strangely. He didn't pay attention to Tang Feng's credits because he didn't think Tang Feng would rise to level 5 so quickly. Teacher, do you think there was ever a situation like that before, where you killed a magical beast and it didn't count for credits? Tang Feng didn't directly and explicitly say anything about the water monster, and asked him in another cryptic way. No, I don't think so, as long as it's a recorded magical beast, you'll get credits for killing it, why do you ask? Song Xiaowei shook his head, this kind of situation would rarely occur. Recorded? What about the ones that aren't on the books? Tang Feng then realized the key information in Song Xiaowei's words and proceeded to ask after him. Those that aren't documented, naturally, can't get credits because there's no record of that magical beast sent within the badge system to detect it. Song Xiaowei then explained to Tang Feng. But you'll get more credits if you do run into an unrecorded wraith, if you report it, than if you kill him. But immediately after Song Xiaowei added. Why do you ask? Did you come across an unrecorded wraith? Song Xiaowei looked at Tang Feng with a puzzled expression. That's not true, it just popped into my head, just asking. Tang Feng hastily denied it. He was notable enough as it was, and to add more credits would be a bit appalling, I'm afraid. So it was better to leave it alone, and the water monster was not spoken of. You came to me to ask that? Song Xiaowei looked at Tang Feng with a skeptical expression, always feeling that Tang Feng wasn't telling the truth. Of course not, I'm level 5 and I'm looking to have a go at the demon removal team. Tang Feng then said to Song Xiaowei. What? Song Xiaowei's complexion shook as he looked at Tang Feng with a shocked expression. You're level 5? He was a little in disbelief at the news. It's only been a few days? How could Tang Feng be level 5 so quickly? Aha! Tang Feng nodded blandly. Song Xiaowei looked at Tang Feng in shock and was silent for a long time. After digesting the shocking news Tang Feng had brought him. You wait, I'll connect you. Song Xiaowei immediately said helplessly to Tang Feng. Solange was then contacted by phone. Solange, Tang Feng, who brought you to meet him last time, wants to join the demon removal team. Song Xiaowei made the situation clear to Solange on the other side of the phone. Opposite him, Solange was a bit helpless. I thought he didn't want to come, he'd already said yes, why did he change his mind? Su Lang thought Song Xiaowei was going to let him make an exception to accept Tang Feng again, and immediately said helplessly. No, he's trying to join the demon elimination team in the open, not looking for you to go through the back door. Song Xiaowei hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Then wait until he's level 5, you know the rules of the demon removal team, level 5 is the minimum threshold. When Su Lang heard Song Xiaowei's words, he immediately said. He's already level 5. Song Xiaowei continued. What? Solange was stunned, her expression suddenly serious. Are you serious? You're not lying to me? Solange, who hadn't felt much, suddenly became interested. Level 5 wasn't much stronger, but Tang Feng was a freshman. And it's only been a month or so since school started, so getting to level 5 in such a short period of time would be different. Why would I lie to you? Song Xiaowei let out a bitter laugh. He couldn't believe it when he heard that Tang Feng had risen to level 5, let alone Su Lang. But level 5 doesn't always pass the test, are you sure he's got what it takes to make it onto the demon removal team? Although Tang Feng was already level 5, Su Lang wasn't sure if Tang Feng had the qualifications to join the demon removal team. Level 5 was only the threshold, and in order to join the demon removal team, one had to defeat at least one member of the demon removal team to join in. That's going to be tough, after all, it's been a long time since a new member joined. Among them, the weakest members of the demon removal team, all of whom were students from the previous year, were already at level 6 or 7, and Tangfeng, who was only at level 5, could be an opponent? He's strong, I'm sure, let him try. Song Shelby wasn't sure how strong Tangfeng was, after all, the demon removal team were all a bunch of perverts as well, and he didn't have a clue in his heart if Tangfeng was an opponent when facing those people. Okay, I won't bully him either, tomorrow morning, let Xiao Lu from Team 6 give him a fight, if he can win, let him in. Solange wasn't that strict, after all, they needed new people too, but not losers. Immediately, he arranged an opponent for Tangfeng, which wasn't strong, but it was enough to dissuade many people. Okay, I'll get him ready for it. Song Xiaowei nodded and then hung up. As you've heard, tomorrow morning, a fight with the demon removal team, get ready for it. Song Xiaowei then said to Tangfeng. Okay, I'll come early tomorrow. Tangfeng smiled faintly. He was curious as to how strong the demon removal team was. The rest of the day he went to the training room and practiced his aerial skills for a while, then went back to rest. Early the next morning, Tangfeng came down to the back of the mountain led by Song Xiaowei. Solange is already waiting here with her men. Su Lang was also followed by a young lad who looked about the same age as Tangfeng. It was Tangfeng's opponent today, Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao looked at Tangfeng with a bland gaze, without the slightest emotion in his eyes, as if he didn't care about Tangfeng at all. Brother Su, a fledgling freshman, is that enough to make you so serious? Still really letting me on? Lu Xiaodao said with a reluctant face. Don't be careless. If you lose today, you'll be transferred out of Team 6. Solange said with a flat face. Lu Xiaodao was stunned, then he straightened up. The gaze that looked at Tangfeng also became vicious. Chapter 48, Weapons? They're just chains to keep me in check. Tangfeng, don't be careless, no one in the demon removal team is to be underestimated. If you want to join the demon removal team, you have to show your real skills. Song Xiaowei explained to Tangfeng with a sullen face. Tangfeng's journey over here had been too smooth, and he was afraid that Tangfeng would be careless. Don't worry. Tangfeng nodded. Get him to show his true colors? Even if the other guy has to prepare a coffin. Tangfeng nodded to the other party, then walked forward. Seeing this, Lu Xiaodao also walked over and stood opposite Tangfeng. Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao raised his hands, clasped his fists, and looked seriously at Tangfeng and said, Tangfeng. Tangfeng similarly cupped his fists to the other party and spoke his name. Lu Xiaodao looked Tangfeng up and down and frowned when he saw that Tangfeng was empty and didn't have a single piece of equipment with him. Don't you bring your gear? Lu Xiaodao couldn't help but remind Tangfeng. Compared to Tangfeng, Lu Xiaodao was wearing leather armor all over his body and his attributes weren't low, and with the additions, his main attributes were almost at 100 points. If Tangfeng didn't bring his equipment, at level 5, he would have at most 50 attributes, twice as high as Tangfeng. How could Tangfeng be his opponent? Although he hadn't thought that Tangfeng would be his opponent, he didn't want to bully anyone either. That's it. It's not necessary. Tangfeng didn't know how to explain, shrugged, and said. Lu Xiaodao frowned. After thinking about it, he then removed all the equipment he was wearing as well. I won't bully you since you forgot to bring your equipment, but I have to use my weapon, and it's your fault for not wearing it, you can't blame me. Lu Xiaodao had his own bottom line, he wouldn't bully people, since Tangfeng didn't wear equipment, he didn't wear it either. Tangfeng opened his mouth, his face helpless. Actually, it's not necessary. He really wanted to tell Lu Xiaodao, I really didn't forget, and there's no need for him to. This instead made him feel like he was bullying Lu Xiaodao a bit. Cut the crap and get started. As a rule, you have first dibs. Lu Xiaodao didn't talk any more nonsense and said to Tangfeng in a deep voice. A dagger was held in his hand in a defensive position. Tangfeng sighed at the sight. After thinking about it, he took out a dagger as well. It's the same red trainer that I got earlier. The other party respected him so much, and he didn't want to bully anyone, so let's be fair, the other party doesn't need to use equipment, then he doesn't need to use his power to bully the other party. Tangfeng held his sword in one hand and swung it with force, a flaming blade instantly flew towards Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao's face changed and he hurriedly rolled over to dodge. Tangfeng took this opportunity to instantly charge towards Lu Xiaodao. Although Lu Xiaodao was at level 7 strength, 2 levels higher than Tang Feng, the difference in attributes between the two was only about 10 points without carrying any equipment. The equipment gap between the two was not estimated to be that big, at most a 20-point difference in attributes. That's a gap that can be bridged with combat experience. Tang Feng instantly crossed the distance of several meters and slashed at Lu Xiaodao's body. Lu Xiaodao dodged the flaming blade even more and came back to his senses. Tang Feng had already arrived in front of him. His face changed, and he hastily swung his sword to fend it off. When? With a crunching sound, the daggers in the two men's hands collided together, sending out a burst of sparks. However, after Tang Feng's strength had been deducted by his talent, he was still a bit weaker in comparison to Lu Xiaodao, and was shocked back a step by Lu Xiaodao's slash. Lu Xiaodao then stepped forward and took advantage of the situation to stab Tang Feng in the shoulder. Tang Feng stabilized his stance and dodged sideways. The dagger flipped in his hand and slashed at Lu Xiaodao's wrist. Seeing this scene, Su Lang, who was watching the battle, frowned slightly. Tang Feng's fighting skills really weren't weak, using injury for injury to try to force Lu Xiaodao back. But that approach is not appropriate in this fight. It's not wise to fight with wounds for wounds when you know your opponent is better than you. Your opponent is stronger than you, and if you get hurt again during the fight, it will be even more unfavorable to you. It could be said that Tang Feng's fighting style was a bit too crazy. As for Lu Xiaodao, after seeing Tang Feng's intentions, he hesitated a bit, and his stabbing motion towards Tang Feng slowed down a bit. And it was this slower movement that allowed Tang Feng to accurately seize the opportunity. The dagger in his hand flicked, sending out a flaming blade once more. Crossing what would have been an inch, it struck Lu Xiaodao's wrist, instantly leaving a scar on his wrist. Lu Xiaodao's face changed as he was traumatized, and he hurriedly backed away to distance himself from Tang Feng, lest he be continuously hurt. Looking down at the bruises on his wrists, his face changed slightly. The injury on his hand was not light, it had hurt his tendons and bones, and the dagger in his hand was a little unsteady in his grip. Such a situation is not good news for him. Su Lang was even more disappointed when he saw this. Although Tang Feng's injury for injury fighting style was worse, Lu Xiaodao's performance was even worse. It would be good for Lu Xiaodao if he didn't hesitate and chose to trade injuries with Tang Feng. Lu Xiaodao, on the other hand, was afraid at the critical moment. Lu Xiaodao likewise knew that he had lost to Tang Feng in the exchange just now. It made him defiant and angry. Are you the only one with skills? Lu Xiaodao decided to make quick work of the battle and was holding his sword in his hand as he bent down to charge at Tang Feng. Looking at Lu Xiaodao, who suddenly rushed over, Tang Feng slightly stared. Casually waving out two flaming blades, they attacked Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao dodged and dodged with great speed, and continued to rush towards Tang Feng without stopping at all. This made Tang Feng feel a little strange. Lu Xiaodao must have some purpose in suddenly rushing over. I'm afraid there's some kind of horrible attack skill waiting for him. Tang Feng didn't dare to be careless, standing in place and immediately using his skills. Rooting. A force traveled down the ground beneath his feet to his body, and his defense instantly soared. However, affected by the power, the defense boosted by raw roots is also limited when using equipment. Tang Feng was holding a red reinforcement, looking at the incoming Lu Xiaodao with a grave expression. Dodging Tang Feng's incoming flaming blade, Lu Xiaodao instantly swung out his sword, his figure instantly disappearing, appearing in front of Tang Feng in the blink of an eye. Instant chop. Lu Xiaodao slashed at Tang Feng. This move was the basis of his livelihood, and with this move, he had solved countless problems. No one can react at all. Tang Feng didn't react even though he had prepared in advance. Holding a knife to fend off, but still not in time, he was cut on the shoulder by Lu Xiaodao's knife. Immediately after that, the dagger in Tang Feng's hand was a step late to block Lu Xiaodao's dagger. The immense force caused Tang Feng to be knocked away instantly, and the red train in his hand was also sent flying. Tang Feng dropped to the ground and covered the wound on his shoulder. Blood flowed out along his fingers, staining the clothes on his body red. You lost. Lu Xiaodao looked at Tang Feng with a bland face and said. Where did I lose? I blocked your attack. Tang Feng shook his head. Although he was injured, it didn't mean Lu Xiaodao had won. He blocked the vital parts at the critical moment. Even if it was a life and death battle, Lu Xiaodao couldn't kill him with this knife. Tough talk. You're out of weapons. What are you going to fight me with? Lu Xiaodao snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Weapons? They're just chains that limit me. Chapter 49, Joining the Demon Squad. Lu Xiaodao frowned, not understanding what Tang Feng meant. But Tang Feng wouldn't admit defeat, so he could only make Tang Feng suffer a bit. You asked for it, don't blame me for coming down hard, Lu Xiaodao said, once again attacking Tang Feng with his sword. Tang Feng had a bashful look on his face as he opened his palms and gently slid them around. The surrounding air was like water waves flowing in Tang Feng's hands. Slowly, a mass of water flow unexpectedly condensed in his hands. Seeing this, Lu Xiaodao stared slightly. But the movement didn't stop, holding the dagger, stabbing at Tang Feng's shoulder. If this stab hit, it meant that Tang Feng had been hit in the vitals, and even if Tang Feng didn't admit it, he had lost. Without dodging, Tang Feng suddenly clenched his fist and slammed it in the air towards Lu Xiaodao. The stream of water in his hand also flew out instantly, flying to attack Lu Xiaodao. The speed was so fast that Lu Xiaodao couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit by the water current. Lu Xiaodao instantly flew backwards like he was hit by a train. Landing hard on the ground a dozen meters away, his face paled as he felt his stomach roll over and a splash of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Lu Xiaodao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Tang Feng in the distance with a defiant face, holding his sword and preparing to attack Tang Feng again. Enough! You passed. However, at this time, Su Lang suddenly opened his mouth and announced that Tang Feng had passed the test. Brother Su! I haven't lost yet. Lu Xiaodao froze and turned his head to Su Lang. What? Do you two still want one of you to die before it's over? Solange said with a cold face. Lu Xiaodao was speechless. Su Lang then looked at Tang Feng. Report to the Deccan team when you've recovered from your injuries, Su Lang said to Tang Feng. He saw Tang Feng's strength in this battle, and that was enough. There was no need to fight to the death. Moreover, both of them were injured, and if they continued to fight, it was hard not to say that the two would fight out of the fire, and he couldn't afford it if there were casualties at that time. The duo was then taken to the hospital. It was just that the way Lu Xiaodao looked at Tang Feng was still so unconvincing. Tang Feng was also helpless. He had actually stayed his hand, otherwise Lu Xiaodao wouldn't have been as simple as being injured. Coincidentally, the two of them were also assigned to the same ward when they were hospitalized after treating their wounds. Lu Xiaodao was in the next bed to Tang Feng. Feeling the grim eyes beside him, Tang Feng smiled bitterly. Dude, there's no need to look at me like that, right? It's just a fight, Tang Feng said helplessly. Humph. Do you realize that because of you, I was kicked out of Team 6? Lu Xiaodao snorted coldly. He was upset with Tang Feng not only because he lost the match, but more because he was going to temporarily leave the 6th team after he lost. Ha! Tang Feng was stunned. I'm sorry, I didn't know you'd be kicked out if I won. Then I'll go talk to Solange. I'm not joining the demon elimination team. Tang Feng hurriedly apologized to the other party. He wouldn't have wanted to be on the removal team if he'd known that his inclusion would get someone else kicked out. He'd have said nothing. That would be too cruel. What's with that? It's not like I'm leaving the Deccan team, I'm just leaving Team 6 for a while, Lu Xiaodao immediately said with a speechless face. Ha? So what do you mean you left the 6th team? Tang Feng was stunned and asked suspiciously. Doesn't leaving the 6th team mean the same thing as leaving the demon removal team? I'm leaving Team 6 for Team 7, not the demon removal team, so what are you thinking? Lu Xiaodao said breathlessly. Oh, well, that's alright, then. Tang Feng was instantly relieved. Since it's not being thrown out, it's something. Are you unable to disarm the demon team? Seeing Tang Feng's reaction, Lu Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. Tang Feng nodded honestly, he really couldn't disarm the demon team. Then why did you join the demon elimination team? Lu Xiaodao was speechless. A person who doesn't know what the demon squad is wants to join the demon squad? There's no way. I heard that the demon removal team was going to be hunting magical beasts and stuff, so I joined. Tang Feng shrugged, he just wanted to find more magical beasts to hunt. Lu Xiaodao looked at Tang Feng breathlessly and sighed. I'm really convinced, aren't you afraid of being sold? Lu Xiaodao shook his head, then began to explain the situation of the demon removal team for Tang Feng. The demon removal team is divided into 7 teams, the strongest is the 1st team, the weakest is the 7th team. Every new member has to enter the 7th team to start exercising, and slowly join a higher team as their strength rises, and it was hard for me to get promoted from the 7th team to the 6th team, and just because of you, I went back to the 7th team, Lu Xiaodao said with an indignant face. Tang Feng was instantly enlightened. No wonder Lu Xiaodao was so desperate and angry. That means in a few days, we'll be teammates? Tang Feng's eyes lit up as he asked Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao nodded in silence. Although he didn't want to admit it. He was really going to be teammates with Tang Feng. Hey, more later, mate. Tang Feng immediately hemmed and hawed and said as he extended his hand to Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao looked at Tang Feng's outstretched hand, although it was annoying, but with that, he took hold of Tang Feng's hand. The team is only temporary, soon I'll be back in the sixes. Lu Xiaodao said with a haughty face. Okay, I'll try to catch up with you. Tang Feng said with a smile. As for who gets to Team 6 first, that's not really a sure thing. The two spent a few days in the hospital and were pretty much fine. It didn't hurt any bones or tendons, it was just a skin wound that healed quickly. It's not completely healed, but it doesn't interfere with activities much anymore. The first time he was discharged from the hospital, Tang Feng was to report to the demon removal team. The demon removal team, like the pickets, has its own office space at the college. A small 4-story building, all of which is the territory of the demon removal team. Tang Feng arrived here, and Su Lang took him to introduce the captain of the 7th team. This is Tang Feng, our newest member. Su Lang then introduced Tang Feng to the members of Team 7. I know, Tang Feng, this year's first freshman, just a month or so, reached 15 credits, I've heard about it before. One of the girls, smiling with 2 dimples, said playfully. Tang Feng, they are members of Team 7, this is the captain, Dong. Su Lang then pointed to a youth standing across the room and introduced him to Tang Feng. Welcome to the team. Dong smiled faintly and said as he held Tang Feng's hand. Thank you. Tang Feng nodded. This is a member of Team 7, Chao Shangning. He's Dietrich's son. Su Lang then introduced the 2 remaining members of Team 7 to Tang Feng. The girl is called Chao Shangning and the boy is called Di Qiuxing. There were only 3 people in the 7th team, and with the addition of Lu Xiaodao and Tang Feng, it was now 5 people. Hello, I'm Tang Feng. Tang Feng nodded to the few people. Alright, he's all yours, introduce him to the mission of the demon removal team. Su Lang was only responsible for bringing Tang Feng here and didn't ask about the rest. Come on, let me introduce you to our Team 7. Dong smiled faintly and waved to Tang Feng, then the group arrived at the conference room. Chapter 50, The First Mission. We, the Demon Removal Team 7, are responsible for very simple tasks, and high-level tasks are not our turn. Dong smiled and said to the crowd. But the main thing was to talk to Tang Feng. Tang Feng sat down below, listening with a serious face. The task of the Demon Removal Team is to deal with the threats around the academy, whether it's magical beasts or people, they all fall under our responsibility, but our Team 7 is weaker, so our turn is much simpler, such as dealing with some low-level magical beasts, or some criminals with low strength or something. Dong then explained to Tang Feng. Just in time, there's a recent mission that's short on manpower, is Tang Feng interested in joining? Dong then asked Tang Feng. Tang Feng was now a member of Team 7, and Dong could actually directly order Tang Feng to participate in the mission. But since he was a newcomer, he still asked Tang Feng. Join in, what mission? Of course Tang Feng wanted to participate, didn't he come here to kill magical beasts, how could he miss it? Recently a group of fugitive wanted criminals escaped to the vicinity of the academy. The officials want our academy to cooperate in the hunt. According to reliable information, these fugitives are hiding in the Skyfire city near the academy. Our mission is to catch them, and if necessary, we can kill them on the spot. Dong then explained to Tang Feng. This made Tang Feng a little disappointed. It wasn't hunting magical beasts that would do him much good. But having just arrived at the demon removal team, he couldn't afford to be out of place. Benefit or no benefit, he had to go on this mission. Captain, these fugitives have been in Skyfire City for a long time, they lost a lot of money in the casino, I guess they don't have much money on them now, they will definitely make some moves in the near future. Chao Shangning said in a deep voice. Dong nodded. So today we're going to do it and get rid of them. Dong certainly knew something about this, and he had already decided to deal with this group of fugitives today. Xiangning, Little Dagger, you two take Tang Feng to the casino, Zhouxing and I will go to where they live. Both sides will act at the same time and try to take them down in one fell swoop. Dong immediately instructed the crowd. None of the players here were strangers to Dong except Tang Feng. Even Lu Xiaodao used to be a member of Team 7. Yes. Chao Shangning and the others immediately nodded with serious faces. The reason for this arrangement was because Tang Feng, as a newcomer, needed the older members to lead. As for Lu Xiaodao's strength, he was second only to Chen Dong in the 7th team, or else he would not have entered the 6th team. Chao Shangning, on the other hand, was more familiar with the process and was able to help the two of them with advice and notify him of any situation at the first opportunity. The 5 of them immediately traveled to Skyfire City. Heavenly Flame City was a city near the Heavenly Flame Academy, and like the Heavenly Flame Academy, it was located at the edge of the Heavenly Flame mountain range. Because of its special geographic location, the city is so chaotic that many criminals flee here to escape capture. Once they were discovered, they could still escape towards the Skyfire mountain range, so the people here were fierce. The people are simple. Such places naturally breed some gray industries, casinos, nightclubs, and so on. This is your target. They are inside the casino at the moment. Don't do it inside the casino, it's easy to cause trouble. Wait until they leave the casino. Chen Dong then took out 2 photos of the target of their trip. They then split up, with Chen Dong and Di Qiuxing going to another place. Tang Feng and the 3 of them were in charge of the casino. Chao Shangning led Tang Feng and the 2 of them straight into a dark alleyway. Tang Feng, on the other hand, looked around curiously. It was his first time in Skyfire City, and he was rather curious about the place. Help! Just then, a sudden scream came from the intersection ahead. Tang Feng's expression moved as he probed forward. A woman is being surrounded by 2 large men as if they are about to do something untoward. Tang Feng frowned slightly. Chao Shangning, however, suddenly reached out to stop Tang Feng. Mind your own business. Then he said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng looked at the calm duo with a strange expression. Doesn't that even matter? Tang Feng said doubtfully. It's still daytime, bullying a young girl in broad daylight, don't they care about this kind of thing? There's no good in the city of Heavenly Fire, the good don't survive here. What you see is a weak woman begging for help, and what I see is an experienced fisherman fishing. Chao Shangning smiled and said to Tang Feng. Fishing for a dollfish like you. Chao Shangning caressed Tang Feng's pretty face and said with a light smile. Tang Feng was stunned. Hokage, come on, are you fishing too? Tang Feng said with an embarrassed face. He understood Chao Shangning's meaning, that the 3 men were a gang, acting out a play and waiting for their target to take the bait. Hey, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're handsome, sis, I'm not interested in dicks. Chao Shangning snorted a bashful laugh and withdrew her hand. Continuing forward, he directly ignored the 2 men and 1 woman at the intersection. Handsome, help! Help me! That woman immediately stretched out her hand to Tang Feng to call for help with a pitiful face. Tang Feng glanced at it blandly and followed Chao Shangning closely as she left. Since Chao Shangning had said that he couldn't trust strangers in Skyfire City, there was no need for him to meddle. After a little way ahead, a small door was seen, guarded by 2 burly men in sunglasses. Chao Shangning walked straight toward the small door. The burly man stared at Chao Shangning through his sunglasses and was just about to open his mouth to inquire. Chao Shangning directly snorted coldly. Get out! The sound of roll instantly made the strong man swallow back the words that had just reached his mouth. Let them in without any hindrance. No, are you so wild here, schoolteacher? Tang Feng looked at Chao Shangning with a shocked expression. What's so crazy? Those 2 at the door are just security guards, they're just for show, they look fierce, but they don't really have much strength. The average person is so intimidated by their appearance that they naturally don't dare to come in so brightly, but the familiar customers here don't care about them at all and simply ignore them. The more scared you are, the more they won't let you in. On the contrary, if you're rude to them, they'll know you're a familiar customer and naturally let you in. Lu Xiaodao, who was on the side, faintly explained to Tang Feng. Oh, so. Tang Feng was instantly enlightened. The situation in Heavenly Flame City was really weird, and those who didn't understand the place would really be played to death. This place is really folksy. The 3 of them entered the casino, and it was suddenly clear inside, with all kinds of gambling machines, baccarat and blackjack. Just about anything you can think of to play with is basically available here, and with people coming and going, business is booming. Need chips, sir? Just as Tang Feng looked around, a man accompanied a smiling face to Tang Feng and asked. Get out! Chao Shangning instantly snorted coldly without ceremony. The other party looked at Chao Shangning, who had a bad face and was not to be messed with, and immediately left resentfully. If you want to play, there's a chip exchange over there. That guy just now was a scalper, and while the chips aren't fake, they're much more expensive than the casino's exchange ratio, so you don't want to be a grudge seed, do you? Chao Shangning then explained to Tang Feng. Oh, I don't want to play either. Tang Feng was instantly enlightened. Better to play for a while, and find someone while you're at it, so as not to arouse suspicion. Chao Xiangning, however, walked straight to the place where the chips were exchanged. Chapter 51 The Casino. Tang Feng was like a newbie in front of Chao Xiangning, and could only follow her. Sister, you're so familiar with this place, aren't you? Tang Feng had reason to suspect that Chao Xiangning was a regular here. Chao Xiangning didn't reply, she just bashfully exchanged some chips and then threw some to Tang Feng. Take it and play with it. Spunky moves like a big sister. Tang Feng looked at her with a confused expression. Why does she look like a different person when she gets here? Tang Feng looked at Lu Xiaodao with a confused expression and asked. Compared to when she was in the demon removal team, at this moment, Chao Xiangning was like a different person, her entire body exuding a powerful aura. Totally big sister vibes. Lu Xiaodao looked at the confused Tang Feng with a faint smile. Chao Xiangning is one grade above me, and I have to call her a senior sister, but do you know why she's still in the 7th team until now? Lu Xiaodao asked Tang Feng with a smile. Why? Tang Feng had a curious look on his face. You'll see in a minute. Lu Xiaodao smiled mysteriously and did not answer for Tang Feng. Tang Feng. Tang Feng was speechless. Why are you asking me if you won't tell me? What's wrong with you? Tang Feng helplessly continued to follow behind Chao Xiangning. Chao Xiangning blandly came to a gambling table and sat down on an empty seat. Sister Xiang, you're here. When the Lotus officer opposite saw Chao Xiangning, he immediately greeted her with a respectful face. Chao Xiangning smiled faintly and without moving, she took out a chip and threw it to the dealer. Thank you, Sister Xiang. The Lotus officer's face was delighted, and he hurriedly thanked Chao Xiangning. Tang Feng watched from behind, surprised. Chao Xiangning was really familiar with this place, even the latter knew her. And is she that generous? If he was not mistaken, the chips he had just given to the dealer seemed to be $1,000. $1,000 for a random purchase? This table was for playing colors, and Chao Xiangning just looked at it and casually pushed a bunch of chips onto the big one. That pile of chips was at least tens of thousands. Tang Feng turned his head toward Lu Xiaodao with a stiff face. Lu Xiaodao shrugged, knowing what Tang Feng was thinking in his heart. That's why she never got promoted to another team. Lu Xiaodao immediately said in confirmation. Chao Xiangning has spent most of her funds in the casino. Without money to buy resources, her strength enhancement is naturally slow. Although she is now level 10, her attributes, however, have not even reached 80 points. Lu Xiaodao explained to Tang Feng. She lost all her money? Tang Feng asked casually with a surprised look on his face. That's not true. At the casino she wins more than she loses. Lu Xiaodao shook his head. And why is that? Tang Feng was puzzled, since Chao Xiangning even won money in the casino, why didn't she have money to buy resources? She's too generous. Lu Xiaodao said to Tang Feng with a helpless face. Just as Tang Feng was puzzled. The sieve cups had been opened on the table. 4, 5, 6, big. Chao Xiangning unsurprisingly won, winning tens of thousands of dollars in one game. The Dutchman immediately pushed the chips that Chao Xiangning had won in front of her. Sister Xiang is awesome. The old gamblers in the surrounding area immediately paid Chao Xiangning a compliment. Chao Xiangning was all smiles as she casually handed out the chips she had won, every single one of them patting her on the back. The tens of thousands of dollars I just won were quickly bottomed out. Tang Feng watched in awe from the back. He finally understood what Lu Xiaodao meant. This is too generous, this kind of play, not to mention winning more or less, even if you keep winning, there is no money all to others. Sister, it's almost time, we have business to attend to. Tang Feng hurried forward and whispered in Chao Xiangning's ear. Okay, play somewhere else. Chao Xiangning didn't look like she had a gambling addiction either, so she got up and left once she was persuaded by Tang Feng. No, senior sister, what the hell are you doing this for? You don't want the winnings yourself, you give it all to others, so why are you gambling? Tang Feng immediately asked Chao Xiangning in doubt. Chao Xiangning looked at Tang Feng and smiled. You don't understand, winning is fun, but the winnings aren't mine, and I'll be out of luck if I don't spread them around. Chao Xiangning said meaningfully to Tang Feng. What was said was incomprehensible to Tang Feng. You wouldn't understand if I told you, go to the next place, there's no target we're looking for here. Chao Xiangning looked at Tang Feng's puzzled eyes and immediately shook her head. Surprisingly, they haven't forgotten their mission. The three of them went around the other gambling tables again. Xiao Xiangning went up to play a game every time, but just like Lu Xiaodao said, Xiao Xiangning really did win more than she lost. If she hadn't given the money to someone else, she would have won at least a couple $100,000 just in this little while. Xiao Xiangning's behavior is really incomprehensible. Third man on the left, our target. The three of them then came to another gambling table, and Xiao Xiangning whispered to Tang Feng and the two of them. Tang Feng then looked along, and sure enough, he saw the two people they were looking for. Keep an eye on them. I'll win all their money and they should leave. Xiao Xiangning said faintly. Tang Feng was stunned. Xiao Xiangning said this as if she could win if she wanted to. Xiao Xiangning didn't say much and sat down to start betting on cards. As time passed, the chips of those two fugitives were actually slowly flowing into Xiao Xiangning's hands. It's just that very few people find out about it. Because Xiao Xiangning quickly distributed the chips she had won, she ended up not having many chips in her hand. It's just that the fugitives' chips are dwindling. What a lousy card. The two fugitives quickly lost all their chips, and were so angry that they slammed the cards in their hands on the table. Indignantly, he stood up and left the casino with an irritated look on his face. With no money left, they naturally can't continue to gamble. Instead of watching others gamble here, I'd rather go back earlier. Xiao Xiangning smiled faintly and then distributed the remaining chips. That's enough fun for today. Bye. Xiao Xiangning not only distributed the chips she won, she didn't even leave her own chips behind. Sister Xiang is awesome. Sister Xiang will come back next time. The surrounding gamblers were so excited that they were polite to Xiao Xiangning. Xiao Xiangning was the goddess of fortune in their eyes. Tang Feng looked at Xiao Xiangning with a puzzled expression. Is she the reincarnation of the good fortune child? No amount of money is enough to burn even if you play like that. The three then followed the two men out. Come outside the casino. Looking at those two's backs, the three of them then followed. In broad daylight and with many people on the road, the two fugitives did not notice the three following behind them. It's just that these two are walking in more and more remote places, and there are fewer and fewer people around. The three men following behind them were then noticed by the duo. After just one turn, the figures of those two people instantly disappeared from their view. Where are the people? Lu Xiaodao was stunned and hurriedly went forward to chase after him, coming to the intersection to watch left and right, but did not find any silhouettes. Look out! Tang Feng, who was in the back, saw that in the building at the intersection, there was something strange about the wall, which shook like a water wave. Hurriedly, he gave a loud reminder to Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao was stunned and immediately took out his dagger and protected it in front of his body. A silhouette suddenly appeared by the wall that was empty just a moment ago, and chopped straight towards Lu Xiaodao's chest. Chapter 52, Arrest Warrant. Facing the sudden attack, Lu Xiaodao could not react at all. One could only barely fend off the opponent's large blade with the dagger in his hand. But a dagger is always a dagger, the way of force is not the same, it can't block the other party's powerful big knife at all. The dagger was struck by the other party's large knife and stuck hard to his chest, and the other party's blade also cut a bloody mark on Lu Xiaodao's chest. But with the dagger as a cushion, he was not seriously injured. Just as he had just blocked an attack on his side, a silhouette once again tumbled out from behind the wall and stabbed at his chest with a sword. This gave Lu Xiaodao no time to dodge at all. Eyes wide open, he watched the incoming attack, but couldn't make a move to dodge. Just when Lu Xiaodao thought he was going to be pierced through by the other party's sword, a wave of water suddenly came from behind and struck the sword-wielding figure directly. Bang! The other party immediately flew out like a cannonball, hitting the wall heavily and directly making a human-shaped dent in the wall. His head lolled and he lost consciousness, alive or dead. His companion, on the other hand, suddenly changed his expression after seeing this scene. Looking behind Lu Xiaodao. In the distance, Tang Feng still maintained the posture of throwing a punch, and it was him who had just made a move to save Lu Xiaodao. Who are you guys? Why are you following us? The fugitive asked the three hostages with a stony face. Do you still need to ask? What have you committed that you don't know? Xiao Xiangning sneered. The fugitives' faces changed, and they instantly realized that they had been discovered. Humph. With just a few of you boys, you still want to catch me? The fugitive then snorted in disdain. It simply didn't believe that these three milquetoast brats in front of him were his opponents. Oh, your companion is dead, and you're still talking tough? Xiao Xiangning helplessly sneered. You're just sneak attacks, if you're capable of fighting alone. The other party grunted indignantly. Xiao Shangning and Tang Feng exchanged glances at once. Almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sneak attack? Who the hell sneak attacked? Didn't you guys sneak attack Dagger? Do you think we're blind? And you're fighting alone, do you deserve it? Xiao Shangning said with a cold smile. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Let's finish him off. Lu Xiaodao covered his chest, blood seeping out of his lapel, and frowned at the Tang Feng duo. Coming. Tang Feng shook his head, then charged up towards the other party. The other party's eyes stared blankly, then turned around and ran. Saying all those harsh words just now was just an attempt to fool them. His companion was beaten alive and dead by Tang Feng's punch. How could he possibly beat this kind of strength? What are you waiting for if you don't run now? No martial virtue. When Tang Feng saw the other party turn and run, he immediately said breathlessly. However, it wasn't that easy for the other party to run. Tang Feng immediately opened his hand and slid it around. A wave of water quickly gathered in his hand, followed by a fist slamming forward in the air. The water wave instantly hit its target, sending the opponent flying instantly. By the time they caught up to check, the guy was out of breath. Tang Feng, you hit hard enough to die. Xiao Shangning couldn't help but say to Tang Feng. I was afraid he'd run away, and I wasn't holding back the power. Tang Feng smiled awkwardly. He didn't want to, but what could he do when the other guy couldn't take it if he used a little bit of force? And he didn't know the strength of the other party. There was no way to control how much power was appropriate to use. Xiao Shangning didn't think much of it and went to check on the other fugitive, who was still alive. Only Lu Xiaodao's gaze flickered as he looked at Tang Feng. This guy's still alive. Take him back. Xiao Shangning then tied up the fugitives who were still alive and carried them back to the academy. The captain's side also quickly resolved the battle and returned to the academy. Watching the trio bring back alive one, the faces were beaming. I'm surprised there's any survivors. Good job. Chen Dong said heartily to the trio. It's all because of Tang Feng. He did it. Xiao Shangning didn't grab the credit either and said faintly. Well. Good job. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction, this time at Tang Feng. What happened after that was naturally that the fugitive was placed in the hands of the authorities. The rest will be handled by the demon removal team without them having to worry about it. Tang Feng, this mission was accomplished well, I'll give you a credit, work harder in the future. Chen Dong said to Tang Feng. Take one credit? Tang Feng was dumbfounded and still didn't understand the situation of the demon removal team. This credit is what you'll be judged on when you move up to other teams later on, and the better you perform in addition to your strength, the faster you'll get into the senior team. Chen Dong then explained to Tang Feng. Oh, thank you, Captain. Tang Feng was instantly enlightened, and then thanked Chen Dong. Good job on today's mission, Dagger, hurry up and go take care of the wounds, the rewards will be transferred directly to your accounts when they come down. Chen Dong then asked Lu Xiaodao to hurry and treat the wound. It's not a serious injury, but it's not a good idea to leave it untreated. And the reward? Tang Feng said with some surprise. He thought all these quests were for nothing, but he didn't realize there were rewards. Of course, there are rewards for all the missions of the demon removal team but don't expect them, they might not be as much as you think. Chen Dong nodded and said. I see, isn't it true that the more advanced the quest the more rewarding it is? It was as if Tang Feng understood the mode of the demon removal team, which was to complete tasks, obtain rewards, and use those rewards to enhance their strength. Sure, but we can't get any high-level missions in Team 7, so don't look forward to it. Chen Dong nodded, but immediately afterward, he threw a pot of cold water on him. Team 7 was after all the weakest team in the demon removal team, and the tasks that could be their turn were simple and trivial, with not much reward at all. Tang Feng nodded. It seemed like he needed to do more quests, get more credit, and move up to the other teams as soon as possible before he could do so. After the demon removal team was fine, Tang Feng went back and continued to go to the training room to practice his empty hand techniques. And the rewards arrived quickly, and there really wasn't much money in it. A few days passed in a row. Tang Feng stood in the target range of the training room, looking at the target in front of him. He reached out and waved his hand, a ball of water waves instantly condensed in his hand, followed by a punch. The water wave flew out instantly, hitting the target in the distance. The whole thing took just a few seconds. Under Tang Feng's constant practice, at this point, he had already fully mastered the use of the empty hand technique water wave. The release is fast. Finally, it's skillful. Tang Feng sighed, skill practice was really troublesome. It had taken so long for him to completely master his new skills. Then he packed up and prepared to leave the training room. Just as he stepped out of the room, he was greeted by a group of people. With the badge of a picket on his chest, he came straight to Tang Feng. "Are you Tang Feng?" The leader immediately questioned Tang Feng. "I am." "What for?" Tang Feng frowned and asked suspiciously. The leading member of the picket line at once produced a warrant for his arrest. Dong Jianwei, Feng Shiren, Tang Renhao, Yang Guorong has been missing for days, suspected dead, suspected to be related to you, come with us. Chapter 53, Torture to extort a confession. Tang Feng was stunned. Looking at the warrant in the other man's hand, which was signed by the school director, the warrant was genuine. Although it is true that Feng Shan and the others were killed by him, how? Could anyone know? I urge you to cooperate, it's still in the investigation phase, if you resist then don't blame us for being rude. The other party seemed to know that Tang Feng had recently become very famous, and immediately reminded Tang Feng of this. Tang Feng hesitated. Since the other party approached him, he must have received some wind, or another school leader behind him wants to screw him? As Tang Feng thought of this, the hand that was ready to resist was lowered. Okay, I'll go with you. Tang Feng wanted to see who was trying to mess with him. Tang Feng was then taken to the picket line. Began his interrogation. However, Tang Feng couldn't possibly admit that he had killed Feng Shiren and the others, and firmly refused to admit that he had killed anyone. You don't need to be sophomoric. The time Feng Shiren and the others disappeared coincided with the time you were in the Heavenly Flame Mountain range, and after you came back, you never saw them appear again, so you had very much time to commit the crime. Opposite Tang Feng sat none other than Yu Yanming, the captain of the picket line. That doesn't seem to prove that I killed them, does it? Tang Feng said with a helpless face as he spread his hands. The evidence held by the pickets really couldn't prove that Tang Feng had killed the 4 Feng Shiren, much less that the 4 Feng Shiren were dead. Humph. You're not going to say anything, are you? Then stay here, I'll see how long you can last. Yu Yanming also knew that there was no evidence, so he coldly grunted. It didn't matter if there was no evidence, but now that Tang Feng had arrived at the picket line, even if there was no evidence, sooner or later, Tang Feng would be made to admit to the crime. Tang Feng immediately stared slightly. Who told you to arrest me? Tang Feng then realized that the pickets were specifically targeting him. Whether he confesses or not, he won't be able to leave today. Heh, I don't know what you're talking about, and anyway, if you don't tell the truth, you're not going to get out of here today, no, not ever again. Yu Yanming sneered. Who issued your warrant? I saw the school director's stamp, and there aren't many people with that authority, are there? Seeing that the other party refused to tell him, Tang Feng immediately continued. Yu Yanming stared slightly. But there's no way he's going to say Fondaki's name, there's law enforcement footage all around him, so no matter what, he can't violate the interrogation, let alone say Fondaki's name. Am I interrogating you or are you interrogating me? Honestly explain. How exactly did you kill Feng Shiren and the others? Yu Yanming stopped talking nonsense with Tang Feng and questioned with a cold snort. Tang Feng looked at the surveillance in the corner and knew that the other party couldn't possibly tell. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't kill anybody. Tang Feng said indifferently. With the surveillance in place, Tang Feng likewise couldn't do anything out of the ordinary. Otherwise, he would have broken free of his restraints and held the guy in front of him down long ago. Humph. I'll see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Yu Yanming snorted coldly, then turned to leave. Although there is surveillance in the interrogation room, but he is the captain of the picket line, so what if there is surveillance? If the power goes out, then the surveillance is not useless. Yu Yanming let out a sneer and gave Tang Feng a cold look, then closed the door to the interrogation room. Tang Feng didn't know how long the other party was going to keep him locked up. But it's impossible to keep him locked up without evidence. Just as he was thinking about how to get out safely, the lights in the interrogation room suddenly went out, plunging him into darkness. Immediately afterward came the sound of the door to the room opening. A light appeared and shone straight into Tang Feng's eyes. The intense light caused Tang Feng's eyes to subconsciously close. Yu Yanming's conspiratorial voice then spread to Tang Feng's ears. Yu Yanming then turned his flashlight around and shone it on his face, revealing his sinister expression. Tang Feng raised an eyebrow. Apparently this sudden blackout was Yu Yanming's doing. It doesn't take much to figure out what he's up to. Definitely trying to torture Tang Feng into confessing. As long as the power is cut off, the surveillance won't be able to record his atrocities. Even if someone pursues the matter afterward, there is no evidence. Looking at the unsuspecting, slowly approaching Yu Yanming, Tang Feng smiled. Which means the surveillance is useless now. Tang Feng looked meaningfully at Yu Yanming and asked. Yes, so be a good boy and admit that you killed Feng Shiren and the others. I assure you that you won't have any problems, no one will be held accountable, I just want to close the case early. Yu Yanming immediately leaned over and looked down at Tang Feng seductively. As long as Tang Feng confessed, then he would have a reason to take action against Tang Feng. The crime of killing a classmate, that's not as simple as a simple expulsion. With this charge in place, even if he killed Tang Feng now, afterward, he only needed to press a charge of arrest or even intent to escape on Tang Feng. Tang Feng smiled faintly. Could he not see what Yu Yanming was thinking? Then he gently exerted his strength, and the restraints on his hands were instantly tensed, and he pinched Yu Yanming's near neck with one hand. Yu Yanming did not expect Tang Feng to be able to break free of the bonds on his hands, and even more so did not expect him to make a sudden move, and was caught off guard by Tang Feng. The body froze as his neck was grabbed. But he wasn't a vegetarian, and quickly reacted, his gaze condensed, and without hesitation, he slammed his fist towards Tang Feng's head. Bang! Yu Yanming landed a punch to the side of Tang Feng's head, but Tang Feng's head didn't budge. It was as if it had smashed into a hard rock. Yu Yanming's face changed, looking at the unharmed Tang Feng with a shocked expression, as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell? Yu Yanming exclaimed. He couldn't believe that Tang Feng could block his punch unharmed. A freshman who had just arrived, even if he was powerful, he was only at level 5 or 6. Even if Tang Feng was the #1 freshman and had the strength to kill a level 5 or 6 magical beast. But he was level 15. Attributes had already broken 100, even if he didn't wear any equipment, this punch was enough to open up mountains and crack rocks, it was absolutely impossible for a level 5 or 6 freshman to be able to withstand it. What's the deal with Tang Feng? Tang Feng looked at Yu Yanming indifferently. There was no surveillance, and in a place where it was just the two of them, there was no need for him to pretend. What's more, it was so dark in the interrogation room at the moment that even if there was someone outside, they couldn't see what was happening inside. Tang Feng wasn't afraid of being discovered at all. Tang Feng grabbed Yu Yanming's neck and slightly exerted force, Yu Yanming's body was immediately lifted up by him. You. Yu Yanming felt like the hand on his neck was like a pair of iron pincers, choking him so much that he couldn't breathe, much less make a single sound. Who told you to arrest me? Who tried to kill me? Tang Feng faintly asked Yu Yanming. Yu Yanming felt like he could hardly breathe, his face was suffocating red. It felt like Tang Feng was really trying to strangle him. It's Fondaki. Chapter 54. Who was tortured to make a confession. In order to survive, Yu Yanming had to give up Fondaki. Tang Feng stared slightly. The vice principal's name was Fondaki, he knew that. But he had no grudge against Fondaki, why did the other party want to kill him? I have no grudge against him, why would he want to kill me? Or is it? Are you lying? Tang Feng asked Yu Yanming in a deep voice. Why should I lie to you? It's him who wants to kill you, and the Feng Shiren before were all his men, but I really don't know why he wants to kill you. As Tang Feng loosened his force a little, Yu Yanming was also able to have a chance to catch his breath. Since he had already betrayed Fondaki, he had nothing to hide, and decisively told all he knew. When Tang Feng saw this, he was also a bit puzzled. This Yu Yanming didn't seem to have any need to lie to him. Lying with your life on the line would be awesome. And Fondaki does fit the profile of a school leader. Apart from Fondaki, he couldn't think of anyone else who was suspicious. You better not be lying to me. Tang Feng then loosened his hand and released Yu Yanming. Yu Yanming landed on his feet and took 2 sharp breaths of fresh air, and immediately felt a sense of solidity. Looking at Tang Feng again, a fierce light flashed in Yu Yanming's eyes. Having betrayed Fondaki, he didn't know what Fondaki would do to him. The only way to conceal the secret was to completely eliminate the Tang Feng in front of him. He didn't know how Tang Feng was so strong, but he didn't want a freshman to be so powerful. Taking advantage of Tang Feng's lack of attention, he suddenly launched a sneak attack. Pulling a sharp blade from behind his waist, he stabbed at Tang Feng's heart. As long as it hit, Tang Feng would surely die. Ding! With a soft sound, the dagger in Yu Yanming's hand stabbed Tang Feng's heart, but it merely scratched his clothes, and the dagger could no longer be stored in. Yu Yanming immediately changed his face and froze. What are you doing? Tang Feng looked at Yu Yanming in front of him with a puzzled expression. Yu Yanming looked at Tang Feng with a stiff face. In the next moment, Tang Feng landed a punch on Yu Yanming's face. Yu Yanming's nose dented on the spot. He directly flew out backwards on his head, and then crashed heavily into the wall of the interrogation room. Tang Feng then walked over. A fat punch was thrown at Yu Yanming. A scream soon came from the interrogation room. The members of the picket outside the interrogation room scowled when they heard the screams coming from inside. The captain's hand is really hard, look at how badly he hit the man. Should we stop it? Don't get in trouble? Some people even felt that the screams inside were so miserable that they were worried that something had happened and wanted to go in to stop them. Stop what? The captain knows what's in his heart, do I need you to mind your own business? But it was quickly vetoed by others. They don't worry about the accident at all. Even if something happens, they still have their captain to carry it, so it's none of their business. Yu Yanming! Come out here! Just then the pickets burst in with a group of men shouting inside the pickets. The lieutenant rushed over to check it out. The badge on the other man's chest was then seen, with 2 swords crossed beside the word fire in the school's emblem. It's the insignia of the Deccan team. As the 2 major authority organizations of Skyfire Academy, they naturally recognized the badge of the demon removal team. Demon removal team? What are you doing on our picket line? The vice captain of the picket line, Tang Ziqing, asked with a frown. The visitors were none other than the Demon Removal 17 led by Qindong. Have your captain Yu Yanming come out to me, why are you arresting Tang Feng? You guys dare to touch the people of the Demon Removal team? Qindong, as the captain, immediately stood out and questioned the other party. They were the ones who had gotten the news and had come to look for Tang Feng. When he learned that Tang Feng had been arrested, Qindong had brought people to ask for a statement at the first opportunity. For whatever reason, it's not the picketers' turn to be in charge of the mistakes made by those on the removal team. Tang Ziqing was slightly stunned. He didn't know that Tang Feng was even a member of the demon removal team. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have made a direct move to arrest him. Since when do you guys want new students on the demon removal team? Tang Ziqing said with a puzzled expression. As far as he knew, it was very hard to get into the demon removal team, and it was impossible for a freshman to get in at all. None of those conditions are attainable by a freshman. It's up to you. Get your captain out here. Qindong was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party and named Yu Yanming. Tang Ziqing frowned slightly. He knew that Yu Yanming was lynching Tang Feng in the interrogation room at this time, and if the demon removal team knew about it, he was afraid that they wouldn't let it go. Tang Feng is suspected of murder, we are also acting according to the rules, you guys are a bit out of order to make such a scene? Tang Ziqing knew that he couldn't fight against the demon removal team in terms of force, so he had to come up with rules to pressure the other side. Murder? Do you have proof? If you don't have proof, hurry up and release the people, otherwise, I'll step on your picket line right now. Where did Qindong care about this? He immediately warned Tang Ziqing in a cold voice. You're too arrogant, do you really think we picketers are afraid of you? Tang Ziqing's face turned blue with anger. Though the words were hard, they came across as underhanded. The point is that the pickets really aren't as strong as the removers. One is a law enforcement agency and the other is an external force arm, it's just not comparable. Humph. Get in there and search. Qindong snorted coldly and directly ignored the other party, immediately allowing Di Qiuxing and the others to go in and search. The picketers saw this and gathered around. Although the force value of the demon removal team was high, their numbers were small, and after all, they were now on the other side's territory. Qindong and his team only had 4 people, while the other party had a huge swathe of them. Both sides then confronted each other with swords drawn. Just as a clash was about to break out between the 2 sides, the door to the interrogation room was then opened. The bruised and swollen Yu Yanming walked out from inside. Clan whoosh. Stop. Yu Yanming, his face swollen like a pig's head, saw the situation outside and stopped it loudly. However, because of the loss of one of his incisors, his speech leaks and is somewhat slurred. Tang Ziqing and the other group of picketers turned around and saw Yu Yanming instantly. It froze for a moment before he recognized it was their captain. Captain. You. What are you doing? Tang Ziqing looked at the bruised and swollen Yu Yanming and asked with a hesitant face. Don't sweep the new Saidu, mice an accidental fall, it's okay. Yu Yanming feigned composure and said to Tang Ziqing. With that, he walked across to Chen Dong and the others. How to backtrack? What's going on? Yu Yanming asked uncertainly. They've come to ask for someone. Tang Feng is from the demon elimination team. Tang Ziqing immediately whispered in Yu Yanming's ear and explained. Yu Yanming was stunned. He also didn't expect Tang Feng to have this layer of identity yet. If I had known, I would have stopped meddling a long time ago. Then he waved his hand. Send the man. Yu Yanming then said to his men. Ha? Tang Ziqing looked at Yu Yanming with a strange expression. He wondered what had just happened in the interrogation room and why Yu Yanming had become like this. Did Tang Feng hit him? That's all the more reason not to release Tang Feng, huh? Ah, sin my ah. Hair man. Ah, what ah? Let go. Yu Yanming immediately slapped Tang Ziqing impatiently. Tang Ziqing immediately shut up and honestly opened the door to the interrogation room, releasing Tang Feng. Tang Feng walked out of the interrogation room with a clean and tidy face, completely without the appearance of being severely tortured to make a confession. Captain, what brings you here? The crowd looked at the unharmed Tang Feng with shocked faces. Who was actually tortured to make a confession? Chapter 55, that's really too good to be true. Tang Feng, are you alright? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Chen Dong then asked Tang Feng. It's okay, it's fine, I've been talking to their captain, he's a good guy. Tang Feng smiled and said. Then he glanced at Yu Yanming. When Yu Yanming saw Tang Feng's gaze, he instantly lowered his head sheepishly, and his body subconsciously trembled. It's good to be okay. Chen Dong was relieved to see that Tang Feng really hadn't suffered any injuries. If you don't have any proof, I'll take the man away? Chen Dong then said to Yu Yanming in a deep voice. Go, hurry up and take it away. He's fine, it's all a misunderstanding. Yu Yanming hurriedly said to Chen Dong. He couldn't wait for Tang Feng to hurry up and leave. Just now in the interrogation room, if it wasn't for the fact that this was a picket line, Tang Feng really dared to kill him off. He really couldn't figure out why Tang Feng, a freshman, was so strong. He, a 15th grade graduating senior, wasn't even a match for him. No. That was no longer a matter of opponent or not. Completely unable to beat Tang Feng was simply a pervert, completely unable to see through what strength he really was. Humph. Let's go. Chen Dong immediately snorted coldly and led the crowd of the Demon Removal 7 team away. Before Tang Feng left, he looked back at Yu Yanming and smiled at him. This smile immediately caused Yu Yanming's heart to tremble. Captain, just let them go? Tang Feng is someone the vice principal personally issued an arrest warrant for? Tang Ziqing looked at the backs of the Demon Removal 7 team and the others as they left, and said suspiciously to Yu Yanming. What else do you want? Do you know how terrifying Tang Feng is? When you meet Tang Feng in the future, all of you will go around me, and whoever dares to mess with him, don't blame me for being impolite. Yu Yanming then warned the crowd of picketers. He was really a bit scared of Tang Feng. He didn't want to mind his own business until he graduated. All he wanted now was to graduate peacefully and then get as far away from Tang Feng as possible. Tang Ziqing looked at Yu Yanming with a puzzled expression. Obviously, he didn't know what Yu Yanming meant. A freshman, as far as that goes? Tang Ziqing said indignantly. And Yu Yanming didn't want to explain. You can't say in front of your men that you were just beaten up by Tang Feng in the interrogation room, right? While it's obvious to anyone with eyes to see that he's been punched in the face, it's another thing for him to admit it in person. Leave the affairs of the pickets to Tang Ziqing these days. I'm going out for a while. Yu Yanming then explained to the crowd. It was about time he went out and upped his credits, trying to punch up the last bit and graduate. When Tang Ziqing heard Yu Yanming's words, he immediately showed a joyful expression. Captain! Don't worry, just leave it to me. Tang Ziqing immediately patted his chest and assured Yu Yanming. Yu Yanming didn't bother with him and then left, preparing to enter the Heavenly Flame Mountain range in a moment to impact the final credits. And after Fang Daqi learned that Tang Feng had been released, he could never contact Yu Yanming. There was no choice but to place the call in the picket office. Hello, who is it? The person who answered the phone was naturally Tang Ziqing, who had taken over all affairs of the picket. Where's Yu Yanming? How come I can't contact him these days? Fong Daki immediately asked Tang Zicheng suspiciously. Tang Zicheng was not unfamiliar with Fong Daki's voice, and quickly heard who the person on the other side of the phone was. Principal Fong, Captain, he had something to go out, I'm in charge of the pickets these days, what are your orders? Tang Zicheng immediately asked Fong Daki carefully. This is an opportunity for him to perform, as long as the performance is good, may be able to turn, and even later graduated to stay in the college as an official position is not impossible. Who are you? Fong Doka frowned. I'm Deng Zicheng, vice captain of the picket line. Tang Zicheng hurriedly said his identity, trying to leave a good impression in front of the vice principal. Deng Zicheng? I have an impression. Fong Doka nodded. Hearing that Fong Daki had an impression of him, Tang Zicheng immediately blushed. Why was Tang Fong released? Didn't I tell you to arrest him and interrogate Fong Shuren about their deaths? Fong Daki then asked Tang Zicheng. Since Yu Yanming wasn't there, he could only ask this Tang Zicheng. I don't know, the captain let it go, and the derailers came and almost got into a fight on the picket line. Tang Zicheng immediately explained what he knew to Fong Daki. The demon squad? What's it got to do with the demon removal team? Fong Daki frowned. He didn't know that Tang Fong was already a member of the demon removal team. After all, not many people knew about this matter. Aside from the principal and Song Xiaowei, only the demon removal team knew about it. That Tang Fong seems to be a member of the demon removal team. Tang Zicheng then said. What? Fong Doka looked shocked. What was that place, the demon removal team, he knew all too well. Although the reputation is the same as the pickets, and to the outside world, they are said to be the two major law enforcement organizations of the Heavenly Flame Academy. But he knew that a picket line and an extermination team were completely incomparable. The picket team could at best flaunt its power within the academy, while the demon removal team, that could have a place both outside the school. The people they come into contact with are also dangerous criminals, powerful magical beasts, and the pickets are not comparable to them at all. Principal Fong, if you're not satisfied, I'll bring someone to bring Tang Fong back for personal interrogation, and I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Deng Zicheng thought that Fong Daki was getting angry for letting Tang Fong go, and for the sake of performance, he immediately assured Fong Daki. No need. Fong Daki decisively refused, then did not continue to nonsense, directly hung up the phone. Deng Zicheng was confused, not understanding what Fong Daki meant. Such a great opportunity to perform and he didn't take it. It looks like Principal Fong isn't too keen on this Tang Fong. If we can find a chance to screw him over, we might be able to gain Principal Fong's appreciation. Tang Zicheng muttered something thoughtful. He knows that there are times when you want to defect to someone, you need to show loyalty. And Tang Fong was undoubtedly his best gift. After Fong Daki hung up the phone, he was also anxiously walking back and forth in place. Sure mo yen, sure mo yen, you're really quick, so quick to arrange your own people so that I have nowhere to start, that's a great move. Fong Daki again thought that this was Sure Mo Yan's handiwork, and that it was Sure Mo Yan who had arranged for Tang Fong to join the demon elimination team through his connections. It seems the only ones who can be counted on are them. Do you think you're the only one who can arrange for someone to be put on the demon removal team and I can't? Fong Daki snorted coldly, then dialed that phone number again. How strong are your people? Fong Daki then asked the person on the other end of the phone. Naturally, it's powerful, more than enough to kill a freshman. The person on the other side of the phone immediately said with a confident smile. I'm in no hurry to kill him now, I want him to go undercover into the demon removal team, is that okay? Fong Daki then asked the person on the other side of the phone. The person on the other side of the phone froze for a moment when he heard Fong Daki's words. A look of joy followed. That's so okay. He didn't expect any surprises. This Fong Daki, he's a real ING talent. Chapter 56 New members, new tasks. Tang Fong, there's a new mission, come on, plus I'll introduce you to a new member. After a few days, Tang Fong received a call from Chen Dong, informing him to make a trip to the demon team. New member? Tang Fong was stunned. I didn't expect a new member of the demon removal team so soon. Without thinking about it that much, he came out of the training room and immediately rushed towards the demon removal team. When they came to the demon removal 7, the room was full of people. And there's one more unfamiliar face. All here, come, introduce, this is Xing Xianxian, our new member. Chen Dong then extended his hand to a cute girl next to him. With a double ponytail on her head, big round eyes, and a face with a little bit of baby fat, she didn't look too old and was very cute. Hello, I'm Xian, please take care of me. Xian also took a somewhat timid step forward and bent down to the several people. As soon as he bent over, a large white scene on his chest was suddenly reflected in everyone's eyes. A couple of the older men looked up at once. Xian looked young, but her bosom was not small. Ahem. Do you perverts need some face? Don't scare her sister. Zhao Shangning, who was also a woman, instantly coughed dryly in dissatisfaction and glared at the three of them in dissatisfaction. Lu Xiaodao, Tang Feng, and Di Qiuxing immediately looked away awkwardly to hide their embarrassment. As if Xian also noticed that she was naked, she hurriedly straightened her waist and tightly protected her collar. I'm sorry, they don't mean any harm, don't mind them, this is Chao Xiangning, Lu Xiaodao, Tang Feng, Di Qiuxing. Qin Dong also helplessly glanced at the three, and then introduced the four to Xian. Please take care of me. Xian blushed slightly and nodded to the four. Maisie, why haven't I heard of you before? How did you get in? Chao Xiangning suddenly looked at Xian with a surprised face and asked. It wasn't that she was paranoid, it was mainly because in the Heavenly Flame Academy, those with a bit of strength were on the list, and Xian she had never heard of before. There is no such person's name in either the last or this term. She just transferred here. Before that she was attending Hengze Academy. A few days ago she defeated Feng Chulan from Team 6, that's how she got in, but she didn't go through the back door. Don't judge people by their appearance. Chen Dong explained for Xian from the side. What? Sister Lan. The first one to be shocked was Lu Xiaodao. He had stayed in the 6th team, naturally he knew the strength of Feng Chulan, that was a veteran team member, his strength was a few notches higher than him. Would he be defeated by this harmless-looking little girl in front of him? Come on, don't be surprised, he's stronger than all of you, he's a genius in our 7 teams. Chen Dong said indifferently. Perhaps because Xian looked endearing or because of Xing Xuan's strength, Chen Dong took great care of her. Xian's first day here, and it just so happens that we've been given a new assignment. Chen Dong then changed the subject and drew the attention of a few people over. What mission? Tang Feng then asked Chen Dong. He was very attached to the mission instead. A demon removal mission, one of the misty areas of the Skyfire mountain range. For some reason, the mist disappeared, some of the magical beasts inside are rioting, for fear of the impact on the academy, so let's go over to suppress and clean up the more dangerous magical beasts in the surrounding area. Chen Dong then explained to a few people. Tang Feng's expression was stunned. The misty area that Chen Dong was talking about couldn't be the place where he had gotten lost before, could it? I'll tell you more about it when we get to the place, come on, let's go over there first. Chen Dong then led the crowd to the mission location. When he arrived at the place, Tang Feng looked at the familiar surroundings in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Sure enough, it was the same misty area he had gotten lost in. Only now the mists have lifted and the environment is clearly visible. Chen Dong beckoned for the crowd to gather around, and then unfolded a map. It was the map around Skyfire Academy. Our task is to clean up the magical beasts around the academy. These magical beasts are all more violent. If we don't clean them up, it's easy to create a threat to the academy. There are 6 of us in total, one group of 2 will be divided into 3 teams, split up, and once there is any accident, the first time to launch a signal flare to call for help. Do you understand? Chen Dong instructed a few people. They each carried a flare gun on them, to be used to call for help in a critical moment. Dagger, you and Tang Feng team up, Xiangning you take Xian. Chen Dong then said to a few people. It was soon divided into 3 groups. He split the team this way because Xian was a girl and it was easier for 2 girls to split into a team. Tang Feng and Lu Xiaodao were also relatively familiar with each other, so splitting up the team like this was just right. Can I team up with him? Just as they nodded, Xian suddenly timidly pointed at Tang Feng and asked Chen Dong. Huh? This caused the crowd to pause. With an odd face, he looked at Tang Feng. Is this kid that attractive? The new guy just came in and fell? The same question rose in the minds of all 4. Don. Get me wrong, I just see that he is quite good to get along with and looks like a good person. Xian hurriedly waved her hand in panic and explained. Sister, don't curse like that. Tang Feng was speechless. It's a bit tense to come up here and get a good guy card. Alright, then Tang Feng and Xian will be in a group, and Xiaodao and Xiangning will be in a group. Chen Dong then shook his head helplessly. Regroup with it. You guys go here, Dagger you go here, we'll go here, and fire the flare gun at the first sign of danger, got it? Chen Dong then assigned them on the map the areas that each of them was responsible for clearing. Understood. The 6 set off immediately and split up. Proceed to your respective areas of responsibility. And Tang Feng was quite familiar with this area. Soon they were near the area they were responsible for. When you meet a magical beast later, be careful, I'll deal with it. Tang Feng looked around and said to Xing Xianxian behind him. Xing Xianxian pouted in dissatisfaction. I'm not a child, I can deal with magical beasts, I don't need you to take care of them. Xing Xianxian thought that Tang Feng had underestimated her and immediately said with dissatisfaction. Tang Feng froze, he didn't mean it. He merely wanted to kill more magical beasts so that he could level up. You misunderstand, Tang Feng wanted to explain, but he didn't know how. It doesn't seem appropriate to say it anyway. Anyway, wait and be careful. Tang Feng had no choice but to say helplessly. Humph. Don't underestimate me. Xing Xianxian let out a light hum and whispered. Tang Feng had a helpless look on his face, feeling like he was bringing up a child. With that, he continued onward. Just then, a soft thud suddenly came from the front. Then a black and white tiger appeared in front of it. The white tiger carries black stripes and exudes a shadowy aura. Tang Feng's eyes instantly stared. 5th grade magical beast. The Xuanxue tiger. Tang Feng instantly recognized the bottom of the magical beast in front of him. Ow! When the Xianxian tiger saw the two of them, it let out a long whistle. His eyes flushed red as he instantly lunged at Tang Feng. Tang Feng clenched his fists and was about to counterattack. A fragrant breeze blew past. Behind her, Xing Xianxian was one step quicker and took the lead. Chapter 57 Xing Xuanxuan's Strength. Xing Xianxian held her dagger and instantly cut through Tang Feng's side, the dagger in her hand emitting a buzzing sound similar to a dragon's roar in the air. A layer of crimson flame suddenly flared up on the dagger before it hit the Xianmei tiger. It then accurately hit the center of the Xianmei tiger's brow. 2,540. 1,620. A damage number then rose from the top of the Xianxian tiger's head. One hit surprisingly dealt over 2,000 damage. Tang Feng was astonished. Damage is tied to the power attribute of the awakened person. It's basically 10 times the number of the power. In other words, Xing Xuanxuan's power reached 254 points? How is that possible? More than 200 points of strength was the equivalent of a level 26 attribute. Xing Xianxian obviously couldn't have 26 levels. Even with the equipment attribute bonus, it would be difficult to break through 200 points. Xing Xuanxuan's rank is not that high. Then there's only one possibility. Xing Xuanxuan's talent or skill had a damage bonus, and it added quite a bit. And there was another damage figure, it should be the flames attached to Xing Xuanxuan's weapon, probably her talent. The two types of damage, together, were over 4,000 points, and it really wasn't a coincidence that Xing Xianxian was able to defeat Team 6 release Spring Orchid. Xing Xianxian was very strong, at the very least stronger than the rest of Team 7. And this strike was enough to instantly kill the level 5 Xuanhei tiger, to the point where it fell to the ground. You're not doing a lot of damage with that hit. Tang Feng walked over and looked at Xing Xianxian in surprise, saying, Humph. I told you not to underestimate me, my undoubled strike can deal double damage. Xing Xianxian tilted her head with a proud face and said, How are there two kinds of damage? Tang Feng then asked with a curious expression. That's my gift, Fire Elf, all attacks come with fire elemental damage. Xing Xianxian told Tang Feng with a naive face. No defense at all. Awesome, but next time people ask you better not tell them, don't you know how dangerous society is? Tang Feng shook his head helplessly and reminded Xing Xianxian. This girl doesn't look very big, and her mental age doesn't really seem to be that big either. So naive, I guess I have to count the money for those who have been sold. Yeah, well, my mom said I can't tell anyone. Xing Xianxian let out a gasp like she had just reacted. But you should be okay, right? You look like a nice guy. Xing Xianxian then looked at Tang Feng's face with an innocent smile and said, Tang Feng. Do I look that safe? He couldn't help but touch his handsome face. Being sent a good guy card twice in a row made Tang Feng wonder a bit about his looks. The two then continued to clear the surrounding magical beasts. With Xing Xianxian around, Tang Feng didn't even have much of a chance to strike. It wasn't known if it was because Tang Feng's previous words had stimulated Xing Xianxian or what, but when she saw the magical beasts, Xing Xianxian took the lead. Tang Feng couldn't even rob her. Xing Xianxian not only had super high damage skills, she also had long-range means to grab monsters that were fast. Soon enough they encountered a magical beast once again, a rank 4 diamond horned horse. For hooves with lightning-shaped bone spurs were divinely handsome. Tang Feng rushed up without saying a word when he saw the diamond horned horse, killing the magical beast first before Xing Xianxian realized it. Xing Xianxian also quickly discovered the diamond horned horse in front of her, and afterward, she caught up with Tang Feng one step ahead of time, the dagger in her hand flung forward and came out, shooting into the diamond horned horse's eyes with the sound of a dragon's roar. 2 damage numbers appeared, instantly killing the diamond horse in seconds. Big sister, don't grab it, okay, you're high leveled and I'm only level 5, why are you grabbing these low leveled magical beasts with me? Tang Feng looked at Xing Xianxian with a helpless face and said. Xing Xuanxuan's high level and speed completely surpassed Tang Feng, grabbing monsters he naturally couldn't grab the other party. Humph. Xing Xianxian arrogantly hummed lightly at Tang Feng. Tang Feng couldn't do anything about her either, his face was helpless. Just as the two were talking, Tang Feng's ears twitched. In the middle of the woods ahead, from far away, there was a rustling sound. Like the sound of something going through the trees. Something's coming again. Tang Feng frowned and reminded Xing Xianxian. Xing Xianxian stared slightly, then raised her eyebrows and glanced at Tang Feng. I'll let you have this beast. For some reason, Xing Xianxian suddenly kindly decided not to grab the magical beasts from Tang Feng. What's with the sudden kindness? Tang Feng was a bit surprised. This whole way, Xing Xianxian had never let him go. But it's good, it's finally time to make a big splash. Tang Feng rubbed his fists together and walked to the front, looking at the woods in front of him as the sound of rustling got closer and closer. A dark shadow quickly appeared in Tang Feng's field of vision. The opponent was extremely fast, weaving in and out of the middle of a large tree, grabbing a branch and swinging back to another tree. It soon burst out of the woods. And Tang Feng got a good look at the other party. Covered in fiery red fluff, his long, slender limbs gripped a branch as he made his way between the trees. It was clearly a robust ape. Tang Feng's face changed. The magical beasts of the Heavenly Flame Mountain Range, he had recently made up for it. This was clearly a rank 8 magical beast, the Inferno Ape. An 8th level magical beast, a whole 3 levels higher than Tang Feng. Moreover, 8th level magical beasts were already able to utilize some transcendent means. Looking at the constantly advancing and rapidly attacking yen apes, Tang Feng had a grave expression on his face. And Xing Xianxian, who was watching behind her, did not have the slightest intention of going up to help. Looking at Tang Feng's back, a gloating smile appeared. Roar! The Inferno Ape stood on the tree, looking at the duo on the ground, especially Tang Feng in front of him, showing his teeth at him and letting out a warning roar. Red light blossomed in his eyes, his feet snapped into action, and he leapt up, pouncing on Tang Feng, his fists fiercely burning with a ball of flame as he slammed into Tang Feng's body. Tang Feng's face changed with a grave expression, and without hesitation, he used the rooting skill. Throwing away the red reinforcement in his hand, his power instantly soared, and his defense also reached a terrifying level under the effect of the raw roots. Inferno Ape raised his fiery fist and slammed it into Tang Feng's face. The flames on his fist instantly erupted, engulfing Tang Feng in his entire being. Tang Feng's figure directly disappeared into the sea of fire. Tang Feng! Xing Xuanxuan's face changed and she immediately shouted. The god looked at Tang Feng, who was engulfed in flames. Instead, Yen Ape's face changed as he hit Tang Feng with a punch. Because it didn't feel Tang Feng move in the slightest, as if it had smashed its fist on a rock. Without waiting for it to come back to its senses, a hand suddenly reached out from the flames in front of it and tightly grabbed Inferno Ape's wrist. A huge force then instantly erupted from this hand with a click. Inferno Ape's wrist broke with a sound. Roar! Roar! The Inferno Ape immediately let out a roar of pain. The flames then dispersed, and Tang Feng stood unharmed, one hand grasping the wrist of the Inferno Ape. Xing Xianxian, who saw the scene, was stunned. It was as if the scene was somewhat out of her expectation. Chapter 58 Attacked and Captured. Go to hell! Tang Feng let out a cold snort, then slammed his fist into Yen Ape's face. But because Xing Xianxian was watching the battle, Tang Feng didn't dare to use his full strength. A fist slammed out, and the Inferno Ape instantly dented his face. Smashed and fainted for a moment. But immediately after, Tang Feng grabbed Yen Ape's wrist and turned around with an over-the-shoulder slam, dropping Yen Ape hard to the ground. It directly smashed a big crater on the ground. That wasn't all. In the absence of any resistance from the Inferno Ape, Tang Feng then ducked down and gave the Inferno Ape's face a heavy whack. The unorganized, as if King's fists landed on the head of the Inferno Ape. Soon the Inferno Ape was smashed into a bloody mess. Tang Feng probably felt that this was a bit appalling, and after hesitating for a moment, he grabbed Yen Ape's hand and placed it in front of his chest, pretending to be hit by Yen Ape. A front flip to the ground. Agu. It hurts, you're ing looking for death. Tang Feng then let out a cry of pain and grabbed Yen Ape's hand and pulled it, disguising the illusion that Yen Ape was trying to stand up. Only just as Yen Ape stood up, Tang Feng rolled over and kicked Yen Ape in the face. Tang Feng put on a good show under Xing Xuanxuan's watchful eye before pretending to kill the Yen monkey with difficulty. Finally, we're done with it. This guy is strong. Tang Feng gasped for breath while saying with emotion. Xing Xianxian froze and looked at Tang Feng. Oh, you're good. When she reacted, she hurriedly clapped at Tang Feng with a stiff smile. This magical beast I think is at least level 6, otherwise I wouldn't have to go through all that trouble. Tang Feng then explained to Xing Xianxian. He felt that Xing Xianxian was a transfer from Hongzha Academy and might not understand the magical beasts of the Heavenly Flame Mountain Range, so he wanted to muddle through. No wonder, I should have known I'd do it. Xing Xianxian instantly nodded with a face of sudden realization, following Tang Feng's words. Tang Feng saw that he really muddled through when he immediately sighed in relief. Bang! Just as Tang Feng was about to continue searching for magical beasts, a red light suddenly lit up in the distant sky. That's a flare from the Deccan team. Tang Feng looked up, and his face instantly changed. There is the location of Chen Dong and the others. Tang Feng frowned as he looked at the direction where the flare had lit up. Although he had never seen Chen Dong's strength, as the captain, it was definitely above the 17 members, otherwise how could he convince the public? So even Chen Dong and the others are in danger? What exactly did they encounter? Go over there and look. Tang Feng didn't dare to hesitate and greeted Xing Xianxian, immediately rushing towards the location where the flare had been launched. Naturally, those who also saw the flare were Lu Xiaodao and Chao Shangning. Captain's flare, go! Without saying a word, the same went forward to support. Sprinting along, Tang Feng and his duo quickly arrived at the location where the flare had been launched. Before he even arrived at the place, Tang Feng saw Di Qiuxing collapsed in a pool of blood from afar. Immediately, he quickly rushed forward to check the situation. Are you okay? What's going on? What happened? Tang Feng hurriedly went to check on Di Qiuxing's condition and found that he was still alive. But it wasn't much better. He was stabbed in the lower back, a penetrating wound, very serious. Tang Feng. Just as Tang Feng didn't know what to do, Lu Xiaodao and Chao Shangning quickly arrived here as well. Seeing Di Qiuxing on the ground, Chao Shangning hurriedly squatted down and looked at Di Qiuxing's wound. It didn't hurt anything vital, take his clothes off and I'll bandage him up. Chao Shangning then urged Tang Feng. Although Tang Feng didn't know how Chao Shangning was able to determine that Di Qiuxing hadn't been injured to the vitals without lifting his clothes, he still hurriedly followed Chao Shangning's words and took off Di Qiuxing's upper body equipment and clothes. Chao Shangning then took out bandages and hemostatic medicine to bandage Di Qiuxing. And under their rough movements, Di Qiuxing woke up ghostly. Go save the captain. Not caring about the injuries on his body, Di Qiuxing urged them. What happened to the captain? Tang Feng frowned and asked Di Qiuxing. We were attacked, and the captain was taken captive by them. Di Qiuxing pointed to the woods ahead and said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng then looked in the direction of Di Qiuxing's finger, where footprints did exist, and there was still blood left on the ground. You guys take care of him here, I'll go save the captain. Tang Feng didn't think much about it and immediately chased after the traces on the ground. No matter what, Chen Dong had to be saved. Since Di Qiuxing was fine, there was no need for everyone to stay here and delay. I'm going to help too. Xing Xianxian followed closely behind. Chao Shangning opened her mouth. Just stay here, they're both strong, you're coming with me to send him back first. Chao Xiangning then looked at Lu Xiaodao who was also preparing to leave and said. But what about the captain? Lu Xiaodao said with a frown. There's Tang Feng and Xing Xianxian, one of the two of them defeated you and one of them defeated Feng Chunlan from Team 6, if neither of them are opponents, you're just sending them to their deaths if you go. Chao Shangning said faintly. It's not a nice thing to say, but it's true. Lu Xiaodao then gave in and carried Di Qiuxing on his back, sending him back to the academy first. Tang Feng and Xing Xianxian, on the other hand, followed the bloodstains on the ground all the way to catch up. After just a short while of chasing after them, a person with a mask suddenly stopped in front of Tang Feng and the two of them. With a wave of his hand, a flying knife shot straight at Xing Xianxian. Xing Xianxian hastily dodged. The flying dagger instantly shot into the large tree behind her, and then the tree's branches and leaves withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is everything okay? Seeing this, Tang Feng hurriedly asked Xing Xianxian with concern. Nothing. Xing Xianxian shook her head. You hold him off, I'm fast, go after them first. Xing Xianxian then said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng nodded. His speed was indeed inferior to Xing Xuanxuan's. Xing Xianxian then proceeded to run forward. The person who blocked their path naturally didn't want Xing Xianxian to leave. It was just that Tang Feng directly swung out with a fist, a water wave attacking the other party, interrupting the opponent's movements and pestering them to provide Xing Xianxian with an opportunity to leave. The masked man dodged Tang Feng's attack and once again took out a flying dagger from his sleeve, and with a forceful fling, he attacked Tang Feng. Tang Feng casually waved his hand, directly blocking the incoming flying daggers of his opponent with his hand. Ding! The flying knife shot at Tang Feng's hands, as if they had struck gold and iron with a crisp sound. This caused the masked man on the opposite side of the room to freeze. And Xing Xianxian also took this opportunity to break away from the battlefield and continue to chase ahead. It's a bit interesting, he didn't bring any equipment, but he can block my flying dagger with his flesh, awesome. The masked man opened his mouth immediately and said softly. Where are the people? Why are you arresting Qindong? Tang Feng questioned the other party in a deep voice. The one who could appear here to stop them must be related to the person who had taken Qindong. Why else would you come up here and do it without saying a word? Beat me and I'll tell you. The masked man let out a light laugh, and then his figure flickered, leaping up into the treetops as if he were a ghost. The body directly disappeared into the dense foliage. Tang Feng could only hear the rustling sound of swaying leaves coming from all around him. Phew! Soon a cold light flashed. From a tree next to Tang Feng a flying knife shot out, attacking Tang Feng's neck. Chapter 59 Half of the Wounded. Ding! However, Tang Feng maintained his raw roots defense, and the other party's flying daggers still couldn't harm him. But Tang Feng couldn't capture the other party's figure either, he could only see a tree around him constantly swaying, and the other party weaving in and out of the dense foliage like a nimble monkey. Tang Feng frowned, his hand naturally hanging down, slowly sliding around his side. A wave of water converged around his hand. With that, he slammed his fist into a nearby tree that had just swayed a bit. The water wave was instantly sent out, instantly hitting the trees not far away. Boom! The trees instantly crumbled and turned into pieces. But the other party's figure had already escaped and appeared in another tree. Tang Feng's hand movements were unceasing, constantly attacking the surrounding trees. And the person in the tree looked a little agitated. Tang Feng could even see the other person's silhouette now. As the surrounding trees became less and less, the other party soon had nowhere to hide and landed on the ground, looking at Tang Feng with a shocked expression. He couldn't believe that Tang Feng was able to launch such a terrifying attack. An attack with this kind of power was something even he couldn't do. There's something weird about you, kid, what kind of skill is this? The masked man only thought that it was Tang Feng's skills that were more perverse. If you'll teach me, I'll let you live. The masked man faintly said to Tang Feng. So I have to thank you? Tang Feng sneered, then once again punched in the air, a wave of water swiftly attacking the other party. The masked man's face changed and he hurriedly dodged again. Then he stabilized his stance and looked at Tang Feng with a cold snort. Since you're so unkind, then don't blame me for being impolite. Rainstorm Pear Blossom. The masked man then leapt up, his body spinning rapidly in the air, launching a stream of flying daggers, densely attacking Tang Feng's body. Each flying dagger was coated with intense poison. As long as one of them injured Tang Feng would surely die. But the defense of the raw root, that was pulled to a terrifying degree by Tang Feng's power attribute, not to mention these flying daggers, even if more were to be, it could not hurt Tang Feng in the slightest. Ding ding ding! Countless flying daggers landed on Tang Feng with a soft thud, then fell to the ground. The clothes on Tang Feng's body had quite a few more holes, but none of them pierced his skin. Tang Feng immediately reached out and clawed at his top, ripping off the tattered clothes and coldly looking at the other party. The masked man looked at Tang Feng unharmed was even more horrified. Powerful attack, terrifying defense, what the hell is this damn thing? At this moment he felt that Tang Feng was not the same as what they had learned, and instantly developed a sense of withdrawal. Humph. Your methods have opened my eyes today, let's meet again sometime. The masked man let out a cold snort, and with a movement of his feet, he turned and ran. Don't run! Tang Feng frowned and once again sent out a water wave with a fist in the air. But his opponent's speed was so fast that he couldn't attack his opponent's body at all. Water wave landed on the ground and smashed away while his opponent had escaped. Tang Feng frowned deeply. This masked man saw his true strength without him knowing what his opponent was. That's a little hard to do. But there is no way, who let their level difference is too much, the speed is completely incomparable with the other party, cannot catch up with what can be done. Tang Feng no longer dwelled on it, and immediately continued to follow the traces to chase after Chendong. Soon two figures appeared ahead. It was Xing Xianxian, who rushed back carrying Chendong. Well? Tang Feng hurriedly caught up and asked Xing Xianxian. The captain was injured, the man was no match for me and took the opportunity to run away, the captain is still unconscious. Xing Xianxian hurriedly said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng checked Chendong's condition, the injury wasn't serious, he just didn't know if there were any internal injuries, and his breath was still steady. How are you? Are there any injuries? Tang Feng then looked at Xing Xianxian, whose lips were a bit white, and asked. Okay. Xing Xianxian looked at her abdomen and shook her head. Only just finished speaking, instantly his eyes rolled over and he directly passed out. Oi oi. Tang Feng couldn't even react in time and hurriedly grabbed Xing Xuanxuan's arm. It was then discovered that Xing Xianxian unexpectedly had a penetrating wound in her abdomen as well. Tang Feng didn't have the ability to see other people's injuries like Chao Shangning did, so he could only take out gauze and wrap a circle around Xing Xuanxuan's abdomen to simply bandage it. Then with a helpless face, he looked at the unconscious two people, and had no choice but to take one hand, clap the two people under his armpit, and quickly rush back to the academy. Sometime later, Tang Feng finally rushed back. Take the duo to the hospital. Chao Shangning and Lu Xiaodao were naturally in the hospital. Well. After sending them to the emergency room and seeing the doctor come out, Tang Feng hurriedly asked the other party. Nothing serious, just that the two penetrating wounds are a bit serious, but fortunately did not hurt the internal organs, observation for 2 days should be able to wake up. The doctor then said to Tang Feng. Only then did Tang Feng's trio let out a sigh of relief. Chao Xiangning looked at the bare-chested Tang Feng. You're fine, not a scratch on you. Chao Shangning said meaningfully to Tang Feng. I have a thick skin, I'm durable. Tang Feng snorted and didn't let them go into detail on this. What the hell is it that's suddenly attacking us? Lu Xiaodao said with a frown. I don't know, I fought one of them, the other wore a mask and was very strong. Tang Feng shook his head and said. We'll just have to wait until the captain wakes up and ask. Chao Shangning shook her head helplessly. Lu Xiaodao and Tang Feng also nodded, there was no way out, now they could only wait. Time passes. 2 days later, the three Chendongs woke up one after another. Tang Feng and the three of them came to visit Chendong's hospital bed, and incidentally came to ask Chendong what exactly happened that day. Captain, what happened that day? Who attacked you and why did they take you captive? Chao Xiangning frowned and asked Chendong. I don't know what those people are, Xiaoxing and I were cleaning up the magical beasts when those people suddenly killed out and made a sneak attack on us, one slip up and I was knocked unconscious, then I was unconscious. Chendong shook his head and said. He didn't know as much as Tang Feng. But those people were all wearing masks, obviously they didn't want to be seen, either as fugitives from justice or as people who couldn't see the light of day. Chendong then guessed. Anyway, get some rest, as for the identity of those people, if they are coming at you, there will surely be another move, just take your time to find out. Tang Feng faintly said to Chendong. I'll go check on Xing Xianxian, you guys take care of the captain. Tang Feng then said to the Chao Xiangning duo. Go on, thank her for me. Chendong nodded, then said to Tang Feng. He had also learned that it was Xing Xianxian who had saved him, so he naturally wanted to thank her for that. Aha! Tang Feng nodded, then exited the ward and came to another ward. Looking at Xing Xianxian, who had already come to her senses, through the glass on the door of the room, Tang Feng's gaze condensed slightly. Chapter 60, A Nighttime Visit to the Faculty Building. You're here. Xing Xianxian smiled faintly when she saw Tang Feng come in. Well, how are you? All right? Tang Feng nodded, placing the fruit on the counter and asked Xing Xianxian. It's okay. I'm okay. Xing Xianxian said with a smile. Looking at Xing Xuanxuan's innocent smile, Tang Feng also smiled. Did you find anything when you fought them that day? Tang Feng then asked Xing Xianxian. No, the other guy's wearing a mask. I can't tell. Xing Xianxian shook her head. Tang Feng nodded in understanding. But they were very strong. I was worried that you would be in danger, but I didn't expect you to fight off the other side by yourself. Tang Feng then looked at Xing Xianxian with some admiration and said. I told you I'm strong. Xing Xianxian immediately said with a don't underestimate me look, lifting her chin. Yeah, you're strong, better than me anyway. Tang Feng didn't argue with Xing Xianxian and followed her words. Then take your time to recuperate, I won't be here with you. Tang Feng then excused himself and did not remain in the hospital. Xing Xianxian watched Tang Feng's figure disappear in front of the entrance to the hospital room. The innocent expression on his face instantly disappeared, as if he had changed into a different person, looking at the door of the room with a cold face. Tang Feng was standing right outside the door at this moment, leaning against the wall and looking up at the ceiling in thought. He could never figure out what the origin of this group of people who suddenly attacked Qindong was. It was even more difficult to figure out how Xing Xianxian had defeated her opponent to save Qindong. Tang Feng had fought with the people from the other side. If the people from the other side were that kind of strength, with the strength Xing Xianxian had shown, it wouldn't be enough to defeat the other side at all. Although Xing Xianxian was injured, she didn't even have a single scratch on her body other than the penetrating wound in her abdomen. Don't ask Tang Feng how he knew. Tang Feng had checked it when he was bandaging Xing Xianxian. So it would be strange to face a powerful enemy without even a scratch other than a serious injury, unless one had an unbelievable defense like Tang Feng. But if he had such a strong defense like Tang Feng, he wouldn't have been injured by the other party. There was a huge conflict, and Tang Feng had to be suspicious of Xing Xianxian. But now he has no proof. Besides, Xing Xianxian came from Hongzhi Academy, the information was confirmed by the academy, and there couldn't be any problems. Unless someone is making false information for him. Tang Feng's gaze stared, then he turned to leave. After a large number of members of Team 7 were injured and hospitalized, Team 7's mission was temporarily halted, and the task of cleaning up the magical beasts was handed over to Team 6 to handle. The business is also temporarily managed by Chao Xiangning. And on this day, Solange came to Team 7 again and brought a newcomer with her. Another newcomer? Chao Xiangning looked at the youth beside Su Lang and froze. The addition of new people over and over again in the space of a few days made her feel strange. Zhao Sudong, a 3-year veteran, just joined our demon removal team today. Isn't it nice to give you fresh blood? Su Lang introduced Chao Xiangning. Zhao Sudong? Chao Xiangning was instantly somewhat impressed by the name. Seems like it's been on the leaderboards before. Hello. Take care. Zhao Sudong then extended his hand to Chao Xiangning and said politely. Hello. Chao Xiangning gently shook the other party's hand. You're the only one on Team 7. Zhao Sudong asked as he somewhat strangely surveyed the surroundings of Team 7. None of them are here. Captain, his other 2 members were injured and are still in the hospital. I'll introduce you guys sometime. Chao Xiangning then explained. So what, make yourself at home and I'll tell you about our 7th team. Chao Xiangning then began to introduce the situation of the 7th team to Zhao Sudong as per usual. Tang Feng Dormitory. Xianyu, do you know Feng Daki? Tang Feng suddenly asked Xianyu. Xianyu was more of a hobbyist, maybe he knew some news that Tang Feng didn't know. You mean the vice principal? Sure enough, as soon as Tang Feng said Feng Daki's name, Xianyu knew who it was. Aha! Tang Feng nodded. I know. How could the school director not know? Xianyu looked at Tang Feng suspiciously, not knowing what he was asking for. And do you know where he lives? Tang Feng then proceeded to ask Xianyu next. That I don't know, but it should be in the faculty building. After all, that's where all the faculty and college executives live, and as the vice president, he should be in there too. Xianyu then said to Tang Feng. Why do you ask? Xianyu looked at Tang Feng with a puzzled expression. Nothing. Just asking. Tang Feng smiled and didn't say any more. Soon he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes and eased into sleep. Xianyu looked at Tang Feng feeling a bit puzzled, but also took it seriously. Late into the night. Tang Feng suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at the sleeping trio in the dormitory, lightly getting up and leaving the dormitory. Finding a secluded corner, he changed his clothes and hid himself in his hood. Then walked toward the faculty building. When you come to the faculty building, the entrance is guarded by security 24 hours a day. Even though it was inside the academy, students were not allowed to just go in. Tang Feng stared slightly. Then he came to the wall, looked at the 2-meter-high iron fence, then stretched out his hand and slightly exerted himself, and the iron fence was instantly twisted into a twist by him. Easily drilled from the outside. Only just as he entered, he saw a security guard pass by with a flashlight. Tang Feng hurriedly ducked. Apparently, not only is there a security guard at the door, but there are security guards patrolling inside as well. Seeing this, Tang Feng lowered his head and hid his figure even more so that no one could see his face. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, he'll be the first one to find it. He waited for the security guards to walk away from the place before he stepped out. Only, looking at the several buildings that looked like a neighborhood, Tang Feng was instantly in a bit of a quandary. So many buildings, so many floors, where is he going to find someone? Tang Feng naturally came over to look for Feng Daki. He wanted to ask this Feng Daki why he wanted to kill himself. Without the slightest clue, Tang Feng could only take his chances. Dodging the surrounding surveillance, little by little, he felt his way inside to see if he could find any clues. But he was bound to be disappointed. There was no one downstairs at this late hour, and it was surprisingly quiet. Where to look for clues? As a vice principal, he should live in a different place than the average teacher, right? Tang Feng then looked puzzled, and his mind wandered. Then surveyed the differences in the buildings. Soon he realized that some buildings were high and some were low. The road directly south has only 6 floors and is located at the very front of the south side and is very well lit. Tang Feng's expression moved. Such a good location must be where the leaders live, right? He then tried to make his way to the front. After arriving at the first row of downstairs, I found that the density of security patrols here was higher than anywhere else. Almost a turn a security guard. It's very hard to get in. Just as Tang Feng was thinking about how to touch over, a silhouette silently appeared behind him. What for? The sudden voice instantly shocked Tang Feng's body. Chapter 61 Moon Pupil. Tang Feng hurriedly turned back, alertly taking a defensive stance. Only to be momentarily stunned at the sight of the visitor. Tang Feng? The other party was also stunned when they saw Tang Feng. Teacher. The one who appeared behind Tang Feng was none other than Song Xiaowei. What are you doing here? Song Xiaowei looked at Tang Feng with a strange face and asked. I came to see you. Tang Feng's eyes rolled, then he said with a smile. Looking for me? Song Xiaowei looked at Tang Feng with a skeptical expression. What are you doing here in the middle of the night dressed like that? Song Xiaowei looked at Tang Feng's costume with a skeptical face. A black hoodie, the getup says it's not even close to a nightshirt. It would be strange not to be suspected for sneaking around dressed like this in the middle of the night. I was looking for you to learn a new skill, and I've fully mastered rooting before, so I wasn't too embarrassed to ask, so I thought I'd come over and pay you a personal visit. Tang Feng then said with a twinkle in his eye, without blushing. Although Song Xiaowei still suspected that Tang Feng hadn't done anything good, he didn't pursue the matter. Learn a skill, come on. Song Xiaowei then directly called Tang Feng up and walked forward. Tang Feng had no choice but to honestly follow Song Xiaowei and follow him upstairs. The surrounding security guards watched Tang Feng follow Song Xiaowei and naturally didn't do anything to stop him. Arriving at Song Xiaowei's home, Song Xiaowei poured a cup of tea for Tang Feng. What kind of skills do you want to learn? Song Xiaowei then asked Tang Feng. Tang Feng held his teacup and thought about it. Since I didn't find Fondaki's place, I'll learn a skill along the way. He now had an attack, a defense, and none of these were lacking. After thinking for a while, then Tang Feng brightened up and knew what he wanted. I'd like to learn scrying skills, do you have any? With that, Tang Feng tried to ask Song Xiaowei. You really dare to open a big mouth? Probing skills are few and far between, and extremely difficult to cultivate. In addition to the skill book, want to rely on others to teach extremely difficult. Some people cannot learn for a lifetime. You dare to open the mouth to learn this kind of skills? Song Xiaowei almost laughed at Tang Feng's anger. It was the first time he'd seen a student so nonchalant. If you don't know how, then forget it, I'm not short of anything right now. Tang Feng said with some disappointment. Won't? Is there anything in this world I won't? When Song Shelwy saw Tang Feng say such things, he immediately said with dissatisfaction. Isn't it just a scrying skill? As long as you have the talent, I'll teach you whatever you want to learn. Where Song Shelwy was so underestimated, immediately said indignantly. Really? Thank you, teacher. Tang Feng instantly brightened up and hurriedly stood up to bow to Song Shelwy. Only then did Song Shelwy's face ease up. As I said just now, scrying skills are hard to learn. If you have to learn them, I can teach you, but whether you can learn them or not is up to you. Song Shelwy said, then led Tang Feng to the balcony. Looking up at the full moon in the sky. See the moon in the sky? The moon is yin and the sun is yang. The moonlight is not as bright as daylight, but it can also break through the darkness and bring light to people, and the rising and falling tides are all related to the moon. The moon yin has a special energy. From now on, you must stare at the moon every night, especially on the first 15 days of the year, and must not be missing, until your eyes are as bright as the moonlight, and you feel the energy of the moon's yin, then come back to me. Song Shelwy faintly said to Tang Feng. Moonshine? Tang Feng looked up at the bright moon in the sky, and the moonlight shone in his pupils, making his eyes look unusually bright. But he didn't feel any moon shade. This skill is called moon pupil. Not only can it detect information about the enemy, but it can also ignore darkness. Even at night it's like daytime. Song Shelwy explained to Tang Feng. Tang Feng nodded slightly. So, it was because of the moon pupil that you found me? Tang Feng came to a sudden realization. No wonder he was discovered just now. Obviously hiding in the darkness, it didn't escape Song Shelwy's eyes. Oh, you kid here is definitely not to find me. What do you want to do? I do not ask more, but remember, if you dare to do sorry me things, then do not blame me. Do not think of the love of teachers and students. Song Shelwy sneered. Could he not see that Tang Feng was here for another purpose? Just don't want to overdo it. Also, this is the faculty building, all the people living here are teachers. Do you think the teachers of Skyfire Academy are that easy to deal with? Those who can be teachers, which one isn't super strong? With your current strength, if I didn't stop you, you would have been eaten without any crumbs left. Song Shelwy also brought Tang Feng back because he wanted to protect him. Although he didn't know what Tang Feng was up to, he knew that Tang Feng's target was definitely a certain household in the faculty building. But none of the people here were easy to bully, and it was hard for a student to make any waves here. It would only get Tang Feng himself hitched. Tang Feng touched his nose in embarrassment. I know. Tang Feng said helplessly. Go back, don't sneak in here again, I can't protect you if you get caught. Song Shelwy then waved his hand to Tang Feng and said. Teacher, I'll go then. Tang Feng nodded and instantly turned to leave. Leaving the faculty building, Tang Feng felt that Song Shelwy had a point. No matter what, he couldn't make a move against Feng Daki within the academy. Once it was revealed, no matter what the reason was, Skyfire Academy would no longer have a place for him. One can only take one's time and look for opportunities. Since Feng Daki wants his life, there will certainly be other actions in the future. Continue to wait for the opportunity is. Tang Feng wasn't in a hurry to go back either, but stood in the clearing and stared up at the moon. It was just that after watching most of the night, it was almost dawn, and he didn't feel anything but sleepy. What the hell is a moon? I can't feel a thing. Tang Feng shook his head helplessly, then went back to catch up on his sleep. Soon a few days passed. Tang Feng stared at the moon every night and caught up on his sleep during the day. And Chen Dong and the others were discharged one after another. On this day, Tang Feng came to the demon removal team, and was also introduced to the newcomer Zhao Sudong by Chao Xiangning. Tang Feng, haven't seen you in a few days, your eyes are so bright, wearing contacts? Chao Xiangning asked, looking at Tang Feng's eyes with a surprised expression. Yes? Tang Feng smiled. Although he didn't feel the presence of the moon zine, it did make his eyesight better and he could see more clearly during this time. It's really bright, like the stars. Chao Xiangning said with an envious face staring into Tang Feng's eyes. Ahem. By the way, was it something that called us here? Tang Feng coughed dryly twice, then digressed and asked Shindong. Nothing, just announcing, last mission, Tang Feng and Xing Xianxian performed well, thanks to them we were saved. Captain Su learned about it and gave you guys a credit. If you continue to keep it up, you'll have a chance to get into the 6th team. Shindong then said to the crowd. Chapter 62 Heavenly Priced Equipment. Really? Great. Xing Xianxian jumped up with a happy face. Tang Feng looked at the other party in surprise. You're keen to go to the 6th team? Tang Feng asked strangely. Surely the Sixers must be stronger. Xing Xianxian said excitedly, only just finishing her sentence. She reacted that it seemed a bit bad to say this on this occasion. After all, she was still on Team 7, and there was something wrong with saying that Team 6 was better in front of all of Team 7. But the members of Team 7 had been used to seeing this kind of thing for a long time. Which member of Team 6 didn't go over from their Team 7? If they were unbalanced, they would have been unbalanced a long time ago. Would they have waited until now? You're strong and talented, sooner or later you'll have to leave, but just don't forget about us. Chao Shangning said faintly. Yes, and I was hoping you'd leave sooner so I could have some peace and quiet. Chen Dong nodded his head heartily. Only Lu Xiaodao was silent. Unlike Chen Dong and the others, Lu Xiaodao was driven back from Team 6. He wanted to be back with the Sixers sooner than anyone. But Tang Feng, who was with him, was about to be promoted, while he still didn't have the slightest clue. By Tang Feng's latecomer, brushing aside the gap, could he not be jealous? Tang Feng could also tell that Lu Xiaodao was in a bad mood, but he didn't know how to comfort him. To be honest, Lu Xiaodao was driven back to the 7th team, and he was partly to blame. Tang Feng also wanted to make it up to him. But how to make up for it? Tang Feng looked at Lu Xiaodao, his expression moving. Dagger, what level are you now? Tang Feng then asked Lu Xiaodao. Lu Xiaodao was stunned. It's level 7, what's wrong? Lu Xiaodao looked back at Tang Feng strangely and asked. What about your weapon? What level? Tang Feng then asked. Level 4. Lu Xiaodao then said truthfully. It was nothing to hide, the veteran members of Team 7 knew that. Aha! Tang Feng nodded. Sister, are you free? Then he asked Chao Xiangning. What for? Chao Xiangning frowned and looked at Tang Feng defensively. I'd like you to accompany me to Skyfire City. Tang Feng hemmed and hawed, embarrassed. What's the point of going to Skyfire City? Chao Xiangning asked uncertainly. We'll see when we get there, go. Tang Feng directly pulled Chao Xiangning's arm and headed out. Without a word, he pulled Chao Xiangning away. The others were puzzled as they watched Tang Feng's actions. Lu Xiaodao was even more confused, not knowing what Tang Feng meant by asking him those inexplicable words. What do you want? No one's here now. Go ahead. Coming outside the demon removal team, Chao Xiangning breathlessly asked Tang Feng. She could see that Tang Feng had something to find her, and it was just inconvenient to say it inside. Dagger was kicked back to Team 6 because of me, and I wanted to give him a weapon as compensation. Tang Feng then spoke his thoughts to Chao Xiangning. Is that necessary? Dagger isn't that petty. Chao Xiangning, however, didn't care. Having worked together for so long, she knew what kind of character Lu Xiaodao had, and wouldn't hold a grudge against Tang Feng because of this small matter. I know, but I can't get over it. Tang Feng knew that Lu Xiaodao didn't care, but he did. He had never owed anyone anything in his life, and he would feel uncomfortable if he didn't make up for Lu Xiaodao's words. So you want me to accompany you to Skyfire City to buy equipment and act as a tour guide? Chao Xiangning nodded helplessly. Then he asked. Well, I'm not familiar with Skyfire City, so help me palm my eyes. Tang Feng nodded. So what's in it for me? Chao Xiangning asked as she rubbed her hands to Tang Feng with a look of wealth. It's not polite to talk about money in our relationship. Tang Feng of course wanted to whore himself out for nothing, and immediately played the emotional card. Unfortunately, Chao Xiangning didn't eat this and rolled her eyes, instantly going back. Okay, how much did you say? Tang Feng instantly looked helpless. He didn't have much money either, so he could only bite his teeth and ask Chao Xiangning. Who cares about your money, don't I have any myself? But Chao Xiangning didn't want money at all, money wasn't important to her. So what do you want? Tang Feng asked strangely. It was logical that Chao Xiangning should be very short of money because she liked to gamble. Didn't Lu Xiaodao say earlier that she had spent most of her money in the casino, and that was what caused her to have no money to buy resources? I want you to promise me one thing. Chao Xiangning said as she stretched out a finger. On what terms? Tang Feng frowned slightly and asked. I haven't thought about it yet. I'll let you know when I do. Chao Xiangning shook her head, just asking Tang Feng to promise her a condition, but hadn't figured out what it was yet. Okay. Tang Feng hesitated for a moment, then nodded. No matter what the conditions were, as long as they didn't break through his bottom line, everything would be fine. Chao Xiangning then smiled faintly. Let's go. Sister will take you shopping. Chao Xiangning then hugged Tang Feng's arm as she walked forward unapologetically. The scene immediately caused a wave of envy from the passing students. Tang Feng pumped his arm, didn't pull it out, and let her go. The duo traveled leisurely all the way to Skyfire City. When she reached here, Chao Xiangning let go of Tang Feng's arm. It changed to a serious look. If you want to buy equipment, you have to go to the market. The equipment given to Dagger definitely can't be more than level 7, then you have to go to the black market. The regular stores don't have any good equipment of his level, the profit is too low, they don't bother to do this kind of business. Chao Xiangning said faintly. Tang Feng nodded. Sure enough, his decision to bring Chao Xiangning here was correct. With Chao Xiangning's knowledge of Skyfire City, it would save him a lot of time. Then we'll go to the black market. Tang Feng then said. How much money did you bring? Chao Xiangning turned her head toward Tang Feng and asked. $1 million or so. Tang Feng hesitated and said. He had made a lot of money before, $1 million or so, on behalf of the credits. Only $1 million? But one level 7 equipment is enough. Chao Xiangning was a bit disappointed, but $1 million was enough if it was only for the level 7 equipment. The normal price of a level 7 equipment was around $500,000, of course if it was an extreme attribute, the price might have to be doubled. So $1 million would only buy one level 7 equipment, tops. Is it that expensive? Tang Feng looked at Chao Xiangning's appearance and said with a surprised expression. He didn't make much money before because he didn't understand the market price and thought that $1 million was quite a lot. Now by Chao Xiangning's words, how come it feels like $1 million isn't much? It's like one piece of equipment and it's gone? Wouldn't that be a long way off if he wanted to buy skills? This is still expensive? Ever seen equipment in the tens of millions? There are even hundreds of millions of equipment, it's normal. Chao Xiangning, however, was unimpressed, as if tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars were sprinkled to her. So do you have any? Can I borrow some? Tang Feng then asked Chao Xiangning. I don't have it. I don't even have $1 million. Chao Xiangning shook her head decisively. Tang Feng. Then why are you talking about it? I thought you were a billionaire. Tang Feng was speechless. Chapter 63 The Black Market. With that, Chao Xiangning led Tang Feng to the black market. A thoroughfare that is not open to traffic, all surrounded by floor stalls. Selling everything. The black market, as the name suggests, is black. Boss, how do I sell this dagger? Tang Feng soon found a level 7 dagger on a carpet. With that, he opened his mouth and asked the owner. The floor stall owner glanced at Tang Feng. Then made the sign of $800,000? Tang Feng then asked suspiciously. According to the price of level 7 equipment, $800,000 was expensive, but it wasn't unacceptable if the attributes were good. $8 million. The owner then said lightly. $8 million. Tang Feng was instantly shocked. Thinking he had misread it, he took another closer look to make sure it was level 7, not level 70. Robbing money? Which is worth $8 million. Tang Feng hurriedly put the dagger down, saving himself from being blackmailed by the other party. Aya, business is a bargaining game. You'd better give me a price. When the boss saw how honest Tang Feng was, he immediately smiled and said. It's not easy to get business, but you can't let people get scared off because of the price. What's more, Tang Feng looked like it was the first time he came to this kind of place, so it was better to cheat, and he might be able to sell it for a good price. That? $80,000? Tang Feng hesitated at the sight, then carefully looked at the boss and asked. Owner. The boss almost didn't hold back from kicking Tang Feng out. But thinking that Tang Feng was a novice and a good liar, he held back. No, too little, $80,000 can't even buy a level 1 equipment right, I'm a level 7 extreme weapon, money can't even buy it. The boss immediately shook his head and boasted about his dagger like it was a rare treasure in the world. Plus a little bit. The boss said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng immediately gritted his teeth. Then. $85,000 is good. Owner. Roll. Poor guy, no money to buy any equipment. The boss immediately drove Tang Feng away with a speechless face. If he had known that Tang Feng was a penniless pauper, he definitely wouldn't have said more than half a word to him. I thought you said to add a little. 5,000 is a lot. Tang Feng said helplessly. Go away, don't let me see you. The boss annoyingly shooed Tang Feng away, not even bothering to say another word to him. Really? Chao Xiangning, who was on the side, asked Tang Feng suspiciously. That's not true, I'm just poking around to see what the prices are here, there's a lot of water. Tang Feng naturally didn't really want that dagger, he was just taking the opportunity to find out how the prices in this black market were. It's good to have a good heart. Take a stroll, but be careful, don't lose your money. Chao Xiangning instructed Tang Feng. This was Heavenly Flame City, there were all kinds of people, and once you let people see that you had money, you were likely to attract trouble. Tang Feng naturally understood this. Wandered around the place with it. Tang Feng didn't have much of a need for equipment, a Chilean was enough. It's just a prop used to hide his strength. The main thing was to find a suitable weapon for Lu Xiaodao. Tang Feng's eyes traced over one stall after another. Although he hadn't refined the moon pupil yet, staring at the moon daily during this period of time had made his eyesight extremely good. Basically, with one sweep, you can see what's in the booth. Without dagger-type equipment, Tang Feng simply skipped over it. Only after seeing the dagger equipment did Tang Feng stop to take a closer look. Soon, Tang Feng saw another dagger on one of the stalls. Then he crouched down and picked it up. Then the dagger's message appeared before his eyes. Taking life, level 7. Strength plus 30. Speed plus 30. Soul snatching, hit the target, store 1 point of soul power, when the soul power reaches 10 points you can release a life snatching strike, dealing double damage. Tang Feng instantly brightened up. The special effects that come with this equipment can be too good to be true. Definitely a superb weapon. Boss, how do you sell this? Tang Feng immediately asked the boss. The boss lazily reclined on the recliner and glanced at the dagger in Tang Feng's hand. $1.5 million. With that, he faintly quoted the price. It's still expensive, but the other guy is so much better than the other groundhogs. Without a lion's share of the money, it wasn't impossible for this equipment to sell for over $1 million. I came across a favorite, and the price was very reasonable. Can it be cheaper? Tang Feng then proceeded to ask. He doesn't have that kind of money in his hand. Can't. One bite. The boss didn't have any nonsense and said lightly. I can only come up with $1,300,000 on me right now, can you see if you can get a discount? Tang Feng really wanted this life snatcher and then asked the other party. Can't. The owner said with an expressionless face. Tang Feng was instantly helpless. It was really the first time he had seen such business. But after all that shopping, this was the best dagger. Even if it was $1.5 million, he didn't think it was expensive. Tell you what, I'll get the money together and you keep it for me, okay? Tang Feng then said to the boss. $1.5 million, pay up and take it, no money and leave, if someone else looks at it, I won't keep it for you. The boss looked at Tang Feng indifferently and said. It's not even greasy. Okay, wait for me. Tang Feng had no choice but to go and put together 200,000 as soon as possible. With that, he pulled Chao Xiangning away. Where are you going to get the money? I don't have any money. Chao Xiangning said to Tang Feng. I know, I have a roommate with money, I'll borrow it from him. The only thing Tang Feng could think of was Jianyu, who was the richest among the people he knew. I was going to help you win some at the casino, but since you have a place to borrow money, forget it. Chao Xiangning immediately murmured in a small voice. Afterwards, he followed Tang Feng and left Skyfire City, rushing back to the academy. And just after they left, two silhouettes followed silently behind them. After they left Heavenly Flame Cities, these two silhouettes quickly caught up and stopped the duo. Tang Feng froze, looking at the two people who suddenly appeared with a puzzled look on their faces. What do you mean? Tang Feng frowned, seeing that the other party's face showed an expression of impishness and gravity. Kid, hand over the money, man. I'll spare your life. The other party instantly sneered and said faintly. What money? Tang Feng raised an eyebrow, feigning doubt as he asked. Less nonsense. In the black market I heard clearly that you have $1,300,000, hand over the money and everything is fine, otherwise, humph. The other party immediately let out a cold snort and walked slowly towards Tang Feng and the two of them with no good intentions. One step at a time, slowly approaching. Tang Feng was instantly enlightened. I didn't realize it was just one sentence and he was being targeted. Chao Shangning sighed. She knew that Skyfire City was chaotic, and had previously explained that Tang Feng should not leak money. But eventually it was on the radar. We're students of the Heavenly Flame Academy, touch us and you'll have no good consequences. Chao Shangning immediately stepped forward and said softly. The prestige of Heavenly Flame Academy was still very loud in Heavenly Flame City. After all, it was a prestigious school and its strength could not be underestimated. Hearing that it was a student from the Heavenly Flame Academy, the other party was stunned. There was a visible hesitation. Big brother, whatever. It's not like Skyfire Academy is going to go through a lot of trouble for an ordinary student, so what's the point of being afraid of them? Only the little brother next to him made a remark that made his boss dispel his worries. That's right, hand over the money or... This little pussy, I'm not going to be polite. When the other party's boss saw Chao Shangning, he said with a colorful face. Chao Shangning's gaze was fixed. The eyes went cold. Think we're easy to bully? Seeing that the other party refused to stop, and immediately without any further hesitation, Chao Shangning instantly struck out. As he watched Chao Shangning attack, the other party immediately let out a cold smile. Then his figure flashed, faster than Chao Shangning, and he grabbed Chao Shangning's hand and wrenched it backward, then tackled Chao Shangning. Grabbing Chao Shangning's neck, he gently caressed Chao Shangning's little face. Beauty, you've even brought yourself to the door. Their strength was not something that Chao Shangning could fight against at all. Chapter 64 Robbers. Chao Shangning's face changed. Get off me. Immediately, he chided the other party in a cold voice. Oh, let you go? How can that be? Let the kid hand over the money first. The other party sneered, and of course, they would not let Chao Shangning go. They're not only robbing money today, they're also robbing sex. Let her go and I'll give you the money. Tang Feng pulled out the red reach from behind his waist and frowned at the other party. Give me the money first. The other party smiled faintly, but had no intention of releasing Chao Shangning. Hooking his finger at Tang Feng, he said. Tang Feng then walked towards the other party. Hey, drop the weapon. No tricks. The robber then looked at the dagger in Tang Feng's hand and warned. Tang Feng stopped, and without hesitation, he let go of the Chilean in his hand. The ruddy trainer fell to the ground with a clanging sound. Seeing Tang Feng put down his weapon, the two robbers were relieved. I've got all my money on the card. I've got to transfer it to you. Tang Feng said indifferently as he approached them while taking out his bank card. Don't worry, I'm prepared. The other man sneered, then beckoned to his men. The little brother instantly understood what it meant, and surprisingly pulled a swipe machine out of his pocket. Don't worry, we're professionals. The robber smiled faintly. With that, he handed the swipe machine to Tang Feng. Tang Feng slowly walked up to them. Looking at Chao Shangning, who was grabbed by the other party. Chao Shangning looked apologetic. I'm sorry for dragging you down, schoolmate. Chao Shangning said helplessly. Who knew that they would really run into robbers, not to mention that the robbers they ran into were so powerful. Totally unexpected for her. It's okay, I'm the one who made you come in the first place, I'm the one who got you into trouble. Tang Feng shook his head. But even if I give them the money, they won't leave you alone. Immediately afterward, Tang Feng continued. He saw greed in the other party's eyes. Even if Tang Feng handed over the money, the other party would not let Chao Shangning off easily. When the time comes, only people and money will be lost. What do you mean? Kid, have you thought this through, money or life? When the robber heard the conversation between Tang Feng and Chao Shangning, he immediately frowned and asked in a cold voice. Tang Feng looked at the other party indifferently. I want it all. Tang Feng didn't just want money, people, he wanted them too. At this moment, Tang Feng was already in front of the other party, reaching out to touch them. At such a close distance, he was fully confident that he could finish off his opponent. Looking for death. Teach him a lesson. The robber immediately snorted coldly and told his little brother to come forward to teach Tang Feng a lesson. Before the money arrived, he naturally wouldn't kill Tang Feng. When the robber's little brother heard his boss's words, he immediately put down the swipe machine and drew out an iron bar to smash Tang Feng's head. Tang Feng's gaze instantly condensed as he quickly reached out, grabbing the incoming iron rod with one hand. The opponent's face changed and he tried to draw it back, but realized that no matter how much force was used, the iron rod did not move in Tang Feng's hands. Let go. The little brother bellowed softly. Tang Feng looked at him indifferently, then slightly exerted force on his hand, directly flinging the man with the stick out. It flew out a few dozen meters before landing on the ground, throwing the other party into a whale. The robber boss's face changed when he saw this. Without waiting for him to react, Tang Feng, who was close by, had already slammed his fist into his face. The robber boss hurriedly let go of Chao Shangning and reached out to fend it off. Just how could Tang Feng's power be blocked by the other party? Just as soon as it came into contact with Tang Feng's fist, the other party's arm instantly broke and twisted, and then stuck to his chest without any hindrance. Knocked out by Tang Feng. Is everything okay? Tang Feng then asked Chao Shangning with concern. Nothing. Chao Xiangning shook her head and stared blankly at Tang Feng. They're running. Chao Xiangning then saw the duo climbing up in the distance and hurriedly reminded Tang Feng. Tang Feng's gaze condensed slightly as he looked toward the two. Reaching out, a wave of water struck at the duo's location. Almost in the blink of an eye, he reached the two robbers. The robber, who was already injured, had no strength to dodge at this point. The robber boss watched as waves of water fell on him. The entire chest was instantly dented, as if it had been hit by a train, and it flew out backwards once again, skidding on the ground for tens of meters before coming to a stop. The entire chest was sunken, hunched and hunched over, the spine of his back was digging out of his skin. You. The robber boss, with a face full of blood, looked at Tang Feng in the distance, and just spat out a word before his head tilted and he lost his breath. The other robber's little brother, seeing his boss's tragic state, had been stunned. Big brother. No. Grand Master. I'm sorry, I have eyes and don't recognize him. Tai, spare my life. The robber's little brother didn't even have the courage to run away. Not caring about his injuries, he hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for forgiveness from Tang Feng. Tang Feng looked towards Chao Shangning, who was also stunned. What's the deal, sister? Tang Feng wasn't alone here. If he was the only one, he would definitely kill and exterminate, leaving no one behind. But Chao Xiangning was also there, so it was time to consider the other party's feelings. Ha! Chao Xiangning then returned to her senses. Looking to the last remaining robber with a grim look on his face. Kill! Chao Shangning belonged to the demon removal team, so naturally she wouldn't be merciful. Not to mention the fact that these two had coveted her body just now. How could she endure this? If it wasn't for Tang Feng, she was afraid that all her innocence would be lost. When he heard Chao Shangning's words, then he had nothing to worry about in his heart. With that, he slammed his fist in the air, once again sending out a wave of water. The robber's little brother's face changed, and he scrambled to get up and run away. But he had already been severely injured. How could he still be capable of dodging Tang Feng's attacks? Immediately, he was hit by the water wave and instantly killed. In order not to scare Chao Shangning, Tang Feng was already restrained and didn't use that much power. Otherwise, these two would have already turned into blood mist. Senior, what exactly is your strength? After solving the robbers, Chao Xiangning looked at Tang Feng with a shocked expression and asked. Maybe slightly better than you. Tang Feng said with an awkward smile. A little? Chao Shangning looked disbelieving. The strength of these two robbers was completely above her, and she was defenseless in the hands of the other party. And Tang Feng killed these two robbers so easily. This is called being a little bit stronger? No more, hurry back, I have to find someone to borrow money from. Tang Feng hurriedly changed the subject and urged Chao Shangning. No need to borrow money, it's readily available. Chao Shangning gathered her shock and shook her head. Then he walked over to the two robbers and made a move to search them all over. These equipments, taken to the black market and sold, are definitely more than $200,000. Chao Shangning then sent the scavenged equipment to Tang Feng and said. Yeah, how could I forget, but are these two bodies sitting here unattended? Tang Feng was a bit puzzled as he looked at the stripped body. Chao Xiangning just laid the body out on the main road. It's too normal for 1 or 2 people to die in Skyfire City, no one cares, someone will collect the bodies. Chao Shangning waved her hand carelessly. Okay. Chapter 65 The Auction House. The duo returned to the black market once again with their equipment and came to that stall. Boss, do you take equipment? Tang Feng asked the boss directly. The boss opened his eyes and frowned when he saw that it was Tang Feng again. What outfit? The owner asked suspiciously. Tang Feng then pushed the robber's equipment in front of the boss. Seeing so much equipment, the boss immediately froze. Hastily, he checked it out carefully. Level 10 equipment. Look no further. The ones Tang Feng had brought were surprisingly all level 10 equipment, and although the attributes weren't very good, there were 2 sets of them, which wasn't a small amount. Well, Tang Feng then asked the other party. 10th level equipment, but the attributes are average, the price given is not very high, the acquisition price, a piece of 700,000, 2 sets, 10 pieces, a total of 7 million. The boss immediately gave Tang Feng a price. Hiss. Tang Feng immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. That's 7 million? No wonder people say that killing and burning gold belts, they do make money. Normal level 10 equipment is 800,000 apiece. Chao Xiangning, who was on the side, looked at the boss and said, I'm a businessman, the purchase price, naturally, to leave a profit, if you have time, set up a stall next to it, 1 by 1 to sell can also be. The owner said lightly. Reasonably priced. Chao Xiangning immediately nodded, indicating that the price was appropriate. Let her sell them 1 by 1 here? She doesn't have that kind of free time. Alright then, I'll sell them all, besides, I'll take that dagger, you can just deduct the money. Tang Feng then nodded his head, this boss was not nice to talk to, but the price was indeed reasonable. He doesn't have to waste time either. The boss didn't talk nonsense, directly took out his cell phone and transferred $5.5 million to Tang Feng. Not a hint of hesitation. Is it so profitable to run a stall? Tang Feng was astonished. I didn't realize that even the stall holders were so rich that $5.5 million was casually transferred. After all, they're in the awakened business, more than $5 million is about the same as an ordinary person's $5,000 in their eyes, right? Chao Xiangning, who was on the side, faintly explained. Tang Feng was shocked. He'd never thought before that he'd one day have this much money. Before, it was a luxury for him to even have enough to eat, but now he had a few $1,000,000 in a flash. But like Chao Xiangning said, a few million didn't seem like much when it came to the awakened. Boss, do you have any skill books here? Tang Feng then quietly asked the boss. Do I look like a skill book to you? The owner was speechless. It felt like Tang Feng was making fun of him. Skill books, what kind of treasures are those, all monopolized by the major powers? As soon as they appear, they will flow into the auction house and will never appear on the black market. Cootie. It's what brings skill books to a place like this that's full of bull. Are skill books expensive? Tang Feng asked the boss with an inquisitive face. Want a skill book? Next door to the auction house, there's a skill book auction today, but you definitely can't afford it. The boss let out a light laugh and pointed Tang Feng to the next street. That street was a place specializing in awakened items. Tang Feng was stunned. How could he say that he was now carrying a huge amount of money of more than $6 million, and this couldn't even buy a skill book? Got a minute? Why don't we go check it out? Tang Feng was a bit curious and then asked Chao Xiangning. Let's go. Chao Xiangning didn't say much and directly led Tang Feng towards the next street. Since Tang Feng wanted to see the world, she would accompany her. Tang Feng couldn't afford it anyway, and it wouldn't lead to any trouble. Besides, with Tang Feng around, what can you do if there's trouble? The two of them then came to the next street. Both sides of the road were full of stores, each one decorated in a magnificent manner. It was not simple at first glance. Without stopping, Chao Xiangning brought Tang Feng to the middle of this street and stood in front of a store. Tang Feng looked up at the plaque. Starfire Row? The plaque had 3 large golden letters that shone as if they were gilt. The Starfire Trading Company is responsible for auctioning all kinds of valuables, and you have to check your capital to get in. Anything less than 5 million won't get you in. Chao Xiangning faintly explained to Tang Feng. So awesome. Tang Feng was astonished. Then I'll have to see it. Tang Feng then headed inside. As they entered the gate, a staff member sat next to them and stopped the duo. Excuse me, your assets, please. The other said politely to the duo. The other side is the one that tests the assets. Tang Feng then opened his cell phone and opened his account balance for the other party to view. It's a good thing I bought equipment just now and scored more than $5 million, otherwise I wouldn't even lose it in. Seeing that Tang Feng only had more than $6 million in his account, a hint of contempt flashed in the staff's eyes. Here's your license plate. Turn right up ahead. With that, he was no longer polite and casually took out a handful of number plates and handed them to Tang Feng. 404. Tang Feng didn't care about the other party's attitude and followed the guidelines to the auction site. The auction had started early and was in full swing. The venue was filled with people, and Tang Feng looked for half a day without seeing the seat of the number plate in his hand. The man standing behind him on the side frowned in displeasure when he saw the two walking around. "What's with the jaywalking, 400 plus standing room only, no seats?" the other man said, disgruntled. Tang Feng froze, then glanced at the other party's number plate. 398, and he's close. And the other side does stand back. Over $6 million doesn't even qualify you to sit down? This made Tang Feng even more shocked. What the hell is this place selling? You can't sell a kidney for that. Dirt dog. That person instantly sneered disdainfully when he heard Tang Feng's words. Rolled his eyes at Tang Feng. This caused Tang Feng to frown slightly. But there were no seats and he had to stand aside. And at that moment, the auction was just about to reach its climax, and the skill books were on the floor. Next up, the skill books you've all been waiting for. Are you all ready? Starting at $10 million, the bidding begins. The auctioneer on the stage let out an excited bellow. The people around Tang Feng instantly became excited. Although they couldn't afford it just like Tang Feng, they were excited to see such intense bidding. By contrast, the rich people who could afford it and were sitting around were much more subdued. $11 million. $15 million. $16 million. $17 million. $20 million. In just a moment, the price was called up to $20 million. Tang Feng looked at the scene and was shocked. Do they have all the money in the world? Hesitation didn't even hesitate? Tang Feng said in surprise. Stop talking, just watch and be done with it. Skill books at this price, it's me, I wouldn't hesitate. Chao Xiangning, who was on the side, said faintly. How many skills do you have? Tang Feng was instantly curious. Are skills so precious? After all, Tang Feng had already exploded skill books twice, thinking that skill books were common. 1. What? Do you have a lot? Chao Xiangning looked at Tang Feng suspiciously and said. Not much. Tang Feng was stunned and hastily shook his head. I didn't realize that even the members of the demon removal team only had one skill. Then it seems that Teacher Song was too good to him. Not only did he teach skills for nothing, but he also taught two at once. Tang Feng decided that he would definitely be nicer to old Song in the future. $40 million. Just when Tang Feng was in the slightest bit, his familiar voice rang out, quoting a price that shocked everyone. Chapter 66, Killing for Treasure. Everyone's eyes were instantly drawn to the voice. Including Tang Feng as well. The speaker was a woman, sitting in the forward seat. Tang Feng only felt that this back was somewhat familiar. Who is this? So generous. The others were just as puzzled. There were many rich people in Heavenly Flame City, but there were limited people who were so generous, who opened their mouths with $40 million. They were all big names that everyone was familiar with, such as the ones who had just made bids, and there were no outsiders involved except for them competing with each other. These people were not only rich but also powerful. Offending these people in a place like Heavenly Flame City did not have a good ending. So there are times when you run into this situation and no one even grabs it, only the big shots are in the running. Yet this woman they had never seen before. Who is this? Looking for death, how dare you participate in bidding at this time? Never seen it before, looks pretty young, shame. The people around Tang Feng shook their heads and sighed, obviously a little sad that such a young woman would dare to offend the bigwigs of Skyfire City. All of those bigwigs of Skyfire City with dignitaries in front of them turned around to look at the woman who had made the bid. Surprisingly, they all tacitly did not continue bidding. $40 million a time. $40 million twice. $40 million 3 times. Deal. No one bid on it, and the skill book fell directly into the woman's hands. Yeah. This brought the woman to her feet with instant delight. Tang Feng, on the other hand, the more he looked at the woman's back, the more familiar she became. Couldn't help but walk right past it. Coming to the front of the woman's seat, she glanced sideways at the other woman's face. Zhao Yishuan. Tang Feng was stunned. I didn't expect it to be Zhao Yishuan. Zhao Yishuan was also stunned. Why are you here? Zhao Yishuan asked strangely. I was going to ask you, you're so rich? Tang Feng said in surprise. He thought that Chen Yu was the richest of the people he knew. After all, he was the richest man in the place. But I didn't expect Zhao Yishuan to be so rich as well, spending $40 million without batting an eye. Hey, enough about that, I'm going to go backstage and get my skill book first. Zhao Yixuan hemmed and hawed, not bothering to chat with Tang Feng, and headed directly to the backstage transaction. Tang Feng shook his head. Wouldn't have wanted to care about that little tidbit. But he suddenly realized that when Zhao Yixuan left, the henchmen next to those big shots in front also suddenly all stood up and quietly followed behind Zhao Yixuan. Tang Feng's expression moved, thinking about what the person next to him had just said. Do these guys want to kill for treasure? Sister, you go back first, there's something on my side. Tang Feng then returned to Chao Shangning and said to her. What? Meet a pretty girl? Chao Xiangning said with a teasing face. It's too important to worry about you. Tang Feng said with a straight face. Seeing that Tang Feng wasn't joking, he could only nod helplessly. Well, watch yourself. Chao Xiangning shrugged and then left alone. Tang Feng, on the other hand, directly turned around and headed over to the backstage. Before I reached the backstage door, I saw several people standing on both sides of the front corridor. These people aren't on the same side, and they all know what the other side is here for. But all of them didn't interfere with each other until the target was out. Tang Feng immediately stopped and didn't continue forward, just stood here and waited. Soon, Zhao Yixuan walked out with the skill book after paying the money in the background. Zhao Yixuan came out and frowned when she saw so many people suddenly in the corridor. Protecting the skill book in his arms, he carefully walked past the men. It wasn't until she walked out of the corridor that Zhao Yixuan breathed a sigh of relief. With that, he left at a quick pace. Only at the academy was she safe. Skyfire City is too chaotic to carry a skill book with you, and you don't feel safe in your heart. But unbeknownst to her, the men in the corridor, too, quickly and quietly chased them out. Leaving the auction house, Zhao Yixuan immediately ran towards the outside of the city with her fastest speed without stopping. But the guys were quick to give chase as well. After leaving the auction house, these people stopped hiding and chased after Zhao Yixuan without any avoidance. Zhao Yixuan naturally quickly discovered the people chasing behind her. His face changed, and he immediately accelerated his pace. But she was still too slow to be comparable to these guys. Just as he ran out of town, he was caught up by a few men who blocked his path. Leave the skill book. Zhao Yixuan had 3 people in front and behind her, blocking all her retreats and not giving her any escape routes. Zhao Yixuan frowned. There were more people on the other side than her, and they were stronger than her. In this situation, it seemed like the only way out was for her to give the skill book away. Zhao Yixuan gritted her teeth, this was something she had spent $40 million on. There's only one skill book, how are the 6 of you going to split it? Zhao Yixuan then took out an ancient book from her bosom and said as she looked at the 6 people around her indifferently. That's out of your hands, give it to me. One of them lit up at the sight of the skill book and extended his hand, saying to Zhao Yixuan. For you? My boss has his eye on this skill book, if you know what's good for you, send the skill book over. However, these 6 people did not belong to the same camp, so it was naturally impossible for them to coexist peacefully. The 6 immediately argued over the skill book in Zhao Yixuan's hands. Zhao Yixuan's eyes lit up as if she had found a way to get out. Grab it yourselves, I'll go first. Zhao Yixuan then threw the skill book in her hand. Then without looking back, he ran forward. When the 6 people around them saw this, their gazes instantly condensed, and they almost simultaneously rushed towards the skill book in the sky. The 6 of them arrived instantly and fought, not having any time to take care of Zhao Yixuan. Zhao Yixuan easily broke through the circle of 6 people. The 6 of them fought to the death, and one of them got lucky and grabbed the skill book. His face was happy, but the smile on his face immediately afterward instantly tightened. Immediately got in front of his eyes to take a closer look, which is what skill book is, clearly a diary. Don't fight it. Fake. He hurriedly shouted out, signaling the other few people not to waste time. The other 5 were stunned, and when they looked back at the diary in the other's hands, their faces sank. Stinking. Dare to fool me. One of them let out a cold snort and immediately turned around to chase after Zhao Yixuan. Although Zhao Yixuan had successfully escaped, she had only delayed it for a moment. The opponent quickly realized that the skill book was fake. It didn't take long to reappear behind her. Guys, how about we kill this first, and then we'll fight over ownership of the skill book? Yes. In order to stop being fooled by Zhao Yixuan, the 6 of them immediately agreed in advance to get the skill book first. With that, the 6 of them instantly rushed towards Zhao Yixuan. Zhao Yixuan turned around and saw the 6 people who were catching up, and a wave of bitterness washed over her. Although he had fooled the other party for a while with the fake skill book, he still hadn't gotten rid of them. And it's still a ways away from the academy, it's simply too late. Finished? Zhao Yixuan let out a bitter laugh, feeling that she was finished this time. Now she was afraid that even if she handed over the skill book, the other party would not spare her. As he was thinking, the 6 behind him quickly caught up. Without any nonsense, he directly raised his fist and slammed it behind Zhao Yixuan. Bitch, die for me! The other party leapt up and was about to smash into Zhao Yixuan's back. Stop! Chapter 67 The 6 Forces of Skyfire City. A stern cry suddenly came from behind the 6. The sound of breaking air followed immediately after. A stream of water then arrived instantly and struck the man behind Zhao Yixuan. Boom! The opponent was hit hard and instantly flew over Zhao Yixuan's head, flying dozens of meters away and landing on the ground without moving. The remaining 5 people's faces changed, and they hurriedly turned back with vigilance. Who? The 5 turned around and then saw a young man standing faintly not far behind them. A bunch of guys bullying a girl, want some face? Tang Feng said as he indifferently looked at the 5 people in front of him. Who are you? Mind your own business, you can't afford to mess with the people behind us. Tang Feng's one move to kill someone who wasn't on par with them in terms of strength made them instantly wary, and they immediately brought out the boss behind them to threaten Tang Feng. Oh? Who's your boss? Tell me? Tang Feng smiled faintly and asked meaningfully. Humph. I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I say it, my boss is the leader of the Lion's Head gang, I advise you to mind your own business. One of them immediately snorted coldly and spoke out the backer behind him. And? What about you guys? Who's behind all this? Tang Feng nodded slightly, then looked at the other 4 and asked. My boss owns the casino. My boss is the chairman of the Zhao Group. My boss is the leader of the White Gang. My boss is the president of the Peach Blossom Society. The remaining 4 then reported the forces behind them. It all sounds pretty scary. The others he didn't know about, the casinos he'd been exposed to. To be able to run a casino in a place like Skyfire City itself showed that he was not ordinary. Each one of you is pretty big, but I still like to mind my own business, so what's the matter? Are you guys going to resist, or are you going to resist? Tang Feng lightly laughed, looking at the 4 people and faintly asked. You! Tang Feng didn't give them face in such a way, instantly causing the 4 men to turn blue in the face. Brothers, this guy is so disrespectful, how about we cooperate and kill him first? Seeing that Tang Feng didn't give them face, they immediately became murderous towards Tang Feng. Although Tang Feng had killed one of them, it didn't mean that Tang Feng had the strength to crush them. Just now, Tang Feng had killed one person in a second with a single move, and although his strength was indeed strong, he was also partially suspected of sneak attacking. In a head-on fight, with the 5 of them together, he didn't believe that this guy was still their opponent. After figuring out the pros and cons, the other 4 immediately nodded their heads. Then let's take care of this insouciant brat first. The 5 of them snorted coldly and struck out at the same time, killing towards Tang Feng. Tang Feng looked at the incoming 5 with a calm expression. There was no reaction until the 5 came to him. This caused those 5 to instantly frown, wondering what Tang Feng was up to. Whatever conspiracy he has, I don't believe you can block the full force of the 5 of us. The 5 of them snorted coldly and simultaneously attacked Tang Feng. Tang Feng's face was calm, not thinking about dodging at all. Bang! Subsequently, the 5 people's attacks landed on Tang Feng at the same time. Fists, feet, and clubs smashed on Tang Feng at the same time, only for Tang Feng to be unharmed. Is that all you've got? You haven't eaten. Tang Feng let out a light laugh and looked at the 5 people in front of him with a bland face. The 5 people immediately changed their faces. A look of horror. They didn't understand why Tang Feng's body was so hard. Obviously he didn't wear any equipment on his body, how could his defense be so strong? After you guys fight, it's my turn. Tang Feng took advantage of the fact that the other party hadn't reacted yet, and directly reached out and grabbed the wrists of the 2 people in front of him, and threw them with force. The 2 were directly thrown up and swung as sledgehammers. Smashing into the other 3, the 5 instantly turned into blood mist. In front of Zhao Yixuan, Tang Feng had no need to hide his strength. Zhao Yixuan had known about his strength for a long time, so naturally, he was quick to fight. Tang Feng. Thanks to you. Thank you. Zhao Yishuan then came to Tang Feng and thanked him. After seeing Tang Feng arrive, Zhao Yishuan had breathed a sigh of relief. Know that you're safe. You're too impulsive. In a place like Skyfire City, buying skill books doesn't hide a bit. At the very least find some bodyguards like me, affordable prices. Tang Feng smiled and said to Zhao Yishuan. Who knew an auction would be so dangerous? I should have known I'd bring you here. Zhao Yishuan nodded, thinking that what Tang Feng said made sense. Next time there was a situation like this, she must call on Tang Feng, at least her life was guaranteed. So how should you repay me for saving you today? Tang Feng mistook the wording and asked Zhao Yishuan with intent. Repayment? Ha, you're even this kind of person. Zhao Yishuan froze, then looked at Tang Feng with a look of disgust. But it's not impossible to make me give my body to you. I'll reluctantly agree to it since you're so good. Zhao Yishuan smiled faintly and said to herself. Tang Feng. What are you dreaming about? I mean, give some money. Tang Feng said with a breathless face. Although Zhao Yishuan was good-looking, she wasn't Tang Feng's cup of tea. Shay, do I care about you? Still want money, next life. Zhao Yishuan instantly pouted in dissatisfaction and gave Tang Feng a cold snort, then turned her head and left. Tang Feng spread his hands, his face helpless. Lion's Head Gang, White Clothes Gang, Zhao Group, Casino, Peach Blossom Club, what's all this? Where are the 6, and which power is the other one? Tang Feng glanced at the guy he had killed with his empty hand technique water wave before he left and muttered to himself. Tang Feng didn't think about it in detail and then returned to the academy. Find Lu Xiaodao directly. What are you doing looking for me so late? At this time, it was already dark, and after receiving Tang Feng's call, Lu Xiaodao came to Tang Feng and asked suspiciously. Nah, I got you a present to make up for the fact that I got you kicked out of Team 6. Tang Feng handed Lu Xiaodao the prepared dagger and said indifferently. Ha? Lu Xiaodao was stunned and confused. Pretentious, I don't even care, do I need a gift? Lu Xiaodao said breathlessly. However, when he took the dagger from Tang Feng's hands, his entire body instantly froze. Seeing the attributes of Life Snatcher, a surprised face. Don't want it? Then give it back to me. Tang Feng smiled at the sight and stretched out his hand to Lu Xiaodao. There's no going back on a gift that's been given. It's already mine. Lu Xiaodao hurriedly hid the dagger behind his back and said excitedly. Tang Feng burst out laughing. As you like it. Tang Feng didn't care about anything else, as long as it gave him peace of mind. It's expensive, isn't it? How much? Although Lu Xiaodao liked it, he also knew that the value of this dagger was definitely not low. You're welcome to talk about money, just don't be mad if I get into the 6th team before you do. How could Tang Feng not know what Lu Xiaodao had in mind? He had seen the change in Lu Xiaodao's expression in the morning when Chen Dong said those words. Humph. I'll catch up with you, just you wait. Lu Xiaodao snorted coldly, then put down his harsh words and turned to leave. He was going to seize the time to improve his strength and not miss a single moment of free time. Tang Feng looked at Lu Xiaodao and shook his head helplessly. The good thing is that it's a solution to a knot in your own heart. Chapter 68 Human Sandbag. In Skyfire City, 6 big shots sent their men to grab the skill books, but their men were slow to return. This caused these big shots to feel puzzled all of a sudden. A man was then sent forward to look for it. There was soon to be news. Boss, we didn't find anyone, but I found the body of someone from the Dark Knight Tower. That person was with our people to grab the skill book. The men didn't find any of them, but they did find the only one who left a full body. What? Lionhead Gang boss Zhao Shifu was stunned. Corpses? Zhao Shifu then frowned. Did you investigate that person who auctioned off the skill book? Whose person? Zhao Shifu didn't care if his men died or not, he only cared about who the skill book was on. Even he suspected that this was a plot and trick by a few other forces, deliberately using outsiders to auction off the skill books and divert attention. The investigation is clear, it's a student from Skyfire Academy, and a freshman named Zhao Yishuan. The henchman immediately said to Zhao Shifu. Freshman? Once again, Zhao Shifu froze. Skyfire Academy was after all one of the 5 most prestigious schools, and there were some students he didn't dare to mess with. But a new student who dared to run to Skyfire City to cause trouble was somewhat surprising to him. But even the freshman dared to bully him, which made him very angry. Humph! A freshman who dares to snatch something from me really doesn't know how to die. Send someone to bring her to me. Zhao Shifu snorted coldly and then explained to his men. Yes. The men immediately retired at their command. A group of Lion's Head Gang's henchmen came to the surroundings of the Skyfire Academy, and besides them, there were also people from other forces hiding around as well. Obviously it was also for Zhao Yixuan. However, they didn't dare to go in. The Heavenly Flame Academy wasn't something they could mess with anymore. One student they could care less about, but to go against the entire academy, then they were looking for death. So they could only ambush around the academy and wait for Zhao Yixuan to come out. And they didn't have to wait too long because there was now a mole from the Dark Knight Tower within the Skyfire Academy. It was natural that they would not sit idly by while someone from the Dark Knight Tower was killed. As an assassination organization, when one of their own is killed, of course they have to take revenge. How else can we do business in the future? Understood, called Zhao Yixuan. Right, I know. Inside the Heavenly Flame Academy, Xing Xianxian received a call from the organization and then nodded her head. She was none other than the undercover agent planted by the Dark House. It even went well enough to make the Deccan team. All her information was forged with the help of Fondaki. What Hongzha Academy, there was no such person as her at all. Zhao Yixuan. Xing Xianxian opened the leaderboard, then saw Zhao Yixuan's name. Since it's on the freshman list, it's much easier to find. After some inquiries, she was able to find Zhao Yixuan's whereabouts. Zhao Yixuan is working out in the training room. Xing Xianxian knew the reason and immediately understood that Zhao Yixuan was practicing her new skills in the training room. However, the skill book was no longer important now. What was important was Zhao Yixuan as a person. Having offended 6 major powers in Skyfire City at the same time, her life was now worth a lot of money. Kill her within the academy, and the gold value of the Dark House will surely rise. Xing Xianxian smiled faintly. Completely without the naive look he had when he was in the demon removal team, he was obviously a vicious and venomous viper. Zhao Yixuan had been in the training room for 2 days, practicing her new skills, but because she had no opponents, the progress of her practice was very slow. Looks like we'll have to find a rival. Zhao Yixuan's mind immediately conjured up Tang Feng's figure. It wasn't that Tang Feng was easy to bully, but Tang Feng was strong enough to resist the fight. She didn't need to purposely close her hand. Good idea, just get him. Zhao Yixuan immediately blushed and decided to seek Tang Feng's help. With that, he opened the door and ran out of the training room. Just running around the corner, an inattentive person bumped into someone. 2 bouncy globes hit her chest instantly, nearly bouncing her over. Someone actually hit someone with a ball, or 2. Sorry. Are you okay? Xing Xianxian hurriedly pulled Zhao Yixuan up with an apologetic face and asked with concern. Huh? It's okay. It's okay. Zhao Yixuan was a bit confused for a moment, and seeing the 2 big piles on Xing Xuanxuan's chest, she looked down at her own chest with a shameful face. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Why don't I buy you dinner and apologize? Xing Xianxian said to Zhao Yixuan with an apologetic face. No, it's okay, I have things to do, bye. Zhao Yixuan shook her head. It wasn't like she had anything to do, there was no need to make others break the bank. A hasty word was spoken, and then he hurried away. Xing Xianxian looked at Zhao Yixuan's back as she left, stretched out her hand, glanced at the silver needle in her palm that was glowing with black light, and a sinister smile rose from the corner of her mouth. Zhao Yixuan called Tang Feng as she headed to the boys' dormitory. Tang Feng, do me a favor. Without saying anything, Zhao Yixuan went straight to the point. What for? Tang Feng asked suspiciously. Beaten. Clam? Tang Feng was dumbfounded. Unexplained, he was pulled out by Zhao Yixuan. What for? Tang Feng asked Zhao Yixuan in person with a puzzled expression. Practice your skills with me as a sandbag. Zhao Yixuan hemmed and hawed, explaining her intentions to Tang Feng. What? No. Tang Feng shook his head decisively and refused. What's wrong with him? He's a human punching bag? Pay up. $200,000 a day. Seeing this, Zhao Yixuan stretched out 2 fingers with a helpless face and said. Heh, you want to buy me with $200,000? I have a bottom line. Tang Feng sneered and said disdainfully. $500,000. Zhao Yixuan did not move and added $300,000. Heh, do I look like I'm short of $500,000? Tang Feng continued to sneer. $1 million, the last price, really cannot, then I can only publish your strength out, just do not know and no one believe. Zhao Yixuan sighed with a helpless expression. First of all, I don't love money, I'm just giving you face for being a friend. Tang Feng's eyes lit up, then he said righteously. Cut. Zhao Yixuan simply didn't believe Tang Feng's bull. It was naturally impossible for the two to fight in school. The academy strictly forbade students to fight in private, even if Tang Feng was passively beaten. So the only way to get out was to head for the backcountry, naturally. The back of the mountain didn't belong to the academy's range, to be precise, it was the Heavenly Flame Mountain range, because it was close to the academy and there weren't many magical beasts. That's what made it a gathering place for the students of Skyfire Academy. It's also a place to solve problems privately. And since this place is not part of the academy, outsiders can naturally come over. Those who came to arrest Zhao Yixuan were also hiding around. When Zhao Yixuan and Tang Feng came out of the academy, they were instantly spotted. It was only that they weren't good enough to make a move right now, and they needed Zhao Yixuan to stay away from the academy in order not to be easily discovered. So it had to quietly follow the duo. Tang Feng and Zhao Yixuan quickly arrived at the back of the mountain. This is it. Zhao Yixuan led Tang Feng to a place where no one was. I've recently learned a new skill and need to rehearse it, others I'm afraid of hitting the wrong way, thinking about it you're the right one. Zhao Yixuan then said to Tang Feng. So, you think I can take a punch? Tang Feng was speechless. However, what Zhao Yixuan said was also reasonable. In the aspect of getting beaten up, he said second, no one dared to say first. Okay then, let's get started. Tang Feng put down the dagger on his body, then hooked his finger at Zhao Yixuan. Chapter 69 Poisoning. Then I'm coming. Zhao Yixuan then prepared to release her skills. Just as she was about to make her move, several silhouettes instantly jumped out from the surroundings and surrounded the two of them. Zhao Yixuan was stunned. Tang Feng was also stunned, he didn't even realize when so many people had come around. Get her. With that, one of them gave an order, and without saying a word, the people around them directly rushed towards Zhao Yixuan. Zhao Yixuan's face changed. The skills that had just been prepared were instantly sent out at this moment. Cloak palm. Zhao Yixuan then slapped out her palm, and countless palm prints were like a raging storm as she slapped towards the front. The first person who rushed up was instantly struck by the palm imprint and instantly flew backwards. However, Zhao Yixuan's strength was limited, and although her skills were strong, she failed to utilize them. She's already got the skill down, damn it. Catch her. Take her back to the boss to dispose of her. The leader was furious when he saw the skill Zhao Yixuan had emitted. Hearing the leader's words, the crowd once again rushed towards Zhao Yixuan, intent on capturing her. Of course, Tang Feng and the others didn't let go. Looking at the bare-handed Tang Feng, only one person rushed up towards Tang Feng. They thought that the unarmed Tang Feng was no threat at all, and that a random person could take care of it. Tang Feng frowned, not knowing what kind of people these were, but looking at the situation, the visitors were not good. Looking at the incoming enemy, Tang Feng frowned slightly, grabbed the other party's wrist and twisted it with force. The other party's arm suddenly clicked and snapped with a sound. Ah! Tang Feng's opponent immediately let out a miserable scream. Tang Feng didn't hold back, and immediately afterward, a punch landed on the other party, and the other party's voice came to a screeching halt. Looking at the several people attacking Zhao Yixuan, Tang Feng was not polite. Opening his palm, a water wave appeared, and with a wave of his hand, he attacked the other party. Bang! The water wave struck one of them, and that person directly exploded as a whole, turning into blood mist. This scene caused their faces to instantly change, and they turned back to look at Tang Feng, who had issued such a terrifying attack, with a horrified look on their faces. Who are you people? Tang Feng asked as he looked at the several hostages in front of him with a flat face. The leader's gaze was fixed, looking at the unarmed Tang Feng with a grave expression. Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business. This person has a grudge against us. Behind us we represent the 6 forces of Skyfire City. The leader was afraid of Tang Feng's strength, and immediately warned Tang Feng in a deep voice. Tang Feng's expression moved. Hearing that it was the 6 forces of Skyfire City, he basically guessed what the reason was. Again, it was because of that skill book from Zhao Yixuan. I say, are you guys done? For the sake of this broken skill book, you are repeatedly looking for ways to find other people. They didn't steal it, they bought it openly. Do you still want to have some face? Tang Feng said with a breathless face. You know? Tang Feng's precise statement of their grudge against Zhao Yixuan instantly caused the leader to freeze. Of course I know. I killed your men. Tang Feng sneered and said indifferently. It's you. Hearing Tang Feng say that he had killed the man, the other party immediately looked puzzled. Good boy, I was looking for you, but I didn't expect you to throw yourself into the net. Kill him for me. Go back and collect the reward from the boss. The leader's eyes lit up and he immediately waved his hand, telling his men to kill Tang Feng. Looking at the crowd that surrounded him, Tang Feng had a calm face. With his hands hanging down by his side, 2 waves of water slowly converged around his palms. The 2 water spheres then swung in Tang Feng's hands, and in Tang Feng's hands they were like 2 chain balls, smashing into the enemy with a single fling. The immense force instantly dented the chests of those who were hit, and as long as they were hit by the water balloon, they would either die or be injured. The empty hand technique water wave can be used as more than just a long-range means. Tang Feng realized that as long as he controlled the water waves in his hands and didn't send them out, he could use them as a melee weapon. Extends the distance of his attacks and has the power of the water wave added to it. In just an instant, the crowd on the siege all collapsed around Tang Feng, none of them still alive. In the end it came down to the one leader who wasn't physically on the field. You? What the hell are you? The leader looked at Tang Feng with a surprised expression, his legs wobbling. He couldn't imagine what kind of expert could take out so many of his men in an instant. It was important to realize that his henchmen, no matter what, had level 10, not just ordinary people who could be killed casually. Heh, and who are you? Who belongs to the 6 powers? Tang Feng sneered, then slowly walked towards the other party. Just then, Zhao Yishuan, who was on the side, suddenly let out a muffled grunt. Put. Then he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then he fell to the ground, his breath weak. Tang Feng was stunned. His eyes stared at the leader, and a hint of killing aura flashed in his eyes. No. I didn't do it. The leader looked at Zhao Yishuan, who suddenly vomited blood, and was confused. He didn't even make a move, and even if he did, it would be impossible to injure Zhao Yishuan without a sound. Tang Feng hurriedly arrived in front of Zhao Yishuan. What's wrong with you? With that, he asked Zhao Yishuan. I don't know, I feel dizzy. Zhao Yishuan shook her head. She didn't know what was wrong with her, she just felt so weak right now, her head was a little groggy and she wanted to sleep. Tang Feng fixed his eyes on Zhao Yishuan, her face was pale, her lips were purple, and her blood was emitting a dark color. This is a clear sign of poisoning. Tang Feng's gaze chilled as he looked toward the leader who was preparing to sneak away. Stand still. Then he opened his mouth coldly. Tang Feng's words immediately caused the leader to stop in his tracks, not daring to act rashly. Who poisoned you? Where's the antidote? Tang Feng immediately asked the other party. No. Not me, I don't know. The leader immediately looked innocent, he didn't even know what was going on with Zhao Yishuan. He was here to arrest people, not to kill them, and there was no need to poison Zhao Yishuan. I don't know, if anything happens to her, I'll rip your limbs off and feed them to the dogs. Tang Feng stood up and warned the leader in a cold voice. I really don't know. The leader had a bitter smile on his face. I'm from the Lion's Head gang, we're not good with poison, we usually talk with our fists. The leader immediately revealed his origin in order to make Tang Feng believe him. Decidedly betrayed the Lion's Head gang. The Lion Heads? The other party spoke out his bottom line, which made Tang Feng believe a few points for the time being. Which of your 6 powers is good at using poison? Tang Feng then asked the other party. Since Zhao Yishuan had offended the 6 forces, it was possible that there were other forces that came to trouble Zhao Yishuan. With poison words. There are 2, a Peach Blossom Club, a Dark Knight building, but the Peach Blossom Club usually use love poison more, this kind of poison should not be their handiwork. The leader, under the threat of Tang Feng's absolute strength, immediately told what he knew without reservation. Where is the Dark House? Tang Feng immediately understood the other party's meaning that the poison was placed by someone from the Dark Knight Tower. Chapter 70, Undercover. I don't know. Dark House is an assassin organization, no fixed location. The leader burst into a bitter laugh. Although he guessed that the poison was given by someone from the Dark Knight House, he didn't know where the Dark Knight House was. It was too hard to find the Dark House because it was pressed and unfixed. Moreover, the poisons of the Dark Knight House are strange and each killer's poison has its own characteristics, only by finding the right poisoner can we find the corresponding antidote. I think she is hopeless. The leader glanced at Zhao Yishuan and shook his head, saying, A killer organization? Poisoning? Tang Feng frowned. This instantly reminded him of the person who had attacked Shandong before. The other party's weapon was also coated with poison and was extremely toxic. Tang Feng thought of something. Hurriedly, he came to Zhao Yishuan's body. At this point, Zhao Yishuan's condition was already very bad, drowsy, and without the slightest bit of spirit. Hey, don't sleep. Tell me, did you meet any strange strangers today before you met me? Tang Feng hurriedly asked Zhao Yishuan. If Zhao Yishuan had been poisoned, then she must have contacted Zhao Yishuan to do so. So Tang Feng felt that the person who poisoned her must have seen Zhao Yishuan. Zhao Yishuan thought about it and finally remembered a suspicious person. I met a girl before I met you. Zhao Yishuan then said to Tang Feng. What girls? Tang Feng frowned and continued to pursue. By the way, he picked up Zhao Yishuan and ran directly toward the hospital. Whether the hospital could save her or not, it was better to be in the hospital than waiting here to die. As for the leading guy, he had already slipped away while Tang Feng and Zhao Yishuan were talking, running faster than anyone else. Tang Feng didn't have time to care about the other party, first save Zhao Yishuan. Zhao Yishuan was drowsy in Tang Feng's arms, and after thinking about it, what she remembered most was that girl's two big lumps. She's got a pair of big thunders? Zhao Yishuan said without thinking. Then he fainted. Tang Feng froze. Hey! What dare? What's her name, you know? Hey! Tang Feng hurriedly patted Zhao Yishuan's face and asked after her. But no matter how much he hit, Zhao Yishuan didn't react in the slightest. If Zhao Yishuan wasn't still breathing, Tang Feng would have thought she was dead. Without much time to think, Tang Feng hurriedly sent Zhao Yishuan to the hospital. The poison she has is very special. It's a chronic poison, much like snake venom. It can't be undone without a specific serum. I can only try to help you keep her alive. You don't have much time. Find the antidote as soon as you can, or the person who gave it to her. The doctor said to Tang Feng with a grave expression after some examination. Tang Feng nodded. With that, he turned and left the hospital, already having a clue in his mind. Not surprisingly, the person who poisoned him, he knew. Tang Feng came straight to the demon removal team. Only Chen Dong was in the 7th team, all the others were not in the team. Where's Xing Xianxian? Tang Feng then asked Chen Dong. I don't know, she didn't show up today. What do you want with her? Chen Dong looked at Tang Feng suspiciously. Got her number? Tang Feng didn't answer and then proceeded to ask. Yes, you didn't? Chen Dong nodded. As the captain, he naturally had the contact information of all the team members. With that, he gave Xing Xuanxuan's phone number to Tang Feng. Tang Feng got the phone and went straight away. Chen Dong looked at Tang Feng's departing back with a puzzled expression. Somehow, if you want to pick up someone, go ask for the number yourself. What's wrong with asking me for it? Chen Dong shook his head helplessly. After leaving the demon removal team, Tang Feng directly dialed Xing Xuanxuan's number. Hello? Xing Xuanxuan's delicate voice then came from the opposite side. Where are you now? Tang Feng asked indifferently with a calm face. Xing Xianxian on the opposite side froze for a moment before hearing that it was Tang Feng's voice. Tang Feng? I'm in the dormitory. What for? Xing Xianxian said with a puzzled expression. I have something to ask you. Can you come to the back of the mountain? Tang Feng then asked indifferently. Xing Xianxian thought about it, although the assassination mission against Tang Feng had been cancelled within the organization. But Tang Feng's strength was a mystery in the organization. The last time the organization cooperated with her acting within the organization, after fighting with Tang Feng, they found out that Tang Feng had super high attack power and absolute defense. This turned Tang Feng into a fog. They didn't understand how Tang Feng did it and suspected that Tang Feng had a great secret. If he could uncover the secret, it would definitely be of great benefit to him. Convenient. With that, Xing Xianxian nodded and agreed to meet Tang Feng. Let's see if we can dig out some secrets from Tang Feng while we're at it. Hanging up the phone, Tang Feng then headed to the back of the mountain and waited. Xing Xianxian also arrived soon after. You asked for me? Xing Xianxian still maintained her usual innocent image, asking Tang Feng with an innocent smile on her face. Tang Feng slightly clenched his fist, and in his hand a ball of water waves surrounded it. Seeing Xing Xianxian, he directly smashed his fist in the air without saying a word. The water waves immediately flew at Xing Xianxian. Xing Xianxian, who was wearing an innocent smile, suddenly blushed. Hurriedly dodging. The wave of water then cut past her and did not hit her body. Assassin of the Dark House, you're hiding quite well. Tang Feng looked at Xing Xianxian expressionlessly and said, "What are you talking about?" Xing Xianxian then quickly recovered her expression management and returned to her previous naive appearance, looking at Tang Feng with a puzzled expression and said, "The people who attacked Qingdong, the people from the Dark Knight Tower, right, you put on a show with them, didn't you? In order for you to better integrate into the demon removal team? Promote to the senior team faster?" Tang Feng said indifferently. Xing Xuanxuan's expression froze. She didn't expect Tang Feng to know all about it. The innocent expression on his face instantly disappeared. "How did you know?" Tang Feng had said this, so there was no need for her to continue her disguise. Immediately converging on the naive expression on his face, he switched to a grim look and asked Tang Feng in a deep voice. "You poisoned Zhao Yishuan, didn't you?" When Tang Feng saw Xing Xianxian admit it, he took a deep breath. All of his actions just now were testing Xing Xianxian. With that punch, he didn't aim at Xing Xianxian at all, but the open space behind Xing Xianxian. And those words were nothing more than his internal guesses, deliberately spoken to defraud Xing Xianxian. But I didn't expect it to really make him guess right. After proving that Xing Xianxian was the assassin of the Dark Knight Tower, then the person who poisoned Zhao Yishuan was definitely her without having to think about it. "Zhao Yishuan? So you know her too?" Xing Xianxian immediately let out a light laugh, knowing Tang Feng's intentions. "Where's the antidote?" Tang Feng stretched out his hand and asked Xing Xianxian for the antidote. "There's no antidote, my poison, I only use it once to kill the target, never a second chance." Xing Xianxian said with a smile. "Don't talk so much, without the antidote, I'll publicize the fact that you're a Dark House assassin." Tang Feng snorted coldly. "Do you think they'll believe it? Without proof, who are you to accuse me wrongly?" Xing Xianxian, however, was unmoved and wasn't afraid of Tang Feng knowing her identity at all. It was impossible to shake Xing Xianxian with just Tang Feng's words on one side. Her information can be true and valid, and she is not afraid of checking at all, unless the vice principal falls. She was just certain that Tang Feng couldn't do anything about her, looking at Tang Feng with a derisive face. Chapter 71 Tang Feng again? Tang Feng looked at Xing Xianxian with a flat face. "I am without proof, but I can kill you." Tang Feng didn't bother to continue talking nonsense with the other party, then darted forward and slammed his fist towards Xing Xuanxuan's body. Xing Xuanxuan's face changed slightly, hurriedly dodging to the side. Boom! Tang Feng didn't hit Xing Xianxian, but the wind from the fist sent out a direct detonation. Directly behind Xing Xianxian, the ground left a deep, horn-shaped gully. Xing Xianxian was dumbfounded by the powerful might. Tang Feng didn't hold back in the slightest, attacking Xing Xianxian again before she could regain her senses. Xing Xuanxuan's face changed as she hurriedly disappeared in a flash of her figure. Tang Feng's punch once again missed. Looking at the location where Xing Xianxian had disappeared, his brows tightened. Stealthy and using poison, you're really a born killer, but even if you can hide, how long can you hide? If anything happens to Zhao Yishuan, I will hunt you down and kill you without stopping, regardless of everything, I'll do what I say. Tang Feng looked at the air with a calm face and said indifferently. The stealthy Xing Xianxian was stunned when she heard Tang Feng's words. Immediately, he gripped the dagger in his hand. She now had two choices. One was to honestly give the antidote to Tang Feng and let him help her keep the secret. The second is to kill Tang Feng now, once and for all. As an excellent assassin with a verifiable track record in the Dark House, it was only natural to choose the second option. Xing Xuanxuan's gaze condensed, and with a flick of her wrist at that moment, the dagger in her hand instantly shot toward Tang Feng. A dragon roar sounded in the air, carrying flames to attack Tang Feng's vitals. Tang Feng heard the sound and saw the incoming weapon. But he didn't make the slightest move, standing still and watching Xing Xuanxuan's attack fall on his body. Ding! With a soft sound, the dragon-bane dagger attacked on Tang Feng and then fell to the ground. And yet, not even a single mark was left on Tang Feng's body. Xing Xianxian, who was watching all of this from the shadows, immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, her face shocked, unable to believe her eyes. Although the person who fought with Tang Feng last time had already spoken of Tang Feng's terror, without having seen it with her own eyes, Xing Xianxian still held skepticism in her heart. It was a shock to see it with my own eyes at this point. I can give you the antidote, but you have to keep it a secret for me, and you can't tell anyone about me being a member of the Dark House. Xing Xianxian immediately compromised, but she made conditions to Tang Feng. asked Tang Feng to keep her secret for her. Impossible, as long as you're still in the Heavenly Flame Academy, I'm going to kill you, but if you leave here, I can pretend that you haven't appeared. Tang Feng refused without hesitation. To keep him a secret? Let Lu Xiaodao keep an assassin with them? Tang Feng definitely couldn't do that, leaving such a dangerous character with his friends and not being able to tell them. This was an ordeal for Tang Feng. There was only one way for Xing Xianxian to live, and that was to leave the demon removal team. As long as the friends around her were not in danger, what did Tang Feng care about her? Xing Xianxian hesitated, but still gave the antidote to Tang Feng. Only to see a fluctuation in the space in front of Tang Feng, a small packet of medicinal powder was thrown towards Tang Feng. You're good, here's the antidote, take it in 3 doses, 4 hours apart each time and you'll be free of the poison in a day. Xing Xianxian said to Tang Feng with a gloomy gaze. Tang Feng took the medicinal powder and kicked the dagger at his feet. Don't let me see you again, or I won't be able to take you back. Tang Feng then took the medicinal powder and quickly left. Xing Xianxian looked at Tang Feng's back, her gaze somber. I didn't realize that her journey undercover would end before it even began. Master, I failed, Tang Feng and Zhao Yishuan know each other, he recognized my identity, I was exposed. Xing Xianxian immediately called the phone within the organization and reported to the building owner. Tang Feng again? The owner of the building was stunned when he heard Tang Feng's name, and then he looked furious. This Tang Feng's strength is unfathomable, do you think it's possible that he was also planted by another organization? With the same purpose as us? Xing Xianxian said to the building owner with sudden curiosity. Once again, the owner froze. Xing Xuanxuan's words surprisingly made him feel some sense. Leave it for now, come back, since you've been exposed, there's no reason to stay, leave the Skyfire Academy to the others. The building owner shook his head and instantly told Xing Xianxian to come back. Xing Xianxian didn't have any other way but to return to the Dark Knight Tower and change from a dark line to a bright line. However, the owner said that she would hand over the Skyfire Academy to someone else, so that meant that she was not the only undercover agent in the Skyfire Academy. After Tang Feng gave the antidote to Zhao Yishuan, it was really much better, the toxins in Zhao Yishuan's body were gradually expelled from her body. After only 1 day, Zhao Yishuan was fine and was back to her lively state. Tang Feng, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead. Zhao Yishuan thanked Tang Feng from the bottom of her heart. You're not safe yet, don't run outside lately, you've offended the 6 major forces in Skyfire City, only 2 of them have been settled now, there are still 4 more to go, and just because the Dark Knight Tower can poison you inside Skyfire Academy doesn't mean that the other forces don't have anyone in Skyfire Academy. I've heard that the Peach Blossom Society is also an expert in using poison, and specializes in using love poison, so you have to be careful. Tang Feng let out a light laugh and said to Zhao Yishuan with a serious face. Zhao Yishuan was a little nervous by Tang Feng's words. Don't scare me, I really do have to go out tomorrow, my family is coming. Zhao Yishuan said somewhat sheepishly. But when she thought of the Heavenly Flame City forces that were staring at her, she was still a bit scared. A single Dark Knight Tower had almost killed her, the strength of the other forces was not inferior to the Dark Knight Tower at all. In addition to means a little brighter than the Dark Knight Tower, the strength was half a catty, or else it couldn't be called the 6 forces of Heavenly Flame City. Why don't you accompany me to Skyfire City tomorrow? Zhao Yishuan then hit Tang Feng again. As long as Tang Feng was around, she felt safe and secure. I haven't paid for the day yet, and I went to a lot of trouble to get the antidote. Tang Feng immediately rubbed his fingers in front of Zhao Yishuan. With Zhao Yishuan's understanding of Tang Feng, she naturally knew what Tang Feng meant. Immediately took out his cell phone and transferred 2 million to Tang Feng. $1 million today, plus $1 million tomorrow, and I'll cover you for the next 2 days. Zhao Yishuan, who was rich and generous, said with a smile. I knew you were rich, but I didn't realize you were so rich. What does your family do? A rich woman. Tang Feng was instantly surprised. Zhao Yishuan spends money like running water, simply taking money as money. So many millions go out the door casually. You'll see tomorrow. Dress up nice. Zhao Yishuan smiled mysteriously. And dress up better, I'm not going on a blind date, why do I need to dress up? Tang Feng shook his head carelessly. It was only to protect Zhao Yishuan's safety, it wasn't like he was going to do anything else. Chapter 72, I'm after her money. The next day, Tang Feng was at the school entrance, waiting for Zhao Yishuan. Today's Zhao Yishuan's dress caught Tang Feng's eye. She was wearing a white dress, the hem of the skirt gently swaying with the wind, simple but not lose the spirit. Waist girded with a blue belt, outlining the slender waist, that is the unique youthful wantonness and elegance. Feet on a pair of white canvas shoes, gait light, as the wind does not take away a cloud, full of youthful and beautiful atmosphere. Tang Feng looked at Zhao Yishuan in surprise. Yo, you're really going on a blind date? You look so pretty. Tang Feng surveyed Zhao Yishuan's figure with new curiosity and said with a teasing smile. Off. I'm just meeting my family. Zhao Yishuan rolled her eyes, showing off all of her feelings. You'd get all dressed up to meet your family? Tang Feng, however, was in disbelief. Shouldn't you care even less about appearances when you see your family? How come you make such a big deal out of dressing up? Zhao Yishuan, however, didn't bother to explain to Tang Feng. Go. Remember to protect me. Zhao Yishuan then urged Tang Feng. Tang Feng spread his hands and didn't continue to pursue the matter. With that, he walked towards Skyfire City. Soon they arrived at Skyfire City. When we get there, don't talk too much, just deal with a few sentences, don't deny anything I say or you won't be paid off. Zhao Yishuan arrived here before explaining to Tang Feng. For what? Tang Feng was puzzled. It always felt like Zhao Yishuan didn't have any good intentions. Why do you ask so many questions? Do you still want to earn money? Zhao Yishuan, however, did not explain. Okay, you're the boss. Whatever you say. Tang Feng shook his head indifferently. Just give him the money anyway, $40 million, he didn't know how long he'd save up to be able to afford a copy of the skill, he had to earn it. Soon they arrived at an upscale restaurant. The kind Tang Feng has never been to before. After coming in, it was unusually quiet inside, and although there were quite a few guests, no one was loud and boisterous. The store plays soothing soft music that makes you calm down. Hello sir, too? As soon as the two entered, a waiter came up to greet them warmly. Box, peony room. Zhao Yishuan said to the waiter from the side. Yes, please follow me. The waiter then understood that they had booked a room, and then led the way for the duo ahead. Soon they came to the entrance of the peony hall. The waiter knocked on the door, then pushed it open and made a gesture of invitation to the pair. The two walked into the hall. There are already 3 people in there. 2 middle-aged men, 1 young man. The middle-aged couple had a slight resemblance to Zhao Yishuan between their eyebrows, so they should be her parents. The other is a good-looking young talent. The middle-aged couple instantly looked happy when they saw Zhao Yishuan. But after seeing Tang Feng follow him in, the smile on his face instantly tightened. Including that youth was the same, seeing Tang Feng frown. Xian, who is this? Mother Zhao looked at Tang Feng behind Zhao Yishuan and asked with a puzzled expression. Mom, let me introduce you, he's Tang Feng. Zhao Yishuan then took Zhao Mother's arm with a smile on her face and introduced her to Tang Feng's name. Oh, then, Don, come in and sit down. Mother Zhao nodded slightly and smiled at Tang Feng, inviting him in. Zhao's father's face, however, did not have the slightest smile on it. Looking at Tang Feng with a frown on his face. Xian, it's mainly because Heavenly Flame City is inconvenient, or else I will definitely drive to pick you up in person. Are you alright on the road? After the two of them took their seats, the youth then asked Zhao Yishuan with a gentle face. It's the same everywhere, I've got my legs in a car, I don't need anyone to pick me up, thanks ah. Zhao Yishuan let out a light laugh and said without moving. It was as if she had not felt at all the affection the youth had shown her. Mom, didn't you say today is a family dinner? Why are there outsiders? Zhao Yishuan asked her mom in a deliberately puzzled manner. Zhao Mother feigned anger and glanced at Zhao Yishuan, gently pulling Zhao Yishuan's arm a bit to make her care about the occasion. Isn't it a slap in the face to say this in front of the other party? Xian, don't you see that Xiao Tang is here too, and you're still talking about us? Mother Zhao then glanced at Tang Feng. That means Tang Feng isn't an outsider, and you didn't bring him here too? He's different. Zhao Yishuan said unapologetically. The meaning of the words could not be more obvious. These words made Zhao's father's face sink. What's different? I said long ago that I wouldn't let her come to some Heavenly Flame Academy, and it's only been a short while, and she's already mixed up with unsavory people. If this gets out, where will my Zhao Tianlong's face go? Zhao Tianlong immediately said with an angry face. Uncle Zhao, don't be angry, Xian was also tricked, I don't blame her. The youth on the side immediately took the opportunity to speak. Look at this, Xiao Tian is still speaking for you now, what the hell do you think? Zhao Tianlong looked at Zhao Yishuan questioningly with dissatisfaction. Who told him to give me a talking to? What's he got to do with my business, meddling? Zhao Yishuan snorted coldly and said with an indignant face. You've gotten tough, haven't you? Because of this kid, you dare to talk back to me? Do you know where he comes from? Do you know what he wants from you? Zhao Tianlong immediately stood up with an angry face, pointing at Tang Feng and scolding Zhao Yishuan. I'm after her money, what else? Tang Feng then spoke in a shocking manner, causing the 4 people present to freeze. Zhao Yishuan hurriedly pulled Tang Feng to her side. What are you doing? I thought you weren't allowed to talk nonsense. Zhao Yishuan was dying of anxiety. How could she not expect Tang Feng to say this? Think I'm stupid? You're not using me as a shield. I don't want to get into trouble, and I do want your money, am I wrong? If Tang Feng still couldn't see what was going on here, then he'd have lived on a pig for the past 10 years. Please, will you help me? Just this once. Zhao Yishuan said pleadingly in Tang Feng's ear. That won't do, I'm a man of principle, as a shield, that's a different price, it'll have to be increased. Tang Feng smiled faintly and said indifferently. Good. Take as much as you want. Zhao Yishuan had no choice but to nod her head in agreement. All she wanted now was for Tang Feng not to reveal himself, or else she would be in trouble. What are you two doing? Let go of my daughter. The way Tang Feng and Zhao Yishuan pulled and tugged and exchanged pleasantries instantly made Zhao Tianlong furious. Angrily, he roared at Tang Feng. With your poor appearance, you still want to pick up my daughter? I advise you to cancel this idea. No matter what purpose you have, my Zhao family is not something you can climb up to, otherwise, it will be easy for your family to be broken. When Zhao Tianlong heard Tang Feng's bold words, he immediately warned Tang Feng in a cold voice. Uncle Zhao, why don't we make a bet? Tang Feng smiled faintly. Without moving, he looked at Zhao Tianlong and said. What's the bet? Zhao Tianlong frowned, not knowing what this poor boy wanted to bet with him. I'll bet you can't do anything about it. Chapter 73 Penalized. Ha! Zhao Tianlong instantly sneered disdainfully when he heard Tang Feng's loud words. Do you know who I am? Zhao Tianlong looked at Tang Feng with cold eyes and asked. That's not really known. Tang Feng shook his head. Humph. Dare to pick up my daughter but don't know who I am, you can't even do this homework well, I'm telling you, if you dare to come near my daughter again in the future, I'll make your family fall apart. Zhao Tianlong immediately threatened Tang Feng with a vicious face. Enough. Zhao Yishuan on the side finally couldn't help but explode. With an angry face, he stood up and looked straight at Zhao Tianlong without fear. Can you all stay out of my life? I've grown up, I have my own choices, don't think I don't know what you guys are here for today, isn't it just to make me marry Zhang Qitian? I'll tell you right now, it's impossible. Zhao Yishuan said as her gaze turned to the youth on the side and said decisively. You're reckless. When Zhao Tianlong saw that Zhao Yishuan was so unintelligent, he immediately looked furious. Ha! Zhao Yishuan looked at her father across the table and let out a self-deprecating laugh. I'm unbridled? Do you realize that if it wasn't for Tang Feng, you guys would have only seen my corpse? That's right, you don't care about that, you only care about growing the family is your mission. Zhao Yishuan looked at Zhao Tianlong with a disappointed expression. Humph. Without me, the Zhao family would be where it is today? Can you go to school here without a care in the world? Talking to me about this now, for the Zhao family to prosper, what's a proper sacrifice? Zhao Tianlong was unmoved, like Zhao Yishuan wasn't his daughter, in his eyes there were only benefits to be had. Tang Feng was a bit unable to look on from the side. This Zhao Tianlong, good downer. Humph. If you want to sacrifice you go ahead and sacrifice, I don't want to. Zhao Yishuan snorted coldly and pulled Tang Feng around to leave. If you dare to walk out of this door today, don't ever set foot in the Zhao family's front door. And don't ever want to receive half a dime again. When Zhao Tianlong saw that Zhao Yishuan was leaving, he immediately said in a deep voice. Zhao Yishuan's footsteps paused for a moment, but immediately afterward, she resolutely walked out of the box. When Zhao Tianlong saw that Zhao Yishuan had actually left, his face was as gloomy as water. Uncle Zhao, don't be angry, Xian was just tricked, fix that guy, Xian will naturally come back. Zhang Qitian, who was on the side, softly comforted Zhao Tianlong. However, the meaning of the words was that they were dissatisfied with Tang Feng. You're right, it's all because of that Tang Feng. Don't worry nephew, no one can hinder the marriage between our two families, as long as you don't dislike Xian Xian. Zhao Tianlong then said softly to Zhang Qitian. What Uncle Zhao said, I love her more than I can say, how could I dislike her? If Uncle trusts me, leave this Tang Feng to me, I'll make sure he disappears from this world. Zhang Qitian then said to Zhao Tianlong. Well, with your words I'm relieved, since virtuous nephew has the heart, then I'll leave it to you, I'm relieved. Zhao Tianlong smiled faintly and said with satisfaction. Zhang Qitian and Zhao Tianlong glanced at each other, and the two of them smiled heartily. Only Zhao's mother looked at the direction her daughter left with a heartbroken face. But she was a lightweight in the Zhao family, and in herself, she was a victim of the marriage, and did not have the slightest status in the Zhao family. Nature can't change anything. She was relieved that Zhao Yishuan dared to resist. But at the same time, her heart ached for her daughter, who was, after all, her own flesh and blood. Without the Zhao family's shelter, how many sins must we suffer in the future? Lao Zhao, what Xian Xian said is just anger, you can't take it seriously, if you don't give her money, how can she live in school? Zhao mother was still heartbroken for her child and immediately said to Zhao Tianlong. Humph. That's what she's asking for. I'll freeze her card now. Zhao Tianlong said, and immediately dialed the phone and had someone freeze Zhao Yishuan's card. Zhou's mother sighed at the sight. She was also incapable of resisting in the slightest. Are you okay? Coming out of the restaurant, Tang Feng looked at the exasperated Zhao Yishuan and couldn't help but ask. Having gotten into such a mess with his family, Tang Feng, as an outsider, didn't know what to say. Here's your money. Zhao Yishuan didn't say anything and calmly took out her cell phone, ready to transfer money to Tang Feng. After all, he was promised extra money. Only when she tried to transfer the money, it said, card frozen. Zhao Yishuan was stunned. Then it became clear what was going on. What? No money? Tang Feng sneaked a glance at Zhao Yishuan's cell phone screen, then raised an eyebrow. I'll owe you first and pay you back later, okay? Zhao Yishuan said somewhat helplessly to Tang Feng. Ugh, what else can I do? Can't sell you, can we? Tang Feng let out a helpless sigh. I thought I could earn a little more, but I didn't expect Zhao Yishuan, a rich woman, to instantly run out of money. $1 owed is owed, and $1,000,000 is owed, so why don't you start by paying me back the money I transferred you yesterday? Zhao Yishuan then said with an embarrassed face, looking at Tang Feng carefully. She didn't have a penny on her now, and even eating was a problem. One could only pin their hopes on Tang Feng. After all, she had just transferred $2 million to Tang Feng yesterday. What are you doing? Money that's in my pocket and you want to get out? No way. Of course Tang Feng wouldn't return the money to Zhao Yishuan. What then? I don't even have money for food, so have mercy on me. Zhao Yishuan instantly pouted and shook Tang Feng's arm to pout. Stop. Is this your style, big sister? Tang Feng hastily took a step back and looked at Zhao Yishuan with a horrified expression. Who can stand it when a girl is so fierce? I don't care, I can't afford to eat anyway, if you don't pay, I'll pester you every day. Zhao Yishuan said with a roguish look. I can't do anything about it. Forget it. I'll be a good guy to the end. Tang Feng then shook his head helplessly. This caused Zhao Yishuan to instantly blush. But paying you is out of the question, I can give you a business deal, you help me find people who need to brush up on their credits for the same price as before, and I'll give you 10% of the money when it comes in. Tang Feng then said to Zhao Yishuan. It is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. Tang Feng couldn't afford to give Zhao Yishuan money, but he could let Zhao Yishuan help him find customers. She gets 10% for every deal, definitely enough for her daily life. Cheapskate. When Zhao Yishuan heard that Tang Feng was going to make her work as a laborer, she immediately bristled in dissatisfaction. But it did seem like a solution, and it was better than her being penniless. Thanks. Zhao Yishuan then thanked Tang Feng. Tang Feng not only accompanied her here, but also gave her a solution to her immediate problem. She was genuinely thankful to Tang Feng. She owed Tang Feng a bit too much. Tang Feng already didn't know how many times he had saved her. The two chatted and then walked forward, not noticing a beautiful woman walking head on ahead of them. Zhao Yishuan accidentally bumped into her opponent. A scent instantly flooded her nostrils. Excuse me. Excuse me. Zhao Yishuan hurriedly apologized to the other party. The other party lightly glanced at Zhao Yishuan and smiled faintly. It's okay. Then he glanced at Tang Feng on the side. With a wave of his hand, the scent that came with his body immediately drifted towards Tang Feng. Tang Feng frowned slightly. Chapter 74 Poisoned by Love. With that, he took a wary step back. The other party was acting so strangely that he couldn't help but be suspicious. What for? Tang Feng frowned and questioned the other party. The other party froze for a moment when he saw how alert Tang Feng was. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and walked away without stopping for a second. Tang Feng had a strange look on his face. It felt like there was something wrong with the other person, but couldn't see where. What's wrong? Zhao Yishuan looked at Tang Feng strangely and asked. Nothing. Tang Feng looked at the back of that beautiful man leaving and shook his head. Let's go. Tang Feng just assumed that he was overthinking it. Not everyone was a bad person. Maybe people just want to say hi to him? After Tang Feng's duo left, that beautiful woman then poked her head out from around the corner and looked at Tang Feng, revealing a smirk of triumph. They got hit? Then another beautiful woman came up behind her and opened her mouth to ask. The woman got hit, the man seems to have come up short. The beauty immediately looked embarrassed and uncertain. Whether a man has been hit or not, as long as a woman is poisoned by love, I believe a man can't stand it either. Follow me. The beauty let out a light laugh, then quietly followed behind Tang Feng and the two of them. Tang Feng and Zhao Yishuan walked towards the academy. Walking down the road, Zhao Yishuan suddenly let out a pout. Tang Feng looked over with a strange face. It was found that Zhao Yishuan's face was red, and her entire body was like a boiled shrimp. What's wrong with you? Tang Feng looked at Zhao Yishuan with a strange expression. I don't know what she's blushing about. I don't know. I'm hot. Zhao Yishuan's eyes were mesmerized, and the body she felt was so hot that she wanted to take off her clothes. With that said, he couldn't help but reach down to his body and feel as if individual private parts were itching. And he was too embarrassed to scratch the itch in front of Tang Feng, so he could only keep twisting his body to relieve the itch. Tang Feng looked at Zhao Yishuan scratching her head in front of him, her charming eyes looking odd. Don't you dare, I'm not eating this. Zhao Yishuan hastily took a step back and said vigilantly. Just looking at Zhao Yishuan, he couldn't help but gulp. 1 is 1, 2 is 2, don't use the beauty trick even if you use the beauty trick, the money has to be paid back. Tang Feng looked at Zhao Yishuan's involuntary appearance, as if she couldn't hear what he was saying at all. The clothes on her body were already revealing the spring light under her constant writhing body movements. Tang Feng frowned slightly. It felt like something was wrong. No, you're not poisoned again, are you? Tang Feng asked Zhao Yishuan with a horrified look on his face. Tang Feng. Zhao Yishuan didn't answer Tang Feng, only slightly opening a sliver of her eyes, looking at Tang Feng uncontrollably approaching him. With that, he pounced on Tang Feng. The slender fingers were groping around Tang Feng's chest. Tang Feng was stunned. The woman that Zhao Yishuan had bumped into earlier came to mind. Zhao Yishuan is now in this state, this is clearly being poisoned by love. And yet, defense is not an option. Tang Feng immediately said with a speechless face. Heavenly Fire City, this place is really talented. How what people have, walk a road can also be under the love poison, really speechless. Tang Feng couldn't help but spit. Watching Zhao Yishuan in his arms uncontrollably writhing on top of him. To be honest, he couldn't stand it either. But although Tang Feng wasn't a decent person, he wasn't one to take advantage of others. Hurriedly picking up Zhao Yishuan and running towards the woods. The two beauties who had been following Tang Feng couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker when they saw this. See, I told you that no man can resist a beautiful woman throwing herself at him, and when they are critical and the men are deflated, that's when we strike. Elder sister is right, men nowadays, none of them are good. The two sneered, then followed Tang Feng closely into the woods. And Tang Feng certainly wasn't trying to do that, he just remembered that there was a river nearby. Carrying Zhao Yishuan, he quickly arrived at the river. Without saying anything, he directly threw Zhao Yishuan into the cold river water. The piercingly cold water instantly calmed Zhao Yishuan down. Ah! Zhao Yishuan let out a scream and flopped around in the river twice before stabilizing her body. Zhao Yishuan was stunned, then remembered those things that had just happened. The already reddened face once again swished a little redder. What happened to me? Me? Zhao Yishuan couldn't believe what she had just done in front of her. All of them didn't dare to look squarely at Tang Feng, and with a sideways glance, they asked Tang Feng. "You're poisoned." "Love poison," Tang Feng then said indifferently. Zhao Yixuan was stunned. Love poison, she naturally knew what it was. It was a horrible poison that made people involuntarily want to bond with someone. Once you've been poisoned by love, it's hard to control yourself, whether you're a man or a woman. Love poison? When did I get love poison? Zhao Yixuan was dumbfounded. Although she had calmed down, her mind was still a bit confused at this point because of the love poison. She couldn't remember when she was poisoned at all. "If I'm right, it would be the woman who hit you before," Tang Feng said indifferently. Only after Tang Feng reminded her did Zhao Yixuan remember that there was such a thing. "Forget about that for now. The cold water can only temporarily calm you down. The love poison is still unresolved. There are only 2 ways to get rid of the poison. I don't think you'll agree to the other one, so it's the only other option. Find the antidote." Tang Feng looked at Zhao Yixuan, who was standing in the water, and said indifferently. Zhao Yixuan blushed. She naturally knew what Tang Feng said about the first method, but she didn't say she didn't agree. "Where are you going to find the antidote?" Zhao Yixuan asked Tang Feng with a red face. "She shouldn't have poisoned us out of good intentions. She can't just poison us and leave us alone, right? No matter what her purpose was, even if she just wanted to see it live, she would definitely follow us, so now she's right behind us." Tang Feng didn't need to think much. The other party had sentient poisoned them and would definitely follow them. So if you want to cure the poison, just find the person who gave it. After saying that, Tang Feng then turned around, his gaze sweeping through the woods behind him. Soon, it landed behind one of the large trees. "Found you!" Tang Feng let out a cold snort, and then rushed toward the large tree. The 2 beauties behind the tree had long been stunned and frozen for a few moments. They had never seen a man who could resist temptation. Not enjoying a beautiful woman at your fingertips, but throwing someone into the river? Is this still a man? It's not a problem in that area, is it? The only explanation they could think of was that Tang Feng couldn't. When they reacted, they saw Tang Feng suddenly turn his head and charge towards them. "Didn't find us, did you?" one of the beauties said in surprise. "No way, we're hidden so well he won't notice." The other beauty shook her head in disbelief. "But he's already here." He raised his fist. "He's going to do it." Boom! Chapter 75, Peach Blossom Party. Tang Feng previously rushed to the big tree and slammed his fist on it. The large tree instantly turned into pieces. The 2 women hiding behind the tree were also instantly exposed to Tang Feng. Tang Feng practiced moon pupil every day, and although he hadn't fully comprehended it yet, his eyesight was now surprisingly sharp. In an instant, he discovered where the duo was hiding. "Hello, beautiful." Tang Feng lightly laughed, looking at the 2 beauties who were scared out of their wits, and said. The 2 froze for a moment at the sight of Tang Feng, and then reacted, instantly taking a step backward, and then drew their weapons from their waists, looking at Tang Feng warily. "What are you?" "You?" The duo looked at Tang Feng and asked in surprise. "You assassinate me and you don't know who I am?" Tang Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at the duo strangely, saying. "I was going to ask who you were. Why were you poisoned?" Tang Feng's expression then chilled as he questioned the 2 in a cold voice. "Humph. Useless kid, offer you the opportunity you don't even cherish, beautiful women sent to the door you don't even move, is it no good?" One of the beauties immediately looked at Tang Feng with a mocking face and asked. Tang Feng's gaze was fixed. One thing a man hates in life is being told no. Tang Feng naturally didn't like these 2 words either. And the other party was still his enemy. It wasn't like Tang Feng was a generous person. Tang Feng naturally couldn't endure it, and immediately moved his body and charged towards the other party. The 2 beauties saw Tang Feng attacking. With that, his expression moved and he raised the long sword in his hand, not hesitating to counterattack. Both of them stabbed at different vital parts of Tang Feng at the same time. Tang Feng directly used raw roots without having to dodge at all. Against the swords in the hands of the 2 men he killed. Ding! Ding! 2 soft sounds, the longsword stabbed at Tang Feng's body. With Tang Feng's defense, naturally he was unharmed. Not only did Tang Feng not receive any damage, the longsword in the other party's hand also instantly bent under the impact of Tang Feng's power. Bang! Then, the 2 of them could not collect their strength in time, and the 2 long swords broke with a sound. This caused both of them to instantly change their faces and look incredulous. They couldn't figure out why Tang Feng's body was so hard. What was this man's body made of? But before they could think about it, Tang Feng had already slammed his fist over. It hit one of the women's bodies instantly. Bang! Tang Feng didn't hold back, a punch attacked, and the opponent directly turned into blood mist and disappeared in place. The other woman left was horrified at the sight of her companion being reduced to a mist of blood. The remaining half of the long sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clanging sound. You. Looking at Tang Feng, stuttering in shock, he couldn't speak. Antidote. Tang Feng stretched out his hand, expressionless and icy to the other party. The woman he left behind was the same beauty who had bumped into Zhao Yishuan earlier. He naturally had to leave behind the person who poisoned him, or else who would detoxify Zhao Yishuan. The woman looked at Tang Feng with a shocked expression. The shock Tang Feng had given her made her not dare to feel any resistance. Honestly, take out a bottle of antidote. Tang Feng took it. He didn't know if the antidote was real. Zhao Yishuan, your antidote is here. With that, he shouted to Zhao Yishuan in the river. Zhao Yishuan then came up from the river and came to Tang Feng's side. Not caring about her soaked clothes, she took the antidote and drank it with a tilt of her head. A cold sensation instantly spread all over his body, dispelling the hot and dry feeling in his body. I'm better. Zhao Yishuan then said to Tang Feng. Looks like the antidote she gave was real. Tang Feng nodded. The beauty heard Tang Feng's words and hurriedly nodded her head. Really? The antidote is real, I wouldn't dare lie to you, now can I go? The beauty hurriedly asked Tang Feng. Did I say to let you go? Tang Feng let out a light laugh. So what do you want? The beauty immediately smiled bitterly and looked at Tang Feng warily. Let's start with where you're coming from, why the poison? Or love poison? Tang Feng then questioned the other party. It was impossible for the other party to poison Zhao Yishuan for no reason, unless they were too idle to do so. I. The beautiful woman hesitated for half a day, but never dared to tell where she came from. The Peach Blossom Club, right? Even if the other party didn't say anything, Tang Feng basically guessed what the other party was. Using love poison and having a grudge against Zhao Yishuan, the only people who met these two conditions were the Peach Blossom Society. Seeing Tang Feng say where she came from, the other party immediately fell silent. It seems that my guess was right. The Lion's Head Gang, Peach Blossom Club, Dark Knight Tower, the 6 major forces have already shown up 3, and I don't know when the other 3 will make their move. Tang Feng muttered. We didn't know she had someone behind her or we never would have done it. I'm sorry, can you let me go? The other guy is also a character who can bend. Seeing that Tang Feng couldn't be messed with, he immediately conceded and begged for forgiveness from Tang Feng. Is it appropriate for you to bully people over and over again for the sake of a skill? Tang Feng asked indifferently. We didn't want to kill her, the skill has already been learned and it doesn't matter, it's just that. In order to make up for the loss, our president would like to invite her to join the club. The other party then explained to Tang Feng. Initiation? Tang Feng was puzzled. Don't listen to her. Think I don't know what the Peach Blossom Club is? Zhao Yishuan, who had already been relieved of her love poison on the side, burst out and looked at the other party with an angry face and said. The Peach Blossom Club is a windy place, filled with windy women, inviting me to join? I poo. Zhao Yishuan instantly gritted her teeth in anger. The other side is talking nice, isn't it just that they see her good looks and want to drag her into the sea? It's such a grand statement that if you didn't know, you'd think it wasn't a big deal. Tang Feng's expression moved. After listening to Zhao Yishuan's explanation, Tang Feng's face became even colder. Dragging someone into the sea is worse than killing them. Tang Feng looked at the other party with a murderous look on his face. Hero, spare your life. I'll do whatever you want me to do. I don't want to die yet. Please. The other party was immediately frightened and kept begging Tang Feng for mercy. Tang Feng raised an eyebrow. There had to be an outcome to this matter. Being watched by these people, Zhao Yishuan was always unsafe. Want to live? Take me to your chairman. Tang Feng then said to the other party. Ha! The other party was stunned, looking at Tang Feng with some disbelief. Obviously, he hadn't expected Tang Feng to make this kind of request. She wouldn't hesitate even to ask her to give her life. But how could they not expect Tang Feng to be meeting their president? Isn't this a death wish? But what did it matter to her if she was looking for death or not? She couldn't be happier if the other party died. Okay, I'll take you. So, without any hesitation, she agreed. Tang Feng nodded slightly. Zhao Yishuan, you go back first, I'll take care of things. Tang Feng then said to Zhao Yishuan. Humph. Zhao Yishuan immediately blanked Tang Feng. You didn't hear that the Peach Blossom Club is a windy place and want to go have some fun, did you? Zhao Yishuan asked as she looked at Tang Feng with a disgusted look. Chapter 76 Qi Baihui. Ahem, how can that be? Tang Feng dryly coughed twice and said with a straight face. I'm going to talk to their president. It's not a good idea for you to be poisoned and assassinated all the time. There has to be an end to this. Tang Feng then explained to Zhao Yishuan. Zhao Yishuan was stunned. Looked at Tang Feng for a while. She didn't expect Tang Feng to do it for himself. Then I'll go with you. Zhao Yishuan then looked at Tang Feng seriously and said. She couldn't watch Tang Feng risk his life alone. What are you going for? Make a mess? Tang Feng was speechless. He could be alone and it wouldn't matter, no one could hurt him. But bringing Zhao Yishuan with him was different. When he encountered a powerful opponent, he would probably use Zhao Yishuan as a hostage to threaten him. Get me clients when you get back. I need a lot of money. Tang Feng then explained to Zhao Yishuan. It would be better for her to follow than to go back earlier and help him find clients. Zhao Yishuan couldn't argue with Tang Feng, so she could only give up. Then come back early, I'll wait for you. Zhao Yishuan said to Tang Feng. Then she looked at Tang Feng imploringly, looking at Tang Feng uncomfortably. Tang Feng nodded slightly. Let's go. He then let the Peach Blossom Society's people lead the way and returned to Skyfire City once again. The Peach Blossom Club, as Zhao Yishuan said, was really a place of flirtation. Because the other party brought him to the door of a clubhouse. Peach Blossom Spa Club, is this the kind of place you're headquartered in? Tang Feng said with an odd look at the woman next to him. Hello handsome one? Tang Feng had just walked through the door of the clubhouse, and the receptionist greeted him warmly. But just after asking she saw the woman following Tang Feng. Lily? What are you doing here? The receptionist froze and looked at the other man strangely and asked. Sister Qin. Lily hurriedly pulled the receptionist aside and explained in her ear. With that, Sister Qin suddenly changed her expression. Take him to his room and wait while I go find the chairman. Sister Qin then glanced at the calm Tang Feng before explaining to Lily. Lily then took Tang Feng upstairs and arranged into one of the rooms. The rooms are small, but there are quite a few amenities. In addition to the beds, there is a variety of fitness equipment. Treadmills, bars, dumbbells, and even a piano. There was a bench-like thing Tang Feng didn't recognize. What's that? Then he asked Lily curiously. A horseback riding machine that gives guests the feeling of a prairie run. Lily immediately explained to Tang Feng. Oh, you guys are a lot of fun. Tang Feng let out a dry laugh. After a half hour or so, there was a knock at the door. Lily, whose legs were numb from standing on the sidelines, hurried up and opened the door. With that, an extremely beautiful-looking imperial-type beauty was introduced. The beautiful woman was wearing a slim-fitting suit, but there was no take advantage of the fact that she was not wearing one inside the suit. Not even wearing underwear. A deep V-neck reveals a large expanse of spring, while the bottom is a normal pair of suit pants with leather shoes. The hairstyle is also a short, dry, ear-length haircut. The dress was slightly neutral, but even so, it couldn't hide the beauty of the other. Tang Feng was all surprised by the other party's appearance. You wanted to see me? Qi Baihui tilted her head and looked at Tang Feng in the room and asked. If Lily hadn't said that Tang Feng's strength was terrifying, she wouldn't have come over specifically to see Tang Feng. Obviously, you're the president of the Peach Club? Tang Feng didn't move his hands and asked rhetorically. I'm Qi Baihui, I wonder what you're looking for me for. Qi Baihui nodded. Nothing, just came over to warn you, don't hit Zhao Yishuan's idea again. In addition, tell the bosses of the other forces that the skill book is gone, there's no need to hold on to it, otherwise it's bad for everyone. Tang Feng faintly said to Qi Baihui. Ha! Qi Baihui burst out laughing. She was mocking. Mocking Tang Feng's insouciance. Who do you think you are? Warning me? Know what this place is? Qi Baihui's face then chilled, her gaze sinking slightly as she looked coldly at Tang Feng, the killing intent in her eyes blossoming out undisguised. Tang Feng didn't move and smiled. Stand up. I'm here to inform you, not to request you, I'm here just to tell you that if you don't do what I say, you'll die. Tang Feng looked at the other party indifferently and said, "Ha ha ha ha." Shi Baihui instantly laughed and gasped when she heard Tang Feng speak so loudly. She had been in Skyfire City for so many years, but no one had ever dared to talk to her like this. Even the other bosses of the same 6 forces didn't dare to talk to her like this. I don't know who gave Tang Feng the courage. Fine, you've managed to enrage me, get on. Kill him for me. Shi Baihui then, without saying a word, waved her hand, and dozens of women immediately flooded in from outside, each with a clear look, none of them ugly. However, they were all holding sharp weapons in their hands, and it was clear that they weren't here to let Tang Feng order the stage. Drink! This group of eye-pleasing beauties immediately shouted lightly and swarmed towards Tang Feng, all kinds of weapons directly greeting Tang Feng. Tang Feng stood still and didn't even move, allowing the opponent's weapon to fall on him. Ding, ding, ding. Ding! A soft sound came out, and Tang Feng looked at Shi Baihui outside the crowd with a bemused expression. That's it? Tang Feng looked at Shi Baihui with mockery and said. Shi Baihui frowned. Get out of here, all of you. Shi Baihui instantly realized that these people under his command were no match for Tang Feng. If Tang Feng returned the favor, I'm afraid it would kill them in an instant. So instead of letting them die, let them go out first. Who the hell are you? Shi Baihui frowned and questioned Tang Feng. She felt that it was impossible for someone so powerful to be without any reputation, and that he must be from some great power. Freshman of Skyfire Academy, Tang Feng. Tang Feng smiled faintly. The only identity he could think of was this one. Tang Feng? Shi Baihui frowned. She hadn't heard the name, it didn't ring a bell. Wait. What did you just say? Skyfire Academy, freshman? Shi Baihui then reacted. Tang Feng had just said that he was a freshman of Skyfire Academy? How is this possible? You tricked me. The only thing Shi Baihui could think of was that Tang Feng was playing her. Do you really think I can't do anything about you because they can't hurt you? Shi Baihui snorted coldly, thinking that Tang Feng was playing a trick on her. I'm telling you the truth, why don't you believe me? And I'm here to inform you, there's no need to explain to you who I am. Today my words you bring them too, and if you don't, I'll beat you until you bring them. Tang Feng shook his head helplessly, then said in a deep voice. Deception. Shi Baihui immediately let out a cold snort. She felt that she was still too kind. This Tang Feng was so not putting her in her eyes, it was simply humiliating her. How could she put up with that? You! Shi Baihui then let out a light cry and reached out his hand. A poisonous snake instantly flew out of his sleeve, revealing sharp fangs as it bit toward Tang Feng. Chapter 77. The screams in the room. Tang Feng's face didn't change, looking at the incoming viper without dodging in the slightest. Tang Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed the viper. There was no threat to him at all. However, Shi Baihui's attack would naturally not be so simple. The viper was just a feint. The kill is yet to come. At the same time as he shot the poisonous snake, Shi Baihui also killed towards Tang Feng at the same time. Stretching out his hand, revealing his white jade-like right hand, he attacked Tang Feng, instantly arriving close to him, not giving him the slightest time to dodge. The opponent's attributes were much higher than Tang Feng's. There was absolutely no comparison to Tang Feng in terms of speed, so naturally he couldn't avoid it. Seeing that Tang Feng had no reaction, Shi Baihui had a sneer on her face. She felt a little too big for even moving to kill. With a strength as weak as Tang Feng's, he couldn't use the Chongjing white jade hand at all. Shi Baihui's small hand instantly slapped on his own wind body. Tang Feng's body moved and hurriedly covered his chest, his face changed as if he had suffered a very serious injury. Shi Baihui smiled slightly at the sight. My Chongjing white jade hand is comparable to the power of a weapon of the same level, and with your strength, you're lucky to have a whole body. Shi Baihui thought Tang Feng was dead. Her Chongjing white jade hand was unstoppable as long as she was hit. But soon she felt something was wrong. She did not feel warmth on her hands. Instead, there was only the feeling of Tang Feng's hand pressing down on hers. Shi Baihui then blushed. It was too late to pull my hand out. Tang Feng stood up indifferently, resuming his bland expression. One hand grabbed Shi Baihui's hand, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it out. I'm just kidding, you still want to hurt me with this much strength? Tang Feng let out a light laugh and looked at Shi Baihui, who was close at hand, and said indifferently. Shi Baihui's face suddenly changed. You! Seeing that his right hand couldn't be withdrawn, he immediately stretched out his left hand and once again attacked Tang Feng's vitals. Of course, Tang Feng still couldn't stop it. Can't match the opponent's speed and can only be passive. But Tang Feng has one thing, his defense is invincible. Chi Baihui once again slapped her palm onto Tang Feng's head. Tang Feng's head tilted just a little. Then even took the opportunity to control Chi Baihui's other hand again. If he wasn't looking for an opportunity, Tang Feng wouldn't even need to tilt his head. Cocking his head was merely delaying him a little, giving him more time to grab Chi Baihui's hand. Both of her hands were under control, and Chi Baihui had a horrified look on her face. Because she realized with horror that her hands were in Tang Feng's hands, but she didn't have the slightest ability to resist. No matter how much she struggled, it didn't help. You! Who the hell are you? Get off me! Chi Baihui said to Tang Feng in horror. Tang Feng smiled faintly. Grabbing Chi Baihui's hand, his arms opened violently. Chi Baihui's body immediately lunged uncontrollably towards Tang Feng's face. Tang Feng certainly wasn't doing this to take advantage. Only to see Tang Feng slightly tilting his head, followed by a headbutt directly slamming into Chi Baihui. Bang! Blood suddenly spurted on Chi Baihui's face, and a headbutt directly knocked Chi Baihui's head into the ground. That wasn't the end of it, then Tang Feng let go of one hand and slammed his fist on Chi Baihui. Tang Feng collected his strength, otherwise it wouldn't be as simple as blood spattering. However, Tang Feng also knew where the gap between himself and his opponent was. So always grab one of your opponent's hands so that they can't get out of their range of attack. Otherwise, if Chi Baihui ran away, Tang Feng really couldn't catch up. Chi Baihui was grabbed by Tang Feng and beaten up. No matter how much she resisted, it was useless, she could only be beaten. She returned the favor, and all the attacks landed on Tang Feng's body as if scratching an itch, leaving not the slightest wound. Outside, only Chi Baihui's miserable screams could be heard continuously from inside the room. Ah! 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 The sisters who stood outside eavesdropping froze when they heard a soulful cry from the president. Holy, the president screamed so badly? This little brother is a bit powerful. Is the president playing so fancy, haven't seen her call it that? A group of women were talking outside, having no idea what was going on inside. It was as hard as a cat's paw to listen to the sounds coming from inside. Stop! 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 Chi Baihui hurriedly shouted out. She couldn't do anything with Tang Feng, she could only be passively beaten, and being grabbed by Tang Feng, she couldn't even run away if she wanted to. Only then did Tang Feng stop. Chi Baihui had already been beaten up by him at this point and was no longer human. His face was covered in blood and swollen like a pig's head. Can the word be brought? Tang Feng then faintly asked Chi Baihui. Yes, definitely. Chi Baihui understood at this time that Tang Feng was not something she could deal with, and immediately nodded her head. Only then did Tang Feng let go of Chi Baihui's hand. And Chi Baihui subconsciously took a step back, but didn't dare to run. Because she felt that even if she ran, Tang Feng could easily catch up with her. I'm sure I'll get another beating when the time comes. She still didn't dare to do anything rash in order to suffer less. Tell them that Zhao Yishuan's matter ends here. If there's anything that comes at me, or if it's not possible, I'll go and find them in person, got it? Tang Feng faintly said to Chi Baihui. Understood. How could Chi Baihui dare to have any complaints? She hastily nodded her head and responded. Do you know where the dark house is? Tang Feng then asked Chi Baihui. On top of that, he wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of the dark house. Xing Xuanxuan's matter made her feel that the Dark Knight Tower was always a hidden danger. With their hands reaching inside the Skyfire Academy, who knew if the people around them were people from the Dark Knight Tower? And the people of the Dark House were the first organization to have seen his full strength. That masked man from last time was definitely someone from the Dark House. Without finding them, Tang Feng was uneasy in his heart. The Dark House is an assassin organization with no fixed location, I don't know where they are. Chi Baihui shook her head. Although they were the same six powers, the Dark Knight Tower was completely different from them, and there was nowhere to go. The other five forces still had fixed places, but the Dark Knight Tower was as if they didn't exist at all, or rather, they were everywhere. Even she wasn't sure if she had anyone from the Dark House under her command. Anyway, as long as there was any wind, the Dark House would be the first to know. That's kind of a pain in the ass. What do I do if I want to find them? Tang Feng shook his head helplessly and asked Chi Baihui. If you want to find them to kill someone, shout it out in the street and someone will probably come forward the next day. If it's anything else, don't even think about it, they won't show up. Shi Baihui then said to Tang Feng. Oh? So if I say I want to kill the Lion's Head gang boss now, will they show up? Tang Feng raised an eyebrow and asked curiously. This? I don't know. Shi Baihui's expression was stunned, then she shook her head. As of now, there was no one who had heard of anyone who had commissioned the Dark Knight Tower to kill someone at the level of the leader of a power like them. And this price is not something that ordinary people can afford to pay, and even if they can, does Dark Knight Tower have the strength to kill Zhao Shifu? Being the same as the 6 great forces, the Dark Knight Tower's top-level battle power wouldn't be too much stronger than theirs. I'm just asking, remember to bring the word, if Zhao Yishuan gets hurt again, I'll come back to you again. Tang Feng smiled and warned Shi Baihui before leaving. Shi Baihui burst into a bitter laugh. What is this? I didn't get the mutton, but got into trouble instead. Chapter 78 Invitation from the Dark Knight Tower. Back at the academy, Tang Feng continued to cultivate moon pupil. Staring at the moon every night. On the 15th day, the moon and stars were thin. A bright full moon illuminated the entire academy as if it were daytime. Tang Feng stood on the pitch, looking up at the sky and straight at the full moon in the sky. Unconsciously, an icy blue aura shot into Tang Feng's eyes along the moonlight. Tang Feng instantly felt his eyes were bright and clearer, and the surrounding night was as if it was daytime in Tang Feng's eyes. Those moonbeams were like they were alive, constantly drilling into Tang Feng's eyes. Tang Feng was slightly stunned. It was instantly clear that this was the lunar yin energy that Mr. Song was talking about. Tang Feng immediately greedily absorbed the surrounding moon yin. If there were outsiders around at this moment, they would have realized that Tang Feng's eyes were as bright as 2 light bulbs at this moment. It's like the eyes of a beast in the darkness of the night, radiating light. Unconsciously, the moon faded and the sun rose, and as the sun rose from the sky, a purple energy followed the mooning energy into Tang Feng's eyes. Tang Feng then returned to his senses, his eyes regaining their vigor. Realized skill, Moon Pupil Elementary. Tang Feng then realized that he had an additional skill. Moon Pupil Elementary, realize night vision ability, can detect target level. Tang Feng's expression moved. Although the primary moon pupil could only see the target level, it was already good, and there was also a night vision ability, which was considered an unexpected blessing. Tang Feng was just about to leave when he looked down and suddenly realized that he had a letter in front of him at some point. There was nothing written on the envelope, just a stamp on it. A red chapter seal in the shape of an ancient building. Tang Feng frowned. Looking around, there was no one around. The sun isn't even fully up yet, most people aren't even up yet, so of course no one will be. Tang Feng opened the envelope suspiciously. Inside was a piece of paper with a simple line of numbers. There is also an old red building below the numbers. Tang Feng frowned. Then a light went on before his eyes. Dark house? Tang Feng muttered. The only thing he could think of with a letter that appeared so suddenly was the mysterious dark house. Shi Baihui said that if you want to find the dark house to kill someone, just shout it on the street and someone will take the initiative to contact you. Could it be that the Peach Blossom Society also has an undercover agent from the Dark Knight Tower? What he said at the Peach Blossom Club that day had reached the ears of the Dark Knight Tower. Tang Feng had to be so skeptical. Where else would this letter have come from? And this was the Heavenly Flame Academy. Xing Xianxian had already been kicked out by him. How did they send the letter in? Tang Feng was puzzled. Looking at the number on the paper, he then dialed it on his cell phone. Whether it's the dark house or not, the only way to find out is to call it. Do! 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 The phone rang for a long time, and a busy signal soon came from the other side, and there was no answer. It made Tang Feng very puzzled. Tang Feng simply typed it again. Still no answer on the other side. Mistake? Just as he was wondering about giving up, his cell phone suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I was surprised that it was the other person who had called. Hello? Tang Feng then picked up. Why didn't you answer it just now? Tang Feng asked directly. Murder? There was a moment of silence from across the room, and then he opened his mouth to ask. When Tang Feng heard these 2 words, he instantly understood that the ones on the opposite side were the people from the Dark Knight Tower. Murder. Admit it immediately. That's our rule. To make sure it wasn't an unintentional typo by someone else, only pick it up on the 3rd time. The opposite party then explained to Tang Feng. Who are you going to kill? The person from the Dark Knight Tower then asked Tang Feng. You've all delivered your letters to me and you don't know who I'm going to kill? Tang Feng was speechless, wasn't the other party asking knowingly? You've sent the letter to him, and you still don't know who he's going to kill? The other was silent for a moment. There's been a lot of business lately, I'm sorry. Zhao Shifu is the leader of one of the 6 major forces in Heavenly Flame City. He's extremely wealthy and naturally extremely expensive. The other party didn't know if they had found out who Tang Feng was, and then said to Tang Feng. How much? Tang Feng then asked. 8 billion. The person on the other side of the phone said faintly. What? Tang Feng's voice all of a sudden rose a few degrees. $1 billion, that's an astronomical amount. Zhao Shifu was worth at least $1 billion, so killing him will cost at least $1 billion. The person from the Dark Knight Tower immediately explained to Tang Feng. Tang Feng was dumbfounded. It was also clear why no one had paid to assassinate the leading figures of the 6 powers. It's not worth it. You can't spend that much money on a human life and not necessarily earn that much back. If you're broke, there's actually an alternative. As if the other party knew that Tang Feng didn't have that much money, he then changed his words. What? Tang Feng frowned and asked. Join the Dark House and this order will be free. The other party then said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng froze. Why did he feel as if the other man had sought him out for that very purpose? Did you guys want me to join the Dark House in the first place? Tang Feng then asked the other party. He was certain that the other man knew who he was. Then Xing Xianxian and the masked man from before must have also reported his matter to the Dark Knight Tower. Since he knew who he was and how strong he was, he even sent him this letter. Its purpose is naturally self-evident. Inviting him to join the Dark Knight Tower was their ultimate goal. Dark Knight Tower was looking at Tang Feng's strength. Yes, but it's also true that all the quotes we've given are real, and if you have the money, you can just spend it too. The other party let out a light laugh and faintly said to Tang Feng. Apparently it was determined that Tang Feng didn't have that much money. I'll think about it. Tang Feng didn't give a direct reply, but told the other party to think about it. I'll wait to hear from you. The other party didn't say anything more than hung up. Tang Feng frowned. The Dark Knight Tower he definitely would not join, a killer organization hidden in the shadows. Joining would not know how many people he would have to help them kill. Although Tang Feng didn't claim to be a good person, he wouldn't just kill innocents indiscriminately. He couldn't be a killer, but he was targeted by the other side, and if he didn't join them, he was afraid that countless troubles would come to him. After all, they had arranged for Xing Xianxian to go undercover at the Heavenly Flame Academy, so they must have some unknown purpose. Now that the purpose hadn't been accomplished and they wanted to invite him into the Dark Knight Tower, they must have wanted him to replace Xing Xianxian and complete the task she hadn't accomplished. Perhaps he could agree to join them for the time being and see what they were up to. But before that, he had to find a guarantee for himself, so that in the end, he wouldn't end up being a killer and not be able to explain himself. Thinking of this, Tang Feng then went to find Mr. Song. Nowadays in Skyfire Academy, the one Tang Feng trusted the most was Song Xiaowei. Here we go, feeling the power of the moon in so soon? When Song Xiaowei saw Tang Feng, he was a bit surprised. The fact that Tang Feng had come over to him meant that he had already felt the power of the moon in. That's how long it's been, and it's really a bit soon. But if it was Tang Feng, this speed was within his acceptable range. Well, I've learned. Tang Feng nodded. Song Xiaowei nodded in satisfaction. What? But immediately afterward, he reacted to what Tang Feng had said and was shocked. Did you just say? Learned? Chapter 79 What the Dark Knight Tower Covets. Song Xiaowei looked at Tang Feng with an incredulous expression. Well, but it's just a beginner, mastered night vision, and can only detect the level of the target. Tang Feng nodded and said casually. Hiss. Song Xiaowei immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. You're a real demon. Song Xiaowei looked at Tang Feng in surprise and lamented. As the owner of Moon Pupil, he certainly knew what level skill Moon Pupil was. Tang Feng had surprisingly mastered the primary Moon Pupil in only such a short period of time. It had taken him several years to raise his Moon Pupil to advanced, and he no longer knew what words to use to describe Tang Feng. That's sick. I'll take that as a compliment. Tang Feng said with a bitter smile. What do I do after that? How do I level up my Moon Pupil? Tang Feng then asked Song Xiaowei suspiciously. Continue absorbing the Moonin power. Absorb it to a certain level and it will naturally advance. after that it will become intermediate and then advanced. Song replied. What about after advanced? Is there any more? Tang Feng nodded and then asked. After advanced. This left Song Xiaowei at a loss for words. Because he had only reached advanced as well, and it was currently unknown if there were any higher levels after advanced. Maybe there is. Persistence always works wonders. Song Xiaowei said ambiguously. Tang Feng nodded slightly. Since there is, you can still practice. By the way, teacher, there's something I want to tell you. After Tang Feng understood the information about Moon Pupil, he then said to Song Xiaowei with a straight face. What? Song Xiaowei looked at Tang Feng curiously. Tang Feng then told Song Xiaowei about the Dark Knight Tower's invitation to him, and the undercover Xing Xuanchuan's talk earlier. I suspect they have some kind of ulterior motive for going undercover at Skyfire Academy. Tang Feng voiced his guess to Song Xiaowei. Song Xiaowei frowned. Did they come for that? Song Xiaowei frowned and murmured softly. What did you say? Tang Feng didn't hear it and asked Song Xiaowei suspiciously. It's nothing. I understand the matter. Song Xiaowei did not explain to Tang Feng. Sensei, what I mean is that I want to agree to their invitation to go inside the dark house and find out exactly what they are up to so that I can be prepared. Tang Feng then spoke his thoughts to Song Xiaowei. No, I can probably guess what they're up to, you don't have to risk it. Song Xiaowei decisively shook his head to reject Tang Feng's idea. Ha? What are they going to do then? Tang Feng was stunned. Curious, he asked. If I'm not wrong, they should be coveting the item in the Heavenly Flame Mountain range. This item will only appear once a year and only the Heavenly Flame Academy knows where it is. They probably want to get this item through the Heavenly Flame Academy. Song Xiaowei explained to Tang Feng in a deep voice. What's so important? Going out of their way to get them to go undercover and kill again? Tang Feng asked curiously. You don't need to know that with your current strength. But I can tell you, Skyfire Academy has a competition every year. As long as the strength is enough you can participate. The reward for winning is this thing. When you have enough strength, you can try to participate. As long as you get that thing, it will definitely have great benefits for you. Song Xiaowei didn't specify what that thing was, mysteriously, but it sounded like it was something good. Something that could be coveted by the forces outside must be a treasure. Contest? Tang Feng looked at Song Xiaowei with some doubt. Not sure what he's talking about with the contest. It's a competition within the academy, sign up for it on your own, but it's also a very dangerous competition. Casualties and injuries are normal during the competition, so you must be careful when signing up, and you absolutely can't take part in it right now, do you understand? Song Xiaowei then explained to Tang Feng. Afraid that Tang Feng would be curious, he even made a point of explaining to him. Speaking of which, there doesn't seem to be much time until the contest. Song Xiaowei said here, suddenly remembered that this year's competition seems to have already begun registration. Okay, is there really no need to worry about the Dark House? Tang Feng still felt that the Dark Knight Tower needed some attention, and there was always some uneasiness in his heart. I'll have the academy beef up its defenses, you'd better stay out of it, it's too dangerous. Song Xiaowei said to Tang Feng. It was really a bit dangerous for Tang Feng to go undercover, and he didn't want Tang Feng to take any risks. Okay then. Tang Feng couldn't do anything about it and nodded helplessly. Then I'll go back if there's nothing else. Tang Feng then took his leave. After leaving, Tang Feng received a call from Zhao Yishuan. Tang Feng, I found the client you asked me to find for you, when are you going to use the air? Zhao Yishuan hadn't forgotten the task Tang Feng had given her. Mainly because her cards were frozen and she needed to find a way to earn money or she could barely afford to eat. Right now, why don't you guys go wait for me at the back of the hill, I'll be right there. Tang Feng has nothing to do right now, it's better to be idle than to earn some money. But before that, Tang Feng definitely had to disguise himself. Finding a piece of cloth, he covered his face and then came to the back of the mountain. Zhao Yishuan's figure was quickly spotted in the crowd. Zhao Yishuan stayed with a group of people, so she should be the one she found to brush up her credits. Is that them? Tang Feng came to Zhao Yishuan's side and opened his mouth to ask. When Zhao Yishuan saw Tang Feng, she recognized him at a glance. Knowing that Tang Feng didn't want to reveal his identity, he didn't feel surprised. Well, but they want to take the top 10 on the freshman list, and they'll pay if you can do it. Zhao Yishuan nodded, then said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng took a look, there were 5 people on the other side. What's the score on the freshman list now? Tang Feng then asked. The highest is you. Tang Feng, 15 points, everyone else is 10 points. Zhao Yishuan almost exposed Tang Feng's identity. Reacting, she quickly changed her words. 10 points, that means killing a full level 4 magical beast? How many points did you all get? Tang Feng then asked the 5 people in front of him. I'm a 6.4. I'm a 6.8. I'm a 6.8. The 5 have stated their credits, all around 6 or 7. It meant that they had the strength to be able to kill level 4 magical beasts now, but it was a bit difficult to kill them, so it was hard for the credits to go up. That means, to kill a level 4 magical beast, if you guys want to compete for the freshman list, you need at least one level 5 magical beast in addition to the level 4 magical beasts, 100,000 for a level 4 magical beast and 200,000 for a level 5 magical beast. Tang Feng thought about it and quoted a price to the 5. So expensive. Tang Feng's offer immediately stunned the 5. Expensive has its reasons. You want to make a splash, want to pretend, naturally you have to pay a little price. No strength, naturally you have to spend a little money. Besides, only a few 100,000 can make you become the Tianhua Academy of the popular figure. Some people want to not have this opportunity at those stars, net red, which one has not spent a few million to fire up, and scripts and hype, you only spend so a few 100,000, which can take advantage of a great bargain. Tang Feng said indifferently. After Tang Feng's flirtation, the 5 of them immediately brightened up. Yao! Chapter 80 Substituting for credits and earning money quickly. Money is not a problem, but do you have the strength? Why are you still covering your face? Although they weren't afraid to spend money, they were somewhat skeptical of Tang Feng's strength. Brushing credits on their behalf, this kind of thing was the first time they had heard of it, and if Zhao Yishuan hadn't found them, they wouldn't have known that there were still people doing this kind of thing. Seeing as you're the first order, you can work first and pay later. Tang Feng smiled faintly. A level 4 or 5 small magical beast was certainly not a matter to him. That's good. Hearing that they could work first and pay later, the 5 people immediately no longer had any doubts. But the magical beasts need to be searched for by yourselves. Zhao Yishuan should have told you about this matter, right? Tang Feng then said to the 5. Said the wraith's location had already been found. Of course Zhao Yishuan told them. They had long ago found the location of the wraith, they just never had the strength to take it out. Otherwise it would have caught up to the freshman list guys a long time ago. Kill it for me first. One of them then stepped forward and took the initiative to say to Tang Feng. May. Tang Feng shrugged his shoulders and didn't have any comments. It doesn't matter who you brush for first. The 5 of them then led Tang Feng and the 2 of them deeper into the Skyfire mountain range to a forest. Soon a magical beast appeared in the distance and caught their eyes. A blue-backed gorilla. 5th-rate magical beasts, that's $200,000. Tang Feng recognized the magical beast at a glance, and then said to the other party. Don't worry, as long as you can help me kill it successfully, there's absolutely no shortage of money for you. The other party smiled faintly and said lightly. The reason he had brought Tang Feng here to kill a level 5 magical beast was to test Tang Feng's strength. If Tang Feng could help them kill the 5th level magical beasts, then there was naturally no need to worry about the back. But if you can't do that, then there's no point in going on behind the scenes. And helping out with the credits can be different from fighting on your own. You have to master the strength of helping others with the credits, and you have to knock down the beasts, but not kill them. That would be difficult. So they would like to see what Tang Feng would do. Tang Feng smiled faintly and shoved the red training dagger in his hand into Zhao Yishuan's hand, allowing her to keep it for the time being. Then slowly walked toward the blue-backed gorilla. No. What does he mean? Not using a weapon? Those 5 people were stunned when they saw Tang Feng's movements. And only then did they suddenly realize that Tang Feng wasn't wearing any protective gear. He just went over there with his bare hands? You're not ganging up on him to blackmail us, are you? The 5 people immediately looked at Zhao Yishuan with shocked faces and asked. What are you talking about? Just be quiet and watch. Zhao Yishuan had already seen Tang Feng make a move more than once, so she was not surprised and gave the 5 a blank look with an impatient face. Only Tang Feng walked behind the blue-backed gorilla and moved his wrist. The blue-backed gorilla sensed someone behind him and turned around. Seeing Tang Feng instantly knocked, Mimi roared. Without saying a word, he waved his huge palm and slapped at Tang Feng's body. The huge palm whistled and attacked Tang Feng's body. Tang Feng stood faintly in place. When the blue-backed gorilla's palm was about to touch Tang Feng, Tang Feng suddenly stretched out his hand, blocking the blue-backed gorilla's attack with one hand. The palm that was about to be bigger than even Tang Feng's person was just blocked by one of Tang Feng's hands. It looks ridiculous. Tang Feng's tiny body was able to block such a terrifying strike. Completely out of character. The blue-backed gorilla blushed. Without waiting for it to react, Tang Feng had already grabbed the blue-backed gorilla's palm. He then lashed out, grabbed 2 fingers of the blue-backed gorilla, and with a spin, directly threw the huge blue-backed gorilla into the air. It then hit the ground hard. Boom! A puff of smoke and dust then lifted up around them, enveloping Tang Feng's figure. But even so, the 5 were already surprised to see this scene. They no longer doubted Tang Feng's strength now. Regardless of whether Tang Feng won or not, just this hand, blocking the blue-backed gorilla with his bare hands, made them bow down. They didn't talk about blocking the blue-backed gorilla's attack with their bare hands. Even if they were allowed to be fully armed and the 5 of them were united, they wouldn't dare to stand in place and harden themselves against the blue-backed gorilla's attack. The blue-backed gorilla that was a magical beast that was known for its strength, and with a single slap, it could turn a person into a meat pie. Who dares to take it hard? This guy is really a tough guy. How's it going? It doesn't seem to be moving. There's not going to be any accidents, is there? Seeing no movement in the smoke, one of them frowned. Although they were shocked at Tang Feng's strength, Tang Feng was ultimately not wearing protective gear, and once he was hit in the vitals by the blue-backed gorilla, they were still afraid that Tang Feng wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, the opponent was a 5th-level magical beast, not that easy to deal with. Boom! Just as his words fell, a loud bang once again came from the smoke, followed by a huge black shadow flying towards them. The 5 people were so frightened that their faces changed, hurriedly dodging out of the way. The huge black shadow then landed precisely in front of them. It was none other than the blue-backed gorilla, only at this time all of its limbs had been twisted off, its jaw had been knocked off, and it was so badly injured that it couldn't even move. Nah, I'll leave the rest to you, I don't need to teach you, do I? Tang Feng's figure then stepped out from the smoke and dust and faintly said to them. The 5 people looked at Tang Feng with shocked faces, and then looked incredulously at the defenseless blue-backed gorilla in front of them. They didn't know what had just happened in the smoke, but they could guess a rough idea by looking at the blue-backed gorilla's miserable condition. Ming understands. One of them nodded with a stiff expression. Only then did he take a deep breath and lay hands on the defenseless blue-backed gorilla in front of him. Facing the blue-backed gorilla that wouldn't resist, naturally, he easily finished it off without any surprises. His credits are also well on their way to a 0.5 point increase. Maki, $200,000. Seeing that the other party had already killed the blue-backed gorilla, Tang Feng then extended his hand to the other party with a smile on his face and said, "The job is done, now it's time to collect the money." Where would the other party have any complaints? Immediately and honestly transferred the money to Tang Feng. Good, who's next? Tang Feng looked at the instantly arriving money, then smiled slightly and opened his mouth to ask. Me. Me first. The 5 men immediately started a brawl, wanting to be the next target. Don't be in a hurry, they all get a turn, I think. To save time, let's start with the closest, whoever's prey is closest to here, first. Tang Feng then opened his mouth, interrupting the bickering of the 5 and proposing to them. My clothes. There's a class 4 magical beast not far from here, I'll take you there. One of them then raised his hand in surprise. Okay, let's go. Tang Feng smiled faintly, then let the other party lead the way. Tang Feng had spent the entire day helping these 5 people brush up on their credits. The credits of the 5 were growing by leaps and bounds. The 5 people who were originally without any fame soon appeared on the freshman list and topped it, surpassing everyone except Tang Feng. And the magical beasts they had prepared were all killed. Tang Feng arrived at $4,800,000 a day. If only I could surpass Tang Feng, I'd like to be on the first place to see. One of them looked at the freshman list with some regret and said. The corner of Tang Feng's mouth twitched at the side. These guys have big hearts, they even tried to take his spot. Chapter 81, System Repair, No More Brushing. According to the agreement, Zhao Yishuan was given a 10% share, which was $480,000. Tang Feng only had about 4.3 million left in his hands. Together with the 6 million or so he had left over from before, Tang Feng's fortune had also reached $10 million. Unfortunately, that's still not enough money to buy a skill book. It was important to know that Zhao Yishuan had spent $40 million at the auction to win the skill book. Remember to keep helping me find the right clients, as many as you can, and as long as the money is there, it's okay for me to give up first place to him.
Tang Feng smiled faintly and said to Zhao Yishuan. Zhao Yishuan blanked Tang Feng.
Wealthy, I know. For a few days afterward, Tang Feng was helping others brush up their credits. The credits on the freshman list basically changed from day to day, with prestigious names that had never been seen before.
The change left the freshmen wondering what was going on. What's going on with the freshman list? How come so many unfamiliar names suddenly appeared, so many hidden big brothers?
The man who noticed the change said suspiciously.
Don't you know?
Recently someone came out with some kind of business that brushes credits for you for a fee, and all these people are paying to brush up on their credits.
After Zhao Yishuan's publicity, it was no secret that the matter of swiping credits on behalf of others was already known by many people.
Swiping credits?
Is it that rampant? Doesn't the college care?
The other man was instantly surprised. The academy, of course, cared, and the most recent generation of credit brushing had been brought to the attention of Shi Mo Yen. It wasn't as if such things as swiping credits hadn't happened before, but none of them were as rampant as this term. The fact that so many people have watered down their credits has compromised the original intent of the college.
How's it going in the tech department? Is there a way to put an end to this? Shi Mo Yen immediately frowned and asked the head of the technical department.
This has been fixed. The school badge system is now fixed and will no longer count credits if the target is probed to be in a near-death state and has not been involved in a fight before. The head of the technical department immediately said to the principal.
Very well, put the word out. Shi Mo Yen nodded in satisfaction. Yes. The Minister of Technology nodded instantly.
Tang Feng was leading a group of people at the moment, helping them brush up their credits. With a rank 5 magical beast being killed, that person immediately frowned.
The credits didn't add up, huh?
The man looked at Tang Feng strangely and said.
Huh? It can't be. Tang Feng was puzzled. How can you not add credits when you were fine yesterday?
Just as he was wondering, their cell phones rang at the same time. The crowd had a strange look on their faces as they pulled out their cell phones to check.
It's a message from the college.
Students, today, because of the frequent occurrence of the situation on behalf of brush credits, has seriously affected the passion of students. In order to ensure the interests of students, the school logo system has been upgraded to completely eliminate the occurrence of the things on behalf of brush credits, to avoid the unscrupulous elements to make profits from Ministry of Information on August 20th, 2028.
Tang Feng looked at the message on his cell phone, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Isn't that cutting me off? Also, who's the miscreant? Tang Feng was annoyed for a moment. The others looked slightly disappointed after seeing the message from the academy. Apparently not being able to substitute credits was a bit of a disappointment to them. But they have nothing to lose.
I'm sorry, I can't brush up on my credits, so I'll just forget about it. These students who were ready to brush up on their credits turned away immediately.
Hey! Tang Feng couldn't do anything to keep them. If you can't do it, you can't do it. You've earned a lot these days. Zhao Yishuan, who was on the side, faintly said to Tang Feng.
The money Tang Feng had earned in the past few days was almost as much without $20 million. Even Zhao Yishuan had gotten a share of about $2 million, so it was obvious how much Tang Feng had earned. But I only have $30 million, it's still early to buy skill books.
Tang Feng said slightly helplessly. Are you talking like a human being? $20 million in 3 or 4 days, what else do you want?
Zhao Yishuan said breathlessly. Besides, there are plenty of ways to make money, and when this one doesn't work, think of something else. Zhao Yishuan's mindset, however, was unusually good and didn't care about this at all.
Tang Feng looked toward Zhao Yishuan. Do you have any good ideas? Tang Feng asked curiously.
The simplest way to kill the beasts, burst equipment, although the low-level beast's explosion rate is very low, but the high-level beasts is different, high explosion rate, the most common level 10 equipment are 780,000 apiece, and high-level beasts are treasure, the body to bring back, the beast meat can be sold for a good price, not to mention the forging masters need to beast materials to build equipment, the price is even higher, there are also a number of beasts. Can be used in medicine, can also buy a lot of money, although not as good as brushing credits to earn, but stable there may be a windfall, and can also upgrade. Some magical beasts can be used as medicine, and can also buy a lot of money, although it is not as much as brushing credits, but stable there may be a windfall, and can also be upgraded.
Zhao Yishuan then said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng was slightly stunned. Right. How could I have forgotten about that? Tang Feng instantly brightened up. It wasn't a secret, but Tang Feng had been blinded by money and selectively ignored this matter because of the quick money he got from swiping credits on behalf of others. It was only at this time after Zhao Yishuan reminded him that he reacted. With his strength, it was not a problem at all to go and kill a 10th level magical beast. Exploding equipment was earning, and it also upgraded and improved his strength. But 10th level magical beasts aren't that easy to find, are they? Tang Feng asked suspiciously. Leave it to me, I'll find it for you. Zhao Yishuan said with a faint smile and a confident expression. But there's a fee. Zhao Yishuan used Tang Feng's tone and said in a conspiratorial manner. Tang Feng. We're talking about money in this relationship? Tang Feng hemmed and hawed. Ha! Zhao Yishuan sneered without moving. What were you doing before? Now you're talking to me about feelings? Alright, pay up, pay up. Name your price. Tang Feng looked helpless at the situation. Wait for my message. Zhao Yishuan didn't ask Tang Feng for money, leaving a sentence, she turned around and left. There was no telling where she was going to find information about the 10th level magical beasts. And Tang Feng only waited for one day before he got news from Zhao Yishuan. The location of the 10th level magical beast has been found, I'll send it to you, remember to transfer the money to me, it cost me more than $100,000. Zhao Yishuan said with dissatisfaction. Well. Here. Tang Feng's face was joyful, it wasn't impossible to buy a 10th level magical beast's location for more than 100,000. Not really a loss. There was no need to bring Zhao Yishuan with him when he went to kill the 10th level magical beasts. The location of the 10th level magical beasts was deep within the Heavenly Flame Mountain range, it was too dangerous to bring Zhao Yishuan, Tang Feng was enough on his own. There was no need to cover his face, he was alone anyway and wasn't afraid of being seen. Tang Feng immediately left the academy alone and entered the middle of the Skyfire mountain range from the back of the mountain. And just the moment Tang Feng left the academy, a person hiding around the academy took out a picture of Tang Feng and compared it. Finally is waiting for you, you still this can hold back, let me wait here for so long. The other party gave a disgruntled cold snort, then quietly followed. Chapter 82, The Sudden Killer. Tang Feng traveled all the way, quickly penetrating deeper into the Skyfire mountain range. Along the way, he didn't stop for a moment, and he didn't even look at those low-level magical beasts he encountered. That is, until a rank 6 fire snake appeared in front of him. A snake as thick as an arm wrapped around the tree in front of him, its body burning with green flames as if it were a ghost fire. Tang Feng's expression moved. Soul-burning fire snake. Tang Feng's heart then rose with the details of the other party. A rank 6 magical beast, the green flame on the soul-burning fire snake was actually the soul of the fire snake. Moreover, the soul-burning fire serpent could consume its soul to attack, and those who were attacked would suffer both physical and spiritual damage. Although Tang Feng's defense was high, his mental strength was low, so for this particular attack, Tang Feng had to back off as well. However, Tang Feng had a means of long-range attack, so he wouldn't get close to the other side. Tang Feng reached out and waved his hand, an empty-handed technique instantly sent out, attacking the fire snake in front of him. Boom! The water wave crashed into the large tree in no time, and together with the tree, it and the soul-burning fire snake were reduced to pieces. Yo! Something exploded? Tang Feng then realized that there was an additional item where the large tree had disappeared. Tang Feng immediately went forward and crouched down to check. Just before he could see what it was, a strong wind suddenly came from the side. Tang Feng's face changed as he hastily cast the rooting skill. Defense is instantly pulled full. Bang! A heavy hammer landed on his body, and Tang Feng immediately took a step back. Finally, I'm catching up with you, and I'm running pretty fast. I don't know where to kill out a burly man, looking at Tang Feng with a cold snort. I'm surprised you're okay? But immediately afterward, he realized that Tang Feng had taken a hammer from him and was unharmed, surprising him. Who are you? Why did you hit me? Tang Feng furrowed his brows and asked in puzzlement. He could guarantee that he didn't recognize the man in front of him, but why the sudden attack on him? Beat you? I'm here to kill you, someone wants you dead. The burly man sneered, then once again copied the heavy hammer in his hand and attacked Tang Feng. Tang Feng immediately stepped back, followed by a flash of moonlight in his eyes. The moon pupil was activated to probe the other party's information. What? Grade 10. Power? Speed? Physical strength? Spirit? Talent? Skills? Equipment? The other party's information then appeared before Tang Feng's eyes. It was just that other than the rank, all the others were question marks, and Tang Feng couldn't see them at all. 10th level? You're from the Dark House? When Tang Feng heard that the other party was sent by someone else to kill him, he immediately thought of the Dark Knight Tower. What Dark Knight house? Die for me! The burly man, however, grunted lightly and directly slammed a hammer on his head towards Tang Feng's head. The oval sledgehammer, the head of the hammer was bigger than even Tang Feng's head, heavy and incomparably heavy. This hammer went down. Under normal circumstances the head would definitely instantly blossom and explode like a watermelon. But Tang Feng's defense was amazing. Even if he couldn't dodge the other party's attacks, he could still fight them off. With that, the heavy hammer in the opponent's hand landed on Tang Feng's head. Knock! Tang Feng's body shook as he headbutted his opponent's heavy hammer, unharmed. What? The burly man was stunned. The face changed suddenly. It was impossible to figure out how Tang Feng had blocked his hammer. Don't you people of the Dark House have a long memory? Tang Feng snorted coldly and reached out, slapping his palm on his opponent's heavy hammer. The tremendous force directly slapped the heavy hammer in the opponent's hand away. Looking at the heavy hammer that came out of his hand, the burly man was shocked. What Dark House? I don't understand what you're talking about. The burly man looked at Tang Feng with a wary expression. But he didn't understand anything Tang Feng said at all. Never heard of any Dark House at all. You're not from the Dark House? Tang Feng was instantly puzzled. From the other party's behavior, it seemed like they really weren't from the Dark Knight Tower. Moreover, the Dark Knight Tower knew his strength and was recruiting him now, so they definitely wouldn't make a move against him. At least not now. So who's the other guy? What Dark House? I'm just being paid to take your life. The burly man was also honest, and immediately said in a deep voice. Who wants to take my life? Tang Feng raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously. The burly man didn't reply and clenched his fists, a raging force gathering in his fists. Go down and ask Hades. Storm fist. The burly man snorted coldly and slammed his fist out, a violent gale suddenly stirring up around his fist, bringing an astonishing might towards Tang Feng's face. Tang Feng stared slightly. Not being able to figure out who sent the other guy is not an option. With that, he stretched out his hand and grabbed his opponent's fist, and the furious punching power instantly turned into nothingness. The opponent felt as if his fist had smashed on hard steel, and Tang Feng was surprisingly unharmed. You? What kind of monster are you? This made the burly man feel a little alarmed. According to the information given to him by his employer, Tang Feng was only a freshman in this term of Skyfire Academy. It had only been a month or two since the school year started. Even if Tang Feng was strong, it was impossible for him to exceed level 10. As a level 10, he could definitely kill it in seconds. But not to mention that he had just slapped away his weapon, but now he was actually using only one hand to block his skill. It's something horrible. Who told you to kill me? Tang Feng grabbed the other party's fist and asked without moving. The burly man fell silent. He didn't want to betray his employer so easily, or else who would come to him for work? Tang Feng saw that the strong man hesitated, and immediately sneered. The hand then exerted force, and the burly man's fist was instantly deformed in Tang Feng's hands. Ah! The seemingly tough, burly man let out a scream. I said. Get loose. The strong man was on his knees in pain, and hurriedly said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng then loosened his force a little. Say. Coldly looking at the strong man, he said. It's Zhang Qitian. The strong man didn't dare to hide anything anymore, and immediately told the employer behind him. Zhang Qitian? Tang Feng froze, feeling that the name was somewhat unfamiliar, yet somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Who is Zhang Qitian? Tang Feng asked the burly man suspiciously. The young master of the Zhang group, he asked me to kill you. The burly man looked at his right hand, which had been pinched by Tang Feng and was already out of shape, and while grimacing in pain, he explained to Tang Feng. Chang's group? Tang Feng was still puzzled. The mind is completely unimpressed. But he knew he had an eidetic memory, and if it felt familiar, he must have heard the name somewhere. Why is he trying to kill me? Tang Feng once again asked the burly man. I don't know. The burly man shook his head. He was just paid to do a job, how could he ask what the reason was? No? Ha! Tang Feng sneered, and then his hand once again exerted force. Ah ha ha ha. As the saying goes, 10 fingers connect to one heart, and once again, a sharp pain came from his hand, causing the strong man to scream once again. Let go of. I only heard him say that Xian is not something you can taint, I really don't know anything else. The strong man's head was in a cold sweat from the pain, and he hurriedly told the little information he had overheard. Xian? Tang Feng's expression moved, instantly recalling where he had heard this name before. It's that youth. Chapter 83 Flame Inferno Demon. I've told you everything I know, can you let me go? The burly man now knew that he had messed with the wrong person, and now only wanted to live in Tang Feng's hands. Release you? You want to kill me and you want me to let you go? Tang Feng sneered, killing intent emerging in his eyes. The burly man's face changed at once. Tang Feng then struck out with a punch, and the burly man's head instantly exploded. Tang Feng then pulled off the equipment from the strong man's body, which were all money, and by the way, he didn't even let go of the heavy hammer that he had slapped away and retrieved it. It was only then that he had time to check out the piece of equipment that had just exploded. It wasn't great equipment, and the level SAXS weren't worth much, but it was better than nothing. With that, he bundled these equipments together and carried them behind his back like firewood, and continued to walk towards the location where the level 10 magical beasts were. It was also that Tang Feng's strength was pulled to full capacity, or else carrying such a bundle of equipment, I'm afraid that he would be exhausted before he even reached the place. But to Tang Feng, it was as if this bit of weight didn't exist. Tang Feng arrived at his destination with a relaxed face. By the time we got here, the sun was setting. Tang Feng immediately took out a map and looked at the surroundings. All around them were dead trees, not an inch of grass, and their trunks were burnt black. Like it was burned in a fire not too long ago. This is it, isn't it? Tang Feng muttered. According to the information provided by Zhao Yishuan, this was the place where the 10th level magical beast was active. Because the environment here was too recognizable, a fire-burning ground environment, such an obvious feature that Tang Feng wouldn't be able to recognize it wrongly. Where's the beast? There's not even a human in sight. Tang Feng looked around, not to mention the magical beasts, there wasn't even an ant around. The environment, burned by the fire, is lifeless. Could it be that Zhao Yishuan has been tricked? The only thing Tang Feng could think of was that the information Zhao Yishuan had bought was false, and that there were no magical beasts here at all. Look for it. Maybe it's hidden somewhere. Tang Feng put away the map and prepared to look around. It was getting darker as the day wore on. Soon it will be dark. And Tang Feng still hadn't found the wraith's shadow. Watching the moon come out, Tang Feng shook his head. If you really can't, just practice your moon pupil first. Tang Feng was a bit disappointed, he didn't expect to pounce after running so far. Tang Feng immediately raised his head to look at the moon in the sky, absorbing the power of the moon yin and cultivating the moon pupil. Just as Tang Feng was fully concentrating on absorbing the moon yin power, a red glowing particle emerged from the charred trees around him. It's like charcoal burning up. These examples gradually floated to the sky above the burning ground, slowly coalescing on it, gradually coming together to form a huge red flame. The flames gradually turned into a humanoid, slender figure, as if it were an elf. Eyes and mouths then appeared on the flames, and the 5 senses became clearer. The eyes then snapped open, revealing a pair of demonic pupils as they looked towards Tang Feng on the ground. Tang Feng, who was absorbing the mooning power, stared slightly. The bright light from the flames around him overpowered the moonlight, waking him up. With that, he stopped the absorption of the mooning power and turned his head to look at the location where the fire came from. Only to see that in the sky not far from him, on top of the treetops, a flame goblin was staring at him with a demonic gaze. Tang Feng then looked puzzled. Flame Inferno Demon. Tang Feng was instantly beaming. This was exactly the 10th level magical beast he was looking for. Squeak ya ya. The Flame Inferno Demon looked at Tang Feng, then opened its mouth and let out a shrill, long scream. Like the sound of a broken door or window being slowly pushed open, or that creepy shrieking sound that ghosts make in the dark, giving it an eerie feeling. The Flame Inferno Demon then reached out and waved its hand, a ball of flame instantly attacking Tang Feng. Tang Feng hurriedly dodged, flipping his wrist, a wave of water surfaced on his hand and slapped at the incoming flames. Zip! When water and fire collided, there was a nuisance sound, and the water was burned into water vapor,
and the flames were extinguished by the water. Seeing that the flames were unable to injure Tang Feng, the flame yin demon then flickered and flew towards Tang Feng. The figure was as agile as a ghost, almost arriving in front of Tang Feng in the blink of an eye. Sharp claws with hot flames came at Tang Feng's body. Tang Feng had already prepared for this, and he didn't dare to be careless for a moment in the face of a 10th level magical beast. The rooting skill had been utilized long ago. The flame inferno demon clawed at Tang Feng's body, and the clothes on Tang Feng's body were instantly torn apart, instantly ignited by the flames. But it didn't hurt Tang Feng in the slightest. Tang Feng's gaze then condensed as he slammed his fist at the flame inferno demon that was close at hand. Bang! Tang Feng's fist penetrated the flame inferno demon's body without any hindrance. But... squeak ya ya! The flame inferno demon let out another scream as flames burned in the smashed-out hole, and the wound rapidly contracted, quickly completing its repair. Tang Feng's face changed. I didn't realize physical damage couldn't hurt this guy. The flame inferno demon then waved its hand once more, and a ball of flame struck at Tang Feng's body. Tang Feng hastily dodged. He's not scared. The flame inferno demon wasn't able to hurt him. It's just, his clothes aren't fireproof, and he doesn't want to go back naked. Tang Feng then frowned. Although the flame inferno demon couldn't hurt him, he couldn't hurt the flame inferno demon either. If the flame inferno demon was immune to physical damage, it would be a problem. Unable to injure each other, there was no point for them to fight even until tomorrow morning. Tang Feng was now lacking this means of dealing with creatures immune to physical damage. That's why he desperately wanted to make money and buy skill books. Flames, I wonder if water waves have any effect? Tang Feng wasn't clueless. Since the opponent was fire attributed, his empty-handed technique water wave might be useful. After all, the empty hand technique water wave sends out water, which restrains flames in terms of attributes. Thinking of this, Tang Feng immediately waved his hand, and a mass of water flow directly covered his fist. With the experience from just now, it was obvious that the water waves sent out directly could not injure the flame inferno demon. But what about covering the fist and adding Tang Feng's power impact? Tang Feng felt that there was something going on. With that, he charged towards the flame inferno demon. When the flame yin demon saw that Tang Feng still dared to take the initiative to attack, it immediately felt provoked. Squeak ya ya! This was followed by another scream. A red particle once again surfaced from the surrounding trees that had burned to charcoal, and then came back towards it. The flame inferno demon that had absorbed more flame attributes, its body once again grew by a circle. Swinging his claws, he swept toward Tang Feng with terrifying flames. Tang Feng frowned and charged straight over against the flames. Passing through the wall of fire with extremely high temperature, he then struck forward with a fist, bringing the water flowing from his fist, his body instantly spanning a distance of several meters, and hitting the flame inferno demon's body with a punch. Punch! Tang Feng didn't hesitate to use another skill. Naturally, he wouldn't have any reservations in this situation. Bang! Chapter 84. Who the hell are you? This time Tang Feng hit it and felt the sensation of smashing into the entity. And the flame inferno demon's body was instantly dispersed by Tang Feng's punch, turning into a shower of sparks. Tang Feng immediately felt a wave of warmth wash over his entire body. He's upgraded again. This meant that the flame inferno demon was dead. At the same time, an item fell down in front of him. The burst rate of level 10 magical beasts was really high. Just one shipped. Cloak of Infernal Wind, level 10. Spirit plus 50. Speed plus 50. Fire resistance 10%. Tang Feng picked up the equipment. It wasn't much of a good piece of equipment, but it had fire attribute resistance, a relatively rare attribute addition, and it was considered a good piece of equipment. Great use in individual environments. Especially in the vicinity of the Heavenly Fire Mountain range, this fire resistance attribute was definitely an extremely rare attribute that could not be found. Because most of the Heavenly Flame Mountain range were fire attribute creatures, many of them had flame abilities. Fire resistance means an extra layer of damage reduction. It should fetch a good price. Tang Feng then put the cloak away. Glancing down at his clothes, Tang Feng instantly smiled bitterly. The act of going through the wall of fire just now was such that the top had completely turned into ashes by now. The pants were also burned and tattered, and the clothes are not covered to describe Tang Feng are considered conservative. Let's leave in the morning. Tang Feng looked at the bright moon in the sky and said indifferently. In order to level up moon pupil as soon as possible, Tang Feng didn't want to let go of every clear night sky. The Flame Inferno demon here had already been killed by him, and no magical beasts would come over in a short period of time. So he could safely cultivate here. Moreover, absorbing the power of the moon would not close his 5 senses, and he could still detect any movement around him. Then he raised his head and began to cultivate. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sun rose and a ray of violet light entered Tang Feng's eyes along with the power of the moon and yin, that Tang Feng also ended his several days of cultivation. It's time to go back. Tang Feng then packed up and returned to the academy. When Tang Feng returned to the academy, he immediately drew the attention of countless people. Mostly because his look is so conspicuous. Bare-chested, pants in tatters, with a pile of rags on his back, living like a rag collector. Coincidentally, Tang Feng unexpectedly ran into his old enemy, Tian Haifeng, at this time. Tian Haifeng saw Tang Feng frowning slightly and looked at Tang Feng's face carefully with uncertainty. There was then a flash of surprise, and then a sudden burst of laughter. Everyone, come look, isn't this the #1 freshman ranking Tang Feng? What? Not seen for a few days so pulled? It's all starting to pick up the pieces, ha. Tian Haifeng had subsided for so many days, naturally because of Tang Feng's strength. Tang Feng, who was sitting firmly at the top of the freshman list, made him not dare to mess with Tang Feng anymore. But recently, Tang Feng's credits hadn't changed in the slightest, and there had even been a modern-day credit brushing incident a few days ago. This made him instantly think whether Tang Feng's credits were also swiped by someone else, or else how could they grow so fast and remain unchanged for so many days? So when they encountered Tang Feng again today, and Tang Feng still looked so wretched, they couldn't help but scoff. Tang Feng looked at Tian Haifeng in front of him with a speechless expression. This guy is a real fly in the ointment. Not only is he disgusting, he's clingy. Get out! Tang Feng then snorted coldly and chided Tian Haifeng. What are you so goddamned proud of? I'm on the picket line now, so watch out, I'll take you back to the picket line. Tian Haifeng took a step back sheepishly, then thought of something and stood up straight again. Pushing up his chest and pointing to the school badge on his chest, he said. His school insignia had been replaced with the president of the picket line, with an extra shield behind the word fire. A picket, so look what I have here. Tang Feng was too lazy to bother with him, and instantly took out his own school badge for Tian Haifeng to take a look at. Tian Haifeng looked at the school badge in Tang Feng's hand and frowned. What's this you're doing? Changed it yourself, didn't you? However, Tian Haifeng didn't recognize the badge of the demon removal team and couldn't read it at all. With a sneer on his face, he said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng was speechless. I don't know how this guy got mixed up in picketing. Tang Feng lazily ignored him and cursed, then specialized in leaving. Everyone, come and see, this is Tang Feng, who was ranked #1 on the freshman list, completely relying on others to brush up, not at all as godly as you guys make it out to be. Tian Haifeng immediately greeted the surrounding crowd and trumpeted what he himself believed to be the truth. The surrounding people were all immediately attracted by the word Tang Feng. After all, the name Tang Feng, in this class of freshmen, that was a legendary existence. It's always been a cloud over their minds. It was just that they all knew the name Tang Feng, but not many of them had seen Tang Feng. At this moment, when they heard that Tang Feng was here, they immediately gathered around, all wanting to see what Tang Feng looked like. He's Tang Feng, huh? Didn't feel anything special, why does he look like this? Seeing Tang Feng's beggar-like attire made many people instantly a little disappointed. I didn't realize he was this kind of person, credits this high turned out to be all brushed up, I thought he was great. That's right, I guess it's because of him that the academy fixed the badge system, isn't it? We can't even brush up on our credits now. The surrounding unknown people heard Tian Haifeng's side of the story and immediately hurled accusations at Tang Feng. More and more people gathered around, surrounding the area. It messed up Tang Feng's ability to get out. Get out of the way. I'm going through. Tang Feng looked at Tian Haifeng, who was blocking in front of him, and frowned. What if I don't let you? I'm going to show everyone that you're just a loser who got someone to take over your credits, and you still want to fly up the branch and become a phoenix? Dream on. Tian Haifeng had a sneer on his face, blocking in front of Tang Feng, just not leaving. He even reached out and shoved Tang Feng. Tang Feng took a step back, and the package behind him suddenly fell to the ground. The equipment inside was immediately scattered all over the place. The surrounding chattering voices instantly disappeared, looking at the package on the ground with a surprised face. The huge, heavy hammer was especially blinding. Not to mention that the shape of the heavy hammer looked extraordinary. A heavy hammer of this size was not something that an ordinary person could use. Where did all that scrap metal come from? Tian Haifeng, however, had not yet realized the seriousness of the problem. Looking at the equipment scattered on the ground, he bent down and picked up one casually and said mockingly. Just as the words fell, the moment he got the equipment information appeared in front of his eyes. Tian Haifeng was stunned. Level 10 equipment. An exclamation of surprise followed. Frightened, he immediately took a step back. You? Where you stole it? Tian Haifeng immediately looked at Tang Feng in shock and questioned. Drop it. Tang Feng looked at the equipment in Tian Haifeng's hands and said in a deep voice. This was all money. He still had to rely on this equipment to exchange it for money to buy skill books. Humph. If you don't explain yourself, you'll be taken back to the picket line. Say. Where'd you get this equipment? Tian Haifeng snorted coldly, completely not noticing Tang Feng's gloomy face as he questioned him. Tang Feng's gaze immediately chilled. As soon as he grabbed the equipment in Tian Haifeng's hand, he exerted a slight force and directly snatched it from Tian Haifeng's hand. Tian Haifeng was stunned, and without any resistance, Tang Feng took his equipment away. You're a freshman, how could you possibly have level 10 equipment? You must have stolen it. Don't blame me for not being polite if you don't explain clearly. Tian Haifeng then warned Tang Feng in a deep voice. Tang Feng didn't bother with Tian Haifeng. Putting the gear into the package, he wrapped it up and slung it over his shoulder ready to leave. Stand still. You can't leave without explaining yourself. I'm warning you as a picket. Tian Haifeng immediately caught up again, reaching out to grab Tang Feng's shoulders and said. Tang Feng had a look of impatience on his face. With that, he grabbed Tian Haifeng's hand and an over-the-shoulder drop directly knocked Tian Haifeng down, landing heavily on the ground. Oh! Tian Haifeng burst into a wail. Tang Feng lowered his head and coldly looked at Tian Haifeng lying on the ground. Who the hell are you to ask me to explain myself to you? Chapter 85. Tang Feng snorted coldly and stepped away. Tian Haifeng looked at Tang Feng's back, feeling the pain coming from his body, his eyes filled with killing intent. Tang Feng, you wait. With that, he struggled to his feet and headed for the picket line. He's going to picket and get Tang Feng. Tian Haifeng soon arrived at the picket line. Captain, I found someone stealing equipment, give me some men and I'll go get him. Tian Haifeng came to the picket and immediately said to Yu Yanming. Yu Yanming looked at this newcomer who had just entered and frowned slightly. Stealing what equipment? Any proof? Yu Yanming asked with a frown. In order to strengthen his manpower, Yu Yanming also called in a few newcomers, and Tian Haifeng was one of them. The main thing you can do as a newcomer is to stay out of the way. Tian Haifeng is good, he just arrived and he's looking for something for him to do, and he's asking for people? There's no need for any evidence, that's level 10 equipment. How could a freshman have level 10 equipment? Where else could it have come from if not stolen? Tian Haifeng then said with great confidence. 10th grade equipment? Who are you talking about? If someone reports lost equipment, I'll send someone to investigate. Yu Yanming then asked Tian Haifeng. He can't go arresting random people without evidence. Tang Feng, it's Tang Feng who is ranked number 1 on the freshman list. Tian Haifeng immediately spoke Tang Feng's name out. I think he was involved in the credit swiping thing before, I guess he was the first one to start it, such a black sheep definitely can't stay in our Heavenly Flame Academy, didn't we have to arrest him before? Now that we have an excuse, hurry up and arrest him. Tian Haifeng then proceeded to say to Yu Yanming. Yu Yanming didn't hear what Tian Haifeng said afterward at all. When he heard the word Tang Feng, he had frozen. Who did you just say? Yu Yanming's heart trembled as he asked Tian Haifeng uncertainly. Tang Feng, didn't we arrest him at the beginning of the school year? Tian Haifeng repeated it again. Tian Haifeng thought that the pickets definitely had a grudge against Tang Feng, and although he didn't catch him last time, now that he had the chance, he believed that Yu Yanming would definitely not let it go. Yu Yanming sucked in a breath of cool air after he was sure that he had heard correctly. You didn't do anything to him, did you? Yu Yanming then asked Tian Haifeng. No, I had him in my grasp, but he got away again, and I just came back to pull someone in. Tian Haifeng said truthfully. Yu Yanming was instantly relieved. Okay, I get it. You're fired. Let's go. Yu Yanming then faintly said to Tian Haifeng.
Okay Lu, I wait. What?
Tian Haifeng was just about to leave, then he reacted to what Yu Yanming had said and froze.
I'm fired? Why? After Tian Haifeng reacted, he was immediately puzzled. There's no why. Do you think the pickets are run by your family? You think you're a captain when you say you're going to arrest someone? You're not fit to picket. Somebody take his badge.
Yu Yanming sneered, then shouted outside.
At once someone came in and took away the picket badge from Tian Haifeng's chest. Tian Haifeng looked at Yu Yanming with a confused expression. What he learned about pickets is not like this. Yu Yanming, how so righteous? Captain.
I was wrong and will never do it again, Captain.
Give me another chance, Captain.
Tian Haifeng hurriedly pleaded with Yu Yanming. But Yu Yanming didn't give Tian Haifeng the slightest chance to defend himself, waving his hand in annoyance and letting someone pull Tian Haifeng away. Thinking of Tang Feng, Yu Yanming would think of the scene in the interrogation room that day, which was still fresh in his mind, and the wounds on his body were vaguely painful.
Who do you want to mess with but Tang Feng? Don't involve me if you want to die. Yu Yanming really didn't dare to go against Tang Feng.
Although he had only injured him that day, it had also allowed him to deeply see the terror of Tang Feng. Facing him simply gave no hope of winning. The pressure Tang Feng brought to him was too great.
Tang Feng wouldn't think I sent him, would he?
No, I'll have to find a chance to make it clear to him before I do. Yu Yanming then thought that Tang Feng wouldn't misunderstand that he had sent Tian Haifeng to find trouble.
If that's the case, it's going to be a problem.
Yu Yanming, in order to make sure that this was the case, immediately prepared to find an opportunity to go and apologize to Tang Feng and make it clear, so as to save Tang Feng from coming to his door. Tang Feng returned to the dormitory and caught up on his sleep, and once he woke up, it was already the next morning.
The pile of equipment was sitting on the balcony, ready to be taken to Skyfire City and sold.
Before he could go out, there was a knock on the door outside.
Who? Tang Feng asked suspiciously toward the door.
If sure Shui they would never have knocked on the door, it would have been polite not to kick it open.
So the person knocking on the door was definitely not from their dormitory. Yu Yanming.
Yu Yanming's voice then came from outside the door.
Huh? Tang Feng was puzzled. How did Yu Yanming find him here? Think of Tian Haifeng, who I ran into yesterday. Tang Feng's heart fluttered. It's not like the pickets are looking for another excuse to arrest him, is it?
Thinking of this, Tang Feng's face chilled, then he opened the door to the room. Then he saw Yu Yanming standing outside the door with a smile on his face.
Are you picketers done? Haven't you gotten enough beatings?
Tang Feng said with a frown.
No, you misunderstand. I'm not here to make trouble, I'm here to apologize.
Yu Yanming hurriedly waved his hand to Tang Feng and said.
Do you remember that Tian Haifeng from yesterday? That wasn't my intention. I didn't let him come to trouble you. After I knew about it, I've fired him, don't worry. Yu Yanming then explained to Tang Feng.
Tang Feng froze for a moment when he heard Yu Yanming's words. There was some confusion as to what the other side really meant.
What do you mean by that? Come over just for this? Tang Feng was puzzled. He hadn't even pressed Tian Haifeng's matter to his mind.
Looking at Tang Feng's puzzled eyes, Yu Yanming smiled. I'm this close to graduation, I don't want to make any trouble before I leave. After last time, I know your strength, so I don't want to be your enemy. As long as I'm still on the picket line for one day, the picket line won't look for trouble from you. I just want to graduate in peace and quiet.
Yu Yanming then explained to Tang Feng. After the last time, Yu Yanming also figured it out.
Staying in the Skyfire Academy was good, but the fights between the higher-ups were also very real, and if you were on the wrong side, it would be the end of the line. So he thought about it, or not to follow Fong Daki to mix. He felt that Fong Daki may not be able to fight the principal.
And I don't intend to go against you, you're overthinking it. Tang Feng wasn't an unreasonable person, and he didn't want to go against Yu Yanming.
As long as Yu Yanming didn't trouble him, he wouldn't rush up to target anyone. I'm here to tell you something besides making a statement. The reason the pickets targeted you before was because of one man. Since Yu Yanming was planning to show Tang Feng his favor, he had no intention of hiding it.
I know, Fondaka.
Tang Feng had guessed this a long time ago. There was no need for Yu Yanming to tell him.
You know? Yu Yanming was also a bit surprised. And do you know why he targeted you? Yu Yanming then proceeded to ask. Chapter 86 Luxury Suite. Why? Tang Feng was also a bit strange. He had no grievances with Fong Daki. Why was he targeting him? As far as I know, your hometown is from Potting Pot City, right? The Du Qian who went to Potting Pot City to enroll students is Fong Daki's person. Since the enrollment, Du Qian has not come back. Fong Daki suspected that Du Qian has been killed.
And the suspect, you. He thinks you're the principal's man, that you killed Du Qian and weakened him on purpose.
Yu Yanming then told Tang Feng what he knew. Tang Feng came to a sudden realization. He finally understood why Fong Daki had tried to kill him in every way possible. He had unexpectedly been unknowingly pulled into the middle of the fight between the academy's top brass. But he is not the principal's man at all. Tang Feng burst into bitter laughter. So did you kill Du Qian?
Yu Yanming immediately asked Tang Feng curiously. He couldn't figure out if Tang Feng was the principal's person now, and with such a strong strength, it definitely couldn't be as simple as just being a freshman.
Yu Yanming asked this. In fact, the hidden meaning was to ask if Tang Feng was the principal's person.
No. Tang Feng said without blushing.
That's good.
It's not good to get involved in high-level struggles.
Yu Yanming nodded.
Okay, you get busy, I'll go first. After Yu Yanming made his attitude clear to Tang Feng, he got up to take his leave.
Tang Feng also picked up his equipment and headed to Skyfire City. With no words on the way, he arrived at the black market of Skyfire City. It's the same boss as last time. Tang Feng threw the package directly in front of the boss. Boss, look at the goods. Tang Feng smiled faintly and said to the boss who was lying on the recliner.
The boss turned his head to look at Tang Feng. It seemed to recognize Tang Feng.
What is it again? It was only then that he came over unsteadily and asked suspiciously. Equipment. Tang Feng then ripped open the package, revealing the equipment inside. The boss looked at the heavy hammer in his equipment with a glance. Black goods again, where did they come from?
The owner instantly recognized that it had been pulled from someone else.
Especially the heavy hammer, he'd seen it before. That's too much to reveal, shall we? Of course Tang Feng wouldn't answer the other party. I know the owner of this heavy hammer.
The boss was expressionless as he looked at Tang Feng and said indifferently.
Tang Feng was stunned. What a coincidence! You came to sell your equipment, and you sold it to a friend of the deceased?
Seeing Tang Feng's expression, the boss seemed to know what Tang Feng was thinking. I know him, but not familiar. He is a professional fighter, receiving money to do things. I also guessed how he died, and it has nothing to do with me. I'll take the things, according to the original price, 4 pieces of level 10 equipment, 2,800,000, and 1 piece of level 6 equipment, give you 400,000, a total of 3,200,000. The boss then explained to Tang Feng and gave an offer. Tang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was so unlucky to have met a friend of the dead. Okay, deal. Tang Feng had no objections to this price. Soon the two completed the transaction. Another $3 million or so arrived. Boss, you know so much, do you recognize Zhang Qitian? After the money arrived, Tang Feng suddenly curious to the boss I pressed down. Zhang Qitian? The youngest son of the Zhang group? The boss had just finished doing business with Tang Feng, so naturally he wouldn't be stingy. Then he asked suspiciously. I guess so, pretty rich. Tang Feng nodded. Then who doesn't know, Zhang's group is one of the 4 major groups, there aren't many richer than them. The owner nodded instantly. Is the Zhang group also in Skyfire City? Tang Feng asked with some curiosity. The owner shook his head. The Zhang group has business in Skyfire City, but its headquarters is not in Skyfire City. What? The one who found the thugs to beat you up was Zhang Qitian? The boss was worthy of being a person who had been in the black market and quickly guessed the relationship between Zhang Qitian and Tang Feng. Right. Tang Feng didn't hide it and nodded. Do you know how to find Zhang Qitian? Tang Feng's purpose was naturally to find Zhang Qitian. He was not a generous person. Zhang Qitian had found someone to kill him, so he naturally had to find a way to fight back. Such a pampered nobleman, where do you think he would be in such a chaotic place? The boss smiled slightly. Although he didn't know where Zhang Qitian was, he could give Tang Feng a guide. Tang Feng frowned. It quickly became clear what the boss meant. Thanks a lot, I'll see you next time I have gear. Tang Feng smiled faintly and didn't continue to ask more questions, then took his leave. After leaving the black market and asking around a little, he found the place he was looking for. What appeared in front of Tang Feng was a huge hotel. This is the largest and most luxurious hotel in Skyfire City. The words that the boss had just said, Tang Feng understood them. A pampered noble son like Zhang Qitian, who came to such a remote place, would definitely live in the best place, and it was impossible for him to condescend himself in life. Tang Feng then walked into the middle of the hotel and came to the front desk. "Hello sir, do you have an appointment?" The receptionist then asked Tang Feng. "No, I want the best room you have here." Tang Feng shook his head and went straight to the point, saying to the front desk lady. "Hello sir, the best room we have here is the presidential suite, it's booked out now, there's also a deluxe suite, do you see what you need?" The receptionist immediately apologized and explained to Tang Feng. Tang Feng was instantly enlightened. "I'm afraid this presidential suite was ordered by Zhang Qitian. Where is the deluxe suite located?" Tang Feng then asked the other party. "It's on the 22nd floor, just below the presidential suite, the view isn't too different from the presidential suite, and it's a very good location too." The receptionist immediately explained to Tang Feng. "Okay, this is the set then." Tang Feng nodded, then paid the deposit and arrived at the 22nd floor under the other party's guidance. "How many floors do you have here?" Tang Feng glanced at the buttons on the elevator, then asked the other party curiously. "There are 23 floors sir, and there is a sky garden on the top floor, but that is a companion to the presidential suite and outsiders are not allowed to go up there." The other party then explained to Tang Feng. "I see. I'll try your presidential suite sometime." Tang Feng nodded slightly and said softly. "Yes sir, if you need anything, feel free to call room service, we have someone on duty 24 hours a day." The service staff nodded and respectfully said to Tang Feng. Then he came to the door of the luxury suite he had booked, opened it, and stepped into it. True to form, the luxury suite is, in a word, huge. 2 words, luxury. Tang Feng had never stayed in such a high-class place before. "If you have any problems you can always call for service, just push this button, or you can contact the front desk directly by phone." The service staff then introduced Tang Feng to the room's facilities and left. Tang Feng looked around and came to the balcony, raising his head to stick out the window and look upwards. Up from here, surprisingly, is the balcony above. Seeing this, Tang Feng instantly smiled faintly. Chapter 87 If I'm afraid of dying, I won't come to kill you. Time passed and it was dark. Tang Feng had been paying attention to the movements above. But the soundproofing here was really good, and Tang Feng hadn't heard any movement coming from above until the evening, when the balcony above was lit up, and Tang Feng realized that someone had returned. When it was late at night, Tang Feng came directly to the balcony, stood on the window, looked at the edge of the balcony above which was only a few dozen centimeters away, and bent his knees and jumped with force. With that, he grabbed the edge of the balcony above and climbed up. Tang Feng was so bold because he was powerful enough and had enough defense that even if he missed, he wouldn't get hurt. So you can try it without the slightest pressure. When he came to the upstairs balcony, the presidential suite above him was really bigger and more luxurious than his deluxe suite. He wasn't here to see that, though, and gingerly eased his way toward the bedroom. Gently pushing open the bedroom door, the large round bed was empty. There was no one in the bedroom. Tang Feng frowned. "Who? How did you get in here?" Just as Tang Feng was puzzled, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Looking back, Zhang Qitian appeared behind Tang Feng in a bathrobe. It turned out that Zhang Qitian had just gone to take a shower. Zhang Qitian was also stunned when he saw Tang Feng's face. "It's you!" Apparently he remembered Tang Feng. "Surprised to see me? Does not being dead make you feel wrong?" Tang Feng asked indifferently. "You've got some skills to find your way here." Zhang Qitian was only surprised for a moment and didn't feel anything more. Didn't feel threatened either. "It seems that your strength is beyond my imagination, a 10th level fighter didn't even manage to kill you." Zhang Qitian walked to the bar with a flat face and poured himself a drink. A sip followed. Zhao Yishuan's vision isn't that bad. Zhang Qitian looked at Tang Feng indifferently, not feeling threatened in the slightest. "You're so calm, you're not afraid I'll kill you?" Tang Feng raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhang Qitian suspiciously as he asked. "Kill me? Ha!" Zhang Qitian laughed when he heard this. "Although at your current age, this strength is already impressive, completely surpassing many of your peers, you are still too weak for me." Zhang Qitian sneered with a disdainful expression. Tang Feng was a bit surprised. This Zhang Qitian didn't look much older than him, but the fact that people were no longer attending the academy meant that the strength was definitely not weak. At the very least, it meets the criteria for graduation. Tang Feng then had a flash of moonlight in his eyes and cast Moon Pupil to check Zhang Qitian's level.
What? Level 18. Power? Speed? Physical strength? Spirit? Talent? Skills? Equipment? Tang Feng suddenly looked stunned.
Surprisingly, it was level 18, which was by far the highest leveled enemy Tang Feng had met. The most powerful one he had encountered before was only level 10, and there had never been one that was more than level 10 yet. Looking at the bright light that flashed in Tang Feng's eyes, Zhang Qitian knew that Tang Feng had used a probe-type skill on him. But he didn't care. To him, Tang Feng was now a dead man, so what was wrong with being looked at twice more by a dead man?
Seen enough? Are you going to finish yourself off, or will you let me do it myself? Zhang Qitian said as he faintly took a sip of his drink.
Jump off that balcony over there and die a clean death.
I'm not so lucky if I have to do it. Zhang Qitian said indifferently. Ha! Tang Feng laughed. Are you that confident? Aren't you afraid of falling into a ditch?
Tang Feng said with a smile.
Zhang Qitian froze for a moment. Tang Feng was surprised that he wasn't afraid when he saw his rank.
Uncertain, he immediately used his scrying class skill to check Tang Feng's information as well. With a flash of light in his eyes, Tang Feng's attributes immediately appeared before his eyes.
Tang Dynasty 618-907. Level 6. Strength max. Speed 60. Physical strength 60. Mental 60. Talent? Skills? Equipment none. Zhang Qitian was stunned. What's the status of your power? Tang Feng's attributes made him a bit confused. Everything else is still. What's the deal with the power? Max?
It was the first time he'd seen such a strange attribute. The scrying level isn't low, it can even see my attributes. Tang Feng didn't hide it, he was going to kill Zhang Qitian anyway, so it didn't matter if he saw it.
Zhang Qitian frowned. But it didn't feel like much of a problem.
Humph. I don't care to talk nonsense with you, since you don't intend to finish yourself off, I'll suffer to help you a little.
Zhang Qitian snorted coldly, then tilted his head and drank the wine in his cup.
Wearing only a robe and without any equipment, he instantly arrived in front of Tang Feng. The speed was so fast that it wasn't inferior to those 10th level fully armed people.
Tang Feng really couldn't react in terms of speed, and was undoubtedly struck in the face by Zhang Qitian's punch. Bang! Zhang Qitian's brows furrowed as the huge fist imprinted on Tang Feng's face. Because he felt as if his punch had hit a block of iron.
Sure enough, when he removed his fist, the Tang Feng in front of him was unharmed, not a single bruise on his face.
How? Zhang Qitian was stunned.
With that, he punched again, increasing his power to smash Tang Feng's temple.
The index finger protrudes as a phoenix eye.
This type of punch is called the phoenix eye fist, which concentrates all of its power on a single point, and can kill a person directly when it strikes a vital area such as the solar plexus.
Zhang Qitian's fist then smashed into Tang Feng's temple. Ka-ching!
A soft thud came. The expected scene of Tang Feng dying on the spot did not appear.
Instead, Zhang Qitian's face changed once again. He broke his index finger. Because his index finger was protruding, it was directly deformed under the tremendous force.
It made him look incredulous.
How?
Zhang Qitian said as he looked at his fingers in horror.
Nothing is impossible. Tang Feng lightly grunted, instantly reaching out to grab Zhang Qitian's shoulders.
Zhang Qitian's expression changed, and it was too late for him to get away. Tang Feng's hand was like an iron vice clasping his shoulder, making it impossible for her to break free.
Off! Zhang Qitian's expression moved as he lifted his foot and kicked at Tang Feng's abdomen. Tang Feng was a bit spooky, he wanted to get out before he could do anything.
However, when he kicked at Tang Feng, instead of flying out, Tang Feng shocked him with some foot pain.
After beating me 3 times, it's not too much for me to beat you once, is it?
Tang Feng grabbed Zhang Qitian's shoulder with one hand, raised his fist with the other, and said indifferently. As Zhang Qitian looked at the fist in front of him, a wave of fear could not help but rise in his heart.
Let go of me. I'm the son of Zhang Yanyan, the chairman of Zhang Group. If you dare to touch me, you'll die without knowing how. I advise you to behave yourself. Zhang Qitian looked like he felt threatened and immediately brought out his family history to threaten Tang Feng.
I'm afraid to die, so I won't come to kill you today. Tang Feng let out a cold laugh, then slammed his fist towards the terrified Zhang Qitian.
Chapter 88, I acted in self-defense. In Zhang Qitian's horrified eyes, Tang Feng slammed his fist onto Zhang Qitian's body. A huge force then acted on Zhang Qitian. Zhang Qitian instantly felt as if his body was plunged into a black hole and was disintegrated by the terrifying power. At this moment, he seemed to understand why Tang Feng's power was max. But it all seems to be too late. Boom! A loud sound came from Zhang Qitian, who was directly dry-humped by Tang Feng. It turned into a puff of blood mist. Tang Feng looked at the mist of blood drifting in the room, then tumbled down from the windowsill, packed up, and checked out of the room to leave. Just as Tang Feng was about to leave Skyfire City and return to Skyfire Academy, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of the hotel and blocked his way. Our gang leader has an invitation. The other party surrounded Tang Feng and said in a deep voice. Tang Feng raised an eyebrow. Who is your gang leader? Tang Feng didn't even know what the other party's origin was, and he had to invite him over, which was not acceptable. The various forces in Skyfire City were intertwined, so who knew what the other side had in mind? We're from the Lion's Head Gang. Our leader is Zhao Shifu. The leader immediately showed Tang Feng where they had come from. Tang Feng was instantly enlightened. It wasn't the first time he'd come into contact with the Lion's Head Gang, but none of them had made a favorable impression before. It's all because of Zhao Yishuan. He wasn't impressed with this Lionhead gang anyway. Looking for me for what? Tang Feng sneered and asked the other party. I don't know, just asked us to invite you. The leader shook his head. They didn't know what the gang leader was looking for Tang Feng for. Obviously, they were still enemies before, and for some reason, the gang leader suddenly cancelled the order to hunt down Tang Feng. Seeing as you're still polite, lead the way. Tang Feng thought about it and still walked with the other party. Whether the other party was well-intentioned or malicious, he wasn't afraid. It's best if it's in good faith, and if it's in bad faith, it's the perfect opportunity to uproot them. The Lion's Head Gang is so big, there must be a lot of treasures, right? Maybe a wave of wealth. Naturally, the people from the Lion's Head Gang didn't know that they had already been targeted by Tang Feng for robbery. Bring Tang Feng to the Lion's Head Gang. The Lion's Head Gang wasn't as full of banditry as Tang Feng had imagined. Instead, it's a building, not much different from a regular company. There are all kinds of departments, maybe they have one more department than a normal company. Boss, I've got them. After bringing Tang Feng to the office, the man respectfully said to the person sitting in the chair with his back to them. Zhao Shifu immediately turned around, saw Tang Feng, and waved his hand for his men to go down. You asked for me? Tang Feng curiously looked at the country-faced middle-aged man in front of him. The fierce-looking Zhao Shifu could afford the name of boss, and looking at his appearance made people understand that he was not one to be messed with. Tang Feng, what a tactic, to get that Qi Baihui to plead for you. Zhao Shifu looked at Tang Feng and said in an earn. Pleading? Tang Feng froze. He never asked anyone to plead for mercy, he asked Qi Baihui to warn them. I think you're mistaken, I did ask Qi Baihui to bring a message, but it's not a plea to you, it's a warning. Is it that you don't understand? Or did she not take my words as they came? Tang Feng sneered, looking at Zhao Shifu's eyes without any stage fright and said. Zhao Shifu was stunned. Qi Baihui did give him a message and said that Tang Feng wasn't something they could mess with, but he didn't believe it. He couldn't believe that a first-time student had anything he couldn't afford to mess with. Tang Feng, I don't have too many grudges with you, for the sake of Qi Baihui's face I can let it go, but the prerequisite is that you hand over that little, he grabbed our skill book, it's the same as ting on our head, making us lose face, this matter can't just be left alone, hand her over, and we'll clear the air. Zhao Shifu then said to Tang Feng in a deep voice. The little in his mouth was naturally Zhao Yishuan. Tang Feng could hear it. I see you still don't understand me. Tang Feng shook his head, then surveyed the environment of the office. Don't you wear armor in the office? Who doesn't wear armor in the office? Tang Feng said with disappointment as he looked at Zhao Shifu in a suit. What do you mean? Want to do it here? Zhao Shifu immediately let out a disdainful light laugh. Didn't put Tang Feng in his eyes at all. Where are your men? Call a few of them. They'd better be armed. Tang Feng said indifferently. He didn't want to come here for nothing. He couldn't just put in the effort and not get anything out of it, could he? If you can't pull the wool over Zhao Shifu, it's okay to pick up a few pieces of equipment from his men. What the hell do you mean, cut the crap and hurry up, do you want to go against me or hand over that little? Choose quickly. Zhao Shifu hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, thinking that he now had the upper hand, and immediately chided Tang Feng. Tang Feng then walked forward, slowly approaching Zhao Shifu. Looking at the constantly approaching Tang Feng, he couldn't help but make Zhao Shifu frown. I don't think you'll know the heights of heaven if I don't teach you a lesson. Zhao Shifu's gaze instantly condensed, instantly storming up, catapulting up from his chair and slamming his fist towards Tang Feng's body. He was going to teach this unknowing brat a profound lesson. Then we'll talk about Zhao Yishuan. Bang! Zhao Shifu's fist then slammed solidly into Tang Feng's shoulder. Only Tang Feng stood still, not moving. Zhao Shifu's face changed. A little bit of strength, no wonder that Qi Baihui is speaking for you, but do you think that's all I have? Just now, I was just afraid of beating you to death, watch the move. Zhao Shifu snorted coldly. Although Tang Feng blocked his punch, he didn't care. Just now, he was just afraid of killing Tang Feng with one punch, so he withdrew his strength. Now that he saw that Tang Feng could block his attack, he simply did not hold back any longer, and directly fought to slam his fist into Tang Feng's face again. Bang! Zhao Shifu printed another punch on Tang Feng's face. It was just that Tang Feng was still standing in the same spot without moving. This made Lionel Zhao rich with some shock. Just then, Tang Feng grabbed Zhao Shifu's wrist. With that, he exerted force and slowly removed Zhao Shifu's fist from his face. Zhao Shifu's hands were trembling in Tang Feng's hands. No matter how much force he used, there wasn't even a ripple in Tang Feng's hands, there was absolutely no resistance. Just like that, Tang Feng pressed his fist down. You started it. I acted in self-defense. Tang Feng looked at Zhao Shifu and faintly raised his fist. A punch landed immediately afterward. A scream of misery came from Zhao Shifu in the office at once. The screams that followed were continuous and unending. Zhao Shifu's men outside froze. Then his face changed and he rushed in. Tang Feng was then seen riding on top of Zhao Shifu, punching and punching at Zhao Shifu's face. Let go of the boss. Chapter 89 Going to the public account. Tang Feng lightly glanced at Zhao Shifu's men. A punch then landed on Zhao Shifu's face. It made Zhao Shifu's nose bleed and broke his nose bone. Do you guys want to come along? Tang Feng asked indifferently. The two of them were immediately about to go forward and pull Tang Feng away. Tang Feng casually landed another punch on Zhao Shifu's face. The frightened duo stopped in their tracks immediately. Boss! It only dared to look worriedly at the boss beneath Tang Feng from a distance. Don't! Stay away! Zhao Shifu had realized Tang Feng's terror at this point. It turned out that what Qi Baihui had said wasn't bluffing him, and he had deeply realized the meaning of Qi Baihui's words. Tang Feng, it's not something they can mess with, it's too scary. Get out! Then Zhao Shifu directly told his men to go out. He knew that Tang Feng hadn't been able to kill him, so there was still room for discussion. You can't let your men provoke Tang Feng into anger. Boss, how can we sit back and do nothing? These two men of Zhao Shifu were quite sentimental and said to Zhao Shifu with a worried face. Get the hell out of here, don't you understand? Zhao Shifu was instantly enraged and said angrily at once. The henchman hesitated for a moment, but followed Zhao Shifu's orders and turned to leave the office. Tang Feng, there are no outsiders now, what do you want? How can you let me go? After his men left, Zhao Shifu immediately softened to Tang Feng. What's all this talk about letting go or not letting go, am I that much of a killjoy? Tang Feng smiled faintly, his purpose this had been achieved. But I do have difficulties now, I want to buy a skill book, but unfortunately I don't have enough money on hand, nowadays in this society, money is too hard to earn. Tang Feng said with a sigh. I know, I have money, I'm willing to fund some of it to help you fulfill your heart's desire as soon as possible, how about that? Zhao Shifu instantly understood what Tang Feng meant and then opened his mouth. Tang Feng didn't say anything, just looked at Zhao Shifu indifferently. Zhao Shifu knew that Tang Feng was waiting for him to make an offer. How about $1 million? How about I fund you $1 million? Zhao Shifu thought for a moment, then said to Tang Feng. 1 million is actually quite a lot, although skill books are very expensive, but he can't just give Tang Feng tens of millions of dollars to buy skill books. Even among their 6 powers, skill books were very precious. How can Tang Feng give him tens of millions of dollars with a single word? A trace of displeasure flashed across Tang Feng's face, and he didn't say anything, only moving his fists without moving. Zhao Shifu's face changed as he watched. 5 million. How about 5 million?
Zhao Shifu hastily changed his words. $5 million, it's already kind of hemorrhaging him. Hey, I don't know when I can afford to buy skill books, it's really agonizing. Where is your Lion's Head Gang warehouse? There should be a lot of skill books, send me one, I'll save myself the trouble of buying one. Tang Feng said with a self-conscious sigh as if he hadn't heard Zhao Shifu's words. Zhao Shifu immediately changed his face. The way Tang Feng said it, this was an intention to rob his family. $10 million. This is the most money I can get out personally, any more than that and the brothers under my hand will be unhappy, really, I'm not lying to you. Zhao Shifu said with a helpless face. What the hell? Bidding tens of millions of dollars at the auction house without blinking an eye, and now it's so hard to get a $10 million? Tang Feng immediately sneered, not believing Zhao Shifu's bull at all. What I said is true, you can see, although we are a gang, but the mode of operation is very formal. There are financial and cashier, the big money are in the public account, buy skill books that is a formal channel, can go public account, naturally, good, and now give you money directly, I can only give you in the name of the individual, 10 million has been the top. Zhao Shifu immediately explained to Tang Feng with a bitter smile. Tang Feng was also surprised. Who would have thought that a gang of a black nature would go for formalized public accounts? I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Transfer the money. Tang Feng thought about it and didn't make things too difficult for him. With that, he stood up from Zhao Shifu and said faintly. Zhao Shifu stood up and immediately had the money sent. Transferred $10 million to Tang Feng in his name. Zhao Shifu was a face of flesh pain. $10 million arrived, and Tang Feng had a satisfied look on his face. Now that he had more than 40 million in hand, purchasing a skill book was enough. Do you know who has skill books in the hands of Skyfire City right now? Tang Feng then asked Zhao Shifu. Zhao Shifu froze. The thing called skill books, apart from their 6 powers, it seemed that only the auction house had them. And the auction house is also based on luck, and if you're not lucky, you won't be able to touch the skill books. But he wouldn't dare say he had skill books here. That, the White Club seems to have skill books. Zhao Shifu didn't dare to say that he had skill books here, but he could say that others are. If Tang Feng really intended to go for it, he could still take out an opponent for him. The White Council? Your nemesis? Tang Feng instantly sensed Zhao Shifu's purpose. A sneer. By Tang Feng's single word, Zhao Shifu's heart suddenly trembled. They really do, I wonder what kind of skills you need. Zhao Shifu hardened his head and said with a bitter smile on his face. Firmly refused to admit that he was trying to take advantage of Tang Feng. Spiritual, preferably power-related, skills that can inflict damage on energy bodies or mental bodies, creatures that are immune to physical damage. Tang Feng then said. Hearing Tang Feng's request, Zhao Shifu immediately became a bit embarrassed. Those are some pretty harsh conditions. But any appearance of one is a treasure, let alone so many conditions added together. I heard that the White Clothes Association got a book of spiritual skills some time ago. I don't know if it meets your requirements, what I said is true, and spiritual skills, the learning conditions are relatively large, they shouldn't have learned it yet. Zhao Shifu thought about it, then his eyes lit up and said to Tang Feng. This time, what he said was true, the White Clothes Society had really gotten a book of spirit-based skills some time ago. This was something that many people knew, and he hadn't lied to Tang Feng. The White Clothes Society? It seems you have a deep obsession with the White Clothes Society, wanting me to help you get rid of it? Tang Feng looked at Zhao Shifu with a smile on his face and asked. No. I definitely didn't mean that. Zhao Shifu quickly waved his hands in horror. It's okay, I can make a trip to the White Club and help you get rid of the leader of the White Club if necessary, it's just that the price. Tang Feng rubbed his fingers meaningfully. How could Zhao Shifu not understand what Tang Feng meant, such an obvious hint? I'm broke. Zhao Shifu said with a bitter smile on his face. All the money he had at his disposal had been transferred to Tang Feng. There's simply no more money to give to Tang Feng. I didn't say I wanted your money. I'm on the books. I'm working for the Lion's Head Gang, so you've got to spend some money, right? That's reasonable. Tang Feng smiled faintly and said indifferently. Chapter 90 by How? Zhao Shifu was dumbfounded. Tang Feng is eating him up, isn't he? But just like Tang Feng said, if Tang Feng could really take out the White Clothes Gang leader, it would definitely do him more good than harm. Those territories of the White Clothes Gang, a little bit of snatching them over, would be enough. Good, as long as the white clothes gang leader dies, I will immediately transfer money to you from my side.
Definitely not less than $20 million.
Zhao Shifu then gazed at Tang Feng and said solemnly.
Tang Feng smiled faintly.
I hope the information you gave is true, otherwise, I'll do this business with the white clothes gang.
Tang Feng said meaningfully to Zhao Shifu.
Then, under Zhao Shifu's apprehensive gaze, he turned around and pushed open the door of the room to leave.
Zhao Shifu watched Tang Feng leave inside in relief.
At the same time, there was some worrying about Tang Feng's words. It would be troublesome if Tang Feng were to cooperate with the white clothes gang and kill him in turn.
He needs mental skills, looks like I'll have to ask around, it might save my life. Zhao Shifu muttered. Tang Feng left the Lion's Head gang and then found someone to inquire about the white clothes gang.
There were 6 major forces in Skyfire City, of which the explicit business was monopolized by the Zhao Group. Illegal business, casino owned by one person. The Peach Club manages the peach business. The Dark House, on the other hand, is in the assassination business and does some dirty work.
The rest of the business was split equally between the White Gang and the Lion's Head Gang. Protection money, drugs, they did it all. Nightclubs like bars are where they operate.
Tang Feng took advantage of the fact that it was still light, and immediately arrived at one of the bars run by the White Clothes Gang. The heavy metal music in the bar made him frown slightly. His eyes swept through the bar, skimming directly over the dance floor, and then he saw 2 overhanging booths on the second floor, perched high above the stage. At the entrance to the stairs leading to the second floor, there were 2 men in black strictly guarding the door, not allowing anyone to go up.
Tang Feng immediately looked puzzled.
Either this was a special place reserved for their boss, or there was some big shot up here. But whichever it is, as long as something happens to the people up here, the White Clothes Gang leader absolutely can't sit still.
Tang Feng smiled faintly.
With that, he headed for the stairway. The 2 black-clothed men saw Tang Feng keep approaching and immediately held out their hands, signaling that they were not allowed to enter here.
Tang Feng looked at the 2 and instantly struck out, knocking them down with a gentle push. With that, he walked up the stairs to the second floor.
A few people were sitting in one of the second floor booths, accompanied by a group of beautiful women.
Tang Feng's appearance instantly disturbed the excitement of a few people. Who told you to come up here? Get off! One of the middle-aged men instantly frowned and scolded Tang Feng.
Tang Feng smiled faintly, and without moving, he waved his hand at the beautiful woman on the sofa, signaling her to get up and move away. The beautiful woman stood up uncertainly and backed carefully into the corner. That middle-aged man frowned at Tang Feng.
Who are you?
The middle-aged man looked at Tang Feng and asked with an odd expression.
Who are you? Tang Feng put his arm around the middle-aged man's shoulder and asked meaningfully. Do you know who I am and what I'm doing here? Come on, man. Get him out of here.
The middle-aged man froze, then called down to his bodyguard. Just a couple of shouts, but no one came up. This made the middle-aged man instantly understand that something had happened to his bodyguard.
The face changed instantly.
You?
What the hell are you?
Then he began to panic and asked Tang Feng sheepishly.
Answer me first, who are you?
Tang Feng said indifferently. The middle-aged man didn't know if Tang Feng really didn't recognize him or was deliberately trying to scam him.
I'm the lord of the city, what do you want?
The middle-aged man asked Tang Feng sheepishly.
Lord of the city? Tang Feng froze. The Lord of Heavenly Fire City, is that all you've got? That's good, the city lord was beaten up in the White Clothes Gang's territory, do you think the White Clothes Gang leader will be anxious? Tang Feng then nodded. The people up here are really not of ordinary status. The status of city lord is definitely enough. What the hell do you want? What are you?
Hearing Tang Feng's words, the Heavenly Flame City Lord instantly panicked. But Tang Feng wasn't obligated to explain it to him. Instantly, he raised his fist and gave him a fat punch. The beating caused the Heavenly Flame City Lord to wail and wail. And naturally, the commotion up here was noticed by the people below. The other customers were fine, just watching the fun. But the bar manager who knew what was up there was instantly shocked. Realizing that the city lord's bodyguard had already been taken down, he hurriedly contacted their gang leader and came over to settle the matter.
What? The city lord was beaten?
After the White Clothes Gang master learned about the situation here, he couldn't even change his clothes and hurriedly got up and rushed over this way.
Where are the people? Whitehall rushed to the bar and hurriedly asked his men. It's up there at. The bar's steward pointed to the second floor deck and shuddered. Before Bai Hao arrived, he also sent people up to try to negotiate, but without exception, they were all thrown down from the second floor by Tang Feng. "Boss," he asked to see you. The bar steward, cautiously. "What?" Bai Hao frowned, instantly realizing that the man was coming for him. Then his feet moved, and he directly leaped up, jumping from the first floor to the second floor card seat up. Bai Hao's gaze swept across the second floor, and the people who traveled with the city lord all huddled in the corner in fear, and the city lord was even punched in the face. There was a young man sitting on the couch, crossing his legs and looking at him with a derisive expression. "Who are you? Do you know what kind of place this is? Dare you to act wild here?" Bai Hao then questioned Tang Feng in a deep voice. "Whitehall?" Tang Feng looked at Bai Hao and asked in confirmation. "You did come at me, let them go, come at me if you have anything to do with me." When Tang Feng said his name, he knew that Tang Feng was really coming for him. Tang Feng waved his hand, signaling that they could leave. Since they waited for the rightful owner, these people naturally had no value. The city lord and the others were immediately amazed and rolled away. "Send the city lord back without any accidents," Bai Hao then explained to his men. "Yes." The henchman immediately nodded and led the city lord away. Only after everyone had left did Bai Hao look at Tang Feng. "Who the hell are you? Why are you making trouble in my place?" Bai Hao questioned Tang Feng in a deep voice. "I heard that you have a spiritual skill book in your hand? I need it, make me an offer and sell it to me." Tang Feng didn't reply, directly stating his intentions. "What kind of place do you think I am? I'm going to sell it to you if you need it?" Bai Hao snorted coldly, he didn't even know who Tang Feng was yet, and let him give up a skill book with a single sentence. How was this possible? Tang Feng smiled faintly, the fact that Bai Hao said this meant that the other party really did have spiritual skill books in their hands. That means Lionel Cho didn't lie to him. "I've been told to kill you, if you sell me the skill book, this matter will be settled and I won't move you," Tang Feng said indifferently. "Ha, ridiculous, tell me, who wants to kill me?" Bai Hao couldn't help but laugh as he asked Tang Feng. Chapter 91 Searching for Skill Books. Tang Feng naturally couldn't give Zhao Shifu up right now. "I'm here to get the skill book, don't talk so much, give it or not?" Tang Feng didn't bother to talk nonsense with Bai Hao and asked softly. "No." Of course Whitehall wouldn't be so obedient. How could Tang Feng sell him the skill book with a single word? Tang Feng had also long predicted this outcome. With that, he stood up and clenched his fists in a gesture of striking. Bai Hao's gaze immediately froze. "What? Still want to make a move? I think you're looking for death." Now that the city lord was no longer here, he had nothing to worry about. Seeing that Tang Feng was about to make a move, he immediately snorted coldly and made a preemptive strike. Taking a direct step forward, he slammed his fist into Tang Feng's chest. Bai Hao's movements were quick, and with such a close distance, he hit Tang Feng almost in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bai Hao landed a punch on Tang Feng, but Tang Feng didn't move a muscle. With a bemused face, he looked at Bai Hao. "Is that all the power you have? Didn't you eat?" Tang Feng let out a light laugh and said with a relaxed expression. Bai Hao's face changed, looking at Tang Feng incredulously, unbelievingly he once again hit a pervert and kicked Tang Feng's head. Bang! White Hao hit again, but Tang Feng was still unharmed, and his head didn't even tilt. Instead, his legs were a little sore from the shock. "You? What the hell are you?" Bai Hao looked at Tang Feng with an unbelievable face and asked. Tang Feng smiled faintly. Tang Feng. Bai Hao frowned when he heard this name, feeling somewhat familiar, but not thinking of it for a moment. "Can you sell me the skill book?" Tang Feng asked Bai Hao without moving. "You?" Bai Hao still wanted to mouth off, only as Tang Feng moved closer to him, he instantly felt a burst of pressure. The strength of this youth in front of him was unknown, his origin was unknown, and whether he had a backer behind him was also unknown. And being able to ignore his attacks, its defense was simply terrifying. It made him swallow the words that were on his lips. "How much are you offering?" With that, Whitehall resigned himself to his fate. He didn't dare to act rashly until he knew Tang Feng's bottom line. $40 million. Tang Feng didn't want to whore himself out for nothing, and as long as the other party cooperated, he wasn't a regicide. Pay what you have to pay and never miss the other side. But I have to look at the skill book first. If it's what I need, you won't lose a penny of your money. If I don't need it, I don't want your skill book. But before that, Tang Feng needed to make sure that was what he needed, and if it wasn't, he couldn't spend his money for nothing. Okay, but the skill book is at headquarters and I need you to come with me. Bai Hao raised an eyebrow, then said to Tang Feng. No problem. This was certainly no problem, and Tang Feng readily agreed. Bai Hao then led Tang Feng out of the bar. Looking at Tang Feng who was walking ahead, Bai Hao frowned slightly. Go find out what this Tang Feng is about. Then he whispered to his men. He also had to be prepared for anything and investigate Tang Feng's bottom line before he could make plans. Bai Hao and the others quickly took a ride to the headquarters of the White Clothes Gang, which, like the Lion's Head Gang, was also a formal-looking company building. Bai Hao led Tang Feng to the office. Wait here for a moment, I'll have someone fetch the skill books. Bai Hao faintly said to Tang Feng. Go get it, but you have to stay here. Tang Feng nodded, but didn't let Bai Hao leave. He leaves at this time, who knows what he might get up to. It had to be within Tang Feng's field of vision for him to feel at ease. Bai Hao had no choice but to let his men do it, while he stayed in the office with Tang Feng. I wonder where your honor stands. Before his men returned, Bai Hao asked Tang Feng curiously. Tang Feng looked at Bai Hao. No answer. Bai Hao was obviously probing his bottom line, and he'd be sick if he answered. Bai Hao could also see that Tang Feng was wary. Nor did he pursue it further. Soon, Bai Hao's men rushed back, holding an ancient book in their hands. Respectfully, he delivered the books to Bai Hao. Boss, it's clear, this guy is the one the Peach Blossom Club boss warned us about before, Tang Feng. That skill book from the previous auction is related to him, a student of Skyfire Academy. The men quickly found out where Tang Feng came from and took the opportunity to remind Bai Hao in his ear. Bai Hao instantly raised an eyebrow. Immediately, he recalled that Chi Baihui had reminded him not to mess with Tang Feng. Tang Feng was not someone they could afford to mess with. He hadn't cared before, but when he thought back at this time, he suddenly felt that Chi Baihui had made some sense. This person, Tang Feng, was too mysterious. Strength unknown, background unknown. Not to be messed with indeed. Bai Hao thought about it and took the skill book to Tang Feng. This is the one. Look at it. Bai Hao offered the skill book with both hands for Tang Feng to check. Tang Feng picked up the skill book and looked at it. Fire Lin Strike, use a spear to deliver a penetrating blow with fire attribute. The higher the spiritual attribute, the greater the power. Tang Feng shook his head in disappointment when he saw the information on this skill book. It wasn't exactly the mental skill he was looking for. Casually, he returned the skill book to Bai Hao. Not what I'm looking for. Tang Feng shook his head and said. What kind of skills are you looking for? Maybe I can help you with that. Bai Hao's expression moved, then he asked Tang Feng. Tang Feng looked at Bai Hao. The other party was considered a big shot in Skyfire City. There really are far more channels of information than the average person. I need mental classes, skills that can deal damage to physically immune creatures, preferably related to power attributes. Tang Feng then spoke his request to Bai Hao. It might be faster to have the other guy help him find it than it would be to find it on his own. I can help you look for it, and if I find it, how can I contact you? Bai Hao nodded. Tang Feng's request was really a bit harsh, but one could try to find it. He had already risen to the idea of showing favor to Tang Feng. Right now the two of them hadn't risen to any unresolvable grudges, and even if someone like Tang Feng couldn't be a friend, it would be best not to become an enemy for good. So he intended to help Tang Feng. Call me. Tang Feng looked at Bai Hao and then gave him his number. I was going to kill Bai Hao and get money from Zhao Shifu. But this attitude of Bai Hao now, that was much stronger than Zhao Shifu. People took the initiative to help him look for skill books. In this situation, if Tang Feng still went to kill them, that would be too much of a bad thing. That was why Tang Feng had dispelled his intention to kill Bai Hao. And now that Zhao Shifu and Bai Hao were helping him look for skill books at the same time, the speed should be a bit faster. Let me know if you hear anything. I'll leave you alone, sorry about tonight. Tang Feng said to Bai Hao. People were so polite, and Tang Feng was a bit embarrassed. Not only did he beat up Whitehall's guest, he almost killed Whitehall. You're welcome, and don't worry, I'll contact you as soon as I hear anything. Bai Hao smiled when he saw Tang Feng say that. In the following days, Tang Feng had been cultivating his moon pupil and didn't continue to go out. Now that I have enough money, I'm waiting for the skill books to show up. And at the same time,
the annual competition in Skyfire City is in full swing.
Tang Feng didn't know about this as he practiced at night and caught up on his sleep during the day. The competition quickly decided on a few dark horses that overshadowed Tang Feng's recent popularity in one fell swoop. Chapter 92 Skill Book appears. Fei Yu. This life I promise. Long E. Number 1 in the world.
Many obsessed girls on campus raised banners under the boys' dormitories like stargazers, waving flags for the strongest players in their hearts. Tang Feng, who was catching up on his sleep, was simply unable to sleep because of the noise from downstairs.
You guys are done. What are you yelling about? There are people trying to sleep.
Tang Feng really couldn't help himself and came to the windowsill, cursing loudly to the bottom.
Who are you? We're supporting Pigeon, it's none of your business.
You're still sleeping at this hour, you're not as lazy as a pig. However, what waited for Tang Feng was a tirade of abuse from the other side, and a group of girls were chattering and pointing at Tang Feng, constantly yelling and cursing. The noise annoyed Tang Feng even more.
And there's nothing to be done about them. What kind of help is this? Tang Feng closed the window with a speechless face and spat. Save it, a bunch of star-crossed brainiacs, can't reason with them.
Xianyu, who was also in the dormitory and didn't go out, said with a smile. It didn't matter to him, although he felt it was noisy, he had gotten enough sleep, unlike Tang Feng, who hadn't slept all night.
What star to chase? There are still stars to chase in Skyfire Academy? Tang Feng was dumbfounded.
It's normal that you don't know about it since you've had your days and nights turned upside down every day for a while now. The yearly competition is starting and these names they're calling out are all hopeful contenders for the title.
Xianyu then explained to Tang Feng. Huh? Already? Tang Feng was a bit surprised.
He had heard about the competition from Song Xiaowei and didn't expect it to start so soon.
It's almost over. What are you thinking? Xianyu said breathlessly. It's a shame that it's all over. Tang Feng shook his head with some disappointment. He was going to sign up to try it. I didn't realize I'd just miss it. You still want to participate in what?
Those players can be about to graduate the old oil, one by one did not graduate, or holding it, just waiting to leave good results in the competition. You think the credits list, those credits in the 80 90 points of the guy, why not find a magical beast to kill the graduation, not just wait for now it.
Xianyu said with a speechless expression.
He's right, those who are stuck at 80 plus credits and don't graduate are waiting for this opportunity.
Trying to do well in a competition. One is for name recognition and the other is for championship rewards. Of course, there are only a few people who go for the title. Everyone else is also in it to stay in the game. How far along is it now? Tang Feng asked Xianyu with some curiosity.
It's almost over, the winner should be decided in the next 2 days.
Xianyu said faintly.
He hadn't really been paying much attention, but just hearing the news, he pretty much understood it was almost over.
That fast? Tang Feng was a bit surprised. Bang, bang, bang. Come out of there.
Just as the two were talking, there was a sudden, impatient slamming at the door. Then an angry woman's voice came from outside the door, causing Tang Feng to freeze. Xianyu was also stunned, then ducked to the windowsill.
You messed up, you fix it.
Xianyu instantly understood what was going on, this was the group of crazy women down there coming to the door.
Tang Feng also reacted. To be honest, he was quite scared.
Mainly these guys are unreasonable and impossible to communicate with.
If you do it, you're afraid of making a big deal out of it.
Looking at Xianyu who was hiding in the balcony, Tang Feng walked over indifferently.
What for? You messed up, you deal with it. Xianyu immediately looked at Tang Feng with a puzzled expression. Tang Feng didn't care about him and faintly pulled open the window.
In Xianyu's horrified gaze, he directly leapt down from the 3rd floor.
I'm yet. Xianyu was instantly shocked. This nigga don't even care about his life so he doesn't have to touch these crazy women? Xianyu rushed to the window and probed down.
Only to see Tang Feng land steadily on the ground, looking up with a smile on his face and waving his hand at Xianyu.
I'll leave it to you to cope, I'll be off. Tang Feng said to Xianyu.
Xianyu looked at Tang Feng's back as he left with a bitter expression.
Bang, bang, bang. The sound of a slamming door coming from behind made Xianyu's heart shake. Hey! Tang Feng came out of the dormitory, and Ju definitely couldn't sleep.
While thinking about where to go from here, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. When I opened it, it was Whitehall calling.
Tang Feng, I found the skill book you wanted. After the phone was connected, Bai Hao's voice came from the other side. Tang Feng immediately brightened up. Where is it? Tang Feng hurriedly asked Bai Hao. The auction house will be auctioning off a skill book today, and after I've made some inquiries, it's the exact same type of skill you need. Bai Hao then said to Tang Feng. An auction house? I know. Tang Feng then nodded, hung up the phone and couldn't wait to rush towards Skyfire City. Only he had just hung up when his cell phone quickly rang again. This time it's Lionel Cho calling. I got a lead on the skill book you wanted. Zhao Shifu then said to Tang Feng. Auction house? Tang Feng said curiously. How do you know? Zhao Shifu on the other side of the phone froze and asked in confusion. Okay, I got it, hard work. Tang Feng learned that Zhao Shifu and Bai Hao had the same news, so there was nothing more to say. Zhao Shifu frowned, then thought that it was likely Bai Hao who had told Tang Feng the news. This instantly made her feel a little passive. If Tang Feng was pulled in by Bai Hao, then his life would be in danger. If you're short of money, you can come to me, and instead of going to the public accounts, I have a little bit of my own money to tide you over. In order to show goodwill to Tang Feng and avoid Tang Feng being bribed by Bai Hao to take his life in the future, Zhao Shifu immediately said to Tang Feng. That's good to know, I'll be in touch if I need you, thanks. Tang Feng smiled faintly, then hung up the phone. He knew these two weren't genuinely trying to help him. The reason why he helped him was solely because of his strength. Trying to curry favor with him, even pulling him in. This kind of relationship wasn't solid. If one day they felt that Tang Feng's strength wasn't a threat anymore, they would definitely get rid of Tang Feng at the first opportunity, or even get rid of Tang Feng as a threat. So Tang Feng was always wary of them, and could not kill them for the sake of the help they provided, but he wouldn't get too close to them either. Tang Feng arrived at Skyfire City. Starfire Chamber of Commerce Auction House. After receiving the capital inspection, Tang Feng's number was more forward this time, and with more than $40 million, he got number 98. It's not in the first row, but it's in the first 5 rows. Sort of a place where only the more powerful can sit. Tang Feng found his seat and sat down. There was still some time left before the auction started. Tang Feng looked around. There's quite a few people, I guess they're all here for the skill books. Every skill book auction attracts a large group of people. Little brother, you look strange, first time in Skyfire City? Soon a middle-aged man sat down next to Tang Feng. Looking at Tang Feng, he immediately asked with a curious face. Chapter 93 Skills in Hand. Aha! Tang Feng nodded and didn't interact with the other party much. He was here to buy a skill book, there was no need to make more trouble. The other party had no choice but to keep their mouths shut when they saw how high and cold Tang Feng was. Soon the auction started and the auctioneer began to introduce some of the items up for auction. None of these things interested Tang Feng. One by one, things that were useless to Tang Feng went up on the stage, and Tang Feng looked a little drowsy. The middle-aged man next to him was very interested and kept bidding, and in a moment's time he had auctioned off 2 or 3 items. It is evident that the family is very strong. Everyone, the next lot is the long-awaited skill book. As Tang Feng was about to fall asleep, it was finally the skill book's turn to make an appearance. This skill book was commissioned by a mysterious person to be consigned by us. The starting price is $20 million, each increase shall not be less than $2 million, you may now place your bids. The auctioneer then didn't say anything and directly announced the start of the bidding. 25 million. As soon as the auctioneer's words fell, someone raised his hand to bid $25 million. $30 million. The representative from the casino, who was seated in the first row, then bid $30 million. This caused the others who were ready to compete to hesitate momentarily. The 6 powers intervened and basically left them alone. Let's not say they can't compete with the 6 powers, even if they do, so what? Do they have the life to take it? Those who knew the style of the 6 powers simply gave up. 35 million. The representative of Zhao's group then made a bid and pressed the casino head-on. The people from the Lion's Head gang and the White Clothes gang glanced behind them and did not bid. Apparently they had all been instructed by the boss not to touch the skill books this time. $40 million. Seeing this, Tang Feng also knew that it was time for him to make a move, and immediately raised his card and quoted a price. $40 million, the last time Zhao Yishuan auctioned off a skill book for $40 million. If nothing else, he should be able to shoot it as well. The casino side and Zhao's group immediately frowned when they heard a bid from the back.
Glancing at each other with the other forces, they all tacitly agreed not to continue bidding. Like last time, they were trying to blackmail and loot afterward. No matter what the reason was, the six powers had given up on bidding anyway. And others don't want to get involved and are afraid to bid. $40 million a time. The auctioneer then began to digitize. 40 million twice. After he shouted twice, all with no bids, he was about to put the hammer down on the deal. Suddenly a Changbian was killed halfway. 42 million. In the corner, a voice rang out and added $2 million again. Tang Feng looked at the other party's position in confusion. In the corner of the fourth row, the family is not weak. Not part of any of the six powers. Tang Feng frowned slightly. I thought the bidding was a sure thing, but I didn't think there would be a sudden change of heart. 44 million. Tang Feng was also not willing to show weakness, and then raised his card to continue raising the price. 46 million. Tang Feng frowned, that was all he had. If the other party continued to raise the price, then there was nothing he could do. 48 million. The other party didn't hesitate, didn't stop for anything, and then added another 2 million. Leaving Tang Feng completely hopeless. Tang Feng frowned. I don't know where the hell this guy came from. Anyway, he definitely wasn't from Heavenly Flame City, otherwise how would he be able to snatch something from the hands of the six major forces? Tang Feng sighed. That's all the money he had on hand, and this price had completely exceeded his affordability, so he could only give up helplessly. Just as Tang Feng was about to give up, his cell phone rang again. Tang Feng, I still have $5 million in my hand, I've already transferred it to you. The one who called was Zhao Shifu, and without any nonsense, he hung up when he finished. Tang Feng then received the arrival message. Another $5 million in the account. Tang Feng was stunned. 48 million at a time. 48 million twice. By this time the auctioneer had already begun to digitize, holding up the hammer in his hand about to drop the deal. $50 million. Tang Feng didn't have time to think about it, then raised his hand and raised the price again. This immediately caused many people to look sideways. $50 million for a skill book is already outrageous. After Tang Feng finished bidding, his gaze went to the man in the corner of the fourth row. Let's see if he'll bid again, and if he does, then there's really nothing he can do. $50 million a time. 50 million twice. 50 million three times. Bang! Sold. It wasn't until the auctioneer dropped the hammer that Tang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The man didn't raise the price again. Tang Feng then got up and headed backstage. As he made his move, the Zhao Group and casino representatives in the first row then sent someone to follow Tang Feng. The six major powers had all been in contact with Tang Feng except for these two. Dark Knight Tower wanted to draw Tang Feng in, so naturally they wouldn't go against him. The Peach Blossom Society knew Tang Feng's strength, and was not going to look for trouble from Tang Feng. The Lion's Head Gang and the White Clothes Gang even knew that Tang Feng wanted this skill book, so of course they wouldn't interfere. Only these two families were kept in the dark, so like before, they planned to quietly follow Tang Feng and snatch the skill books. Tang Feng came backstage after showing his number plate. Handing over the money with one hand and delivering the goods with the other, Tang Feng smoothly got that skill book. Tang Feng then opened it to check. Ghost Hand, covering his hand with mental energy, he can attack energy-bodied creatures, inflicting damage equal to his strength and ignoring physical immunity. When Tang Feng saw the skill introduction, he was instantly delighted. This was the skill he wanted. Immediately, he put the skill book away solemnly, and then prepared to leave. Just as he went out the door, he saw the people sent by the Zhao Group and the casino guarding the door. Having experienced this kind of thing once, he certainly knew what was going on. Bitterly, he shook his head. Don't follow me if you don't want to die. Tang Feng said indifferently as he passed by the duo. Tang Feng's words instantly made the duo freeze. But didn't care, they didn't even know who Tang Feng was, so naturally they wouldn't be scared off by a single word from Tang Feng. Followed immediately. Tang Feng shook his head helplessly when he saw them follow him. With that, he left Skyfire City at a quick pace, but his speed was short. Not long after leaving the city, the duo chased after him, stopping Tang Feng one after the other. Ugh, do you guys have to get killed? Tang Feng looked at the person blocking his way inside helplessly. Hand over the skill book and let you go. The other party took out the dagger at his waist, pointed at Tang Feng, and said indifferently. Well, it looks like we're just going to have to do it.
Tang Feng shook his head with a helpless expression, then hooked his finger at the two. Come on, make it quick. Tang Feng's provocative behavior caused the duo to frown. Don't know what's good for you, since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. The duo let out a cold snort and then attacked Tang Feng. Tang Feng looked at the incoming duo indifferently. The duo's weapons then chopped at Tang Feng. Ding! With a light sound, Tang Feng was unharmed. This caused the two to blush instantly. Only at this time, Tang Feng had already raised his fist. A fist slammed into one of them. Bang! That person directly turned into blood mist and was instantly killed in seconds. This made the other man blush even more. Frightened, his wrist went limp and the weapon fell to the ground with a clang. Then turned his head and ran. Tang Feng was just about to chase after the other party when a figure suddenly appeared in front of the other party. Then he collapsed helplessly. In front of the other party, a silhouette stood in place, holding a blood-stained greatsword. Chapter 94 The Temple. Tang Feng frowned slightly, looking at the figure that suddenly appeared with a questioning face. Who are you? Tang Feng was puzzled, not knowing which side of the six forces this guy belonged to. By all rights, there should be only two families left that dare to touch him. How come there's a third person? Take my skill book and ask me who I am? The other party sneered and said faintly. Skill books? Tang Feng was puzzled, then remembered that this voice seemed to be the same as the voice of the person he had bid against before. You're the one bidding against me? How can you say it's yours when I'm the one who auctioned off the item and I paid for it? Don't be so shameless. Tang Feng said breathlessly. The other side is also too shameless, no money is spent, and then he said that the skill book is his, ancestor has stick blood, right? That was originally mine, I put it up for sale at auction, if it's not mine is it still yours? The opponent snorted coldly, and slowly raised his sword towards Tang Feng. You sold it? What's wrong with you, selling it yourself and offering to buy it yourself? You have money to spare. Tang Feng was puzzled, since this skill book was commissioned by the other party to be sold at the auction, why did he still need to participate in the bidding? That's nothing to worry about. How can I get you to bid higher if I don't bid? How can I make money if you don't bid? The other party smiled faintly and said lightly. Tang Feng then looked puzzled, instantly understanding the other party's meaning. You engage in a no-brainer, sell the stuff and then grab it back? Tang Feng said with a frown. That's right, kinda have some brains, now give me back the skill book and I can still consider sparing your life. The other party nodded slightly, not hiding anything, then faintly said to Tang Feng. Didn't you just see me do it? Tang Feng had a strange look on his face. Could it be that the other party hadn't seen that he had just killed a man with a single punch in seconds, and that they still dared to lay hands on him? See, I admit that you have some strength, but so what? In my eyes, you're still too weak. The other party, however, didn't care at all, and didn't put Tang Feng's strength in their eyes at all. Tang Feng's expression moved, and he immediately launched his moon pupil to check his opponent's level. What? Grade, 25. Seeing the opponent's rank, Tang Feng's face changed. A strong person of more than 20 levels. This was the first time he had seen anyone over level 20. Scrying class skill. Having a scrying class skill at such a low level means that the talent is good and the background isn't weak. I'm only asking for money, give me back my skill and I won't kill you. The other party faintly said to Tang Feng. At this time, he had already walked up to Tang Feng, the knife in his hand emitting a cold light, as if he could cut Tang Feng in two at any time. Then you might as well kill me, there's no way the skills will be given to you. Tang Feng spread his hands, even if his opponent was level 25, he didn't have any fear. This caused the other to be slightly stunned. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. The other party then snorted coldly, his hand then flashed with cold light. Tang Feng did not even see how the other party came out of the knife. With a flash of blade light in front of him, the knife in the other party's hand reached Tang Feng's head. Ding! Only, the sharp blade slashed at Tang Feng's head, but it was as if it was chopped on fine iron, and it didn't move. The scene that the other party had anticipated, cutting Tang Feng in two, did not appear. Looking at the unharmed Tang Feng, the other party's face instantly changed. How is that possible? The opponent was shocked and didn't know how Tang Feng was able to block his attack. Frowning, he then looked at Tang Feng with a flash of light in his eyes, puzzled. Intend to find out. The scrying class skill immediately acted on Tang Feng. Tang Feng's message then appeared before his eyes. Tang Dynasty 618-907. Level, 6. Strength, max. Speed, 60. Physical strength, 60. Mental, 60. Talent? Skills? Equipment, none.
Seeing Tang Feng's message, the other party was stunned.
What's that? Max?
The other man froze for a moment, obviously not reacting for a moment to what Max meant. Tang Feng took advantage of this moment when the other party froze, and then grabbed the blade above his head. The opponent then reacted, and just wanted to withdraw his knife, but was shocked to find that the blade could not be drawn out at all in Tang Feng's hands. No matter how vigorous he was, the blade didn't move at all in Tang Feng's hands. What the hell? This scene was completely unexpected by the other party, and for a moment they were somewhat at a loss for words. With that, he raised his foot and kicked Tang Feng's body, trying to send him flying. But Tang Feng was using the raw roots skill at this time, and his defense was pulled full and his strength was also pulled full.
How could the opponent kick Tang Feng?
A foot landed on Tang Feng, only leaving a footprint on Tang Feng's clothes. Tang Feng then threw a fist downward, smashing it on the opponent's calf. Facing a level 25 opponent, Tang Feng didn't hold back. The power of distance instantly erupted, and the opponent's calf directly turned into blood mist.
Aha!
Watching his leg disappear in an instant, the frightened opponent instantly cried out in fear. The hand unconsciously loosened the weapon. Having lost a leg, he couldn't keep his balance and instantly fell to the ground. A look of fear on his right leg. Tang Feng casually threw the opponent's weapon to the side of the road. Then walked toward each other. The other party looked up at the ever-approaching Tang Feng, his face suddenly changing with a look of horror.
What in the world are you?
You! How is it possible for a 6th level to have such a strong power? The other party looked at Tang Feng in horror and asked.
No!
You're not level 6, you're hiding your strength. The other party then looked startled, as if he had thought of something, and looked at Tang Feng in horror, saying. Such a bizarre scene could only make him think of one possibility, and that was that Tang Feng had used a hidden attribute prop. How else could it be so terrifyingly powerful? Not to mention level 6, even level 60 wouldn't be able to withstand one of his strikes unharmed. The other looked horrified at the thought. That meant that Tang Feng's true strength was at least over level 60. It's something horrible. Who the hell are you? Why? The other party looked at Tang Feng as if he had resigned himself to not resisting, and asked Tang Feng a series of questions. Tang Feng didn't say a word as he slowly approached the other party. Tang Feng's silence caused the other party to brainstorm on the spot. A candidate who had a grudge against him then flashed through his mind, and various forces also flashed through his mind instantly. I got it. I got it. The other side soon shouted like mad. It's you guys, it's you guys. It must be you guys. Only you guys have this strength, I'll admit it if I die at your hands. The other party screamed in horror, gritted his teeth and resigned himself to his fate, then closed his eyes, surprisingly no longer resisting. Tang Feng was dumbfounded. Is this guy out of his mind? You know who I am? Tang Feng then pretended to frown and said. Hee, besides the Divine Hall, who else has this kind of means? You don't have to hide it from me, I'm going to die anyway, I just don't know, who are you from the Divine Hall? The other party let out a bitter laugh, then looked at Tang Feng with an inquisitive look and asked. Chapter 95 Attack of the Wraiths. The temple? Tang Feng secretly said in his heart. What is this place again? Although Tang Feng questioned it, his face didn't show it. You know too much. Tang Feng's gaze twisted, then he slammed his fist over in the other party's shocked eyes. The other party didn't know if they were scared out of their wits by the name of the Divine Hall, and had no desire to resist at all. Silently, he watched Tang Feng's fist land on his body. Then with a boom, he was killed by Tang Feng with a punch. Looking at the patch of blood left by his opponent, Tang Feng frowned. And what is the temple? Tang Feng had a questioning look on his face. Who cares? It's none of my business. Tang Feng shook his head, it wasn't like he had anything to do with this shrine, so why think so much? With that, he picked up the large knife left by the other party on the ground. Took a look. Blood drinking knife, level 20. Strength plus 150. Strength plus 150. Blood drinking, when dealing damage with the blood drinking knife, it restores the user's wounds. Looking at the attributes of the greatsword, the attributes were good, and I'm afraid that it's also a middle to upper level equipment amongst the level 20 equipment. In particular, the blood drinking ability can definitely be overpowered on the battlefield, and the ability to sustain a fight will be greatly improved. It should be worth quite a bit of money, just in time to replenish it now that it's bottomed out. Tang Feng carried the blood drinking sword on his back and continued to rush to Skyfire Academy. Back to the dorms. Tang Feng found Xianyu sitting on the bed with a swollen nose and a lifeless face. Her clothes were torn into strips and her body was covered in claw marks, as aggrieved as an abused little maiden. "What's wrong with you?" Tang Feng asked Xianyu with a strange face. Xianyu cried out with a wow when she saw Tang Feng. "They insulted me." Ugh. Tang Feng was stunned. Then reacted as if he knew what Xianyu had been through. "How did they insult you?" Tang Feng patted Xianyu's shoulder and asked with a curious expression. "This kid is full of meat, very resistant to beatings. It is certainly nothing to be beaten a few times, and it is certainly impossible to suffer losses as a man." This made Tang Feng instantly a little curious as to what those crazy women had done to Xianyu that could make him so aggravated. Xianyu looked up at Tang Feng with a tearful face. "They say I'm so fat I can't see the cow." "Oh, that's so insulting," Xianyu then said with an aggrieved face. Tang Feng. Though they tell the truth. Tang Feng was somewhat speechless and wanted to comfort Xianyu. Just before the words were finished, Xianyu instantly cried even more. "Alright, Tang Feng beams, can only be ignored." Xianyu immediately walked to the side and took out the skill book, tearing it with force, directly learned. The skill book turned into a stream of data and drilled into Tang Feng's mind. Tang Feng instantly learned how to use the ghost hand. "It's that easy, huh?" After digesting the memories in his mind, Tang Feng then opened his eyes and muttered to himself. With that, he stretched out his hand, and with a thought, his palm then turned black like it was dipped in oil. Oily and shiny. This is the ghost hand, the ability to ignore physical immunity and run into energy bodies. But Tang Feng only lasted for a few seconds before the black color on his hand disappeared. He could only maintain it for a few seconds, and it would take more practice to maintain it for longer. If we encounter the Flame Inferno demon again, it should be much better, Tang Feng said in a deep voice. Next, Tang Feng, in addition to practicing Moon Pupil, he also practiced Ghost Hand on the side, constantly practicing his skill proficiency. And the competition is in full swing. 2 days later, the contest was split. Long Yi won the championship. During the award ceremony, Long Yi went up to the stage to receive the award with a smug look on his face. And third-place finisher Shi Feiyu looked upset. Losing to Long Yi had already annoyed him, and now he had to receive the award on the same stage as Long Yi, which made him even more indignant. "Long Yi, congratulations, you've won. Tomorrow morning, gather again and take you to the Heavenly Flame Mountain Range." Vice Principal Fong Daki walked up to congratulate Long Yi with a smile on his face. "It's all because of the principal's good training." Long Yi's unmoving pat on the back made Fong Daki very flattered. "Without further ado, I'll take you to collect your championship reward tomorrow," Fondaka said with a smile. "Okay." Long Yi had an excited look on his face. None of the other rewards of the competition mattered, the most important thing was this championship reward. If it wasn't for this championship reward, he would have graduated long ago. Humph. Next to him, Shi Feiyu snorted in jealousy. Long Yi glanced at Shi Feiyu, but did not take it to heart. After he got his reward, he would soon distance himself from Shi Feiyu, who was no longer enough to be feared in his world. Under the stage, Zhao Sudan looked at Long Yi on the stage and his ears twitched as he heard Fong Daki's conversation with him. Without moving, he took a few steps back and disappeared into the crowd. Early the next morning, Long Yi arrived at the agreed place early in the morning and headed to the Heavenly Flame Mountain Range under the leadership of Fong Daki. "What smells so good?" Long Yi's nose twitched in confusion. "Who's burning incense at school, right?" "Never mind that, hurry up, go early and come back early," Fong Daki then carelessly urged Long Yi. "Yes, headmaster." Long Yi nodded and then followed Fong Daki to leave the academy and enter the Heavenly Flame Mountain Range, toward the place he had longed for. At the same time, Tang Feng had just finished a night of cultivation. With a ray of purple light drilling into his eyes at sunrise, Tang Feng opened his eyes. With that, his nose twitched. "What smells so good?" Tang Feng then smelled a strange scent. The scent was strange, like sandalwood, but a little different, stronger, and even a little pungent. It made Tang Feng frown. What's the point of burning incense when it's not a new year or a holiday?
Tang Feng spat as he walked toward the dormitory.
Just walking, Tang Feng frowned. How could the smell still be there after he'd walked such a long distance from the stadium to the dorms?
It didn't look like it was dissipating at all. I can't be a broken nose, can I?
Tang Feng touched his nose. He could be sure that there was nothing wrong with his nose.
Then there is something wrong with this incense. Woo oh 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 oh. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded inside the academy.
Attention all students and faculty, a large number of magical beasts are approaching the academy, please be prepared to respond. Attention all students and faculty, a large number of magical beasts are approaching the academy, please be prepared to respond. The phrase was then repeated over and over on the radio. And Tang Feng's cell phone received a notification at the same time. New students should take shelter in the basement under the guidance of their instructors and wait to be notified by the college. After seeing this message, Tang Feng's cell phone then rang.
It's Song Shall We calling. Tang Feng. Take Qian Yu and the others and go to the basement. Hurry up. Song Shalwee's voice then entered Tang Feng's ears. What's wrong?
Tang Feng looked puzzled, not knowing what had happened, and asked strangely. Magical beast attack. I don't know who lit the wild beast lure inside the academy and lured the magical beasts from the Heavenly Flame Mountain range out. Hurry up.
It's too late. Song Shalwee then explained to Tang Feng. Roar.
As soon as Song Shalwee's words fell, a deafening beast roar suddenly came from behind Tang Feng.
Chapter 96 The Ghost Beast.
Tang Feng then turned around and saw a huge flying dragon flying over the academy, heading straight towards Tang Feng here in a hurry.
Tang Feng's gaze then condensed, and the moon pupil was unleashed. Red Flame Magic Dragon, level 25.
Tang Feng then saw the flying dragon's rank and his face changed. It wasn't that he hadn't seen 25 level awakened, he had killed one only 2 days ago, but it was the first time he had seen a magical beast. Looking at the demonic dragon coming at him, Tang Feng hurriedly used the rooting skill.
Defense is instantly pulled full. The devil dragon then rushed to the top of Tang Feng's head. Suffer death.
Just as Tang Feng was about to counterattack his opponent, a stern cry came out.
A figure arrived in an instant.
It slammed directly into the demonic dragon.
Bang! The demonic dragon's body instantly flew backwards and fell out of the academy viciously.
Tang Feng's expression shifted, and the one who appeared above his head was actually the principal.
Stone murmured. Are you okay? Sure Mo Yen then looked down to Tang Feng and asked. Tang Feng shook his head.
Determining that Tang Feng was fine, Sure Mo Yen then flashed his figure and once again attacked the demonic dragon to fend off the demonic beasts that were attacking outside like a tidal wave. The senior cadets were also out in force, a group rushing towards the outskirts of the academy to fend off the incoming wave of beasts.
Tang Feng frowned inside. Isn't this meddling? How many levels would you have to go up if you killed the red flame demon dragon?
Tang Feng said with emotion. But this time, when the wraith came, it was also an opportunity for him.
The demonic dragon, which was usually difficult to find traces of, was now coming to his door of its own accord. Wasn't this a good opportunity for him to level up?
Tang Feng then took off his top and covered his face as he attacked the wave of beasts. Tang Feng rushed into the tide of beasts like a god of war, completely ignoring the attacks of the magical beasts due to his powerful defense. Reaching out, he punched one, killing the wraith. These magical beasts were more manic compared to usual, showing their teeth and attacking when they saw people.
There will be no fear at all.
Even if Tang Feng punched one by one and displayed an invincible stance, these magical beasts were not affected in the slightest. Tang Feng killed with such gusto that his body was covered in the blood of the magical beasts that he had turned into a bloody man. The situation on Tang Feng's side was also seen by many people, and one of them looked surprised.
Who's that? Which teacher is so fierce?
The surrounding trainees all treated Tang Feng as a teacher. After all, the cadets hadn't heard of anyone so fierce who dared to charge straight into the tide of beasts to fight. And the wraith was still defenseless in his hands. This was simply not something that cadets could do, not even those in the top few credit rankings. Sure Feiyu frowned slightly as he looked at Tang Feng in the group of magical beasts. Because Tang Feng covered his face yet, and his body was stained with blood, it was impossible to tell who it was. Sure Feiyu then glanced at the battle of the mentors over there. The high-level magical beasts were all being dragged by their mentors, and these mentors were basically all there, so who was this person? Sure Feiyu was very puzzled. Sure Feiyu then leaned towards where Tang Feng was. Prepare to find out who this fierce fellow really is.
It was just that Tang Feng went deeper into the beasts, and the further he went in, the more magical beasts there were around him. Messing with him was a little hard to cope with. It can only stay on the periphery, unable to continue deeper. It couldn't get close to Tang Feng at all. Tang Feng didn't have time to pay attention to the situation around him. Killing the beasts in the herd was a delight. Every time he threw a punch, a wraith fell. Just then, a ghostly transparent magical beast suddenly attacked from afar. In an instant, he arrived close to Tang Feng and landed on him with a swing of his claws. The sharp claws stirred up a shower of sparks on Tang Feng's body. Tang Feng then struck out with a punch. But his fist passed straight through his opponent's body and did not cause any damage to him. Tang Feng's eyes instantly stared. Physical immunity. With that, he activated his moon pupil and checked the ghost's information. Ghost Beast, level 15. At the same time, Tang Feng's illustrations of the ghost beasts quickly surfaced in his mind. Spectral beasts, energetic creatures, immune to physical damage. And Shifeiyu, who was trying to find a way to get closer to Tang Feng, also changed his face. It's an energy body magic beast. Spirit-type awakened people come here and join together to finish him off. Obviously Shifeiyu also knew the power of the energy body magical beasts. Hurriedly, he shouted to the students around him. Only spiritual skills could hurt energy bodies, and these physical damages of theirs didn't have the slightest effect on energy bodies. The only way to deal with it was to have awakened people with spirit-type skills work together to deal with it. Those with mental skills then looked towards the beasts. They were all shocked when they saw the spectral beast. 15th level magical beast. We can't handle it. A 15th level magical beast, that was already beyond what they could deal with. Only graduating seniors have that. And the one with the highest strength here was Shifeiyu, but Shifeiyu didn't have any spirit-type skills and couldn't do anything with it. Let me. A cool voice came. A figure then instantly charged towards the group of magical beasts. Shifeiyu fixed his eyes on Lu Chaoqian, who was the third in the credits list. Lu Chaoqian rushed into the group of magical beasts, but just like Shifeiyu, she was stopped at the periphery of the group and could no longer advance an inch. It simply couldn't break through the constant stream of magical beasts that were attacking like a tidal wave. I'll help you get in. Shifeiyu, who was on the side, said to Lu Chaoqian as he killed a magical beast in front of him with a sword. Aha! Lu Chaoqian didn't make any pretense and then nodded her head. Shifeiyu then rushed into the group of magical beasts defiantly. With the cooperation of the duo, it really did allow them to kill a path to Tang Feng's location. Successfully sent Lu Chaoqian in. Lu Chaoqian then realized that the spectral beast was circling around Tang Feng, taking advantage of Tang Feng's inattention to sneak attack Tang Feng directly from behind. Lu Chaoqian immediately stared. Die for me. Lu Chaoqian was also a level 15 awakened, and when she saw this, she reached out and waved her hand, and a chilling breath struck at the spectral beast. The cold breath instantly struck the spectral beast, and the spectral beast that was planning to sneak attack Tang Feng instantly shook its body and lunged towards Tang Feng. Tang Feng resolved the demonic beast in front of him with a single punch, and sensing movement, he turned around to see the ghost beast pouncing at him once more. Tang Feng then let out a cold laugh. Been waiting for you for a long time. Because there were too many magical beasts around, Tang Feng hadn't been able to find a chance to deal with this spectral beast. Moreover, he was not as fast as his opponent, so he could only wait for his opponent to come in for a counterattack. Now just happens to be the perfect opportunity. Tang Feng let out a cold snort, followed by a layer of black substance covering his wrist. Transforming into a ghostly hand, he slammed his fist into the lunging spectral beast. Boom! A loud bang came from the spectral beast, and it instantly turned into nothingness. And at that moment, a warm current also came from Tang Feng's body once again. He's upgraded again. And only then did Tang Feng realize that there was a girl next to him at some point. Tang Feng hurriedly touched his face and realized that the clothes on his face were still there. Lu Chaoqian watched with her own eyes as Tang Feng killed the ghost beast with a single punch, and with a shocked face, she felt a bit nosy. People weren't afraid of this spectral beast at all, and had the means to deal with energy body magical beasts. Look out! Chapter 97 Wild Beast Leader. Tang Feng suddenly reminded Lu Chaoqian. A tall magical beast did not know when it appeared behind Lu Chaoqian, opening its bloody mouth and biting straight towards Lu Chaoqian's head. If this is bitten by the other side, it will definitely be headless and dead. Tang Feng didn't have time to think about it. Casually waving his hand, a wave of water attacked his opponent. Boom! The wave of water cut through Lu Xiaoqian's side and struck the behemoth behind her straight away. The beast instantly turned into a blood mist, as if it was raining blood, drenching Lu Xiaoqian all over. "This is no place for you, get out of here." Tang Feng didn't want anyone to disturb him, and immediately said to Lu Xiaoqian in dissatisfaction. Lu Xiaoqian froze, not caring about the blood stains on her body. Hurriedly, he nodded to Tang Feng. "Thank you, teacher." With that, he apologized to Tang Feng. Tang Feng froze. "Teacher?" He was a bit speechless for a moment. How did he become a teacher? But it was good to hide his identity. Tang Feng continued his killing spree. Tang Feng was having fun killing on this side, and on the other side, the teacher camp had stopped most of the high-level magical beasts. But the steady stream of arriving magical beasts still made them feel a bit drained. No, the fragrance of the Berserker Beast lure is still there. If we don't find the Berserker Beast lure, we won't be able to hold out sooner or later if we go on like this. Song Shelwy said in a deep voice. Song Shelwy frowned as he looked at the constant stream of magical beasts coming from behind as if they were a tidal wave. Knowing that the main problem now was not the beasts in front of him, but the source that attracted them to him. "Mr. Qi, please." Song then turned his head to a teacher wearing glasses beside him. Qi Tianyu immediately nodded. Understood. As soon as Song Shelwy opened his mouth, he knew what it meant. Blackie. Immediately, he shouted out to the beasts in front of him. A dark-bodied canine magical beast burrowed out from the herd. His sharp teeth were covered with blood and broken flesh, and his eyes were somewhat red and fierce. This was Qi Tianyu's favored beast, which was also a magical beast before, only to be tamed by him. But now there were berserk beast leads floating everywhere around the academy, and even though his favored beast had lost its demonic nature, inhaling the berserk beast leads for a long period of time still caused it to stir up the beastly nature in its heart. His eyes were red and his gaze was fierce as he looked at Song Shelwy next to Qi Tianyu. Roar! With a roar, he lunged and bit at Song Shelwy. Song Shelwy's face changed. But this was Qi Tianyu's favored beast, so he couldn't directly lay a heavy hand on it. It could only be dodged away in a hurry. Blackie! Qi Tianyu didn't expect his favored beasts to be affected by the Berserker Beast lead, so he immediately shouted. The favored beast's body shook when it heard its master's voice, and the red light in its eyes dimmed a bit, but it quickly regained its ferocious appearance. Both show their teeth at their owners and look like they're about to bite. Qi Tianyu's eyes immediately stared. Gripping the steel long stick in his hand, he then stepped forward and delivered a smothering blow to the favored beast's head. Ow, ow. The favored beast immediately wailed twice, and its eyes cleared. Dare to show your teeth to me, want to eat dragon fruit, I'll see you. Qi Tianyu snorted coldly. But he also knew that this was caused more by the berserker lure and did not blame it all on his favored beast. He then stepped forward and wrapped his arms around the favored beast, breaking open its mouth and shoving a turquoise elixir into its mouth. As the favored beast swallowed the elixir, the red light in its eyes faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the ferocious expression on its face disappeared, replaced by a pleasing face. Sputtering and squinting, he looked at his master. Qi Tianyu saw that Xiao Hei had returned to normal and immediately patted its back. Blackie, smell the berserker beast lead, can you find the source? Blackie sniffed the air for the scent of the berserk beast's lure. With that, he nodded at Qi Tianyu. Then take me. Qi Tianyu's face instantly glowed with joy, and he immediately asked Little Black to lead him to the location of the berserker beast leader. Xiao Hei immediately ran quickly towards the academy. Qi Tianyu followed closely behind. The academy was basically empty at this time, and most people were outside fending off the beast tide. Aside from the individual freshmen who had heeded the college's arrangement to hide in the basement, there was basically no one to be seen up there. Instead, a few scattered leaks could be seen, and quite a few magical beasts were wreaking havoc within the academy. One person and one beast, they quickly advanced within the academy, and in a short while, they came to a building. Demon removal team? Qi Tianyu frowned deeply as he looked at the building in front of him. Why is beast leader on the demon removal team? Qi Tianyu couldn't think deeply enough and then followed Xiao Hei into the demon removal team. Koro kept his head down and looked around in the Deccan team. A clue was soon found in the Exorcist 7 team. Pushing open the door, Qi Tianyu saw the burning berserker beast lead at a glance. It's just sitting there bright and early on the conference table in the center. It's so arrogant. Who the hell is it? Qi Tianyu muttered with a grave expression on his face. Just as he was about to go up and draw the berserkers out.
A strong wind suddenly came from behind him, causing Chi Tianyu's expression to change.
Hurriedly dodging sideways. Boom!
A masked man suddenly appeared behind his back, holding a double mace, and smashed at Chi Tianyu's head, which was dodged by Chi Tianyu, and directly smashed on the doorframe, which immediately shattered.
Chi Tianyu's eyes immediately stared.
Turning back, he saw the masked man blush.
"Did you order the berserker's lure?"
Then he asked the masked hostage in a cold voice.
Without any words, the masked man once again attacked Chi Tianyu with his dual mace in hand.
Chi Tianyu frowned. He wasn't an oil lamp either, seeing the other party attacking. The steel long stick in his hand then jabbed forward, accurately stabbing at his opponent's vitals. The masked man spun around, bouncing Chi Tianyu's political iron baguette away from him, and then quickly closed in, getting into Chi Tianyu's close proximity. In a short fight, Chi Tianyu, who was holding a long stick, would naturally be affected, and would not be able to utilize a tenth of his power in a close-range fight. However, Chi Tianyu was using a long stick, which could be used at both close and medium range. Only to see Chi Tianyu's political iron baguette in his hand draw and cover the center of the baguette with both hands. Then he quickly waved it in front of his body, and the flower stick was waved as airtight as a fan by him. The masked man in close proximity kept attacking Chi Tianyu with the double mace in his hands, but Chi Tianyu was not affected at all, and could not break through Chi Tianyu's flower stick at all. And at that moment, a black shadow once again attacked. It was Chi Tianyu's favored beast, Shohei. The masked man hurriedly stepped back and dodged, not daring to fight them.
Ow!
Shohei lowered his head with an angry face and let out a low growl at the masked man. The masked man looked at Shohei and Chi Tianyu, and then realized that there was a faint red light in Shohei's eyes. That's a sign of descent into berserkness. A slight smile followed. With that, he flipped his hand and took out a red orb, sneered, and smashed it at Shohei's feet. Chi Tianyu, being half a royal beast master, immediately changed his face when he saw the red orb in the masked man's hand.
Blacky Duck. Chapter 98 Champion Reward.
But it was already too late when he spoke. The red orb fell to the ground all of a sudden and exploded at Shohei's feet, instantly releasing a red mist that wrapped Shohei in it. Chi Tianyu's face immediately changed. As an awakened with a favored beast, he naturally knew what that red ball was. That was the same as the Berserker Beast lead, the Berserker Beast bomb that could send magical beasts into a berserk rage and disown all 6 of their relatives. The Berserk Beast leader was really released by you.
Who the hell are you?
Chi Tianyu frowned. Seeing that the other party had taken out the Berserker bomb, he knew that the Berserker lead was also released by the other party.
The masked man didn't answer, just glanced down at his watch.
Almost. Then he said to himself. Chi Tianyu didn't know what purpose the other party had, but he knew that he absolutely couldn't let this guy go. With that, he flung the long stick in his hand and was about to go forward to tackle the other party. Only he just stepped forward. A black shadow suddenly drilled out from the red mist, and Little Black with bloodshot eyes directly lunged at Chi Tianyu. Opening his bloody mouth, he bit down on Chi Tianyu's neck.
Chi Tianyu's face changed and he could only attack his favored beast.
A stick slashed towards Shohei's head.
Bang!
The heavy steel long stick smashed into Shohei's head, instantly causing Shohei's head to explode. With that, Chi Tianyu ignored Shohei and continued to attack the masked man. The masked man also rushed to parry. The political iron baguette in Chi Tianyu's hand was powerful and heavy. A chopping stick fell, and the opponent's double mace was crossed to block the top of his head. The heavy political iron long stick directly smashed the opponent's legs, and he kneeled on one knee on the ground. With that, Chi Tianyu once again swept his stick horizontally, preparing to ride out the victory. Just then, Little Black recovered from his dizziness and turned around to pounce on Chi Tianyu once again, directly pouncing on him. Opening his mouth, he bit down on Chi Tianyu's neck. Chi Tianyu's face was grave as he held the stick in both hands and shoved it into Shohei's mouth, framing his bloody mouth. Roar! Ow! Shohei had lost his mind, and even though the bite in his mouth was a hard, polished iron long stick, he kept tearing at it. The saliva splashed all over Chi Tianyu.
Sinful animal! When I solve my immediate predicament, let's see if I don't make you take a kick to the heart. Chi Tianyu was irritated when he was restrained by his favored beast. But he couldn't break free from Blacky's entanglement for a moment here. Turning his head, the masked man had unexpectedly walked towards him with his dual mace in hand. The double mace buzzed in the other's hands, windless, and the body of the mace kept spinning like a drill. Chi Tianyu's face changed. Looking at the ever-approaching masked man, a look of gravity came over his face. You made me do it. Shi Tianyu had no choice but to use his bottom card. Bestialization roar. Shi Tianyu then roared, his voice gradually transforming to emit a roar similar to that of a wild beast. As his voice shifted, his body changed radically. A layer of black fuzz grows on his face, his skin becomes rough, and his mouth slowly bulges forward and becomes pointed. The limbs even grew sharp claws, and the eyes also turned red like Koro. Roar! Shi Tianyu, who had completed his animalization, immediately roared, and with a slight force from his hands, he directly flung Little Black on his body out. Climbing to his feet, he arched his back, holding his steel baguette in one hand, and gasping ragged breaths from his mouth and nose. Roar! Shi Tianyu once again let out a roar to the masked man. Then with his stick he came at the masked man. The masked man frowned slightly when he saw Shi Tianyu's change. Hurriedly fended off. The spinning double mace was even more powerful than before, and the two weapons then clashed together. Bang! A loud sound came from the masked man's figure, directly flew backwards, and then ruthlessly slammed into the wall outside the door, smashing the wall out of a large pit. Shi Tianyu gained momentum and did not stop at all, his feet moved and he bent down like a wild beast to attack the masked man again. The masked man didn't expect Shi Tianyu to raise his strength that much with just one skill. Almost done, not playing with you. Then he took out another white orb from his hand and flung it towards his feet, directly erupting a puff of smoke that wrapped around his figure. Shi Tianyu, who rushed in, stared, his field of vision was limited by the smoke, and he could not see the shadow of the masked man at all. By the time the smoke disappeared, the masked man had long since fled. Shi Tianyu calmed down, the red light in his eyes faded, and the hair on his body disappeared without a trace. Looking at the disappearing masked man, he didn't have time to think about it, and immediately went inside to extinguish the Berserker Beast lead. After the Berserk Beast leader was extinguished, the surrounding scent quickly dissipated. Without the Berserker Beast lead, Xiao Hei gradually returned to normal. Who the hell is it? Shi Tianyu said with a frown as he held the Berserk Beast lead in his hand. Whoever it was, this incident had to be investigated after the fact. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was at the same time that the magical beasts attacked the academy. Long Yi and Fong Daki arrived at the depths of the Heavenly Flame mountain range, near a hot, active volcano. Fong Daki looked around to make sure no one was around, then reached out and grabbed an inconspicuous stone at the foot of the mountain, then turned it with force. Rumble! Only to see a stone door suddenly open on the stone wall next to him. Go! Get in! Fong Daki then said to Long Yi. It was the first time for Long Yi to come to this kind of place, so he immediately nodded his head and then entered the cave with Fong Daki. Fong Daki then turned on the flashlight, and the dark cave brightened up. This is a natural stalactite cave with pointed natural stalactites overhead. At the innermost part of the cave, there was also a pool of water, which wasn't very big, just about 4 square feet. Inside was a milky white liquid, not sure what the substance was. Here's your champion's reward. Bathe in that pool of water for just a few moments and it will raise all of your attributes by 5 points. Fong Daki faintly explained to Long Yi. If you soak it for a long time, does it continue to increase? Long Yi frowned, then asked Fong Daki curiously. I can't, the water here is rather special, it needs to gather a year's worth of energy to regain its effect, otherwise, it wouldn't hold a competition every year. Fong Daki shook his head and said faintly. Long Yi immediately looked disappointed. Although a 5-point increase in full attributes was already not weak, but after reaching the 10th level, who didn't have over 100 attributes? Just increasing the attributes by 5 points with only half a level's effect, that really wasn't anything. So Long Yi was disappointed by this. That's a bit shabby for a winner's reward. Fong Daki smiled slightly as if he had seen what was going through Long Yi's mind. Don't be disappointed yet. There's more. Fong Daki then brought Long Yi to the edge of the pool next to a small puddle. There was water in the puddle as well, just much less, at most half the volume of a mineral water bottle. What is it? Long Yi's expression moved, the water in this small puddle in front of him seemed to be thicker than the water in the pool, just like milk. It's a bell milk liquid, 10 times more effective than bell milk water. Chapter 99, You're Still Tough. 10 times. Long Yi immediately felt his breath stutter. 5 points of attributes he couldn't look at, but 50 points would be awesome, equivalent to rising 5 levels in a row. That's right. The stalactite liquid is the stalactite water that evaporates and then coalesces on the stalactites above it and drips down, and I don't know what chemical reaction took place that doubled the effect tenfold. And only the stalactites under this one have any effect, the others don't. Fong Daki explained to Long Yi. Long Yi raised his head and looked. There was indeed a huge stalactite above his head. It was clearly different from the stalactites next to it. The size alone was several times bigger than the other stalactites. You've gone ahead and bathed in the stalactite water, and I'll get a bottle to hold the stalactite for you. Fong Daki then said to Long Yi. Yes, headmaster. Long Yi nodded his head, and without any doubt, he immediately removed the clothes on his body and entered the stalactite water to soak. Just after entering the pool, Long Yi really felt a wave of energy passing through his skin and entering his body, transforming his body and enhancing his various attributes. This was not fast, but it was noticeable. Fong Daki looked at Long Yi, who had a peaceful face in the pool, and smiled slightly. With that, he took out a bottle and collected the bellows liquid from the small puddle. He moved a little, though, and had about a third left over, which he collected separately in another small bottle and hid. Long Yi, are you done? Fong Daki then saw that it was about time, and then asked Long Yi in the pool. Long Yi then opened his eyes and stood up from the pool. Okay, principal. Long Yi then went ashore and got dressed. Fong Daki, on the other hand, handed Long Yi the collected bellows liquid. Take it back and use it slowly. This is different from stalactite water. The energy is too violent. Taking too much at once will cause irreversible damage to the body. Fong Daki barked at Long Yi. Understood, principal. Long Yi then nodded his head in response. Let's go back then. Fong Daki then took the flashlight and led Long Yi to prepare to return to the academy. The two of them walked out of the cave and suddenly saw sunlight from the darkness, suddenly felt a blackness in their eyes. Without waiting for them to regain their vision, the cold sharp blade was suddenly on Fong Daki's neck. With that, Fong Daki saw that he was actually being held hostage by two people. The other man, with a mask on his face, wrapped his arms around his body behind him and held a dagger to his neck in his other hand. The slightest movement could send him to hell. The other man stood beside the man holding Fong Daki hostage and looked at Long Yi. Hand it over and I'll let him go. The other party then said icily to Long Yi. Long Yi was stunned and looked at the scene in front of him with a frown on his face. They just got out and were taken hostage. When did the other side target them? What is it? Long Yi looked at Fong Daki, who was being held hostage by them, then frowned and asked the other party. What else could it be? The stuff you guys brought out of there. The other party sneered, looking at the knowing Long Yi, and directly pointed out. Long Yi touched the clock emulsion in his pocket, what he paid so much time and effort to get. The other party said, take it away? He certainly wasn't willing to just hand it over. Looking at Long Yi's silence, the hijacked Fong Daki immediately panicked. Long Yi. You give him the stuff and I'll compensate you when we get back. He had to beg Long Yi in a low voice in order to stay alive. Moreover, what he said was all true. Over the years, he had deducted some of the clockwork liquid every year, and had saved quite a lot. Compensating Long Yi for a bottle was completely out of the question. Long Yi then gritted his teeth. Do you know how hard I've worked for this thing? Isn't it too unfair for me to hand it over now? Long Yi clenched his fists and said faintly. Long Yi's words immediately caused Fong Daki's face to change. What are you going to do? I'm the principal. How can you just sit back and do nothing? Fong Daki said angrily. Lord Headmaster, it would be better to add another sub to your word headmaster. Your death will have no effect on the college. Those jobs you have, a new dog could do them. Besides, I'm leaving the college. It doesn't have much to do with me if you're dead or alive. I can't joke about my future. Long Yi said to Fong Daki with a flat face. Fong Daki's face suddenly turned red with anger. You. Good. Very good. Fong Daki angrily glared at Long Yi. Him, you can kill or die if you want. Now I'm leaving, get out of my way. Long Yi reached out and pulled out his long sword from his waist, faintly warning the two masked men. Obviously ready for a fight. The masked man froze for a moment as he looked at the other side of Daki to see the death of Long Yi. Then he looked down at Fong Daki in front of him. You don't seem to have much of a place in the hearts of the cadets, do you? After all these years, you're just like this? The masked man asked Fong Daki as if he were an old friend. Fong Daki stared angrily at Long Yi, his face as cold as frost. I was going to leave you alive. You really don't know what you're doing. Let go of me. Fong Daki looked at Long Yi and said with a murderous aura. A shake of the shoulders followed, and the masked man behind him signaled, instantly releasing Fong Daki. The three of them slowly spread out and blocked Long Yi at the entrance of the cave in a triangular position. Long Yi's face changed as he looked at the trio's standing position.
and immediately looked at Fong Daki incredulously.
Principal Yu. You're in league with them. Long Yi instantly reacted.
Fong Daki and the other party were in cahoots, and they had deliberately come to rob themselves of the Bell Lotion. Originally, all you had to do was to honestly hand over the Bell Emulsion, and I'll go back and compensate you accordingly, but you just don't know what's good for you and have malicious intentions, so don't blame me for not remembering my old feelings.
Fong Daki sneered. Go!
Then with a wave of his hand, he directly asked the masked man behind him to make a move towards Long Yi. Long Yi was just a student, how could he beat a prepared killer? The strength of one was stronger than the other, and even Fong Daki didn't even make a move before Long Yi was killed. Long Yi was lying in the mouth of the cave, staring at his eyes in death. Fong Daki then stepped forward and took the Bell Emulsion out of Long Yi's pocket. Hand it over to your building master, remember our deal, what I want is Sure Emoyan's life, not the life of a tiny cadet.
Fong Daki handed the Bell Lotion to the masked man and said indifferently.
Understood, the owner has his own arrangements.
The masked man smiled slightly and faintly assured Fong Daki.
Don't go yet, blow up the cave and wound me in the process. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Fong Daki hurriedly called them back. Then said blandly.
Blown up?
The masked man looked at the cave with some surprise. This is the foundation of your Heavenly Flame Academy, blowing it up will definitely affect your academy status in the future.
The masked man wondered why Fong Daki was doing this. Isn't it obvious that you're just going to go off like that, and you'll be working with me inside and out?
Blow up the cave, injure me, and I'll naturally have an excuse to explain.
Fong Daki did not do it for any other reason than to keep himself from being suspected. You're still tough. Chapter 100 I Am Lin Bei. After the Berserker Beast lead was extinguished, those magical beasts quickly came to their senses. Some left on that note, while others continued to take advantage of the opportunity to attack the humans, but were quickly taken care of by the academy.
Tang Feng also looked at the scared-away magical beasts with some pity. Then he fixed his eyes and saw that he had unknowingly risen to level 8. It's not even close to those older students, but it's middle of the pack in terms of rank. Many of the cadets were cleaning up at this time. Wraiths but will drop equipment and skill books, even if the drop rate is low, in such a large base still burst out a lot of equipment. No one had time to pick it up during the previous battle, but at this time, when the magical beasts retreated, they certainly couldn't let go of this opportunity. Swaths and swaths of people rummaged underneath the corpses of the magical beasts. As long as they found a piece of equipment, they weren't losing out. Tang Feng was also looking down for equipment, especially that level 15 ghost beast from before. If it exploded with equipment, it would definitely fetch a good price. Tang Feng knew where it had died and quickly found the place. Looking at the pieces of corpses on the ground, Tang Feng immediately reached out to pick them up. After he peeled away the corpses of the two magical beasts, a dazzling bracelet then appeared in front of his eyes.
Tang Feng instantly blushed.
Just as he was about to pick the bracelet up, a small, slender hand was the first to touch the bracelet and snatched it from Tang Feng's eyes.
Tang Feng then froze.
Looking up, it was Lu Chaoqian who he had made a move to save earlier.
Bring it. It's mine. Tang Feng then frowned to Lu Chaoqian.
I saw this first. Lu Chaoqian then hid the bracelet behind her and said with a proud face.
Tang Feng frowned slightly. Bring it.
Then he stretched out his hand and coldly said to Lu Chaoqian. You're a teacher, why are you still grabbing things from your students? It was clearly me who saw it first. Lu Chaoqian still thought of Tang Feng as that teacher and said with dissatisfaction. This was exploded by that ghost beast, I killed it, and as you can see, I even saved you, and now you want to rob me? Is there any conscience left? Tang Feng snorted coldly and looked at Lu Chaoqian with cold eyes, saying faintly. Lu Chaoqian then froze, remembering that it was indeed Tang Feng who had saved her just now. But so what, one size fits all, she saw the thing first and got it first, there was no reason to give it to the other side.
I don't.
I'm the one who saw the thing first.
It's mine.
Lu Chaoqian had a brash look on her face, completely unable to listen to what Tang Feng said.
Tang Feng took a deep breath and didn't bother talking nonsense with the other party.
Immediately, he stepped forward and grabbed Lu Chaoqian's wrist.
Lu Chaoqian was immediately in pain.
Ah! There was a yelp of pain. Tang Feng didn't care about pity, and twisted hard enough to make Lu Chaoqian subconsciously turn her back, and then took back the bracelet she had hidden behind her. Then a hand pushed Lu Chaoqian down.
Somebody, look, the teacher hit someone and robbed me. Lu Chaoqian knew that she was no match for Tang Feng, and immediately shouted around with an aggrieved face,
trying to use the power of public opinion against Tang Feng. But the surrounding people were also busy picking up equipment, and when they heard Lu Chaoqian's voice, they only glanced this way, and then continued to look down to find equipment. No one cares about this side at all. Instead, there was a man, who didn't care about the gear on the ground, walking towards them. It was Shi Feiyu.
"What's wrong?"
Shi Feiyu asked with a frown as he looked at Lu Chaoqian, who had fallen to the ground.
"Feiyu, he robbed me."
Lu Chaoqian saw Shi Feiyu immediately as if she had found her backbone, pointing at Tang Feng with an aggrieved face.
"This teacher, as a teacher, is it good for you to rob your students?"
Shi Feiyu asked as he looked at Tang Feng with an unkind gaze.
"Which one of your eyes saw that it was hers?"
"I killed the beast, I turned over the equipment, she just came over to look at it and took it, so it's hers?"
"Does that make me your dad if I take one look at your mom?"
Tang Feng looked at Shi Feiyu, who was like a licking dog, and immediately sneered with dark irony. You're a teacher and you're hurting people with your words, believe it or not I'll sue you at the principal's place. Shi Feiyu was instantly infuriated by Tang Feng's words.
"Go ahead, remember I'm Lin Bei go sue Lin Bei."
Tang Feng smiled faintly and faintly said to Shi Feiyu, then turned around and left without looking back.
"Good.
Lin Bei, I'll remember you." Shi Feiyu snorted coldly, but immediately afterward the more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. How did Lin Bei sound so familiar?
Soon Shi Feiyu reacted.
"I'm your father." Shi Feiyu instantly jumped up in anger, wanting to settle the score with Tang Feng, but he had already lost Tang Feng's figure in front of him.
Shi Feiyu's fists flailed in the air in anger. "Feiyu, are we really going to sue him?"
Lu Chaoqian, who was on the side, asked Shi Feiyu with an unwilling face. It was so hard for her to find a suitable equipment, but she didn't expect it to be snatched away.
"Where to sue him? Do you know who he is?"
Shi Feiyu said with a speechless face.
"Isn't he a teacher?"
"We'll know if we ask around and cover his face. He must have had the intention of snatching other people's equipment long ago, that's why he's hiding his identity."
Lu Chaoqian compelled from the side.
Shi Feiyu then brightened up.
It felt like what Lu Chaoqian said had a few points of truth.
"You have a point, I'll ask the principal." Shi Feiyu nodded and immediately prepared to go talk to the principal. Inside the conference room, Shi Moyan sat in the center. A stony face.
"What is the reason for this sudden attack by the magical beasts, have you found out?"
Shi Moyan's face was grim as he asked the group of senior leaders in the school below. "The source of the magical beast's madness is because of the beast leader. Once the magical beasts smell this odor they will go mad and approach the location of the beast leader, and the source of the beast leader is within our academy."
Song Shelwy then stood up and said to Shi Moyan.
Shi Moyan nodded slightly. This matter was also known to him. To be precise, all of the people present knew about it. "I was guided by Blackie to the location of the Berserker Beast Leader. It's inside the Demon Removal Team, in Demon Removal Team 7. After Song Shelwy finished speaking, then Shi Tianyu also stood up and continued.
"Demon Removal Team?" Su Lang's gaze was fixed.
As the captain of the Demon Removal Team, he was certainly qualified to attend this meeting. When he heard Shi Tianyu say that the Berserker Beast lead was found in the Demon Removal Team, he stood up at once.
"Impossible.
We, the Demon Removal Team, are all hand-picked members. There's no way we would do something like this." Solange denied it on the spot, believing that there was no way his players would do such a thing.
"I'm talking about the Demon Removal Team 7, that's where your Demon Removal Team screens its members, right? Are you sure there aren't people with ulterior motives there?"
Shi Tianyu said in a cold voice.
"Have you had any newcomers to your Demon Removal Team lately?"
Shi Tianyu then asked Su Lang.
Solange frowned slightly.
"Yes, there were 3 of them."
Solange nodded slightly, also frowning. "Those 3? What's the bottom line on all of them?"
Shi Tianyu continued to pursue. 2 guys and a girl, 1 freshman, 2 transfers. The girl has been missing for days, don't know what's going on, can't reach her."
Shi Tianyu then continued.
"I met a masked man, when I was looking for the Berserker Beast lead in the Demon Removal Squad, so that woman can be ruled out. Focus on telling me what's going on with those 2 boys, I suspect that the masked man is one of them." Shi Tianyu had, after all, fought with the other party and knew that the other party was a man, not a woman.
"Tell me in detail what's going on with those 2?
Chapter 101, kicked out of the freshman list. One of them is called Tang Feng, a new student, recommended by Mr. Song. But he didn't come in through Mr. Song's connections, but rather, brightly, passed the assessment test and entered the demon removal team. Su Lang then spoke of Tang Feng's situation. The other one is called Zhao Sudong, a student from the previous year, always playing steadily, usually unobtrusive, and his strength is mediocre and can only be considered middle to upper level. Solange puts another newcomer on the spot. Those present listened to Su Lang's statement and fell into deep thought. Fong Daki, who was sitting on Sher Moyan's right-hand side, frowned slightly. I think the other party is definitely not just one person, it should be an organized gang with a purpose. The Berserk Beast lure is just used as a distraction, their main purpose is the clock lotion. Fondaki's right hand hangs on his chest, obviously broken, and there are notable injuries on his body. When he spoke at this moment, he immediately drew eyes to him. I forgot to ask you, what's going on over there? Sher Moyan frowned and asked Fong Dichi. At that time, I took Long Yi to the cave to soak the bell milk pool. After taking the bell milk liquid, I was ready to come back. Just as soon as I left the cave I encountered two masked men. I was caught off guard by the other side of a sneak attack and injured. The other masked man sneak attacked Long Yi. Those two people's strength is very strong. Long Yi is not an opponent, instantly killed by the other side, snatched away the body of the bell milk liquid. After that, I tried to block them, but when they joined forces, I was no match and was seriously injured by the other party. But the other party, probably worried about the support from the academy, didn't dare to stay and ran away without killing me. Fong Daki then explained to the crowd present. Masked man, you mean to tell me that there are at least 3 of them, yes? Sher Moyan nodded and said in a deep voice. That's right, and the gang destroyed the stalactite cave before they left. The stalactites inside have been destroyed. Fong Daki said with a disappointed look on his face. Upon hearing this news, the academy executives present all sank their faces. The stalactite liquid produced in the stalactite cave was one of Skyfire Academy's underpinnings, and most of the geniuses that came out of their academy were famous because of the stalactite liquid. After all, having 5 more attributes than others among the same level was not a gap that could simply be crossed. Which of the 2 that Solange mentioned do you think is suspicious? Sher Moyan was silent for a moment, then asked Fong Dichi. Fantachi feigned contemplation for a moment. To be honest, as the vice principal, I shouldn't judge a student out of hand, but Zhao Sudong has been at the academy for over a year now, and has always been steady and has never been in trouble, but we can't rule out the fact that he infiltrated our academy a year ago, just for today. That doesn't rule him out. But I'm more familiar with the other Tang Feng. The teacher who recruited Tang Feng is Mr. Du Chien Du. It's been a few months now, and he hasn't returned yet, while Tang Feng came to the academy unharmed. Isn't that suspicious? Fong Daki didn't focus on talking about Zhao Sudong, but instead brought up Tang Feng's past. Mr. Principal, I've heard that you have some friendship with this Tang Feng. I wonder if it's true or not. Fong Daki then asked Sher Moyan in a conspiratorial manner. I do appreciate this student, but that doesn't mean I'll harbor him, and if it really has something to do with him, deal with it as it should be dealt with. Sher Moyan said faintly. Can't let a bad guy off the hook, but can't wrongly accuse a good guy either. Check the Zhao Sudong piece by piece. I just hope they're all okay, right, Principal Fong? Sher Moyan then turned his words around and asked Fong Dichi meaningfully. Fong Daki was stunned. The principal is right, you can't spare any bad guys. Fong Daki then followed Sher Moyan's words. Shi Tianyu, this matter will be left to you. What help you need, tell them at any time, all departments, all green lights, to assist him in the case. Sher Moyan then said to Chi Tianyu. This was equivalent to directly giving Chi Tianyu a status similar to that of a Jinui, and everyone would have to cooperate with him until it was cleared up. It's the equivalent of taking the imperial sword of being in the academy. Song Xiaowei, Tang Feng is your student. If he has problems, you're also responsible. Sher Moyan then faintly said to Song Xiaowei. I believe my student is fine, at the very least, he wouldn't do something so heartless. Song Xiaowei faintly assured Sher Moyan, then looked meaningfully at Fong Dichi. It's good that it's fine, all departments, clean up the corpses of the magical beasts outside the academy and send them to the cafeteria. Recently the magical beast meat food is discounted by 1%, so as to replenish the bodies of the injured students. Adjourn the meeting. Sher Moyan then faintly instructed the leaders of the departments below, and then announced that the meeting was adjourned. All the top brass then dispersed one by one. Only Song Xiaowei stayed. After everyone has gone. Only then did Song Xiaowei come to Sher Moyan with a solemn face. You got something else? Sher Moyan looked at Song Xiaowei, who had stayed alone, and asked suspiciously. Let me show you something. Song Xiaowei then took out his cell phone and opened the freshman ranking list. On the list, Tang Feng's name was clearly in first place.
2 digits after the name 31.6. Surpassed second place by a full 20 points. What the hell? What did he do? Sure Mo Yan looked at Song Shelby with a shocked expression. I don't know, I guess he didn't listen to me and hid and went out to kill the wraith. How many magical beasts did he kill for the credits to go up so fast? Even Sure Mo Yan felt surprised. So, I believe Tang Feng is definitely not the one who ordered the crazy beast lure. If it was him, he wouldn't have the time to kill magical beasts at all. Song Shelby said faintly. I know, you showed me this to excuse him? Sure Mo Yan shook his head breathlessly and looked at Song Shelby suspiciously as he asked. Of course not, it's just that, right now, Tang Feng's credits are too conspicuous, isn't that not good? If it was just a few points beyond others, it could still galvanize the fighting spirit of the students below, but now that it's like this, it's already a long way behind everyone else. Won't that be a blow to the others? What if someone is devastated from now on? Song Shelby said to Sure Mo Yan with some concern. Sure Mo Yan looked at Song Shelby with an odd expression. You'd be worried about someone else dying? You're worried about Tang Feng being targeted, aren't you? Sure Mo Yan was so familiar with Song Shelby that he could see through the thoughts in Song Shelby's mind at a glance. Song Shelby instantly smiled in embarrassment. After so many years there is only this one honorable disciple, we can't let someone give it away not. Song Shelby said with a smile, being told by Sure Mo Yan what is in his heart, but also strange embarrassed. I know, I'll have the technical department over there kick Tang Feng out of the freshman list and let him go straight into the credits list. Sure Mo Yan shook his head helplessly. I'm so sorry to trouble the principal, how embarrassing this is. Song Shelby said with a smile on his face, saying that he was embarrassed, but there was no expression of embarrassment on his face at all. Right. But immediately afterward, Song Shelby straightened up. That Zhao Sudong you must pay attention to, an expert that Qi Tianyu isn't completely sure he can defeat, and can still disguise himself as a student. This person isn't simple. Song Shelby reminded Sure Mo Yan in a deep voice. Chapter 102 Undercover. I know, naturally I will pay attention. The key is that this person was sent in by Feng Daki. What does Feng Daki want? What role does he play in this, and what is the purpose? What kind of people are working with him? This all needs to be investigated. On the surface, let Qi Tianyu check on Tang Feng and Zhao Sudong. Secretly we'll check on Feng Daki. Sure Mo Yan had also long guessed who the undercover agent was, but just didn't vocalize it. Because it's not enough to just arrest the undercover agent, Feng Daki is the cancer in the academy, and it's necessary to uncover him and the organization working behind him. Knock knock. Just as the two were talking, there was a sudden knock at the door. Sure Mo Yan frowned. In. The subordinate then walked in. Mr. Principal, there are 2 students outside who insist on seeing you. Who? Sure Mo Yan asked suspiciously. It's Sure Fei Yu and Lu Qiaoqian. The subordinate immediately said to Sure Mo Yan. He still had the impression of recognizing these two for the students who always dominated the top of the credit list. Sure Mo Yan naturally recognized these two. What do they want with me? Sure Mo Yan looked puzzled. How could these two come to him when they had nothing to do with him? Even if there's something going on, it's only right to look for them when they arrive, right? They say a teacher robbed them and they want you to judge them. The subordinate continued. Sure Mo Yan's brows tightened once again. A teacher robbing a student? That's a little too bad influence. Let them in. Sure Mo Yan then asked his men to bring the two in. He'd like to see which teacher dared to be so bold as to rob a student's belongings, and whether he still wanted to lose face. Soon Sure Fei Yu and Lu Qiaoqian appeared in the conference room. Mr. Principal, you must do it for us. As soon as Lu Qiaoqian came in, she cried to Sure Mo Yan. Sure Mo Yan just couldn't look at others crying, and instantly frowned in dissatisfaction. Something to talk about. With that, he said in a disgruntled voice. It's like this, when I was cleaning up the battlefield, I found a piece of equipment that I had gotten my hands on, but the teacher who was also nearby found it and snatched it away from me. Sure Fei Yu went up to him to reason with him, and was verbally abused by the other party. Lu Qiaoqian then told the story. Of course, she didn't say anything about any of the circumstances against her. Which teacher? I'll talk to him. Sure Mo Yan had never seen anything like this happen before, and immediately asked in a deep voice. If it's true what you say, he doesn't have to be a teacher anymore. Sure Mo Yan then assured the two of them. Students can still be educated when they make mistakes,
But when a teacher makes a mistake, he or she is misguided and not at all worthy of the profession of a teacher. We don't know who he is, he's masked, he sounds quite young when he talks, and he's also very wild and strong, a level 15 ghost beast he can kill with a single punch.
After thinking about it, Lu Chaoqian explained to Shi Mo Yan.
Blindfolded?
Shi Mo Yan and Song Xiaowei looked at each other. When the beast attacked, all the tutors were out, but I didn't see anyone with their faces covered. Moreover, after repelling the demonic beasts, he had called all the tutors together for a meeting at the first opportunity. No one was out there cleaning up the battlefield at all. It was only after the meeting that he arranged for people to clean up the battlefield, and at this moment it was estimated that they had only just set off.
Where else is there a mentor out there?
Are you sure it's a mentor? Shi Mo Yan asked Lu Chaoqian strangely.
Okay. He's so strong that he could subdue me with one hand, he's definitely not a student.
Lu Chaoqian said with immediate assurance.
She was judging Tang Feng by herself as a standard. Lu Chaoqian is the third best expert on the credits list, even she couldn't resist in the hands of her opponent. Who else but a teacher could have this strength?
Shi Mo Yan and Song Xiaowei looked at each other.
Okay, I get it, you guys go ahead and get out. With that, he waved his hand and dismissed the two.
Well, who do you think they're talking about? Shi Mo Yan then asked Song Xiaowei.
Zhao Sudong?
Song Xiaowei raised an eyebrow, and a name immediately came out of his mouth. It's no wonder he thinks so.
The masked men that Qi Tianyu had encountered in the demon removal team before, together with the masked men in Fang Daqi's mouth, all of these people had the same trait of not showing their faces for fear of being seen. Even if it wasn't Zhao Sudong, it was Zhao Sudong's accomplice.
Shimmering nodded.
Same as I thought, even if it's not Zhao Sudong, it could be Zhao Sudong's gang. Focus on him and see what other people he's in close contact with, and try to eliminate them all.
Shi Mo Yan said faintly. Aha! Song Xiaowei nodded.
Then he thought of something and opened his mouth a little hesitantly.
Shi Mo Yan saw Song Xiaowei's movements and looked puzzled. Is there anything else you want?
Then he asked suspiciously. After thinking about it, Song Xiaowei decided that it would be better to tell Shi Mo Yan about this matter.
It's not me, it's Tang Feng. Song Xiaowei then said. What happened to Tang Feng again? Shi Mo Yan was puzzled, hadn't he just solved Tang Feng's problem? How come there's more?
Previously, Tang Feng had approached me and said that Dark Knight Tower had contacted him and wanted to invite him to join Dark Knight Tower, and that Xing Xianxian, who had disappeared, was someone from Dark Knight Tower. I had suspected at the time whether Dark Knight Tower was just rushing at Zhong Luotian, and then Xing Xianxian disappeared, so I didn't pay too much attention to it. At that time, when Tang Feng wanted to join the Dark Knight Tower as an undercover agent to find out information about the Dark Knight Tower, I didn't agree for fear that he would be in danger, but now that I think about it, aren't all these people planted by the Dark Knight Tower? Song Xiaowei quickly recalled the things Tang Feng had told him earlier. Combined with the current situation, it instantly allowed him to catch a number of clues. Shi Mo Yan's face immediately changed. Why didn't you say so?
Shi Mo Yan said breathlessly.
If Song Xiaowei had told him about this earlier, maybe this wouldn't have happened today.
I didn't realize they'd planted so many people.
Song Xiaowei said with some shame. It was indeed an oversight on his part and he didn't think that much about it at the time. Now that we have a target, let's check Fang Daqi's relationship with Dark Knight Tower and see if they have any dealings.
Shi Mo Yan then said to Song Xiaowei.
Since it had already happened, there was no point in blaming Song Xiaowei. Might as well get to the bottom of it sooner rather than later to minimize the damage.
I know. Song Xiaowei nodded and then walked out. After Song Xiaowei left,
Shi Mo Yan tilted his head and looked at the ceiling, his mind spinning rapidly, not knowing what he was plotting.
Undercover.
Meanwhile, Tang Feng returned to his dormitory, expecting his credits to cause another stir. But when he opened the freshman list, he realized that he had disappeared.
Yes, it's gone.
Not counting these magical beasts he killed today, he had 15 points of credits, and now the top-ranked one only had 13 points. It was logical that he should still be at the top of the freshman list, but now there was no name for him.
Holy, the school badge system is broken? Tang Feng lowered his head, looked at the school emblem on his chest, and couldn't help but pat it.
What the hell, it's just as well not to have my name, it saves you from attracting trouble.
Tang Feng was too lazy to care about this.
Took off his clothes and was going to take a shower. No sooner had he gotten into the shower than his cell phone rang and the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number.
Hello? Chapter 103. You're in trouble now, aren't you?
Shi Tianyu takes over the investigation of Tang Feng and Zhao Sudong's case. Because he had come into contact with the masked man, he approached the duo directly in person, trying to find the man who was there by getting up close and personal. When he found Zhao Sudong gave him a feeling of an honest man, not like he would do anything bad. The smile on his face was more naive than anyone else's. I've come to see you for no other reason than to simply ask you a few questions. Shi Tianyu faintly said to Zhao Sudong. Ask away, teacher. I'll tell you everything. Zhao Sudong nodded. Well, where were you yesterday when the beast wave hit the academy? Shi Tianyu then asked Zhao Sudong. I'm out there fighting off the beasts. Zhao Sudong said honestly. Can anyone give proof? Shi Tianyu then asked again. Someone from Team 7 should be able to give me proof that they saw me then. Zhao Sudong said without thinking. Seeing Zhao Sudong's dripping answers, Shi Tianyu briefly asked a few more questions and left. Then he found the other members of the 7th team and asked if he had seen Zhao Sudong yesterday. Well, have seen him, he was like not far from me at the time. Xiao Xiangning thought for a moment and said to Shi Tianyu. Are you sure he's been? Shi Tianyu then frowned and asked. Then how would I know? I was so focused on killing magical beasts, who had the time to pay attention to him? Xiao Xiangning immediately said with a speechless face. Then have you ever seen Tang Feng? Shi Tianyu helplessly continued to ask Xiao Xiangning. That's not true, haven't seen him on the Deccan team in a long time. Xiao Xiangning shook her head, she hadn't really seen Tang Feng. Shi Tianyu then recorded what Xiao Xiangning said and then went to question Chen Dong and Di Qiushen. The two men's statements were exactly the same as Xiao Xiangning's, both had seen Zhao Sudong, and neither had seen Tang Feng. This made Shi Tianyu frown. Tang Feng? With that, he got up and headed to Tang Feng's dormitory. Not being able to find Tang Feng in the demon removal team, he could only be the one to go forward to the dormitory to look for him. Knock knock. In Tang Feng's dormitory, there was a sudden knock on the door outside, waking up Tang Feng, who was catching up on his sleep. He cultivated the moon pupil the most at night and could only sleep during the day. Sleepily opening the door, he saw Shi Tianyu standing in the doorway. Who are you? Tang Feng looked at the person in front of him whose age looked like a teacher with a puzzled expression. I'm a teacher who specializes in investigating the cause of yesterday's beast tide, and there are some questions I'd like to ask you. Can I delay you for a bit? Shi Tianyu faintly said to Tang Feng. Will you leave if I say no? Tang Feng scratched his head with a speechless expression. One sentence immediately laid Shi Tianyu choked. Come in. Tang Feng then turned around and said to Shi Tianyu outside the door. Ask whatever you want, I have to catch up on my sleep later. Tang Feng said indifferently to Shi Tianyu. I wanted to ask, where were you yesterday when the wraith attacked? Shi Tianyu then asked the same question as Zhao Sudong before. I'm killing the beast. Tang Feng said without thinking. Can anyone prove it to you? Shi Tianyu then asked. Tang Feng was instantly embarrassed. Who can prove it to him? He was masked and covered in blood. Who knows it was him? No. Tang Feng then shook his head. Not a single person? Could it be that where you were the only one? How did you manage to block those magical beasts by yourself? Shi Tianyu instantly stared at Tang Feng questioningly. I don't know. I was in the middle of a kill and didn't notice if anyone was around. Tang Feng then made an excuse and said. But the words were obviously not very convincing, and Shi Tianyu looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Don't look at me like that. I'm telling the truth. Tang Feng said with a bitter smile. How come he's suspected? What's wrong with that? Until you have evidence to prove your innocence, you're the biggest suspect and I'll be watching you at all times, no tricks, understand? Shi Tianyu had already taken Tang Feng as the biggest suspect at the moment, and immediately warned Tang Feng with a cold face. Then please look into it quickly and clear my name, okay? Tang Feng had a helpless look on his face. Have you finished? Don't disturb my rest if you're done. I need to catch up on my sleep. I'm tired. Tang Feng asked breathlessly. What are you doing so sleepy? Shi Tianyu frowned at Tang Feng and asked. After practicing all night, I can only catch up on my sleep during the day. Tang Feng said indifferently. Cultivation? Shi Tianyu's face, however, was 100% unconvinced.
Who cultivates in the middle of the night? Even if they were exercising their skills, it would be better to go to the training ground during the day. Who would cultivate their skills at night in the dark? He felt that Tang Feng was ready to do something good. That's it for today. Let me know the first time you remember anything, understand? But the evidence in hand now wasn't enough to prove that Tang Feng was the masked man from yesterday. And it was also true that he didn't feel the same aura from Tang Feng that he had felt from the masked man yesterday. This meant that Tang Feng was not the masked man, but at most his accomplice. Okay. Tang Feng waved his hand and sent Ji Tianyu away. Then it was time to lie down and go back to sleep. Only his head hadn't even touched the pillow yet when his cell phone suddenly rang again. There's no end to it. Tang Feng was speechless, angrily opening his cell phone to see that it was another unfamiliar number. What for? Tang Feng didn't have the good sense to say. Thinking about it? A guttural voice came from across the phone. Huh? Tang Feng was dumbfounded, taking away his cell phone and glancing at the number on it again, feeling somewhat familiar. You are? Tang Feng then asked suspiciously. The person on the opposite side almost didn't choke to death on Tang Feng's words. Have you forgotten who I am? The opposite side said with a shocked face. No, I didn't abandon anyone, let alone have an affair with a man. Who are you? Are you looking for Qianyu by mistake? Tang Feng was dumbfounded, listening to the man's sultry voice on the opposite side of the room, all feeling his asshole tighten. Me, Dark House. The person on the other side of the table immediately said with forced anger. Tang Feng was once again stunned, then remembered. He said, why was this number so familiar? It turned out to be the one that had called him before when he was contacted by the Dark Knight Tower. Oh, what's wrong? Tang Feng's flat tone almost caused the opposite side to completely explode. Is it true that Tang Feng forgot about them during this period of time? Didn't he say he'd think about it? You've gone to bake a melon, haven't you? How are you thinking about it? Want to join us? The person from the opposite Dark Knight Tower held back his anger and asked Tang Feng in a deep voice. I don't think we're on the same page. Tang Feng then apologized. Not all the way? Oh. The people from the Dark House immediately laughed. Not now, soon is, I'm sure you're in trouble now, aren't you? The person from the Dark Knight Tower then smiled sorrowfully and said meaningfully. Chapter 104, A Matter of Life and Death. Tang Feng's face then changed. What do you mean? Tang Feng frowned and asked the other party. The incident of the demonic beast attack, has it been investigated to your head? Regardless of whether you did it or not, right now you are the biggest suspect. As long as you don't have a way to prove that you are innocent, you can't be cleared of suspicion, and in the end, if you can't find out that there's someone else, then in all likelihood, you'll be the one who takes the blame. The man from the Dark House smiled faintly and said indifferently. He had a surprisingly good understanding of Tang Feng's current situation. So there are still your people inside the academy, who is it? Tang Feng narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently. I won't bother you with that, I'll just ask you one thing, to join us or not? The person from the Dark Knight Tower didn't say anything more and once again asked Tang Feng. This time Tang Feng was silent. Is it true that if I don't join you, I'll take the fall for this? Tang Feng then asked the other party. In an incident of this magnitude, there has to be an outcome. The man from the Dark House said meaningfully. Although it wasn't stated, Tang Feng also understood the meaning of the other party's words. What do I need to do to join your Dark House? And what can you offer me? After a moment of silence, Tang Feng asked the other party seriously. We can give whatever Skyfire Academy can give, as long as you complete the tasks we give you. The person from the Dark Knight Tower immediately said with a confident face. Including Belladonna? As soon as the other party's words fell, Tang Feng asked right after him. This caused the other man to pause. How do you know about the bells and whistles? The Dark House's brow furrowed. The matter of the bell emulsion was only known to the middle and high levels of the Skyfire Academy. The students didn't know anything about it, including those who were participating in the competition and were preparing to take the championship only knew a little bit about it. How did Tang Feng know that name? Don't forget who my mentor is, he told me so. Can you guys provide me with bells and whistles? Tang Feng explained indifferently. It's not that you can't have the bell lotion as long as you've done your job well, but you need to apply upwards. Dark Knight Floor then said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng raised an eyebrow as he listened. What do you want from me? Tang Feng then asked the other party. Are you planning to join us? The person on the other end of the phone had a look of joy on his face. After spending so much time on Tang Feng, he finally took this guy down. I don't seem to have any other choice, either I get taken down by the academy as the culprit of the magical beast attack, or I cooperate with you. Do I have a choice? Tang Feng said meaningfully. Smart. I like working with smart people. The man from the dark house smiled slightly. Instead, Tang Feng's words made him more trusting that Tang Feng was sincere about joining them. Relationships without benefits are ultimately fragile and can't stand up to scrutiny. And in the bondage of profit, as long as the chain of profit grows strong enough, no one will be able to break free from it. If you want to join the dark house, you have to show your sincerity. Do you understand the pitch? You go and kill Fondaka, after which our men will contact you. The person from the Dark Knight Tower then said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng frowned once again. Wasn't Fong Daki working with you? Why did you kill him? Tang Feng was puzzled. Oddly enough, he asked. The other party wasn't surprised to hear Tang Feng's words. Tang Feng knew that Fong Daki was working with them, and they didn't feel surprised. Because Xing Xianxian had spoken to Tang Feng last time, Tang Feng knew that it was naturally expected of them. Our cooperation with Fong Daki is over. Now he's the only one who knows who our people are. As long as we get rid of him, then no one will know who our people are in the Heavenly Flame Academy. The other party didn't hide anything from Tang Feng, and immediately explained the reason to Tang Feng. Now many people knew that there was an undercover agent inside Skyfire Academy, but who it was unknown. Even if he said it, Tang Feng wouldn't know who it was. Haven't you achieved your goal yet? After something as big as a wraith attack, what else do you want? Tang Feng instantly frowned, feeling as if the Dark Knight Tower's purpose was large, so large that he somewhat dared not imagine it. When you become one of us, I will naturally tell you that the submission is Fong Daki's head. Either be captured by Skyfire Academy as an undercover agent, or bring Fong Daki's head to me. Seeing that Tang Feng had already faltered, the person from the Dark Knight Tower didn't say any more nonsense, and hung up the phone decisively after giving Tang Feng the next line of conversation. Tang Feng looked at the cell phone that had lost its sound and stared slightly. I can't believe this kind of thankless errand has fallen on my head. Fong Daki deserves to die anyway, so let's kill him. Tang Feng shook his head. There was no other way but to do what Dark House wanted. Kill Fong Daki first. Just how to kill Fondaka is the question. Tang Feng then inquired through others that Fong Daki was now in the hospital. Because he was injured when the wraith attacked, he's recuperating in the hospital at the moment. Tang Feng instantly paled, feeling that this was an opportunity. Followed by a trip to the hospital. All the wards where Fondaki stayed were different. A separate room with 2 men standing guard outside the door. The specs are pulled straight to full. Tang Feng had wanted to directly barge in with his face covered, but when he saw the scene, he immediately dismissed this intention. With that, he made his way over to the hospital room. The people standing guard at the entrance naturally stopped Tang Feng. There's no way in here. I'm looking for Principal Feng, just say, Tang Feng is looking for him. Tang Feng said to the duo with a smile. He decided not to disguise himself and just went in as himself. The two frowned and looked at Tang Feng, a student's appearance, but they were also afraid that Tang Feng really had something important. Wait here. With that, he told Tang Feng to wait at the door, and one of them went in to inform him. Principal Feng, there's someone outside looking for you. Tang Feng could hear what the people inside were saying from outside the door. Fong Daki leaned on the bed, opened his eyes and looked at his subordinates suspiciously. Who's looking for me? Fondaka asked suspiciously. It's a student named Tang Feng. The subordinate then said to Fong Daki. Tang Feng? Fong Daki was stunned. Tang Feng he can be too familiar with. Before he also wanted to kill Tang Feng to come, but then delayed to get it, also gave up for the time being. Why are you suddenly coming to him now? Could it be because Qi Tianyu was investigating the Berserker Beast lead? Fong Daki frowned as he ruminated in his mind, his heart full of doubts. But if Tang Feng could come to him, there must be something going on, and moreover, this matter was still related to him, or else he wouldn't have found him. Let him in. Fong Daki then asked his subordinates to bring Tang Feng in. He wanted to see what Tang Feng was up to. Yes. Fong Daki's subordinates then retreated to the door. The principal wants you to come in. Then he stepped aside and let Tang Feng in. Tang Feng shrugged. Then he walked into the middle of the ward. Fong Daki is alone in the luxurious ward, which has all kinds of instruments and can even do surgery directly inside. That's how the big boys are treated. What do you want with me? Fong Daki saw Tang Feng and asked in confusion. Tang Feng smiled. A matter of life and death. Chapter 105. Is the complaint enough? Fong Daki looked at Tang Feng with uncertainty. What's the big deal? Fong Daki didn't understand what big deal Tang Feng would be looking for him. The two had never been in contact before, and this was even the first time the two of them had met face to face. Tang Feng smiled while walking over to Fong Daki's bedside. As Fong Daki looked at Tang Feng's smile, a feeling of nervousness couldn't help but rise in the bottom of his heart. It made him feel strange. But after thinking about it, Tang Feng was just a student. Even if he hid his strength, it wouldn't be particularly excessive. It couldn't make any waves in his hands yet, so he didn't worry about anything. What the hell is going on, straight up? Fong Daki impatiently said to Tang Feng. Something to do with the dark house, is that convenient? Tang Feng glanced meaningfully at the door. Fong Daki was stunned. When Tang Feng mentioned the Dark Knight Tower, his heart thumped. Does Tang Feng know about what he did? Though skeptical, he didn't dare bet on it. I don't know what you're talking about. You two, go to the cafeteria and bring me back a meal, I'm hungry. Although he said that, he still detached the two subordinates outside the door. The cooperation with the Dark Knight Tower could not be known by outsiders, and if they heard about it, it would not be good for him. The two subordinates outside the door scratched their heads. Although they didn't understand why Fong Daki wanted to eat when it wasn't even mealtime yet, they still went honestly and didn't dare to ask more. Just say what you have to say. After the two of them left, Fong Daki's face instantly turned somber as he looked at Tang Feng and said, It's still a good idea. Tang Feng smiled faintly. A hand then grabbed Fong Daki's arm. The immense force was so great that even Fong Daki could not break free. Fong Daki immediately changed his face. What do you mean? He was shocked and questioned Tang Feng. It means nothing. The Dark House asked me to take your life. Tang Feng said indifferently. Dark Knight House? You're from the Dark Knight House too? Fong Daki was shocked, staring at Tang Feng with wide eyes. It was as if he had seen something incredible. How could he not have expected that Tang Feng was also a member of the Dark Knight Tower? In other words, he's been tricked by the Dark House? What about the fact that Dark House has been acting with him all this time? Fong Daki had to think so. In the beginning, he had sought out the Dark Knight Tower in order to kill Tang Feng. It was only the fact that he hadn't killed him later that had caused him to rise up with other ideas, wanting to kill Sher Moyen through the Dark Knight Tower. It's a pity that the Dark House hasn't made a move until now. But why did the Dark House want to kill him? Fong Daki was puzzled. He was clearly in a cooperative relationship with Dark Knight Tower. How did it turn out like this? As in, say, who the hell put out the Berserk Beast lure yesterday? Tang Feng smiled, then asked Fong Daki in puzzlement. You don't know your own people? Are you swindling me? Fong Daki immediately stared at Tang Feng with narrowed eyes. He felt like he had almost fallen for Tang Feng's cunning plan. I thought Tang Feng was really someone from the Dark Knight Tower, but it turned out that he was just here to set him up. Tang Feng shook his head. Seeing that Fong Daki was so vigilant, he was helpless. Forget it, I shouldn't have asked, just kill you. You authorized those people in Fengshuren, right? And the pickets, you were behind it, weren't you? Tang Feng faintly asked Fong Daki. Nor did he ask much on the matter of the Dark House. If you know all that, why do you ask so many questions? Fong Daki snorted coldly, secretly exerting force in his hands, trying to break his wrist out of Tang Feng's hands. But no matter how much he tried, Tang Feng's hand was like a pair of pliers tightly imprisoning his wrist, unable to break free at all. Then it's okay, killing you doesn't give me any psychological pressure. Tang Feng nodded and said indifferently. Kill me? With you? Fong Daki immediately sneered and gave Tang Feng a disdainful look. Even though he was injured now, it wasn't like a student could just kill him. And this was in the academy. If Tang Feng dared to touch him, he would be an enemy of the entire Skyfire Academy. Don't say you can't kill me, even if you have the ability, do you dare? You don't want to hang around in Skyfire Academy anymore? Fong Daki said disdainfully. Tang Feng looked meaningfully at the confident Fong Daki. It's too easy to kill you. Tang Feng then raised his fist. Boom! There was a sudden loud bang in the middle of the hospital. The patients, doctors, and nurses in the hospital building were all startled, not knowing what was happening.
And the ward where Fondaki was, the window along with the wall shattered with a bang. A figure jumped straight out of the broken window. The two subordinates who came back from buying food heard the commotion and rushed over, and when they came to Fongdaki's hospital room, they pushed open the door to take a look. The ground was sprinkled with blood, but Fongdaki and Tangfong had disappeared.
What? Fongdaki was killed? Tangfong killed it? The news of the vice principal's unexplained death instantly reached Sher Mo Yan's ears. Sher Mo Yan burst into a rage. When we rushed back, there was no one left in the room, only blood on the ground. After laboratory tests, the blood was Principal Fong's, and the student named Tangfong who went in before was nowhere to be seen.
Fongdaki's two subordinates, trembling, said. The school leaders present fell silent, and there was a terrible gloom in this conference room.
This is the vice principal, being killed inside the academy. This is much more serious than yesterday's magical beast attack. If we don't find out, who's to say they won't be the next to die?
It was my mistake. At that moment, Shi Tianyu suddenly stood up and admitted his mistake. It was my failure to take down the suspect Tangfong in the first place that led to the murder of Principal Fong. I have an unshirkable responsibility. Shi Tianyu said in a deep voice with a serious face. He now regretted that he should have taken Tangfong down when he suspected him, otherwise he could have prevented Principal Fong from being victimized.
Sher Mo Yan was silent. I swept over the faces of all the school leaders in the audience. Who is this Tangfong? Who is the organization behind him? This matter must be investigated clearly to bring them out.
Solange. Sher Mo Yan grimaced, and then shouted to Su Lang, the leader of the demon removal team. Here. Su Lang immediately stood up with a serious face. Leave this matter to your demon removal team, make sure to find Tangfong for me in a short period of time, find out the organization behind him, and uproot this organization.
Sher Mo Yan then instructed Su Lang.
Yes. Su Lang immediately led the order, and then left the conference room and went forward to make arrangements with the demon removal team. All 7 teams of the random demon removal squad were deployed to begin investigating the organization behind Tangfong. Meanwhile, Tangfong hid in a certain place in Skyfire City and dialed the contact person for Dark Knight Tower.
I killed the man, is the pitch enough? Chapter 106 Dark Knight House. Oh, well done.
The people from the Dark Knight Tower had obviously received the news of Fongdaki's death as well, and let out a light laugh, nodding in satisfaction. Now you're a sinner, there's no way back for you, work hard for us and you'll be rewarded.
The person from the Dark Knight Tower faintly said to Tangfong.
Let's not talk about favors, I don't want to die yet, what should we do now?
The demon squad is looking for me everywhere, you can't leave me behind. Tangfong snorted coldly, then said to the other party.
Don't worry, I'll have someone pick you up later.
The man from the Dark Knight Tower immediately smiled faintly and assured Tangfong.
Before Tangfong could say where he was, the other party had already hung up. Not long after, a car pulled up in front of him and a figure he knew well got out of it.
Or an acquaintance.
Xing Xianxian was wearing sunglasses and holding a lollipop, looking at him with a derisive face.
Come on up.
Xing Xianxian nudged at Tangfong, then sat in the backseat of the car.
Tangfong looked around and also boarded the car. I didn't think we'd be co-workers. Xing Xianxian looked at Tangfeng's face and said with a smile. Then I did not expect it.
Tangfong said indifferently. Well, it's fine, being in Dark Knight Tower is no worse than being in Skyfire Academy. Look at me, I'm not much older than you, isn't my strength just as comparable to the geniuses of Skyfire Academy?
Xing Xianxian faintly said to Tangfong. Yeah? You can't even beat me. Tangfong raised an eyebrow and looked at Xing Xianxian indifferently, saying. Xing Xianxian.
No mercy at all, straight man. Xing Xianxian was speechless, it was really a pot calling the kettle black. If Tangfong wasn't great, they wouldn't have gone to the trouble of inviting him to join. Xing Xianxian felt very uninterested, and after that, she stopped talking and sat on the side in silence. Tangfong looked out the window, and suddenly, all the windows around him went black, making it impossible for him to see the outside environment. Even the front windows turned a pitch black color. Only the driver wore sunglasses and was not affected in any way.
What does that mean?
Tangfong looked at Xing Xianxian with an odd expression and asked. Don't worry, we're not like other organizations, we don't see the light of day, you have to understand. Xing Xianxian smiled faintly and faintly said to Tangfong.
Tangfong nodded in understanding.
The 6 major forces of Skyfire City didn't know where the Dark Knight Tower's headquarters was, so it did seem like they were careful enough.
It is also true that this situation is normal. Soon Tang Feng felt the car stop. Well, here we are. Xing Xianxian smiled faintly, then opened the car door and walked down. Tang Feng followed closely behind. Getting out of the car revealed that they were now in an underground parking lot. Follow me. Xing Xianxian greeted Tang Feng, who was curiously looking around. He was then led into the elevator. The elevator didn't have any floor buttons, just 2 on-off keys. Xing Xianxian pressed the close button and the elevator suddenly moved. Tang Feng was surprised to find that the elevator was still going down. No wonder no one knew where the Dark Knight Tower's headquarters was, so it was underground. There was no telling how deep the descent went, and soon the elevator stopped and the doors opened. What appeared in front of Tang Feng's eyes was an ancient building, as if he was in ancient times. Floor after floor of ancient buildings hung from the surrounding stone walls. There were 18 floors. The lights at the very top illuminated the surroundings, and it was not at all obvious that this was underground. Tang Feng was shocked. This was built by the Dark House? To open up such a large space in Heavenly Flame City without a sound and to construct such a grand building was a bit appalling. Not only that, there were many staff members here, walking back and forth in the ancient building, oblivious to the newly arrived Tang Feng. Tang Feng looked around curiously. You guys are quite professional here. Tang Feng glanced at the computer screen of one of the staff members, which was actually the surveillance of some company's office. Tang Feng was shocked. Dark Knight Tower's hands were really everywhere. Come on, let's take you to our building master. Xing Xianxian smiled faintly, then led Tang Feng onward. All the way to the 18th floor. Inside one of the rooms, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sat in front of a desk, already waiting for Tang Feng. This is our building master, Gu Hui. Xing Xianxian then introduced herself to Tang Feng. Welcome to the Dark House, Tang Feng. When Gu Hui saw Tang Feng, he then said with a smile on his face as he extended his hand to Tang Feng. Tang Feng froze when he heard this familiar voice. You're the one who's been contacting me? Tang Feng heard out that this voice was the person he had contacted him on the phone earlier. He had always thought that it was just a fringe person from the Dark Knight Tower, but he didn't expect that it was the Dark Knight Tower's owner who had personally contacted him. That's right, still satisfied with our Dark House? Gu Hui smiled faintly and asked Tang Feng. It did surprise me. Tang Feng nodded. Now Skyfire Academy can be looking for you everywhere. Don't show your face for a short time, just stay here, don't worry, it's absolutely safe. Gu Hui had already taken Tang Feng as one of his own and had asked him to hide here for the time being. Because right now there were people from the demon removal team everywhere outside looking for Tang Feng's whereabouts. And Tang Feng also killed Feng Daki in public. This can't be faked. So he believed that Tang Feng really had no way back but to go along with them. When will it be the end of not seeing the light of day here? I didn't want this result when I helped you kill Feng Daki. Where's the bell lotion? Tang Feng said with a flat face as he looked at Gu Hui. Ha ha ha. Gu Hui laughed. Naturally, I can't condescend to you, but we also have rules here. You're only just here now, so I can't explain to the others if I give you the bell emulsion. The assassins of our Dark House are divided into 4 classes: B class, A class, S class, and Shadow Assassin. I'll give you the bell's liquid as long as you can reach S rank. Gu Hui smiled faintly, then said to Tang Feng. It was just that these words, to Tang Feng's ears, were painting a big picture. What rank is she? Tang Feng pointed at Xing Xianxian next to him and asked. She's A-list. Gu Hui didn't hide anything from Tang Feng and answered immediately. So what grade did you guys give me? Tang Feng then asked Gu Hui again. Xing Xianxian was only A-ranked. Xing Xuanxuan's strength was almost in the teens, and could be considered to be about to graduate at that level of the older students. That to reach S rank is estimated to be at least 20-odd levels of strength, isn't it? I'm not sure about your strength for now. Is it convenient to reveal it? Gu Hui looked at Tang Feng with a smile on his face and asked. He had invited Tang Feng to join him because someone had fought Tang Feng and realized that Tang Feng's strength was not at all as simple as it seemed. But what exactly was the strength, he wasn't sure. Tang Feng looked at Gu Hui and was silent for a moment. Call out your S-rank assassin. As long as I defeat him, won't that prove that I have the strength of an S-rank assassin? Tang Feng said indifferently. Chapter 107 S-Class Killer. What? Gu Hui didn't expect Tang Feng to be so confident. Are you sure? The difference between a class and S-Class is not a little bit. All the killers you have contacted before are A-Class, and S-Class killers don't have a good temper.
so if you let them take action, they will probably kill you.
Gu Hui instantly frowned and said seriously to Tang Feng.
Really, I'm not very good-tempered either.
I'm sick of people lying to me. Tang Feng said meaningfully. The smile on Gu Hui's face froze.
How could he not understand what Tang Feng meant?
Isn't that a hint to him?
Alright, since you insist, I'll notify them and see who's available to practice with you.
Gu Hui said helplessly to Tang Feng. Take him to rest.
Then he let Xing Xianxian arrange a place for Tang Feng to stay.
You're really headstrong, you even dare to contradict the owner. Xing Xianxian looked at Tang Feng with a face of admiration and said. What's wrong? Is he good? Tang Feng raised an eyebrow and asked suspiciously. Awesome? You know about the Shadow Killer, right?
4 of them died at the hands of the owner.
Xing Xianxian said to Tang Feng with an exaggerated face. What is the Shadow Slayer's strength? Tang Feng was then stunned and asked Xing Xianxian suspiciously.
I don't know, I'm just a small A-class assassin, I can't get in touch with such a high-level big shot.
Xing Xianxian shook her head. But it shouldn't be below level 30 anyway.
Xing Xianxian thought about it and made a bold guess based on her strength.
She was level 15, the strength of an S-ranked assassin might be above level 20, so the strength of the shadow assassin was self-evident, definitely above level 30. Level 30.
Tang Feng stared slightly.
He hadn't encountered a level 30 enemy yet and didn't know what the concept of level 30 was.
But the last time, that level 25 guy, he had also easily decimated him. Levels 30 and 25 aren't that far off.
So, with 4 dead, how many Shadow Slayers are left now? Tang Feng then asked Xing Xianxian.
There are only 4 Shadow Slayers in total. The only way to become a Shadow Slayer is to defeat the corresponding Shadow Slayer.
Xing Xianxian faintly said to Tang Feng. That's not right, didn't you say that the owner had killed 4 Shadow Slayers? How come there are still 4? Tang Feng was instantly puzzled.
The Shadow Slayers died in total, the owner killed 4 of them, how come there are still 4 left?
Schrodinger's Shadow Killer, huh?
Hearing Tang Feng ask this, Xing Xianxian immediately looked around cautiously.
You come with me.
Then he carefully pulled Tang Feng to the bedroom arranged for Tang Feng, and then vigilantly closed the door.
What's wrong? Tang Feng looked at the cautious Xing Xianxian with a puzzled expression.
In fact, the previous owner was killed by the current owner. He brought 4 assassins and killed the previous owner and the 4 shadowy assassins, which took down the Dark Knight Tower, and it was also at that time that the Dark Knight Tower developed and grew. Xing Xianxian then explained to Tang Feng. She didn't dare to talk about this matter outside, for fear that Gu Hui would hear about it.
Oh, I see. Usurpation. Tang Feng nodded, instantly understanding what Xing Xianxian meant. And do you know anything about these 4 Shadow Slayers now? Tang Feng then proceeded to ask Xing Xianxian. Let's see if we can ask for more valuable information.
I don't know, these are all heard from the outside world, but I also heard that there is an even stronger background behind the owner. The 4 major shadow assassins are all his men, loyal and devoted. Xing Xianxian carefully sneaked toward Tang Feng. Tang Feng didn't ask for anything more valuable from Xing Xianxian though.
But the message of this statement is not small.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Tang Feng nodded.
You're welcome, we've known each other for a while, don't forget me when you're rich. Xing Xianxian smiled faintly, then waved at Tang Feng and left the room. After Xing Xianxian left, Tang Feng lay on the bed with his eyes closed. At the same time, Heavenly Flame City had undergone a radical change.
The demon removal team is investigating all information about Tang Feng in Skyfire City. Leave no stone unturned.
People like Zhao Shifu and Bai Hao, who had previous contact with Tang Feng, had all become key targets of investigation.
Who are you looking for? Bai Hao frowned as he looked at Su Lang and the others who barged in and asked. Is Tang Feng here with you? Su Lang faintly asked Bai Hao. Tang Feng?
Bai Hao froze and looked at Su Lang with a puzzled expression.
What do you want with him?
Bai Hao didn't know what the demon removal team had suddenly come to him to find Tang Feng for.
It was reasonable to say that Tang Feng was a student of the Heavenly Flame Academy, so looking for someone couldn't find him here?
Cut the crap, Tang Feng is suspected of killing the vice principal of Skyfire Academy, a heinous crime. If he's here with you, you can't get away with it.
Su Lang didn't have the slightest bit of politeness to say to Bai Hao.
That's your Heavenly Flame Academy's business, what's it got to do with me? There's no one you're looking for here, I still have an honored guest here, don't see me off. Bai Hao didn't give Su Lang the slightest bit of face and immediately waved his hand to send off the guests.
Press didn't mean to let him in to check. Solange frowned.
Watch this place for me, and all who come in and out will be questioned once. Although Solange didn't have the right to search Whitehall's turf, he had the same right to search guests entering and exiting the bar. Whitehall naturally knew that this would have a huge impact on his business. But there was nothing he could do about it. The demon removal team's back was the Heavenly Flame Academy, and now that this matter was so serious, he wasn't bold enough to go against the Heavenly Flame Academy.
It can only be borne helplessly.
Including the Peach Blossom Club and the Lion's Head Gang were all patronized by the demon removal squad as he was here. Even the Starfire Chamber of Commerce they went to investigate.
There's just no clue.
The casinos, the Zhao Group, they had also checked them all, and they hadn't crossed paths with Tang Feng at all. The only one of the 6 forces that hadn't been investigated was left with the Dark Knight Tower.
Captain, I can't find any trace.
The demon removal team member immediately walked to Su Lang with a helpless face and said.
Solange frowned deeply. Glancing at the time, almost 12 hours had passed since Feng Daqi was killed.
Seal off the surroundings of Heavenly Flame City, and search around the academy as well, don't spare any traces.
Solange then ordered.
Yes. Tang Feng slept in the Dark Knight Tower, and he didn't know when it was when he woke up again. It's hard to tell night from day when you're underground without seeing the sun. Tang Feng, come upstairs, the S-class assassin for you has arrived. Soon Gu Hui's voice sounded in Tang Feng's room. Surprisingly, there was a radio in his room. It made him suspect that there was surveillance in the room.
Luckily he didn't do anything else.
With that, Tang Feng got up and made his way upstairs. Once again, he appeared in Gu Hui's room.
Here we go.
Introducing, this is our S-class assassin, Xiao Jin. When Gu Hui saw Tang Feng coming over, a smile appeared on his face and introduced him to the people around him. Beside Gu Hui, there stood a man with a cold face.
You're Tang Feng?
The other party asked with a cold face, looking Tang Feng up and down.
Chapter 108 Kill Sure Moyen. I am. Tang Feng nodded.
Looking at his opponent, he held back from using his moon pupil on him. He was curious to know what category the S-rank assassin's strength was in, but it certainly wasn't good to probe the other party's rank right now. Seeing how young Tang Feng was, a hint of disdain flashed in the other party's eyes.
I thought it was some kind of expert, just a weakling like you is still worth me traveling all the way?
Su Jin said with a disdainful face. Gu Hui told him that there was a newly joined expert who wanted to go straight to the top S-ranked assassin, so he asked him to come and accompany him to try out his strength, and he had thought that he would have a chance to fight with an expert of the same rank.
I didn't realize it was a hairless kid.
This made him very dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to show it due to Gu Hui's pressure.
So he can only vent his dissatisfaction on Tang Feng.
Oh, cut the crap, when do we start? When Tang Feng saw how arrogant the other party was, he let out a cold laugh. And don't bother trying to get into a war of words with the other side. Let the other side be smug for a while now, and then they'll know what respect means later.
Follow me.
Seeing that the two of them were not on speaking terms, Gu Hui immediately brought the two of them to the training grounds of the Dark Knight building. A huge empty room, all the walls around it were made of steel, strong and sturdy.
We're all on the same side. Don't hurt our feelings. Gu Hui smiled and instructed the duo.
Humph. Su Jin looked at Tang Feng with a disdainful cold snort. Little brother, we're killers, we're sure to be ruthless, so don't blame me if we go too far.
Su Jin said to Tang Feng in a conspiratorial manner. Obviously, he was preparing to lay a heavy hand on Tang Feng.
I'm relieved to hear you say that, beating you to death won't psych me out.
Tang Feng said with an expressionless, bashful face. You. Arrogant.
Su Jin did not expect Tang Feng to be so wild, immediately snorted coldly, no longer polite, his figure flickered and instantly disappeared from Tang Feng's view.
Su Jin's speed was extremely fast, and Tang Feng couldn't even see the other party's figure.
The moment the opponent's figure disappeared, Tang Feng could only raise his arm to protect his vitals. Just as Tang Feng raised his hand, Su Jin's figure had already appeared in front of Tang Feng, and in his hand, he didn't know when he took out a sharp dagger. Toward the top of Tang Feng's head it stabbed down.
Ding!
At this time, Tang Feng happened to raise his arm to fend it off, and Su Jin's dagger stabbed Tang Feng's arm with a soft thud. But no damage was done to the arm. Just a cut in his shirt from a sharp blade. This caused Su Jin's face to change immediately. With an incredulous face, he cast his scrying skill to check Tang Feng's attributes. He wanted to see what Tang Feng's strength was and how he could block his attacks. When Tang Feng saw a flash of light in the other party's eyes, he instantly knew that the other party was probing for information about him. Tang Feng didn't want to let the other party have their way. With a flip of his wrist, he grabbed his opponent's wrist with the dagger, followed by a forceful fling. Sujin was in Tang Feng's hands like a broken sack that he flung up, and then slammed hard on the ground. Bang! The floor, made of steel, smashed a man-sized groove directly into the ground. Ahem! Sujin's eyes snapped open and he opened his mouth to spit out a large mouthful of blood. This fall directly made him feel that his internal organs were about to break, and he had multiple fractures on his body, lying on the ground unable to move. Gu Hui's face changed when he saw this. Enough! He hurriedly shouted to stop, otherwise Tang Feng would continue to attack, and it was estimated that Sujin would die for sure. Tang Feng was just about to slam his fist down when Gu Hui's figure suddenly appeared beside him. One grabbed his fist. Gu Hui only felt that Tang Feng's fist was very heavy, and even he couldn't push Tang Feng's fist away. It left him with a shocked look on his face. Well, he's lost. Gu Hui hurriedly said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng looked at Gu Hui in front of him and knew that trying to kill Sujin was no longer possible. With that, he closed his fist. I'm most annoyed with being probed for information about me, and the next time, I'll make you simply disappear. Tang Feng looked at Sujin on the ground and warned in a cold voice. With that, the moonlight in his eyes flashed, directly checking Sujin's information. Co Gene, 26th grade. Power? Speed? Sure enough, it was pretty much as Tang Feng had guessed. The S-class assassin was over 20 levels of strength. Sujin fell to the ground and looked at Tang Feng with a fearful expression. He didn't expect this kid to be so strong, he didn't even know how he lost. In a turn of the eye, he was wrestled to the ground by Tang Feng, and the power was too terrifying. Alright Tang Feng, you've proven yourself and are qualified to be an S-class assassin. Gu Hui said to Tang Feng in a deep voice from the side. S-class? Ha! Tang Feng sneered and shook his head. I don't want an S-class now, I want to be a shadow killer. Tang Feng said indifferently. These words immediately stunned Gu Hui and Sujin on the ground. Tang Feng, don't kid yourself, an S-class assassin is already very powerful, a single mission can earn you a few $1 million, it's enough for you as of now. Gu Hui naturally would not agree. The shadow assassins were all loyal henchmen to him, and now Tang Feng wanted to intervene, how could he agree? Who's too rich for that? Plus, that's all the S-rank assassin has, I can't see it. You promised me that you'd give me the bells and whistles for completing the mission, either give me the bells and whistles now or make me a shadow assassin so I can earn more. Tang Feng said to Gu Hui with a bland face. Gu Hui frowned deeply. There was no way that the clockwork liquid would be given to Tang Feng. The words he had given Tang Feng were nothing more than pie in the sky, and he hadn't expected Tang Feng to kill Fong Daki so quickly. Now that Tang Feng has entered the Dark Night House, he is now going to be a shadowy killer. I'm going to give you a mission, and if you can accomplish it, I'll not only give you the bell lotion, but I'll make you a shadow slayer. Gu Hui then brightened up and thought of a way to get the best of both worlds. And finish the mission? Do you think I'm stupid or you are? First give me the last bell jar of liquid first. Tang Feng then let out a cold laugh and looked at Gu Hui with cold eyes and said. You can have the bells, but only one. If you complete the mission, you'll get the shadow slayer and the bells, all of it. Gu Hui then took out a small bottle the size of a fingernail cap from his arms, which was filled with a milky white liquid. It was then handed to Tang Feng. This is the bell's milk liquid, it can raise your full attributes by 10 points, which is equivalent to a direct level up, and there will be more as long as you complete the quest. Gu Hui knew that there was no way to put it off, so he could only endure the pain and give Tang Feng a serving of clockwork liquid. The clockwork liquid that he had gotten from the Heavenly Flame Academy was divided into 5 small portions, and a small portion could raise his full attributes by 10 points. Tang Feng looked at the bellows liquid that had arrived. What mission? Then asked Gu Hui. You go and kill Shi Mo Yin. Gu Hui faintly said to Tang Feng. Chapter 109 is Citywide Search. Tang Feng was stunned. Headmaster? Tang Feng looked at Gu Hui with a puzzled frown and asked. That's right, the principal of Skyfire Academy, Shi Mo Yin. Gu Hui nodded with certainty. Why?
Now that Fong Daki has just died, it's the time for Skyfire Academy to be on alert. It would be too difficult to kill Shur Mo Yen at this time, and would it benefit you in any way? Tang Fong asked Gu Hui with a puzzled expression. Dark House, as a killer organization, would definitely not do anything without benefits. There didn't seem to be any benefit to killing Shur Mo Yen. Don't worry about it, it was commissioned and we'll just do it, someone wants him dead. Gu Hui faintly said to Tang Fong. Good, I can go kill him, but I have to need the cooperation of Dark Knight Tower, such as the undercover agent who was now hidden in the Skyfire Academy. I need him to provide me with help, or else with my current identity, I'm afraid that I won't even have a chance to enter the Skyfire Academy. Tang Fong pondered for a moment and faintly said to Gu Hui. Of course it's not a problem, that's what he's hiding in Skyfire Academy for. Gu Hui smiled faintly and said that he didn't have any problems. But are you sure? However, Gu Hui was still skeptical of Tang Feng's strength. I forgot to ask if you didn't mention it, what is Shur Mo Yan's strength? Tang Fong then asked Gu Hui curiously. As far as I know, Shur Mo Yan, as the principal, can be said to be one of the strongest few people in Skyfire Academy. Even if it's an assassination, it's hard to do it without a strength of 35 or more levels. Gu Hui then explained to Tang Fong. Although he wasn't sure of Shur Mo Yan's exact strength either, he could roughly guess a general idea. 35 levels? Tang Fong frowned. It's not impossible, I'll him up for God's sake if the money's there. Tang Fong nodded and said indifferently. Although the words were arrogant, Tang Fong wasn't exactly exaggerating. With his power, dry crushing the heavens is not out of the question. I appreciate your confidence, fine, as long as you can accomplish this mission, I'll give you a reward of $40 million plus 2 bells and whistles. Gu Hui immediately smiled and assured Tang Fong. He felt that he had simply picked up a treasure. An expert who had the confidence to assassinate Shur Mo Yan was no less valuable than a shadow killer. I'll have Xing Xianxian send you out later. When you've completed your mission, come back and contact me. Gu Hui smiled and said to Tang Fong. He then had the people bring the CO Gene on the ground down for treatment. Then he called Xing Xianxian and sent Tang Fong away from Dark Knight Tower. Still as before, the pair took the elevator to the underground garage. Get in the car and the driver takes them out of the area. The surroundings were still the same as before, the windows were all dark, and you couldn't see outside. It made it impossible for Tang Fong to distinguish the direction, and the driver was the only one who could see the road through special glasses. By the time Tang Fong saw the light of day again, he was in the center of Skyfire City. I'll send you here. The rest is up to you. Xing Xianxian just sent Tang Fong out and then left. Tang Fong looked around and frowned. He was a little unsure of where to go now. Inside the dark house. At this time, Gu Hui looked at the surveillance, and in the surveillance video, it was Tang Feng's confused figure. Lure the Decepticons over here and try him. Gu Hui then used his walkie-talkie and said to the people monitoring Tang Fong. In a corner behind Tang Fong, a person hidden in the shadows nodded. The removal team was then notified via an anonymous phone call. Captain. Someone has spotted Tang Feng's figure. The Demon Removal Team 6, who were in the vicinity, immediately reported to the captain after getting the news. Where? The captain of Team 6 asked his teammates hastily. Just around the corner. They immediately rushed towards Tang Feng's location. It took only a few moments to appear on the corner. There. Soon they saw Tang Fong, who was wandering around the street in a daze, and immediately shouted. Tang Fong was stunned. Seeing the Demon Removal Team badge on the other party's chest, Tang Feng's face changed. Hastily, he turned and ran. He'd forgotten that the Demon Removal Team was looking for him everywhere right now. He's not shooting himself in the foot by running down the street so openly. The silhouette hidden in the shadows watched Tang Fong escape, and then used the walkie-talkie to report to Gu Hui. That kid ran away, looks like it wasn't an act, the Demon Removal Team is really after him. The silhouette faintly said to Gu Hui. It may not be, maybe they are acting too well? Let's see again. Anyway, he was given an impossible task. If he can really kill Shur Mo Yan, then naturally it's good and we can boldly trust him. If he can't, then just let him be. Gu Hui laughed lightly and said lightly. Tang Fong fled all the way, his speed was slightly inferior, and he could only escape to places with complicated terrain. Running, he ran into a four-way alley. The people from the Demon Removal Team also split up to intercept Tang Fong from various directions. Tang Feng's front was suddenly blocked by members of the Demon Removal Team. Tang Fong had no choice but to turn the corner and run into an even narrower alleyway.
He had just run in when a door to a nearby room opened and a hand reached out to pull him right in. The door to the room was then closed tightly behind him. Then the deconstruction team ran past the door, one by one. Tang Feng hid behind the door and was relieved when he heard the disappearing footsteps outside. "Why are you here?" Tang Feng looked at the person in front of him and asked with a look of surprise. The person who suddenly pulled him in was none other than Zhao Yishuan. "I was going to ask you, did you really kill Feng Daqi?" Zhao Yishuan asked Tang Feng with a frown. Tang Feng didn't say anything, and Zhao Yishuan just assumed that he was acquiescing. "How are you so impulsive? He is the vice principal. Even if you have a grudge, you can't be in such a hurry. At least find a better opportunity to kill him in public. Isn't that putting yourself inside?" Zhao Yishuan said with a helpless face. She didn't blame Tang Feng for killing Feng Daqi, but blamed Tang Feng for not making good plans. It's right to kill, it's wrong to kill and leave evidence. "Why are you here?" Tang Feng didn't continue to chat more on this and asked Zhao Yishuan once more. "I heard that you killed the vice principal, and the demon removal team is looking for you everywhere, worrying about your safety, so I came to Heavenly Flame City to take my chances, to see if I can find you, and send you out in the process." Zhao Yishuan faintly explained to Tang Feng. Tang Feng froze. He didn't expect that the one who was most concerned about him at this time would be Zhao Yishuan. "Let's not talk about this. The demon removal team is looking for you everywhere. Skyfire City has been blocked off. I'll send you out first." Zhao Yishuan couldn't talk to Tang Feng that much in time and said with an anxious face. It seemed to be more anxious than Tang Feng himself. "How are you going to get me out of here?" Tang Feng instantly became a bit curious. How was Zhao Yishuan planning to send him out when the demon removal team was blockading the city? Tianhua City's Zhao Group and my family have always had business dealings. Even if the demon removal team has power in Tianhua City, it can't affect our business. You'll hide directly in the merchant fleet. I'll have them take you out. Zhao Yishuan faintly said to Tang Feng. "Didn't you fall out with your family? And you can still command the Zhao Group's merchant fleet?" Tang Feng instantly frowned, strangely. Zhao Yishuan was instantly silent for a moment. Chapter 110. Today sure Mo Yan will die. "Gee, don't you worry about it, I have my own arrangements." Zhao Yishuan didn't want to explain so much to Tang Feng, and immediately impatiently urged. "Let's hurry, it's not too late." Zhao Yishuan pulled Tang Feng and was about to leave for the Zhao Group. Tang Feng, however, grabbed Zhao Yishuan's hand. "No, I have no intention of leaving." Tang Feng shook his head. "Why? Don't you want to die? Didn't you see those people chasing you just now?" Zhao Yishuan immediately looked at Tang Feng with a puzzled expression. "I still have things to work out. Trust me, it'll be fine." Tang Feng didn't explain anything to Zhao Yishuan. "But before that, I still need you to do me a favor." Tang Feng then said to Zhao Yishuan. "What?" Zhao Yishuan didn't know what Tang Feng was up to, but she still chose to trust him. "Go find Mr. Song and give him a message for me." Tang Feng then whispered a few times in Zhao Yishuan's ear. "What the hell are you doing?" After Zhao Yishuan heard this, she looked at Tang Feng with a shocked expression and asked. "Bring it for me, please." Tang Feng smiled and solemnly said to Zhao Yishuan. "Okay, but you must be careful." Zhao Yishuan nodded, then once again admonished Tang Feng. "Well, I gotta go, can't be seen with you." Tang Feng nodded, then pushed open the door and quietly left the place. Zhao Yishuan also gritted her teeth and returned to the academy. Following Tang Feng's wishes, she found Song Xiaowei. "Bring what Tang Feng has to say. He said for you to cooperate with the principal." Zhao Yishuan said to Song Xiaowei. "Match? That's all?" Song Xiaowei asked Zhao Yishuan with a frown. "Aha!" Zhao Yishuan nodded, and Tang Feng told her that much. "I know about you having met Tang Feng, don't tell anyone, understand?" Song Xiaowei nodded, then barked at Zhao Yishuan. "Aha!" Zhao Yishuan nodded. Tang Feng had instructed her the same way, so she would naturally take it to heart. What the hell is he doing? But she was still curious as to what Tang Feng was actually doing. Why was he wanted by the demon removal team and closely associated with Mr. Song? You'll find out later. Don't tell anyone. Song Xiaowei didn't explain, it wasn't the right time to talk about it. Meanwhile, Tang Feng disguised himself and wandered around Skyfire City. After a period of observation, he realized that the 7 deconstruction teams patrolled in different areas, with each deconstruction team responsible for one area. The 7 teams of lesser strength secured the gates of the city and checked those entering and exiting.
Tang Feng then called Gu Hui. I need that man's help now, and now I'm leaving Skyfire City. Tang Feng then said to Gu Hui. Gu Hui had long guessed that Tang Feng would come to him for help. Okay, just go straight out, you'll be met. Gu Hui had already made a plan long ago, and faintly said to Tang Feng. Good. Tang Feng hung up the phone and then headed out of town. He knew that the men guarding the gates were from Team 7, all of whom he knew well, so he made sure to disguise himself. Tang Feng dabbed himself a mustache, put on makeup, and even changed his hairstyle. When he came under the city gate, he saw Qindong and the others, checking every passerby entering and exiting. Tang Feng pulled his hat down a bit, then walked outward. Chao Xiangning was checking out everyone who had gone there when she suddenly glanced at her afterglow and spotted a man wearing a visor. The other man had his head down, and there was something familiar about the figure. Chao Xiangning frowned slightly, then walked over to Tang Feng's position. Chao Xiangning just wanted to check on Tang Feng, but Zhao Sudong snatched a step ahead of her and stopped in front of her. Show me your papers. Zhao Sudong blocked in front of Chao Xiangning, covering her vision, and faintly said to Tang Feng. Seeing that someone was checking, Chao Xiangning didn't think much of it and then walked to the side to check on the others. Tang Feng looked at Zhao Sudong, then took out a forged document from the dark house. Zhao Sudong just glanced at it lightly and returned it to Tang Feng. Go over there. With that, he just released Tang Feng. Tang Feng raised an eyebrow and gave Zhao Sudong a meaningful look. A quick walk followed. After leaving Skyfire City, Tang Feng headed directly to Skyfire Academy. There were no surprises along the way. When he reached the outside of the academy, there was no way for him to enter without an academy badge, so he could only stop and watch outside, looking for an opportunity. And Gu Hui over there quickly called him again after learning that Tang Feng had left Skyfire City. Out. The first thing Gu Hui did was confirm it to Tang Feng. Aha! Tang Feng nodded. So what are you going to do next? What do you need from us? Gu Hui then asked Tang Feng. He was asking because he didn't believe Tang Feng could kill Shi Mo Yen, so he didn't feel comfortable asking. Waiting for a chance. If you want to kill him, you must have a chance to get close to him. Do you have a way? Tang Feng said indifferently. That's not true. Gu Hui shook his head. If he had a way to get close to Shi Mo Yen, he would have let the shadow assassin do it long ago. Isn't that because there's no chance? You don't have it. Then I do. Tang Feng smiled faintly and said softly. Ha? Gu Hui froze, feeling that Tang Feng was playing a trick on him. Why are you asking me if you have a solution? Now that the demon removal teams are all in Heavenly Flame City, they all think that I'm in Heavenly Flame City. If I show up at Heavenly Flame Academy right now, who's going to come and arrest me? Tang Feng faintly asked Gu Hui. College faculty? Gu Hui said with a frown. After they catch me, they will definitely try to ask who was behind me, because I have no motive to kill Fang Daki. There must be an organization behind me. At this time Shi Mo Yen will definitely arrive and interrogate me personally. This is my chance. Tang Feng faintly said to Gu Hui. Gu Hui then frowned. All of what Tang Feng said was just the best outcome Tang Feng had in mind. If one of them didn't match up, then his plan would be useless and he'd get himself killed. And after you're captured, are you sure you're still capable of fighting back? He had to worry if something would go wrong if Tang Feng did this. He was still skeptical of Tang Feng's strength. That's Shi Mo Yen. If he was really that easy to kill, why would he wait until now? Of course I'm sure. Tang Feng said with a confident expression. Gu Hui was silent for a moment. Although he was skeptical of Tang Feng's plan, but so what, even if the plan failed, the one who died would be Tang Feng, and it wouldn't have anything to do with him. Even if Tang Feng gave up the Dark Knight House, Skyfire Academy wouldn't be able to find the Dark Knight House's location. He was 100% safe. Alright then, let's follow your plan. Make sure to kill Shi Mo Yen. By the way, don't forget to destroy your cell phone before you act. Gu Hui then explained to Tang Feng. Although the cell phone he provided Tang Feng with had been specially processed and wouldn't leave any traces, he still had Tang Feng destroy it before he acted just in case. Don't worry, today Shi Mo Yen is dead. Chapter 111, Shi Mo Yen is dead? The security guard, Lao Zhou, stood guard at the entrance as usual. The eyes swept over the chests of each of the scholars. His mission was to eliminate all people who were not from Skyfire Academy from entering the academy. And the best way to tell if you're from Skyfire Academy is the school logo. On each student, the school badge is worn. With just one glance, he could tell the difference between a school badge and a real one. That's the kind of eye he's honed over the years. Old Chow took out his thermos and took a sip of tea. Bah! The tea was then spit out. Hey, where's your school badge? Just then, he was distracted for just a moment when a young man tried to slip in while he wasn't looking. Old Joe's eyes are so sharp that he quickly called out to the other party. But the other party walked straight inside as if he hadn't heard. Old Joe was stunned and rushed forward to stop him. Stand still, stand still. Who are you? Aren't you from Skyfire Academy? Old Joe stopped the other party and questioned. Tang Feng looked indifferently at the security guard in front of him. When Old Joe arrived in front of Tang Feng, he was stunned at the sight of Tang Feng. It felt like Tang Feng's face was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, and he had seen it not too long ago. Old Week ran uncertainly to the duty room to take a look. There was a notice on the wall of the duty room. It was a wanted notice for the suspect who killed the vice principal, Tang Feng. Old Joe was stunned. Tang Feng. Old Joe directly pointed at Tang Feng and shouted. Tang Feng also bypassed Old Joe at this time and rushed straight into the middle of the academy. And the name Tang Feng instantly exploded around them. Now the whole college knows that a ruthless man got away with killing the vice principal. What's even tougher is that this tough guy is a freshman. Now that he heard Tang Feng's name, he was instantly stunned. How dare you come back after killing someone? So crazy? Old Joe looked at Tang Feng's back as he rushed into the academy and also hurriedly picked up the phone to notify the academy. After the academy learned of this, it immediately sent experts to capture Tang Feng. Tang Feng's figure was soon surrounded by a group of teachers. Tang Feng. You killed the vice principal in a great treason. Quickly bind your hands and surrender. 5 or 6 teachers surrounded Tang Feng as if they were enemies, and among them was Song Xiaowei. Tang Feng's gaze locked with Song Xiaowei's. Song Xiaowei nodded slightly. Tang Feng immediately raised his hands. I'm from the chief. Then said faintly. The people around them who were ready to watch a great battle froze. Why did this tough guy turn himself in? Don't you want to die? The teachers looked at each other in disbelief, but since Tang Feng was coming from the head, there was no need to make a move. Immediately, Tang Feng was taken down and locked up. Prepare for interrogation. As the principal, Sure Mo Yen should have come to interrogate him personally. Before Sure Mo Yen arrived, the others had already started interrogating Tang Feng. Only he didn't say anything until Sure Mo Yen arrived. Sure Mo Yen appeared in the interrogation room, and the person who was interrogating Tang Feng immediately stood up. Mr. Headmaster. Respectfully, he greeted Sure Mo Yen. Sure Mo Yen nodded to them, then looked across at Tang Feng. How's it going? Shimaran asked them. He hasn't been talking, should we do something about it? The person interrogating Tang Feng said helplessly to Sure Mo Yen. Tang Feng hadn't been opening his mouth, making it difficult for them, but it wasn't good to directly torture them into confessing. The only thing that could be done was to ask for Shimaran's opinion. You guys get out, I'll interrogate him myself. Sure Mo Yen shook his head and addressed them. Sure Mo Yen had personally sent word they naturally had nothing to say, and directly walked out of the interrogation room, leaving only Tang Feng and Sure Mo Yen inside. Tang Feng looked at Sure Mo Yen and instantly smiled. Sure Mo Yen looked at Tang Feng and also smiled meaningfully. Boom! Soon there was a sudden loud bang in the interrogation room. The crowd outside was startled and rushed into the interrogation room to see what was going on. When they rushed in, they found Sure Mo Yen already lying in a pool of blood. A large hole was blasted through the wall of the interrogation room, and Tang Feng's figure had long since disappeared. Song Xiaowei rushed forward to check on Sure Mo Yan's condition. A blush ensued. The principal he is dead. Song Xiaowei said with a shocked and unbelievable face. How? Chi Tianyu didn't believe it, and immediately went forward to place his finger under Sure Mo Yan's nose to probe Sure Mo Yan's nostrils. It was indeed out of breath. Chi Tianyu didn't believe in evil and didn't believe that Sure Mo Yan would be killed by Tang Feng. With that, he reached out to probe Sure Mo Yan's pulse. Then his face suddenly changed. The pulse stopped. News of Sure Mo Yan's death spread quickly. And the murderer is none other than Feng Daqi's murderer, Tang Feng. This time, the entire Heavenly Flame Academy had all come out just to catch Tang Feng. Tang Feng killed the principal? He's crazy.
After those who were familiar with Tang Feng learned of this news, each and every one of them couldn't believe it.
That's the principal? Who is Tang Feng, a freshman? Yet the academy's actions didn't seem fake. Almost all of the teachers were out searching for Tang Feng.
And as Tian Haifeng, who had come out of the same place as Tang Feng, after learning this news, he was first incredulous.
The latter is gloating.
Tang Feng is simply crazy, he even dared to kill the principal. Let's see if you won't die this time. As long as he saw Tang Feng not doing well, Tian Haifeng felt exceptionally soothed. Tang Feng, on the other hand, had already fled the academy and arrived at Skyfire City once again.
I killed the man, when will I get the stuff? Tang Feng found a public phone and called Gu Hui, asking him. Gu Hui also received the news of Shi Mo Yan's death. He had a shocked look on his face, unable to believe that Tang Feng had actually done it. How did you do that? Gu Hui immediately asked with a curious face.
When he's not paying attention, he'll throw a punch right into the vitals and kill him with a single blow. Tang Feng said indifferently. Tang Feng said it easily, but Gu Hui still couldn't imagine how Tang Feng did it.
I'm sending someone to get you now, so don't move. Gu Hui then realized that Tang Feng was a talent for being an assassin.
Powerful, even a bit stronger than the shadow assassin under his hand. The mind is so meticulous that it can even assassinate Shi Mo Yan, who is out of the reach of ordinary people. It would be a real loss for him to miss out on this kind of talent. Then he hurriedly asked Xing Xianxian to go and fetch Tang Feng back. Soon Xing Xianxian appeared in front of Tang Feng, after seeing him again. Xing Xianxian had more respect in her eyes. Tang Feng's feat of killing Shi Mo Yan had already spread within the Dark Knight Tower. Now Tang Feng's position in the hearts of these killers was no less than that of the Shadow Killer. Even higher position. Because Shi Mo Yan, who even the Shadow Killer couldn't do anything about, was actually killed by Tang Feng. What does that mean? Doesn't that mean Tang Feng is even more powerful than Shadow Killer? So when she saw Tang Feng again, Xing Xianxian was secretly glad that Tang Feng didn't kill her at that time. Mr. Tang, the owner of the building asked me to pick you up. Xing Xianxian even used honorifics when she spoke. Chapter 112 The Old Fox and the Little Fox. Tang Feng then sat in the car with Xing Xianxian, and just like before, the windows were all blacked out, so they couldn't see the outside. Tang Feng closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat, silently counting the seconds in his mind. After checking a certain number, Tang Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Stop, I'm going down for a pee. Tang Feng said indifferently to the driver. The driver gave Tang Feng a faint look, but did not stop. This caused Tang Feng to instantly frown. Didn't I tell you to stop the car? Then he said with an angry face. To the side, Xing Xuanxuan's face changed. You can't stop in the middle of a ride. It's a rule of the Dark House. Xing Xianxian hurriedly rounded up the situation and explained to Tang Feng. I don't care what your rules are, stop the car quickly, am I supposed to pee in it? Tang Feng said with dissatisfaction. Eyes were looking straight at the driver, fists already clenched as if they were about to strike at the drop of a hat. This. Xing Xianxian looked at Tang Feng's appearance and suddenly had a difficult look on her face. On one side was the rules set by the owner of the building, and on the other side was Tang Feng, who was now as popular as ever, instantly putting her in a dilemma. Master, why don't you stop for a while? It won't take long. Xing Xianxian ultimately chose to stand on Tang Feng's side, choosing to speak for him. You can't stop, no one but the owner of the building can stop in the middle. The driver oiled his face and said with a bemused look. The driver's words seemed to provoke Tang Feng as if he had angered him. I'm going to get out of the car, I'll see if you can stop me. Tang Feng let out a cold snort, and then his right hand fiercely exerted itself, directly slamming on the car door. Bang! The tremendous force slammed the car door right off. The outside environment immediately appeared in Tang Feng's eyes. The driver immediately blushed and slammed on the brakes. With an angry face, he looked at Tang Feng. You broke the rules. The driver said to Tang Feng with an angry face. So what? Tang Feng looked at the other party with a bland face and said. You. The driver was instantly choked by Tang Feng, unable to speak. You wait. He couldn't do anything about Tang Feng, so he immediately took out his cell phone and reported the matter to the owner of the building, so that the owner could make a decision. What's going on? Gu Hui was stunned when he received the call from the driver. The driver, though also in his inner circle, rarely contacted him and just did his job as a driver.
And shouldn't you be picking up Tang Feng right now? Why are you calling him? This made him instantly worried. Could it be that something had happened to Tang Feng?
Master, that Tang Feng, he got off halfway.
The driver then said to Gu Hui with anger. What's going on?
Gu Hui frowned slightly and asked in confusion. Owner, it's like this, Tang Feng he wanted to get out of the car for convenience, the master wouldn't let him, then they had a conflict, Tang Feng smashed the car door in a fit of anger. Xing Xianxian, who was on the side, hurriedly grabbed the cell phone and explained to Gu Hui.
So, it's okay, hurry up and bring him back.
Gu Hui was relieved to hear that it was just two people who had gotten into a fight and smashed the car.
Well, Tang Feng looked at the driver with a provocative face and asked. The owner told us to hurry back.
Xing Xianxian knew that the driver master was very upset, so she grabbed the first opportunity to say to Tang Feng.
Ha! Tang Feng then let out a disdainful sneer before getting into the car. You don't pee anymore?
Xing Xianxian asked as she looked at Tang Feng suspiciously.
Not in the mood. Let's go.
Tang Feng said indifferently.
Xing Xianxian was speechless. Peeing depends on your mood? But if Tang Feng didn't make a scene, she didn't bother to ask more.
With that, he got in the car and told the driver to move on. Tang Feng sat in the car and looked out through the broken door. His right hand gently stroked a button on the corner of his coat. When the car was about to enter the underground parking lot, Tang Feng directly flexed his fingers and threw the clasp in his hand outside the entrance of the underground garage.
There's a signal.
Meanwhile, at Skyfire Academy, Song Shelwei looked at the red dot that suddenly appeared on the map and said in surprise.
Notify the demon removal team. Depart.
Sure Mo Yen, who was on the side, immediately said with a serious face. That's right, sure Mo Yen didn't die, this was all an act that he and Tang Feng put on. But the only people who knew about it were him and Song Shelwei.
Even Qi Tianyu was kept in the dark. You even let Tang Feng go undercover. When exactly did that start? Song Shelwei looked at Sure Mo Yen and questioned him with dissatisfaction. Even he didn't know when Tang Feng had hooked up with Sure Mo Yen. From the time you told me that Dark Knight Tower wanted to invite Tang Feng to join them.
Shimmering said with a smile.
Ha! Song Shelwei froze. Hoping that it was still because of him that Tang Feng was targeted by Sure Mo Yen?
After the magical beast attack, I was thinking about how to find this organization behind it, and I also guessed that it was done by the Dark Knight Tower, but I couldn't find their lair, so it's useless even if I know it's them. Then I heard you say that the Dark Knight Mansion had made a move to invite Tang Feng, and that gave me hope. If anyone can find the location of the Dark House, it's definitely the Dark House insiders who know best.
So I secretly contacted Tang Feng without your knowledge. Sure Mo Yen then explained to Song Shelwei. So in order to find the Dark House, you had Tang Feng kill Fong Daki? Song Shelwei coldly asked Sure Mo Yen with some dissatisfaction. He could accept Sure Mo Yen letting Tang Feng go undercover. But it couldn't ignore the fact that Sure Mo Yen was using Tang Feng to get rid of his opponent. As far as it goes, it is indisputable that Fondaka is dead under their plan. Sure Mo Yen naturally could see what Song Shelwei was thinking. Am I that bad in your mind? Sure Mo Yen said breathlessly. Don't worry, Fong Daki isn't dead. Tang Feng's hands are clean.
Sure Mo Yen faintly said to Song Shelwei.
Not dead?
Song Shelwei froze with a puzzled look on his face.
Have you seen Fondaki's body? Shimmerin asked with a shrug. That hospital blood.
Song Shelwei was a bit unconvinced. After all, there was so much blood in the hospital room, he wouldn't believe him if he said Tang Feng hadn't killed anyone. The blood is Fong Daki's, those bloods look horrible, but it's not enough to kill Fong Daki, after all, he's not weak.
Sure Mo Yen said faintly. Right now, Fondaki is in the hospital, undergoing treatment. Sure Mo Yen explained to Song Shelwei.
In order to reassure Song Shelwei, he sort of told Song Shelwei everything. The old fox and the little fox even hid it from me. If it wasn't for the words that Zhao Yishuan brought to me, I wouldn't have realized it yet. This brat, wait for him to come back to see how I'll clean him up.
Song Shelwei snorted in dissatisfaction.
He only realized that Tang Feng and Sure Mo Yen had collaborated after Tang Feng had asked Zhao Yishuan to bring him a message. Don't be angry, hurry up, the demon removal team is out, we have to go and help too, so that nothing happens to your precious disciple.
Sure Mo Yen then smiled and patted Song Shelwei's shoulder and said.
The two of them immediately rushed towards the Dark Knight Tower in person.
Chapter 113, You're hiding it so well.
Su Lang, who was in Skyfire City, received the news from the academy and was also the first to rush to the location of the Dark Knight Tower. He didn't know what was going on, but the one who gave him the order turned out to be the already dead Mon. It made him realize instantly that there was a hidden agenda in this matter. Without any hesitation, he immediately led the first and second teams to their destination. And by this time, Tang Feng had already arrived inside the Dark Knight Tower. Gu Hui personally came to greet Tang Feng with a delighted face. "Ha ha, welcome home our Shadow Slayer." Gu Hui had already treated Tang Feng as the new Shadow Killer. Smiling broadly, he opened his arms to Tang Feng. Tang Feng smiled faintly. "Where's the bells and whistles?" Tang Feng asked Gu Hui. His main concern right now was still the bellows. Because he knew that the Dark House was going to be gone soon, he had to squeeze the remaining value out of the other party as soon as possible. And the bells and whistles are undoubtedly the most valuable thing on the other side right now. "Don't worry, there's no shortage." Gu Hui smiled and patted Tang Feng's shoulder. "Come with me. I'd like to introduce you to some people." Gu Hui then smiled and said to Tang Feng. He had now completely trusted Tang Feng, and even wanted to take him under his wing and have Tang Feng do things for him. Gu Hui brought Tang Feng to his office, and there were 4 people sitting on chairs waiting for them in the room. "These 4 are our shadow assassins. From now on, Tang Feng will be the 5th shadow assassin." Gu Hui introduced both sides with a smile on his face. Tang Feng raised an eyebrow as he looked at the 4 assassins in front of him, each one giving him a feeling of a viper. The haunted eyes were unnerving. "This is Shadow." Gu Hui then introduced himself by putting his hand on one of the cold-faced women. Shadow looked at Tang Feng and nodded slightly. "Sort of a hello. This is White Rock." A burly man next to him was then introduced. Bai Yan looked at Tang Feng, his face expressionless like a facepalm. "This is Blood Slaughter." Then pointing back to a long-haired, red-haired man next to him. Blood Slaughter looked at Tang Feng grinning, revealing a row of blood-red sharp teeth, looking at Tang Feng with a jerky smile. Laughing people cringe inside. "It's a night demon." Finally, Gu Hui extended his hand to the last man, the man whose entire body was shrouded under a black robe. Tang Feng looked at the 4 people in front of him. These were the 4 most mysterious shadow assassins of the Dark Knight Tower? A pussy, a facepalm, a bleeding gum, and a... well, see no evil? Tang Feng had an odd look on his face. These 4 people really have their own characteristics. From now on, we're all on our own, so look out for each other in everything. Gu Hui said to the 4. "One of our own? Ha!" Blood Slaughter sneered disdainfully. "He killed a Chamoyan and he's on his own? It's a bit too easy yet." Blood Slaughter said with an indignant face. Gu Hui's face immediately sank. "Simple? Then you fulfill the tasks given to you." Gu Hui scolded the 4 blood slaughterers with an irritated look on his face. The task of killing Mon he had given to the 4 of them a long time ago, but had never gotten the job done. Now that someone has done their job for them, they're still here in the shadows. How could Gu Hui not be angry as the owner of the building? Blood Slaughter was dumbfounded by Gu Hui's reprimand. "Floormaster, what Blood Slaughter means is that Tang Feng, as a newcomer, isn't it a bit too arbitrary for you to trust him so quickly?" Shadow explained for Blood Slaughter from the side. Obviously, besides Gu Hui, the other 4 were still skeptical of Tang Feng. Tang Feng killed the head and deputy principals of Skyfire Academy. Isn't that enough proof of his loyalty? He's cleared most of the obstacles for us. Gu Hui had certainly been worried before, but when Tang Feng had killed Mon, his surprise had washed away all the doubts in his heart. If he doesn't reuse this kind of talent, will there be anyone left to work for him? Shadow and the others were dumbfounded. What Tang Feng had done was indeed shocking, but it was because it was so shocking that made them suspicious. The night demon hadn't said a word. Hidden under his black robes, he didn't know what he was thinking. Suddenly, the communicator on his ear rang. With that, he pressed answer, and listening to the voice coming from the opposite side, the night demon's complexion changed. The loose form straightened instantly. "What's wrong?" Gu Hui froze and looked at the night demon and asked suspiciously. The nightmare raised his head slightly, showing half of his chin. "The Decepticons are coming our way," the night demon said faintly to Gu Hui. Gu Hui was stunned. "How? What's the Deccan team doing over here?" Gu Hui was instantly puzzled. Their headquarters was in a sparsely populated suburb, and few people would come this way. Not to mention the demon removal team, who should be searching for Tang Feng like headless flies right now. Gu Hui froze, then turned his head to look at Tang Feng beside him. It's you! Gu Hui suddenly reacted that they had been sold by Tang Feng. What am I? Tang Feng looked at Gu Hui with a puzzled expression and asked. You're the one who lured the demon squad here. Gu Hui looked at Tang Feng with a gloomy face and asked. What are you talking about? Isn't the demon removal team looking for me everywhere? Me luring them? Am I crazy? Tang Feng said with an innocent look at Gu Hui. Is it a deliberate excuse not to give the clockwork lotion first? Is it necessary? Tang Feng sneered indignantly. Looking at Tang Feng's innocent look, this made Gu Hui instantly confused. Did he guess wrong? Not Tang Feng? Then why is the Deccan team coming this way? Did they reveal something? Gu Hui looked puzzled. Owner, don't think about it, it's him, Zhao Sudong has been arrested. The night demon looked at Gu Hui's puzzled eyes and said breathlessly. What? Gu Hui once again froze and looked at Tang Feng with an angry expression. Not many people knew Zhao Sudong's identity, and it had only been exposed the last time he helped Tang Feng leave Skyfire City. Not only was the demon removal team now making their way to their side, but Zhao Sudong had even been captured at this time. If it wasn't Tang Feng, then this was all too much of a coincidence. You're hiding it so well. Why? Gu Hui looked at Tang Feng angrily and questioned. He didn't understand why Tang Feng had to do this. Obviously Tang Feng had no way back. Why did he still betray him? Geez, they're moving too fast too. Can't they wait until I get my hands on the clockwork liquid? Tang Feng let out a helpless sigh. He just wanted to trick the clock emulsion into his hands before saying anything, who knew that the demon removal team moved too fast, and also the news from the Dark Knight Tower was fast enough to find out the problem so quickly. Hearing Tang Feng's words, which amounted to acquiescence, Gu Hui's face instantly grimaced. He no longer wanted to know why, he only wanted to kill Tang Feng. Finish him. With that, he took a step back and waved his hand, allowing the four shadowy assassins behind him to kill Tang Feng. The demon removal team is coming this way, and it's clear that their position has been revealed. Now they need to evacuate the area. Chapter 114, Where to Go? GGG. Upon hearing Gu Hui's command, Bloodslaughter instantly grinned, revealing a row of blood-red sharp teeth in a strange laugh. I've had it up to here with you for a long time. The four figures flashed and instantly surrounded Tang Feng, blocking all his paths. Tang Feng raised an eyebrow and looked indifferently at the four people in front of him. Bloodslaughter couldn't wait to take the lead in attacking Tang Feng. His feet lashed out, and the floor was instantly crushed by Bloodslaughter as his figure exploded toward Tang Feng. Stretching out his hand, revealing his sharp claws, he swung at Tang Feng's face, and a bloody claw came at Tang Feng's face. Tang Feng didn't have any time to react at all. Looking at Tang Feng frozen in place, Bloodslaughter couldn't help but grin and reveal a mouthful of bloody teeth. Jia, go to hell. Me so. Bloodslaughter's sharp claws then grabbed Tang Feng's face, erupting in a shower of sparks. But Tang Feng didn't even leave a mark on his face, unharmed, looking at the Bloodslaughter in front of him with a bland face. What? Bloodslaughter was instantly shocked. Like a frightened rabbit, he instantly jumped back a step away from Tang Feng's side. Shocked, he looked at the unharmed Tang Feng. His defense is extremely high, don't be careless, join forces against him. The night demon said faintly to Bloodslaughter. Aha! Tang Feng's defense is very high, this matter Dark Knight House is aware of, just as the four shadowy killers, this did not pay attention to. Only Night Demon knew something about Tang Feng, and immediately reminded the three of them. The three nodded and got serious. The shadow figure flickered, and his body directly transformed into a piece of shadow and disappeared in place. White Rock clashed his fists against each other, and his entire body instantly turned white and rock hard. Bloodslaughter's eyes were slightly glazed over, and his body's blood aura rose as if he was a prison blood demon god. Immediately after that, the night demon reached out and waved his hand, and the surrounding lights were instantly absorbed by him, plunging him into darkness, unable to reach out. Trying to obstruct Tang Feng's vision in this way. In the darkness, four figures instantly attacked Tang Feng. Each used their most powerful moves. Boom! Boom! Thud! A rumble ensued in the room. There was a lot of clanging and banging. Ah! Then came a scream. It made the night demon blush instantly. Because the voice, it was Bloodslaughter's.
Tang Feng grabbed Blood Slaughter's neck. Blood Slaughter was defenseless in Tang Feng's hands, and the sheer force of Tang Feng's strength made him feel like his neck was about to be crushed. Think the darkness will obscure my vision? Aren't you guys being naive? A light like moonlight flashed in Tang Feng's eyes as he looked at the Blood Slaughter in his hands and said indifferently. The moon pupil gave Tang Feng the ability to see at night, and the darkness had no effect on him. Instead, it facilitated him. If it was under normal circumstances, with Blood Slaughter's speed being so fast, it would be really hard for him to catch the other party. But in the darkness, everyone else but the Nightmare would be more or less affected. Although they were used to the darkness, they were still slightly inferior compared to Tang Feng, who possessed night vision, and easily caught the approaching Blood Slaughter. You. Let me go. Blood Slaughter stretched out his sharp claws and grabbed Tang Feng's wrist, pleadingly. Tang Feng sneered. With that, the hands went straight to work. Click it. A soft sound came from Blood Slaughter's cervical vertebrae was directly crushed by Tang Feng. Blood Slaughter's body immediately went limp, and his limbs hung down helplessly. Tang Feng then threw Blood Slaughter's corpse to the ground. And Blood Slaughter's death was not seen by Shadow or White Rock, except for the Night Demon, who was unaffected by the darkness. The Night Demon was stunned, then realized that the darkness had no effect on Tang Feng, hurriedly canceling the talent skill and restoring the light around them. But it was also too late. Bai Yan didn't know that Tang Feng was unaffected and had already rushed to Tang Feng. Swinging his fist, he slammed it at Tang Feng. Go to hell! Bai Yan, whose entire body was petrified, punched with great force and heavily smashed Tang Feng's face. Bang! Tang Feng's body skewed slightly, then stood up straight against Bai Yan's fist. With a shocked look on Bai Yan's face, he also raised his fist up. Bai Yan's gaze was fixed. You just have a high defense, I have a high defense too, don't think you can hurt me. Bai Yan snorted coldly and said disdainfully. He didn't believe that Tang Feng's attack could hurt him. After all, he was able to become a Shadow Slayer mainly because he was known for his unbelievable defense. Particularly confident in his own defense, he watched Tang Feng's fists attack. Bai Yan just retracted his arms to protect his chest, with no intention of dodging at all. Night Demon knew it was bad when he saw this scene. Get out of the way! Hurriedly, he shouted out to Bai Yan. All that could be done was to remind him with his voice. Bai Yan froze, was wondering. Night Demon told him to dodge for what? It's not like his defense Night Demon didn't know. Are you still afraid that Tang Feng can hurt him? White Rock was disdainful. But soon he knew why Nightmare had warned him. When Tang Feng's fist landed on his arm, a terrifying force instantly wrapped him. Bai Yan instantly realized that this power was not something he could block. But he knew too late. Next moment. Boom! White Rock was instantly blown to rubble by Tang Feng's punch. Looks like you don't have much defense. Tang Feng faintly blew a mouthful of stone powder on his fist. As the Night Demon cancelled his talent skill, the surrounding area once again returned to brightness. It was only this moment of darkness that cost them two of their great generals. And Gu Hui was even more unbelievable. How could he not imagine that even the Shadow Killer couldn't take Tang Feng? Shadow, escort the building owner to retreat first. Nightmare then said to Shadow with a serious face. Shadow's figure then appeared beside Gu Hui. Without saying a word, he grabbed Gu Hui's shoulder and transformed into a shadow that wrapped Gu Hui, then transformed into a shadow that moved against the ground towards the outside of the room. Tang Feng frowned and was about to step forward to stop the duo. Only the Night Demon on the side didn't give him that chance. The figure flashed and turned into a black light towards Tang Feng. As Tang Feng was about to reach out and touch the shadow at his feet, the black light impacted on Tang Feng. It knocked Tang Feng back a step. It also managed to give Shadow and Gu Hui a chance to escape. Watching the duo slip away, Tang Feng frowned deeply. The black light that the Night Demon had transformed into, however, came at him once more. Tang Feng then slammed his fist at the incoming black light. Let's take care of the Night Demon in front of us before anything else. Tang Feng slammed his fist out, but it passed through the black light without any hindrance. The black light directly passed through Tang Feng's body and appeared behind him, transforming into a Night Demon. The Night Demon then flung his hand. A black knife appeared in his hand and directly plunged into Tang Feng's back waist. Tang Feng's face changed. He didn't even attack the Night Demon's body? Energetics? As Tang Feng pondered, Night Demon had already stabbed Tang Feng in the back waist. However, the powerful defense blocked the blow and did not cause any damage to him. The night demon stared slightly when he saw that he couldn't injure Tang Feng. Gu Hui and the others had already left, and he was no longer in a battle, so he immediately turned around and left in a flash of black light. Tang Feng frowned, his speed was too slow to catch up with these people. If he let these guys get away, wouldn't he have wasted all that effort? Just then, a figure suddenly rushed up from below, directly knocking down the night demon that had transformed into black light. Where to go? Chapter 115. Punish her severely, if you can. Night demon was knocked down instantly, landing on the ground to reveal his form. Tang Feng rushed out to see that it was Song Xiaowei. By now, the demon removal team and Song Xiaowei and Shi Moyan had already arrived. The Dark Knight Tower's henchmen below were already under control, and Shi Moyan and Song Xiaowei were the first to rush upwards to capture the Dark Knight Tower's top figures. The nightmare crashed right into it. Are you okay? When Song Xiaowei saw Tang Feng, he immediately asked. Nothing. Tang Feng shook his head. The Dark Knight Tower Master and a Shadow Killer have run away, chase after them. Tang Feng then said to Song Xiaowei. Old Stone went after it. Song Xiaowei said to Tang Feng. At this time, the night demon just happened to climb up and looked at Song Xiaowei, who suddenly killed out with a frown. He felt pressure from Song Xiaowei, pressure from a strong man. In other words, Song Xiaowei was stronger than him. The night demon's eyes hidden under his hood scanned around, quickly landing on Tang Feng. He knew that he was no match for Song Xiaowei, and the only way to stay alive was to find a hostage. And there seemed to be no one else on the scene who could be a hostage other than Tang Feng. The key was that Tang Feng's strength wasn't weak either, making him completely unable to see the depths. Finding Tang Feng as a hostage was obviously not a good idea. But it wasn't like he had anything else to do. One can only try by gritting one's teeth. The night demon then took advantage of the two of them talking and once again transformed into black light, instantly attacking Tang Feng. Song Xiaowei couldn't even stop it in time. A black light instantly climbed up Tang Feng's body. It was like a rope binding Tang Feng's body. A black knife was set on Tang Feng's neck under a tangle of black light. Let me go or I'll kill him, the night demon said in a cold voice to Song Xiaowei. Song Xiaowei was shocked. Don't move him. I'll let you go. Seeing Tang Feng being hijacked by the other party, Song Xiaowei said without hesitation. Tang Feng squinted at the black light wrapped around him and reached out to touch it. But it went right through. Interesting, what kind of move are you doing? One that can still be real and imaginary at the same time? Tang Feng instantly asked with a curious expression. Not only did his opponent imprison his body with this state, but he was also able to keep him from touching his opponent at the same time, which was amazing. How do the two states coexist? Humph. That's a lot of nonsense, any more nonsense and I'll kill you directly. The night demon snorted coldly, clearly not wanting to explain. Tang Feng shook his head helplessly. Regardless of how it was done, in your current state, you should be an energy body, right? Tang Feng asked indifferently. Why are you so full of? Night demon was a bit speechless by Tang Feng's words. You're so talkative even after you've been hijacked. Tang Feng shrugged and didn't say anything else. Only his hands were quietly covered with a black substance. Since it's an energy body, the ghost hand should work on you. Tang Feng then smiled and reached out to grab the black light wrapped around his neck. This time his hand didn't pass through the black light, but steadily grabbed his opponent. The night demon froze. Without waiting for him to react, he felt the increasing strength in Tang Feng's hands. Let go. The night demon was startled and shouted at Tang Feng, then tightened his body with the intention of strangling Tang Feng. Tang Feng immediately felt his breath catch. As strong as his defense was, he really couldn't do it without having to breathe. A strangled neck would be equally unable to breathe. In order not to have any accidents, Tang Feng directly increased the power in his hands. Bang! The black light on his neck was instantly crushed by Tang Feng. The night demon instantly couldn't keep his energy body and then changed back. Except he's missing an arm. Obviously, it was his arm that Tang Feng had crushed just now. When Song Xiaowei saw Tang Feng get out of the trap, he immediately rushed up. A fist slammed out, and a gust of wind was stirred up around him. Boom! A fist shadow landed directly on the night demon, and the night demon was smashed on the spot, spitting blood and flying backwards, crashing through the wall and falling into the room behind him. Song Xiaowei took advantage of the situation and charged straight in, going after the night demon. Soon, the night demon, who had been beaten half to death by Song Xiaowei, was carried out by his neck.
The hoods on their heads were falling off, revealing their faces.
It's just a sleazy-looking, sharp-tongued ugly bastard. No wonder you're hiding so tightly. You're so ugly.
Tang Feng said with a sigh of relief when he saw the other party's appearance.
The night demon looked at Tang Feng with a face of resentment.
He was most annoyed in his life when people called him ugly. It was for this reason that he was afraid to show his face in front of people.
What are you looking at? Go! Son Shelby disgruntledly kicked the unwilling night demon and said in a cold voice.
The night demon was then handed over to the demon removal team. The following also quickly resolved the battle. All the assassins of the Dark Knight Tower were captured, and none of them escaped except Gu Hui and Shadow. They got away, the Shadow ran too fast to catch up.
Sure, Mo Yen said regretfully when he returned. Not catching the Dark Knight Tower's owner made him very disappointed. But having smashed the Dark Knight Tower's headquarters, it wasn't a waste of effort. Tang Feng, thanks to you. Sure, Mo Yen smiled and said to Tang Feng. You're welcome, is there any reward for my great merit? Tang Feng smiled faintly and rubbed his hands together to point at Sure Mo Yen as he asked. Yes, there must be. Sure, Mo Yen was a little embarrassed. If the stalactite cave hadn't been destroyed before, he would have been able to say what to reward Tang Feng without hesitation.
But now that the stalactite cave was destroyed, the stalactite liquid was gone, and Tang Feng had made such a great achievement, a normal reward would definitely not do. It's time to think about what's appropriate to reward Tang Feng. Then I'll wait. Tang Feng smiled. Without getting more Belzus in Gu Hui's hands, the rewards here at the academy could not be missed. I'd better call a conference and restore your honor before I say anything. The most important thing now was not to reward Tang Feng for anything, but to restore Tang Feng's identity first. Otherwise it wouldn't be good for Tang Feng to be misunderstood all the time. Where's Fonduka? Tang Feng nodded, then asked Sure Mo Yen. He didn't kill Fong Daki last time, but he did beat Fong Daki to death. I don't know how it is now, of course, what Tang Feng is most looking forward to is better if Fong Daki is dead. Who let the old boy try to kill him? He has woken up, but he colluded with the Dark Knight Tower to plot mischief, and the evidence is so overwhelming that he has been removed from his post and is awaiting investigation in accordance with the law. Sure Mo Yen explained to Tang Feng. Okay. Tang Feng immediately nodded in satisfaction. This kind of person is the right one. By the way, there's someone in the Dark Knight Tower named Xing Xianxian, the undercover agent previously hidden in the academy. Tang Feng then said to Sure Mo Yen. I know, why? You recognize? Trying to plead for her? Sure Mo Yen nodded and asked Tang Feng meaningfully. That's not true, punish her severely, if you can, for my sake. Shai Marian. Song shall we? Chapter 116, picked up by her father. Sure Mo Yen quickly convened the Academy's General Assembly to publicize the truth and restore Tang Feng's reputation. It even gave Tang Feng a Medal of Honor. This is an honor that has not been seen since the founding of the Academy. A student who assisted the Academy in dismantling a terrorist organization, a feat worthy of this honor. Of course, Tang Feng didn't know what this Medal of Honor was for. What he wanted most of all was a real money reward. So after the conference was over, Tang Feng once again found Sure Mo Yen and asked about the rewards. Principal, don't mind me, I have no money and no background, I'm counting on this to grow, you have to understand. Tang Feng said to Sure Mo Yen with a crying face. Got it. It's ready for you. Sure Mo Yen shook his head helplessly. Huh? What a great treasure, huh? Hearing that a reward had already been prepared for him, Tang Feng asked with a look of anticipation. Nah, belladonna. Sure Mo Yen then took out a bottle filled with a milky white liquid. Bell's milk? Where did that come from? Tang Feng was puzzled. Isn't this out of print? What little is left is in Gu Hui's hands, why is it still available? This was all embezzled by Fong Daki. Through his position over the years, he embezzled more than one copy of the Bell emulsion, and in order to reduce his sentence, he confessed all this. Sure Mo Yen faintly explained to Tang Feng. How much did this old boy embezzle? And you guys gave me a share without blinking an eye? Tang Feng was shocked. He knew that if Sure Mo Yen could give him such a large bottle, there must be more, or else he wouldn't be so dry. It's quite a lot, but a person can only raise the full attribute by 50 points at most. This is enough for you, and you won't be able to use it if I give you more. Sure Mo Yen explained with a bitter smile.
At most, you can only add 50 points, huh? That's a shame.
Tang Feng instantly shook his head with some regret. He remembered that he still had a small portion of the Belle's milk liquid in his hand, which he had gotten from Gu Hui, and he had heard that it was able to raise his full attributes by 10 points. Now that he had belladonna that could be raised to the upper limit, that small portion didn't seem to be of much use. It might fetch a good price. But this kind of good stuff either goes on the auction house or is sold to one of your own people, or it goes to waste. The first thing Tang Feng thought of was Zhao Yishuan. Zhao Yishuan was still thinking of helping him when he was wanted. If he didn't care about this kind of friend, then he would be too sorry for the word friend.
I just wonder if she still has any money?
Tang Feng mumbled as he came out of Shi Mo Yan's place. Zhao Yishuan had already broken up with her family and cut off all economic resources, and before that, she was relying on finding clients for Tang Feng to earn money. It's a matter of whether you have the money to afford bells and whistles these days.
Ask her about it.
Even if you don't have the money, you can owe it first.
Tang Feng then took out his cell phone and contacted Zhao Yishuan.
Only the phone rang for a long time and was never answered.
Why don't you answer it?
Tang Feng disbelievingly called several more times, but there was no answer on the other side.
This instantly made him frown. Something can't be wrong, can it? Tang Feng thought with some concern.
He was always unable to let go of Zhao Yishuan's situation in his heart, and when he couldn't get through on the phone, he simply went directly to the girls' dormitory to check it out.
Let's see what it's like.
It was just that he had never looked for Zhao Yishuan and didn't know which dormitory she lived in.
Not to mention he couldn't get into the girls' dorm as a boy.
When he came to the door of the dormitory, he was stopped by the hostess.
You're too young to be a good boy. What's a boy doing in a women's dormitory?
If it wasn't for my sharp eyes, I would have let you sneak in. Who is your tutor? The hostess pulled Tang Feng and questioned him.
Tang Feng had a bitter look on his face. Auntie, I'm looking for someone. It's urgent.
Tang Feng explained to the other party with a helpless face.
Which man comes here without urgent matters?
You youngsters, you don't cultivate properly to increase your strength, but even engage in these male and female affairs, you don't have any motivation at all. Get out of here. The hostel manager was not giving Tang Feng any face at all, and unceremoniously kicked Tang Feng out.
Tang Feng was very helpless.
Hey!
You're Tang Feng. It's really you. Just when Tang Feng didn't know how to find Zhao Yishuan, a girl was instantly surprised when she saw Tang Feng's face.
Tang Feng turned around and saw that the other party did not recognize her.
Not impressed at all.
When the surrounding people heard Tang Feng's name, one by one, they all gathered around.
Tang Feng? It's really him.
These girls looked at Tang Feng and said in surprise.
One is like seeing a big star. The current Tang Feng's name was like a thunderclap in Skyfire Academy.
The first person to receive a badge of honor from the Academy for helping it dismantle a terrorist organization.
Who could do such a legendary deed?
So when Tang Feng's name appeared, the girls around him immediately gathered around.
Tang Feng was immediately surrounded, scrambling to take a picture with Tang Feng. Wait, a picture is fine, can you do me a favor? Tang Feng then brightened up.
Although he didn't like being famous, this was the chance to find Zhao Yishuan. He can't get in, but these girls can.
You say?
These girls immediately said to Tang Feng with delight.
Which one of you knows Zhao Yishuan? Can you go to her dormitory and call her for me?
Tang Feng then said to the crowd.
Zhao Yishuan? Who is it, your girlfriend?
But the first reaction of these girls is not to find someone, but to gossip.
Even some slight sourness.
It was as if Tang Feng having a girlfriend was unfair to them. No, a friend of mine, it's important to find her, please.
Tang Feng shook his head and then explained. Are you looking for Zhao Yishuan? She's my roommate.
At that moment one of the girls with glasses said timidly.
Tang Feng instantly brightened up.
With that, he squeezed out of the crowd and hurriedly fled the scene by taking the glasses girl's hand, shaking off the gang of crazy women behind him. Only then did Tang Feng turn back to look at the glasses girl.
Hello, you know Zhao Yishuan? Tang Feng asked the glasses girl with double confirmation. Cobalt nodded. We're in the same dorm.
After determining that the glasses girl knew Zhao Yishuan, Tang Feng was instantly surprised.
Well, can you go get her for me? I'm looking for her for something. Tang Feng then asked the glasses girl. The glasses girl looked hesitant, as if she was in some difficulty. What's wrong? Tang Feng furrowed his brows and looked at the glasses girl suspiciously. She's not in the dorm right now. The glasses girl hesitated and truthfully said to Tang Feng. Not in the dorm? Where did she go? Tang Feng frowned and asked the glasses girl after him. Oops, she won't let me talk. The glasses girl looked at Tang Feng with great difficulty. What's going on? When is she coming back? You can tell me when she gets back. Tang Feng frowned and continued. The glasses girl looked at Tang Feng's anxious appearance and gritted her teeth as if she had made up her mind about something. Forget it, Xian, I just don't want you to regret it, don't blame me. The glasses girl mumbled, then gathered her courage to look at Tang Feng. She was picked up by her dad. Chapter 117 Zhao Group. Who? Tang Feng was stunned. Didn't Zhao Yixuan fall out with her dad? Why did her dad pick her up again? Her father, the chairman of Zhao Group, Zhao Tianlong. Glasses girl repeated once more. She wouldn't let me tell you, but I felt that you should know. Glasses girl said in a hushed voice. Why? Tang Feng frowned, always feeling that this was not good news. It felt like Zhao Yixuan was in trouble. Aren't you her boyfriend? So I thought you should know about something as big as an engagement. The glasses girl faintly said to Tang Feng. What? Tang Feng's eyes widened at once, the glasses girl's words making his heart tighten. Engaged? The news was too much of a shock for him. Didn't he kill Zhang Qitian? Who else is Zhao Yixuan engaged to? Engaged to whom? Tang Feng frowned and asked the glasses girl after him. I don't know, it seems to be the proud son of a big family, what's his name do so and so you? The glasses girl thought about it and said to Tang Feng. She had heard Zhao Yixuan spit it out, but couldn't recall what the full name was. Tang Feng frowned. Why was Zhao Yixuan picked up and engaged when she was fine? With his knowledge of Zhao Yixuan, she wouldn't be so obedient, much less compromise with the family. That? Tang Feng's expression was stunned, and he suddenly remembered that Zhao Yixuan had tried to help him escape through the Zhao Group earlier. Zhao Yixuan agreed to go back with his dad to get engaged, is it because of that? Tang Feng couldn't help but frown. Where did she go? Tang Feng then asked the glasses girl. I don't know. The glasses girl shook her head, she didn't know where Zhao Yixuan had gone, she only knew that she had been taken back by her father. Thank you. Seeing that he couldn't get any more information, Tang Feng immediately thanked the glasses girl. Then called Shimmeren's phone. Headmaster, can you look up information on someone for me? I'd like to know where her family is from. Tang Feng then said to Shi Mon. 2 days later, Tang Feng's figure appeared in Yuzhou City. This was Zhao Yixuan's hometown and the birthplace of the Zhao Group. Yuzhou City was a large first-tier city, much larger than Skyfire City and Potter's Bowl City. The population alone is in the millions. Tang Feng appeared in this place and saw what prosperity meant for the first time. With high-rise buildings and traffic, there were several times more pedestrians on the road alone than in Skyfire City. I only know the address, and I don't know where Zhao Yixuan lives? Tang Feng looked at the skyscrapers in front of him with a confused expression and muttered. He's here to see Zhao Yixuan. No matter what, if Zhao Yixuan was really compromised because of him, then he couldn't just sit back and watch. This matter he has to make clear, Zhao Yixuan if voluntary also even if not, no matter what he is the pride of the sky, give him a cripple. Although Tang Feng didn't know where Zhao Yixuan lived, but with a company as big as Zhao Group, it should be easy to find, right? Brother, please ask, do you know where Zhao's group is? Tang Feng then asked the big brother of the passerby next to him. Zhao Group? Look ahead, the tallest building is it? The other party froze for a moment, seeing that Tang Feng did not look like a local, immediately pointed to the most conspicuous and tallest building in front and said. Thank you. Tang Feng looked at the mansion in the distance and then rushed forward. Soon it was below the building. Looking at the towering building, Tang Feng directly walked in. When you enter the front door, you see the front desk lady facing the door. Seeing that Tang Feng wasn't wearing any work license, the receptionist nodded slightly to Tang Feng. Who are you looking for, sir? It was instantly clear that anyone coming in at this hour without a work permit was either talking business or looking for someone. Is this the Zhao Group? I'm looking for Zhao Yixuan? Tang Feng then said to the other party. What department, please? The receptionist then asked Tang Feng in confirmation. It's not from the department, it's the eldest Miss Zhao Group, Zhao Yixuan. Tang Feng then said.
The receptionist lady who was just about to call and inquire for Tang Feng was stunned.
"You're not kidding, sir?" The receptionist looked at Tang Feng with an embarrassed expression. "It feels like I'm looking at cuties. Like, come here to see their missy? Is there a mistake? Of course I'm not kidding. I'm serious." Tang Feng nodded with a serious face.
"I'm sorry, Zhao Yishuan isn't here, please go back." The receptionist immediately put down the phone and apologetically reached out to Tang Feng, asking him to go out.
Tang Feng instantly frowned.
He didn't want to be unreasonable here, but unfortunately he really didn't know where Zhao Yishuan lived, and this was his only clue.
"Then do you know where Zhao Yishuan lives?" Tang Feng then reluctantly asked the other party.
The receptionist lost her patience, directly treating Tang Feng as a pervert who had come to cause trouble.
"Security! Get him out of here."
The receptionist then stopped talking nonsense with Tang Feng and directly called for security. The security guards on both sides immediately rushed over, holding Tang Feng and dragging him outside.
Tang Feng didn't want to make things difficult for these staff members either.
"I'm really Zhao Yishuan's friend, I've come to find her for something important."
It could only be said to them helplessly. "What's going on?"
Right at this moment, a man suddenly walked out of the elevator, looking at Tang Feng who was being held by the security guards with a puzzled expression. "Mr. Du, he insisted on seeing Missy, I had no choice but to have the security guards kick him out."
The receptionist immediately explained to the other party. "Looking for Missy?"
The man frowned and looked at Tang Feng. Seeing Tang Feng's young age, he didn't look like a miscreant who was plotting against him.
"What are you looking for Zhao Yishuan for?" The other party then asked Tang Feng. "I'm her classmate.
I heard she's getting engaged, so I came over to congratulate her." Tang Feng's eyes rolled, it was obviously inappropriate to say that he had come to save Zhao Yishuan.
With that, he lied and made a suitable excuse.
"Oh, so it's Xianxian's classmate but the engagement banquet isn't for everyone, you can't go in easily even if you're her classmate." The other party instantly laughed when they heard Tang Feng's words. Learning that Tang Feng had come to attend the engagement banquet nonetheless didn't make him angry, but was instead very happy.
"And what should I do, this uncle? I just want to give her my blessing." Tang Feng then raised an eyebrow and asked the other party with an air of humble curiosity.
The other party seemed to have a low status in the Zhao group, so perhaps he could meet Zhao Yishuan through the other party's connections. "You found the right person to find me, since you're Xuanxuan's classmate, you're not an outsider, bring him to the engagement banquet site tomorrow." The other party then instructed his subordinates behind him.
"But you can only look outside, you can't go into the main hall." But then emphasized to Tang Feng. Fine, I'll be fine out here as long as I can offer a blessing." Tang Feng then blushed and said hurriedly. "Aha!"
The other party then nodded, no longer caring about Tang Feng, and left straight away.
"Leave your subordinates to arrange for Tang Feng." "Who is he?"
After the other party left, Tang Feng asked the other party's subordinate with a curious expression.
"Mr. Du, Zhao Group's future-in-laws, Missy's future father-in-law, you don't even know this?" Chapter 118 The Engagement Banquet. "Ha!" Tang Feng was stunned. That man just now, is the father of Zhao Yishuan's engagement partner?" Tang Feng frowned slightly. "Then Zhao Yishuan's engagement partner this time is his son? Who is his son that he can get Zhao Yishuan's appreciation?"
Tang Feng then said with an odd expression.
"Mr. Du's son, that's a famous young talent in Yuzhou City, the #1 on the rookie list, Du Junyu, you don't even know him?" The subordinate immediately looked at Tang Feng with a surprised expression. There was no one in Yuzhou City who didn't recognize Du Junyu. Moreover, the recent engagement of Zhao Yishuan and Du Junyu was a hot topic in Yuzhou City. Tang Feng actually didn't even know about Du Junyu, which instantly made him incredibly surprised. "Rookie list? Du Junyu?"
Tang Feng frowned when he heard these two names. "Since you're Missy's classmate, come with me, Mr. Du has booked a hotel for you and will definitely entertain you."
With that, the subordinate said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng wasn't polite and followed the other party to the hotel. Make an appointment to head to the engagement party early the next morning.
Tang Feng, on the other hand, looked up news about Du Junyu and the rookie ranking in the meantime.
The rookie ranking is a ranking list of the rising stars of Yuzhou City. All of the records on it were the best of the young generation within Yuzhou City.
And Du Junyu was the most recent Yuzhou City's premier and highly renowned rookie, directly topping the list at #1.
It was extremely famous in Yuzhou City. At the same time, Du Junyu is also the son of Du Yongliang, the executive president of Zhao Group. As for Du Yongliang and the Zhao Group, his prestige was extremely high and his status was second only to Chairman Zhao Tianlong. After Tang Feng finished reading the information that could be found on the surface, he suddenly looked puzzled. The man he saw today during the day should be Du Yongliang. The other party is Du Junwu's father. No wonder the other party was so happy, dare I say it was because his son was getting engaged to Zhao Yishuan. I guess he invited me to the engagement party because he didn't want to spoil the mood, huh? I just wonder, will he regret it tomorrow? Tang Feng couldn't help but smile after checking out these people's relationships. Tang Feng then took out the portion of clockwork liquid. He hadn't used it until now because he didn't know if it would work for him. His power was already at full strength, and drinking it must have cost him 50 power attributes more than others. But he had a thought. He wondered if he would increase his strength attribute by drinking the bells and whistles while equipped with a weapon. Tang Feng then grabbed the red dagger he was carrying. In the case of carrying equipment, Tang Feng's strength attribute directly dropped to 80 points. If it worked for him, his full attribute would be 130 points. With a strength of level 8 and a full attribute of 130 points, it had already sort of offset the loss of not having the equipment bonus. Tang Feng looked at the bottle filled with white liquid in his hand, took a deep breath, and poured it down in one gulp. When the bell milk liquid went down, a hot current instantly spread through his limbs and bones, and the heat gradually increased. Soon Tang Feng felt as if he had been immersed in boiling water, his skin turning red like a boiled shrimp. Tang Feng felt unusually uncomfortable, sweating profusely, gritting his teeth to endure the pain on his body. I don't know how long he held on, but his entire body was drenched in sweat and he was completely deflated. It went limp and a large water stain appeared on the floor. It was all his sweat. Has it changed? Tang Feng clenched his fists, because he had felt the power of a full level. These dozens of points of attribute changes didn't make him feel anything. With that, he opened the properties panel. Tang Feng, grade 8. Physical fitness, 130. Speed, 145 Akatsuki plus 15. Mental, 130. Strength, 130 Akatsuki plus 15, talent 10%. Talent, lightly loaded. Skills, punching fist, rooting, empty hand technique, water wave, ghost hand. Equipments, red training. Seeing the change in attributes, Tang Feng instantly blushed. Sure enough, it worked, which made it easier for him to disguise himself when he did. As long as you have one piece of equipment with you, you are not afraid of your opponent's probing skills. Tomorrow's engagement banquet would definitely not allow Tang Feng to bring weapons in. So Tang Feng immediately went out, found an equipment store, and casually bought a wrist guard. Easy to remove and carry at any time. Early the next morning, Du Yongliang's subordinates came to pick up Tang Feng on time. But they didn't take Tang Feng seriously. A van with 5 or 6 people pulled in. All of them were invited by Du Yongliang and had little status. Several of the people in the car seemed to know each other, except Tang Feng, who was a stranger, and after he got in the car, it was quiet for a while, and then they began to talk sparingly. Tang Feng listened and quickly figured out the situation of these people. These people were Du Yongliang's subordinates and had little status, so they weren't taken very seriously. They talked for a while before they realized Tang Feng next to them. "Brother, you look strange. What's your name? Where do you work?" A man sitting next to Tang Feng asked Tang Feng with a curious expression. "Tang Feng." Tang Feng said indifferently. "Tang Feng?" The other party stared and thought about it, as if he had never heard of the name, and suddenly looked puzzled. "I wonder what your relationship with Mr. Du is." The other party didn't know what Tang Feng's identity was and asked cautiously. "I have nothing to do with Mr. Du, I'm Zhao Yishuan's friend." Tang Feng smiled and said. The other man was stunned. Although they were under Du Yongliang, their status was worlds apart from Du Yongliang's. It was still because of Du Yongliang that he was able to attend Zhao Yishuan's engagement banquet. And Tang Feng was Zhao Yishuan's friend, so that was different. Zhao Yishuan, that was a great lady. To be a friend of a great lady, that status and position must not be bad either. It just made them feel strange that as Missy's friends, why were they riding in the same car as them? But they didn't think much of it. How could they miss such a good opportunity to make friends? Immediately, he enthusiastically chatted with Tang Feng. He wanted to get to know Miss Shan through this relationship with Tang Feng. Tang Feng just smiled and didn't say anything more. By the time they got out of the car, these people were already talking to Tang Feng. It's familiar, as if they've been brothers for years. Soon it was time to arrive at the party. The crowd got out of the car, and Tang Feng looked at the manor in front of him. Sure enough, places where rich people live are different. Brother Tang Feng, let's go in together? The other party enthusiastically sent an invitation to Tang Feng, obviously wanting to follow Tang Feng to see if they could dip their toes in the water and see Zhao Yishuan above. Tang Feng didn't say anything. I thought, just don't regret it later, guys. Tang Feng then followed them into the middle of the manor. In the manor's large courtyard, a banquet place had been set up, and people who were negligent, or had business dealings, gathered in groups to take the opportunity to socialize. Tang Feng's gaze swept through the crowd, searching for Zhao Yishuan's figure. But apparently, as one of the main characters, Zhao Yishuan didn't show up at the banquet that quickly. Tang Feng could only wait in place for Zhao Yishuan to show up. Tang Feng, look, Zhao Yishuan has come out, aren't you going to say hello? These people, who were gathered around Tang Feng, suddenly pointed at the Qianli figure that slowly came down from the stairs and said excitedly. Chapter 119, I'm taking her with me today. Tang Feng hurriedly turned his head to look. It was then that Zhao Yishuan, dressed in a gorgeous long dress, was slowly walking down the stairs. There just wasn't a smile on his face was expressionless, like he'd lost his soul and was nothing more than an empty husk of a body. As Zhao Yishuan's friend, aren't you going up to congratulate her? The person next to Tang Feng immediately compelled to Dang Jin. They could only stand outside and watch, not qualified to enter the main hall of the banquet at all. But Tang Feng, as Zhao Yishuan's friend, if he could hook up with Zhao Yishuan, he might be able to borrow a light to go in and raise the world. They were also just trying to utilize Tang Feng. Tang Feng just stared blankly at Zhao Yishuan, and didn't even hear what the people next to him said. Still, without any hesitation, he walked straight towards Zhao Yishuan. In any case, he had to find out if this engagement party was Zhao Yishuan's own decision. It was just that Tang Feng didn't have the qualifications to enter the main hall, and just as he reached the door, he was stopped. No one is allowed in the main hall without an invitation. The two security guards expressionlessly reached out to stop Tang Feng and said. Tang Feng frowned and placed his hand on his wrist. He was tempted to just use force to break in, but this would not be a good influence on Zhao Yishuan. So hold back for now. Zhao Yishuan. Tang Feng simply shouted directly inside. Zhao Yishuan, who had just walked down as if she was a walking corpse, heard her name and her complexion shook, then she looked toward the door. Then there was a glimpse of a figure one had been longing for. A glimmer was instantly restored to his face. Tang Feng. But a face of surprise. On the side, besides Zhao Yishuan, there was another main character of the day, Du Junyu. There are even the parents of both men present. Similarly, Tang Feng's voice was heard. Other than Du Junyu, the other three were no strangers to Tang Feng. Zhao Tianlong's face changed when he saw Tang Feng. Mother Zhao saw Tang Feng, but a smile of satisfaction rose on her face. Du Yongliang had only met Tang Feng yesterday, so naturally he hadn't forgotten about him. A slight frown. Xian, your friend is too unruly, how can you yell and scream on an occasion like this, what is the decency? Mr. Zhao, from now on we're family, Xian should pay attention to her friendships in the future, don't be led astray by any undesirable elements. Du Yongliang held his wine glass and said to Zhao Tianlong indifferently. Although Zhao Tianlong was his superior, there was a level difference in their status. But he has a good son his son is the #1 heavenly pride of Yuzhou City, the future of the future is unlimited, a small Zhao group, he also did not put in the eyes at all. Now that Zhao Yishuan was engaged to his son, he felt that Zhao Yishuan was the one who had climbed high. So now, when he spoke to Zhao Tianlong, he was speaking in a condescending manner, not putting Zhao Tianlong in his eyes at all. Not to mention the fact that his son has a much more powerful organization behind him to back him up. Zhao Tianlong's face immediately sank. Originally, he wanted to marry the Zhang family, but the Zhang family's son didn't know what happened and suddenly disappeared, his life and death unknown. The matter had to be left unsettled. Then Du Junyu suddenly rises to prominence and has his eye on Xian. This raised the idea of relying on Du Junyu again. But he knew that with Tang Feng around, his daughter couldn't be so obedient. Originally, he had planned to find someone to quietly take out Tang Feng, so that Xian would die of this. But then, I don't know what happened, but Tang Feng was suddenly wanted by the Heavenly Flame Academy, and Zhao Yishuan came back over to beg him in order to save Tang Feng. That let him know the opportunity was there. The condition of marrying Du Junyu in exchange for a ray of hope for Tang Feng. Zhao Tianlong didn't expect Xian to agree for the sake of this brat Tang Feng. This made him even more angry.
After Tang Feng's affairs came to an end, he hurriedly picked up Zhao Yixuan in person. Cook the raw rice as soon as possible to avoid a long night. Who knew that Tang Feng would show up again at the engagement banquet today? Tang Feng. Zhao Yixuan had endured for so many days, and had thought that this was it for her life, and that she was not destined to be with Tang Feng. I didn't expect Tang Feng to come to her. This made him instantly look surprised, and without hesitation, he spread his legs and rushed towards Tang Feng. Total disregard for his image. Du Junyu, who was the other protagonist, immediately frowned. Du Yangliang was even more frosty? Mr. Zhao? What's going on here? Who is that kid? At this time, he kind of reacted. Tang Feng and Zhao Yixuan were more than simply friends. Zhao Tianlong's face sank. If he didn't do something, he was going to lose a lot of face today. Zhao Yixuan. Come back here for me. Today is your engagement party, don't fool around. Zhao Tianlong immediately said to Zhao Yixuan in a deep voice. Zhao Yixuan, however, completely ignored Zhao Tianlong's voice and directly jumped headfirst into Tang Feng's arms. Hold him tight. Tang Feng was stunned. Hands froze in the air, and for a moment he didn't know what to do. The surrounding people were all stunned as well, looking at the duo at the door with shocked faces. A look of eating melon looked at Zhao Tianlong and the others. At this moment, Zhao Tianlong and the others' faces were already so gloomy that they were on the verge of coming out of the water. Especially Du Junyu. As the second main character of today's engagement banquet, Zhao Yixuan's action was tantamount to a hard slap in his face. I'll be damned if Du Junyu's face can look good. Mr. Zhao. Du Yangliang was just about to question Zhao Tianlong when he was stopped by Du Junyu reaching out. Zhao Tianlong, what do you mean by that? Du Junyu unapologetically called Zhao Tianlong by his name and questioned him. Zhao Tianlong, no matter how he put it, was also considered Du Junyu's elder, but he didn't dare to complain when he was confronted by Du Junyu in such a face-to-face manner. Instead, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Sin nephew this guy is the Tang Feng I said before. I thought he didn't know and wouldn't find it, but I didn't expect him to come. Zhao Tianlong knew his daughter's feelings for Tang Feng, and was willing to give up her bottom line for Tang Feng. Knowing there's no way to make it right today. Tang Feng, so it's him. Du Junyu let out a cold smile, then slowly walked towards the duo at the door. Tang Feng was at a loss for words when he saw Du Junyu walking towards them. Tang Feng hastily patted Zhao Yixuan's back. Zhao Yixuan raised her head and looked deeply at Tang Feng. Tang Feng picked his chin behind Zhao Yixuan, signaling that someone was coming. Only then did Zhao Yixuan realize that there were still a lot of people around, and she instantly blushed with shame and broke free from Tang Feng's arms. However, when she turned around and saw Du Junyu, her face instantly froze. You're Tang Feng? Du Junyu coldly looked at Tang Feng and asked. Tang Feng looked the other party up and down. The young man who stood out at this time, no need to ask, it must be Du Junyu. It's me. Tang Feng replied indifferently. Today is mine and Xuanxuan's engagement banquet. What if you come to congratulate us? We welcome you, but if you come to find things. Humph. Du Junyu said to Tang Feng with a smirk on his face, finally snorting coldly, the threatening intent in his words undisguised. Zhao Yixuan's face changed. She knew the bottom line of Du Junyu, and then hesitated with a grave expression. However, Tang Feng didn't care who the other party was. He came here just to ask Zhao Yixuan one thing. Zhao Yixuan, did you marry him of your own free will? Zhao Yixuan looked at Tang Feng and instantly hesitated. She didn't know how to answer. She knew Tang Feng was strong, but compared to Du Junyu, she doesn't know if she has a chance of winning, and besides, he's not the only one behind Du Junyu. Tang Feng. Me. Zhao Yixuan looked at Tang Feng with a hesitant face and just wanted to say something against her will to make Tang Feng leave. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Tang Feng. I see. Without Zhao Yixuan having to say it out loud, Tang Feng already understood Zhao Yixuan's meaning. I'm going to take her today, and I'll see who dares to come to me? Chapter 120 Disrupting the Engagement Banquet. Tang Feng gently shielded Zhao Yixuan behind him and looked across at Du Junyu and the others and said indifferently. The scene was instantly in an uproar when these words came out. These guests who came today didn't expect to encounter such a wonderful drama as a wedding robbery. On the other hand, Du Junyu's face was instantly gloomy. Zhao Tianlong was even more furious. Tang Feng. You kid don't know what's good for you. With your worthless background, you still want to pick up my daughter? Get lost. Zhao Tianlong couldn't help himself at once and yelled at Tang Feng. All he wanted was to hurry Tang Feng away and end this farce. Their Zhao family had lost a lot of face today. Tang Feng looked at Zhao Tianlong with a cold face. Uncle Zhao, for the sake of you being Zhao Yishuan's father, call you uncle. Without Zhao Yishuan, what do you count as? Tang Feng cursed Zhao Tianlong with an unapologetic face. Angry on the spot, Zhao Tianlong's face turned green. Do you asshole, want to die? Zhao Tianlong was so angry that he couldn't catch his breath and almost didn't sit on the ground with his butt. Luckily, Zhou's mother noticed and held him up in time. A slightly dissatisfied glance at Tang Feng followed. Although she was satisfied with this boyfriend that her daughter had made, it still made her a bit dissatisfied to have made Zhao Tianlong so angry. Die? I gave you a chance to deal with me, but you're no good. I'm still standing here, aren't I? I'm still standing here. I gave you a chance, but you're useless. Tang Feng sneered, full of disdain for Zhao Tianlong. Pissed off, Zhao Tianlong almost didn't take a back seat. He's useless? Wasn't it because he didn't have the time? Otherwise, he would have ed Tang Feng to death a long time ago. He now regretted not sending someone to get rid of Tang Feng in the first place. If he had killed Tang Feng earlier, it wouldn't have turned out like this. Zhao Yishuan, go. Tang Feng then faintly said to Zhao Yishuan, telling her to go first. He only wanted to take Zhao Yishuan out of here now. Du Junyu's face was grim as he looked at Tang Feng, his gaze slightly condensed, but he was cautious in his actions. Even with superb strength, he never fought a battle he wasn't sure of. Then a brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he probed Tang Feng's attributes. Tang Feng's attributes instantly appeared before his eyes. His scrying class skill could only be considered an intermediate class skill, able to see Tang Feng's attributes, not Tang Feng's skills. 8th grade? When he saw that Tang Feng's level was only 8 and his attributes were only 100 or so points, he let out a disdainful sneer. This kind of attribute was naturally already considered very impressive in the 8th level. But in his eyes, it was so bad. If it had been 2 or 3 years ago, he might have been solemn. Because he wasn't ranked high during his time at the academy. But now that so many years had passed, his strength was not something that a small school student could match. Tang Feng knew that the other party had checked his attributes when he saw the glint in Du Junyu's eyes. Immediately, he was not polite and directly used the moon pupil. Du Junyu, level XXII. Physical? Spirit? Speed? Power? Skills? Talent? Equipment? Tang Feng could only see Du Junyu's rank as well. But even that made Jin Wind especially surprised. Level 22, at Du Junyu's age, was already very impressive. It was important to realize that the graduates of the Skyfire Academy were only around level 15. Du Junwu doesn't look much older than them. Tang Feng placed his hands on his wrists and silently removed the arm guards from his wrists. Tang Feng's small movements naturally couldn't escape Du Junyu's eyes. And came prepared with your gear on? Du Junyu sneered, thinking that Tang Feng was secretly equipping his equipment instead of removing it. Without waiting for Tang Feng to completely remove the arm guard, his figure flashed and killed Tang Feng. Dare to come to my engagement banquet and cause trouble, you seek death. Du Junyu snorted coldly and slammed his fist into Tang Feng's face. He just wanted to smash Tang Feng's face, letting this little white boy know what it would be like to steal a woman from him. Dangling! A soft thud came, and the arm guard in Tang Feng's hand had fallen to the ground. Roots! A light shout followed, and a wave of power then spread throughout his body from his feet. Defense is instantly pulled full. Bang! Du Junyu landed a punch to Tang Feng's face, and Tang Feng's head shot back slightly. He then stared blankly at Du Junyu's fist and stood up straight. Under Du Junyu's surprised gaze, Tang Feng also raised his fist. A fist then slammed into Du Junyu's face, again towards Du Junyu's face. Bang! Tang Feng just punched. Du Junyu's body immediately flew backwards, as if it was a cannonball crashing through the tables and chairs behind him, and landed hard at Zhao Tianlong's feet. His face was covered in blood, and his face was smashed by Tang Feng. Tang Feng certainly did it on purpose. It was inappropriate to kill on this occasion, but in order to vent, Tang Feng wouldn't show any mercy. Being slapped in the face, he naturally had to hit back, and hit back hard. His face was smashed, and it was considered Tang Feng's mercy if he didn't blow his head off with a punch. Go! Tang Feng then turned around and pulled Zhao Yishuan towards the outside of the manor. Zhao Tianlong looked at the unconscious Du Junyu at his feet and felt his brain spinning. He felt like the whole sky was falling. Hurting Du Junyu is not a big deal, but he can't afford to offend the organization behind Du Junyu.
Come on, man. Catch them for me.
Zhao Tianlong couldn't bear it at once and immediately ordered his men to grab Tang Feng. And the fact that he used them meant that they also included his daughter, Zhao Yixuan. This was, after all, in the Zhao family's manner, and with Zhao Tianlong's order, the surrounding bodyguards instantly surged over, surrounding Tang Feng and the two of them. The surrounding guests immediately dispersed, each with a look of horror. But their melon-eating hearts still made them resist the urge to leave and watch the show from the sidelines. Tang Feng looked at the surrounding bodyguards with a cold face. There was no need to worry about Zhao Yixuan's safety. After all, this was Zhao Yixuan's house, and even if Zhao Tianlong was an asshole, he couldn't possibly put a hit on his daughter. With that, he let go of Zhao Yixuan's hand and clasped his hands together to move his wrists. I'm only going to remind you once, I'm going to kill someone next, and whoever dares to step forward, I'll let him die. Tang Feng looked at the surrounding bodyguards with a bemused expression and said. With so many people, it would be difficult for him to leave this place if he didn't put down a killer. So in order to settle the fight as soon as possible, he could only make an example of him. Anyway, he had already warned that if anyone else came up, they would be looking for death, and it was not his fault. But how could these bodyguards back down just because of Tang Feng's words? They were paid to do the job. Immediately two more people were not afraid to die and rushed towards Tang Feng, ready to catch Tang Feng to take credit. All of these people were no less than level 20, or else they wouldn't be qualified to come to the Zhao family as bodyguards. Tang Feng looked at the incoming duo, then his gaze condensed and he turned around and struck out with both fists at the same time. These two bodyguards unexpectedly did not know how to die and similarly threw punches to fight Tang Feng hard. However, the result is, the two were blown up by Tang Feng's punch and turned into a bloody mist. The scene instantly fell into silence. Chapter 121, The Tidal Palace. The surrounding bodyguards were stunned. His face was horrified as he looked at Tang Feng. With Tang Feng's warning just now, coupled with the current overriding tactics, it made them not dare to inch forward any further. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Tang Feng then pulled Zhao Yixuan straight out of the manor. This time, none of them dared to stop them anymore. No one dares to joke with their lives. Son! Son! Somebody! Somebody! Call an ambulance! Only Du Yongliang knelt beside Du Junyu with a pained face and frantically shouted to the surroundings. Zhao Tianlong gritted his teeth as he looked at the departing Tang Feng. Who sent him? Get the hell out of here! Zhao Tianlong couldn't do anything about Tang Feng, so he could only vent his anger on the person who had let Tang Feng in. Those few people who had come in with Tang Feng, their necks instantly shrank and they didn't dare to speak. They only thought that Tang Feng was Zhao Yixuan's friend, who the hell knew it was a boyfriend? If they knew that Tang Feng was here to rob the wedding, they would categorically not dare to be half associated with Tang Feng. Now well, it's likely to take itself in. They immediately smiled bitterly, somewhat regretting coming in with Tang Feng. As for Du Yongliang, who was in pain on the ground, when he heard Zhao Tianlong's angry words, his complexion suddenly stiffened. Who put it in? Wasn't he the one who invited Tang Feng over? Du Yongliang couldn't wait to smack himself a few times. Why was he so nosy? Putting his own son in the position he's in now. He especially regretted it now. If he was given another chance, he would never have invited Tang Feng to the engagement banquet. Doctors soon arrived and carried Du Junyu to the car and took him to the hospital. Zhao Tianlong, this matter is not over. Du Yongliang said to Zhao Tianlong with a gloomy face. Brother Du. It's not my intention, it's all that Tang Feng's fault, it doesn't have anything to do with me. Zhao Tianlong hurriedly explained to Du Yongliang. Humph. Du Yongliang, however, didn't appreciate it at all. My son has been injured so badly, go and explain to the Tide Palace. Du Yongliang let out a cold snort, then shrugged and left for the hospital. Zhao Tianlong looked at the departing Du Yongliang with a bitter face. The Tidal Wave Palace had seen Du Junyu's strength and talent and invited him to join the Tidal Wave Palace, which was a terrifying power that ordinary people were not even qualified to see. The strength of his power was so strong that there were even rumors circulating that he could destroy a city with one person. Enough to see how powerful they are. Being able to be looked upon by the Tidal Wave Palace showed how great Du Junyu's future was. Now that Du Junyu was injured like this in his house, whether he would move his roots or not was not to be discussed first. The Tide Palace definitely won't take it lying down.
their Zhao family is definitely not off the hook. If it counted, the Zhao family was afraid that they wouldn't be able to catch the pressure exerted by the other party. Zhao Tianlong had a resentful face. Tang Feng. It looks like the only way to get Tidal Palace to take the heat off is to capture Tang Feng. Zhao Tianlong then said in a deep voice. He's still thinking about catching Tang Feng.
Tianlong, I do think that Tang Feng is much stronger than Du Junyu, his strength is stronger than him, and his age is younger than him, such a genius, his future accomplishments won't necessarily be worse than Du Junyu's. Mother Zhao, who was on the side, suddenly said softly. What do you know as a womanizer? Zhao Tianlong habitually vetoed the other party. But after the words were out of his mouth, he lapsed into silence. It suddenly struck him that there was a surprising amount of truth in what his wife was saying. Tang Feng punched Du Junyu unconscious and killed his bodyguard with a single punch. The key is that this kid is still younger than Du Junyu. Wasn't this a disguised proof that Tang Feng was better than Du Junyu in every aspect? If that was the case, then it really was true that Tang Feng was more talented. It was just that if he chose to ignore it, what if the Tidal Palace came looking for him? What is he going to give to the other side? Mother Zhao looked like she could tell what Zhao Tianlong was thinking. Completely unconcerned about the heckling she had just received. The Tidal Wave Palace wants geniuses, disciples with great talent. If they were to know that there is another genius even younger and stronger than Du Junyu, what would they do? Would they still defend Du Junyu? Mother Zhao then faintly asked Zhao Tianlong. Zhao Mother didn't say it explicitly, but instead proposed an idea for Zhao Tianlong to figure out in his own mind. It was easier for Zhao Tianlong to convince himself. After hearing his wife's statement, Zhao Tianlong's eyes lit up. As the chairman of the Zhao Group, he naturally understood the stakes. The big power in his company are actually the same in nature, both putting profit first. If Du Junyu gets hurt, he gets hurt. Even if he dies, he could care less as long as the benefits are big enough. I know. Honey, you're fantastic. As if a new world had opened up all of a sudden, Zhao Tianlong hugged his wife and kissed her. Mother Zhao instantly let out a disgruntled pout. Despite being over 100 years old, it's still countless thousands of years old. Looking at Zhao Tianlong's appetite. Zhao's mother was just trying to make her daughter's life better and not follow in her own footsteps. Go after your own happiness. If he could have the best of both worlds, allowing his daughter to pursue her own happiness while at the same time conforming to the interests of Zhao Tianlong's heart, that would naturally be the best. The predicament from the Tide Palace that was now before them had instead become an opportunity for them to turn around. If Tang Feng was able to join the Tide Palace, as an orphan, it would actually be easier for Tang Feng to bring value to the Zhao family. This way, Zhao Yishuan marrying Tang Feng would be equivalent to joining forces with the Tidal Palace, which would bring more value to the Zhao clan than Du Junyu. The more Zhao Tianlong thought about it, the more excited he became, and immediately hugged his wife and returned to the bedroom. Oops. What are you doing? The guests aren't done yet. Zhao Mother let out a pout and lightly punched Zhao Tianlong. The engagement party is in such a state, I don't care about them. You're such a good wife to me, why didn't I realize you were so smart before? Zhao Tianlong now looked at his wife that is more and more like, happy it. Because of her words, not only did she solve the Zhao family's upcoming crisis, she even sought a greater opportunity for the Zhao family. And Du Yongliang also contacted the Tidal Palace as soon as possible after arriving at the hospital and looking at his unconscious son. Vocally, adding fuel to the fire, he told Du Junyu about being injured. Described Tang Feng as an evil man with no evil deeds and despicable methods. Master Lin, you must do right by Junyu, the Zhao family and Tang Feng are simply too deceitful. Du Junyu's master, Lin Qixuan, who had his eyes on Du Junyu, frowned when he heard Du Yongliang's statement. How is Du Junyu now? Lin Qixuan then frowned and asked Du Yongliang. He's still in the hospital in a coma, his face is smashed, the doctor said it's likely to be disfigured and affect his future life. Du Yongliang then said to Lin Qixuan with a sobbing voice. That's fine, the face is just a skin, the most important thing is the strength, as long as he didn't break his arms and legs and it doesn't affect his future, it's fine. Lin Qixuan then sighed in relief. However, if he dares to touch my Tidal Wave Palace's people, I think he doesn't have the Tidal Wave Palace in his sights. Wait for me, I'll soon go over to seek justice for my disciple. Chapter 122, The child is still young and doesn't know any better. Lin Qixuan hadn't left Yuzhou City in the first place, and soon arrived at the hospital. Looking at Du Junyu, who was wrapped up like a mummy on the hospital bed, Lin Qixuan was instantly furious. Who did this? This was the disciple he had his eye on, and for someone to dare to beat him up like this was simply not putting him in his eyes. If he didn't take this breath, then where would the face of the Tidal Wave Palace go? Master Lin, it's a guy named Tang Feng. Not only did he make a mess of my son's engagement banquet, he also snatched away my unmarried daughter-in-law. He's run away now, but Zhao Tianlong must know where he is. Du Yongliang hurriedly cried out to Lin Qixian. Zhao Tianlong? The chairman of the Zhao group? Lin Qixian asked Du Yongliang with a slight frown. Zhao Tianlong's Zhao group was also second to none in Yuzhou City, so of course Lin Qixian had heard of it. Yeah, that's him. Du Yongliang nodded his head in a hurry. Humph. If you dare to touch my Tide Palace's people, even if it's the Zhao clan, you'll have to pay the price. Lin Qixian then let out a cold snort and rushed towards the Zhao family with a shake of his hand. Master Lin, I'll accompany you. Du Yongliang hurriedly caught up with Lin Qixian's footsteps and led the way for him. Soon under the leadership of Du Yongliang, the duo arrived at the Zhao family. Zhao Tianlong. Lin Qixian leapt up and jumped directly into the manor. The surrounding bodyguards hadn't even made a move yet, and then they took a deep breath and let out a deafening sound that spread throughout the entire manor. The sound was so loud that the bodyguards next to him subconsciously reached out and covered their ears. It almost didn't make him go deaf. And Zhao Tianlong, who had just been idle, suddenly changed his face when he heard someone call his name. It should be the Tide Palace people coming, don't panic. Zhao Mother then appeased Zhao Tianlong from the side. Aha! Zhao Tianlong nodded and then walked out with a flat face. When he came to the door, he saw the Lin Qixian duo. Seeing that the other party was accompanied by Du Yongliang, Zhao Tianlong instantly understood that this person must be someone from the Tidal Wave Palace. Tidal Wave Palace honored guests to my Zhao family, I'm sorry for the delay in welcoming you, don't blame me. Zhao Tianlong arched his hand and said to the other party. Please come inside and talk more. With that, he extended his hand and invited Lin Qixian into the living room. Lin Qixian looked at Zhao Tianlong, who was so calm inside that this Zhao Tianlong deserved to be the chairman of Zhao Group. To be able to manage such a large group, he was indeed not an ordinary person. It was surprising to see that he wasn't the least bit flustered. Without saying a word, Lin Qixian immediately walked inside the room. He was here to find Zhao Tianlong to look for the murderer, not to settle scores with Zhao Tianlong. There was no need to get into an unpleasant situation with Zhao Tianlong. Looking at the other party who wasn't unreasonable, Zhao Tianlong then smiled slightly. Then the following is good. Soon the three were seated. Du Yongliang still maintained his angry expression as before, glaring angrily at Zhao Tianlong. Apparently he thought Zhao Tianlong was at fault as well. Mr. Zhao, I don't want to talk too much nonsense, let's get straight to the point. I'm here to seek justice for Du Junyu. I don't care about his personal emotional problems, but the person who hurt him must be handed over. Lin Qixian said as he looked at Zhao Tianlong with a slightly condensed gaze. This is natural, the Tide Palace has come to ask for someone, I will definitely not harbor a sinner. Zhao Tianlong smiled slightly and followed Lin Qixian's words. But do you understand what happened? Did Mr. Du tell you what happened? Zhao Tianlong then turned his words around and looked at the two of them with a questioning face and said. Naturally, I've already understood, isn't it just an outlaw who used insidious means to injure Du Junyu? I've seen it, Du Junyu is seriously injured, this person is ruthless, and will definitely be a scourge in the future. Lin Qixian said with a cold snort of indignation. He had all learned what happened from Du Yongliang's mouth, so naturally he was discriminating against Tang Feng. Sinister tactics? That's not right, is it? Mr. Du, didn't you tell the master the truth? Zhao Tianlong immediately pretended to have a puzzled look on his face and asked Du Yongliang. Du Yongliang was stunned. Of course I told Mr. Lin, didn't Tang Feng use sinister means? Du Yongliang's face immediately changed and he hurriedly glared at Zhao Tianlong. Obviously in his opinion, Zhao Tianlong should also want to deal with Tang Feng, so he wanted Zhao Tianlong to cooperate with him and round up the lies. But Zhao Tianlong had already changed his mind, how could he do what Du Yongliang wanted? No, I saw clearly at that time, Tang Feng and Du Junyu were fair and absolute, both of them didn't use weapons, and it was Du Junyu who made the first move, Tang Feng was just passive to fight back. There were so many people there who saw it, it can't be faked. Zhao Tianlong then corrected Du Yongliang. Lin Qixian then frowned slightly. It was a little different from what Du Yongliang had told him, but not much. Although the fighting process was different, Du Junyu's injuries were indeed inflicted by the man called Tang Feng.
The result is the same, it makes no difference. I don't want to know what they fought over, I just want to know where Tang Feng is in person right now. Lin Shixian then interrupted Zhao Tianlong's words and asked in a deep voice with an unpleasant expression. Du Yongliang was slightly relieved to see this. It is good that Lin Shixian does not care about his jealousy in the middle, or else he would not be able to explain it when it is counted. Master, don't rush, hear me out. Zhao Tianlong said without haste. This matter is indeed Tang Feng's fault first, making such a mess on this big day, but I didn't know beforehand that Xin Xian already had a boyfriend. Mr. Du, don't blame me, if I had known that my daughter already had someone else in mind, I wouldn't have arranged this marriage, it's all my daughter's fault for not knowing better and not telling me about her boyfriend. Zhao Tianlong sighed with a helpless face. Lin Shixian frowned as he listened. Does this matter have anything to do with Du Junyu's injury? I said I don't want to hear about your parents. How could Lin Shixian have so much time to waste on such trivial matters? He only wanted to hurry to find the murderer and put the other party on the spot. Master, don't be anxious, my daughter and Tang Feng just went to college this year, they are still young, they really don't know what to do, and I hope you can understand if they do such things. I also know that Tang Feng defeating Du Junyu with one punch at his age makes you look bad, but he had no choice. Zhao Tianlong looked like he was pleading with Lin Shixian. But the words actually put a lot of key information out there. For example, the fact that Tang Feng has only just started attending an institution means that he is very young. Then again, Tang Feng defeated Du Junyu with one punch, indicating that Tang Feng's strength was higher than Du Junyu's. Lin Shixian naturally discovered the problem in Zhao Tianlong's words. You're saying this Tang Feng is younger than Du Junyu? Then he looked at Zhao Tianlong with a surprised face and confirmed. Well, the child is still young and doesn't do much with his hands, he must be the same age as his little daughter, and just coming of age. Zhao Tianlong tilted his head and pretended to think for a moment, then said faintly. Hiss. Lin Shixian immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. Chapter 123. Who still needs Du Junyu? The reason he looked at Du Junyu was that Du Junyu had just graduated from the institution and possessed a strength of 22 levels. This was already beyond too many geniuses. The students who graduated from the 4 major academies were only around level 15 when they graduated, less than level 20 at most. Du Junyu's strength of 22 levels was already the top level among the geniuses of the 5 great schools. And just now, Zhao Tianlong said that this Tang Feng defeated Du Junyu in one move? And just turned 18 years old? This would be so anticlimactic if it were true. Mr. Zhao, are you sure he's only 18? Lin Shixian instantly forgot what he was here for, and once again, his love for talent rose. If this kind of genius could be incorporated into the Tidal Wave Palace, he would definitely become the top pillar of the Tidal Wave Palace in the future. Sure, the same class as my little daughter, almost this age, and so many guests came to my Zhao family before, they all have seen Tang Feng, don't believe you can go and ask them, right Mr. Du? Zhao Tianlong then asked Du Yongliang in a conspiratorial manner. Lin Shixian then turned his head to look at Du Yongliang. Du Yongliang looked stunned. That's not the right way to go, is it? Isn't he here to avenge his son's death? Why are you talking about Tang Feng's age? Master Lin, aren't we here to take revenge on Tang Feng? My son is still lying on the hospital bed. Du Yongliang then said to Lin Shixian with a bitter face. Lin Shixian turned his head and ignored Du Yongliang. Mr. Zhao, I wonder if you can let me meet this Tang Feng? Lin Shixian then asked Zhao Tianlong with a curious expression. Zhao Tianlong revealed a difficult expression. I'm afraid this won't work, after all the fuss today, Tang Feng has already eloped with his little daughter, and I don't know where they are. Zhao Tianlong said with a bitter smile. However, they are furthering their studies at the Heavenly Flame Academy, so if Master is truly interested, you can look for them at the Heavenly Flame Academy. Zhao Tianlong then smiled and said to Lin Shixian. When Lin Shixian asked this question, Tang Feng's entry into the Tidal Wave Palace was considered settled. The Zhao family's crisis was also instantly lifted. The one who needed to worry now was instead Du Yongliang. It was not certain if his son would still be able to enter the Tidal Palace. Just thinking about it, Zhao Tianlong couldn't help but smile. This Du Yongliang, relying on his own son, is lawless in the company, even he, the chairman of the board, does not put in his eyes. Now. Oh, here comes retribution. Skyfire Academy? It's still a famous school, no wonder. Tang Feng is it? I'll check it out. Lin Shixian nodded. He did come to be interested in this Tang Feng, he must go and meet him when he has the chance. What kind of genius was able to defeat Du Junyu in one move? Master Lin, my son is still in the hospital, I don't know when he'll wake up yet, you see. Du Yongliang said anxiously from the sidelines. Then wait until Du Junyu wakes up, it's hurt so badly, as a father, shouldn't you be in the hospital taking care of him? What's the point of staying here? Lin Qixuan then frowned at Du Yongliang. A great rendition of face changing. Du Yongliang instantly froze.
For the first time, he understood what it meant to put interests first and what it meant to change his face faster than turning a book. But he didn't dare to be reckless in front of Lin Qixuan, so he could only hold back the breath in his heart and leave the Zhao family. Mr. Zhao, I'll leave first, if Tang Feng returns, please also contact me at the first opportunity.
Lin Qixuan then gave Zhao Tianlong his practice.
Then he hurriedly left Zhao's house. Lin Qixuan didn't just believe that Tang Feng was better than Du Junyu. It was just that such a genius existed, so how could he not make plans until he had seen it and made sure it was so? If Zhao Tianlong was lying to him and telling a lie, it wouldn't be too late to avenge Du Junyu at that time. If what Zhao Tianlong said was true, then Du Junyu's value was not high. Who needs Du Junwu when there's a better genius? Tang Feng naturally didn't know anything about the Tidal Wave Palace at this time.
After he brought Zhao Yishuan out, he took Zhao Yishuan out of Yuzhou City overnight just in case. I didn't think you'd come looking for me.
When the two of them thought it was safe, Zhao Yishuan's eyes changed as she looked at Tang Feng.
One more sentiment.
You gave up your life to save me, as a friend, I naturally can't just sit back and do nothing. Tang Feng said rightfully.
Friends?
Zhao Yishuan cocked her head and looked at Tang Feng with dissatisfaction. Hearing that made her more than a little upset inside.
Aren't we friends? Tang Feng looked at Zhao Yishuan suspiciously and asked. You're right, so where are we going now? Friend. Zhao Yishuan was helpless, then asked Tang Feng in a conspiratorial manner. I'm sure you can't go home. You'll have to go back to school.
Tang Feng said indifferently.
Come along then, my friend.
Zhao Yishuan blankly glanced at Tang Feng, then stepped on her high heels and walked in the direction of Skyfire Academy. It was just that she was still wearing a gorgeous gown, where she could walk for a long time, even if she wasn't awakened. After walking for a while, her feet could not stand it a bit. His feet hurt so much that he squatted right down and couldn't walk.
What's wrong? Tummy ache?
Tang Feng, the big straight man, saw Zhao Yishuan squatting down, and thought Zhao Yishuan was having an upset stomach, and immediately asked with concern.
Zhao Yishuan blankly glanced at Tang Feng in a very speechless manner. Legs hurt. Zhao Yishuan said breathlessly. Leg pain?
Tang Feng froze, and then only reacted to the fact that the clothes Zhao Yishuan was wearing weren't convenient for rushing. The gorgeous gown had gotten several cuts from branches along the way.
It's not at all as stunning as it was before. What then?
From here to Heavenly Flame Academy, it would take more than a day to walk there anyways, you can't go barefoot, right? Tang Feng immediately furrowed his brow, making a mistake over this.
How about? Zhao Yishuan looked at Tang Feng, wanting to speak. Tang Feng instantly understood Zhao Yishuan's meaning and hurriedly interrupted her thoughts. Don't even think about it. To be carried on his back? How is that possible?
Tang Feng muttered in his heart. A few moments later, Zhao Yishuan was lying on Tang Feng's back, her mouth almost crooked with laughter.
Tough talk, not carrying me? Ha ha ha.
Zhao Yishuan said with a happy smile as she wrapped her arms around Tang Feng's neck.
I say, big sister, can you be more reserved?
You're wearing such thin clothes, and you're still moving around on me.
Tang Feng glanced breathlessly at Zhao Yishuan behind him. I wouldn't want to carry you if I didn't have to, I can't let you walk barefoot, can I?
Tang Feng said helplessly. I wish I had a car or a ride at this time of year. Of course Tang Feng didn't want to carry Zhao Yishuan, this was simply suffering, a torment, a test for him. Looking forward to this time when a good Samaritan passes by and rescues him a bit.
Even give him a horse.
Roar! As soon as Tang Feng's words fell, a beastly roar suddenly came from the woods ahead. A strong wind then came from the woods, blowing the leaves around them.
Bang! Chapter 124 The Inferno Dragon. A black shadow then enveloped the Tang Feng duo.
The huge figure blotted out the sun overhead. A huge flying dragon flapped its wings and drove a hurricane, landing in front of Tang Feng's duo.
Roar! After the flying dragon landed on the ground, it rushed at the duo with a deafening roar.
Tang Feng suddenly looked puzzled. Looking at the flying dragon that was red in color and huge in size in front of his eyes, his expression froze. Zhao Yishuan was even more shocked and somewhat speechless. "This is the Inferno Dragon," Zhao Yishuan said in surprise as she pointed at the flying dragon in front of her. Then he patted Tang Feng's shoulder. "Run! This Inferno Dragon is a level 30 magical beast." The magical beasts around Yuzhou City, obviously Zhao Yishuan was more familiar with them and hurriedly urged Tang Feng. This Inferno Dragon was not an unusual magical beast, that strength was definitely an elite among magical beasts, belonging to the boss level. It was no wonder Zhao Yishuan was in such a hurry. But Tang Feng was thinking of something else when he saw this flying dragon. Mobility. If he could subdue this flying dragon, he wouldn't have to carry Zhao Yishuan on his back. Rates are not uncollectible. For example, Shi Tianyu's dog, that was a magical beast being tamed. Although taming a magical beast was related to Shi Tianyu's natural ability, it was enough to prove that magical beasts could be tamed. So at this time, with the demand, Tang Feng also wanted to try to see if he could tame the Inferno Dragon in front of him. Go! It's too late if you don't run. Zhao Yishuan didn't know what was going on in Tang Feng's mind and was still anxiously urging Tang Feng. What are you walking for? Isn't this our walker? What a great opportunity, go wait off to the side and be safe. Tang Feng then put Zhao Yishuan down and told her to go up to the side to hide. Don't get in your own way here. Zhao Yishuan stared blankly at Tang Feng, somewhat unable to understand Tang Feng's brain circuit. What mobility device? What's Tang Feng up to? Although she didn't understand what Tang Feng had planned, out of her trust in Tang Feng, Zhao Yishuan didn't want to cause trouble for Tang Feng, and immediately stepped back a distance and watched from afar as Tang Feng confronted the Inferno Dragon. Zhao Yishuan knew that Tang Feng's strength was very strong, and those 20-odd level bodyguards were no match in Tang Feng's hands. But now the one he was facing was, after all, a level 30, boss-like Inferno Dragon, and the strength was completely incomparable. She couldn't help but still be a little worried. But her fears were clearly overstated. At this moment, what Tang Feng wanted was not to simply kill the Yanlong, but to subdue it. Roar! The Yanlong looked at the human in front of him, then let out another roar, then turned around and lashed out at Tang Feng with his tail behind him. Tang Feng's gaze stared, and the rooting skill was instantly activated. With that, he reached out with one hand and grabbed the tail of the dragon that came down. The Yanlong's tail then lashed at Tang Feng's hand. Tang Feng didn't move a muscle and stood still, grabbing the Inferno Dragon's tail with one hand. The hand exerted a slight force and instantly grasped the dragon's tail. He then turned around and did an over-the-shoulder slam, throwing Inferno Dragon up and slamming him hard right into the ground. Roar! Inferno Dragon let out a roar of pain. It didn't expect such a small body of a human to be able to explode with such a powerful force. Struggling just to get up, Tang Feng had already rushed over again. The Yanlong looked at the murderous Tang Feng, his heart shook, and he immediately opened his big mouth. A mouthful of dragon's breath instantly spat out, attacking Tang Feng head-on. Tang Feng's figure was instantly engulfed in flames. Just the next moment, Tang Feng rushed out of the flames. Arms in front of his body, all his clothes were set on fire, but he was not affected in the slightest. Instantly rushing in front of Yanlong, an uppercut smashed directly into Yanlong's chin. The Inferno Dragon immediately tilted its head back and flew up, the dragon's breath in its mouth instantly extinguishing. The huge force smashed the Inferno Dragon's eyes bulging out. Bang! It then landed hard on the ground with a splash of smoke. Tang Feng didn't care about the flames on his body, and then stepped forward, mounted on the Yanlong, and gave the Yanlong a fat beating. The Yanlong wanted to fly up and escape, but Tang Feng pressed its head to the ground so that it couldn't move. The Inferno Dragon could only keep struggling on the ground to no avail. All that was ushered in was Tang Feng's intensified fat beating. Tang Feng then rode on the neck of the Yanlong with the intention of controlling it. Although the Yanlong couldn't defeat Tang Feng, its dignity as a dragon made it unable to accept being ridden by a human on its neck. Struggling frantically, there was no compromise at all. Humph. Stay in your crotch for me honestly. When Tang Feng saw that Yanlong was unconvinced, he immediately snorted coldly. Pressing down on Inferno's head, he slammed his fist down. Inferno Dragon instantly fell to the ground, his eyes glazed over. Immediately afterward, Tang Feng rode on top of the Inferno Dragon and pressed its head tightly to the ground so that it couldn't resist. Convinced? Tang Feng then questioned Yanlong in a cold voice. Seeing that Yanlong was still struggling,
Tang Feng didn't say anything, just pressed it, and gave it a punch every now and then, so that it would learn a lesson. It went on for about half an hour. As if it had exhausted its strength, the Inferno Dragon slumped to the ground and stopped struggling. Just the ragged breathing indicated he was still alive. Convinced? Tang Feng asked Yanlong once more. At this moment, Yanlong was bleeding from the corners of his mouth from being punched, and his eyes were no longer as furious as they were just now, and had become much clearer. Roar! The Inferno Dragon let out a low roar that didn't sound like anger, but like a plea for mercy. Seeing this, Tang Feng immediately felt that there was something in it. I'm letting go of you now, and if you dare to run away, I'll beat you up again. Tang Feng didn't know if the Yanlong understood, and he didn't know how to tame beasts, so he could only try this way. With that, he slowly loosened the force on his hand and released Yanlong. After the Inferno Dragon got out of the trap, it then spread its wings as if it had moved its muscles. Just when Tang Feng thought that Yanlong was going to run, this guy actually lowered his head and bent down in front of Tang Feng. The faucet that was messing with the ghost was already lowered, no higher than Tang Feng's body. Obviously, this behavior was one that had already submitted to Tang Feng. Tang Feng was instantly beaming. He didn't think it would go so well. I'll let you go for being so sensible, send us somewhere and let you go afterward. Tang Feng then said to Yanlong. It didn't matter if Inferno Dragon heard it or not. With that, he rolled over onto the back of the Inferno Dragon and waved to Zhao Yixuan in the distance. Zhao Yixuan walked over with a surprised look on her face. Looking at the Yanlong that submitted to Tang Feng, there was no mention of how shocked he was. It was the first time she had ever seen a dragon creature submit to a human. How did you do that? Zhao Yixuan looked at Tang Feng in surprise and asked. Can't you see? It's a costume fight. Tang Feng said with a bashful face. Zhao Yixuan looked at the Yanlong underneath her in a daze. It always felt a little weird. Can dragon creatures even be tamed? The Yanlong humanized Tang Feng and watched the two of them talk, surprisingly just waiting, as if it could understand human speech, without disturbing the two. Hey, big guy, fly that way. Tang Feng then pointed in the direction of the Skyfire mountain range and said to Yanlong. The Inferno Dragon immediately spread its wings and swung, its huge body instantly rising up from the ground and flying towards the Heavenly Flame mountain range. Chapter 125, You Graduate. The flight speed of the Inferno Dragon was very fast, and it soon appeared in the area of the Heavenly Flame mountain range. Tang Feng's direction for them to go back was to pass through Skyfire City. That's why before arriving at the Heavenly Flame Academy, the people of Heavenly Flame City were the first to discover the flying dragons appearing in the sky. The Heavenly Flame City Lord was the first to receive a report from his men. Report! Unknown flying objects have been spotted in the distance and are approaching Skyfire City at a rapid pace. The Heavenly Flame City Lord was instantly shocked. What flying creatures? Hurriedly, he asked his men. According to the scout's report, it seems to be a dragon demonic beast. The exact type of dragon demonic beast is yet to be determined. The henchman said truthfully at once. The city lord immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Any of the Dragon Clan magical beasts were all incredibly powerful, and there just wasn't a single one that was below level 30. Go inform the defense team. As the city lord, his strength was substandard, and when he encountered such a situation, he could only pin his hopes on the defense team. It's a good thing he has a good defense team under him. The defense team was then ordered to proceed immediately to the path that the Wraith must take. A group of people looked at the huge flying dragon flying through the sky, and immediately drew their bows and arrows, firing a round of shots at the flying dragon in the sky. Whoosh! Dense arrows instantly shot at Yanlong from under his feet. It's just that these attacks are not a threat to the Inferno Dragon. Instead, it angered him. Roar! With that, he let out a warning roar at the crowd below. What? Tang Feng stared slightly, glancing down at his body. The defense team of Skyfire City was then seen. Instead of flying directly over, the Inferno Dragon hovered above their heads. Apparently there was some displeasure with the defense team's behavior and they were ready to kill the humans. Tang Feng could see what Yanlong was thinking. Then his face went cold. What are you doing? Leave them alone and hurry. Tang Feng hurriedly urged Yanlong in a disgruntled manner. These defense teams are just coming to attack them for the sake of accusation, there's no need to kill them. Certainly wouldn't let Inferno do it. Roar! The Inferno Dragon let out a dragon roar with slight dissatisfaction, then spread its wings and left.
In the distance, the heavenly flame city lord's face froze as he watched the inferno dragon, which had not been blocked in the slightest, fly towards them. His legs weakened and he fell straight to the ground, then he panicked and pushed his men away and ran outside. The city. Lord of the city. When the soldiers of Heavenly Flame City saw that the city lord had run away, they also prepared to flee one by one. Skyfire City was instantly in chaos. Soon the inferno dragon flew above their heads, flying straight through without a single stop. They were stunned. Looking at the inferno dragon that flew past, everyone's hearts were instantly relieved. The city lord was even more scared and wet his pants. Luckily it's not interested in Skyfire City, the city lord said as he paralyzed on the ground in celebration. But city lord, behind us is the Heavenly Flame Academy. The heartthrob at the side looked at the inferno dragon in the sky and said slowly, "Who cares? Heavenly Flame Academy has experts, there's no need for us to care," the city lord said indifferently. At the same time, the Heavenly Flame Academy was also the first to notice the difference in the sky. The incoming inferno dragon was seen. Dragon wraiths. Sure Mo Yen and Song Xiaowei, who were stronger, rushed to the school entrance at the first opportunity, and their faces suddenly changed as they looked at the approaching Yen Long in the distance. "We can't let him near the academy," Sure Mo Yen said in a deep voice. There were still so many trainees inside the academy. Once the other party was allowed to get close, there was no telling how many innocent trainees would be injured. This is something he doesn't want to see. Then, without saying anything, his figure flashed and he instantly stepped into the air to attack the inferno dragon in front of him. Song Xiaowei frowned. He didn't know how to fly and couldn't fly and rush over like Sure Mo Yen. But it wouldn't stand idly by and run wildly straight forward on the ground, toward the front. Sure Mo Yen clenched his fists, originally intending to directly repel Yen Long with a single punch, placing the fighting ground outside the academy, so as not to implicate the trainees below. But before he could do anything, Tang Feng on the back of the inferno dragon was also the first to see Sure Mo Yen. With that, he waved his hand at Sure Mo Yen. "Principal Sure." A shout followed. Sure Mo Yen was stunned. Staring slightly, he saw Tang Feng riding on the back of the inferno dragon. Tang Feng. A sudden shock followed. He couldn't have imagined that it would be Tang Feng. "You?" Sure Mo Yen was surprised for a moment and didn't know what to say. "Headmaster." Tang Feng patted the Yanlong, signaling it not to act rashly, and hovered in the air. Sure Mo Yen frowned as he watched Yanlong listen to Tang Feng so much. With that, he flew over to the Tang Feng duo. "What's going on with you guys?" Looking at the two's wretched appearance, Sure Mo Yen was puzzled. Zhao Yishuan, not to mention, although she was protected by Tang Feng, she had scratched her clothes all along the way before. Tang Feng was also struck by the flaming dragon's breath during the fight with the inferno dragon, and although it couldn't hurt him, his clothes didn't have that strong of a defense. Burned as if they were ragged sacks, they were all somewhat unclothed. "Nothing, went to pick up Zhao Yishuan. Why did you come over personally? Is my face so big now?" Tang Feng looked at Sure Mo Yen with a strange expression and said. Sure Mo Yen was speechless. "You? Face?" Shimmering was tempted to say, "You have the face of a ghost." However, when he looked at the inferno dragon beneath Tang Feng, the shock in his heart was beyond words. Before, he only thought that Tang Feng was strong and talented, a genius worth cultivating. But now, a dragon race magical beast that even he had to treat solemnly was honestly acting as a mount under Tang Feng. This forced him to re-examine Tang Feng's strength. "What's going on here?" Sure Mo Yen looked at the inferno dragon under Tang Feng and asked suspiciously. "Oh, you said it. Zhao Yishuan's clothes are not convenient for rushing, so I temporarily grabbed a magical beast to act as a substitute," Tang Feng explained to Sure Mo Yen with a flat face. Spoken like it's not a big deal. Sure Mo Yen listened with a shocked face. "A dragon beast, captured for use as a walking tool? That's easy for you to say?" This instantly made Sure Mo Yen feel as if Tang Feng had been taken over by some demon. How could it be so outrageous? Thinking of this, Sure Mo Yen's face chilled. "I don't care who you are, now get off of Tang Feng and I can pretend nothing happened." Sure Mo Yen looked at Tang Feng with cold eyes and warned. "Huh?" Tang Feng had a question mark on his face, looking at Sure Mo Yen in confusion. No idea what he's talking about. Old stone. What's the situation? At this time, Song Xiaowei also rushed over and tilted his head below to ask Sure Mo Yen. "Sensei." Tang Feng heard Song Xiaohui's voice and then poked his head out to look at him and waved. Seeing Tang Feng behind Yan Long, Song Xiaohui also froze. Clearly this was beyond his comprehension. Tang Feng immediately let Yan Long fall. After his explanation, Shi Mo Yan was finally convinced that Tang Feng wasn't taken over by a demon. Tang Feng, how about you graduate? Chapter 126, a special visit from the Tide's Palace. Shi Mo Yan sighed and said to Tang Feng with a serious face. Don't, I'm still waiting for next year's contest to get the award. Tang Feng immediately shook his head. He still wants to compete next year, how can he graduate now? Besides, after graduation, where can he find a teacher as good as Song Xiaohui? Skill books cost money, don't they? He still wanted to squeeze a few more skills out of Mr. Song. Take what reward? With your current strength, a level 30 magical beast can be killed at will. Is there anyone else who is your opponent? Shi Mo Yan said as he looked at Tang Feng breathlessly. With Tang Feng's current performance, continuing to stay at Skyfire Academy was tantamount to condescension. It costs money to learn skills after graduation, doesn't it? Besides, Mr. Song is so nice. Where can we find such a good teacher? Tang Feng muttered indignantly. Song Xiaohui couldn't help but smile when he heard Tang Feng praise him. He kind of didn't hurt this kid for nothing, and had a bit of a conscience. But quickly looking back, he suddenly felt something was wrong. You boys think I'm a skill ATM? Song Xiaohui stared at Tang Feng questioningly. You can't be because of the matter of skills. In fact, do not need to worry too much. Although there are many teachers in Heavenly Flame Academy, Mr. Song will have more skills, but compared to those big powers, it is still slightly insufficient. Being in the Heavenly Flame Academy can only help you build a good foundation. However, your current foundation is already sufficient, and staying in the Heavenly Flame Academy is really a bit of a big waste of time. Shi Mo Yan looked at Tang Feng with a serious face and said. As the principal, he really did what was best for his students and only wished for a better future for every student who went out from their Heavenly Flame Academy. However, it was indeed somewhat inappropriate for Tang Feng to remain here now. If you really want to stay in the academy, it's not impossible. I can let you remove the magic first or second team and work out for a few years, and then after you have enough seniority, I'll let you serve as a tutor to bring in students. Shi Mo Yan then said to Tang Feng. According to Tang Feng's current age, after a few years of exercising in the demon removal team, he would only be in his mid-20s, and after that, if he became a teacher directly, he would be the youngest mentor in history. But Shi Mo Yan knew that there were only so many resources near the Heavenly Flame mountain range, and the ceiling was only that high. The most you can get is around level 30, and anything higher is difficult. There weren't that many level 30 or higher magical beasts in the Heavenly Flame mountain range, and level 30 was already the pinnacle. The only way to achieve a higher level of strength was to leave the Skyfire mountain range. Tang Feng then fell silent. He knew he wasn't cut out to be a teacher. It's also unlikely that you'll be on the removal team for a few years. I know, it's just that I don't know where to go, do I? It wasn't that Tang Feng didn't want to leave, he just didn't know where to go. In the past, he was trying to survive, and the only way to do so was to become awakened. Survival was no longer his goal now, and if he left Skyfire Academy, he really didn't know where he should go? Going home? While he was filled with memories and affection for Potter's Bowl, it was so small that there were very few, even one awakened person there. A level 1 magical beast can kill you to a degree. That place wasn't fit for him to grow up at all. I'll help you find a few larger forces to see if you're interested, and then make a decision afterward. It's fine to stay at the academy for now, no one's kicking you out. Although Shi Mo Yan wanted Tang Feng to graduate, he wouldn't kick him out. Tang Feng could stay at the academy for as long as he wanted before he had a place to go. Thank you, then, headmaster. Tang Feng nodded and thanked Shi Mo Yan. With that, he patted Inferno Dragon. Go ahead, big guy, thanks. Tang Feng then let Yan Long leave. The Inferno Dragon was too flashy, and a magical beast of this size would definitely cause a stir once it appeared in the academy. Roar! The Yanlong looked at Tang Feng and let out an unknowing dragon roar, looking at Tang Feng a few more times before spreading its wings and leaving this place. Shi Mo Yan looked at the Inferno Dragon that flew away with a frown on his face. This dragon seems to understand human language? Tang Feng then returned to the academy. On the contrary, Zhao Yishuan, after hearing the news that Tang Feng was going to graduate, turned silent and didn't know what she was thinking. For a period of time after that, Tang Feng rested during the day and practiced moon pupil at night as usual.
After his continuous efforts, Moon Pupil was finally upgraded. Moon Pupil Intermediate possesses night vision, can view target's level, and attributes primary illusions are useless to you. The upgraded Moon Pupil was not only able to view the target's attributes, but also had the ability to immunize against primary illusions. This made Tang Feng unusually surprised. As expected, the level of development of this skill, Moon Pupil, was only a drop in the bucket. I just don't know what kind of additional abilities would be added after reaching the advanced level. On the same day that his Moon Pupil was upgraded, Shi Mo Yan urgently called him over. Tang Feng, how have you been considering it lately? Are there any forces of interest? Shi Mo Yan was still anxious about where Tang Feng would go afterward. He had recommended several forces to Tang Feng during this time, including some official forces. All of these official forces, however, were only particularly famous in one place, but not much elsewhere. Tang Feng didn't even look at it. Nothing of interest, not one of those units where there's less work, more people, great benefits, plenty of vacation time, and all you have to do is have a cup of tea and read the paper every day? Tang Feng shook his head and asked Shi Mo Yan. Shi Marian. Then you stay and work out for 2 years on the demon removal team, and after 2 years I'll let you lead the students. Shi Mo Yan said faintly. A job that involves drinking tea and reading newspapers? Wouldn't that be a tutor at their college? When you have time, you take the students below you, and after that, there's nothing to do, a lot of free time. Tang Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. He's not teacher material. He himself knew what kind of virtue he was, and when he brought up students, he was afraid that he would bring up a bunch of devils. Headmaster, have you ever heard of the temple? Tang Feng suddenly asked Shi Mo Yan. The name of this organization was still the name he had learned from that level 20-something last time. The other party mistook him for someone from the temple. It was just that after such a long time, Tang Feng had never heard of this divine temple organization. Some wondered if it was a name the other guy had made up before he died, deliberately lying to him. It was really puzzling, and then today, he finally couldn't help himself and came to Shi Mo Yan to seek clarification. The temple? Where did you hear that name? Shi Mo Yan frowned and looked at Tang Feng and asked seriously. I heard it from a passerby earlier. You know this shrine? Tang Feng's expression twitched as he looked curiously at Shi Mo Yan and asked. Shimarin shook his head. I don't know, you probably misheard me. Shi Mo Yan instantly denied it. Tang Feng stared slightly, looking at Shi Mo Yan with some skepticism. It felt as if Shi Mo Yan knew, but didn't want to tell him. Just as he wanted to pursue the question, a voice suddenly came from outside. Lin Qixian of the Tide Palace has come to pay a special visit. Chapter 127. Classmate, may I ask if you know Tang Feng? When Tang Feng heard this voice, his heart suddenly snapped. Tidal Palace? If Tang Feng remembered correctly, Zhao Yixuan had told him. That Du Junyu who was injured by him was from the Tidal Wave Palace, and the Tidal Wave Palace was very powerful. Is this the time to take offense? So what, headmaster, I'll leave if there's nothing else, and if anyone asks for me, just tell them I'm not here. Tang Feng hurriedly greeted Shi Mo Yan and fled from this place. Shi Mo Yan inexplicably looked at Tang Feng's departing back. But the people coming outside could not allow him to think more, and he hurriedly came outside with a flash of his figure. Immediately afterward, a figure could be seen from afar, standing in the air with its arms folded. Shi Mo Yan frowned, then came to the other party. My name is Shi Mo Yan, I don't know what your honor is doing here? Shi Mo Yan asked as he looked curiously at Lin Qixian across the table. My name is Lin Qixian, from the Tidal Wave Palace. I've come here in a hurry, please forgive me if I've disturbed you. Lin Qixian was here to find someone, so naturally he was very polite. So it's a senior from the Tidal Wave Palace. I'm sorry to have missed you, please come in quickly. Shi Mo Yan was shocked when he heard that it was the Tidal Wave Palace. Hurriedly, he invited the other man in to talk. The Tidal Wave Palace was a well-known great power, in which the experts were mysterious and unpredictable. How many people have squeezed their heads to get in? They only recruit geniuses. A graduate from one of the top 5 schools may not even be able to join them yet. Shi Mo Yan's heart then fluttered, instantly thinking of Tang Feng. I don't know if the Tidal Palace looks at Tang Feng? Excuse me. Lin Qixian nodded apologetically at Shi Mo Yan and then entered the Heavenly Flame Academy. I don't know what your excellency's business is here at our Heavenly Flame Academy? Shi Mo Yan then asked the other party curiously. The other party was such a big power, surely they wouldn't come to him for no reason, there must be something going on. And sure Mo Yan also wanted to take the opportunity to recommend Tang Feng. To tell you the truth, I'm here to find someone.
Lin Qixian rounded the corner and directly showed Sure Mo Yan where he came from.
Oh? What kind of person could trouble the Tide Palace to come here? Sure Mo Yan looked at Lin Qixian curiously and asked. I wonder if your academy has a cadet named Tang Feng?
Without waiting for Sure Mo Yan to ask, Lin Qixian spoke Tang Feng's name.
Sure Mo Yan was stunned. Vigilance ensued. He still didn't know what the other party was looking for Tang Feng for. Was it good or bad? That's why he didn't dare to rashly speak out about Tang Feng's news. I need to have someone check. With so many trainees, I can't possibly recognize all of them. I don't know what you're looking for Tang Feng for.
Sure Mo Yan laughed, concealing Tang Feng's whereabouts and asking the other party about their purpose in passing. To tell you the truth, I have a disciple who was injured by a punch from Tang Feng. Some people say that this Tang Feng's talent is stronger than that disciple of mine, but I don't believe it, so I've come to find out what's going on. Lin Qixian didn't think too much about it and truthfully said to Sure Mo Yan. He had indeed come to inquire about Tang Feng's strength.
Yet that wasn't what Sure Mo Yan was listening to. It reminded him of a lot.
For example, a few days ago, Tang Feng disappeared for a few days, Zhao Yishuan also disappeared, and when she came back again, the two were together.
So what have they been up to all this time? Thinking about Zhao Yishuan's identity, Sure Mo Yan boldly guessed that it must be related to Zhao Yishuan. And the Tidal Palace was also very close to Yuzhou City. Thinking about it this way, was it possible that Tang Feng and Zhao Yishuan had caused some kind of trouble in Yuzhou City and were being approached? Thinking of Tang Feng's panicked behavior just now, he instantly affirmed the guess in his heart. Then wait a moment, I'll ask for you. Sure Mo Yan then smiled and said to Lin Qixian. He then left Lin Qixian and left the room alone. Pretend to go looking for news of Tang Feng. It's actually just hanging out and coming back.
I'm sorry, I just asked and there's no such person as Tang Feng.
Sure Mo Yan said to Lin Qixian with an embarrassed face. No?
Lin Qixian frowned.
That's not right, did Zhao Tianlong lie to me?
Lin Qixian frowned.
Mumbles. What did you say? Sure Mo Yan didn't hear what Lin Qixian said and asked in confusion. Nothing, since there is none, I'll leave you alone, I'll take my leave.
Lin Qixian didn't continue to stay here much longer. Since there is no such person, there is no point in wasting time here. But it was Zhao Tianlong who had lied to him, he had to teach him a lesson.
How dare you lie to him? You really don't want to live. Then take your time, I won't see you off.
Sure Mo Yan smiled faintly and waved his hand at Lin Qixian. Only after seeing Lin Qixian leave the room did Sure Mo Yan breathe a sigh of relief. Then he called Tang Feng's phone.
What did your brat do in Yuzhou City? Surprisingly, you've invited people from the Tide Palace? Sure Mo Yan questioned Tang Feng in dissatisfaction. No.
Didn't do anything, just injured a person from the Tide Palace, who let him provoke Zhao Yishuan. Tang Feng said with an awkward smile. He knew that Sure Mo Yan must have been approached by the people from the Tide Palace.
But it looked like Sure Mo Yan had already sent the other party away.
Otherwise there wouldn't have been time to give him this call.
I really don't dare to keep you, think fast, go somewhere, I'll connect you. Sure Mo Yan was speechless, then urged Tang Feng.
Tang Feng was so capable of causing trouble that he was inviting in people from the Tidal Palace now, who knew what horrible guys he would invite in the future.
It's better to send this master away early. Okay, I'll be as quick as I can. Tang Feng nodded helplessly. Looks like it's time to make a quick decision on where to go. It was just that there were so many forces, which one should he choose? There wasn't any suitable one.
If there was one that looked right, he would have chosen it already, why would he wait until now?
Just when he didn't know what to do and was about to find someone to talk to about it.
The phone rang again, it was Zhao Yishuan calling.
Tang Feng, are you alright?
Zhao Yishuan had obviously also heard that voice from Lin Qixian just now and knew that the Tidal Palace people had come, worrying about Tang Feng's safety. She then called to ask about it.
Nothing. What can I do? Tang Feng smiled and said. The Tide Palace people are coming, we can't let them find you. Zhao Yishuan worriedly said to Tang Feng.
I know, don't worry, the principal has sent him away.
Tang Feng nodded and comforted Zhao Yishuan. That's good. Hearing that the people from the Tidal Wave Palace had already left, Zhao Yishuan was instantly relieved.
Then leave me alone, I still have to practice. Zhao Yishuan then finished speaking and directly hung up the phone.
Tang Feng looked at his cell phone with a speechless face. Didn't you call me? Who's bothering who? Tang Feng was speechless. He just put the phone down on his side. Then he saw a middle-aged man standing behind him looking at him. Uncle, who are you? Why are you looking at me? Tang Feng looked at the other party with a puzzled expression and asked. He felt that this person was so familiar, he had never seen him before. Classmate, may I ask if you know Tang Feng? Chapter 128. You're here. Tang Feng was stunned. Looking at the other man froze for a moment, his mind racing. This guy looking for him? Still don't know him, do? Hiss. Tang Feng immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This middle-aged man in front of him couldn't be someone from the Tidal Palace, right? Tang Feng? What the hell? I don't know.
Tang Feng immediately feigned madness and shook his head frantically.
So are you in this class?
Lin Shixian didn't doubt it, but he didn't give up and proceeded to ask Tang Feng. He didn't believe Shi Mo Yan's words and came directly inside the academy to question the students himself. Since that Tang Feng was so powerful, he must be famous among the freshmen, so just ask around. So when he came downstairs, he found a younger-looking student to come over and ask.
Yeah. Tang Feng nodded. Then don't you recognize Tang Feng? Isn't Tang Feng the most powerful freshman you have here? Lin Shixian didn't believe Tang Feng's words, and immediately asked after him in doubt. Who are you listening to? There's a freshman list in Skyfire Academy, why haven't I seen the word Tang Feng?
In order to dispel the other party's doubts, Tang Feng immediately took the initiative to take out his cell phone and open the freshman list above for the other party to view. Lin Shixian looked at the top of the list, and it was true that the word Tang Feng was not there. Could it be that Zhao Tianlong is really lying to me? Lin Shixian frowned, the successive proofs forced him to believe in this matter. Tang Feng, on the other hand, heard the other party's self-talk, and was even more certain of the speculation in his heart. Son of a, it was really this old man Zhao Tianlong who betrayed me. Tang Feng couldn't help but think in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Tianlong was Zhao Yishuan's father, he really wanted to slap him to death. Yeah, thanks. After Lin Shixian was sure that Tang Feng wasn't at Skyfire Academy, he immediately thanked Tang Feng and prepared to go back to settle the score with Zhao Tianlong. Tang Feng. Right at this moment, the little fatty Qian Yu suddenly appeared and saw Tang Feng, then waved his hand and called out. Tang Feng and Lin Shixian were stunned at the same time. Looking back at Qian Yu, he also looked at Tang Feng. Tang Feng instantly realized that it was bad and ran without hesitation. Fatty! My warm horse! Tang Feng was so angry that he didn't even forget to angrily scold Qian Yu before leaving. Qian Yu scratched his head with a confused expression, not knowing what Tang Feng was mad about. You kid is Tang Feng. If Lin Shixian didn't understand what was going on at this time, he would be a real cutie. I'm not sure if you're a good person or not. With that, he chased after Tang Feng. Kid! Stand still! How dare you lie to me? Lin Shixian blew his nose in anger. If it wasn't for this little fatty calling out, he would have really been fooled. The two of them, one after the other, frantically chased after each other within the academy. And Tang Feng's speed was obviously impossible to match Lin Shixian's. Almost moments later the other side caught up, stopping Tang Feng at the front. Tang Feng hurriedly braked and looked at Lin Shixian in front of him with a condensed gaze. Without hesitation, he used the rooting skill to boost his defense. Since you can't run away, let's do it, you forced me to do it. Tang Feng looked at Lin Shixian and said in a deep voice. Lin Shixian caught up with Tang Feng slightly. Hearing Tang Feng's words, they were on the verge of laughing. You still want to fight me? He looked incredulous. But the heart was more than satisfied. A person who didn't fear strong enemies, even if his talent was nearly as good, it was still a promising future. Sometimes courage is more important than strength. What's the pretense? Didn't you just come over to settle the score with me? I'm the one who beat up Du Junyu, but you don't understand the situation. Is there a problem with me going to rescue my classmate? Tang Feng snorted coldly. He didn't bother to talk nonsense with the other party, waiting for the other party to come closer, letting the other party know why the flowers were red like that. You think I'm here to settle a score with you? Lin Shixian looked at Tang Feng's stance. Since they were here to verify Tang Feng's strength, they might as well try it themselves? After Lin Shixian's idea rose, he was instantly out of control. Fist rubbing, then without further explanation, his figure flashed, directly coming to Tang Feng's front. Copying his fist, he collected his strength and slammed it into Tang Feng. Since Tang Feng was able to injure Du Junyu with one move, then he should not be able to injure Tang Feng even if he exerted about the same strength as Du Junyu. He had it in his heart. Although Lin Shixian's strength was maintained at about the same level as Du Junyu's, his speed was much faster. Tang Feng couldn't stop it at all. A punch landed directly in front of Tang Feng's chest. Bang! A muffled sound came, and Tang Feng stood motionless. This caused Lin Shixian to instantly change his face. Looking at Tang Feng, who didn't change his face, Lin Shixian was incomparably shocked. Just based on this hand of defense, Tang Feng was enough to join the Tidal Wave Palace. Talent completely crushes Du Junwu. After all, he was using the same force as Du Junyu. In the same fight, being able to stand and let someone hit you, unharmed, is the equivalent of being invincible. The opponent can't do anything with you, and you just need to look for opportunities to counterattack. Just as Lin Shixian froze, Tang Feng had also made his move, preparing to grab Lin Shixian and strike back at him. Lin Shixian quickly reacted, looking at Tang Feng about to counterattack. He immediately withdrew his fist and took 2 steps back. It was these 2 steps that easily dodged Tang Feng's attack distance. Let Tang Feng not touch him. Tang Feng then landed a punch and was just about to step forward for a follow-up attack. Lin Shixian, however, reached out to stop him. That's enough. I'm not here to settle scores with you. Lin Shixian faintly explained to Tang Feng. Why don't you come to me to settle the score? Do I believe you? Go to hell. How could Tang Feng believe Lin Shixian's bull? What's with that punch just now if you don't go after him? With that, he used his skill and slammed a punch at Lin Shixian, who was not far ahead. Tang Feng then flashed his figure, crossing a few meters of distance and instantly arriving in front of Lin Shixian. Lin Shixian was even more shocked when he felt the whistling fist. The power of Tang Feng's punch was surprisingly so terrifying that he felt as if it would be enough to decapitate him if he didn't dodge it. The feeling shook him to his core. It was too late to think about it and hastily backed away. Lin Shixian's figure quickly dodged. Tang Feng's punch slammed into the air and immediately made a loud sound. It was as if the air had been smashed by Tang Feng's punch. Seeing this, the smile on Lin Shixian's face increased. The strength Tang Feng had displayed was only more outrageous than what Zhao Tianlong had said. He's picked up a treasure this time. Tang Feng. Stop. I'm here to collect you. Lin Shixian hurriedly explained to Tang Feng. He meant to admit Tang Feng into the Tidal Wave Palace. But Tang Feng misunderstood. Thinking that Lin Shixian was saying that he was coming to collect his life. Immediately, he grunted coldly. Humph. Collect me? It's more like I'm taking you in. Tang Feng once again attacked Lin Shixian. Lin Shixian? Lin Shixian had a questioning look on his face. Is something wrong? There's something wrong with the way this opens, isn't there? Does Tang Feng not understand human language? Lin Shixian had no choice but to continue to hide and explain to Tang Feng. I'm here to invite you to join the Tide Palace. Chapter 129 Farewell. Tang Feng's fist was about to land on Lin Shixian's face. When he heard this, he was suddenly stunned, and his fist stopped just above Lin Shixian's nose. What? Tang Feng was even more puzzled. What's going on here? How could he be invited to join the Tide Palace when he had never even learned about it? You heard right, the fact that you can defeat Du Junyu in one move proves that you're stronger than him, and you're also younger than him. Your talent is 100 times stronger than Du Junyu's, you're more suitable to join the Tidal Wave Palace than him. Lin Shixian then explained to Tang Feng once again. Tang Feng stayed for a moment before coming back to his senses. Was this the other side looking at his strength? But join the Tidal Palace. And what if I don't join? Tang Feng then asked Lin Shixian. Not joining? Lin Shixian was also a bit surprised. Surprisingly, someone would turn down an invitation from the Tidal Palace. Then, we will have to count the matter of injuring Du Junyu. Lin Shixian thought about it and said to Tang Feng. Okay, when do we leave? Tang Feng then looked helpless and immediately changed his words. This Tidal Wave Palace looked like the strength is super terrifying. He was not afraid of a single Lin Shixian, but he was afraid of the constant stream of trouble behind him.
And he really didn't know where to go right now. Tidal Palace might be a good choice. At least for now, the guy in front of him didn't seem that annoying. Lin Shixian looked at Tang Feng with a satisfied expression. There's no rush, I just happen to have some business to take care of in the neighborhood, so I'll pick you up when I'm done. After Lin Shixian ascertained that Tang Feng had the will to join the Tide Palace, he then said with a smile. But what's up with your principal? How come he's still hiding your presence? He doesn't want to release you? Lin Shixian then asked Tang Feng curiously. Now that he was certain that Tang Feng was at Skyfire Academy, Lin Shixian was a bit surprised by Shi Moyan's actions. Hey, he can't wait for me to get out of here, probably. Thinks you're here to cause trouble and doesn't want to bother with you. Tang Feng then said helplessly. Heh, interesting. Lin Shixian smiled and shook his head, not caring. Then I'll come back for you in a few days, so don't go anywhere. Lin Shixian then nodded and left the academy after giving an explanation to Tang Feng. He doesn't know what he's been up to. Tang Feng could only wait here and tell Shi Moyan about it, saving him from being rushed all the time. By the way, before leaving, he gave Zhao Yishuan a small portion of the remaining clockwork liquid. He had been so busy before that he had forgotten about it. It's time to go now. If we don't send it off, it'll be too late. Tang Feng searched for half a day and finally found Zhao Yishuan in the training room. I don't know what kind of nerves Zhao Yishuan has been having lately, soaking in the training room every day to work on her skills to improve her strength. Why are you working so hard? Tang Feng looked at the sweaty Zhao Yishuan and asked strangely. Zhao Yishuan didn't stop her hands when she saw Tang Feng. What are you doing here? Something wrong? Zhao Yishuan continued practicing her skills and asked Tang Feng. This is for you. Tang Feng then took out a small bottle of clockwork liquid and handed it to Zhao Yishuan, saying. Only then did Zhao Yishuan stop her hand movements. Looking at the unknown milky white liquid in the small bottle in his hand. With a look of disgust, Zhao Yishuan pinched it with 2 fingers and pushed her face away from her. Tang Feng. You're a pervert, aren't you? Send me this. Zhao Yishuan immediately looked at Tang Feng with a disgusted expression and said. What are you thinking? It's a clockwork liquid. It improves your attributes. Tang Feng explained with a breathless face. Clam? Zhao Yishuan was stunned. The Bell Milk liquid was a specialty of the Heavenly Flame Academy, and Zhao Yishuan had naturally never heard of it before. A bewildered face looked at Tang Feng. This thing can only be obtained by the champion of the annual competition after the last magical beast attack are out of print. This is the only remaining sum. Do not look at this small bottle, can enhance your full attributes of 10 points it. Tang Feng then introduced Zhao Yishuan. Only then did Zhao Yishuan realize the preciousness of the liquid in the bottle in her hand. Why did you give me such an expensive thing? Use it yourself. Zhao Yishuan immediately shoved the bottle back into Tang Feng's hands. It was so valuable, so naturally it was saved for Tang Feng to use. Wouldn't it be a waste to give it to her? I've already used it, this is for you, it's just a little bit less, at most it can increase 50 points it, if you have the chance, make sure to get more from Shi Moyan to pull the attribute full. Tang Feng stuffed the bottle back into Zhao Yishuan's hands and explained to Zhao Yishuan with a solemn expression. Zhao Yishuan held the bottle in her hand and looked at Tang Feng. For some reason, she had a feeling in her heart that Tang Feng was leaving. Are you leaving? Zhao Yishuan then asked Tang Feng. Aha! Tang Feng didn't hide it and nodded. Zhao Yishuan's heart felt bad when she heard that Tang Feng was leaving. Where to? Zhao Yishuan asked Tang Feng. Tidal Palace. Tang Feng said truthfully. Where? Zhao Yishuan thought she had heard it wrong, looking incredulously at Tang Feng and asking. You heard right, Tidal Palace. Tang Feng knew that this was Zhao Yishuan's reaction after learning about it. After all, she was worried that Tang Feng would be approached by the Tidal Palace before. Now that she was actually going to join the Tidal Wave Palace, the transformation was just too great, making it hard for her to accept it for a while. I don't know how they saw me, and I think they mentioned your dad. Do you think there's any chance it was your dad? Tang Feng heard Lin Shixian mention Zhao Tianlong and immediately made a bold guess. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Yishuan definitely didn't believe that Zhao Tianlong would be so kind, and he'd be burnt if he didn't drive Tang Feng to extinction. Zhao Tianlong valued face so highly, and the engagement banquet had long since disgraced Zhao Tianlong, so how could he still put in a good word for Tang Feng?
I don't think it's possible either. Anyway, the Tide Palace invited me to join and I agreed, so I should be leaving in a few days.
Tang Feng nodded, agreeing with Zhao Yishuan's words.
Tidal Palace? Zhao Yishuan listened to Tang Feng's words and lowered her head without knowing what she was thinking.
Tang Feng looked at Zhao Yishuan and felt quite strange in his heart as well.
There's no telling when we'll see each other again this time, and it's even possible that we'll never see each other again. Life is like that. Some people may just be a passerby in your life, and once you say goodbye, you will never see them again. If it's okay, then I'll leave. Take care.
Tang Feng didn't know what to say and waved his hand to Zhao Yishuan, then turned to leave.
Wait.
Zhao Yishuan looked at Tang Feng's back and suddenly called out.
Tang Feng turned his head, and immediately felt a fragrant breeze hit him. A wet sensation came from her lips, and Zhao Yishuan directly kissed Tang Feng on the mouth.
Tang Feng froze.
You didn't brush your teeth.
Chapter 130. It's good to think about it.
After Shi Mo Yan learned that Tang Feng was going to join the Tide Palace, he was surprised for a moment though.
However, it was quickly accepted and special graduation procedures were organized for Tang Feng.
It was done quickly. At the same time, Tang Feng's name instantly appeared on the Heavenly Flame ranking.
No 1, Tang Feng, duration, 99 days.
No 2, Zhao Tianhe, time, 288 days. Tang Feng had only spent a total of 99 days from joining the school to graduating, a full 189 days less than the second place, a large amount of time.
It shocked everyone.
Some of the students who were paying attention to the Heavenly Flame ranking were shocked beyond words one by one. But after seeing that it was Tang Feng, they were relieved. The name Tang Feng appeared in their field of vision time and time again, bringing them shock time and time again. At this point it reappears, but it seems much more reasonable.
This is graduation? I'm not even at the 10th ING level.
Looking at the changes on the Heavenly Flame ranking, many people almost cried out. Why are people so different from each other?
It doesn't make sense.
Especially Tian Haifeng, who had come out of Potter's Bowl with Tang Feng. Seeing Tang Feng appear on the Heavenly Flame list was even more unacceptable.
How can it be? He's such a loser. It can't be.
Tian Haifeng refused to accept this fact and shook his head madly. He refused to accept that he and Tang Feng were even that much worse. While he was still struggling to upgrade, Tang Feng had already graduated? It also appeared in the number 1 position on the Heavenly Flame ranking. How could he accept this?
Tian Haifeng rushed into the Heavenly Flame mountain range like a madman.
Taking the knife and slashing furiously at the tree, as if the tree in front of him was Tang Feng, venting his anger.
By what? On what grounds? Why is he better than me? Why is he a punk better than me? Tian Haifeng couldn't accept this result and frantically vented his dissatisfaction.
However, I don't know if it was his screams that attracted the magical beasts inside.
A level 7 crimson spider suddenly appeared. Scared Tian Haifeng's body shook. He had only just risen to level 6, and his attributes hadn't even exceeded 50 points yet.
How could one be an opponent when encountering a level 7 magical beast? On the spot, his legs gave out and he fell to the ground.
With a knife in his hand, he didn't know how to fight back.
All that could be done was to move his body backward one by one.
Don't. Stay away. Get away. Tian Haifeng frantically waved the weapon in his hand, trying to scare the demonic beast back. But obviously, Crimson Spider would not be intimidated by Tian Haifeng. Sticky saliva dripped from his mouth as he slowly approached Tian Haifeng. Why am I so unlucky? By what? God. You're so unfair.
Tian Haifeng knew that he was going to be in a bad way today, so he angrily pointed at the sky and roared. Hiss. However, the Crimson Spider didn't care about this, directly hissing and making a leap. Its thick spider legs were like sharp spears, instantly piercing through Tian Haifeng's body.
Tian Haifeng's expression was suddenly stunned.
With a resigned face, he looked at the Crimson Spider in front of him. Hiss. The Crimson Spider was in front of Tian Haifeng, opening its horrifying mouthparts and was about to eat Tian Haifeng. A figure suddenly attacked. With a light tap, the Crimson Spider was directly torn apart. The opponent was shrouded in a black robe, his face covered by a hood, showing only a chin and mouth. Looking at the dying Tian Haifeng on the ground, the other man smiled evilly. I sense that you are hungry for power, yes? The other party looked at Tian Haifeng and asked. Tian Haifeng felt his life draining away and reached out his hand to the other party with a longing look.
Save me. Tian Haifeng felt that the person in front of him was his only saving grace. Yes, I can not only save you, but also give you great power, but you have to pay a little price, do you agree? The other party smiled evilly and faintly asked Tian Haifeng. Tian Haifeng heard that the other party could save him, so what did he care? He immediately nodded his head. Agreed. Save me quickly. Tian Haifeng pleaded to the other party without even thinking about it. The other party smiled faintly, then with a wave of his hand, a wave of black gas emitted from his palm, instantly enveloping Tian Haifeng. Tian Haifeng immediately felt a terrifying and gloomy power eroding his body, and soon, he lost consciousness. The other party looked at the unconscious Tian Haifeng and then waved his hand. Tian Haifeng's body was windless and floated directly beside the other party, flying away from this place along with the other party. Time passes. Lin Qixuan quickly returned and prepared to take Tang Feng away. What were you doing gone for so many days? Tang Feng was waiting impatiently and asked Lin Qixuan. Caught a cultist, chased him for a long time, lost him, never mind him, I'll take you to the Tidal Palace first. Lin Qixuan faintly said to Tang Feng. Nor did he go into detail, and then he took Tang Feng away. Tang Feng didn't have to prepare anything either. He's been ready for this for a long time these days. The only ones who were a bit reluctant to leave were Mr. Song and Zhao Yishuan. Looking at the cadet gate behind him, Zhao Yishuan didn't come to see him off either. This heartless woman. Tang Feng couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Tang Feng, remember to practice more, although I don't have the chance to teach you anymore, but Moon Pupil is different, although I haven't practiced above advanced level, I think you can, remember to come back and tell me if you practice to a higher level. Song shall we explain to Tang Feng in the back. Tang Feng waved his hand at Mr. Song. Don't worry, I won't be left behind by Moon Pupil, I'll come back to see you guys too, I'm not some heartless person, don't make it like a life and death party. Tang Feng nodded and said. You boy. Song shall we shook his head helplessly. Tang Feng followed Lin Qixuan and could only walk over, as Tang Feng couldn't fly. Lin Qixuan could only accompany him. He didn't want such a good seedling to have any accidents on the road. With him escorting them, at the very least, they could safely arrive at the Tide Palace. Let's go to Yuzhou City first and pick up Du Junyu. Lin Qixuan faintly said to Tang Feng. What the? Pick him up? I'm not going. As soon as Tang Feng heard that he still had to pick up Du Junyu, he immediately quit. Don't be so petty, Du Junyu's information was sent to the palace long ago, he's an official member on the roster, I don't have the right to throw him out. Lin Qixuan helplessly explained to Tang Feng. If he had a choice, he would of course choose Tang Feng. Unfortunately, Du Junyu's information was already in the Tidal Palace, so it would be a dereliction of duty on his part if he didn't bring him back. I don't care. It's me or him. Tang Feng immediately said like a child playing a tantrum. It's not that he's naive, but he can't accept being under one roof with Du Junwu. That was the man who almost became Zhao Yishuan's fiancé. Tang Feng was lucky if he didn't beat him to death. Lin Qixuan was helpless, he didn't want Tang Feng to leave. But both of them he had to take. Then his eyes rolled back and he had a plan. Actually, isn't it quite good to bring him along? Think about it, he's not as strong as you, when you're upset, take it out on him and beat him up, how good is that? Lin Qixuan then said to Tang Feng. Tang Feng was stunned. Yeah. It then became clear that Lin Qixuan had a point. Bringing Du Junyu and being able to beat him up at any time, it's great to think about.